transcending into the Marvel universe. What is there to fear? Regardless of the chaos outside or the crisp snap of fingers, I find solace in my own little world, living leisurely and joyously. I delight in listening to V's colorful tirades, enjoy Johnny Silverhand's witty banter accompanied by his guitar, and marvel at the swordplay and familial drama of the twin brothers. Each day, my meals are crafted by a culinary master, and a charming scion companion is ever present, easing my shoulders and legs. Such a divine existence is one I would not exchange for even a deity's favor. What? A deity has truly arrived? Fear not. Grant me a moment, and I shall vanquish him. In the heart of Manhattan, New York City, within a humble street-side establishment, 2 men and a woman are diligently engaged in cleaning the premises. This is an unrenovated restaurant, sparsely furnished, with unsatisfactory hygiene. A solitary yellow bulb illuminates the ceiling of the first-floor hall, while construction debris gathers in the corners. Among them stands an Asian man, towering at approximately 6 feet 3 inches, his black hair standing upright like flames. His bare torso boasts muscles reminiscent of a marble sculpture. With pronounced brows that seem to pierce the clouds, a prominent nose, and thin lips curving into a bright smile, his chiseled face radiates vigor, yet occasionally reveals a hint of innocence. He floats midair, diligently polishing an empty wine rack embedded in the wall, wielding a cloth. In the center of the hall, a Caucasian girl, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with her white hair tied in a ponytail, bows down to wipe a table. Her skin is fair and delicate, and her graceful features, coupled with a lithe figure, exude the pure elegance of a lily. Her sapphire-like eyes convey a myriad of emotions, yet when gazed upon, they instill an involuntary sense of trepidation. In the southeastern corner of the hall stands a middle-aged Caucasian man, also around 6 feet 3 inches tall, bearing a striking resemblance to Keanu Reeves. Clad in baggy shorts and a white tank top, his feet shuffle in flip-flops, emanating an aura of lethargy as he occasionally stifles a yawn. "Johnny, whose bed did you awaken in today? Quite impressive. I fear your back may not hold up much longer," V teased, pausing her task to glance at Johnny. "Huh? What jest is this? I'm merely fatigued, not exhausted," Johnny retorted, struggling to maintain his posture as he swept the floor. "Do take care, Johnny. I would prefer not to hear a crack," Lou chimed in, halting his work to point at Johnny's aging back. "One must accept their age this morning. It was the young lady who aided your return. How embarrassing. Stop your incessant prattling. Boss, hurry and find something useful to do." Johnny sighed, recognizing the truth in Lou's words, knowing he would be the subject of their jests for some time. Lou, a fortunate soul, once resided in a hospital due to a car accident, and through an unforeseen electric shock, he traversed into this world with a malfunctioning computer. The computer underwent a miraculous transformation during the journey, ultimately merging with Liu's spirit. The computer became a system, and the system, in turn, became Lou himself, embodying the essence of I am you, and you are me. This system allows for daily check-ins to acquire rewards, with opportunities refreshing at midnight. The rewards consist of items, characters, or abilities from various anime, films, or games stored within the computer. However, the system mandates that Lou can only utilize it while residing in New York. Fortunately, this requirement posed little hindrance to Lou, as he drew the Scion Vegeta template on his first day, ensuring his self-protection. Yet, lacking citizenship, Lou toiled in Chinatown under the radar. It was only upon the arrival of V, the protagonist of the cyber world, that his predicament was resolved. Perhaps due to their shared essence, V also brought along Johnny Silverhand. With V's hacking prowess, the trio finally secured legal identities. However, thanks to Johnny Silverhand, Lou inadvertently picked up the habit of smoking. The three cohabitate, their lives modest yet filled with joy. As days pass, they save a bit of money, ultimately deciding to take the plunge and secure a loan to purchase a 2-story building of their own. The dream is to transform the first floor into a spacious restaurant and the second into a cozy home, with ample rooms for potential future family members. Today marks the day of their house handover, and aside from Johnny, who is nursing his back, Lou and V are diligently cleaning and renovating their new abode. The cyber duo has undergone a transformation. They aspire to break free from their former lives, distancing themselves from gunfire and conflict, and severing ties with crime. After all, in Night City, one could not earn a living without engaging in illicit activities. As Lou discarded the final bag of trash and surveyed the pristine first-floor hall, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and V and Johnny returned, laden with provisions. Seated at the dining table, they celebrated their joyous relocation when, Without warning, a thunderous crash reverberated, followed by a cloud of dust and scattered debris. A colossal steel robot plummeted from the ceiling, shattering all the efforts the trio had invested. The unexpected turn of events left the once jubilant household in a state of bewilderment. With a crack, the ice-coated steel body began to stir, and Lou and his companions snapped back to reality. "Sir, you have succeeded, but it appears that Ironmonger has crashed into a residential area," JRVS alerted Stark. "Damn it, JRVS. Activate the backup power, we must rescue the civilians," Stark commanded urgently. At that moment, Stark's armor, battered by Ironmonger, was on the verge of collapse, the failing propulsion system emitting a mournful wail. The thrusters sputtered like a deflating balloon, forcing Stark to descend hastily. Amidst his rapid descent, Stark heard a flurry of curses. Utilizing the armor's long-range vision, he spotted an extraordinarily beautiful white-haired girl who suddenly vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye behind Ironmonger. Her delicate arms, resembling white jade, unfurled like a machine, revealing two glinting blades that flashed menacingly. The deafening sound of slicing resonated as Ironmonger's exterior was effortlessly cut asunder, much like a heated knife gliding through butter. Sparks flew as a multitude of metal fragments fell from Ironmonger, rendering it powerless against the onslaught. A dashing middle-aged man with long black hair and a neatly trimmed beard drew a silver handgun from his waist, his hands overlapping, producing a crisp metallic sound. A torrent of flames erupted from the barrel, instantly igniting Ironmonger's metal exterior, causing it to glow a fierce red. The man swiftly retreated a step and raised his hand to fire a shot. The sound was exceedingly loud, far exceeding the noise one would expect from a mere handgun. The power was tremendous. With just a single shot, the Iron Tyrant's shoulder was utterly obliterated. What astonished Stark the most, however, was the tall Asian man standing silently to the side, who had not intervened at all. He merely stood there quietly, yet Stark, suspended high above, felt as though he were being gripped by a ravenous beast, his life hanging by a thread. Stark deemed this individual a formidable menace. Without further contemplation, Stark hastened his descent. Meanwhile, Lu Chi, along with V and Johnny, was nearly dismantling the Iron Tyrant. Had it not been for Lu Chi's intervention, they would have already dragged the driver out and subjected him to a gruesome fate. At that moment, the Iron Tyrant, stripped of its limbs and exterior, lay incapacitated in a puddle of engine oil, occasionally flickering with tiny sparks. "Who are you?" Obadiah, having removed his helmet to reveal his face, stared in horror at the man and woman before him. "We are your creditors, you fool. You need to pay up immediately, or I will take your life." As he spoke, Lu Chi stepped forward and, with his bare hands, stripped the Iron Tyrant's shell, seizing Obadiah in a firm grip. Aye. Obadiah was so terrified that he could hardly speak. The aura exuded by these individuals was overwhelming, and he felt as though death was imminent. "Boss, this guy just wet himself," V remarked, glancing at the wetness pooling at the hem of Obadiah's trousers, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Not just that, he also defecated," Johnny added, covering his mouth and nose as he spoke in a muffled tone. "Damn, this scoundrel is filthy. He didn't get any on me, did he?" Lu Chi exclaimed in panic, tossing Obadiah aside and frantically inspecting his clothing, while V and Johnny retreated in disgust. A sound akin to flatulence echoed from above, prompting Lu Chi and the others to look up. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a red robot came crashing down from the sky, landing before them. "Boss, is this your order of canned fruit delivery?" V asked, staring at Stark, who was struggling to rise. "I think he resembles a can of tomatoes more," Johnny quipped, holstering his weapon with curiosity. "Or perhaps you could approach him and pose a few inquiries, such as his connection to the fool who wrecked our home," Lu Chi suggested, his expression peculiar. At that moment, Lu Chi recognized Tony Stark. His previous knowledge of the Marvel Universe was limited to half of Iron Man 1, and truth be told, it was hardly any different from ignorance. Stark hurried to check on Obadiah, but as he crouched down, an overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils, causing his expression to falter. "What the hell? What's going on? Guys, did you make him lose control?" V, Johnny, and Lu Chi. "We wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. You can't pin this on us." Chapter 2. A Conversation. Obadiah was rendered speechless, and Lu Chi's home lay in ruins. Fortunately, a wealthy local was willing to take responsibility for the incident and compensate everyone for their losses. Stark Industries promised at a press conference to fund repairs or compensate for all public and private property damage during the battle. Lu Chi's home was included, and Stark even pledged to help him purchase new furniture and hire a professional team to renovate his shop. This unforeseen event ultimately led to a favorable resolution. Stark reclaimed his family business. Lu Qi was fortunate enough to upgrade from a shabby doghouse to a magnificent abode, and a multitude of New Yorkers received new vehicles, leaving only Obadiah to bear the brunt of the damage. After 10 days in a hotel, Lu Qi and his companions were now joyfully seated in a taxi, eagerly heading home. "Boss, what do you think our place looks like now?" V asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Given the style of the world's richest man, do you think he might have laid gold tiles for us?" Johnny speculated. Upon considering Stark's taste, Lu Qi and V nodded in agreement. They arrived, paid the fare, and exited the taxi, moving as if in a race towards their home. Standing before the familiar door, they collectively inhaled deeply before V and Johnny turned to Lu Qi. With a slight nod, Lu Qi stepped forward and pushed open the door. The first sight that greeted them was a spacious and well-lit lobby, adorned with an opulent chandelier in a Chinese palace style, casting a warm and inviting glow. A wall on the west side was transformed into a solid wood wine cabinet, showcasing an array of fine wines from around the world. An extravagant wooden dining table, a massive television mounted on the wall, plush sofas and chairs, and a meticulously arranged wooden bar awaited them. At the bar sat Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor. "What do you think, Gavin? Are you satisfied with the decor?" Stark inquired, taking a sip of his red wine and turning to Lu Qi with a smug expression. Gavin was the English name V had bestowed upon Lu Qi. Lu Qi hurried forward, grasped Stark's hand, and shook it vigorously, his face alight with excitement. "I'm thrilled. It's absolutely magnificent." "Truly, you are a genius. Tony Stark, you're incredible." Stark, taken aback by Lu Qi's sudden praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You have good taste, my friend, but that is common knowledge. There's no need to reiterate it. Instead, why don't we all sit down and have a proper discussion? What do you think?" The three nodded in agreement. When the benefactor spoke, it was only right to show respect. They settled side by side on the sofa, gazing attentively at Stark. Noticing their expectant expressions, Stark cleared his throat and began, "I have 2 matters to discuss today. The first is to express my gratitude for your intervention in Obadiah's terrorist attack. Although I could have handled him alone, your assistance was invaluable. I dislike being indebted to others, so this exquisitely furnished and expanded home is one of my tokens of appreciation." With that, Stark produced a check from his pocket, gently placing it on the coffee table and sliding it towards the trio. Lu Qi and his companions instinctively glanced at the amount on the check. Upon seeing the figure, they exclaimed in unison, "Good heavens! No wonder he's the world's richest man. That string of zeros signifies instant financial freedom." Stark continued, "As for the second matter, though it may seem abrupt, I am genuinely curious. Could you tell me how you accomplished all of this?" The glimmer of inquisitiveness shone brightly in Stark's eyes. "Accomplished what?" Lu Qi, still dazed by the zeros on the check, instinctively asked. Stark replied earnestly, "What is the nature of the blade within versus arm? What's the story behind Johnny's gun? And how do you possess such remarkable physical capabilities? To be more explicit, I am eager to learn your secrets." Tony Stark, heir to the Stark Industries empire and the world's wealthiest playboy, holds a deeper identity that he cherishes. Above all, that of a brilliant scientist. Before him stand 3 individuals who seem to have materialized from thin air, wielding advanced technology, yet choosing to operate a humble little restaurant. Stark's insatiable curiosity as a scientist is piqued, compelling him to delve into the secrets of these enigmatic individuals. In Stark's perception, a person's secrets hold little value. Lu Qi, now composed, scrutinizes Stark, his mind racing with conjectures about the other's intentions. His knowledge of the Marvel Universe is scant, primarily based on the first Iron Man film, rendering his understanding rather superficial. As Lu Qi contemplates his words, V breaks the silence. With a swift snap, 2 immortal-grade mantis blades spring forth, slicing through the air with a dazzling glint. "What is so astonishing about this? I find it hard to believe you haven't researched my background. I graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, possessing dual PhDs in computer science and mechanical engineering." Pointing at Lu Qi and Johnny, V continues, "During a terrorist attack, I lost both my arms, and Johnny lost his left arm, while our boss saved me. I utilized the skills I acquired at school to construct these 3 arms, exhausting all our savings in the process." V gazes steadily into Stark's eyes, her tone unwavering as she states, "There is an old Chinese saying, a common man is innocent, yet possesses a treasure that may invite misfortune. I wish to conceal my technological expertise to avoid exposure. Given your prowess in creating armored suits, I trust you can comprehend my sentiments." Stark, momentarily captivated by V's beauty, hastily waves his hand, Okay, okay, while I regret to admit it, I did indeed look into your resume. Your secrecy is striking despite possessing such advanced technology and formidable capabilities. You choose to live among the common folk. Thus, I acted out of caution, and I hope you can appreciate that. Johnny nods, his tone laced with sarcasm. We understand after all, you are an entrepreneur, and it's only natural to be cautious. Stark, puzzled, turns to Lu Chi and inquires. I feel Johnny's comment holds merit. Yet why do I sense an undertone of sarcasm? Lu Chi replies, perhaps you are overthinking it. Never mind, it matters little. But how do you explain the other items? Stark gestures inquiringly. At that time, due to limited funds, and as a beauty who appreciates aesthetics, I naturally desired the best. As for Johnny, being a rugged man, he was content to make do with a steel arm. After all, he's a grown man, and appearance is of little consequence at his age. The gun was fashioned from the scrap of the arm, lacking any technical sophistication. Johnny interjects, V, are you being polite? Chapter 3 Trouble knocks. Have your curiosities been satisfied now? Remember to pay, for the secrets of a beautiful woman come at a steep price. V remarked with a polite smile, her lips curling upward, as she engaged in a captivating conversation with Stark, weaving tall tales with her eyes wide open. Lu Chi silently gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, this was the pinnacle of nonsense, befitting the legend of Night City. Without a hint of hesitation, Stark produced a check once more, awkwardly stating, this should suffice to purchase your secret. Furthermore, I wish to examine your arm. This check serves as my compensation. With that, he slid another extravagantly numbered check across the table. Upon hearing this, V displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, pushing the check back towards him. You truly are a genius. Are you attempting to use this money to study the physique of a young lady? How utterly disgraceful. Are you some kind of perverted lecher? How can you say such things with a straight face? Is this truly the realm of the wealthy? I am quite intimidated. V's sarcastic remarks left Stark bewildered, prompting him to hastily deny, Hey, beautiful, that is not what I meant. V, unwilling to grant him the opportunity for clarification, pressed on. Then can I use this money to study that iron coffin of yours? She gently pushed the check back towards Stark, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Darling, I am not short on funds. V lifted a check with a string of zeros from the table, mimicking Stark's earlier tone. I too am not lacking in finances at this moment. All right, I was abrupt, Stark sighed in response. It is good that you understand, you perverse Tony. Hey, you, Stark exclaimed, exasperated, pointing at V, rendered speechless. Realizing no one would come to his defense, Stark sighed in resignation and continued. Well then, how do you explain Gavin's physical prowess? Super soldier serum, perhaps? Chinese martial arts? I could tell you, but as a foreigner, it would likely be lost on you. Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Buddy, you're the foreigner here in America. The conversation concluded after Stark downed 2 bottles of liquor in his disgruntlement. He flew home, flinging himself onto the sofa, arms crossed, quietly seething in silence. Sir, do you truly believe what they said? Jarvis inquired, perplexed. I'm not a fool. How could I possibly believe them? Those people haven't spoken a single truth, yet one cannot refute them, as their records reflect precisely that. Those files read like a meticulously crafted narrative. They merely need to regurgitate their pre-written tales to deceive everyone flawlessly, unless one chooses to argue with them. But I dare not. I have no desire to end up in a psychiatric ward like Obadiah, clad in a ridiculous hospital gown, lying in bed with a crooked neck. Drooling, Stark lamented. So, what they say is the truth, is that correct, sir? Jarvis queried. Indeed, from the moment the information was altered, everything they said became truth. Stark remarked with a resigned gesture. It was nighttime in the restaurant lobby. Lu Chi and his companions sat comfortably on the sofa, their faces reflecting satisfaction after a thorough tour of their new home. They were utterly pleased with their surroundings. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. This place is far more opulent than my previous residence. Lu Chi sat cross-legged on the sofa, expressing his thoughts with a sense of wonder. That fellow is quite astute. This tale cannot deceive him, Johnny remarked nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It matters not. Unless he has lived long enough, he will not divulge it. V smiled as he addressed Johnny. Moreover, even if our secret were to be exposed, it would pose no issue. You are both immortal, and with my prowess, no one can pose a threat to me. Provided we navigate this wisely, we can continue to live in leisure. Lu Chi smiled slightly, exuding an aura of invincibility. In his previous life, Lu Chi, due to physical limitations, resorted to cheats while playing single-player games. Fortunately, no one condemned him for it. Consequently, the system inscribed the cheat data of Lu Qi's last gaming session into the summon characters, granting them the same abilities he had utilized. Take V and Johnny, for instance. They now possess infinite life, boundless stamina, unlimited ammunition and grenades, super accuracy, instant reload, cool-down free skills, and undetectable stealth. However, I believe it is wiser to maintain a low profile. Having been granted a second chance at life, we should all hope to avoid becoming adversaries with this world, Johnny said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Precisely. So let us bide our time, Lu Qi concluded with a clap of his hands. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Lu Qi to open the door with curiosity. Hello, Mr. Gavin. It is a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, and my name is Coulson. May we have a word? Coulson, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, bore a friendly smile, his eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, exuding a non-threatening demeanor. After a cordial handshake, Lu Qi gestured for him to take a seat. It has been 10 days since our last meeting, and I must thank you for driving us to the hotel last time, Lu Qi said politely. Not at all. It was no trouble, and it was Ms. Pepper's arrangement. I merely provided transportation, Coulson replied courteously. That is why I am grateful to you. Driving can indeed be exhausting. I do not particularly enjoy it. The two engaged in amicable conversation. After taking a sip of the red tea V had offered, Coulson adjusted his demeanor and spoke. Mr. Gavin, I have come on behalf of the director to invite you all to join our agency. Johnny interjected. You mean the Department of Homeland Security? Simply refer to it as S.H. Mr. Johnny, Coulson reminded him. Very well, S.H.I.E.L.D. May I inquire why your agency seeks to invite us? Coulson candidly inquired. It is because you all possess unblemished backgrounds and are exceptionally talented individuals. After sipping his red tea, Coulson spoke with familiarity. Ms. V holds 2 doctoral degrees and boasts formidable professional skills. Mr. Johnny is a retired veteran of Special Forces, having once served as a senior agent, executing countless perilous missions, and he possesses a melodious singing voice. Upon finishing, Coulson flashed a shy smile at Johnny, saying, in fact, I'm a fan of yours, Mr. Johnny. Haha, hello, Johnny replied, bewildered, glancing at V's profile, unable to comprehend the situation. As for Mr. Lu Qi, Coulson carefully measured his words before continuing. He is an unparalleled master of Qigong, renowned as the strongest man. Had it not been for one of our agents fortuitously obtaining your information at an intelligence agency, we might have never discovered your existence. We have reviewed your files and noted evident signs of tampering. We have confirmed that the modifications were made by the intelligence agency known as Spiderweb, which we dismantled 3 years ago. We uncovered substantial evidence linking Ms. V to them, including call logs and transfer records. We even located a video inadvertently captured by a tourist, which authentically documented Ms. V discussing the alteration of her files. Our lip-reading experts have translated your entire conversation. Would you like me to recount it? Observing Lu Qi's astonishment, Coulson smiled faintly, awaiting his response. Lu Qi was indeed shocked, but what astonished him was the startling authenticity of V's fabricated identity. It dawned on him that the seemingly flawed documents had been intentionally crafted by V, and there was evidently more to come. Seizing the opportune moment, V interjected, recognizing that her somewhat oblivious boss was in the dark, making it all too easy for him to reveal secrets. It seemed the spiderweb was not entirely reliable. However, now that you've investigated this far, you must have also uncovered why we chose to go into hiding, V asked solemnly. In response, Coulson smiled, MS. V is in hiding due to a manslaughter incident in Singapore, Mr. Johnny for reckless driving resulting in death in France, and Mr. Lu Qi for intentional homicide in Japan. The 3 of you share an uncanny fate, having simultaneously encountered life-altering events, subsequently fleeing to Afghanistan. There, a missile struck 2 of you, while Mr. Lu Qi, having lost everything, devoted himself to your rescue. There is no need for denial. We acquired hospital records and surveillance footage from the time of your treatment, as well as the records of Mr. Lu Qi's financial transfers. Coulson, with a seriously earnest demeanor, addressed the 3 of them. You are all invaluable talents, and we at S.H.I.E.L.D. extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. All of your records have been securely archived, and all information has been processed through legitimate channels. Consequently, your identities are now entirely legitimate. This is our sincerity, akin to an advance on your salaries. V raised her head and, with a tone tinged with danger, inquired of Coulson. So is this a warning? Does this imply that if we refuse to join, you will imprison us? No, you misunderstand. Coulson hastily waved his hands in clarification. Our invitation is made with genuine intent, devoid of any threat. Can we decline? Lucci interjected. Yes, you can refuse. Coulson responded affirmatively. Then we shall decline. V nodded and stated resolutely. At this moment, Lucci stood up and gestured for Coulson to leave. I hope you will reconsider. Your talents should not be squandered. Coulson continued to persuade, unwilling to relent. You are a skilled negotiator, but the life we currently lead is what we desire. My apologies, but could you refrain from disturbing us in the future? Lucci inquired apologetically. Such a pity, Mr. Lucci. Coulson seemed somewhat regretful. I do not find it regrettable. Perhaps this is the best outcome for us, V remarked, feigning sorrow as she sat nearby. I will relay your request to the director and hope for a day when we might have 4 instructors. Coulson left the restaurant in disappointment. Subsequently, Lucci's Johnny turned to V. Chapter 4. Daily life now. Tell me, how did you manage it? Lucci, cigarette in mouth, reclined on the sofa with his leg crossed, appearing rather nonchalant. Johnny sat beside Lucci, cigarette dangling from his lips, sunglasses perched on his nose. Clad in a white tank top and floral shorts, exuding an air of cold indifference. Meanwhile, V, dressed in a white dress, embodied the image of a dutiful girl, standing before the two and earnestly recounting her criminal activities. Upon hearing her, Lucci exclaimed in astonishment. Are you implying that you borrowed the abandoned data from the entire network to fabricate a true identity for the 3 of us? Yes, V nodded obediently. The development of a network in this world is rather underwhelming. My neural interface and cranial implants can easily manipulate the local network. Thus I thought, rather than creating a false identity, why not forge a genuine one? I bound the 3 of us into a cohesive unit, layering false identities upon one another. On the surface, we own a restaurant, but in reality, we are scientists, singers, and Qigong masters. The SHIELD has only uncovered this superficial layer. To enhance authenticity, I expended considerable time and effort crafting every trace of our existence from birth to the present, including surveillance footage, school records, expenditure statements, academic credentials, and recorded conversations. Merely filtering suitable social circles consumed about 1% of my neural processing power. However, diligence is never in vain. I have discovered some missing or deceased individuals who have seamlessly become our allies, fitting our personas without any flaws. Even if we were to be exposed, we possess an array of aliases, layers upon layers, rendering our true identities virtually untraceable. This world is replete with discarded data, offering an abundance of opportunities for manipulation. Crafting an identity is, for me, an effortless endeavor. As she spoke, V extended her delicate hand, playfully presenting it before Lucci and then turning her palm over. Her words left Lucci and Johnny in stunned silence, prompting them to give a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming that she was truly remarkable. In the office of the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury perused the identity files of Lucci and the others, posing a question to Coulson. Have they consented? Coulson shook his head in resignation. They have not agreed, director. Silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of Nick Fury flipping through the personality analyses of Lucci and his companions. Should we continue engagement? Coulson inquired, unable to restrain himself. Let us hold off for now. Let us focus our attention on Stark instead. These individuals pose minimal risk, so leaving them be should not result in any complications. For the time being, let us consider them as pawns. With that, Nick Fury solemnly instructed Coulson, seal their files, destroy all other data, ensure that no one else becomes aware of their circumstances. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement, Coulson exited the office. Nick Fury stood quietly by the window, gazing down at New York City, the flicker of his solitary eye betraying enigmatic thoughts. The night passed in silence. A month later, on the second floor of a restaurant, the 3 languidly sprawled on the sofa, watching a mundane television program, idly wasting time. They engaged in trivial conversation, with V seated between the two, incessantly feeding herself and the other's various snacks. Lucci munched on the treats that V had stuffed into his mouth, alternating between different brands of cigarettes. Johnny lay on the couch, allowing V to toss chips and other snacks into his mouth like a pet, staring vacantly at the television with lifeless eyes. "Are you two all right? Isn't having money supposed to be good?" V remarked, noticing their lethargic demeanor, her expression shifting to one of maternal concern. "What else with the long faces? Having money is indeed wonderful, yet it brings an overwhelming sense of boredom," Lucci responded, exuding an aura of ennui. Johnny, chewing his snacks, nodded in agreement, embodying a sentiment of resigned acceptance. Since receiving 2 checks from Stark, the trio had fully attained financial freedom. Cigarettes could be smoked at will, and drinks could be consumed without restraint. The system was tethered to this restaurant, and departing meant forfeiting the ability to check in. Lucci found himself ensnared in an unusual bout of boredom in New York City. "Shall we venture out for some amusement?" V proposed. Johnny cast a sidelong glance at V before responding with resignation. "I've practically exhausted all the enjoyable spots. Now I only regret not having installed a steel waist." Observing Johnny grimacing and awkwardly rubbing his back, V, with a look of disdain, tossed the snacks in his direction and retorted, "A mere steel waist won't suffice for your antics. Why not acquire a pair of rat kidneys instead? You could easily manage 500 repetitions. You deserve it." 500 repetitions? Are rats truly that formidable? Johnny marveled, his curiosity piqued. "Rats are incredible indeed, and that's in 6 hours. Lucci chimed in, joining the banter. Upon hearing this, Johnny's expression shifted to one of disdain. 500 in 6 hours? That's manageable, I suppose. But rats follow a path of quantitative change leading to qualitative change, which is not my style. Spare me." The group lounged on the sofa, munching on snacks and smoking, engaging in playful banter until evening fell. "How about we head to Chinatown for hot pot?" Lucci suggested, patting his rumbling stomach. Agreed. Chapter 5. A family of 4 as night descended. New York City succumbed to silence. After enjoying hot pot and returning home, the group once again found themselves engulfed in boredom. "Let us watch a movie," Lucci announced, producing a DVD gifted by a fellow Chinatown resident. The others raised their hands in agreement, and thus the film commenced. The plot unfolded with exhilarating twists, and the battle scenes were intensely captivating, drawing the trio's full attention. Johnny remained oblivious to the fact that his cigarette had burned down to the metal tip. Lucci leaned against Johnny, his popcorn untouched for quite some time. V rested her head on Lucci's shoulder, a straw in her mouth, yet she had forgotten to swallow the cola she held. Explosions and gunfire resonated throughout the film, prompting the three to display a range of expressions as the narrative progressed. The movie concluded with a kiss between the protagonists, framed by the setting sun's glow. Lucci finally consumed his popcorn, while Johnny relinquished his extinguished cigarette, and V managed to swallow the cola she had been holding for ages. As Lucci and Johnny debated the plot, V discreetly glanced at the film's rating on Rotten Tomatoes, her eyes stinging at the glaring score of 2. After another glance at the two animatedly arguing, V silently tucked away her phone, resolutely deciding to pretend she hadn't seen it. When the clock struck midnight, the group, sprawled on the sofa, suddenly felt invigorated. Under the bright lights, Lucci sat upright on the sofa, with V and Johnny flanking him like guardians. With a mere thought, Lucci activated the sign-in button, causing a cascade of colorful light to shatter and rearrange upon the tiles before them. In just a few breaths, it formed a peculiar magical array, radiating dazzling golden light throughout the well-lit living room. The three of them, filled with excitement, stood up and anxiously gathered around the magical circle, for the emergence of the golden array signified the imminent arrival of a new family member. The array emitted a spectrum of energy particles, gradually shaping the figure of the newcomer. A gentle breeze stirred the hems of their garments, and within mere seconds, the magical array dissipated entirely. As the golden light slowly faded and the breeze subsided, Lucci and the others finally beheld the visage of the individual within the circle. The newcomer sported long blue hair, stood under 5 feet tall, wore a red headscarf, a red vest, and a white chef's uniform adorned with flame embroidery, coupled with dark long boots. A white bandage wrapped around his left arm, while he carried luggage bundled in brown fabric and a cyan crossbody bag. Strapped to his back was a black iron pot, larger than his upper body. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment in them, and upon seeing Lu Qi, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. "A Xing?" Lu Qi exclaimed with immense joy. "Boss, I finally found you." Lu Mangxing's brown, large eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, grasping Lu Qi's hands and joyfully bouncing in place. "This is wonderful. This is wonderful." Observing the ecstatic Lu Mangxing, Lu Qi enveloped him in a tight embrace, laughing heartily as they soared into the air, drawing an infinity symbol in the sky. "The boss appears to be exceedingly pleased. So this must be quite an extraordinary little spirit," Johnny deduced quietly, his cigarette dangling from his lips. "Johnny, what kind of world do you think he hails from?" Just looking at him, I can almost smell the scent of milk. He is so small. V initiated a scan of Lu Mangxing's physical data with his ocular implant. Eager to learn more, the boss said that those who can be summoned are the protagonists of their stories. Given his tender age, he likely doesn't come from a combat-centric world. His attire resembles ancient Chinese clothing, though I am not well-versed in Chinese history, Johnny speculated. I also lack knowledge of Chinese history. It seems we are at an impasse. We shall wait for the boss to introduce him, V concluded, bringing the discussion to a close. After soaring through the air a few times, Lu Qi gently placed the somewhat dizzy Lu Mangxing back on the sofa. Turning to V and Johnny, he introduced, "This is Lu Mangxing, the youngest master chef in history, my idol from childhood. His culinary creations are exquisite." With that, he reached to untie the white cloth strip from Lu Mangxing's left arm, marking the first appearance of the azure flying dragon embroidery in the Marvel Universe. Regaining his composure, Lu Mangxing stood from the sofa, adjusted his disheveled chef's attire, and clasped his hands in front of him, addressing V and Johnny. "Hello, I am Lu Mangxing, 13 years old, and I work as a chef. I look forward to your kind guidance in the future. Greetings, my charming young friend. I am Valerie, though you may call me V. Henceforth, you shall be the fourth member of our household." With that, she gently ruffled Lu Mangxing's hair, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Hello, V. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Lu Mangxing replied, a blush creeping onto his cheeks under V's exquisite visage. "I too shall seek your guidance." V responded with an awkward yet friendly gesture. "Greetings, young man. The license bestowed upon me by the boss reads Keanu Johnny. Yet I prefer to refer to myself as Johnny Silverhand. You may call me Johnny," he said, a cigarette perched between his lips as he offered Lu Mangxing a respectful fist salute. "I am the one who should be honored. I look forward to your guidance." Lu Mangxing replied politely. Having completed their introductions, the quartet settled onto the sofa, engaging in light conversation. V and Johnny enthusiastically introduced Lu Mangxing to the myriad wonders of the Marvel Universe, while Lu Qi occasionally filled in the gaps. The camaraderie among them blossomed swiftly. Strictly speaking, Lu Qi now embodied the essence of the system itself, while the summoned figures were products of its authority, rendering Lu Qi the literal creator of all the summoned beings. These characters retained memories from their respective gaming or anime worlds. Fully aware of their purpose in this realm and who Lu Qi was, they expressed gratitude for being rescued from their illusory existence and cherished the bond they could form with Lu Qi. They sensed the unreserved emotions emanating from Lu Qi's heart, which brought them joy and a profound sense of appreciation. "You've arrived at just the right moment. We operate a restaurant, and your expertise aligns perfectly," Johnny enthusiastically informed Lu Mangxing about the restaurant setup. "Moreover, New York boasts culinary delights from around the globe. To dine through New York is akin to savoring the world." V interjected aptly. "Really? I'm so eager to try. I yearn to discover the flavors of other nations," Lu Mangxing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. All eyes turned to Lu Qi. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet with fervor, proclaiming, "New mission, to savor every corner of New York. We commence at dawn. Long live the boss." Chapter 6. A new vision for the restaurant in the evening at a Mexican restaurant in downtown Queens. 3 adults and 1 child gathered around an outdoor table, savoring delectable dishes while quietly discussing matters. "My star, while this dish is indeed palatable, does it hold any significant inspiration? Do not let your culinary creations fall short," Lu Qi expressed concern to Lu Mangxing. "Indeed, star with your skills. You need not cater to their tastes," Johnny affirmed, having cleared his plate, comparing it to the dishes Lu Mangxing had crafted from memory. "Star, compared to your culinary prowess, this dish is akin to dog food. V remarked bluntly. Shoo, do you wish for us to be kicked out, V? Realizing his indiscretion, V opted to silence himself with food. His culinary skills, however, left much to be desired. Uneven knife work resulted in varying degrees of doneness, and the seasonings clashed. While the cooking time had exceeded the ideal, imparting a burnt flavor to the broth, the vegetables absorbed an overly bitter essence, and the beef was overcooked, rendering it excessively tough. Yet, the intriguing combination of seasonings hinted at the potential for exquisite dishes. With each bite of the various offerings, Lu Maoxing identified numerous flaws, diligently noting them in his leather-bound notebook. Observing Lu Maoxing's disinterest in continuing to eat, Lu Qi glanced at the sky and remarked, "Let us return home. Nightfall approaches." The others nodded in agreement, while Johnny rose to settle the bill, and Lu Qi walked to where a black van was parked, bringing it around. It had been over a month since Lu Maoxing's arrival, during which time only Stark occasionally visited to foster camaraderie, leaving them otherwise undisturbed. On the night following Lu Maoxing's arrival, he prepared a lavish dinner using 3 legendary kitchen tools, marking the moment he became an indispensable member of the team. When the battle concluded, the plates on the table were cleaner than those licked by a dog. The initiation of the Taste of New York project brought both pleasure and pain to Lu Qi and his companions. The pain stemmed from the realization that dishes they once deemed delicious now paled in comparison to Lu Maoxing's culinary artistry. The joy arose from Lu Maoxing's inspiration, which blossomed with each new dish he tasted, leading to the creation of delightful and unique recipes. Over the span of 2 months, Lu Qi's group sampled every restaurant in New York City boasting 2 stars or higher, along with numerous beloved establishments lacking any rating. Lu Maoxing's culinary prowess ascended at a meteoric pace, much to everyone's delight. Occasionally, Stark would invite them to his usual dining spots, which, while lacking the flavor of Lu Maoxing's creations, offered valuable insights in other areas, such as service. Boss, we've exhausted all the distinctive restaurants in New York. We've pretty much tried them all, V remarked while scrolling through his phone, addressing Lu Qi, who was driving. Ah, is it finally over? Lu Qi nodded, murmuring to himself. Johnny rolled down the window and silently lit a cigarette. Lu Maoxing retrieved his well-filled notebook and perused its contents, his eyes shimmering with inspiration. Dishes such as the signature volcanic steak, phoenix in flames, curry dumplings, and crystal lobster were presented elegantly on the dining table. Standing nearby, he introduced each dish, explaining how they were influenced by various restaurants. As they beheld the exquisite array of culinary creations adorning the table, Lu Qi and his companions were already salivating with anticipation. This dish is among the few creations I have been most satisfied with recently. I now invite everyone to sample it. With that, Lu Maoxing took his seat. What more is there to say? Let's eat. Lu Qi bellowed, and the battle commenced. At that moment, Lu Qi lamented the fact that his Vegeta template lacked the exaggerated appetite of the scions depicted in the anime. After consuming only the equivalent of 3 or 4 people's portions, he found himself seated at the table, watching V and Johnny savor the exquisite flavors at a leisurely pace, while the food in his stomach was already pressing uncomfortably against his throat. Half an hour later, the skirmish concluded, leaving behind a collection of gleaming plates. Licked clean, no drop of soup had been wasted throughout the meal. The remnants of their feast will be tidied up the following morning. The 4 of them, leaning against one another, languished on the sofa, watching a highly rated film on television, stroking their bellies, each relishing their fullness with satisfied burps. Boss, when can our restaurant start operating? Lu Maoxing inquired, clutching his stuffed belly and leaning against VS shoulder. A restaurant? No. We shall not open a restaurant. If we do, it shall be a private dining establishment. Lu Qi asserted emphatically. A private dining establishment? What is that? The group looked at Lu Qi with puzzled expressions. Lu Qi elaborated, you need not concern yourselves with what a private dining establishment entails. Simply understand that it commands a high price. After lighting a cigarette, he continued, with a Xing on board, the business will undoubtedly flourish, but conversely, a Xing will certainly be exhausted. Opening a restaurant would merely provide us with a task to occupy our time, sparing us from idleness. Thus, to ensure a Xing is not overburdened while still giving us something to do, I propose we establish a high-end private dining service. We could change the fixed menu weekly, offering 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 2 seafood dishes, 2 cold dishes, and a soup for each table, charging $500 per table. We need not fear a lack of clientele. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in New York, given a Xing's culinary skills. I fear that our customers may find the prices too low and refuse to indulge in fine dining. But how shall we promote this? With such a high price, without any notoriety, who would dare to try it? We might not see a single patron throughout the entire year, V pondered. Lu Qi smirked slightly, holding up his phone and waving in the air, producing a series of playful sounds, a look of mystery adorning his face. After a moment of contemplation, Johnny was the first to display an expression of understanding, followed shortly by V, who broke into a sweet smile, leaving only Lu Maoxing still puzzled, asking questions. Lu Qi then dialed a number. Hello, sweetie. Would you like to come and visit us tomorrow? I'd love to treat you to a meal. Phone. Don't call me sweetie, you pineapple-headed idiot. Chapter 7. Friends the next day. Hello. Lu Qi, still in a dreamlike state, answered the phone, his voice thick with sleep. Do you know what time it is, Gavin? It's already 1 in the afternoon. Since you called me for dinner, get up from bed immediately, right now, and come down to open the door. Stark's dissatisfied voice echoed through the microphone. Here he comes, Lu Qi thought, as he donned a pair of basketball shorts, his upper body bare, and slipped into his sandals, scampering down the stairs with hurried little steps. He dutifully opened the door for Stark. Sorry, I stayed up too late last night. Lu Qi fibbed, his expression unruffled. I'd be a fool to believe you. You're quite robust, Stark teased, whistling as he observed Lu Qi's well-defined muscles. Get lost. They exchanged playful banter, bumping fists before Stark followed Lu Qi into the dining room. Since returning from Lu Qi's home, Stark couldn't shake off the frustration he felt at V's attitude towards returning the check. The memory of Lu Qi and Johnny's expressions made him want to tear his hair out. How could they compare a mere mechanical arm to my iron armor? Those 3 arrogant fellows, though undeniably talented, still underestimated Tony Stark. I shall show them what true high technology looks like. Let us start with V's Mantis Blade. However, no matter how Stark improved his armor, Jarvis's analyses consistently indicated that the Mantis Blade could effortlessly slice through his defenses, signifying that it could easily bring about his demise. Stark's relentless updates to the armor were no longer mere childish competitions. They had transformed into a rivalry between 2 scientists. As Stark spent more time with Lu Qi's group, he began to realize that they were not so bad after all. V was not as intimidating as he had imagined. As long as one did not provoke her, she resembled a mischievous little girl. Johnny was quite impressive as well, possessing cool guitar skills and an artistic aura that hinted at countless untold stories. Lu Qi, on the other hand, was a straightforward husky, whose only preoccupation seemed to be laughing heartily every day. Aiming to foster good relations with the group, Stark smoothly joined their quest to explore culinary delights in New York. He often took them to his favorite restaurants, only to hear them disparage his beloved choices. However, after tasting the dishes prepared by Lu Maoxing, Stark also joined in the criticism. Gradually, their bond deepened, and the time they spent together lengthened. They even began to give each other nicknames. They could lounge on the second-floor sofa, indulging in a tedious movie for an entire afternoon, or gather to engage in nonsensical chatter, only to realize on their way home that they had spent the day exchanging frivolous banter. As time passed, Lu Qi and his companions came to see Tony Stark as a genuinely good guy. Though narcissistic, he is not detestable, appearing selfish, yet exhibiting a selflessness unmatched by others. Most importantly, this fellow can seamlessly blend in with the group, and despite his eccentricities, he is undeniably a splendid friend. Well, Gavin, have you stumbled upon another dreadful restaurant? Stark sat at the bar, sipping the coffee Lu Qi had poured for him. What a treat this is, a special feast from the stars. Guaranteed to leave you utterly speechless, Lu Qi declared emphatically, thumping his chest. Had I known, I would have skipped breakfast. I am eagerly anticipating it. Stark responded with palpable excitement. Their banter served as a wake-up call, rousing everyone from slumber. Stark greeted those descending the stairs, while Lu Maoxing gestured to Lu Qi and retreated into the kitchen. The remaining 4 gathered around the dining table, engaged in a game of poker. The quartet formed teams, with Lu Qi and Stark paired together. Cards were drawn and played, and soon the game reached its final stage, with each participant holding merely 2 or 3 cards. It was now V's turn to play. After a moment's contemplation, she cast down a 7, retaining 2 cards in hand. Lu Qi shook his head, indicating he could not play. Johnny discarded an ace, leaving him with just 1 card. Stark observed the 2 cards in Lu Qi's possession. alongside his own 2 and a pair of 4s, mentally retracing the cards each player had revealed. The board displayed 2 3s, 2 4s, a 5, 2 8s, an ace, and a 2. I hold 2 4s, a 5, and a 2. Gavin has played a 3, but has not shown an 8. Is he reluctant to disrupt the hand with V's 7? Thus, his current hand likely comprises 2 10s, while V and Johnny possess 2 3s and an ace. It appears that if she plays the 2 3s, they would secure a victory. Alas, V chose to gamble on Johnny's last 2, and thus she lost. With his contemplation concluded, Stark beamed confidently, discarding his 2 and forcefully slamming down the 2 4s onto the table, his bright eyes brimming with trust directed at Lu Chi. Lu Chi awkwardly smiled and replied, I cannot play. V. Indeed, 8, I have no cards left. Stark seemed on the verge of despair as he seized a 3 from Lu Chi's hand, leaning on the dining table to shout at Lu Chi. How can you still have 2 3s when you previously played 1? What trickery is this? Lu Chi sheepishly replied, I miscounted. I thought I had only 1 3. V and Johnny, armed with brushes dipped in ink, gleefully and recklessly decorated Lu Chi's face with whimsical designs. Do not be too arrogant. My earlier mistake was merely a blunder. Now, I shall show you what it truly means to be a card master. Lu Chi laughed heartily, adorned with a little turtle drawn on his face, brimming with confidence. Let's hope so, Stark replied, sporting a fruit painted on his forehead, embodying the essence of a challenge that he hoped Lu Chi would fulfill. Half an hour had passed, and Stark and Lu Chi had transformed into the best of friends. Gavin, I assure you, I shall never invite you to Las Vegas. You would surely squander my entire fortune, Stark declared, gazing at his own sooty visage in the mirror, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Lu Chi. Today was merely an accident, Lu Chi retorted weakly. Your very existence in this world is an accident, Stark countered, unrelenting. Good lad. No need to hit below the belt, Lu Chi exclaimed, cupping his hands under the faucet and splashing water onto Stark's face. You cursed pineapple head, take that. Stark retaliated boldly. Laughter echoed from the restroom as the two continued their playful banter. Dinner is served. Coming. Chapter 8. If it's delicious. Eat your fill. As everyone took their seats, Stark stared in astonishment at the exquisitely crafted dishes on the dining table, unable to resist rubbing his eyes. Guys, am I seeing things? Why do the dishes glow? Stark asked incredulously. Are you all right, Tony? It's a pity you've never encountered glowing cuisine before, Lu Chi said, striking a boastful pose with his hands on his hips. Today, you shall indulge. He patted Stark on the shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested camaraderie. Lu Maoxing, seated at the table, explained, cuisine is a source of happiness for people, and being a chef is a vocation that brings joy. When a chef cooks with immense passion, the dishes respond, and that golden glow is the finest testament to it. This is utterly unscientific, Stark muttered, his heart shattered. Lu Chi placed a large chicken leg into Stark's bowl and reassured him, do not doubt it. None of us are entirely normal, and if you can mingle with us, you're no ordinary person either. Do savor my star's culinary creations. Stark rolled his eyes at Lu Chi and took a bite of the chicken leg. Everyone watched him with eager smiles. Good heavens, what is this flavor? Stark exclaimed, utterly astonished. Delicious, isn't it? Today, Star has put forth every ounce of skill to prepare this feast. There is none like in the world. Consider yourself fortunate to partake, Lu Chi said proudly, regaling Stark with tales of Lu Maoxing's illustrious achievements. Dragon Chef? What is that? Stark inquired, perplexed. The Dragon Chef is the highest honor in the culinary world, the ultimate aspiration for all chefs. Its status is akin to that of an emperor's royal chef in ancient times, Lu Chi explained after thoughtful consideration. Then I must be living like an emperor, feasting on such delights daily. No wonder everyone aspires to be an emperor, Stark exclaimed, swiftly devouring the entire chicken leg. Grasping his chopsticks, he craned his neck, scanning the dining table. He felt that every dish appeared delectable, yet he wished to reserve his appetite for the most exquisite dish of all. Lu Chi, bursting into laughter, addressed the crowd. Everyone, please eat up. Today we have an extra mouth to feed. Be careful not to leave hungry. As soon as his words fell, chopsticks clattered, and in an instant, the dishes on the table visibly diminished. V and Johnny, eager to savor their favorite dishes, even resorted to activating their implants. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the group contentedly concluded their gathering. After the feast, The diners tossed their pristine plates into the dishwasher and collapsed onto the sofas on the second floor, sipping the digestive herbal tea brewed by Lou Moushing. Gabriel, what kind of heavenly life are you living? Stark nestled into the sofa, taking a sip of the slightly hot tea, lighting up one of Lou Chi's subpar cigarettes, and letting out a satisfied sigh. You must be quite sheltered. I wouldn't trade my life for a president's. Once my restaurant opens, I'll have a booking every week, making a profit of 50 grand with each order. This life is splendid. Lou Chi mused about the future from the comfort of the sofa. The others nodded in agreement. One order a week? I might as well book you for the year. Just name your price, Stark said, pulling out his checkbook. You needn't spend your money. Just come over to eat. Bringing an extra pair of chopsticks is no trouble at all. Lou Chi waved dismissively. Then I won't hold back. We're all friends here. No need for formality. As night fell, Stark prepared to leave. Remember to promote my place. My happy life depends on you. Lou Chi reminded him as he escorted Stark to the door. Sometimes, you're even more verbose than a woman. What, do pineapples have genders too? Stark teased, lightly punching Lou Chi's chest. The two shared a smile, gently bumping fists. Take care, Tony, just don't get shot down by anti-air missiles. Stark said as he climbed into the Iron Man's suit parked nearby, his tone light. As long as it's not a guided missile, I'll be fine. Off I go. With a wave, he ignited the thrusters and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lou Chi stood with hands on his hips, a smile on his face, and only turned back home once Stark was completely out of sight. A month later, Lou Chi's restaurant officially opened its doors, named Fantastical Private Kitchen. After bidding farewell to a guest who incessantly praised the chef, Lou Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The restaurant proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Being in the service industry required at least a polite demeanor, even if a warm smile was not mandatory. The weekly demands nearly pushed Lou Chi to the brink. Had it not been for the $800,000 in revenue each time, he would have closed the doors and given up. As he placed the impeccably clean plates and utensils into the dishwasher, Lou Chi sat at the bar, grumbling and lighting a cigarette. V and Johnny are of no help. They just brush me off when I ask for assistance. Just then, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Hey, Johnny, are you heading out? Seated at the bar, Lou Chi observed as Johnny, impeccably dressed, descended from the second floor, clutching the motorcycle keys bestowed by Stark. Well, having indulged in sleep during the day, I find myself restless now. Intending to release some pent-up energy, Johnny remarked with a suggestive tone. Oh, do return early and remember to bring the keys, Lou Chi replied. Understood, boss. I shall take my leave now. After exchanging a fist bump with Johnny, he watched as Johnny roared away on his motorcycle. Boss, I've made arrangements to meet my girlfriend at the nightclub, so there's no need to leave the door open for me. V, adorned in a form-fitting sequin gown, descended the stairs, her flawless figure unshackled from the confines of a leather jacket, accentuated by the snug dress. It was undeniable that V was the most intricately crafted and beautiful female character Lou Chi had ever engaged with in any game. Previously constrained by the limitations of the game's expressiveness, her allure became vividly apparent in reality, transforming into an ethereal beauty, serene yet as swift as a startled hare. Both Lou Chi and Stark had nurtured pleasant fantasies about the quiet V, until she uttered a single phrase. Armed with the most formidable mantis blades and clutching a high-end shotgun, she exuded an enchanting charm that could make one bleed from the nose and inflict a beating so severe it would leave one in utter disarray. The illustrious V, a legendary woman whose mere words could evoke the gravitas of a mountain collapsing before one's eyes, navigated her femininity with a resolute camaraderie among a group of rugged men, momentarily rendering them oblivious to her beauty. Moreover, she was of a different persuasion, with Stark humorously dubbing V as the greatest obstacle to modern urban men seeking companionship. Placing V amidst a gathering of women was akin to releasing a famished tiger into a pen of sheep, merely a distinction between devouring thoroughly or leaving remnants behind. When will you bring your girlfriend around for us to meet? Does she resemble Judy? Lou Chi inquired, leaning in with a smirk. Away with you, if you're truly bored. Boss, go tutor Xing in his studies instead of pestering me. V waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with disdain. A week prior, Lou Chi had noticed that Lou Moushing seemed entranced. His days were consumed with practicing culinary basics in the kitchen or leaning against the door, contemplating new recipes. Lou Chi deemed this unacceptable. A 13-year-old boy should not be devoid of mischief, gaming, or friendships? Was he destined to spend his life in the kitchen? Thus, Lu Qi exercised his authority as boss and convened a family meeting at the restaurant. With the theme of Xingxing's potential extends beyond the kitchen. He possesses a brighter future ahead. A fervent debate ensued. Lu Maoxing asserted that culinary skills were his singular talent, his calling, and he cherished the noble profession of a chef, willing to dedicate his life to it. V countered with the notion that the foundation of all success is knowledge. Devoid of knowledge, one cannot ascend to greatness, and the same applies to chefs, who must forge connections and acquire wisdom. Her argument garnered the judge's approval. Johnny articulated that there exists a culinary branch known as molecular gastronomy, which utilizes modern scientific instruments to appreciate the art of cooking from a microscopic perspective. It is an essential peak that aspiring chefs must ascend to reach the pinnacle of their craft, without a foundational understanding of scientific principles. A chef's aspirations remain mere idle talk. The judge nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this assertion. Lu Maoxing found himself in a state of turmoil. Lu Qi elaborated that American law explicitly prohibits illiterates from becoming chefs and denies entry to the kitchen for those lacking formal education. The judge remained silent for a considerable time before nodding in affirmation. Lu Maoxing promptly declared that learning brings him joy. He loves learning, and learning loves him back. Subsequently, the esteemed judge, Mr. Tony Stark, announced Lu Maoxing's acceptance into school, while the fantastical private kitchen would cease operations indefinitely, and inquired about the dining schedule. Due to Lu Maoxing's insufficient foundational knowledge, it was deemed that even attending school would not serve him well. Thus, Stark suggested he first engage in self-study at home until he could catch up, after which he would assist in finding a suitable school. Consequently, V became Lu Maoxing's tutor. Chapter 9. My Girlfriend is Extraordinary. The night in New York remained aglow with lights, earning its title as the city that never sleeps. The vibrant neon signs illuminated the city beneath the night sky, as fashionably dressed young men and women strolled along the bustling streets, their faces reflecting humanity's most primal impulses. Business elites concluded their hectic day, finally donning comfortable attire to unleash their excess hormones in nightlife venues. V was at the helm of a silver convertible, cruising down the expansive streets of New York. As a red light illuminated, the convertible halted, and a cool evening breeze tousled V's pristine white hair. The red light lingered longer than anticipated, depleting V's patience. She pressed the accelerator with fervor, as if urging the traffic signal to change. The V10 engine of her sports car roared in response, drawing the attention of passersby, who turned to gaze at the white-haired girl behind the wheel, while some whispered curiously and bolder young men whistled playfully. As the streetlights flickered on, V pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the convertible away amidst the thunderous engine roar. In a cloud of smoke, onlookers caught a glimpse of a delicate hand with a pale complexion, defiantly raised with a middle finger. After a brief 5-minute journey, V parked the car by the roadside, clutching her phone in anticipation, her face alight with expectation. Before long, a rumble approached swiftly. A pure black Corvette came to a halt behind her silver sports car. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle, a radiant smile blossomed on V's face. The car door swung open, revealing a striking beauty with deep brown hair, gracefully alighting from the vehicle. Dressed in a form-fitting crimson gown that accentuated her flawless figure and adorned with silver high heels, her rare emerald green eyes sparkled with life. As she beheld V, who stood with open arms and a beaming smile, the indifference in her gaze melted away, her eyes curving into delightful crescent shapes. She gracefully approached, her arms outstretched, gently encircling V's slender waist, resting her chin lightly upon V's shoulder as she softly inquired, "Hey, Valerie, are you thinking of me again?" Her voice bore a subtle metallic quality, reminiscent of a playful little leopard, stirring V's heartstrings. V wrapped one arm around the other's waist while the other tenderly caressed her slightly flushed, brown tresses, speaking with deep affection. "I am indeed thinking of you every moment, Natalia. Are you thinking of me too?" With that, the profound expression on V's face crumbled into a mischievous grin. In the stillness of New York City, the two embraced, whispering sweet words to each other. Yet V's hands grew increasingly restless, slowly sliding down from Natalia's waist. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Natalia's lips as she seized V's wandering hand, casting her a playful glare. "You're already causing mischief upon our first meeting. You speak so tenderly, Yet your hands are anything but innocent. How are you more lecherous than those crude men? You have no right. Go touch your own. After saying this, she deftly pushed V's misbehaving hand away, giving a light squeeze to V's shapely hips. Quite the rear, Natalia remarked with a teasing tone. V chuckled, taking Natalia's hand in hers, leading her toward the distant paradise of the night. Although this nightclub was situated on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, a wealthy friend of mine had raved about its allure, and upon acquiring his membership card, we decided to indulge ourselves tonight, with all expenses covered by the lovely Ms. V. Oh, am I to consider myself spoiled by you today? Natalia raised her beautifully arched eyebrows, her tone playful. Indeed, V affirmed with a nod, then turned to Natalia, adding, but just for today, mind you. No matter how affluent my friend is, I cannot squander recklessly. Familiarity must not overshadow a sense of decorum, as you've taught me. Natalia beamed with joy, enjoying the silky strands of V's white hair, as she remarked, well done. I shall give you an A. Then I must thank you, Professor Natalia. V teased. Oh, how you jest. They both laughed. Hand in hand, they stood side by side in the queue to enter the club. V leaned in, whispering conspiratorially to Natalia. What have you been busy with lately? You Haven T answer my calls. If it weren't for your occasional messages, I might have thought I'd been subjected to a silent treatment breakup. Natalia shot V a knowing glance. We're still merely friends. And I haven't yet agreed to anything. Surely you will in time. One to you? You still owe me an answer. Do tell. Why the silent treatment? V playfully pouted, catching Natalia and those around them off guard with her charm. Recollecting herself, Natalia smiled softly, wrapping her arms around V's, gently explaining. There have been changes at work, many tasks to manage, hence my busyness, but it seems I've been promoted, albeit with frequent travel. Then allow me to congratulate you. And I shall thank you. Two beautiful women nestled closely together, sharing whispers and laughter, creating a captivating scene that magnetically drew the attention of all the hormone-fueled males in the vicinity. At that moment, a few audacious individuals, resembling small pill bottles, approached. It was evident that they were under the influence, their lips glistening with drool, staggering like they were walking on clouds, with pale skin and yellowing teeth. The pungent odor of drugs lingering around them, undeterred even by their attempts to mask it with cologne. They encircled V and Natalie, with one burly man standing directly in front of them, exhaling a noxious stench with every breath. The nightclub had yet to open, and the security had not arrived, leaving most patrons there simply to enjoy themselves or accompany a partner, all intent on avoiding trouble. Noticing the malicious grins of the group, both V and Natalie instinctively sought to protect one another, but V, displaying her superior strength, assertively shielded Natalie behind her. Natalie glanced at V, a look of surprise crossing her face. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? V inquired calmly. Oh, we merely wish to invite the two ladies for a drink. One of them replied, eyes glinting with ill intent. Listen, we're here to have a good time and are not looking for trouble. So it would be best for you to turn around and leave before security arrives. It would be for the good of all involved. V, not wanting to resort to violence in front of Natalie, restrained her temper and spoke in a tranquil tone, hoping to resolve the situation amicably. Not to worry. We'll finish our business before the security shows up. They laughed with reckless abandon. Sensing the underlying threat in their tone, V's demeanor transformed into one of ferocity, akin to a beast roused from slumber. Natalie noted this shift, and the surrounding individuals began to realize that this young woman was not to be trifled with. However, the group of pill bottles, clearly deranged from their substance use, continued to mock V's bravado with raucous laughter. The phrase "strike first" was common knowledge even among children in Night City, and as a legendary mercenary, V embodied this principle to perfection. In a swift motion, V stepped forward, seized the collar of one, and with a powerful heave, executed a formidable throw. With a resounding crack, one of the pill bottles fell, frothing at the mouth. Without granting them a moment to recover, V leaped forward, delivering a precise sidekick that sent another flying. With each punch and kick, straight jabs, wide swings, front kicks, and low strikes, V's movements, though seemingly ordinary, were imbued with an aesthetic strength. The pill bottles were like rag dolls in her hands, easily manipulated and dispatched. For V, taking their lives was as effortless as the most basic of needs, yet showing restraint was a challenge. In Night City, she never held back. Indeed, One of the pill bottles, having been on the receiving end of V's merciful touch, groggily rose from the ground, shaking his dazed head. His face contorted with rage and malice. He drew the dagger from his lower back and thrust it forcefully towards V's waist. Such a jesting attack was of no concern to V. Not to mention her infinite life, even this small dagger could not pierce her synthetic skin, rendering her defenses unnecessary. Oh no, Natalie is still here. How am I going to explain this? V suddenly recalled the crux of the matter, but now? Evasion could only rely on her cybernetic enhancements, which would only complicate her explanation further. Just as V prepared to surrender to the situation, a fragrant breeze swept in. Natalie seized the assailant's wrist, executing a swift and decisive headlock throw that incapacitated him entirely. "Darling, do remember to keep an eye on your surroundings," Natalie remarked with a confident toss of her chestnut locks. Through their combined efforts, the duo swiftly dispatched more than 10 small vials in less than half a minute. They exchanged glances, both pondering silently. My girlfriend is quite extraordinary. Chapter 10. Johnny's concerns. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment in Queens, a dimly lit and cramped room resembled a refuse heap, with the floor littered with empty beer cans, used condoms, and discarded clothing. The coffee table was overwhelmed with instant noodle containers and a mountain of cigarette butts, while the sink overflowed with dirty dishes. In one corner, heaps of trash lay alongside a battered electric guitar. Johnny lay bare on a disheveled double bed, a cigarette pinched between his left fingers, while his right arm embraced a bare body. He spread his arms wide, squinting slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The blonde woman nestled in his embrace gently writhed, tracing circles on Johnny's chest with her right hand, emitting soft murmurs. After exhaling the last puff of smoke, Johnny rose to dress, while the blonde sat up, revealing her alluring figure. "Darling, are you leaving?" she asked, her tone laced with reluctance. Johnny nodded. "Will we meet again?" "Not sure. Could you give me your contact information?" As he fastened his trousers, Johnny replied coldly, "I cannot." The unexpected chill in Johnny's demeanor caught the blonde off guard. She pouted, her expression one of hurt, and tentatively inquired, "What about your name? Can you tell me your name?" Johnny turned to face her, locking his gaze onto hers. "Emily, the innocent girl next door act doesn't suit your repertoire. I could toss a case of beer onto the dance floor of Wildfire Bar, and at least 8 or 9 of the simpering fools you've slept with would be reduced to tears. And yet here you are, pretending to be pure? Have you lost your mind?" "What do you mean?" Emily's tone grew progressively frigid. "Do you need me to spell out for you? Is your head only for making you appear taller?" Johnny donned his final piece of clothing, lighting a cigarette as he contemptuously remarked, "A live-in singer who indulges in drugs and promiscuity, clearly attempting to ensnare a sucker like me. Yet too lazy to even clean up the used condoms on her floor. Are you looking down on me, or do you hold yourself in too high regard? Why are you still sleeping with me?" Johnny scoffed, his cigarette-laden fingers gesturing dismissively at Emily. "I'm the kind of person who relishes taking advantage of opportunities. If a girl comes knocking at my door, I would be a fool not to indulge, just like the others who have been with you." As Johnny opened the door, a thought struck him, and he turned to Emily, saying, "You are not suited for rock and roll. Your soul resembles a pool of muck, repugnant enough to make me nauseous." With that, he exited the room. He rode his powerful motorcycle through the vibrant streets of New York City at night. The brisk wind tousled his long black hair as he surveyed the bustling pedestrians, a smirk of arrogance curling at the corners of his lips. The neon lights of various nightclubs flickered, with young men and women gathered together, laughing boisterously. For a fleeting moment, Johnny felt as though he had returned to the familiar night city. This brief illusion left him momentarily dazed. He parked his motorcycle at the roadside and sat on the curb outside his restaurant, retrieving a flask from his pocket and taking a swig of potent Chinese liquor. Exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, Johnny felt the fierce rhythm of his heart pounding in his chest. He clenched his fist, savoring the flesh and blood reality of his arm, and gradually, the unease within him dissipated. He was unaware of how long he had sat there until V returned and found him dazedly perched at the entrance. "What are you thinking about?" V inquired, taking a sip from the flask resting nearby. The fiery sensation of the liquor ignited her throat, transforming her expression into a comical one. Ignoring V's question, Johnny mused aloud. "This city truly is remarkable. I assent it, V. There are no monopolistic corporations, nor are there starving citizens. You need not fear losing your land or water, nor worry about scavengers taking your organs and cybernetic enhancements. Though puzzled by Johnny's sudden philosophical musings, V recognized his inherent sensitivity. Endless liquor and endless women, right? That's undeniably your style, she remarked, seating herself beside him and lighting a cigarette, expressing her concern in her own way. Johnny chuckled softly. Indeed, that is my style. Living each day in drunken debauchery, concocting ridiculous schemes. It's my idea, yet I'm always the first to abandon it, leaving you and the boss to clean up my mess. The boss is willing to handle your aftermath, and so am I, but I would appreciate it if you could make some adjustments. After all, bringing home a man reeking of alcohol doesn't do wonders for my reputation, V quipped, taking a drag from her cigarette. How amusing. The legendary V of Night City, renowned and illustrious, claimed she would clean up my mess. I don't have enough money to pay you for that, Johnny said, a hint of melancholy shadowing his expression as his voice grew somber. Johnny, what is it that you're rambling about? V asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. V, I do not fear your mockery. For but a fleeting moment, I felt as though I had returned to Night City, still the arrogant Johnny Silverhand, with Arasaka looming over everyone, draining the lifeblood from all. Yet I found myself too timid to grasp the gun in my hand and resist. V, do you know Johnny's fingers clasping a cigarette trembled slightly. I feel as if Johnny Silverhand is slowly dying within my heart, the flame of my rebellion gradually extinguishing, and I am increasingly becoming a stranger to myself. Johnny, as if entranced, nervously inhaled from a cigarette, his tone rife with self-doubt. What transpires when Johnny Silverhand appears in a world devoid of struggle? Johnny fixed his gaze intently upon V. Nothing will happen. Merely, the world will gain another foolish man. Johnny, has your mind been so scrambled by women that you have spent hours contemplating this absurdity, like a homeless fool? The roar of Johnny's motorcycle was deafening. And Lucci's room was situated right next to the street. From the moment Johnny sat on the road, Lucci remained by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching him until V returned. Initially, he intended to take another nap, but upon hearing Johnny ramble downstairs, he ultimately could not resist descending. Lucci plopped down beside Johnny, wrapping an arm tightly around his neck, and said, "Since the arrival of the stars, we have not conversed from the heart." Seizing this opportunity, "Let us hold an adult meeting today, sans children." With that, he shook Johnny playfully and inquired, "Choose, Johnny. Do you consider yourself an adult or a child? Will you return to sleep now, or do you wish to have a proper chat with us? Let's talk, boss. All right, first, share your thoughts." After this, Lucci and V, much like eager students, gazed at Johnny with eyes sparkling with curiosity, their faces starkly inscribed with the word, gossip. Knowing he could not escape this ordeal today, Johnny resigned himself and began to articulate the turmoil within. "Boss, I feel as if I have completely merged with this world. The flame of rebellion within me is extinguishing, courage dwindling, while apprehensions multiply. I can scarcely compose the opening of a rock song. I no longer recognize myself." Johnny's eyes appeared veiled in dust, devoid of their former brilliance. "I cannot even fathom returning to the cyber world. I have lost the courage to rebel against Arasaka, and now the flame in my heart has faded, leaving only ruins." Lucci slapped his forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "Do all of you literary types speak in such a pretentious manner? After all this, it boils down to such trivial matters. How dull." He lit a cigarette, adopting a pose as if prepared for an elaborate discourse. Under the curious gazes of the two, Lucci began recounting his past tales. Chapter 11. The Soul of Freedom. "Have I ever shared my past with you?" Lucci casually inquired after taking a puff of his cigarette. The two nodded in unison like obedient children. Perhaps their innocent demeanor ignited Lucci's desire to recount his story. He shifted his posture to a more comfortable position and began. "I reside in a world of multiple nations, where the populace lives in peace and prosperity. With diligence and hard work, the majority can lead fulfilling lives, and my homeland stands out among the nations of the world. I hail from a well-to-do family. My father is an executive at a multinational corporation, while my mother manages a large chain of fast food restaurants, and I am their only child. Unlike you, I was born in Rome, and I could live a life of leisure without ever worrying about finances. The New Year's money I received before the age of 10 would suffice for a typical family of 4 to live comfortably for a lifetime. My father is a traditional patriarch. Since my earliest memories, he has consistently set aside time to personally guide me in my studies, overseeing my completion of assigned homework. In my recollections, he has never praised me, not even with a simple well done, as he always felt I fell short of expectations. Although my childhood was not particularly joyful, I found no significant fault in it. In comparison to my father, I indeed had much to strive for. My mother, however, was considerably more nurturing, not because she neglected my studies or offered me compliments, but because her love for me was palpable. I do not imply that my father does not love me. As I mentioned earlier, he embodies the traditional father figure, his emotions restrained, and his demeanor perpetually solemn, maintaining the visage of a family leader, despite earning less than a third of what my mother does. He loves me deeply, but expresses it in his own way, believing that fostering my talents is the truest manifestation of his affection. This realization was not my own. I learned it from my mother during my rebellious phase at the age of 12. Looking back, I can see how adeptly she navigated my defiance. No wonder I could only be her son. At this juncture, Lucci let out a slight sigh, extinguishing the smoldering cigarette that had burned his fingers, and continued. Nonetheless, my mother managed to steer me through my rebellious years, and I continued to lead a life of little variation. I spent 12 hours each day studying and another 12 resting, endlessly attending tutoring sessions and completing an avalanche of homework devoid of childhood friends or memories. In retrospect, my childhood consisted solely of a room filled with toys I had no time to play with, alongside mountains of workbooks and numerous tutors I had only met once. This routine persisted until I turned 18, at which point I successfully gained admission to a university. Not the most prestigious, but still respectable. In truth, this was by design. Do you know why? With a chuckle, Lucci remarked, observing the two shaking their heads in confusion. Because performing too well would necessitate studying in the capital, where my father's company and my mother's flagship store are located. Attending school, there would be no different than living at home. I was already 18. Can you imagine what my aspirations were at that time? I am unreservedly sharing with you that my desire at that time was to watch an entire adult film. I'm not joking. Ha ha ha. Can you believe it? Watching such films really is something, my friend. Ha ha ha. It makes me laugh, so heart hurts. Indeed, even now, I find it amusing to the core. Ha ha ha. The three of us erupted into laughter, infusing the currently tranquil streets of New York with a hint of liveliness and commotion. Once we had composed ourselves, Lucci continued. How could my little schemes possibly escape the keen eyes of my parents? They saw through my ruse, but chose not to intervene. Perhaps they believed I had matured enough to make my own decisions. They informed me that the family business encountered difficulties and that they needed to be abroad for a few years, leaving me a substantial sum of money, allowing me to repeat a year of study. What issues could there have been with the business? They merely wished for me to pursue my studies without the burden of financial worries. At that time, however, I was blissfully naive, entirely oblivious to the underlying intentions, simply reveling in my newfound freedom. Reflecting on that period, I realized I was quite foolish. The two companions nodded in agreement, now thoroughly captivated by Lucci's tale. 4 years of university, plus an additional year of study. I assure you, I truly went wild. Aside from any illegal activities, I essentially indulged in everything imaginable. Studying? Just a 6. Attending classes? A mere 6. Dating? ISNT, spending money delightful? Just a 6. Lucci recalled his glorious youth, his body trembling with excitement. Driving luxury cars, residing in opulent homes, donning exquisite watches, savoring the finest cuisine, and enjoying the company of the most beautiful women. Adult films? Not at all. I skipped the beginner's tutorial and dove straight into practice. My final year was a frantic attempt to study, and I barely managed to graduate. But my good times came to an end when my parents returned. When I went to the airport to greet them, my heart raced, fully aware that they knew everything I had done. However, I had successfully lulled myself into a state of denial, thinking one day at a time. But now it was time to face the consequences. To my surprise, my parents did not scold or hit me. My mother expressed how much she had missed me, while my father merely stared at me for a while before commenting that I had grown taller and stronger. I vividly recall the ride home as the driver navigated the airport road, while I sat in the passenger seat, chatting with my parents. At that moment, Lucci's expression darkened as he continued. A fully loaded dump truck collided with our vehicle, and I was flung out through the shattered glass of the passenger window. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that I had lost both of my legs and my left hand. V exchanged a glance with his companion, rendered speechless. Lucci, however, shrugged nonchalantly and proceeded. The doctor informed me that my parents and the driver had died on the spot. The dump truck driver was found to be driving under the influence, bearing full responsibility, but due to not fleeing the scene and voluntarily reporting the incident. He was ultimately sentenced to 7 years in prison and compensated me with $2 million. And thus, the matter was resolved. Lucci lifted his gaze, his eyes fierce, momentarily seeming to transform into a shade of green. Exhaling deeply, he continued, on the very day of the incident, my parents' company experienced a significant shift in ownership. My father was ousted, and my mother's shares were cunningly acquired at a fraction of their value. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Certainly it is strange. Yet I am but a powerless individual. What can I do? They did not withhold financial support from me, and I possess no evidence. The two remained silent, yet their grim expressions betrayed the turmoil within their hearts. Ah, indeed, I was utterly disillusioned at that time, disappointed with everyone and everything. However, several law enforcement officers approached me, expressing that the situation was suspicious and that they wished to assist me in uncovering the truth, requiring my consent. I acquiesced. I held no hope for myself. In fact, I contemplated ending it all, but they ignited a spark of hope within me. Even a person as uneducated as I could perceive the depths of this matter, they understood it far better than I did, though I did not seek assistance. They persistently sought me out, eager to help and hoping for my authorization. Eventually, I grew weary of their persistence and consented. They visited me almost daily, tending to my needs. Gradually, we formed a semblance of friendship. Yet as time passed, I noticed the influx of visitors increased, while the faces I recognized dwindled. When I inquired, they merely responded with vague busyness. I sensed something amiss and sought to retract my authorization. But they merely smiled and directed me to speak with their superiors, claiming the matter was beyond their jurisdiction, passing the responsibility back to me. I cannot recall how much time elapsed before someone who had been visiting informed me that the truth had finally been revealed and all was resolved. As I surveyed the throng of dozens, I realized I could not identify a single familiar face. All my attempts to reach out resulted in disconnected numbers. Sacrificed? I remember asking, to which the leader nodded. At that moment, my interest in uncovering the truth waned, and I dismissed them all. Lucci rasped. I sold all the shares in the company that I had regained, retaining only a small portion, donating the rest to them. Initially, they were reluctant to accept, but I threatened that if they did not take the money, I would demand my remains the next day. They accepted and established a fully transparent foundation, which I chose not to investigate. During that time, I rarely saw anyone aside from doctors and nurses, isolating myself in my hospital room, indulging in anime and video games, even resorting to cheats for enjoyment. I cannot recall how long this continued until a cup spilled and electricity turned me to ash. The rest, you all know. Click. Lucci lit another cigarette, gazing at the two silent figures, and softly remarked, Johnny, you claim you dare not return to Night City. Now ponder this. Do you think I dare return to my own world? With an aggressive tone, Lucci pressed on, you say you have lost your spirit of resistance. And because of that, you are no longer yourself? If courage diminishes, must it be discarded? By hiding behind me, you can still live quite well. Excessive concern indicates that you are not alone. You have embraced new friends and a fresh way of life. Cherish your current apprehensions. A lack of self-recognition signifies your growth. You are increasingly resembling a normal individual. Now, take the time to reacquaint yourself with who you are. Unable to compose a song? Do I truly need to persuade you? If you cannot write, then do not force it. Indulge in drinking and pursuing romantic interests instead. Am I to sustain us through your songwriting? Focus on honing your vocal skills. Lucci shouted fervently, seemingly offering forceful encouragement to Johnny, yet in truth, he was merely expressing the frustrations that weighed heavily upon his heart. After releasing a deep breath of pent-up emotions, Lucci gently patted Johnny's shoulder and spoke softly. I understand that you artistic souls often favor poetic expressions, so allow me to share one as well. Seizing the cigarette from Johnny's hand, he took a deep drag and proclaimed, You declare yourself a flame of rebellion, while I proclaim myself a spring of hope. When the spring extinguishes the flame, rebellion transforms into dark smoke. Lucci's gaze was unprecedentedly earnest as he fixed his eyes intently on Johnny's. Articulating each word with precision, I inquired of the dark smoke, and it replied, I am Keanu Johnny, and my soul is named Freedom. Chapter 12. The arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Perhaps it was a fleeting whim, or perhaps a sudden lapse in judgment. But after the outpouring of embarrassing confessions and the final bout of youthful exuberance in the early hours, Liu Qi felt as though he had perished once more. He yearned for Stark to expedite the development of a cosmic battleship, for he now desired to inhabit another planet. What once seemed to be his handsome charm now felt foolish, and during breakfast, Liu Qi found himself too embarrassed to lift his gaze. Boss, have you slept awkwardly? The naive Liu Maoxing was oblivious to the subtle air of tension, focusing solely on whether Liu Qi's neck had indeed been strained. Ahem, yes. My neck is indeed sore, and rather severely so. I may have to live with my head bowed from now on, Liu Qi replied with feigned seriousness. A silence enveloped the air. Ha ha ha, my apologies. Boss, I truly could not contain myself, V exclaimed, her laughter so intense that she nearly struggled to breathe, akin to executing sit-ups as she doubled over in her chair, causing the table to rattle. Liu Qi felt as if his face was about to sprout wings and take flight. Puffed. Johnny ultimately succumbed to laughter. Shut up, you wretch. This morning's incident is entirely your fault. You have no right to mock me. Liu Qi finally lost his composure, directing a barrage of complaints towards Johnny, leaving Liu Maoxing beside them utterly bewildered. Did I miss something? Liu Maoxing leaned closer to V and whispered. Indeed, you missed a great deal. Who could blame you for sleeping so soundly? I shan't divulge the details, as I intend for you to remain curious for a lifetime, V whispered, covering her mouth. Ah, how can you do this to me? I'm so curious. I'm merely exercising my feminine privilege. Seeing the two gossiping about him right beneath his nose nearly drove Liu Qi to the brink of transformation. As a product of this underworld, V clearly had no understanding of the concept of knowing when to withdraw. She approached Liu Qi, leaning close to his ear, and teasingly inquired, Boss, when will your spiritual spring be fully replenished? I too harbor a burning desire that only you can extinguish. It is named desire, and it has hardened. My fists have tightened. My anger is quite substantial at this moment. Perhaps you could assist me in quelling it? It is called the fury of the leader. Upon sensing Liu Qi's discontent, V was somewhat prepared, yet her abilities paled in comparison to his. Even with her cybernetic enhancements activated, Liu Qi's swift, albeit embarrassed, slap landed on V's perky backside with astonishing speed. Smack! Ah, boss, I was wrong, I won't dare again. No, I truly won T. Due to V's innate ability to regenerate indefinitely, Liu Qi showed no restraint, the sound of slaps echoing relentlessly. The intense pain made V feel as if her backside might split apart, and she cried out in distress. Trying to play with me? I'll show you who's in control. Wasn't it about extinguishing the flames? Today, I shall thoroughly quell your fire with my legendary extinguishing palm. Countless golden handprints erupted from Liu Qi's palm, targeting V's rear end with unerring precision. As V screamed in agony, she frantically sought to evade him, darting around the room at lightning speed, even beginning to run in circles around Johnny, nearly depleting the air around him. Get away and don't involve innocent bystanders, Johnny remarked with disdain, swallowing his food. Finally, Liu Qi had vented his frustration, while V lay sprawled on the sofa on the second floor, rubbing her sore backside. Though she wouldn't sustain injuries, the pain was still very real. Johnny, what just transpired? Liu Maoxing asked, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Mind your own business, little one, and focus on your studies, Johnny waved him off, shooing him to the study on the second floor. Observing Johnny's keen insight as he took upon himself the task of clearing the dining table with a smirk, Liu Qi decided it was not worth his time to engage further. Since he had already lost face in front of them, he might as well embrace the absurdity and see who could be more shameless. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the balding Coulson hurriedly entered the dining area. We have paused operations. There are no customers at this hour. Ah, Agent Coulson, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Liu Qi welcomed him warmly, gesturing for him to come in. I've been quite well, Mr. Gavin. I have come to discuss a personal matter for which I seek your assistance. Oh, what personal matter? Liu Qi handed Coulson a glass of ice water and, taking a seat on the sofa, inquired with curiosity. Coulson smiled gently and remarked, It has come to my attention that your restaurant has become quite the sensation among the affluent, making reservations exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Those who have dined at your establishment have formed an exclusive circle, predominantly composed of renowned tycoons who are formidable and rather insular, often dismissing those who have yet to experience the dining here. I am aware of this, as the individuals within this circle possess wealth and influence that is truly remarkable. I am acquainted with a few of them, and they are rather amiable. Interestingly, I recall that Tony once found the notion amusing and contemplated creating a similar circle. However, he ultimately disregarded all the potential candidates, and it fizzled out. So, is this the reason for your visit? Lucci inquired. Carlson shook his head. Not quite. This serves merely as a prelude to my request. I have genuinely come to seek your assistance. After saying this, Carlson displayed a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Seek my assistance? Lucci gazed at Carlson's face, perplexed. What could I possibly do for you? You can't be suggesting that you wish to dine and need my help to secure a reservation? Lucci chuckled at his own jest. Carlson replied, Actually, I have come to ask you for a reservation. Lucci and Johnny exchanged bewildered glances. Huh? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Carlson elaborated. I have a girlfriend who is a cellist. She has recently been invited to an event hosted by a wealthy individual, the head of the world's largest symphony orchestra, someone you have met before. Johnny's face lit up with realization. You must be referring to Augustin, that elderly gentleman with a penchant for tailcoats. Carlson nodded. Precisely, that's him. Wait a moment. Lucci interjected. Are you implying that your girlfriend wishes to join the orchestra? And that is why you are seeking my help with the reservation? He lit a cigarette, curiosity piqued. That is indeed the case, Carlson affirmed. So you agents engage in this sort of maneuvering as well? Lucci asked, somewhat resigned. We agents are human too. Even the president seeks assistance from others. Carlson shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, V sauntered down the stairs and plopped down beside Lucci, asking, You two aren't planning to investigate matters pertaining to that elusive circle, are you? Hence the need for a reservation? Carlson shook his head. Do not be misled by our appearance. S.H.A.L.D. wields considerable authority. If we truly wish to investigate something, we could intervene directly. Furthermore, any inquiries would typically be handled by the agency's spies. I am merely an ordinary agent and not specialized in espionage. After pondering for a moment, Lucci replied, Our restaurant is currently closed for various reasons. However, I find you quite likable, so I shall make an exception for you. But do not rejoice too soon. I have my conditions. As mutual trust and benefit are the essence of friendship. Would you not agree? With a beaming smile, Carlson inquired, I understand, but it will be preferable if it were not too troublesome. I actually do not possess such high authority. Minor matters I can manage, but larger ones may prove beyond my capabilities. Lucci nodded with a smile. It's not exactly a major issue. I merely wish to inquire about something. Would you be so kind as to provide us with some clarification? Carlson, intrigued, asked, Do tell. Lucci rubbed his hands together and continued, What is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current stance towards us? It seems you haven't sought us out in quite some time. Does this imply we are no longer under scrutiny? Observing the three individuals before him, all with curious expressions, Carlson took a sip of water and replied slowly. Your cases are being handled according to the Special Talent Management Protocol. This so-called protocol is quite straightforward, divided into 4 stages. Preliminary investigation, implementation of monitoring, personality and character analysis, and finally, attempts at contact. For those who present no issues post-contact, we will attempt to integrate them into our organization. Conversely, individuals with complications will be investigated, and appropriate actions will be taken, arrests or worse, as necessary. Those who pose no threat but are reluctant to join us will be documented. Once we ascertain that these individuals are indeed non-threatening, we will revoke the protocol concerning you. You currently fall into this category. Your files have been sealed, and all other records have been destroyed. Only the director and I are aware of your existence. Barring an apocalyptic event, we shall not disturb you lightly. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a concentration camp. We do not wish to drive remarkable individuals like yourselves into opposition. Our aim is to ensure your comfort. As long as you abide by the law and live your lives peacefully, you are just like any other ordinary citizens of America. There is no difference. I see. So we are essentially in the clear now, Lucci remarked, gaining clarity. Carlson nodded in affirmation. Very well, I can suddenly. Lucci's words were interrupted by the ringing of Carlson's phone. Hello? Yes, I understand. I will relay the message. Carlson's expression darkened with the length of the call. Hey, Carlson, Lucci began, but was quickly cut off as Coulson spoke rapidly. Urgency in his tone. Two humanoid monsters have appeared in downtown New York, and their battle has resulted in significant property damage and casualties. Tony Stark is engaging them alone, and he has incurred great costs to lead the creatures away from the city. I must attend to this matter now. I will return. With that, Coulson hurriedly exited the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Lucci paused momentarily before extending his senses, enveloping the entire planet in his awareness. Anxiously, he searched for Stark's presence. Tony, where are you? Lucci's eyes brightened suddenly, and with his right hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers against his forehead, vanishing from sight in an instant. Warning, warning. Sir, your right arm is missing, 3 ribs on the left side and 2 on the right are fractured. Your right leg is shattered. Your left ankle is severely sprained. Your right eye is lost. Your body is covered in multiple bruises, and you are experiencing internal bleeding in several areas, with a blood loss reaching 23. Your armor is damaged to 71, leaving only 11 intact. Please seek medical attention immediately, as you are in critical danger. Warning, warning. In the desolate expanse of the desert, Stark knelt pitifully on one knee. The sand beneath him stained a deep crimson with his blood. His right arm was a mere void, and his chest plate was severely dented. Half of his helmet was missing, revealing a gaping, blood-soaked cavity where his right eye once resided. Not far from him, a green giant lay incapacitated in a deep pit, while a gray giant approached with a menacing grin. The world's wealthiest man, a super genius, a playboy, Tony Stark, or rather Iron Man. Which identity do you intend to inscribe upon your gravestone? The gray giant squatted before Stark, his expression a cruel mockery, as if he had already secured victory. The pain coursing through Stark made uttering a word an arduous task. He could only kneel, gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, seeping into the hollow sockets of his eyes, igniting a faint sting. The gray giant roared with laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Look at you now, Tony. In the past, you were so formidable, while I was nothing but heir to you. But now, the tables have turned completely. Haven tea, they? With that, he grasped Stark's head, lifting him towards him with a sinister grin. It's all about power. You were stronger than me once, so you could ignore my existence. But now I am stronger, and I can trample you at will. Apologies for interrupting your monologue, but who are you? Stark retorted with a sardonic expression, filled with disdain. I will make you remember. Tony Stark. The giant released his grip, and Stark fell backward onto the ground. It's all over. As the enormous gray foot loomed closer, Stark closed his eyes. Bang! Just in time. Gavin, is that you, buddy? Chapter 14. The rescue, though a bit tardy, Lucci finally arrived just in time. Gazing at the formidable gray behemoth before him, towering at least 4 meters high with a ghastly visage, he epitomized the archetype of a villain. Wait for me to deal with him. It will be swift. Lucci effortlessly hoisted the gray giant's foot, standing tall with an air of nonchalance. The gray giant was clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. As he attempted to withdraw his legs, he was struck by a fierce blow to his abdomen. Feeling as though a power drill were piercing him, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind and the diminishing silhouettes of 3 figures. Observing the giant soaring through the air, shrinking in size, Lucci raised his right hand and aimed at him. With a thunderous sound, a blue orb of light shot forth from his palm, hurtling towards the gray giant at an astonishing speed. As the explosion erupted, flames spread across the sky, and the impacted giant vanished with the wind, the resultant shockwave stirring up the dust on the ground. Everything transpired too abruptly. Stark stood in a daze, his mind momentarily halted. With the trouble seemingly resolved, Lucci turned and squatted before Stark, producing a green capsule from his pocket and placing it into Stark's mouth. Swallow it, Lucci gently instructed. The crisp sound of chewing emanated from Stark, who swallowed the capsule with a decisive gulp. How is this possible? Stark exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. He noticed his wounds itching, and upon glancing at his severed arm, he beheld new tissue rapidly forming, visibly growing into a fresh limb. In less than 10 seconds, Stark felt as though he had been reborn, brimming with energy, completely devoid of the near-death experience he had just endured. You truly astound me. Nevertheless, thank you, Gavin, for saving my life, Stark declared, embracing the tall man before him, slapping his back with enthusiasm. Lucci, akin to a comforting figure for a child, gently patted Stark's back twice, saying, "Tony, if you feel like crying, it will be best to turn away from me. I fear I might burst into laughter. Please, I've just faced death. Can't you speak to me nicely, Gavin?" Stark retorted, pushing Lu Chi away with a tone of exasperation. "How did you suddenly appear before me? How did you know I was in danger? What was that orb of light you shot from your palm? What other secrets are you withholding from me?" Observing Stark transform into a veritable fountain of inquiries, Lu Chi sighed in resignation, knowing that such a day would inevitably arrive. Their group harbored too many secrets to divulge. As he faced the incessantly chattering Stark, he could even discern a hint of grievance etched on Stark's scruffy face, sending a shiver down Lu Chi's spine. At that moment, the Hulk, lying in the distance, slowly began to rise from the ground. Upon turning his head, he noticed Lu Chi and Stark engaged in their animated exchange, and with a furious roar, he erupted in anger. "Oh no, this guy is waking up!" Stark exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to pull Lu Chi behind him. "Tony, your armor is completely wrecked, so stop thinking about protecting me. I'll handle what remains." With that, Lu Chi prepared to charge at the Hulk. "Wait a moment, Gavin. It seems this fellow intends to flee." Stark intervened, blocking Lu Chi's advance. The Hulk bellowed at the two, then propelled himself into the air, leaping away towards an uninhabited direction. The two exchanged silent glances, lost in thought, until Stark broke the stillness. "Gavin, how did you manage that? Are you some kind of Eastern immortal? Was that mysterious elixir you gave me a divine potion? Yet, why does it resemble a capsule? Is it a fusion of some sort?" As Stark began to ramble again, Lu Chi quickly interjected, "I am neither an immortal nor a deity, and what I provided was no miraculous elixir. My friend, there are no gods in this world. I am merely a somewhat powerful ordinary person, as you have long known. Haven't you? You are correct. There are no gods, only individuals of extraordinary power, much like yourself." Stark nodded in agreement. "However, after this, you must assist me with some experiments. I'm exceedingly curious about your martial arts. You will comply with my requests, won't you?" Stark pressed further. "No problem. Once everything concludes, I will cooperate with you. But you should understand the rules," Lu Chi replied, making a gesture as if to rub his fingers together. "My friend, the check I previously gave you is sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence," Stark remarked with dissatisfaction. "As I am a greedy scoundrel, I won't fret over having too much money." Lu Chi laughed heartily. "Very well, but I also wish to purchase some of those medicines you just provided. I trust you won't refuse me?" Stark inquired. "No problem, priced at $500,000 each, clearly marked, no deceit," Lu Chi stated. "Deal." The two shook hands, solidifying their collaboration. Just as they were celebrating their agreement, the sound of a jet engine approached from afar. Lu Chi looked up to see a plane adorned with an eagle emblem speeding towards them. "Tony, I must leave quickly. Do not disclose my visit to anyone, especially Hield." With a brief farewell, Lu Chi utilized instantaneous movement to return home. "What on earth was that trick?" Stark murmured, watching Lu Chi vanish. The plane soon arrived overhead, and upon landing, a tall black man clad in a black trench coat, wearing a single black eye patch and sporting a shaved head, descended from the aircraft. Upon seeing Stark enscathed before him, the man subtly sighed in relief. "Tony Stark, you certainly know how to stir up trouble. Taking on two monsters single-handedly. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Nick Fury reproached Stark, attempting to seize control of the conversation. Hith, my friend. I don't even know you. What right do you have to point fingers at me? Besides, I succeeded, didn't I? If you wish to board your aircraft back to New York, I would have turned away long ago. So mind your words, all right?" Stark, unaccustomed to being reproached, retorted immediately. The other party scrutinized Stark for a moment before uttering something that Stark found utterly perplexing. "It seems we need to reassess you, Mr. Tony Stark." Chapter 15. Conversation, what are you talking about, reassess? Could you please fly me back to New York? "I have many matters to attend to," Stark inquired impatiently. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, currently serving as the director of SHLD. With that, Nick Fury extended his right hand towards Stark. "Oh, I'm not particularly thrilled to meet you, so I believe an introduction from me is unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree?" Stark replied dismissively as he shook Fury's hand. At that moment, a large contingent of heavily armed agents descended from the aircraft, wielding specialized equipment and meticulously scanning the vicinity. Nick Fury surveyed the surroundings and gestured towards the plane, saying, "Mr. Stark, shall we discuss matters aboard the aircraft?" Stark nodded in acquiescence and followed Fury's lead into a technologically advanced room within the plane. Seated across from one another, Nick Fury began, "I know you, Tony Stark. Chairman of Stark Industries, a brilliant scientist, philanthropist, playboy, and the sole heir of Howard Stark." Fury recited Stark's background with remarkable familiarity. "You can find all of that information online. Just tell me what you want without beating around the bush," Stark replied impatiently. Fury nodded solemnly and stated, "For quite some time, I have aspired to assemble a task force composed of exceptional individuals, and you, Tony Stark, are the talent I have set my sights on. I would like to invite you to join my team, which I have dubbed the Avengers." Upon hearing this, Stark displayed a disinterested demeanor, crossing his legs and responding in a nonchalant tone, "I have no interest in your superhero ensemble. Can you just take me back to New York now?" Fury, sensing his opportunity, smiled and remarked, "I recall that you have always preferred to handle matters alone. How has that worked out for you?" "How so?" Stark inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. How? How does it feel to take on two monsters by yourself? What was the outcome?" Fury pressed. Stark shrugged and replied, "The result is that I emerged victorious. And without a scratch. Oh, my suit may be damaged, but that's inconsequential. I can repair it. Is winning a single battle your definition of success?" Fury gestured towards Stark's neck, marred by a network of bruises, and continued, "Is that something you could have resolved all by yourself? Stop fooling around. You are on the brink of collapse." Stark nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, it's merely a trivial skin condition. You know, I'm quite the playboy, though my luck has been somewhat lacking of late." With a casual shrug, he wore an expression that any man would understand. The sound of high heels striking metal echoed from behind, followed by a cool female voice. "We searched the vicinity and found this." As she spoke, a severed arm encased in iron armor was placed upon the table before them. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, while Stark stared blankly at the arm. "Ah, this belongs to me. I must take it," he declared, detaching a watch from the severed limb and fastening it around his own wrist. "This was a gift for my 30th birthday. It holds great significance for me. You see." Stark lazily reclined in his chair, gesturing towards the watch to the two individuals. "It seems you have received assistance from certain individuals, have you not? Why then, do they not help you with the skin condition on your neck?" Nick Fury stated sternly, "I have not received any assistance." Stark, the genius, struggled to explain, having not anticipated that his severed arm would be so readily discovered. The woman who delivered the arm took a seat beside Nick Fury. She was a striking figure with deep brown hair, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit. Her emerald green eyes fixed intently on Stark. Nick Fury patted the woman on the shoulder and introduced her. "This is Agent Romanoff. Upon learning of your ailment, I dispatched her to Stark Tower to observe you. Now, you are acquainted." Stark fixed Fury with a penetrating gaze. "You actually sent an undercover agent to monitor me? You ought to apologize." Nick Fury retorted with conviction, "Apologize? You appointed Pepper as CEO, gifted your armor to others, and then declared yourself busy. Busy doing what? Giving away your assets? Busy getting pummeled by your friends and allowing them to seize your armor? Don't jest with me, my friend. I refuse to believe that Iron Man could be so easily stripped of his suit." Stark found himself at a loss for words and finally inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Fury replied with a hint of exasperation, "What do I wish you to do? It should be you asking what you need me to do. You have rendered yourself a subject that SHIELD must oversee. Do you think this is easy for me? There are countless matters and individuals in this world more pressing than you, such as a miraculous healer who could help you regrow your arm." At this point, Fury glanced sideways before commanding, "Administer the injection." A syringe was plunged into Stark's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. "Are you trying to sedate me and sell my organs? What have you injected me with?" Stark complained. "This is lithium carbonate. It will alleviate the symptoms of your palladium poisoning. We wish for you to continue doing what you ought to be doing. Let be clear, however, this is not an antidote. It merely provides relief, not a cure," Romanoff stated, standing beside him. Stark ceased his struggle and explained, "Listen, I comprehend palladium poisoning and have been seeking alternative elements. However, I have experimented with various combinations of all known elements. Let me tell you, you have yet to explore all possibilities." Present it to him. Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Stark's eyes and then gestured for an agent to bring forth a silver case. Nick Fury continued, "The device embedded in your chest is an incomplete creation based on a groundbreaking technology. Your father once aimed to initiate a technological competition, which was a revolutionary endeavor. The apparatus in your chest pales in comparison. Yet, he was constrained by the limitations of his era and did not succeed. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon you, believing that only you could fulfill his dream, and this case embodies that aspiration. After a moment of silence, Stark inquired, "How do you know so much about my father?" Nick Fury replied, "Because your father was one of the founding members of S.H.I.L.D. Tony. From a moment of your birth, you were destined to be a part of S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 16. I am invincible. Is Tony all right, boss?" Upon discovering that Lu Chi had returned, V approached him, offering a glass of wine. Lu Chi nodded, saying, "He's fine. Luckily, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have had to carry him back in a plastic bag." Johnny interjected, "Wow, he seems to be in one piece. What trouble did he encounter?" Lu Chi explained the sequence of events to the two of them. Taking a sip of his drink, he settled into a chair, contemplatively stating, "You need not worry about Tony, as S.H.I.L.D. has already arrived on the scene. I returned before they detected my presence, and I utilized the Senzabine essence to save Tony. However, do you have enough recovery potions left, boss?" V inquired with concern. "Not to worry. I have an abundance of recovery potions, and furthermore, I possess this." With that, Lu Chi produced an oval-shaped yellow stone, intricately carved with a grotesque face. V accepted the stone, inspecting it curiously before passing it to Johnny. "What purpose does this serve?" Johnny asked, perplexed as he examined the stone. Lu Chi smiled slightly and explained, "Yesterday, I unlocked a gaming backpack through a sign-in reward, and this is one of its items. It is called the Yellow Demon Stone, used for resurrection. The system's function allows for random rewards, including items, characters, and skills, each time one signs in. The gaming backpack serves as a storage space and contains all the items saved from my last game session, making it one of the finest rewards in the system aside from characters." "Does this mean we have a resurrection potion now?" V asked excitedly. For V and Johnny, who had activated their cheat functions, resurrection items held little significance. However, for Lu Chi and Lu Maoxing, they were of utmost importance, as they were not invincible. "Is this item in ample supply?" Johnny asked with curiosity. Lu Chi smiled mysteriously and said, "You must believe in someone who possesses extraordinary abilities, especially when this individual is an aficionado of collectibles." Johnny, having returned the yellow magic stone to Lu Chi, inquired, "So no more beating around the bush, boss. How many are there?" Lu Chi raised a finger, indicating just one short of 100 million. A profound silence enveloped the restaurant. A month later, in Malibu, Los Angeles, at Tony Stark's opulent mansion, Lu Chi donned a sleek black suit adorned with numerous black wires, the other ends connected to a futuristic testing apparatus. A few days prior, Stark had unexpectedly approached Lu Chi, expressing his desire for collaboration on several experiments. Having previously agreed to assist Stark, and given Stark's generous nature, Lu Chi readily consented. Thus ensued several days of relentless experimentation. Lu Chi remained unfazed, while Stark appeared on the verge of exhaustion. Sporting dark circles under his eyes as he adjusted equipment at the computer, a steaming cup of black coffee at his side. After about 5 minutes, Stark lifted his head and remarked to Lu Chi, who was seated cross-legged at the table, "I've modified the algorithm. Let us try again." Lu Chi nodded, leaping from the table to stand in a designated area Stark had cleared. Stark acknowledged him with a nod, and at that moment, the testing machine's green light illuminated. Lu Chi's muscles tensed violently as a pale blue gas erupted from within him, enveloping his form like a fiery cocoon. "Ah!" Lu Chi roared, resembling the eye of a hurricane as he unleashed a powerful storm, causing Stark, who was observing at the computer, to sway precariously, gripping the desk to maintain his balance. With the experiment completed, the energy flow had been successfully monitored, and the energy model was established. The voice of Jarvis resonated through the speakers. Upon hearing Jarvis's announcement, Stark jubilantly shouted to Lu Chi, "It's done, Gavin. You can stop now." Stark nearly forgot how long it had been since he last slept, having tried countless methods to observe the flow of chi without success. This was the final approach. If it failed, he would have to concede that Lu Chi was correct. Modern science had yet to detect the existence of chi. However, with the energy model successfully established, the next step was to operationalize it. If all went well, the enigma of chi would be thoroughly unveiled. Upon hearing Stark's command, Lu Chi halted and jogged to the computer. A mere glance at the dazzling array of data left him with a headache. I did it, Gavin. The energy model has been established. Chi is no longer a secret. Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice brimming with exhilaration. He swiftly manipulated the computer, then clasped his hands together and pushed outward. With a hum, a colossal three-dimensional projection of a blue human figure materialized before them. This is Lu Chi's human model, which presents a perspective effect, with bones, internal organs, and nerves all clearly visible. Countless golden and red threads flow through the projection. Gavin, look at this. Stark pointed at the golden threads and said, "This is Chi. It exists within your cells." He then gestured towards the red threads and continued. "The red lines represent your brainwaves. It's truly astonishing. You're directly commanding the cells within your body. How is that possible?" Lu Chi shrugged and explained. "I have explained this many times. I do not control it. I simply think it, and Chi, in a sense, is a force of contradiction. Courage and anger are forms of Chi. When a person is enraged, they do not consciously tell their brain, 'I should be angry, unleash my dopamine.' Instead, anger arises naturally, a selection by the body itself. Controlling Chi is similar. I do not deliberately control the cells. Rather, my brain informs my body that I will use Chi, and thus the cells begin to cooperate fully with me. A person in a state of extreme anger is stronger than usual, as they inadvertently harness Chi. If they can attempt to control this force, they have, albeit superficially, learned to utilize Chi." Upon hearing Lu Chi's explanation, Stark remarked with resignation, "I realize now that humans cannot truly control the cells within their bodies, and to master Chi, one must be able to control the cells. This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. So you bypass direct control and instead employed a kind of heart-like ability, allowing the cells to actively cooperate with your actions, correct?" Lu Chi pondered for a moment and responded, "That's roughly the idea. It is something to be understood rather than articulated. My words fail to express it." Chapter 17. The God of Rock. "Tony, why are you so obsessed with Chi? Don't you already have the arc reactor?" Noticing Stark's somewhat disappointed expression, Lu Chi curiously inquired. "Buddy, it's not the same. These past few days, Jarvis has been analyzing the components of Chi. It is an immensely destructive new energy source that could significantly advance the scientific development of humanity." Stark grew increasingly animated as he spoke, downing his coffee in one gulp. "Moreover, it is entirely produced autonomously by the human body. What does this imply? It suggests that the human body holds many secrets yet to be explored. If we can thoroughly research Chi, we may truly unlock the so-called forbidden zone of the divine. Our bodies are the most intricate instruments in the world, and there is still so much we have yet to discover. My interest in Chi is not due to its uniqueness. Rather, I believe it can serve as a key to unlock the secrets of the human body, though I currently lack the qualifications to wield it." At this point, Stark expressed his envy, saying, "Furthermore, I have personally experienced the wonders of Chi, and you flew here a few days ago, right? Is that another application of Chi?" Lu Chi laughed heartily and replied, "Jealous, are we? The applications of Chi are abundant, and flight is merely the most rudimentary use. Anything more complex is particularly impressive, the kind of impressive that belongs to the protagonist. F-ing squid." Stark raised his middle finger and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Someone like you could never comprehend the beauty of machinery. My armor represents the pinnacle of human aesthetic." The two engaged in a verbal spar while tidying up the disheveled laboratory, and before long, it was nearly presentable. "Care to join me for a meal?" Lu Chi inquired of Stark. Stark, seated on the sofa, waved his hand dismissively, saying no. "Gavin, I must prepare for the Industrial Expo. If I don't make it today, Pepper is likely to explode with rage." Lu Chi retorted, "Aside from wasting money, I can scarcely fathom any other purpose you might have for hosting an expo." Stark proudly replied, "So you should stick to running your restaurant, Gavin. You simply cannot grasp the mindset of an entrepreneur." "Not in the mood to indulge you. I'm off," Lu Chi exclaimed. "Until next time, mate." After their farewells, Lu Chi vanished from Stark's residence in an instant. "Oh, ISNT this the boss. It's been several days. Where have you been off gallivanting?" V greeted Lu Chi's return, immediately offering him a glass of wine while teasingly inquiring. Lu Chi glanced at her, smiled, and replied, "I was discussing the application of the iron sand palm with Stark. Would you care to give it a try?" V shivered slightly and timidly responded, "There's absolutely no need, boss. The iron sand palm is rather ruthless, its user becomes burdened with karma. It's best if you refrain from using it. Raising an eyebrow, Lucci's lips curled into a slight smile as he retorted, "Whether it burdens me or not, I cannot say. But you do seem to have a bit of karma yourself. Prepare yourself." With that, Lucci raised his hand, feigning a strike. With a shriek, V stumbled and dashed toward the second floor, while Lucci sat back on the sofa, laughing heartily. Home is indeed comfortable. Lucci mused to himself. "You're back. Boss, I happen to have something I wish to discuss with you," Johnny said, taking a seat on the sofa with a serious demeanor. "Oh." Lucci glanced at Johnny in surprise and curiously asked, "Is this serious? What do you wish to discuss?" Johnny took a deep breath and stated, "I found a job as a high school teacher." "What?" Johnny's declaration startled V, who was eavesdropping from the second floor, as well as Lou Mauching, who was pretending to study. The two rushed to Lucci's side and sat down, their expressions filled with curiosity as they gazed at Johnny. "You're not going to be a sex education teacher, are you, Johnny? You're getting up there in age," V teased. "Do high school students even need me to teach them sex education?" Johnny, unusually not engaging in banter with V, caught her off guard. "What subject will you be teaching, Johnny?" Initially intending to jest, Lou Mauching abandoned that notion upon seeing Johnny's serious expression and instead posed his question earnestly. Lucci nodded in agreement, expressing his curiosity about Johnny's position. The three of them, eyes sparkling with intrigue, sat upright on the sofa, ready to hear Johnny's story. After lighting a cigarette, Uncle Johnny sank into memories and began to recount earnestly. "There was a time when I had indulged a bit too much at a bar, seizing the microphone from the resident singer to perform Chip in. Shortly thereafter, a man claiming to be a high school principal greeted me. He shared that he had once been the lead singer of a popular rock band before choosing the path of education. That day, after hearing my performance, he became my ardent fan, exclaiming that it had been ages since he had heard such soulful rock music. He then gathered his former bandmates, and we spent the evening drinking, discussing music, and even took to the stage to perform some of their earlier compositions, which were quite remarkable. His bandmates, now teachers at the school, had nowhere to go after the band disbanded, so he orchestrated their entry into the school as mentors for the student band. He has also invited me to teach there, a prospect I find quite appealing." "Bingo! Why not?" Lucci exclaimed excitedly. "Buddy, I thought you had lost your passion for singing. Honestly, that Bobo G of yours, fuck the squid. Bobo G is not my song." Johnny interrupted, his face darkening. "Whatever. I simply adore hearing you sing. You just never mentioned it." "I thought you understood," Lucci replied, beaming. "Is Johnny really a great singer?" Lou Mauching asked, looking bewildered. Lucci and V exchanged smiles and responded, "He's the best rock singer in the world. Do you know what the best means?" After nodding in awe, Lou Mauching turned to Johnny and asked, "Will I get to hear you sing?" A flicker of breathtaking confidence crossed Johnny's face, as if, in that moment, he were akin to a deity. "Soon, very soon. I plan to make quite a splash with these old friends when the new students arrive." Johnny's expression revealed a sense of eagerness, his deep-set eyes seemingly igniting with an indomitable flame, as he observed the trio, fervently planning to invite their friends to support them. The fire within Johnny blazed ever brighter. After spending considerable time in this unfamiliar world, he felt an unprecedented urge to sing. He yearned to roar, to scream, to express himself in this realm. He wished to inform the world that Johnny Silverhand was not merely a terrorist. He was a symbol of rebellion, an embodiment of the spirit of resistance. He was the god of rock. Chapter 18. I Want to Go to School. Johnny successfully secured a position as a music teacher at Mid-City Science High School, embarking on a monotonous routine of a 2-point journey. Each day, he awoke before dawn, carrying the lunch prepared by Lou Mauching, and rode his motorcycle straight to school, only to return home late at night in haste. Despite living under the same roof, Lucci felt that he had not seen Johnny in ages. Though there was a tinge of loss, as if a good brother had been taken away, he felt genuinely happy for Johnny, who had discovered a life he cherished and was willing to embrace the hustle it required. On ordinary morning, Lucci sat at the dining table, savoring a delightful breakfast while listening to V discuss Lou Mauching's academic performance. The young star's grades had significantly improved, keeping pace with his studies. Donning a pair of plain glasses, assumed the demeanor of a mentor and spoke earnestly. "However, my culinary skills have not seen substantial progress in quite some time." Lou Mauching lamented as he ate. "You are still young. For now, your primary focus should be your studies," Lucci admonished. adopting a tone that conveyed his concern for Lu Maoxing's well-being. Yet, Lu Maoxing felt a twinge of injustice. "But this is not the life I desire," he replied. "What kind of life do you wish for?" V inquired with curiosity. "I want to create dishes, to craft delightful meals that bring happiness to everyone." Lu Maoxing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he articulated his dream life. "Do you wish for friends?" Lu Qi asked. "I have friends. Aren't you all my friends?" Lu Maoxing replied, puzzled. "No," V shook his head. "We are your family. Besides us, do you have any friends?" Lu Maoxing was taken aback. Indeed, he realized he had no friends. In this unfamiliar world, Lu Qi and the others felt more like parental figures. Stark resembled an uncle. And Coulson occasionally appeared as a tutor, all of whom were like elders to him. Observing Lu Maoxing lost in thought, Lu Qi gently stroked his blue hair and smiled. "Humans are social creatures. One cannot confine oneself to a fixed circle. We could easily imprison you in a metaphorical kitchen, compelling you to hone your culinary skills daily, preparing delectable meals for us, then patting your head and saying, 'You're doing wonderfully, keep it up,' or like before, running a restaurant where your culinary talents would generate wealth, turning you into a thoughtless culinary automaton, knowing nothing beyond cooking. But we do not wish to do that. You are our family, and such treatment would be unjust. You lived in a feudal society, born in a restaurant and raised in a kitchen, where all your perceptions were intertwined with cooking. This is not the life a normal person should have. We reside in a modern society, an era of information explosion. You should not confine yourself to the kitchen. We want you to venture out, meet genuine friends, and lead the life of a typical child." After this, Lu Qi earnestly asked Lu Maoxing, "Aside from us, do you have other contacts on your phone? Has your search engine ever sought anything beyond recipes? If you were to meet a girl you fancy, could you engage in discussions beyond culinary topics?" Lu Maoxing stood speechless, caught in contemplation. Lu Qi sighed. "We are not denying you a life of your liking. Rather, we are enabling you to choose the life you truly desire. In your world, culinary arts reign supreme, leaving you with no choice but to embrace this singular passion. However, we aspire to infuse your life with vibrant hues, enabling you to potentially develop an affinity for music, painting, science, or even other pursuits." Embracing Lu Maoxing gently remarked. "Stars, humanity is not mechanized. This is not an animated film where a predetermined life is bestowed upon you. You possess the power of choice, just as I do." With that, she cast a glance at Lu Qi, her smile radiating a breathtaking beauty. "My origins lie in the streets, where I roamed, engaging in petty theft and brawls. These are my specialties. I have little interest in endeavors that do not yield financial gain. In my realm, Johnny is the epitome of a rock star, an idol to many, yet I have never listened to a single one of his songs. Do you know why? Because indulging in his music will not render me a legend in Night City, nor will it fill my pockets with a single cent. But look at me now." Taking 2 steps back, she spread her arms wide, allowing Lu Maoxing a clearer view of her transformation. "You see, I'm no longer that petty V. I have metamorphosed into a fashionable urban sophisticate. I adore trendy pieces, and the majority of my earnings go towards clothing. Recently, I have been delving into beauty trends, planning to establish an online persona as an influencer. Thus, you see, I am not confined to being a mere petty thief. I can embody various identities. And I firmly believe you can too." Lu Qi pondered for a moment before adding, "For instance, culinary savvy lawyer?" He hastily clarified to Lu Maoxing, "I'm not mapping out your life, just illustrating a point. Can I truly be other versions of myself?" Lu Maoxing's heart wrestled with this notion. Lu Qi whispered to V, "You've done well, though it's a bit of a conceptual leap." V, unfazed, leaned closer to Lu Qi and softly replied, "It doesn't matter. Stars won't catch on." With the gravity of a momentous decision, Lu Maoxing slapped the table with determination and declared, "Boss, I have made my choice. I want to go to school. I want to make friends." Hearing this, Lu Qi and V leaped up in excitement, exchanging a resounding clap, and joyfully proclaimed, "That's the spirit. Go to school, make friends. Get into mischief, make mistakes. I'll cover you. Just let loose." V chimed in cheerfully, "And pursue girlfriends, lots and lots of them. I must tell you, boys should learn to engage with the opposite sex from a young age. It will be too late to learn when you're older. Identifying green tea is a valuable skill. When you bring a girlfriend home, I'll teach you well, as I excel in this area. From this day forth, I shall seal away my kitchen utensils. I will no longer cook. Lu Chi and V replied. There is no need to be so drastic. Chapter 19. Hit. Lu Chi finally experienced the essence of pain intertwined with joy. The stars have finally begun to diligently pursue their studies, immersing themselves in the vast ocean of knowledge. With their innate talents, it is certain that they will excel in the upcoming entrance examinations in just a few days. However, the remaining 3 companions are enduring an extraordinary hardship. Bereft of Lu Maoxing's culinary creations, they feel as though they are on the brink of death. Oh, and let us not forget Stark. One wonders what wind has blown through Stark that he's decided to personally oversee the preparations for the Stark Industries Expo. Although Pepper is delighted, it has undoubtedly taken a toll on Stark. He had initially intended to come and enjoy a hearty meal, fully relaxing his mind and body. But upon learning of Xingxing's vow of silence, he seemed to lose all motivation, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. Calvin, you inept fool, is this how you offer advice? Xingxing is such a wonderful child, and you have driven him to seal his heart in cement. Do you have any idea how arduous this expo preparation is for me? I was counting on this meal to invigorate my spirit. How will you compensate me? Stark lamented weakly, sprawled across the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Chi. Lu Chi, appearing as though he had lost his soul, looked gaunt as he sat on the sofa, despondently puffing on a cigarette, muttering, I am guilty. I deserve to die. Johnny and V have berated me for days. I have come to realize my mistake. For everyone, the absence of Lu Maoxing's cooking feels akin to the West losing Jerusalem, an unadulterated divine retribution, a supreme form of torment. This will not do. I must devise a plan. Lu Chi abruptly rose to his feet, resolved to make amends. Hearing this, Stark also stood up, and the two of them conspired together in the corner of the sofa, whispering furtively, Dinner is served. Lu Maoxing's voice resonated through the dining area on the first floor, akin to the soothing sound of a gentle spring, nourishing their weary hearts. The group rushed to the kitchen like hounds on a hunt, witnessing Lu Maoxing artfully arranging exquisite dishes on the table. Lu Chi, trembling with trepidation, cautiously inquired, Xingxing, did you not say you would seal away your cooking utensils and no longer prepare meals? What is this? With a sheepish smile, Lu Maoxing replied, I apologize, boss. I have broken my promise. These past few days, I have been contemplating what cooking truly means to me, and I have realized that I genuinely love it. I cannot give up my culinary skills. Therefore, I have decided to continue honing them, but I will no longer view it as the entirety of my existence. I will continue to pursue new knowledge. Being a chef is no longer my only choice. Lu Chi's eyes glistened with emotion as he embraced Lu Maoxing, exuberantly exclaiming, That is my star. From now on, I entrust all our meals to you. Absolutely, boss, leave it to me. Lu Maoxing replied earnestly, clasping his fists. This meal was akin to rain after a prolonged drought. Stark regained his vigor, Lu Chi shed his despondency, and V no longer bore a resentful demeanor. Even Johnny, who was attending classes, rushed back at lightning speed to join the fray for food. Lu Chi, moved to the core, could not help but shed tears, stammering, my star. How could I possibly live without you? The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, secretly applauding his sentiment. It's not that exaggerated. Boss Lu Maoxing scratched his head. Yet the smile at the corners of his mouth revealed that this little fellow was evidently quite taken by such displays. After a hearty meal, everyone sank into the sofa, watching the tedious television programs while exchanging trivial banter. Meanwhile, Lu Maoxing retreated to his room to study, as the entrance exams approached, necessitating his continued diligence. Oh, by the way, Gavin, I came today to deliver the invitations for the exhibition, Stark announced, producing 4 black invitations adorned with pure gold stripes from his pocket and distributing them among the group. Glancing at the date set for the evening 2 weeks hence, Lu Chi nodded. We shall be there on time. I'll send someone to fetch you, Stark casually remarked, still relying on you, with your capitalist demeanor. I envy you immensely. V teased Stark with a hint of sarcasm. V, that's just innate. It's something we cannot aspire to, Johnny chimed in, joining the jest. Indeed, we can only admire from afar, Lu Chi added, fanning the flames of their banter. Stark, however, appeared rather pleased with himself, nodding arrogantly. You are absolutely right. Is that all? Looking at the 3 of you, as if you've just tasted something vile, Stark declared with delight. What more do you wish for? Should I console you? Forget it. This genius does not indulge in deceit. The group immediately launched into a tirade against Tony. accusing him of being inconsiderate and lacking respect for social niceties. Capitalists do not need to adhere to societal norms. We're the ones who set the rules, Stark retorted, sealing his argument. Thus, the group languished on the sofa, bickering and bantering to pass the time. Amidst laughter and cheer, the hours slipped away. As the clock struck 11:58 p.m., the family of four gathered in the living room on the second floor. Lu Qi, with a serious expression, focused intently on the sign and interface visible only to him, while the others languidly sprawled on the sofa, engaged in idle chatter. Boss, you really don't need to gather everyone for every sign-in. Your luck is just too poor, V remarked while scrolling through his phone. I concur, V, after all. The boss rarely produces anything worthwhile, either a bag of tissues or a case of cola. Do I really need a draw from that? I could just go buy it myself. Johnny complained, cigarette in hand. Boss, I'm tired. I want to sleep, Lu Maoxing interjected. You heartless lot. Do you not wish for our new family member to feel your warmth? Must I, as the head of the family, face this alone? Lu Qi admonished them with exasperation. Come on, boss, with your luck. How long will it be before we have a newcomer? Hurry up and draw. I've been noticeably sleep-deprived lately. Boss, I'm feeling drowsy. You lot are driving me mad. Lu Qi trembled with indignation. As the clock struck midnight, Lu Qi clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence and pressed the shimmering, multicolored sign-in button. Success! Lu Qi roared, the radiant hues scattering in all directions, as the golden magical array, albeit belatedly, finally manifested. Chapter 20, All busy. Busyness is better. Not at the same time, yet in the same location. A multitude of eager faces awaited. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a tall man, similar in stature to Lu Qi, emerged from the luminous glow. His bare torso was adorned with a striking red leather coat, and a ruby necklace graced his chest. His platinum blonde hair lay obediently against his scalp, while military green leather pants accentuated his powerful thighs. A dramatically designed colossal sword was slung across his back, and twin pistols rested in holsters at his waist. Delighted to see you, boss. Would you like a manly hug? He declared, opening his arms with a swaggering demeanor, gazing at Lu Qi. Lu Qi rose and walked towards him, also opening his arms, saying, just a hug? If you desire, I could offer you a kiss as well. As the onlookers watched in bemusement, unsure of the antics of these two posing men, Lu Qi suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, Welcome home, Dante Sparta. Dante chuckled in return, I'm back, boss. The two muscular men embraced forcefully, playfully thumping each other's backs. Dante Sparta, the protagonist of the Devil May Cry series, was a man of flamboyant charm and striking handsomeness, ranking among Lu Qi's favorite characters in gaming history. As a character summoned by Lu Qi, Dante undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. This was an evolved version of Dante, boasting abilities from all 5 games, alongside the capabilities of 3. He even had cheat functions activated, leading Lu Qi to believe that this character could match his usual self and even face off against the first level of Super Saiyan if need be. Releasing Dante, Lu Qi joyfully draped an arm around his shoulder, introducing him to the crowd, who greeted Dante with enthusiasm, sharing their names. Lu Qi assumed the role of a patriarch. Seated on the sofa, observing Dante's seamless integration into the enemy ranks with a satisfied smile, reminiscent of a proud parent witnessing their child's growth, exuding a warm, endearing aura akin to a kind old lady. Her eyes crinkled into joyful slits. Boss, what are you grinning about over there? Come join us for a chat. V beckoned Lu Qi, who nodded happily and shifted closer to the group, engaging in lively conversation. Similar to Lu Maoxing, Dante's assimilation proceeded remarkably well. The naturally high affinity between summoned characters fostered an unusually harmonious interaction among them. Dante, a newcomer, was filled with curiosity about everything around him, while the others displayed their usual tendency to impart knowledge, seamlessly transitioning from one topic to the next. Accompanying this dynamic was Lu Maoxing, who, albeit unconsciously, kept the conversation alive, showing a keen interest in the cool and handsome elder with silver hair, incessantly probing for tales from his past. This lively dialogue continued undisturbed until the break of dawn, at which point the group tidied up and retreated to their chambers for rest. As midday approached, everyone gradually awakened, exchanging greetings before gathering around the dining table to indulge in a delectable breakfast. V and Dante sat together, engaging in a discussion about the fictitious identity they were concocting for Dante. Lu Chi, seated nearby, craned his neck in an attempt to eavesdrop on their storytelling. Meanwhile, Johnny and Lu Maoxing huddled at the edge of the table, quietly deliberating the meal plan for the upcoming week, passionately debating the nutritional balance of their choices. Before long, the mealtime concluded, and Lu Chi, serving as the day's steward, hastily tidied the table before energetically positioning himself behind V, who was preparing to infiltrate the American residency website. V produced a connecting cable from her wrist and attached it to her laptop. Closing her eyes, she began to disassemble and reassemble vast amounts of data in her mind. The computer screen flickered chaotically, opening and closing pop-up windows at an astonishing rate of 10 per second. With a triumphant beep, V successfully breached the American residency network, turning to signal to the onlookers behind her. As they exchanged glances, each person's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for creativity. This was a cherished tradition of the Lu family, wherein the elder would fabricate identity information for newcomers, who would then select the MVP from this creative endeavor. The reward for the victor was the heartfelt praise of their peers. Though seemingly trivial, it was a source of amusement. There was a peculiar sensation of receiving compliments while feeling an inexplicable discontent, as if one were being playfully mocked. Gathered around the computer, the group animatedly discussed the storyline, contributing from a myriad of professional backgrounds. Ultimately, with eager anticipation, Dante chose the detective persona suggested by Lu Maoxing, declaring it the best of the evening. The group joyfully celebrated Lu Maoxing's victory, his delighted expression slightly obscured by a playful frown. At 5 in the evening, Stark received a phone call from Lu Chi. Confused, Stark answered while attending a gala. "Hey Gavin, what's up?" Lu Chi's excited voice burst through the receiver, penetrating Stark's ear. "It's quite noisy on your end. Are you at a party?" Stark replied, "I'm not as leisurely as you, Gavin. I'm at a gala for the Tech Expo. What do you need?" A male voice from Lu Chi's end responded, "I want to invite you to join us and introduce someone to you." Stark, intrigued, inquired, an introduction. "Is he your friend? It seems you share quite a bond," Lu Chi observed, glancing at Dante, who was striking a pose on a nearby chair. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Not exactly a friend. He is more like family." "Family?" Stark, who was searching for a quieter spot to take a call, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Are we talking about blood relations?" "Not quite. He is a distant relative of V, a prematurely gray detective." Upon hearing Lu Chi's words, Dante stood up, bewildered, and raised his hands in a gesture of confusion. Once Stark grasped the implication of prematurely gray, he chuckled heartily, saying, "What a pity. I can't return today. When I find a time to visit, don't forget to prepare a grand feast." Yes, you keep busy. Being busy is good," Lu Chi replied, wearing a knowing smile and a teasing tone. "I sense your previous comment may have been a jab, and I find it rather offensive. That's just your imagination. Anyway, you carry on. I'll hang up now." With that, Lu Chi swiftly ended the call, thinking Stark was overly sensitive. Chapter 21. The Welcome Feast at Dante's Welcome Feast. The guests reveled and played with abandon throughout the night. Initially, everyone was quite reserved, indulging in delectable dishes and sipping drinks while listening to Johnny and V recount their tales of love and strife in Night City, and Lu Maoxing share his culinary adventures. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Dante produced a guitar crackling with electric energy and announced he would perform a piece. The scene was nothing short of chaotic, utterly chaotic. Dante, with his voice reminiscent of a duck caught in hot water, belted out an uncoordinated performance in the lobby, causing a spectacular display of flashing lights and frenzied movement. Not only did he leave a mess of bat droppings in his wake, but he also damaged the enormous television and high-end speakers on the first floor. Perhaps driven to distraction by Dante's cacophonous singing, or perhaps out of frustration at Dante's limited guitar skills, Johnny rose decisively and seized the guitar from Dante's grasp. He then effortlessly played a solo of Catheter on the electric guitar. This not only delighted the ears of the audience, but also satisfied Naivan, who had not experienced such fulfillment since joining Dante. As the performance concluded, Naivan clung tightly to Johnny's hand, unwilling to let go. As a demon with dreams and aspirations, Dante's musical talent was woefully inadequate. One might even say it was non-existent. Observing Dante, who was now attached to Johnny, looking up with admiration and yearning to be mentored, Naivan felt an aversion to returning to that hellish existence. Moreover, Johnny was quite appealing, a good man in Naiven's eyes. Thus, the electric guitar, Naiven, was entirely transferred into Johnny's possession. Perhaps Dante's audacity instilled a sense of confidence in the others, prompting them to showcase their talents more boldly, a phenomenon humorously dubbed the thick-skin syndrome when someone is able to lift the spirits of those beneath them. V took the stage and serenaded the crowd with a rendition of Bobo Chicken, which led Johnny to chase her around the dining table with a fork for several laps. Lou Moushing brandished a chef's knife, showcasing to everyone what it truly meant to let the ingredients take center stage while he simply focused on his cutting. The flurry of the knife dazzled onlookers, while the ingredients seemed to navigate themselves with precision into the heating magic copper pot and a rotating dragon kettle, producing 2 dishes of soup that shimmered with golden light as they were prepared in an instant. The exquisite flavors spoke for themselves, and the diners raised their thumbs in approval, declaring this performance the highlight of the event. Motivated by a sense of competition, Lu Chi was unwilling to be outdone. He produced a coin, announcing his intention to present a genuine magic show to all present. He tossed the coin into the air and caught it. When he opened his palm, the coin had vanished without a trace. The audience erupted into applause, their faces painted with astonishment, as they praised Lu Chi's skill while searching for the missing coin. Lu Chi, brimming with pride, remarked, "Funny enough, not only can you not find it, but even I can't locate it." As the revelry progressed into its later stages, the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic with the consumption of spirits. Dante conjured a rose from thin air, kneeling to express his heartfelt affection to V. In response, V brandished a mantis knife, indicating that she would require a surgical procedure from Dante before accepting his rose. Lou Moushing tirelessly prepared new dishes, while Lu Chi and Johnny engaged in heartfelt discussions about the struggles of aging men. Eventually, even the youthful Dante joined the conversation, speaking with such authority that it caused the audience to frown in contemplation. Ultimately, as Lou Moushing, unable to endure the late hour, withdrew from the scene, the others succumbed to their inebriation, collapsing onto the floor of the hall. It was not until the sun rose high in the sky that Lu Chi removed the blanket covering him and groggily rose from the floor, carefully sidestepping the sprawled bodies around him. He made his way to the bar, pouring himself a glass of water and gulping it down eagerly. "Good morning, Boss V," who had also risen, sat beside Lu Chi, accepting the cup of water he offered and sipping it slowly. Hearing the commotion, both V and Johnny managed to get to their feet, and soon everyone began to freshen up and attend to their needs. 20 minutes later, the entire group gathered together, armed with cleaning tools, to tidy the hall. The collective effort made the task swift and efficient. Lu Chi stood with his hands on his hips in front of the now pristine hall, contently humming to himself. Meanwhile, with a gentle flick, Johnny lit a cigarette while reclining against the sofa, cradling his electric guitar, Niven, and strumming softly. V sat to Johnny's right, resting her elbows on her knees, turning her head to listen to Johnny's melody. Dante, positioned between them, leaned back against the sofa, arms stretched out as if embracing both V and Johnny, tilting his head back to relish the moment. Lou Moushing settled onto the bar counter, clutching a hefty reference book, pen in hand. His head bowed as he diligently worked through exercises, gently tapping his feet to the rhythm of Johnny's electric guitar. Observing the 4 of them, Lu Chi's lips curled into a blissful smile. He was reluctant to disrupt the moment, so he quietly sat beside V, resting his head against her shoulder, tilting his body and slowly closing his eyes. Time slipped away, and before long, Johnny ceased his performance. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper faded into silence. V patted Lu Chi's head softly and said, "Boss, it's time to eat. Come on, let's go." The 5 of them gathered around the dining table, sharing laughter as they enjoyed their lunch, reminiscing about last night's antics, the atmosphere brimming with joy. "Guess what I found while sweeping at the entrance? Tajda, a coin. Boss, doesn't it look familiar?" V placed a coin on the table, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Lu Chi slurped his noodle soup, feigning confusion as he replied, "What coin? I don't know, let us eat." Seeing Lu Chi play dumb, everyone chimed in to remind him of the previous night's magic show, and Lu Chi's face visibly reddened. All right, I admit it, just stop. I have my dignity." They all pointed at Lu Chi, bursting into laughter. The atmosphere lively once more. "Boss, in a few days I have my entrance exam, so I need to focus on studying and consolidating my knowledge. Please take care of your own meals for the next few days," Lu Maoxing said after swallowing his food. Lu Qi nodded, of course. Do well on your exams and make us proud. No problem, boss. Lu Maoxing gave Lu Qi a thumbs up. Chapter 22. The exam storm time flew by. And today marked Lu Maoxing's entrance exam. The entire household rose early, each person attending to their tasks with diligence. Vi had already dived beneath the family's black van, armed with an array of tools, conducting a thorough inspection to ensure there would be no mechanical failures en route to the exam. Dante rode out on his powerful motorcycle to scout the route, eager to familiarize himself with the road conditions from home to the examination venue, ensuring Lu Maoxing would arrive without a hitch. Lu Qi had also risen in the dead of night, teleporting back to the country to procure 2 fried dough sticks and a tea egg. Now, he sat at the dining table, safeguarding his treasures from the others, fearful they might sneak a bite. Meanwhile, Johnny enjoyed a restful slumber, having infiltrated the enemy's ranks. Lu Maoxing's examination would take place at Zhongqing Science High School, where Johnny served as the music teacher. Should Lu Maoxing falter, it would be Johnny's moment to shine. The machine that was the Lu family was set into motion that morning, and by the time Lu Maoxing awoke, everything was in place. After a swift breakfast, under the incessant reminders of the crowd, Lu Maoxing boarded the black business vehicle, equipped with all the necessary items for his examination, and set off for the examination venue. As he entered, he waved goodbye to the gathering and turned to step into the school. Boss, my heart is racing with anxiety, Vi exclaimed, clutching his wildly beating heart, his voice trembling. I'm on the verge of tears, suddenly feeling as if my son has grown up. Lu Qi said, wiping away the non-existent tears at the corner of his eyes, his expression one of melancholy. You two are a bit overly dramatic. Look at me. I have unwavering confidence in Xing, Dante declared, hands on his hips, exuding self-assurance. I would believe your nonsense, if only you hadn't worn your jacket inside out. Vi retorted, squinting at him. Meanwhile, Lu Maoxing entered the examination room with an air of composure, observing the classroom filled to capacity. He quietly took his seat, awaiting the commencement of the test. Zhongqing High School is a prestigious institution, renowned for its strong faculty and its emphasis on cultivating scientific talent as a means of admission. Only those with outstanding academic records can gain entry, and the entrance examination is notoriously challenging, leading to significant pressure on the candidates. The school is populated by many gifted individuals, all excelling academically, with the exception of a few athletic special admits and those from affluent backgrounds. Nevertheless, anyone who manages to gain admission through the examination, even if they may seem unruly, possesses a degree of education. Lu Maoxing's presence drew the attention of his peers, not only due to his Asian features, but also because of his diminutive stature. Hey, are you even 15? A boy seated behind him inquired curiously. No, I'm 13 this year, Lu Maoxing replied softly. Goodness, you must be a prodigy. You're 2 years younger than me, the boy exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not a genius. I'm merely trying my luck on my first exam, Lu Maoxing clarified. Well, you have commendable courage. If I were you, I wouldn't dare to take such a gamble. The pressure here is immense. The two continued conversing until the supervising teacher entered with the test papers. They immediately fell silent. Lu Maoxing looked up and thought, good heavens, Johnny? Seeing Johnny dressed in a suit and tie, Lu Maoxing found the ensemble oddly mismatched with Johnny's demeanor, as such gentlemanly attire seemed incongruous with his typically assassin-like appearance. Johnny adjusted his tie and proceeded to distribute the test papers, one by one. Little rascals, do not let me catch any of you cheating, or you shall face dire consequences, he warned. As Johnny approached Lu Maoxing, he discreetly winked at him before handing him a test paper and answer sheet. Upon examining the answer sheet, Lu Maoxing noticed that each question had a faint pencil mark in one of the blanks, clearly indicating the answers. Behold the answer sheet's position, and with a pencil, diligently fill in the designated options. Ensure you do not mark the wrong place. Should you err, erase it thoroughly. Is that understood? After speaking, he cast a glance at Lu Maoxing. I understand. Stop looking at me. Lu Maoxing silently complained, yet obediently nodded in response to Johnny. Johnny, satisfied, smiled and glanced at his watch, announcing, the time is 2 hours. The examination commences now. With a rustling sound, the examinees in the room began to fill in their answer sheets almost simultaneously, while Lu Maoxing sat there, staring blankly at his answer sheet, unsure of how to proceed. Johnny thought that since Lu Maoxing was attending school, it would be better to do it on his turf. Although the exam was challenging, Being familiar with the environment made it relatively easy to obtain the answers. Thus, he orchestrated this little scheme behind Lu Qi and the others. Noticing Lu Maoxing's hesitation to begin, Johnny discreetly glanced at him. Lu Maoxing shot him a glare and, with his eyes closed, meticulously erased all the marks on his answer sheet. He was determined to rely on his own abilities to take the exam and would not resort to underhanded means. Johnny shrugged. I won't interfere. Do as you please. In the blink of an eye, the 2 hours passed. Lu Maoxing finally managed to complete the exam, albeit barely. The questions were not particularly simple, yet he felt confident he could pass. How did you do, buddy? I think I did quite well, he remarked while packing his belongings. As the boy behind him began to chatter incessantly, Lu Maoxing shouldered his backpack and responded, I think I did all right, although I struggled with the fifth-to-last question and almost ran out of time. The two boys, now with their backpacks, discussed the exam questions as they walked toward the school gate. Upon reaching the entrance, the boy asked Lu Maoxing, Hey, what is your name? I'm Peter Parker. We might be classmates. Recalling Lu Qi's usual demeanor, Lu Maoxing extended his right hand and replied, I am Lu Maoxing. I look forward to your guidance in the future. After they shook hands, Peter Parker exclaimed, Wow, you are quite the socialite. You seem like a true elite. We never shake hands. Lu Maoxing, puzzled, inquired, What do you usually do instead? After a brief exchange, Peter Parker began to perform intricate hand gestures while uttering peculiar phrases like yeoman. Lu Maoxing chuckled. I can't quite emulate that. I think I'll stick to shaking hands. Chapter 23, Friends and Family. 2 days later, in the dining hall on the second floor, V sat before the computer, ceaselessly refreshing the web page, surrounded by a group anxiously awaiting the announcement of the exam results. Any updates? Has the list been posted? Lu Qi paced the room, unable to remain still. V shot him a glance and retorted, Why are you so anxious? The school said the results would be released at noon. Boss, could you please keep quiet for a moment? Though it was said, V's hand continued to refresh the web page incessantly. Johnny, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, propped himself against the corner of the computer desk with his left hand. While his right hand rested at his side, fingers drumming anxiously against his body, his gaze fixated on the computer screen, eagerly awaiting Lu Maoxing's examination results. Dante, holding a towel, stood quietly behind everyone, meticulously polishing his twin pistols, patiently awaiting the outcome. As the clock struck noon, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. V immediately turned to refresh the web page, and everyone set aside their tasks, gathering around the computer to await Lu Maoxing's exam results. Look for him among the top ranks, proclaimed Lu Qi, who had unwavering faith in Lu Maoxing. Search among the unsuccessful candidates. As long as we don't see his name, we can consider it a success. Johnny, harboring some concern for Lu Maoxing's results, suggested, Perhaps we should let the star check for himself. It's his exam results, and he should be the one to disclose them to us, Dante remarked calmly from back. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances before their attention turned to Lu Maoxing, who was currently seated on the sofa, absorbed in his phone. Lu Maoxing. Lu Qi approached, lifting the bewildered Lu Maoxing by the collar and firmly seating him in the computer chair, patting his shoulder as he said, You should handle your own affairs. This is part of the entrance examination, and you will be the one to share the final results with us. With that, the group shifted their focus away from the bewildered Lu Maoxing in the chair, returning to the sofa and feigning nonchalance as they engaged in casual conversation. Lu Maoxing felt a surge of confidence regarding his examination results, yet he couldn't shake off the nerves as the moment of revelation approached. Much like a seasoned soldier, who claims to be unperturbed before entering battle, yet feels the tension rise upon hearing the sounds of gunfire, he experienced a natural reaction of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Lu Maoxing maneuvered the mouse, searching through the results for his score. The others observed his expressions in their own ways, intent on discovering the outcome at the earliest opportunity. Lu Qi's anticipation filled the room, while Johnny and V's mechanical eyes gleamed with a crimson hue. Dante's magic unknowingly intertwined with Lu Maoxing, sensing the rhythm of his blood flow and heartbeat. In that moment, silence enveloped the space. No one dared to breathe audibly. The only sounds in the living room were the gliding of the mouse on the pad and the click of the scroll wheel. The ticking of the old clock echoed with an unprecedented sharpness, making Dante wish he could shatter it. Lu Maoxing, with a serious expression, began to scrutinize the results from the very bottom of the list, slowly working his way upward. 100th place, no. 50th place, no. 10th place, no. His heartbeat quickened, and his expression grew increasingly serious. The people in the room instinctively held their breath, pondering how to console Lu Maoxing when the moment arose. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Lu Maoxing suddenly leaped up in excitement, waving his arms and joyfully exclaiming, "I did it! I succeeded! I am in 6th place! This is wonderful! Zone, Leukvei, Dante, yeah." Upon hearing Dante's cheers, Lu Qi and the others finally snapped back to reality, jumping off the sofa and rushing towards Lu Maoxing. In an instant, the second floor of the dining hall transformed into a sea of joy, with everything that could be lifted tossed into the air, including the little fellow Lu Maoxing. After a raucous celebration, they set Lu Maoxing, disheveled and grinning like a fool, aside and gathered around the computer to check the results. To their surprise, Peter had secured 1st place. How impressive! Upon discovering who the top student was, Lu Maoxing couldn't help but express his admiration. V's eyes twinkled as she asked Lu Maoxing, "Is Peter Parker the boy who left school with you that day?" Lu Maoxing nodded, saying, "Yes, he was quite confident about his results. I think he's a nice person. We even exchanged contact information and email addresses." "That's wonderful. It's remarkable that you've made a friend even before school starts," Lu Qi remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Lu Maoxing scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Just then, Lu Maoxing's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered, "Hi, Peter. Hey, have you seen the results? I heard that the top students might be placed in the same class." The others looked at Lu Maoxing, who was happily conversing with his new friend on the sofa, and smiles spread across their faces. The little guy has grown up and made friends. At that moment, V, devoid of any mercenary demeanor, resembled a proud mother witnessing her child achieve admission to a prestigious university. With reddened eyes and a slightly choked voice, she remarked, "The profound bond shared among summoned characters is beyond description. If one must compare, it surpasses the gratitude of saving a life and runs deeper than blood relations. This is why newly summoned characters can so swiftly integrate into the collective, as they inherently possess a profound emotional connection, bound by the deep ties to their summoner. Lu Qi, let us host another family gathering. Let us allow the stars to rest today. How about a barbecue in the backyard?" Johnny suggested. "Great idea. I'll go buy supplies. I haven't had the chance to explore the city yet," Dante volunteered. "Should we contact Stark?" V inquired, looking at Lu Qi. "Why would we do that? This is a family gathering. He's just a friend," Lu Qi replied, waving his hand. Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Qi possesses a clear understanding in this regard. In this vast world, the only individuals Lu Qi acknowledges and wholeheartedly trusts are his family. Others merely occupy the role of friends. Friends can indulge in idle banter, provide companionship, and Lu Qi is even willing to endure minor inconveniences for them. However, they can never be equated with family. After all, friends are merely friends. In this new life, Lu Qi is eager to engage with the world around him and to integrate into it. This explains why, despite their immense strength, they choose to safeguard their own small territory. Each summoned individual has traversed a life filled with grand adventures. Guns and flames no longer captivate their desires. They have descended from their thrones, yearning for poetry and distant horizons, dreaming of a tranquil existence. Chapter 24. Dante's Adventure. Dante rode out on his heavy motorcycle, heading straight for the grocery store. Within the restaurant, the group united in their refusal to let Lu Maoxing step into the kitchen, repeatedly emphasizing that even if it meant starving or jumping from the upper floors, they would not allow him to enter. A benefactor should embody the essence of a benefactor, enjoying a leisurely day and simply having fun. Thunderous rumblings echoed as Dante gradually maneuvered his motorcycle into the supermarket parking lot. The striking appearance of the heavy motorcycle, combined with Dante's tall and handsome visage, captivated both men and women present in the lot. "Buddy, your bike is incredible. How much did you spend on it? Hey, handsome, can I get your contact information?" Such flirtations were numerous, but Dante, carrying a small basket for shopping, patiently dismissed them, finally managing to enter the supermarket after much effort. Standing before the meat cooler, Dante held a box of raw meat in each hand, looking somewhat troubled. The meat here doesn't seem very fresh," he remarked, using his magical prowess to express his concern to the sales assistant. "Sir, our meat is restocked every 5 days. Fresh ingredients will arrive the day after tomorrow. And the meat within 5 days is still within its tasting period. So you can rest assured it's safe for consumption, the young sales assistant replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she dedicated herself to serving Dante. Well, young lady, I have an important gathering tonight and require some fresh ingredients. Could you assist me? Dante asked politely, flashing a perfect smile at the girl before him. The girl, entranced by Dante's charming smile, replied dreamily. The fresh meat is supplied by a vendor from Brooklyn, the sole meat supplier for all of New York City. That's south the only place you can currently find fresh meat. Having acquired the information he sought, Dante lost interest in further conversation with the sales assistant. After purchasing the other necessary ingredients within the supermarket, he rode his heavy motorcycle back to the restaurant, relaying the news of the lack of fresh meat to Lucci. After greeting the crowd, Dante pedaled his bicycle towards the Brooklyn district once again. Why such persistence? Just buy some meat and be done with it, Lucci questioned Johnny, who was preparing the charcoal. If the meat isn't fresh, I must ask, would you be able to eat it? Johnny retorted, casting a glance of disdain at Lucci. You have a point, Lucci conceded, left speechless. Since entering Brooklyn, Dante had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, as if he had returned to a world from a past life. The air was thick with an unpleasant stench, yet under the perception of magic. He could detect no trace of demonic presence, which left him bewildered. As night fell, a foul odor struck him as he arrived at the entrance of the meat processing facility, making him gag. Hey, what are you doing? A burly man in a black suit approached, wearing headphones and exuding an intimidating aura. There's a foul smell about him, Dante noted inwardly. Maintaining a facade of composure, he replied politely, I'm here to purchase meat. I have a distinguished guest to entertain and require some fresh ingredients. As he spoke, he subtly released his magical energy to envelop the man before him. This fellow is neither human nor demon. What exactly is he? Dante pondered silently. With his keen senses, Dante detected a camera aimed at him, and a voice from the man's earpiece murmured something. The suited man then gestured for Dante to enter, saying in a low voice, Please come in, honored guest. Welcome. Though uncertain of the man's intentions, one thing was clear. Dante was confident in his ability to handle whatever tricks might arise. My apologies, boss. It seems everyone will have to wait a little longer, he thought regretfully. Under the man's guidance, they stepped through the doorway, revealing a vast cold storage room. Countless slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep hung from iron hooks, while several white-coated butchers toiled diligently. A striking woman with pale skin and red bangs approached Dante, saying, Please follow me. I will take you to the meat. Sensing an unpleasant odor emanating from her, Dante felt his spirits lift. Perhaps today he could engage in some vigorous activity. As they traversed the long, cold storage, Dante felt the chilling gazes of the butchers. They pushed aside a black curtain made of cotton, revealing another man in black attire with headphones and an iron door pulsating with loud music. The red-haired woman exclaimed something in a foreign tongue, to which the suited man responded in kind. As Dante listened to the two individuals chattering animatedly before him, the man in black turned and forcefully pushed open the iron door, causing the music to swell to a cacophonous crescendo. As Dante walked, he exchanged glances with the man in black. Noticing the peculiar smirk at the corner of the latter's mouth, Dante found himself unconsciously mirroring that expression. Upon crossing the threshold of the iron door, Dante stood at the edge of the dance floor, surveying the scene before him. A throng of young men and women thrived within the pulsating rhythm of the music and the dazzling lights, losing themselves in the ecstasy of their movements. On the perimeter, several individuals, oblivious to the surrounding eyes, engaged in scandalous behavior in plain sight. Turning his head, Dante spotted a red-haired woman who had already plunged into the dance floor, passionately dancing closely with a blonde companion. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Dante mused to himself, captivated by the thick scent of blood and the foul, uncanny aroma that lingered in the air. Have I stumbled into the lair of these creatures? With keen interest, he meandered through the dance floor, observing the bloodthirsty glimmers in the eyes of those around him, and the gradual emergence of elongated fangs as they caught sight of him. A sardonic smile graced Dante's lips. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the lights blazed to life. The DJ, adorned in sequined attire, seized a microphone and passionately proclaimed, Thanks to Lord Fess for providing this venue, and to Lady Selina for the ingredients. Let us indulge ourselves. As the DJ's fervent words echoed through the room, the fire safety sprinklers overhead activated, showering the crowd with fresh blood. Dante, swiftly retreating from the dance floor, regarded the blood-soaked individuals who now bore menacing expressions. A mocking laughter escaped him as he drew his twin pistols from behind, crossing his arms and aiming them at the gathering, his tone laced with excitement as he jested. This ball is truly mad. Allow me to revel. Chapter 25. Vampires. Food. Resist if you must, but the blood after vigorous exertion only becomes sweeter. The vampires, their eyes glinting with green fervor, were nearly driven mad by their craving for Dante's blood. Their minds screamed with a singular urgency to taste the essence of this man. They held a collective premonition that his blood would be the epitome of exquisite flavor. Bang! In response, a gunshot rang out from the ivory-white barrel. It seems ordinary bullets cannot vanquish you, Dante remarked, lowering his weapon with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. My blood is not so easily obtained. If you wish to sample it, feel free to come and take it. The white youth, whose skull had been shattered, began rising slowly from the ground, his fragmented head visibly mending at an astonishing pace. Abandon your struggle, become our blood slave, and you shall attain true immortality. The vampire, with half a head restored, seduced. Run, and provide us with the most delectable blood. As time ticked away, the DJ stood, microphone aloft, roaring from the stage. As his voice fell, the dance floor was engulfed in darkness. Listening to the sound of Saul's treading upon fresh blood and the increasingly ragged breaths surrounding him, Dante's lips curled into a smirk of intrigue as his hands began to shimmer with a crimson light. Has the banquet commenced? Then let the feast begin. With a fierce cry, Dante abruptly raised his twin pistols, simultaneously squeezing the triggers. The black and white guns unleashed a furious barrage upon the throngs of vampires, their muzzles flickering with scarlet flames akin to neon lights, wildly illuminating the pitch-black void. The cacophony of gunfire and the torrential rain of bullets resembled the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of vampires within the red-hued abyss. Dante's twin pistols, named Ebony and Ivory, possessed distinct characteristics. Ivory prioritized shooting speed, capable of functioning almost like a submachine gun in adept hands, while Ebony boasted superior power and precision. In the realm of the game, regardless of whether the foe was a formidable boss or an elite creature, the mere sight of Dante drawing his firearms spelled doom for them. Yet within the game, the damage dealt by these weapons was relatively insignificant, primarily serving as a means to connect players' dazzling combos. However, Dante could augment their base damage by infusing them with magic, enabling the guns to effectively slay demons. Within the narrative of Devil May Cry, ordinary humans require silver weapons to vanquish demons. Lady, on her missions, expended vast amounts of silver bullets, which contributed to her perpetually strained finances. This reality rendered her services exorbitantly priced, often necessitating her to rely on Dante's generosity for sustenance. Yet, this was the real world. Dante was no longer a mere character in a game. The system had transmuted all aspects of Dante's existence into reality, liberating Ivory from the constraints of rules, allowing it to unleash its true potential unabashedly. Upon infusing magic, the potency of Ivory surged dramatically, capable of utterly shattering a vampire's form with each shot, while the rapid-fire rate of Ebony relentlessly constricted the escape routes of fleeing vampires. Dante resembled a colossal spider, weaving an intricate web that ensnared all vampires, devouring them one by one. His scarlet figure danced effortlessly among the throngs of vampires, the twin guns roaring with the cries of soul harvest. The sight of him wielding his firearms resembled a breathtaking dance of death. With each raise of his hand, and every turn executed as he ruthlessly reaped the lives of the vampires. In Dante's eyes, these vampires were even more repugnant than demons. Furthermore, even if demons were present, these vampires would undoubtedly attract their attention. To the demons, these creatures were neither human nor demon, grotesque beings that were even more revolting than the twin Sparta, primarily due to their foul stench. A minute later, the ground was thickly carpeted with the ash of fallen vampires. With a gentle tap of his right toe, Dante took a swift left step, propelling himself forward with agility. With a fierce growl, Dante pressed the muzzle of his shotgun forcefully against the vampire's abdomen. Bang! A crimson flare erupted from the barrel, and the vampire was instantly reduced to dust. Now, it is just the two of us left. May I have my belongings back? Dante kicked the red-haired vampire to the ground, then stepped firmly on her head, mockingly taunting, "It's over for you. You're doomed. How dare you slay Lord Deacon's kin? We will find you. The bloodline will hunt you down. We shall drain your blood, drain the blood of your family." Lord Deacon will bang. Exhaling lightly, Dante blew on the gun's muzzle, turned, and stepped out of the dance floor, gently tapping his foot to rid his shoes of the accumulated ash. With a face of indifference, "How can you be more verbose than I am?" Dante grumbled as he walked. Pushing open the iron door at the back of the dance floor, he was greeted by another cold storage room, where instead of livestock, numerous human men and women hung from iron hooks. Plastic tubes were violently inserted into their arteries, dark red blood flowing down the tubes and into large blood bags. Dante believed he had witnessed many scenes of demons slaughtering humans throughout his life, and he considered himself quite seasoned in such matters. Although he could not claim to be entirely numb, the usual skirmishes no longer stirred much emotion within him. The primary objective of demons attacking the human world was to conquer it, and the slaughter of humans was a necessary means for the demons. To them, humans were merely feeble ants. Typically, demons showed little interest in troubling humans as long as they were not provoked. Much like how few people would feel compelled to crush an ant encountered on the street. There is simply no need, and the demons felt similarly. However, vampires were different. They regarded humans as food, corralling them like livestock, and even categorizing their blood in meticulous detail. Like the distinction between ordinary cattle and wagyu in the eyes of vampires, humans were akin to the common bovine, while Dante represented the premium breed. The blood bags bore labels detailing their contents, which Dante read. 20 years old, American female. Type B blood, flavor profile, sweet. 45 years old, Asian male, type O blood, flavor profile, spicy. 33 years old, North American male. Hundreds of such labeled blood bags were piled nearby, awaiting eager patrons. Dante's fists clenched. Chapter 26. The plan: every month, the American government provides us with fresh blood. Why do you insist on capturing humans on your own accord? Deacon Frost, do you not care at all about the truce agreement between the bloodline and humanity? Do you hold us elders of the bloodline in such disregard? In an elegantly decorated conference room, an elderly Caucasian gentleman clad in a black tailcoat was vehemently berating Deacon, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Deacon cast a disdainful glance at the elder of the bloodline, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of smoke as he scoffed. A truce? This is precisely why I hold you pure bloods in such contempt, signing agreements with your sustenance. With that, Deacon slammed his hand onto the table, the resounding crash causing the elder to flinch. Towering over the elder, Deacon leaned down, fixing his fierce gaze upon him. Elder Kent, humanity will ultimately become the domesticated lambs of the bloodline. They are mere pets, mere food. Have you ever witnessed mankind shaking hands in peace with a hamburger? You lot have grown old and timid. Is this world not a testament to the survival of the fittest? The bloodline shall ascend to dominance, and that esteemed one will be crowned king. A fervent glint of worship and ambition flickered in Deacon's eyes, his pallid complexion reddening with excitement as his body trembled. Clearly lost in delusions, Kent forcefully shoved Deacon away, exclaiming in frustration, "Our bloodline has existed for millennia, and our survival has always hinged upon concealing ourselves among humans. To expose our existence would herald our annihilation. Humanity would never agree to coexist with a species that feeds upon them. A single spit from a human could drown us all. Deacon, how can you still fail to comprehend this? A mere blade is already enough of a headache. Your blatant transgression of human accords has landed us in grave trouble." "A blade?" Deacon scoffed, a smirk curling his lips. "Humph, the blade is long dead. All that belonged to him is now mine, a gift from the esteemed one. Pure blood? Ha! I am far more noble than you now." In an instant, Deacon's eyes turned a vivid crimson, brimming with bloodlust and madness. "Deacon, you were momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, your expression quickly morphing into one of horror. Yes, the esteemed one has succeeded. Care to guess? Am I Deacon or Deacon the Great now?" Just then, a blonde bombshell burst through the door, her tone urgent as she interrupted Deacon's impending proclamation. "What is it?" Deacon inquired, regaining his composure. After catching her breath, the blonde beauty exclaimed, "It's terrible. Our restaurant was completely wiped out by a man in red with white hair. All our kin are dead." With a resounding thud, Deacon's fist struck the table, shattering its surface. Meanwhile, after confirming that all humans in the cold storage had perished, Dante hurried home, carrying a box of fresh beef while riding his heavy cavalry. As the doorbell chimed, Lucci turned to see Dante entering, laden with meat. Good heavens! What kind of meat have you brought? From breeding to slaughter? Lucci rose from the sofa and approached to take the meat from Dante's hands, expressing his frustration with a sigh. The others seated on the sofa joined in, reveling in Dante's misfortune, claiming they could have reached it faster than he did. Guys, this isn't entirely my fault. There's a reason, Dante exclaimed as he plopped down onto the sofa, recounting the tale of recent events. Is there really such a thing in New York? I thought this world was safe, we exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you'll need to craft a few silver bullets, Johnny remarked nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. I somewhat regret not watching Marvel films. I thought they were merely about ordinary heroism. Who knew there were vampires involved? I hope we one T encounter any mythical creatures next, Lucci lamented, ruffling his hair in frustration as he asked uncertainly, Norse mythology or Greek mythology? Personally, I prefer Norse. Greek mythology is too disillusioning. Dante, appearing knowledgeable about myths, nodded thoughtfully. Back to the point, what are their capabilities? V asked with a serious expression, disregarding survival skills. Do V and I stand a chance based solely on our physical prowess and firearms? Johnny raised his concerns. Upon hearing their questions, Dante shook his head with a light chuckle. With your physical skills and enhancements, eliminating them would be a breeze. You could take down as many as you wish. However, Dante's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The last vampire I killed vowed that Deacon would find me and drain my family's blood. Although I destroyed the surveillance and hard drives at the scene and erased all traces of my presence. There is no telling what other methods they might employ to locate us. While I might not care, and you might not either, the stakes are high. At this, the group turned their gaze towards Lou Mausching, who was peacefully asleep on the sofa, and their expressions darkened. After a moment of silence, Lucci spoke. My plan is to keep this from everyone. We'll quietly resolve this ourselves. I concur, but what is the reasoning behind it? V asked, looking at Lucci. Our information has been minimally leaked. If possible, I prefer to remain under the radar and eliminate all informed vampires with the utmost stealth and speed. Lucci explained as he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. I agree. Is there a plan, boss? Dante raised his hand to inquire. Lucci smiled faintly. It's merely a rough outline. I do appreciate your insights. First, I, along with our canine companion Dante, will seek out a vampire. I will memorize his scent and then search all of New York for suspicious individuals with a similar aura. Then, we'll take them down one by one. That hardly qualifies as a plan, boss, Johnny sighed as he exhaled smoke. I'm not the intellectual type. You all are far more clever and experienced than I am. Yet whenever there is a problem, I'm the one expected to decide. It makes me anxious, you know? Lucci lamented helplessly. Dante lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking. I believe this is quite a commendable approach. Firstly, we possess an overwhelming advantage in strength. I cannot fathom that there is anyone in this world more formidable than the boss. Thus, we need not engage in any tactical maneuvers or elaborate plans. The moment the boss senses one of them, we simply eliminate it. I believe this speed is the most efficient. Chapter 27. Action after the group finalized their strategy. They realized it was already quite late. Lucci carefully cradled Lu Shangxing as he returned to their quarters, while the others dispersed to make their preparations. V took the silver to the workshop to forge ammunition needed for himself and Johnny, while Dante retrieved his twin swords, the wind and fire blades, instructing them to safeguard Lu Shangxing, who was resting at home. While you're at home, don't just chat. Ensure you protect the star. Do you understand? Dante reminded Agni and Rudra incessantly as he prepared the bodies for the two swords. Agni and Rudra are demonic weapons that Dante acquired in Devil May Cry 3, and they differ fundamentally from Dante's other weapons. The other weapons were forged from the souls of demons, who were subdued by Dante's immense power and could no longer revert to their demonic forms. In contrast, the essence of the wind and fire blades is that they are weapons themselves. The bodies seen in the game were merely tools created to harness their formidable power. Thus, as long as they are provided with a vessel capable of channeling magical energy, the wind and fire blades can move freely. Rest assured, Dante, serving the boss and protecting our family is our solemn duty, Agni said, his tone tinged with excitement. You are right, brother. It is our obligation. However, how shall we protect them? Rudra inquired, puzzled. Dante watched as the two swords conversed unperturbed. He sighed deeply, taking hold of the two blades and placing them in the hands of two headless bodies. One upstairs, one downstairs. Keep vigilant. If anyone dares to intrude, incinerate them to ashes. Do you understand? Lu Qi, descending from upstairs, addressed the twin blades. Understood, boss. They replied in unison. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, everyone was prepared. Are you all ready? Lu Qi surveyed the individuals before him and then inquired. V, clad in a fitted tracksuit, nodded in affirmation. Dante maintained his signature crimson trench coat, green pants, and combat boots, also acknowledging Lu Qi with a nod. Johnny donned a black leather ensemble, complete with brown aviator sunglasses, currently inspecting his weaponry with a serious expression. I'm all set, boss, Johnny declared, a fierce glint in his eye. Very well, you two remain on standby at home. Dante and I shall venture out. With that, Lu Qi picked up the personal terminal crafted by V and took his seat on the back of the heavy cavalry. After patting Dante on the shoulder to signal his readiness, Dante ignited the heavy cavalry and set a course for Brooklyn. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing the report from the blonde woman, Deacon hastily departed the conference room and returned to his lair. In a dimly lit chamber, a vampire weighing at least 1,000 pounds slumped upon the sofa, his sharp voice cautiously uttering, "My Lord Deacon, Pearl, I wish to hear no trivialities. Tell me precisely what transpired." Deacon's crimson eyes brimmed with madness as he glared fiercely at Pearl, his tone laced with fury. Startled by Deacon's intimidating presence, Pearl shivered and promptly recounted the events that had unfolded at the nightclub. Due to his physique and temperament, Pearl found it inconvenient to venture outside. Yet being someone Deacon deeply trusted, he was tasked with monitoring the various strongholds. The surveillance movement initially sensed by Dante was indeed orchestrated by Pearl. In essence, everything Dante had done within the nightclub was witnessed by Pearl in its entirety. "My Lord Deacon, the man in the red trench coat, is formidable," Pearl began, but was swiftly interrupted by Deacon, who demanded, "Enough, Pearl. What have you discovered? I wish to hear good news." This abrupt query left Pearl feeling distressed. On one hand, he yearned to share his observations, yet the sheer power of Dante filled him with dread. The man seemed born solely for the slaughter of vampires. His exquisite combat techniques imbued with a chilling, resolute intent to kill. Pearl believed Deacon stood no chance against him. However, knowing Deacon well, Pearl understood that to continue speaking might jeopardize his own existence. Thus, he chose to remain silent, disclosing only what Deacon sought to know, leaving the rest to fate. With a silent sigh, Pearl manipulated the computer, and the screen revealed information about Lu Qi and his associates. These are the details I obtained from the household registration unit regarding the Ha Ghost clan. This individual is the one responsible for the destruction of the cafeteria. With a double click of the mouse, Dante's personal information magnified on the screen. Dante Sparta, 19 years old, American, residing at 101 5th Avenue, Manhattan, occupation, private detective? Deacon murmured as he perused Dante's profile. There are also the profiles of these individuals, who similarly reside at 101 5th Avenue and are likely closely connected to Dante. Pearl nervously elaborated as he brought forth the details of Lu Qi and his group. Ever since Deacon had pledged allegiance to that great one, he had become increasingly ruthless and merciless, leaving Pearl and the blonde woman hesitant to engage with him too closely. As he pondered over the information regarding Lu Qi's group, Deacon's expression twisted into a snarl. He addressed the blonde woman, saying, "Contact our kin. Gather them all at their respective strongholds. I shall meet with the Great One, and perhaps through this opportunity, he may reclaim the entire bloodline." Deacon swiftly issued his commands before hastily departing. Watching Deacon leave, the blonde woman and Pearl collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Jenny," Pearl cautiously began, "My Lord Deacon." Jenny shook her head and interjected, "He is no longer Deacon. He is now the Lord of Blood." Pearl exclaimed, "Is this truly the domain of vampires?" The pervasive scent of decay is indeed unsettling. Lu Qi, clutching a cigarette and with closed eyes, sensed the atmosphere, expressing his distaste. "Indeed, the magical energy I perceive is tainted with a foul stench. It feels utterly dreadful." Dante, munching on the hamburger Lu Qi had procured, mirrored the disdain on his face. After a brief moment, Lucci opened his eyes and nodded at Dante. Understanding the cue, they swiftly mounted their heavy cavalry. Under Lucci's guidance, Dante urged the steed forward at a rapid pace, soon halting before the entrance of an abandoned factory. "Shall you handle this, or shall we leave it to V and the others?" Lucci inquired from the rear seat, patting Dante's shoulder. "Let them take care of it. We must hasten to our next destination," Dante replied. Lucci nodded, tapping a few commands on his personal terminal, prompting Dante to ignite the heavy cavalry, rumbling toward their subsequent location. Ding-dong. The terminal resting on the coffee table lit up, revealing a map location alongside an image of a warehouse. V exchanged a knowing glance with Johnny and cheerfully asked, "What was it you said?" Johnny, comprehending the implication, chuckled softly, "Let us reduce this city to ashes." Chapter 28. The operation is underway, Your Majesty Kane. I beg your forgiveness for my incompetence. Our restaurant has been destroyed. Deacon knelt on both knees, trembling in fear before a throne crafted of gold. As the camera panned upward, a strikingly handsome European man with golden hair and crimson eyes adorned in an opulent black evening suit sat regally, wielding a sword with a blue hilt, a gold and red scabbard embedded with purple gemstones and golden stripes, alongside the emblem of the Holy Cross. A subtle yet elegant smile graced his lips as he propped his chin on his clenched fist, his tone calm. "Deacon, I do not concern myself with the destruction of a mere restaurant. What matters is whether you remain worthy of my continued investment and trust. Therefore, Deacon, please enlighten me. Can I still place my faith in your abilities and loyalty?" At this, Deacon hurriedly lifted his gaze, fervor lacing his voice. "Your Majesty Kane, Deacon shall forever be your most loyal bloodline. It is you who has granted me this power. I possess the unwavering strength and loyalty to expand your dominion. I implore you to grant me another opportunity. This time, I shall deliver the victory you so desire." Upon hearing this, Kane erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! Excellent. Deacon, I shall grant you another chance. I command you to gather personnel at the cottage. I intend to assert complete control over all bloodlines in New York City by tonight. I trust you know how to accomplish this?" "Yes, Great Majesty Kane. You shall become the undisputed ruler of New York City tonight." In a crescendo of raucous laughter, the purple gem embedded in Kane's forehead shimmered with an eerie golden light. "V, have you completed it yet?" Johnny inquired anxiously. At that moment, both Johnny and V were brazenly crouched not far from the factory, its grand doors wide open. Numerous vampires, oblivious to the presence of the two, streamed into the factory, awaiting Deacon's next directive. Clearly, the duo's stealth capabilities had proven effective. V's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as she impatiently retorted, "You needn't speak. I cannot expect someone who has even installed a network access terminal to comprehend the complexities of altering footage without compromising surveillance. I'm uncertain about that, but I'm acutely aware that your movements are sluggish." "It has already been 2 minutes," Johnny exclaimed in frustration. The ability of stealth was immensely powerful, so potent that once activated, one could sing and dance before the target without being heard or seen. However, it bore a significant flaw. It offered no protection against cameras. Surveillance equipment could clearly capture the actions of V and Johnny, and V was particularly wary of anyone monitoring the control room. Thus, she meticulously edited a lengthy loop of the factory's internal footage to overlay the surveillance cameras, preventing discovery by personnel or during video playback. Just as Johnny incessantly aimed his firearm, V's cybernetic eye flickered with a flash of red light. "It's done, Johnny. Let us proceed. It's about time," Johnny bellowed, retrieving a magazine loaded with a silver bullet and swiftly inserting it into his silver handgun, then drawing it to fire. V similarly loaded her submachine gun and raised it to shoot, with the advantages of infinite ammunition and the need for no reloads. A single bullet in their magazines would suffice for a lifetime of use. Thanks to their remarkable accuracy, each shot found its mark, leaving no bullet wasted. "Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare to engage. Hurry. Where are they?" "The enemy is here." A group of unfortunate vampires, unable to perceive the silhouettes of V and Johnny, were left bewildered as the two boldly advanced through the factory, systematically eliminating them and reducing them to ash. "Damn it. Where are the enemies? Someone report. Control room. Control room." A vampire, trembling behind a pillar, cursed under his breath as he hastily reached for his walkie-talkie, desperately seeking assistance from the control room. Yet, V had already jammed the communication device. Even if he delivered a comedy routine, No one would respond. Bang! Johnny squeezed the trigger, turning the unfortunate vampire into dust. Then turned to V and remarked, "This one-sided slaughter is rather tedious." In contrast, V, with an impassive expression, continued to pull the trigger, reducing each vampire before her to mere ashes. "If you find this boring, we should split up. I have sealed all the main entrances. You can eliminate all the vampires while I locate the control room and attempt to trace their lair through the internal network." We strive to eliminate several of these nests before dawn. Upon finishing his sentence, V's cybernetic eye glowed crimson, sharing a three-dimensional map of the vampire factory to Johnny's terminal. Each surviving vampire was marked on the map, their locations laid bare. Johnny nodded, saying, "I will conclude my tasks swiftly and then head to the monitoring room to find you. You should also expedite your actions." V replied with a smile, "I shall complete my work before your arrival." With that, the two exchanged a high five and parted ways. Meanwhile, Lu Chi, seated behind Dante, opened his eyes in puzzlement. Strange. Why have all the vampires in New York gathered together? Have they discovered something? Dante inquired, equally perplexed. Lu Chi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That seems unlikely. Currently, only V is dismantling their strongholds, and neither of us has yet intervened. V and Johnny are both seasoned and cautious. They would not make such elementary mistakes. It is likely that the enemy is planning something. "Boss, how many strongholds have we marked so far? How many remain unmarked?" Dante asked. Lu Chi closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then replied, "3 have been marked, leaving 2 unmarked. Additionally, I have sensed several unusual auras within New York City. Some of them feel rather formidable. Will there be danger?" Dante turned to him. "It's inconsequential to us," Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Soon, Lu Chi and Dante arrived at the location of the final stronghold. They had left the city and entered a forest, where a small wooden cabin stood before them. As the terminal lit up, Lu Chi noticed a contact request from V and hurriedly answered, "What's the situation, V?" "I've dealt with one. As for the remaining 2, I plan to tackle one with Johnny each, and we should finish the fights in about an hour." V's voice emanated from the terminal, brimming with confidence. "No problem. Stay safe," Lu Chi responded. "Rest assured, boss." After ending the call, Lu Chi turned to Dante. "This stronghold is yours. I will proceed to the last one. There's an unusual presence there. Dante, be cautious. You can count on me, boss." Chapter 29. The unexpected individual. V sat in the driver's seat of a silver convertible, asking Johnny, "Have you decided how you intend to clear that stronghold?" Johnny, perched on his motorcycle, surveyed the terminal map in his hands, his mind swirling with various strategies. "V, what do you think about us synchronizing our attack?" Johnny inquired softly, gazing into V's eyes. V paused momentarily, then a look of understanding crossed his face. "I see what you mean. I will head to the farthest stronghold now. My vehicle is faster than yours. You should contact Dante and the boss now, and let us aim to strike together in half an hour. We might make it home before the stars awaken." Upon concluding his words, V pressed the accelerator to the floor, unleashing a thunderous roar from the sports car, sending a cloud of dust swirling. By the time Johnny glanced back, the vehicle had already darted over 100 meters away, vanishing from the street in the blink of an eye. Johnny retrieved his terminal to contact Dante and Lu Chi, conveying V's intentions to them, and both men were struck with sudden clarity. Everyone had been intoxicated by their own prowess. Yet they had overlooked the fact that the destruction of the vampire stronghold was not the ultimate goal. Rather, it was the silent obliteration of the stronghold that mattered. For individuals, for strongholds, if they launched simultaneous assaults, the likelihood of information leakage would be significantly diminished. Previously, they had all fallen into a misconception, believing that sheer speed would prevent any news from escaping. However, it was evident that they had all miscalculated, a point that Johnny astutely recognized and articulated. Half an hour later, Lu Chi stood above the clouds, surveying the medieval castle hidden deep within the forest, his gaze chillingly fixed on the vampires bustling in and out of the fortress. He retrieved his personal terminal and inquired coolly, "I am in position. How are things on your end?" Dante, Johnny, and V responded in unison, "Ready." Hearing this, a golden aura began to shimmer from Lu Chi's left hand as he coldly commanded, "Commence operations." With that, he raised his left hand high, aimed it at the castle below, and forcefully hurled the energy sphere. In an instant, brilliant golden light erupted, followed by a resounding explosion. After sensing the aura, he discovered that all traces of the vampires beneath had vanished, leaving behind a crater with a diameter of 200 meters. Satisfied, Lucci nodded, picked up his terminal, and stated, "I have concluded my part. You all move swiftly. I will deal with the scattered vampires." The others, poised for action, replied, "Understood." With a swish, Lucci disappeared into the heights. V, feeling exasperated, retracted his terminal and surveyed the bar before him, softly grumbling. The boss could easily handle this alone. Why must he involve us? Complaints aside, the operation must continue. V strode confidently into the bar, his mind swiftly infiltrating the establishment's surveillance and defense systems, rendering the positions of all individuals before him utterly transparent. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted suddenly within the bar, the gun muzzles radiating a vivid hue reminiscent of the flower of the other shore, signaling the vampires that their time had come to depart. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from another location. Johnny wielded his silver handgun with the ferocity of a submachine gun, reducing bewildered vampires to mere ash. Perhaps finding the slaughter lacking in thrill, Johnny discreetly disengaged his stealth mode, allowing the vampires to finally pinpoint their adversary. Yet, even so, they could not hope to contend with Johnny, activating his super precision. He was guaranteed never to miss, embodying the essence of the phrase, "Wherever he aimed, he struck down." Empowered by the speed enhancements of his leg prosthetics, Johnny concluded the battle in a mere 3 minutes, methodically eliminating every vampire and ghoul in the stronghold without leaving a single one alive. How dreadfully mundane, he mused. Yet at least it was over. Now, he awaited Dante's completion of his own cleanup, while the boss dealt with the scattered foul bats. Leaning against a pillar, Johnny languidly lowered his head to light a cigarette, when suddenly an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. His prosthetic limbs frantically urged him to evade. With no time for contemplation, he lunged forward, executing a swift roll to evade the unforeseen assault. Rat-tat-tat! The sharp sound of steel embedding itself into the ground rang out as Johnny glanced up to see 3 black shuriken embedded deeply in the earth. He scanned the surroundings but found no sign of any assailants. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as iron plates descended, sealing off the windows and doors of the stronghold. In an instant, a bone-chilling dread surged within him. Without a moment's pause, Johnny performed a side roll, narrowly escaping several more shuriken. His prosthetics activated instantaneously. In the crimson glow of his cybernetic eye swiftly pinpointed a shadowy figure crouching on a beam above. Roll, rise, draw his weapon, and shoot. Johnny executed the entire sequence of evasive maneuvers and counterattacks with remarkable finesse. Ding! A flash of silver light emerged as the bullet he fired was deflected by the opponent's short blade. The cybernetic eye tracked the rebounding silver projectile. In Johnny's Sion Winston type, 5 prosthetic immediately responded. He dodged the bullet with a hair's breadth to spare, fixing his gaze upon the adversary who rose from the beam. You are indeed a worthy opponent, having braved the enemy's lair to launch a successful assault. However, regrettably, you have chosen the wrong adversary. As the words fell, a figure clad in mechanical armor emerged, wearing a ghastly mask with 2 swords, one long and one short, hanging from his back and left hip, and a mechanical belt cinched around his waist, adorned with a circular buckle inscribed with a scarlet character for demon. Seeing the enemy reveal his true form, and noting the absence of immediate hostility, Johnny slowly rose to his feet. Casting a glance at the adversary's black steel arms and the shuriken poised between his fingers, Johnny cautiously inquired, "Who are you, and what is your connection to the vampires?" The mechanized figure responded with fury, "Samurai, mind your words. The kin of His Majesty Kane shall not be desecrated. You will pay dearly for your insolence." With that, he reached for the hilt of the long sword resting on his back. "Samurai, I hope you learn to respect the bloodline and His Majesty Kane when you arrive in the underworld." Huh, Johnny scoffed. Why should I show respect to a horde of bats merely because they could draw blood? Should I also bow to leeches the next time I encounter one? Foolish wretch. Taste the edge of my dragon god sword. A thunderous roar of a dragon reverberated through the room. Chapter 30. The Big Fish House Swift. Johnny was astounded by his opponent's speed and hurriedly activated his leg prosthetics to evade. A wave of heat surged past him as he barely managed to dodge a fierce slash, the dark crimson blade grazing his cheek. His adversary offered no respite. executing a deft wall kick and launching another strike with a glowing katana. Gazing at the red dragon phantom swirling around his opponent, Johnny dared not underestimate him any longer. He swiftly maneuvered while firing his weapon. The resounding gunshots and the metallic clang of bullets deflected by the katana resonated like a symphony within the confines of the modest warehouse hideout. You possess remarkable agility. Yet this is where your journey ends. The mechanical being bellowed, raising his hand as a multitude of shurikens flew toward Johnny. Although the shurikens were considerably easier to dodge than the katana, an inexplicable sense of peril surged within Johnny, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Alas, I've been ensnared. Finally grasping the situation, Johnny realized that these shurikens were clearly intended to obstruct his escape, yet it was already too late. Just then, a familiar wave of heat surged from behind. Johnny had no time to react. His brain barely registered the danger before an intense pain radiated from his back. The force of the katana's strike sent him flying, his body crashing violently against the iron door with a resounding clang. Sheathing his blade, the mechanical figure's eyes glowed ominously red. No matter how resilient your body may be, it is merely a target. Those who show disrespect to His Majesty, Lord Kane, are unworthy of a glorious death. Suffer and perish with the shame I have bestowed upon you. Johnny lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Although the cheating mechanism ensured his survival, the physical pain remained unabated. You may say what you wish, but at least grant me clarity in death. Allow me to understand how I might address the king of hell upon my arrival. He feigned grievous injury, clutching his abdomen as if suffering internal wounds, and painfully inquired. Impertinent fool, I am Yamada Genji, the blade of the progenitor of the Blood Clan, His Majesty Kane. To die by my sword is an honor you should cherish. Genji proclaimed, standing 3 meters before Johnny with an air of superiority. In response, Johnny hoarsely questioned, Kane? Is he the Kane I know? Upon hearing Johnny's query, Genji shook his head. You are unworthy to utter His Majesty's name. Descend into the depths with your regrets, and may you learn to respect the Blood Clan in your next life. Johnny gazed up at the entwined dragon beside Yamada Genji, realizing he could extract no further information. Thus, he abandoned the pretense. Kill me? What a jest. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly escape. Upon finishing his words, Johnny retrieved a flashbang from his waist and forcefully tossed it at his feet. Taking advantage of the blinding light, he seamlessly entered stealth mode. However, from Genji's perspective, it appeared as though Johnny had produced some peculiar device and hurled it to the ground. As the white light flickered, he vanished from sight. Baka! Genji cursed angrily, realizing the opportunity had slipped away, and hurriedly fished out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Johnny nonchalantly stood beside Genji, straining his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. Hello, Genji. What has happened? A gentle baritone voice emanated from the phone's speaker. Your Majesty, the 4th outpost has been destroyed, and all the Blood Clan have perished. Genji knelt on the ground, trembling as he reported the dire situation. I see. Have you apprehended the culprit? The speaker's tone remained calm. Yet Genji began to quiver violently. Forgive my incompetence, Your Majesty. I was careless, and the assailant escaped. There was a moment of silence on the line. Genji, how long have you been under my command? Observing Genji trembling like a leaf, Johnny scratched his head in confusion. Your Majesty, please grant me another chance. I assure you I will bring you victory next time. Enough, Genji. Your abilities do not merit being my subordinate. Worthless individuals are unworthy of following the king of the world. Find a place to resolve this yourself, and preserve your last shred of dignity. Do not compel me to invoke a command spell. Command spell? Johnny mentally etched those 2 words into his memory. Your Majesty, please give Genji another. Beep, beep clang. Upon hearing the call disconnect, Genji lost all strength, and the phone slipped from his grasp. The sight of Genji, kneeling in despair, bewildered Johnny, who hastily took a photo with his terminal and dialed V's terminal. After 2 rings, V's voice came through. Get to the point or hang up. I'm busy. Just as Johnny intended to share his findings, a repugnant male voice interrupted. Hey, little beauty, you're making calls during a fight? What? Are you leaving a message for your friends? Idiot, don't flatter yourself. Hitting you would merely be akin to slaughtering livestock. Fighting? You are not worthy to be called a minion. V dodged the man's swinging fist and swiftly tossed a grenade. With a resounding explosion, he rolled forward, seamlessly entering stealth mode. Before him stood a robust Asian man clad in a cream-colored double-breasted suit, with two purplish-red, tail-like appendages protruding from his waist. Johnny, you might not believe this, but I'm facing a foolish swine with a tail who wears a suit. He even calls himself TMD, Deiso Yakumo. This individual is clearly not a vampire. I do not intend to eliminate him just yet. Instead, I plan to seize an opportunity to extract information from him. How are things on your end? V explained his situation to Johnny, glancing at the figure kneeling on the ground, anxiously wielding a katana while mimicking his Genji. Johnny spoke with an unusual expression. I have encountered a cyborg. From my observations, this fellow possesses an exceptionally low biological retention rate, and the technological sophistication of his cybernetics is quite advanced, unlike the native technology found here. Upon hearing this, V nodded with keen interest. This is intriguing. I never expected that while Dante was merely purchasing an item, he would inadvertently reel in such a significant catch. That description may be a tad inaccurate. At the very least, this is akin to a whale, Johnny corrected. Very well, Johnny, I must attend to my duties now. I will reach out to you once I have resolved matters on my end. With that, V ended the call. Little beauty, where have you hidden? Come out. Shall we play a game? At this moment, the expression on Oyamazaki's face was exceptionally menacing as he anxiously searched the bar for V's whereabouts. However, he could never have imagined that V was standing right behind him, disdainfully aiming a gun at his head. The time for a nap has arrived, grotesque baby. With that, V deactivated his stealth mode and shouted, pulling the trigger of his sniper rifle amidst Oyamazaki's terrified gaze. Bang! Chapter 31. The Cabin in the Woods. Cough, cough. How is this possible? How did you manage to get behind me? Oyamazaki lay on the ground, weakly coughing blood, his right hand clutching the gaping wound in his chest, his face rife with terror. Had he not trusted his intuition and made a dodging motion earlier, he would have lost his head by now. Foolishness cannot be remedied. Are you seriously expecting me to provide you with information? With that, V aimed once more and pulled the trigger. In a thunderous report, Oyamazaki's arm was rendered completely useless. We shall now commence the question and answer segment of our game. The rules are simple. Answer correctly, and you live. Answer incorrectly, and you shall meet your end. Do you understand? Oyamazaki nodded in surrender. What are you? If you dare utter the word vampire, I will put a bullet through you. I am a ghoul. A ghoul, you say? I shall remember that. Who is your employer, and what is his background? Show some awareness. Do not force me to interrogate you piece by piece. A woman's patience is limited, and I advise you not to provide me with a reason to shoot you. Gazing at the sniper rifle aimed at his head, the cold gleam of the barrel instilled in Oyamazaki an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. He understood that he was in deep trouble. Ultimately, Oyamazaki lay helplessly on the floor, resignedly nodding. I am the long blade in the hands of His Majesty Kane, and His Majesty Kane is the oldest and most esteemed progenitor of the bloodline in this world. My task this evening was to await orders at the stronghold, with the intent of utterly eradicating all of Lord Kyan's die-hard adversaries within New York City. However, before I could receive my assignment, everyone had already been slain by you. This is all I know. If you remain dissatisfied, then you may as well end my life. Gazing at the fallen figure of the great guardian, Yakumo, who lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, V pondered momentarily before discharging a bullet into his heart. Observing the pooling blood beneath Yakumo, V pretended to check for signs of life before turning away to depart. After approximately 10 minutes, once he sensed that V had truly left, Yakumo shakily rose from the ground. Though ghouls possess remarkable regenerative abilities, the damage from a perforated heart had nearly claimed his life. Fortunately, the woman's aim had been somewhat off. Had she been merely a centimeter more accurate, my life would have been forfeit. Leaning against the wall, Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief, witnessing his wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace. In under a minute, he stood as if unscathed and proceeded to retrieve his phone to make a call. Yakumo, do not tell me you have encountered an unexpected situation on your end. Your Majesty Kyan, I have indeed faced some unforeseen circumstances, yet they remain within manageable bounds. The items entrusted to my care have not been lost, and tonight's operation can still proceed, though your kin have perished. Well done, Yakumo. I command you to gather all items immediately and hasten to the cabin. Deacon will meet you there. Tonight, unidentified enemies have emerged, but that is not your concern. I shall dispatch someone to handle them. Remember, your sole task is to deliver the items safely to Deacon. Even if it costs you your life, ensure they reach him. Do you understand? Feeling the gravity of Kyan's seriousness, Yakumo knelt, placing the phone before him, and bowed deeply. I shall obey your command, noble Lord Kyan. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yakumo sank to the ground as if utterly drained. So, what exactly are the items you mentioned over the phone? And where is this cabin? Startled by the sudden appearance of V, who bore a disarmingly sweet smile, Yakumo's eyes widened in terror, causing him to lose all strength. Ringing, ringing. Have you concluded your business? V's melodic voice echoed through the receiver. Johnny paused for a moment before replying. It is done, yet I have gleaned nothing. Upon glancing at the lifeless body of Genji, now dismembered on the ground, Johnny shook his head in resignation. This fellow is a staunch loyalist of Kyan. Even when faced with death, he refuses to divulge anything. This foolish fellow exhibits quite the bravado. Ultimately, I left him to resolve matters on his own, which I suppose is a form of respect. Upon hearing Johnny's words, V nonchalantly shrugged and then turned to glance at the solitary figure of the great Shibuya-Gamo, burning in the corner. I've made some modest gains here. How about this, Johnny? Let us reconvene at Dante's place. It promises to be quite lively tonight. Meanwhile, since Dante had entered this quaint wooden cabin, his terminal had lost all signal, and no matter what means he employed, he could not pry open the door. Even with all his might, Dante found himself unable to inflict any damage upon the walls or windows of the cabin. He was trapped inside. Oof. Could it be that the boss discovered something and fled, leaving me with this mess? Dante lamented, reclining on the sofa and throwing up his hands in exasperation. Kicking over the wooden coffee table, he began to meander aimlessly within the small space. He casually retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge, aimed his gun at the doors and windows, and fired several shots at the television, indulging in a reckless spree of destruction. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, obliterating the furnishings within the cabin, leaving Dante to sit amidst the wreckage of the fridge, sipping his beer. Just as he was at a loss for what to do next, a loud crash drew his attention, a wooden door being forcefully pushed open. With a nonchalant demeanor, Dante stood and followed the sound. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a previously inaccessible basement door had been opened. He shrugged and stepped through the entrance. The basement was small and dimly lit, with several aged, dust-covered tables scattered about, each piled high with various ancient trinkets exuding an eerie aura. Have I stumbled into a haunted house? Dante quipped, picking up a spherical Rubik's cube and mockingly fiddling with it. With a satisfying click, he solved the cube, placing the two halves upon the table before continuing to toy with other oddities. Do stop hiding. Your odor is nearly giving me nasal congestion. Seriously, take a shower, brother. Or perhaps splash on some cologne. I know a girl who specializes in such things, Dante jested, glancing at the suddenly appeared wooden door, addressing the figure standing within. Chapter 32. The Cabin in the Woods 2. A raspy roar emanated from behind the door. Under Dante's gaze, a tall, muscular Caucasian man clad in a filthy black leather vest and pants emerged. His body was marred with scars, his head completely bald, devoid of eyebrows, and adorned with metallic gear-like discs. With arms crossed over his abdomen, he held in his hands the very Rubik's cube Dante had just solved. He approached Dante with a stoic expression, towering over him at least 2 meters tall. He gazed down imperiously at Dante, the cube in his hand spinning of its own accord. Mate, don't get so close. Don't let your stench rub off on me. Leather is notoriously difficult to clean, Dante complained, pinching his nose as he took a few steps back. The monster roared, gears upon its face beginning to whirl, as blood gushed from its wounds like a torrent. Dante, unfazed, took another measured step back to evade the splattering blood, then raised the white ivory in his hand and aimed it at the creature's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The flash from the gun illuminated the dimly lit basement for a fleeting moment, and in that instant, the monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Approaching the wooden door, Dante stowed away the ivory, his senses assaulted by a wave of foul odor emanating from within. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and with a whoosh, flames flickered in the air, revealing a formidable black, two-handed sword seemingly crafted from the very skin of demons. As the flames subsided, the sword materialized, deftly grasped by Dante's hand. This sword, extravagant in design, yet strikingly handsome, was adorned with dark gray rock along its blade, while the guard featured 4 objects resembling demonic fingers, with a ruby embedded at the end of the hilt. This sword was named Dante, or more fittingly, the demon's sword Dante. Forged using the unique powers of the rebellious blade, Dante had pierced his own body with the shattered remnants of it, merging the rebellious blade with the Spartan sword to create this legendary weapon, embodying both his name and his will. With a casual swing of the sword, he stepped through the door, muttering in a relaxed tone, "This soiree appears far more entertaining than a family gathering. Alas, minors are prohibited from attending, so I shall have to partake in the star share as well. Lord Deacon, this is the scoundrel who ruined our restaurant. I remember him, with his white hair and red trench coat," Pearl exclaimed, extending her finger like a water radish, pointing at Dante on the surveillance screen, her voice shrill. Following Pearl's indication, Deacon's gaze fell upon the screen, where Dante traversed a corridor steeped in futuristic aesthetics, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of attacking monsters. Several red phantasm swords autonomously targeted and sliced through the surrounding threats, cleaving the creatures with chilling ease. Dante wielded his sword as if harvesting vegetables, reaping the lives of the monsters, and within moments, several lay in disarray upon the ground. Observing Dante's effortless grace, Deacon's fury intensified, almost palpable. So, the mysterious foe spoken of by His Majesty, the one who nearly cost him the monarch's trust, is indeed the same wretch. Well, I hadn't sought you out, yet here you are, arriving at my doorstep. We shall settle both old and new grievances together. Once I capture you and unveil the puppet master behind it all, you shall understand the grave consequences of inciting Lord Deaconess' wrath. Determined, Deacon glared with scarlet eyes, pulling out a walkie-talkie to issue commands. Control room, release all the imprisoned bizarre creatures, but do not let him perish. I have great use for his life. But, my Lord Deacon, the opponent possesses significant strength. The bizarre creatures may not stand a chance against him. Do not worry. Once I finish my current tasks, I will come personally. All you need to do is help me wear him down. Understood, my Lord Deacon. Buzzing filled the air as the warning lights on the corridor walls began to flash crimson, while a piercing alarm echoed throughout the underground base. It seemed the ball had officially commenced. Would anyone be willing to join me for the first dance? As a grotesque assembly of misshapen creatures gathered before him, Dante cheered, his form seemingly teleporting as he instantaneously appeared above the monstrous heads, his long sword vanishing, replaced by a pair of silver gauntlets. The organizers of this ball were exceedingly enthusiastic, or perhaps my allure is simply too great. The gauntlets shimmered with a silvery glow as Dante let out a primal scream, his body diving downwards, the radiant gauntlets crashing into the ground. With a thunderous boom, a silver shockwave erupted, scattering energy in all directions. Every creature within a 10-meter radius of Dante was obliterated into fragments, while hordes of monsters were sent flying by the force, causing the floor to fracture extensively, and the underground stronghold began to tremble. Yet, the creatures appeared impervious to fear, charging towards Dante in droves. "Oh, come. Dante's lips curled into a wild grin as he executed a flip, a heavy cavalry vehicle suddenly materializing beneath him, its front adorned with two long, sharp spikes. He twisted the throttle with all his might, the engine roaring like a beast, and under Dante's magical influence, serrated blades extended from the vehicle's wheels, lunging into the throng of monsters. With the immense inertia of the heavy cavalry, a breach was forcefully carved through the horde, and as Dante dismounted, he exerted tremendous strength, splitting the vehicle in two, each half grasped firmly in his hands. The serrated wheels of the heavy cavalry were brandished wildly among the monsters, reminiscent of a deadly waltz. Amidst the roar of the engine, blood and flesh splattered in all directions, the walls and floor already drenched in gore and remnants. A multitude of corpses of varying shapes piled upon the ground, yet waves of new creatures relentlessly surged towards Dante from different angles. Meanwhile, Dante continued to switch weapons with fervor, wielding a 3-section staff crackling with lightning one moment, and a pair of flaming gauntlets the next. He employed an array of weaponry, constantly varying his methods of slaughter against the grotesque foes encircling him. At this moment, Dante was utterly exhilarated. He spun like a top atop the bodies of the monsters, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his dual pistols, leaving the creatures utterly defenseless. Even brushing against the hem of Dante's attire felt an unattainable luxury. Uncertain of how long he had been playing, Dante soon realized that no new monsters had appeared for quite some time. After dispatching the last werewolf, he sheathed his weapon and leaned his striking visage toward the surveillance camera, inquiring provocatively, "Is this how you host a ball? Please, provide me with some entertainment." The main event has yet to commence. On the other side of the monitor, Deacon gritted his teeth, a frenzied expression marring his features as he smashed the screen. Muttering angrily to himself, "Very well, I'll find you some amusement." With a resounding crash, he kicked open the door and stormed towards Dante. Chapter 33. The Cabin in the Woods 3. You're finished. You're finished. Deacon bellowed as he sprinted down the corridors of the underground base. His expression twisted in a feral snarl. "Pearl, where is that white-haired bastard now?" Inside the surveillance room, Pearl was frantically maneuvering the mouse, desperately searching for Dante's whereabouts. Hearing Deacon's furious shouts over the intercom, Pearl hastily reached for the device, but when he turned, he froze in place, paralyzed by shock. Standing beside him was a strikingly handsome man with a mane of white hair, clad in a long red trench coat. In his hand, he held a white handgun, gazing at Pearl with curious intrigue. "Wow, buddy, how did you get so plump? Do you have a gourmet chef preparing your meals?" Pearl stammered, incredulous as he noticed, on the surveillance feed, another identical white-haired figure meandering through the hallway. "Why are you here? And who is that person in the corridor?" Pearl's small eyes darted around as he attempted to influence Dante's decisions with words while subtly reaching for the intercom. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Dante shattered the intercom in front of Pearl. He then stepped forward, kicking over the bed where Pearl lay. The hefty man tumbled to the ground like a lump of fatty meat. "Hey, buddy, are you an oversized elementary school student? If you need to use the restroom, just raise your hand and ask for a pass. Soiling your pants is hardly a mature behavior." Although Dante jested, his body betrayed him as he instinctively pinched his nose. "Please don't kill me. I have valuable information. I can tell you everything," Pearl pleaded desperately from his position on the floor. Hearing the high-pitched tone of his voice, Dante shook his head in irritation. He dug into his ears, then pointed his white ivory gun at Pearl's head, speaking in a menacing tone. "If I were you, I would immediately cease talking and wait until the handsome gentleman in front of you poses a question. Then respond in a deep voice. Now tell me, where exactly is this place?" Pearl replied in a strained voice, "This is a special space belonging to His Majesty Kane." As Dante observed the other party's cooperation, he nodded in satisfaction and continued to inquire, "Who is the sovereign of Kane you speak of?" The sovereign of Kane is a progenitor of the bloodline, one of the earliest pure-blood vampires, destined to be the king of the bloodline and even the ruler of the world. Dante raised an eyebrow. "Do not obfuscate your words. Distill your knowledge and convey it concisely. I abhor verbosity, and I am quite curious to see the effect of a bullet striking your corpulent form. Will it result in a splatter of lard?" Feeling the intensity of Dante's curiosity, Pearl, lying on the ground, involuntarily shivered. "I only know that Lord Deacon was the first to engage with the sovereign of Kane approximately a year ago." Noticing the other's willingness to cooperate, Dante sheathed his ivory knife and reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. "Good. Continue to exercise your initiative. What else do you know? Speak without reservation." Pearl gritted her teeth, pondering for a moment before responding. "My knowledge is somewhat limited. I only know that Lord Deacon garnered the favor of the sovereign of Kane. Previously, Lord Deacon was troubled by the presence of the Blade Warriors until he joined the ranks of the sovereign. He not only vanquished the Blade Warriors who had long plagued him, but also ascended to the status of the legendary Blood God. Moreover, I have observed that Lord Kane seems to have received divine favor from the god of the bloodline, acquiring some wondrous abilities. This small chamber serves as a crucial stronghold for the sovereign of Kane. Due to my physical constraints, Lord Deacon arranged for me to remain here. On one occasion, I noticed through the surveillance cameras that Lord Kane was capable of utilizing powers beyond those of the bloodline. He even summoned formidable warriors to fight on his behalf through a magical circle. "Wait," Dante interjected, having caught a key detail. His tone turned grave as he asked, "You just mentioned that Kane can summon powerful warriors, correct? Elaborate on that." "Ah, yes." Pearl nodded and elaborated. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. I only observed it via the camera. The primary task assigned to us by the sovereign is to assist in collecting gold and precious jewelry. During my last surveillance, I witnessed the sovereign placing approximately a ton of gold within a magical circle, and then, in a burst of light, a hooded man emerged. As Pearl recounted her observations, Dante fell into deep contemplation. So, this being known as Cain has acquired powers akin to those of Boss, through some means? What is the nature of this place? Why can one enter the wooden cabin, but not exit? And why is it impervious to destruction? Dante pressed further. Upon hearing the question, Pearl promptly explained, I am aware of this. The sovereign of Cain once elucidated to Lord Deacon that this location is a special space bestowed upon him by the god of the bloodline. He stated that the wooden cabin existed in a realm detached from space. Entering, it was akin to departing from this world. To destroy the cabin would be tantamount to dismantling reality itself. Thus no one could leave without his consent. Moreover, His Majesty Cain warned us not to venture into the lowest altar, claiming it housed an ancient deity imprisoned by the god of blood. After speaking, Pearl cautiously cast a glance at Dante, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness, and implored, I have shared all that I know. May I be released now? Oh, certainly. I never deceive, Dante replied. And with that, he raised his hand and fired a single shot, shattering Pearl's skull as disbelief etched itself across her face. I do not lie, but you are not human, hence I do not consider it deceit. Dante shrugged indifferently before turning and sprinting towards the door. Meanwhile, Deacon was embroiled in a bloody battle with Dante, who radiated a dark aura. This was no mere metaphor. He was indeed engaged in a fierce struggle. If the blood Deacon shed could sustain humanity, he could easily nourish a mid-sized blood bank. Although Deacon, embodying the blood god, possessed considerable strength, he was still somewhat immature when pitted against his counterpart, Dante. Upon Dante's arrival, he found Deacon, his visage twisted in fury, being mercilessly assaulted by Dante, the counterpart. Literally, he was being pulverized. The counterpart's abilities were derived from Dante's combat style in Devil May Cry 3, capable of manifesting a duplicate of equal strength and identical appearance. The counterpart lacked independent thought, but mirrored Dante's combat prowess, intelligence, and style perfectly. Unlike Dante's playful demeanor, the counterpart's approach was to eliminate foes with utmost efficiency and ruthless precision. Although his fighting style was equally spectacular, each move exuded a chilling aura of lethality. Rational, effective, and brimming with menace, it resembled a rose crafted from bloodied blades. Elegant and resplendent in appearance, yet buried within was a cold, bloody reality adorned with countless bones. Throughout the harrowing encounter with the counterpart, Deacon endured immense suffering, repeatedly cleaved into segments by swords, riddled with bullets from dual pistols, shredded by shotgun blasts, obliterated by rocket fire, and charred by purple lightning. The excruciating pain relentlessly gnawed at Deacon's already battered heart. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. He scarcely managed to lay a finger on the counterpart during the skirmish. In this brief span, Deacon experienced innumerable agonizing brushes with death, only to be resurrected by the grotesque, regenerative powers of the blood god, only to be ravaged again by the counterpart in a relentless cycle of near demise and revival. Deacon felt as though he had descended into hell, his self-perception shattered, and he began to question his past choices. Why did I aspire to become the blood god? Why did I choose to align myself under the command of Cain? If I were still the naive half-breed I once was, would I not be spared the confrontation with this man today? For the first time, a flicker of resentment towards Cain ignited within Deacon's heart, causing him to waver in his earlier decision to serve under him. Amidst his heartfelt apologies laced with remorse, Deacon finally encountered his savior. His true self, Dante, had arrived on the scene. As Deacon returned to his original form, he found Dante embracing a companion, smiling affectionately at him, and he felt a warm sensation encroaching upon his eyes, blurring his vision. Noticing Deacon's distress, Dante kindly clarified, "This is your companion. Or perhaps you could refer to him as your doppelganger. I believe you two are quite familiar with one another. The situation is that the hefty fellow is deceased, and I am now aware of Cain's circumstances. So, are you still inclined to resist? Are you crying now?" Regaining his composure, Deacon shook his head, sending a few crystalline tears flying. It was Dante's first encounter with a man weeping from a beating, and he felt as though he had stumbled upon a rare creature. "My friend, could you enlighten me on how you came to weep? Honestly, this is my first time witnessing a man shed tears from a beating. How about this? If you answer my questions earnestly, I shall grant you a painful demise. However, if you refuse to cooperate, I will join forces with your companion and continue until you are willing to comply, followed by an excruciating death." patting Deacon's shoulder, which knelt on the ground. Dante earnestly counseled him, "You are undoubtedly destined to die today, so you may choose between a swift or torturous end. I am willing to respect the wishes of one about to meet their demise." Upon hearing Dante's words, Deacon sniffed, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to know? The might of His Majesty Cain is beyond your imagination. Among his subordinates, I am but a mere speck. If I divulge information regarding Lord Cain, your fate will be worse than mine. I can offer you a chance. The altar, the lowest tier, is the gateway to leave this place. If you choose to turn and depart now, I shall pretend you were never here. What say you?" In response, Dante shook his head. "Do not test me further. The hefty fellow has already divulged everything he knows to me. There's an ancient deity sealed within the altar, is there not? To leave this place, you must have Cain's consent. So, spare me the idle chatter. I dislike redundancy. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time. I shall ask you one last time. Speak or remain silent. The choice is yours." Gazing into Dante's icy eyes, Deacon contemplated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "I do not believe you can triumph over His Majesty Cain. Even if you were to kill me now, it would be futile. His Majesty is bound to arrive shortly, and soon you shall join me." Deacon's most immediate impression of Dante is one of formidable strength. However, this strength does not intimidate Deacon, for in his heart, Cain remains invincible. Deacon is a vampire, and a long-standing one at that. Cain stands as an equal to Dracula, revered as the progenitor of their kind. In Deacon's eyes, vampires transcend humanity, embodying an exalted and perfect race. He firmly believes that when he confronts Cain, the ultimate victor will inevitably be Cain. Moreover, as long as he does not betray Cain, he is certain that one day he will be resurrected by him. He has witnessed such miracles firsthand, rendering death a mere triviality in his perspective. Observing Deacon lying on the ground, indifferent and awaiting death, Dante shook his head in frustration. "You truly are a stubborn one. Is it because Cain possesses some means of resurrection that you are so at ease? Should I call you foolish or commend your loyalty? How can you be so certain that Cain will indeed revive you? Did you not just admit that among his followers, you are but a negligible presence? If that is the case, why would Cain go to such lengths to resurrect a mere wisp of foul gas?" With that, Dante crushed Deacon's knee beneath his boot, and amidst Deacon's agonized cries, Dante remarked coolly, "The pain is yours, and the death is also yours. Before you place your hopes in the unrealistic fantasy that His Majesty Cain will eventually resurrect you, should you not lift your gaze and truly observe me?" As he spoke, Dante drew a pistol and aimed it at Deacon's head. "Your life is currently in my hands, while your esteemed Cain remains oblivious to your fate." Just as Deacon fell into contemplation once more, a gentle baritone echoed from a short distance away. "Deacon, it seems you have failed once again. How unfortunate, for you have ultimately disappointed me." "Lord Cain," Deacon exclaimed, elated by the sound of Cain's voice, yet the words that followed plunged him into an abyss of despair. "Indeed, Deacon, you are unworthy to be my subordinate. Once again, you have let me down." Chapter 35. The Cabin in the Woods 5. Your Majesty. Please allow me to explain. At that moment, Deacon trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his clothes visibly drenched in an instant. Dante stood silently beside him, observing Cain. The figure before them was a European man, approximately 6 feet tall, with meticulously styled golden hair slicked back. His crimson vertical pupils radiated an air of coldness and authority. With fair skin, an elegant, noble demeanor, and a visage so striking it resembled a sculptural masterpiece. He wore a black evening suit adorned with a blue rose in his breast pocket and held a sheathed European longsword in his hand. At that moment, he stood in exquisite black shoes, gazing down with disappointment at the trembling Deacon sprawled on the ground. Steadying his racing heart, Deacon hesitantly inquired, "Your Majesty, may I beg for another chance?" "Deacon, I have already granted you one opportunity, yet you failed to seize it," Li Wei replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though a glacial glint sparkled in his eyes. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Dante stood with hands on his hips, while Deacon slumped to the ground, lost in contemplation. Cain observed Dante with keen interest. "Have you finished your discourse?" "I had anticipated my turn would arrive a bit later," Dante remarked, a teasing smirk playing on his face as he sensed Cain's scrutiny. Cain shook his head in response, a slight smile appearing. "Human, you have no role here. but I must concede that you performed admirably. However, had you not slaughtered so many of my kind, I might have considered granting you an initial embrace. Upon hearing this, Dante erupted into hearty laughter. I think I shall pass, for being a vampire bat is hardly a glamorous endeavor. I would sooner be a dung beetle than take on such a mantle. Perhaps even being a dung beetle would be a luxury for you, Cain countered. I do not believe you possess the capability for such a transformation, Dante retorted. As their words hung in the air, the tension thickened. The atmosphere poised on the brink of conflict. Just as Cain prepared to strike, Dante raised a hand. Wait a moment. I still have a matter left unresolved. What? Is it too late for you to contemplate surrender? Bang! With a gunshot, Deacon fell into a pool of his own blood. Dante then turned to Cain, spreading his arms wide. I have no intentions of capitulating. I merely have one piece of refuse yet to dispose of. The air here is already quite foul, and I consider this a contribution to environmental preservation. Is that so? I ought to thank you for eliminating Deacon on my behalf. For dealing with refuse can be rather unpleasant, Cain replied. I believe that cleaning up the garbage only serves to evoke sympathy, given that the largest piece of refuse present is indeed you, is it not? In a flash, the two sprang into action simultaneously. Oh, Dante exclaimed. Seizing his enchanted sword with fervor, he declared, let the grand performance commence. With that, he propelled himself forward, his body akin to a released arrow, thrusting the sword toward Cain with remarkable velocity. Yeah, Dante shouted as he lunged, yet Cain effortlessly raised his scabbard to block the assault. Their clash resonated like a meteor colliding with the earth, a colossal shockwave radiating outward, further fracturing the already cracked passageway as dust cascaded from the ceiling's fissures. They remained locked in a stalemate amidst the swirling smoke, two torrents of crimson energy wreaking havoc, crackling like lightning in the haze. At that moment, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog, revealing the silhouettes of the two combatants. They wielded their weapons with remarkable speed, the clash of their dual swords resonating like an elongated note, rendering it impossible to count the number of strikes by sound alone. The rapid flurry of the two long swords formed a semicircular domain impervious to any intrusion, with sparks igniting from their collisions, blooming within the area like extravagant fireworks. Dante discovered that the European longsword in Cain's hand possessed a translucent blade, an unusual weapon he had never encountered before, prompting him to momentarily slow his own strikes. Are you already faltering? Cain's demeanor had shifted from his previous gentleness to one of ferocity, his expression twisted in a menacing grimace, his red vertical pupils brimming with savage intent and a palpable disdain for life. He unleashed a powerful downward slash that struck Dante's sword with tremendous force. Dante, yielding to the momentum, was propelled backward and swiftly drew his ivory weapon, unleashing a torrent of fire upon Cain. A gentle breeze swept through as Cain deftly swung his sword, sending forth a transparent wind blade that sliced through the incoming bullets, hurtling directly towards Dante. With a resounding clang, Dante adopted a defensive stance, and amidst a sharp sound and a blinding flash, he stood unharmed, a taunting smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is that your prowess, the sword entwined with wind? How disappointing. I had hoped you would provide me with a semblance of entertainment. Familiar with the length of Cain's long sword, Dante gazed at him with evident disillusionment. Do not misunderstand. I am merely warming up for the battle ahead. You are unworthy to be my opponent, and you're not my target. Upon uttering these words, Cain revealed a peculiar smile. He sheathed his sword and clapped his hands together with force, causing Dante to momentarily lose his vision. When he regained his sight, Dante found himself no longer in the underground base, but standing upon a colossal ancient altar. Towering stone columns seemed to prop up the very sky, while a crimson crescent moon ignited the surrounding heavens. Realization struck Dante. He was not in New York, but still within the wooden cabin. At the center of the altar, Cain held a transparent crystal, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he regarded Dante. Minions must be dealt with by minions. You do not merit my direct intervention. So I have procured an opponent to deal with you. For this, I must temporarily relinquish my dominion here. You should be grateful, for it is a great honor for a mere mortal to perish at the hands of an ancient god. With that, Cain shattered the crystal in his grasp and vanished from sight. Just as Dante was grappling with the bewildering turn of events, the altar began to tremble violently. It felt as though the world itself were on the brink of collapse. Without a moment to ponder, Dante activated his demonic form, unfurling the wings from his back and floating into the air. At that moment, a colossal arm, flowing with molten lava, erupted from the ground, heading straight for Dante. The massive hand, shrouded in sulfurous smoke, blotted out the sky as it lunged toward him. The suddenness of the event was overwhelming, although Dante had activated his demonic form. The sheer size of the hand rendered any attempt to evade futile. With a mere snap of his fingers, everything around him plunged into a blinding white. The cacophony of the environment fell into silence. Debris froze mid-air, and only Dante floated effortlessly, observing the titanic arm before him. This was Dante's unique combat style, known as Mercury from Devil May Cry 3. In simple terms, Mercury is akin to Dio's Zawarudo, wherein activating it halts time in the surrounding area. Given Dante's boundless magical power, his Mercury could be activated indefinitely. To defeat such a Dante, one would need to possess speed surpassing that of his Mercury. Otherwise, he would remain invincible. In an instant, Dante vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters high above the arm. He snapped his fingers, canceling Mercury, and the tranquil silence erupted back into chaos as smoke billowed and debris flew. In an instant, the altar lay in ruins, and a titan of at least 500 meters in height emerged from the abyss. The acrid smoke obscured the heavens, and the once serene forest was consumed by flames. Resembling a scene from the apocalypse, Dante swiftly positioned himself atop the giant's head, brandishing his enchanted sword in a mock display. "Insect, do you dare insult me?" A thunderous voice resonated from below, the sound waves causing Dante's ears to ring. "Ha! I'm merely curious as to why a piece of land has sprouted legs," Dante retorted playfully, even jumping to stomp on the giant's head. After a brief silence, the Titan coldly replied, "Insect, you shall pay for this. I swear by the Titan god Kronos." With that, he extended his molten hand, engulfed in smoke, and struck at Dante. With a snap, the space turned white again, and Dante leisurely floated in front of Kronos, facing the intense heat emanating from his visage before releasing Mercury. Boom! Kronos' hand, as expected, crashed down upon his own head, creating a tremendous sound. "Haha, your current state resembles my attempts to swat mosquitoes at midnight. You know how bothersome they can be," Dante exclaimed, applauding the giant's disheveled appearance with hearty laughter. Kronos, his fiery eyes fixed on Dante, inquired, "You are no ordinary being, are you? You just manipulated time." "Perhaps," Dante replied, "but I no longer have the luxury to chat. It's getting late, and I must return home for breakfast." Upon concluding his words, Dante's body erupted with an immense blaze of magical energy, as if it were on the verge of disintegrating. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of magic surged from Dante, staggering even Kronos. "Mortal, you possess audacity beyond measure. Do not create such a commotion. I can hear your voice," he exclaimed. As the flames dissipated, Dante emerged, transformed into his true demonic form, extending his hand to grasp the magic sword. A flash of crimson light illuminated the blade, which split open to reveal a core adorned with pulsating red runes, surrounded by 8 phantasmal swords that spun around him. At that moment, Dante resembled not merely a demon, but rather a harbinger of darkness. His fearsome form, coupled with the swirling red magical energy enveloping him, gave the impression of a demon lord descending upon the world. A palpable aura of death looming over Kronos' massive figure. "You are God," Kronos exclaimed in astonishment. "Who knows, but I believe myself to be human." Dante's voice erupted like a beastly roar. No sooner had he spoken than he surged toward Kronos, the 8 phantasmal swords melding with the magic sword in his grasp, transforming into a colossal new weapon. Dante's body began to spin rapidly, akin to a power drill, as he pressed against Kronos' chest with fervent force. "Ah!" Kronos let out a deafening scream, then swung his right hand toward the Dante pressing against his chest. In an instant, the Mercury effect triggered, allowing Dante to appear above Kronos' head. As the Mercury dissipated, another Dante, also in his true demonic form, materialized at his side. "Ah, you, god of time, will eventually be consumed by it." Kronos, staggering, flailed his arms wildly, unleashing a barrage of fireballs from his smoke-emitting limbs, creating craters upon the earth. "I do not share your sentiment. Now, silence your tongue and return to your depths." The two Dantes interjected in unison. extending their right hands as magical energy coalesced within them. In an instant, two colossal, black hole-like energy rings enveloped Kronos' form. Kronos was relentlessly torn by the two rings, emitting anguished howls. The energy in the Dante's hands surged into the rings, and when it reached a critical mass, the rings nearly erupted inward, violently shredding much of Kronos' body. Molten lava flowed from the jagged openings, and the thick smoke surrounding him diminished significantly as Kronos collapsed onto the ground, the pit beneath him gradually filling with molten rock. Indeed, when you kneel, your form does not appear so grand, Dante taunted from his aerial vantage point, raising his magic sword to deliver the final blow. Powerful god, please wait. We can negotiate a deal. Startled by Dante's formidable power, Kronos hurriedly interjected, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. As the Titan god of Greek mythology, Kronos had never anticipated such a complete defeat, especially at the hands of a being so diminutive. A transaction? What sort of transaction are you proposing? Dante inquired with keen interest. The cabin in the woods has become a forsaken entity. Those who remain here are unable to leave. However, I can facilitate your escape, provided that you spare my life. Upon hearing these words, Dante, who had already been troubled by the prospect of leaving, nodded in agreement. If you can indeed escort me out, I shall refrain from taking your life. However, I require your unwavering presence until I have departed, for I have no desire to return and confront you should I sense treachery. Elated by Dante's acquiescence, Kronos exclaimed, "There is no need for such complications. I shall transport you immediately." With that, he raised his hand to summon a portal composed of smoke and molten rock. Pointing towards the gateway, he declared, "I am the most powerful entity within this realm. When this space loses its master, I temporarily gain the right to traverse it. To claim dominion here, you must acquire transparent crystal, but it currently resides with the previous holder and not with me." Dante recalled the crystal he had seen in Li Wei's possession upon his departure. Nodding thoughtfully, he addressed Kronos. "I trust the gravity of deceit requires no further elaboration. I shall ask you once more, will this door truly allow my passage? I offer you another chance. Grant me safe passage, and I will spare your life." Kronos affirmed with certainty, "O mighty one, I speak the truth. This door is the sole exit to the cabin. Your strength commands my respect, and I would not deceive you." With a slight nod, Dante maintained his true demon form and stepped through the portal. Kronos, with deep respect, knelt on one knee. As Dante fully entered the doorway, Kronos lowered his head and softly uttered, "O powerful god, when we meet again, I believe you will be the master of this realm. I await your return with great anticipation." The moment Dante crossed the threshold, he felt a familiar darkness envelop him. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing before the cabin. "It seems Kronos did not deceive me," Dante murmured as he relinquished his true demon form. Chapter 37. The two surrounded by giants after V and Johnny concluded their phone call, they hastily made their way to Dante's location, encountering one another in a tunnel. Amidst the roar of engines, they exchanged knowing smiles before accelerating towards their destination. Navigating through a mountain tunnel and continuing along a forest path, they eventually halted their vehicle near the small cabin. After Johnny removed his helmet, he pointed towards the wooden cabin and inquired of V, "What should we do now? Shall we proceed inside?" V glanced at the terminal in his hand and shook his head. "Something feels amiss. Dante's terminal shows that it is offline, either damaged or out of signal. Given Dante's capabilities, he would not allow his terminal to be compromised. Thus, it must be a signal issue. My terminal cannot lose signal on Earth, so Dante must be in some trouble. I suggest we refrain from entering. We lack the capacity to resolve Dante's predicament. It may be wiser to wait for him outside, as intruding could exacerbate his difficulties." Johnny nodded in agreement. "We can handle some dirty work, but if we encounter a formidable foe, we would be of no assistance at all. Let's wait for another half hour. If there is still no word from Dante, we shall contact the boss." Just then, a strange voice interrupted. "How about contacting your boss right now?" Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through their backs, and they were thrown to the ground. "You two must be the companions of that white-haired brat. Is this all the strength you possess?" Cain stood arrogantly where they had just been, wielding a long sword and mocking them. "Are you a mouse? You walk without making a sound." Slowly, Johnny rose from the ground, the pain in his back still lingering. Gritting his teeth in anger, he retorted, "What do you mean?" In response, Cain chuckled dismissively. I never concern myself with the taunts of the dying. After all, you can only talk. As Kane's derision echoed, V gradually stood up, drawing his fully upgraded legendary rifle, the Widowmaker, and aimed it at Kane. Hey, you must be Kane, right? Dressed so flamboyantly. Are you planning to attract a wealthy woman? Kane shrugged nonchalantly at V's mockery. Call it as you will. You should thank me. I hold the utmost tolerance for the dying, as your insults barely sting. What I seek to claim is your lives. V smirked disdainfully, then awkwardly hugged himself. Could you please drop that ridiculous gentlemanly act? You remind me of those ducks trying to catch the attention of wealthy women, especially with the rose on your chest. Frankly, your taste is a disaster. I've heard you've lived quite a long time. Is your daily sustenance derived from this outfit, living off the generosity of others? I regret to inform you that I do not have the luxury of time to waste on you. Tonight is of great significance to me. Please enjoy your final moments of life, Kane declared, raising his right hand to reveal the dense and enigmatic tattooed markings on his arm. A glimmer of light flashed across his hand, causing a portion of the tattoo to vanish into thin air. As the brilliance dissipated, a colossal magical circle emerged before Kane, from which several figures stepped forth, bowing reverently before him. Let them endure a modicum of suffering before their demise. After dispatching them, do not enter the cottage, but await my return. I shall savor the main course of the evening, he declared, and with a flicker of crimson light, Kane vanished from sight. A group stood in silent confusion, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. V, observing the imposing figures before her, whispered to Johnny, "You handle the two on the left. I will take on the two on the right. Seize the moment and conclude the battle with utmost swiftness." "Understood. Your reminder is unnecessary," he replied. After their brief exchange, both remained vigilant, preparing for combat. "This is not a fair fight, thus I shall refrain from participating. Can you manage these two on your own?" questioned a dashing man clad in red armor, adorned with a flowing crimson ribbon and wielding a gleaming trident. "Yes. In this skirmish, you may stand guard while we deal with these two," responded a fearsome-looking man dressed in military attire and sporting a wide-brimmed red hat. "Johnny, did you notice? This fellow speaks without moving his lips. Is he a ventriloquist?" V inquired softly. Johnny shook his head. "Uncertain. Let us observe further. But I sense something amiss with this man. General, do you intend to handle both of them alone? If so, I shall withdraw. They fail to pique my interest," scoffed a tall man with a shock of red hair, who then settled beneath a tree in silence. "Yagami, you must comprehend that this task is entrusted to us by His Majesty Kane. It is not a matter for negotiation, including you, Sanada Yukimura," admonished a hooded figure emerging from the crowd, reprimanding all present. "My sincerest apologies. Though this seems unjust, it is the duty bestowed upon us by His Majesty, and we are compelled to comply. I will endeavor to ensure your passing is devoid of pain. This is the greatest concession I can offer," Sanada Yukimura stated, brandishing his trident with an expression of regret. "Enough with the idle chatter, Sanada. Dispatch them swiftly," the general urged, adjusting his red military cap with visible impatience. A scornful look crossed Yagami's face, yet he ultimately complied, standing beside the hooded man. "Alex, I will confront that man. This is my utmost concession." In response, Alex nodded at Yagami. "Very well. I still retain the authority to grant such a concession." Having concluded his speech, Alex surveyed everyone present. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Choose your opponents and conclude the battle within a minute." V and Johnny exchanged glances, the latter exclaiming, "Do you look down on me?" Chapter 38, Triple Kill. A vast expanse of purple flames erupted within the forest, the searing heat seemingly incinerating the very air, causing the surrounding space to warp. Johnny, having entered stealth mode, darted through the woods in a frenzy, driven by the knowledge that the man with the crimson hair was unleashing indiscriminate attacks with his purple flames upon the surrounding terrain. Unable to detect Johnny's concealed presence, he resorted to targeting everything around him in a desperate bid to strike luck. "Damn it, this little redhead is truly relentless." "V, how's your scan coming along?" "I can barely contain myself," Johnny shouted, exerting force to restrain his impulse to eliminate Iori Yagami with a single shot. "Almost there. This guy, Alex, has an incredibly complex body structure. Just give me another minute." "Damn it, can't you speed up, V? I say we just go for the kill. I can hardly hold back. This is unbearable," Johnny yelled, evading the flurry of black tendrils that assailed him. Initially, Johnny had intended to swiftly eliminate everyone present, but V had mentioned that the one called the General appeared to harbor something unusual within him. With nothing else to occupy their time, the two resolved to investigate this peculiar group further. After a brief skirmish with the brawny adversaries, Johnny and V gained some insight into their capabilities. The red-haired individual, Iori Yagami, could manipulate intensely high temperatures with his purple flames and possess sharp claws. Although he posed no real danger to them, being scratched by such a formidable figure was still quite distressing. The handsome young man wielding a firearm, Sanada Yukimura, exhibited remarkable marksmanship, coupled with astonishing speed and considerable strength. The man in military attire, known as the General, appeared to be a robot, endowed with a formidable physique and immense power. Intriguingly, he seemed to harbor a potent explosive within him, the means of detonation remaining a mystery. Among them, the most formidable was undoubtedly Alex, the hooded figure. Through some unknown means, he could transform his body into various weapons and extend numerous black tendrils from his form, nauseating both V and Johnny. Aside from Alex, the other three adversaries were within an acceptable range of power. For V and Johnny, dealing with them would be a straightforward and enjoyable endeavor. As the progress bar in V's vision reached its conclusion, he shouted, "It's over. This fool's method of detonation is his own demise. However, fret not, for I have remotely altered the bomb's ignition sequence. You may now proceed to eliminate them." Johnny had been eagerly awaiting V's words. With astonishing speed, he dashed before the vigilant Sanada Yukimura, brandishing his pistol and pressing it against the latter's temple. With a look of impending doom etched on Sanada Yukimura's face, Johnny decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant, blood splattered as Sanada Yukimura's skull was shattered, leaving him lifeless. V, not to be outdone, swiftly deployed the mantis blade concealed within his arm, activating the full power of his Cyanvestin V cybernetic. Before Yagami could even react, V executed a swift maneuver, effectively decimating another formidable warrior from the opposing ranks. The tides of battle shifted with breathtaking speed. Merely moments ago, the foes had been overpowering Johnny and V. Yet within 5 short seconds, they had lost 2 key players, causing the General to feel a surge of panic. "Do not panic. I shall promptly send you to meet them." Upon hearing a melodious voice emanating from behind him, the General turned in alarm and exclaimed, "Do not act rashly. I possess a red star atomic bomb within me. Should I perish, it shall obliterate us all." Dismissing his pleas, V wielded the mantis blade and severed the General's neck with a disdainful expression, having been previously beleaguered by these adversaries. Both V and Johnny felt a surge of relief as they swiftly dispatched 3 foes, alleviating some of the pent-up frustration. Now it is just you left. You wretched hooded figure. Chapter 39. King against king. As V withdrew the mantis blade from Alex's chest, she felt an overwhelming urge to curse. "What on earth are you?" she thought, incredulous that he had not succumbed despite her relentless assault. Observing Alex's visibly recovering body, Johnny scratched his head in exasperation. If this guy merely recovers physically, I might not say much, but V, take a closer look. He's even mending the tears in his clothing. This is utterly outrageous. The pair, having exited their stealth mode, stood a short distance from Alex, hurling invectives at him in frustration. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind them. "V, Johnny, how delightful it is to see you here. You both appear quite troubled. Do you require my assistance?" Upon recognizing that familiar, comforting voice, V turned eagerly, brimming with excitement as he began relaying all the intelligence he had gathered to Dante. "Dante, this and that." As V detailed the situation, Dante scrutinized the hooded figure before him, who bore a wary expression yet remained rooted in place. Without giving him a chance to respond, as V's words fell, Dante immediately activated his true demon form. With his overwhelming magical power sweeping through the vicinity, a scorching gale sent everyone present reeling in disarray. Amidst the bewildered expression on Alex's face, Dante directly summoned a black hole, and with a cacophony of despairing screams, Alex vanished entirely from this realm. "Hey, why are you two silent? Have you been mesmerized by my gallant presence?" Observing the duo frozen in place, Dante smiled and patted their shoulders. V and Johnny were indeed taken aback by Dante's true demon form. They couldn't quite articulate their feelings. but they sensed an undeniable charm about Dante that instilled a sense of security. Casting a glance at the 3 male corpses sprawled on the ground, V let out a weary sigh. Dante, I will never again agree to let you go out shopping. All the hellish events of this evening are due to your escapade, so you must reflect on your actions when we return home. With that, V slumped his shoulders. Let's go find the boss together. I'm feeling a bit homesick. Tonight has been truly hellish, and once this is all over, I must indulge in a grand feast. In response to V's grievances, Dante merely shrugged nonchalantly. Say what you will. I certainly have no desire to go grocery shopping anymore. Besides, we both have a knack for stirring up trouble. Let's not point fingers. That makes sense, V replied. Outside New York City, in the desert, Lucci severed the head of the last vampire with a single stroke of his sword, casually discarding the now-defunct silver blade. Although this sword originated from the world of The Witcher 3, it was still too fragile for Lucci. Are you enjoying yourself? Does tormenting my subordinates give you a sense of accomplishment? Kane's voice echoed from above Lucci. Without looking up, Lucci lit a cigarette and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, retorted, whether I feel accomplished or not is irrelevant. I only know that my actions have successfully attracted a far larger bat. What's the matter? Have you been admiring me from above for so long that you've developed a crush? Chapter 40. King versus King 2. It seems you possess a bit more capability than I initially anticipated to have detected my presence, Kane remarked arrogantly. Descending from the sky with an air of superiority, Lucci shot him a sidelong glance, sitting on a stone as he exhaled smoke. That hardly qualifies as a skill. I merely caught a whiff of the stench emanating from you. No. Kane shook his finger, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. What you perceive is merely the aroma of my nobility. Following this, a hint of disdain crossed his features. After all, mortals are mortals. Your short-sightedness prevents you from discerning just how distinguished the being before you truly is. Huh. Lucci spat out a thick phlegm and contemptuously remarked, How esteemed can you be? Are your bat wings gilded? Upon encountering this sudden fool before him, Lucci had already harbored murderous intent. This was the most sinister aura he had felt at this stage, a foul blend of decaying flesh and rotting fruit. A malevolent stench combined with the acrid scent of urine. Kane sneered, You and that sword-wielding white-haired brat are indeed a master and servant, both sharp-tongued and oblivious to true divinity. But fear not, I shall tear out your tongue from my collection. I trust you will not speak so insolently again. White-haired sword-wielder, have you encountered Dante? Lucci interjected, curiosity piqued. I have not only encountered him, but I also heard him admit it. Lucci was momentarily taken aback, then inquisitively pressed on. Then how are you still alive? Kane responded with confusion. Ah? Lucci disregarded Li Wei, who was frozen in place, and reached for his terminal, intending to contact Dante for clarification. However, he discovered that Dante's terminal was offline. In a panic, he searched for Dante's aura, only to find it completely absent. What have you done to him? Lucci's eyes gleamed with menace as he coldly demanded. I haven't done anything to him. Kane replied nonchalantly. I merely delivered the punishment he deserved. I suspect he has been reduced to a pulp by now. A triumphant smile crept onto Kane's face at the thought of the white-haired boy being crushed by a lava giant. Perhaps it was concern that muddled his judgment. But Lucci found himself almost believing Kane's words. Lucci was acutely aware of Dante's strength and his penchant for deceit, yet he could not sense Dante's presence at all. Furthermore, this nefarious individual was confidently asserting that Dante was dead. Even with trust, Lucci felt a flicker of panic. You had better elucidate what you have done to Dante. Lucci gritted his teeth and demanded. Seeing Lucci's expression, Kane erupted into rare laughter, a cruel glint appearing on his handsome face. I killed him. I turned him into mush. Does that satisfy your inquiry? Moreover, I also dispatched a middle-aged man with a metal arm and a white-haired woman, and you are next on my list. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Lucci unleashed a full-force punch squarely into Kane's face. Rage consumed Lucci's mind. All he desired was to tear apart the man before him. Since acquiring the Vegeta template, Lucci had been striving to manage his anger. This template was immensely powerful, and he had developed it thoroughly, yet it had a significant drawback. Its sheer strength made it difficult for him to control. Typically, he managed well, but when his temper flared, he became clumsy and reckless. The template bestowed upon him the prowess and combat intelligence of Vegeta, yet failed to grant him mastery over the control of his aura. On ordinary days, Lu Qi consciously managed the flow of his energy, executing it remarkably well. However, when he succumbed to madness, he became utterly reckless, embodying a carefree abandon. With a single kick, he shattered the earth beneath him, his chaotic aura causing the very planet to tremble violently, bathing the night in a resplendent golden glow akin to daylight. At that moment, Cain, propelled through the air by a forceful punch, found himself suspended in the heavens, his shattered form devoid of vitality. Yet, at that instant, a cross adorned with a blue diamond that hung around his neck unexpectedly shattered, restoring his body to its former state. He opened his eyes wide, terror etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom the true horror of this human. I must flee. For the first time in his long existence, the thought of escape emerged in Cain's mind. Just as he resolved to run, a powerful arm seized him by the nape of his neck. No wonder I felt something amiss. It turns out you possess something of mine. Was that resurrection cross you just utilized? Lu Qi radiated a golden aura, his hair standing on end in luminous spikes, his green eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity and cruelty. In a fit of rage, Lu Qi instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overreaction akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. As he hoisted Cain, whose form shimmered with golden light like a celestial being, the decaying heart of Cain began to be consumed by fear. He flailed his limbs in a futile attempt to escape Lu Qi's grasp. Observing Cain's body flickering between solidity and intangibility, Lu Qi scoffed. Is that the ability of psychic transmitter? It seems you've acquired quite a few remarkable items through my system fragments. With that, Lu Qi unleashed another punch, landing it squarely on Cain's chest. Watching as Cain once again succumbed to unconsciousness amidst his screams, only to awaken moments later, his face a mask of panic, Lu Qi taunted. It appears you have quite a substantial inheritance, old man. Now, tell me, where did you discover those fragments? Chapter 41. King vs. King 3. Gazing at the trembling Cain, who remained silent despite his precarious situation, Lu Qi let out a cold huff and released his grip, having gradually regained his composure. He understood that he could not kill him just yet. He needed an explanation regarding Dante's whereabouts. Just moments ago, in his fury, he had neglected to confirm the truth of this creature's words, despite V and Johnny's auras being intact. However, now that he had regained clarity, Lu Qi resolved to interrogate this increasingly cowardly bat-like entity. Upon witnessing Lu Qi's release, Cain floated helplessly in the air. Yet a cunning smile crept across his lips as he vanished from Lu Qi's sight with a swift motion. In a secluded cave, Cain appeared to have lost all strength, slumped on a soft mattress. This was his clandestine sanctuary, a repository for nearly all his wealth. It bore resemblance to a cabin in the woods, both being unique spaces. Initially, a group of deformed beings inhabited this place, but Cain had subsequently confined them to a small wooden house, transforming the cave into his refuge and storehouse. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, startling Cain into a state of paralysis on the ground. As he turned, he beheld a radiant, celestial figure at the entrance, glaring fiercely at him. I have anticipated this moment. It seems you have merely existed without any growth in intellect, Lu Qi remarked, glancing at the incapacitated Cain before advancing and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The immense speed and force of Lu Qi's strike rendered Cain's body into a mass of flesh. Yet, moments later, a burst of white light signaled Cain's resurrection. Why? How could you have come here? This is impossible. At this moment, Cain had shed any semblance of aristocratic demeanor associated with his bloodline. He resembled a destitute vagabond, clad in tattered attire and filthy all over. Repeated deaths had shattered his courage and dignity, leaving him to wallow on the ground, a pitiful wretch lamenting in despair. Seeing Cain in such a state, Lu Qi wrinkled his brow in disdain and lifted his foot to kick him once more in the chest. In a flicker of faint white light, Cain returned to life yet again. Tell me, why are you here? Observing Cain still grappling with his query, Lu Qi sighed. Because I have memorized your essence. From the moment I discovered you, as long as you exist in this world, there is no escape from my grasp. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Ah, so you have indeed remembered my essence? But it matters not. You will ultimately perish here with me. As Cain regained his confidence, Lu Qi found himself utterly bewildered. What is this? One moment he is despondent, the next brimming with self-assurance. Has he lived so long that he has succumbed to senility? Chapter 42. Conclusion: you may kill me countless times. I am indifferent to it. However, one thing you must understand. I am of the bloodline, a true immortal, while you are merely human. How long can your lifespan truly be? As you grow older and frail, I will make you fully aware of the grave consequences of inciting my wrath. Do not even think about fleeing here. I am the sole, true deity. Without my consent, no one can depart from this place, not even you. Observing Cain, who had once again regained his composure, Lu Qi found himself too weary to engage him further. Thus he began to immerse himself in the perception of this space. Are you attempting to perceive this realm? Futile endeavor. I advise you to relinquish that notion. Ha ha ha. In response to Cain's inexplicable confidence, Lu Qi merely retaliated with a simple wave of energy. Witnessing Cain, reduced to ashes yet slowly regenerating, Lu Qi mockingly remarked, "The so-called singular god has been obliterated by an outsider. Who, then, is truly human and who is divine? Futile indeed. This is a space detached from the world, a realm that belongs solely to me. Here, I am immortal. Regardless of the methods employed or how many times you attempt to extinguish my existence, it is in vain, for I shall always resurrect. No matter how formidable you are. Can you shatter this space?" Cain taunted. "You've inadvertently provided me with a notion. To shatter space? A splendid idea. I shall adopt it." Under Cain's incredulous gaze, Lu Qi's aura began to ascend dramatically, and a brilliant golden light illuminated the dark cavern entirely. Wow! As Lu Qi activated the second stage of his transformation, he was enveloped by flickering lightning, his presence becoming increasingly formidable. Just a fleeting glance was enough to instill a sense of terror in Cain. This should suffice, I believe. Having said that, Lu Qi raised his right fist, aglow with golden flames, and forcefully struck the rocky ground beneath him. The template Lu Qi possessed was not that of the Vegeta from the games or the official anime, but rather a character template from a fan-made animation created by a Western Dragon Ball enthusiast. The animation was of poor quality, with distorted characters and abysmal fight scenes. Yet Lu Qi found it utterly captivating, for the storyline was exceptionally engaging. What would transpire if the Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super fused with the Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT? The answer remains Vegeta. Regrettably, the author succumbed to pressure and, after facing harsh criticism from netizens, ultimately deleted the work just before its climactic moment. The creator, drawing from the comprehensive guides, assigned Vegeta's combat power as the product of the strengths of Vegeta and Goku, rendering him the unparalleled Vegeta. It was precisely due to this overwhelming power that Lu Qi had yet to fully master it. Furthermore, this fan work included a unique transformation known as the God Transformation. The author drew inspiration from the V pattern on the King S attire to design this transformation. However, since the work has been deleted, Lu Qi could only download a final image of Vegeta S transformation as a keepsake, satisfying his desire for collection. Feeling the violent tremors as the space threatened to collapse entirely, Cain, in sheer terror, collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, tears and mucus flowing freely once more. He was acutely aware that, stripped of the resurrection tools, he stood utterly vulnerable before this individual, devoid of any hope for survival. But should he resist? How could he possibly mount a defense? What plea could he offer for mercy? As his mind raced like a frenzied engine, he contemplated summoning assistance. Yet no incantation could evoke even a single subordinate. By the time he comprehended that all his followers had perished, it was too late. The cavernous space around them had succumbed to complete collapse. In the aftermath of a blinding flash of light, the two were transported back to the desert where they had first encountered one another. "I trust you have exhausted your repertoire of tricks," Lu Qi stated, gripping Cain by the crown of his head and gazing down upon him with an air of dominance, bolts of electricity crackling around him. His tone was frigid. "I was wrong. I promise, if you spare me, I will confine myself to my coffin from this moment forth. Furthermore, all my accumulated wealth shall be yours. I beseech you, grant me my life." Warm, foul liquid trickled down Cain's trousers, and with a disdainful grimace, Lu Qi flung him into the air, unleashing a wave of energy that ensured Cain's passage to the afterlife. "Foolishness. Even in death, all this still belongs to me," Lu Qi remarked nonchalantly as he began searching for something specific. He was certain that the object in Cain's possession was a fragment of his own system. Suddenly, an insatiable yearning surged from the depths of his soul, compelling Lu Qi to ascend into the air, where a radiant purple orb hovered. "Found it! he exclaimed with delight, casually grasping the orb in his hand. As he squeezed it with force, the shattered orb transformed into specks of golden light that fused with Lu Qi's being, flooding him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment that elicited involuntary sounds of pleasure. With no one around and in desperate need of release, Lu Qi closed his eyes and unabashedly surrendered to his exhilaration, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. Boss, Dante and his companions, having arrived at the scene, were taken aback by the sight of Lu Qi shamelessly swaying and moaning with abandon upon the ground. V's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Johnny's sunglasses slipped from his face, and Dante momentarily forgot how to fly. In that moment, Lu Qi was lost in a euphoric reverie, completely oblivious to the approach of Dante and the others, failing to even register the sound of their descent. It was only when V called out to him in a tone laden with despair that he snapped out of his trance, turning rapidly to face the astonished expressions of Dante and the rest. It seems today's carnage is far from over. Chapter 43. Back to school. Upon arriving at school, focus on your studies and prioritize safety. Should anyone harass you, please inform Johnny or myself, and I shall deal with the offender accordingly. Lu Qi crouched on the ground, meticulously adjusting Lu Maoxing's clothing and the straps of his backpack, incessantly reminding him of various precautions. His motherly demeanor elicited eye rolls from Johnny, who sat nearby. 2 days had passed since the incident involving Kane, and life had returned to its usual rhythm. The vampires of New York City had been thoroughly eradicated by Lu Qi and his companions, with Kane's assets now gathering dust in the restaurant storage. Following the absorption of the beads, Lu Qi's system entered a brief state of update. Fortunately, Lu Qi existed as a sort of spirit to the system, and thus he did not fall into a dormant state this time. The Kane incident had not disrupted their lives. If anything, it was akin to the minor annoyance of waking in the middle of the night to swat mosquitoes. Today marked a significant occasion for everyone, as Lu Maoxing was to commence his schooling. The family rose early, assisting Lu Maoxing in finalizing his plans for the first day of campus life. However, it was primarily the adults who offered suggestions, while Lu Maoxing busied himself in the kitchen, preparing lunchboxes for himself and teacher Johnny, as well as some simple snacks to foster camaraderie among his classmates. Once everything was ready, they all piled into the sleek black van, setting off together to escort Lu Maoxing to school. Dante, why are you slouching in the front seat? You could at least sit properly instead of having your feet up on the dashboard, V remarked, tapping the back of the passenger seat disapprovingly. Dante rolled his eyes in response, but eventually adjusted his seat, his long legs curling awkwardly on the dashboard. I really don't need you all to drop me off. I could just ride on the back of Johnny's motorcycle to school, Lu Maoxing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the grand send-off from his family. Nonsense. It's your first day. It's only right that we accompany you. If I hadn't intervened, Tony was planning to wear his armor to school, insisting that all the kids should know you were his nephew, Iron Man Tony Stark. How ridiculous would that have been? Lu Qi chuckled, sharing a hearty laugh with Lu Maoxing. Comparing the situation in his mind, Lu Maoxing finally laughed brightly. Then let's get moving, boss. I don't want to be late. Lu Qi quickly responded. Understood, we are on our way. As the group laughed and joked, they drove towards the school, and soon, the luxurious black van came to a halt at the entrance of Midtown High School. After bidding Lu Maoxing farewell with waves, the family returned to the restaurant, a sense of emptiness lingering in the air. Boss, when will the system finish updating? V inquired, reclining on the sofa while engrossed in his phone. A minor update. I believe everything should be ready by tonight. By the way, is Johnny not coming back tonight? In response, Dante, polishing his dual pistols, looked up and replied, yes. Johnny mentioned he won't be back for the next few days. He is rehearsing for the welcome party with his older friends. I am aware of that. I've already invited my girlfriend to join us for the event, V said, kneeling on the sofa, resting his chest against the backrest, a hint of anticipation evident in his tone. Dante nodded in agreement, adding, I am quite eager as well. When I inquired about the piece he would perform, he refused to divulge any details, leaving me curious to the point of losing sleep. The trio, Lu Qi and others, boldly speculated about Johnny's performance repertoire. Meanwhile, Lu Maoxing successfully completed his first class. As one of the few Asian faces in the school, and notably a strikingly handsome boy with blue hair, Lu Maoxing unexpectedly garnered considerable admiration from his classmates. As the bell rang, A throng of students quickly surrounded him, bombarding him with an array of curious questions. "You look so young. How old are you?" inquired a curious Latina girl. "I'm 13, almost 14, Lu Maoxing replied candidly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with the Latina girl exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, you're only 13? No wonder you aren't taller than me. But you're so smart. You're only 3 years younger than me and already in school with us. Lu, you must be a genius." Genius always attracts attention, especially when paired with good looks and a charming personality. Thus, Lu Maoxing seamlessly integrated into the youth circle, unaware of how effortlessly it all transpired. He had once harbored concerns about not being able to get along with his classmates, struggling to comprehend their conversations, and unsure of how to forge friendships. Ultimately, filled with anxiety, Lu Maoxing sought assistance from Lu Qi. Upon learning of his worries, Lu Qi questioned, "Why do you concern yourself with such thoughts? Given your nature, as long as you remain true to yourself, you will undoubtedly find friends. You shouldn't ponder what to do if you lack friends. Instead, consider how to manage having too many." So what the boss said is true. As long as I stay true to myself, everything will be fine. It turns out making friends isn't so difficult after all. With his worries laid to rest, Lu Maoxing exuberantly showcased his captivating charm akin to that of a spirited protagonist. It is said that a confident man is the most attractive, and Lu Maoxing once again demonstrated that a self-assured boy can be quite endearing. By the way, would you all like to try the cookies I made? With that, Lu Maoxing retrieved from his backpack the cookies he had baked this morning, specially for this occasion. A recent creation of his that had quickly risen to the top of the indispensable items list in Tony Stark's laboratory. As he unwrapped the box, an indescribable aroma filled the classroom, causing everyone's mouths to water in unison, with the sound of eager swallowing echoing around Lu Maoxing. "It smells so delightful. Can we really eat it?" inquired a robust young man, of similar height to Lu Qi, wiping the corner of his mouth, his tone tinged with impatience. Lu Maoxing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course. I specially prepared this for everyone this morning. I possess no remarkable talents or hobbies, save for my culinary skills, which are quite commendable. So please, don't hold back. Indulge yourselves and see if it suits your palate." In that instant, the inaugural Lu Maoxing cookie competition commenced. Chapter 44. Making friends through cuisine. Though he had been enduring such scenarios since his arrival in this world, the vigor displayed by these students, only slightly older than himself. Still astonished, Lu Maoxing, observing the empty lunchboxes being licked clean and catching a glimpse of a cloth soak from being sucked on by someone, Lu Maoxing discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly exclaiming that it was utterly absurd. He even felt that the enthusiasm exhibited by these students might surpass that of Dante himself. You need to possess any hobbies or talents, nor do you need to acquire knowledge. Simply this baking prowess could elevate you to the status of a millionaire or even a multi-millionaire, exclaimed a vibrant young girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The crowd nodded in agreement. Lu Maoxing's culinary skills had completely captivated their taste buds. It was no wonder that China was renowned as the culinary capital of the world. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Soon, the lunch break arrived. Lu Maoxing politely declined the enthusiastic invitation to join his classmates in the cafeteria, opting instead to retrieve a larger lunchbox, intending to dine with Peter. The student's eyes fixated on the lunchbox made Lu Maoxing break into a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily exit the classroom and head towards their agreed meeting spot. "Hey, Star, I'm over here." Lu Maoxing spotted Peter from a distance, standing in the spectator area of the football field, calling out to him. With a slight smile, Lu Maoxing jumped up, waved his hand, and quickly made his way over, joyfully embracing Peter. "How have you been lately, buddy?" Peter cheerfully draped his arm over Lu Maoxing's shoulder and gestured toward a refined, handsome young man beside him, introducing, "This is Harry Osborne, my best friend." He then patted Lu Maoxing on the shoulder, adding, "Harry, this is Lu Maoxing, a Chinese, my new friend." After a handshake, the two formally acknowledged each other, and the trio settled in the stands, engaging in casual conversation. Both already shared the mutual friend of Peter Parker, and though Harry Osborne hailed from a wealthy family, he lacked the arrogance typically associated with such privilege. Instead, he possessed a humorous demeanor and was modest, valuing friendships, a truly amiable young man. Though Lu Maoxing is younger than them by 2 or 3 years, his warm-heartedness and genuine demeanor make him quite endearing. Moreover, Peter has taken it upon himself to facilitate their acquaintance, resulting in a noticeably blossoming friendship among the trio. What a delightful aroma. Xing, what have you brought? Peter inquired, his nostrils flaring as he fixated on Lu Maoxing's lunchbox, his tone brimming with curiosity. It smells absolutely divine. Just inhaling this fragrance makes my sandwich seem delectable, Harry remarked, taking a bite of his sandwich and closing his eyes in sheer bliss. Lu Maoxing opened the lunchbox to reveal its contents. This is my homemade bento, just some ordinary fried rice and stir-fried vegetables. Would you like to sample it? Upon catching sight of the golden fried rice within the box, Harry exclaimed in disbelief. I just remembered. This is the signature fried rice from the Fantasy Private Kitchen. My father and I dined there once, and for a week afterward. I couldn't eat anything else. Every meal tasted bland. The flavors lingered on my palate for more than half a month. I thought this restaurant had closed indefinitely. When my father and I learned of it, we were utterly disheartened. How did you manage to procure this fried rice? Have they reopened? Observing the excitement on Harry's face and Peter's earnest display of admiration, Lu Maoxing replied, The Fantasy Private Kitchen is owned by my family. I am the head chef. However, due to my schooling, the restaurant has had to close its doors. Harry exclaimed, What? Xing, you're the chef of the private kitchen? That is truly unbelievable. After swallowing a mouthful of fried rice, Peter, equally impressed, said, Xing, you are remarkable. Your cooking is absolutely delicious. When you first mentioned that you could cook, I thought you meant instant noodles or oatmeal. Having grown somewhat immune to the flattery from his classmates, Lu Maoxing smiled modestly. Thank you. If you enjoy it, I can bring you some more tomorrow. It's all from the same pot, so it's no trouble at all. It's a deal, Xing. I eagerly await tomorrow's lunch, Peter declared, throwing an arm around Lu Maoxing's shoulders, his face alight with joy. Harry then contemplated for a moment before saying, Would it be possible for you to prepare 3 portions? My father doesn't have many interests, but he has recently developed a fondness for the dishes from the private kitchen. Ever since the restaurant closed, he's been quite despondent. He even created a group filled with patrons who dine there. He has been yearning for it for quite some time, and if possible, I hope you can make him a portion as well. I will gladly pay for it. Lu Maoxing waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for payment. I need to eat too. It's just a matter of adding a bit more ingredients. So please don't feel awkward about it. Harry replied with delight. Really? That is incredibly generous of you, Xing. Thank you so much. Thus, Lu Maoxing's culinary endeavor to forge friendships culminated in resounding success. As the school bell chimed, Lu Maoxing bid farewell to his classmates and took a seat on the back of the heavy cavalry motorcycle. Amidst the gleaming eyes of his peers, Lu Maoxing wrapped his arms around Dante's waist, and with the roar of the engine, Dante accelerated towards home. Oh, my dear little star, how was your day at school? Were you bullied? Do hurry and tell me. My knife is sharpened and ready, V exclaimed dramatically, lifting the disdainful Lu Maoxing, spinning around with abandon. Hey, V, your expression makes me feel nauseous. You resemble the wicked witch tempting Snow White with a poisoned apple, Dante quipped from the side, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oof. V set Lu Maoxing, whose arms bore the marks of mosquito bites, back down, scrunching his nose prettily. That is still better than you. An elderly man flaunting a youthful face to deceive others. Do you believe I should report you? In response, Dante shrugged helplessly. It's not my fault. I was simply handsome in my youth. The boss favors this face of mine. What can I do? I'm quite troubled by it, you know. Despite his complaints, Dante wore a smug expression, his thin lips curling in pride. Lu Maoxing sighed in exasperation, thinking that the adults at home were exceedingly unreliable. I'm off to make dinner, he declared after setting down his backpack. All right then, your hard work is appreciated. A loud crash echoed from the second floor, followed by the patter of footsteps. Lu Qi, barefoot, dashed to the staircase, excitement radiating from him as he shouted to the bewildered crowd, It's done. I've leveled up. Lu Maoxing abandoned the idea of cooking. The others echoed his sentiment, and even the rehearsing Johnny sped home in a frenzy. The group gathered in the second-floor living room, sitting in a row on the sofa, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked towards Lu Qi standing before the television, eager for him to unveil the new system rules. Clearing his throat, Lu Qi placed his hands on his hips and began to explain. This update does not enhance the system's fundamental functions, so do not harbor overly high expectations. Before disappointment could mar their expressions, a smile crept upon Lu Qi's lips. However, we have added 3 special paths. Oh, what items? Huh. I don't intend to keep you in suspense, Lu Qi said, pinching a golden, bill-like card between his fingers. This is called the directional summoning ticket. Upon hearing this, Dante suddenly had an epiphany and quickly raised his hand. Excuse me for interrupting, but does this mean a literal directional summoning? It's not a case of bait and switch, is it? Lu Qi nodded affirmatively. It is indeed a literal directional summoning, which means you'll have the chance to meet the people you wish to see. Yay! Observing Lu Maoxing, who was joyfully jumping, Lu Qi smiled gently and approached him, affectionately ruffling his hair. However, we only have 3 opportunities, and we need to invest in purchasing keywords for the summoning. If our keywords are inaccurate, we might inadvertently summon some random passerby. Upon hearing that there were only 3 chances, the previously exuberant crowd gradually fell silent. Even a naturally lively Lu Maoxing sat down quietly. V stroked his chin, pondering aloud. So, the ideal use of the summoning tickets will be to employ the most ambiguous keywords, aiming for the most precise results at the least cost? Dante, lost in thought, interjected. No, I believe it should be the opposite, exchanging the highest cost for the utmost precision, as it seems that the targeted summoning tickets are quite rare. Lu Qi settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette with a slight smile. I tend to agree with Dante's perspective. Within the system, my probability of acquiring such items is less than 1 in a billion. This time, it was only because I absorbed the energy from the orb that the system rewarded me with 3 summoning tickets. Thus, I believe we should maximize our benefits and invest fully in summoning. Otherwise, we may never have another chance. Observing the solemn expressions of the group, Lu Qi rose to enliven the atmosphere. Do not wear such sorrowful faces. In truth, we are not as impoverished as we might think. Cain left behind numerous antiques and gold, and over this time, we have accumulated quite a fortune. Each of us possesses many game items that are seldom used, all of which hold value. Wealth is merely a material possession. What truly matters is our joy in living together, is it not? Now, let us share who it is that we most wish to summon and discuss together. With that, Lu Qi summoned the system interface. This update had neither added nor removed any functions, and thus the interface remained unchanged, with only a solitary sign-in button floating before Lu Qi. As he pressed the targeted summoning ticket upon the sign-in button, a large golden magical array materialized beneath his feet, and countless transparent bubbles floated around the group, creating a whimsical and joyous spectacle. A plethora of useful and less useful system items were tossed into the magical array by Lu Qi, followed by all of Cain's inheritance. He then turned to the group, smiling brightly, and asked, "Have you reached any conclusions from your discussions?" Noticing that the crowd exchanged glances yet remained silent, Lu Qi pointed. "Star, as the youngest here, why don't you take on a bit of the burden and help us with 1 summoning ticket?" Huh? Trembling with anxiety, Lu Maoxing's expression oscillated between timidity and joy. However, he said, the person I wish to meet does not warrant such an important tool. Even if she were to come, she would be of no assistance to the boss. Lu Qi hastily interrupted, waving his hand. Your happiness is the greatest aid to me. After all this time, how can you still speak so distantly? He then solemnly added, I must reiterate that the system can only summon protagonists from the works, while supporting characters can only be summoned through summoning tickets. Therefore, if anyone wishes to reunite with someone significant, they must utilize a summoning ticket. V gently patted Lu Maoxing's small head, her tone warm as she continued. So, if you want to meet someone's star, you must use a summoning ticket. After all, my star is absolutely the main character. Yet Lu Maoxing sat nervously on the sofa, wringing his hands, his voice filled with conflict, and his gaze a blend of trepidation and excitement. Lu Qi resorted to a more forceful approach. Star, if you don't use it, I shall tear it up. With that, he pretended to rip it apart. Don't. Lu Maoxing quickly interjected, fidgeting and scratching his head, his cheeks flushed as he murmured, I want to see Mei Mei Li. Oh, the expressions of those present transformed, revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue, their eyes fixed on Lu Maoxing, causing him to blush even more. In response to this revelation, Lu Qi wore a knowing expression. After all, Lu Maoxing was not the foolish character from a comic or domestic animation, but a serious and earnest boy. Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili had been ambushed by the dark culinary world while searching for the legendary kitchenware, resulting in both falling into a cave. In their plight, they leaned on each other, confronting life and death, ultimately leading the young boy to realize just how significant the girl was to him. Thus, at the brink of Mei Li's life, he uttered the timeless phrase cherished in the culinary realm. If I cannot even save my beloved, what kind of chef am I? Naturally, the outcome was joyous. The dark culinary world's plot had failed, and Zhou Meili and Lu Maoxing were rescued. As their journey continued, their small hands intertwined seamlessly. Just as their romance began to blossom, Lu Maoxing was abducted by the villainous Lu Qi, and it was easy to imagine how much the young boy longed for his little lover during this time. Amidst the teasing expressions of the adults, Lu Maoxing, blushing, began to describe Zhou Meili with a few key words. Red hair, good physique, green eyes, kind-hearted, sincere, daughter of a chef, Guangzhou, Qing Dynasty, legendary kitchenware, elite chef examination. Yanchuan restaurant, dark culinary world, cave, love, sweetheart, Lu Maoxing, Zhou Meili. As Lu Qi continued to add more keywords, bubbles floated around, each revealing different words, which ultimately coalesced into the magical array on the ground. The radiance of the magical array intensified, yet Lu Maoxing continued to fervently articulate the key phrases. The onlookers merely chuckled and shook their heads, seizing the moment when the stars were distracted to surreptitiously insert their belongings into the summoning circle. Ultimately, as Lu Qi pressed the summoning button, the array erupted in a dazzling golden light, causing the gathered crowd to squint against the brilliance. Lu Maoxing stared fixedly at the summoning array, unwilling to blink. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Lu Qi approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering a soft reassurance. Do not worry. We shall surely succeed on the first attempt. Gradually, as the golden light within the room began to dissipate, a striking young woman clad in a yellow tang suit and blue trousers, with long, wine-red hair, blinked her eyes open in confusion. She surveyed her surroundings and, upon catching sight of Lu Maoxing's elated expression, exclaimed in delight, Maoxing, Meili. Chapter 46. The Reunion of Brothers, revised. Observing the two exuberant children embracing, the adults exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions reminiscent of doting ants. It became evident that regardless of the individual's identity or prowess, the expressions shared during such moments of affection were universally the same. Quiche, kiss. V chimed in, frolicking nearby and playfully encouraging the two children, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Hello, boss. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhou Meili. I hope to be in your good graces from now on, Zhou Meili said. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed to each person, her tone laced with nervousness and excitement. There is no need for such formality. We are all family now, V interjected, stepping forward to embrace Zhou Meili, affectionately stroking her wine-red hair with an air of excitement. Previously, this place was filled with nothing but a bunch of men. Finally, we have a young lady to converse with. Despite V's assertive nature and her propensity for violence, she was, at heart, merely a 23-year-old girl. Living among a group of older men, she often engaged in playful banter, yet the unspoken thoughts of a young girl could feel isolating at times. Who is next? Lu Qi inquired, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for progression. I shall pass. I have no friends I wish to see, Johnny replied, raising his hand in refusal. What about Roger? Lu Qi prompted. Johnny shook his head, then lit a cigarette, a look of resignation crossing his face. Let the past remain in the past. Roger belongs to Night City. She does not belong to New York, nor to Johnny Silverhand, nor to the current Keanu Johnny. The arrival of an old woman would serve no benefit to us. I know her well, and she would only ruin everything. I concur thus. I too do not require this opportunity. Night City holds no normalcy. It is rife with crime and hormones, and the virtuous there cannot survive a single day. Thus, I shall refrain from squandering my summoning vouchers. My life is currently splendid, and I resolutely reject any person or thing that may intrude upon my existence, particularly the deranged individuals dwelling in Night City. Hey, Johnny exclaimed, spreading his arms wide and casting a discontented glare at V. Amused by Johnny's expression, V broke into a radiant smile. Come on, you don't count. You're my brother. Upon hearing V's words, Johnny nodded in satisfaction, with V having signaled his surrender. Lu Qi turned his gaze towards Dante. It's your turn now, old fresh meat. The boss is always fixated on your hairstyle, incessantly muttering about throwing tiles or something. So, who is that person? Your lover? Dante shook his head at the inquiry, seemingly lost in reminiscence as his right hand gently ascended to the ruby pendant at his chest, his thumb softly caressing it. He is my brother, my twin. Our relationship is quite intricate. It cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words here. I am uncertain. Observing Dante's conflicted expression, Lu Qi promptly turned away to begin setting keywords. If there is hesitation, it indicates contemplation. In this household, no one should hesitate. If one desires something, they should pursue it, for he will bear all the consequences. The sky will never fall. White hair, demon, human, Spartan, twins, twin brothers, Yamato, power. Bond, true demon, king of the demon realm, Virgil Spartan. A plethora of items was cast into the summoning array by Lu Qi, clearing out everything accumulated since his arrival in this world. One by one, keywords were entered into the system, and as the text bubbles multiplied before him, Dante's expression grew increasingly complex, mingling excitement and anticipation with a hint of worry. Dante, what troubles you? V inquired softly, noticing his concern as he gently patted Dante's shoulder. Wow, how beautiful! With Zhou Meili's exclamation, a multitude of bubbles surged into the magical array, and with a flash of golden light, the bubble paradise re-emerged. Shortly thereafter, a stern young man clad in a blue robe, wielding the Yamato with white hair standing on end, gradually stepped forth, observing Virgil as he surveyed his surroundings. Somewhat at a loss, Lu Qi smiled kindly. Welcome home, Virgil. From now on, we are family. I'm not constrained, boss. I am merely attuning myself to the power contained within this body. It is truly astonishing to think that I can be this formidable. Stretching his legs, clenching his fists, and feeling the surging strength within him, Virgil's heart trembled with exhilaration. To this, Lu Qi simply smiled nonchalantly. After all, he was Virgil, his most cherished character from the Devil May Cry series. In the realm of gaming, Dante possesses an overwhelming arsenal of weapons, coupled with a level of complexity that can be quite daunting. Given my own clumsiness, attempting to master Dante could very well result in a rather comical outcome. While I am undeniably captivated by Dante's charismatic persona, he truly is quite dashing. My admiration tends to remain within the confines of cinematic cutscenes, as my gameplay would likely devolve into a mere display of rudimentary swordplay. Conversely, Virgil presents a different experience altogether. His weaponry is comparatively limited, yet his moves are grand and stylish, exuding an air of suave sophistication. It is no wonder that he has become a favorite of Lu Qi. I find it relatively easy to execute a few of Virgil's simple combos and showcase a basic teleportation technique. Thus, with the most potent mods and the most formidable hacks at one's disposal, Virgil's newfound strength is hardly surprising. In Lu Qi's recollection, a few mods stand out distinctly. One is aptly named the Ultimate Teleportation mod, which fundamentally alters the game mechanics, allowing Virgil to unleash his dimensional slash without any restrictions on frequency. The number of times this can be executed hinges entirely on one's clicking speed, and it simplifies Lu Qi's combos significantly. Another notable mod is the Demon Sword Virgil, which addresses Lu Qi's bemusement over Dante having a unique demon sword while Virgil did not. This mod transforms his weapon's appearance, morphing the Yamato into a brand new katana named after Virgil, designed to resonate with the aesthetic of his true demon form. Additionally, there are mods for character models from the 3rd generation, strength-enhancing mods, special effects mods, and moveset mod from the 3rd and 4th installments, among others. Virgil seems to be the embodiment of Lu Qi's myriad affections. When summoned, it is difficult to predict just how powerful he might become. However, it is likely that he would be on par with Dante, if not slightly superior. Observing Virgil's expression, akin to one suffering from constipation, and his hesitant demeanor, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle. The archetype of the domineering CEO often finds it challenging to express tender sentiments. Maintaining an aloof facade is their comfort zone. With a smile, Lu Qi approached and embraced him, gently patting his back before draping an arm over his shoulder to introduce him to the others. This individual hardly requires an introduction, Lu Qi remarked, gesturing toward the exasperated Dante while playfully teasing the twin duo. A subtle smile graced the corner of Virgil's lips. It has been quite some time, brother. Indeed it has, brother, came the reply, as sparks flew in the charged silence between them. Chapter 47. The brothers' way of interaction with the arrival of new family members. The next course of action was quite evident. A grand family dinner was in order. However, the reality was less extravagant. It simply entailed Lu Maoxing preparing the meal while the others indulged in television and casual conversation. This time, the culinary endeavor was undertaken by a pair of sweethearts, infusing even the dishes with a hint of sweetness. At the dining table, it became evident to all that Mei Li was a well-behaved young lady, exuding a cheerful and talkative demeanor, effortlessly blending in with everyone within the span of a single meal. In stark contrast, Virgil was a taciturn man who silently picked up his cutlery and ate his food without ever proactively engaging in the ongoing conversations. Had it not been for the diminishing dishes on the table, one might scarcely have noticed his presence. Initially, the group assumed Virgil to be the antithesis of Dante, a man of few words and a serious disposition. However, it was only when Dante and Virgil simultaneously reached for the same piece of abalone that they began to glean a clearer understanding of this enigmatic figure. "Hey, Virgil, put down your fork. That piece of abalone is not for you," Dante remarked. Virgil raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so, Dante? I'll just return home today. Shouldn't all the delectable dishes be reserved for my enjoyment? Our dining table is rather ruthless. The later arrivals must graciously yield their portions. Since you're just joining us, fried rice will suffice for you." The clinking of their cutlery sparked a lively exchange, with their arms becoming mere blurs as they fervently vied for the culinary delights on the plate. "Is that so? I do not concur with your assertion. If you desire it, come and take it. You know the rules well enough," Dante retorted. As his words echoed, their culinary contest escalated to a fever pitch, leaving the onlookers bewildered, their heads adorned with question marks. "Boss, shall I prepare another dish?" Lu Qi inquired, attempting to rise, but he was restrained by Lu Maoxing, who chuckled and pointed at the two brothers engaged in their playful duel. "Have you noticed how joyful they seem? This is their unique way of interacting. It may look like a fierce competition, but their bond is quite strong." Upon hearing Lu Qi's explanation, the group finally relaxed. Their curiosity piqued as they watched the siblings spar, even V indulging in a wager on who would ultimately claim the piece of abalone. "Dante, you've regressed. It seems the boss has not bestowed upon you greater strength than mine. Therefore, that abalone shall be mine," Virgil declared, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he sensed Dante's prowess waning. "Your assertion is a tad premature, Virgil. Look at this." Dante raised his fork, pointing triumphantly at the abalone it speared. "Brother, you still fall short. With your current abilities, you'll have to settle for fried rice." "That's impossible. I possess strength far superior to yours," Virgil exclaimed incredulously, then pointed defiantly at Dante. "Let us call it 1-0 in your favor. We shall have a rematch. Using this," he gestured towards the Yama blade, propped in the corner. "I'm ready whenever you are. Boss, allow me to borrow my world." A fierce contest was on the brink of commencing. The world Dante referenced was none other than the survival-based construction game, Minecraft. However, in the past, Lu Qi had little interest in such games, and he could never quite grasp the legitimate login system. Thus, he only had a pirated version of the game installed on his computer. This version lacked a survival mode, offering only a creative mode. After meandering through the game a couple of times, Lu Qi quickly lost interest, and the game remained dormant on his computer, gathering dust. Beyond the seemingly endless array of blocks, the most useful feature for Lu Qi was the ability to prevent the ground from being destroyed. Consequently, Minecraft naturally evolved into Lu Qi's training ground, where he could unleash his abilities without the fear of causing any damage. "Are we about to start? Aren't you going to eat a little more?" Lu Qi waved his hand, and a large wooden door suddenly appeared beside the dining table. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Did they really not mind? The two brothers were already playfully sparring upon their reunion. Did this truly reflect the depth of their bond? V nudged Lu Qi, who was once again reaching for food, and asked with a hint of concern, "Are you sure this is all right?" Before Lu Qi could respond, Johnny wore an expression of understanding and sighed lightly. "You wouldn't comprehend the dynamics of brotherly affection and interaction. It doesn't matter how manly you act. Just eat your meal." Lu Qi nodded in agreement, recognizing that after such a long separation, the brothers were merely reconnecting. "Let them enjoy themselves. Nothing will go awry," he reassured. With Lu Qi's affirmation, the others ceased their interference, and the atmosphere at the dining table gradually grew lively once more. The family gathering finally concluded late into the night, and after a brief cleanup, everyone retired for the evening. The following morning, As everyone awoke and gathered around the table for breakfast, Dante and Virgil emerged from the door, clearly fatigued. Unlike Lu Chi, they did not possess infinite stamina. Once summoned by him, their game data had transformed into reality, and neither had activated any cheats for unlimited energy. Thus, they were bound by normal physical limitations. Nevertheless, even so, the brothers' stamina was not easily depleted. "Goodness, you two can really fight. Did you go it all night?" Lu Chi inquired, and they both nodded. Shaking his head in resignation, Lu Chi gestured toward the restroom, his meaning unmistakable. As Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili brought breakfast to the table, Dante and Virgil changed out of their soiled clothes and sat down, refreshed and ready to eat. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Dante and Virgil exchanged confused glances. Indeed, they were twins. Virgil, when he let down his hair, looked strikingly similar to Dante. "If it weren't for your sharper demeanor, I might not have recognized you at all," V remarked, her gaze flitting back and forth between the two, her mind swirling with questions, utterly unable to believe what she was witnessing. In this world, it is astonishing that there exist two brothers who are identical in every conceivable way. The ocular prosthetics have confirmed their striking resemblance, revealing no discernible differences between their faces. Spartan is indeed fortunate to have such a pair of handsome twin sons. Zhou Meili gazed at them with envy, seemingly lost in a delightful reverie. In response to the collective astonishment regarding the brothers' appearance, Virgil merely scoffed indifferently, casually running his hand through his hair, causing his hairstyle to stand on end in the cold. Aloof Virgil reemerged. The onlookers exclaimed in awe. Chapter 48. Welcome party. Thus, days passed in tranquility, and Virgil and Zhou Meili truly integrated into this family, each discovering their respective passions. Meili had no desire to attend school. Instead, she sought to better assist Lu Maoxing in the future and had officially begun her culinary studies under his tutelage. This was undoubtedly a case of teacher-student romance. Meanwhile, Virgil was determined to hone his martial skills, striving to become the foremost warrior under Lu Chi's command. The brothers would rise before dawn each day, diving into their own world to engage in combat, rarely seen in the house except for meals and sleep. Lu Chi, feeling bored, had observed a few of their sessions. Initially, Dante struggled, losing more than he won. However, when Dante donned the sword of Sparta once more and stabbed himself with the rebellion blade, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In truth, if both brothers fought with all their might, it would result in a stalemate, as Dante possessed a combat style known as the Royal Guard and an infinite magical modification capability. As long as he retained any magical energy, no attack could breach the defenses of the Royal Guard. Virgil, too, wielded a similar ability, featuring a transparent protective barrier. While he had magical energy within him, he remained impervious, much like the Royal Guard. Thus, if the two were resolute in their defensive stances, it would not be a battle, but rather a contest of endurance. Consequently, the brothers tacitly agreed to forego any defensive techniques during their duels, relying solely on their mutual understanding and raw strength to determine the victor. In the early stages, Virgil indeed leveraged numerous mods provided by Lu Chi, overpowering Dante with superior foundational strength. Yet, upon Dante absorbing Sparta's power again, their foundational strengths equalized. Utilizing his versatile combat style and diverse weaponry, Dante once more triumphed over Virgil. In summary, the brothers were caught in a relentless rivalry. Virgil was determined to defeat Dante, who staunchly refused to allow him victory. Thus, they continued their daily battles, night after night, wearing out several outfits in a single day. At present, the two brothers have retired upstairs for a nap, while Johnny and Lu Maoxing have set off for school. Meanwhile, V and Zhou Meili have ventured out for shopping, with the primary intention of purchasing clothing for the brothers. Lu Chi, however, has once again transformed into a solitary figure, sitting alone in the lobby on the first floor, watching television in solitude. Occasionally, he yearns for a task to occupy his time, for he has come to realize that his seemingly bustling life is primarily a shared endeavor with family. When left to his own devices, he finds himself adrift in idleness. Perhaps practicing some form of cultivation would be a commendable idea. With this thought in mind, he promptly set about executing it, for Lu Chi is no philosopher. Swiftly donning his training attire, he pushed open the large door that stood erect in the corner and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, the room was illuminated by a radiant golden light, accompanied by a resounding roar. Meanwhile, As Johnny entered the school office, a charming middle-aged woman greeted him warmly. "Johnny, you certainly haven't arrived early today." Her gaze was almost flirtatious, yet Johnny feigned ignorance, plopping down onto a chair and casually returning her greeting. "Good morning, Jennifer. It's not that I'm late. Rather, you've arrived far too early. There's still over 10 minutes before class begins." With that, he nonchalantly lit a cigarette and propped his feet on the desk, indulging in the pleasure of smoke rings. Johnny is quite popular among the female teachers at the school, as he possesses an impressive stature and an air of affluence. Although his left arm is a silver mechanical prosthetic, it does not detract from his appeal. Rather, it seems to enhance his charm. "Mr. Johnny, the principal just informed me that if you arrived, you should head to the music classroom to find him." A young male teacher knocked lightly on the open door, relaying the principal's message. "Understood. Carry on with your tasks, AV." Johnny raised his mechanical arm in a casual wave, showing no immediate intention to move. After a while, once he had finished his cigarette, he lazily rose to his feet, hands tucked into his pockets, and sauntered to the music classroom, pushing the door open. Johnny's old friends had already gathered in the music classroom, awaiting the arrival of their lead singer for rehearsal. "Have you all been waiting long?" Johnny expertly adjusted the guitar, slung over his shoulder, and stepped up to the microphone to greet everyone. "What is the point of waiting any longer? Without the lead singer, our accompaniment lacks spirit," remarked a middle-aged man in a khaki suit, adjusting his glasses and lightly tapping the keyboard to provide a musical backdrop for his jest. "Indeed, you promised to practice with us until midnight and then go for a drink, yet you took a call and dashed off." "Johnny, you're not being a good friend," chimed in a burly black man seated at the drum set, teasing him with a playful tone. "All right, enough chatter. Let us make the most of our time and rehearse a few more times. We have a performance tonight." The principal clapped his hands, interrupting the idle chatter of the crowd, and removed the nightcap perched atop his head. "Tonight is the welcome gala, and we shall rehearse one final time. This performance must be flawless, for our Wildfire Band is reuniting after a 28-year hiatus. We must impart a lesson to these young ones about what true rock and roll is all about. Let us get started." As the evening approached, the family was all set to embark for the school's welcome gala, with the exception of Johnny, who remained at school. With Lucci's command, they set off in high spirits. The night had fallen, and the group found themselves amidst the bustling crowd in the olive tree grove, engaging in conversation as they awaited the performance to commence. It was evident that Johnny's old friends regarded this performance with utmost seriousness. Everything appeared remarkably formal. Lucci recalled Johnny mentioning that the sound equipment for this event had been procured at great expense by the principal, underscoring its significance. Arriving early, Lucci and his companions secured prime positions at the front of the stage. They chatted and laughed in eager anticipation, drawing the attention of those around them. "Boss, my girlfriend has arrived. I'm going to get her," V called out to Lucci before dashing towards the entrance of the court. Just then, Lucci's phone rang. "Hey, Tony, have you arrived?" "I'm here." "Goodness, there are so many people. Gavin, where are you now?" "I'll come find you." "No need, I see V." "Hey, the lovely Miss V, how are you?" Tony hung up the phone. Chapter 49. V and Natasha. Amidst Tony's bewildered expression, V and Natalie embraced warmly. "What else with that look? Do you want a hug too?" V shot a sidelong glance at Tony before disregarding him entirely, instead enthusiastically engaging with Natalie. "We're standing right in front of the stage. The view is splendid. I can introduce you to my family. Natalie Rossman, Tony Stark's personal secretary. And V's girlfriend is, in truth, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the infamous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff." The circumstances of their initial encounter were rather tumultuous, as V believed she had saved Natasha, while Natasha felt she had rescued V. The ensuing dynamics were easily explained. V, the flirtatious young woman, found herself smitten with Natasha, who had never before encountered such a stunning girl. Envisioning a relationship with such a beautiful companion, Natasha felt she had much to gain, especially since she had never dated a girl before. Embracing a mindset of relaxation, as if it were merely a task outside their usual duties, the two began their relationship with an unspoken understanding. However, as their acquaintance deepened, Natasha, assigned as an undercover agent beside Stark, discovered that he appeared to be rather familiar with her young girlfriend. Initially, Natasha had envisioned a future alongside V. Captivated by the girl's undeniable charm, V, with her striking beauty and exquisite figure, possessed an astute mind, yet often presented a seemingly oblivious demeanor. With the face of a princess and the audacity of a streetwise girl, she preferred action over idle chatter. After a brief investigation, Natasha uncovered that V and her family were not as ordinary as they seemed. SHLD had previously looked into them, even contemplating recruitment, but had to abandon the idea for unspecified reasons. As a SHIELD agent, Natasha was acutely aware of her organization's operational methods. Now that V lived freely in New York, it was evident she had declined SHIELD's overtures, while Natasha remained an operative. The truth could not be concealed forever. Should her identity be revealed, how would V perceive her? Would she think Natasha had ulterior motives for approaching her? In that moment, Natasha found herself at a loss regarding how to confront V. Initially indifferent about their relationship, she had genuinely fallen for the enchanting young woman. It was undeniable. Natasha was deeply infatuated with V, to the point of feeling hopelessly ensnared. The thought of V being embraced by another man, or sharing a bed with someone else, left Natasha uneasy. This concern rendered her uncertain about her next steps. Being a woman herself, she understood all too well the irrationality that could arise when emotions ran high. With her eyes closed, hands over her ears, and shaking her head, she shouted, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Observing V, who held her hand and moved gracefully ahead, Natasha shook her head, attempting to dispel the strange notions swirling in her mind. "By the way, darling, how is it that you're walking with Tony? Do you know him?" Tony, walking beside them, remained silent, casting an odd glance at Natasha, feigning ignorance. Familiar with both parties, Stark quickly deduced the complexities of the situation with his sharp intellect. When it came to such delicate emotional matters, he felt ill-equipped to intervene, mindful that a misstep could lead to chaos. He was, after all, merely a typical playboy, lacking experience in matters of the heart. "I was previously the executive secretary at Stark Industries, and now I serve as Mr. Stark as personal assistant. It's perfectly normal to be with him. Isn't it?" Natasha resolved to let things unfold as they would, refraining from revealing the truth to V. She opted for a natural course, deciding that she would address her true identity when the moment arose. Was it not a curious coincidence? Did V truly lack intelligence? Quite the contrary, she was exceptionally astute. Although V hailed from a rough background and typically avoided intellectual endeavors, this did not imply she was incapable of astuteness. Since developing feelings for Natasha, V had meticulously scoured the internet, uncovering every detail about her. In this digital age, the internet security systems posed no obstacle for V. Any information that had ever surfaced online was within her reach. A person claiming to be Natalie had once used over 100 different names. Did that not suggest a fractured identity? Yet this did not deter V. Following the breadcrumbs, she swiftly uncovered Natasha's true identity, a former elite assassin from the Red Room, now a level 8 spy operative for SHIELD. Had V ever doubted Natasha's intentions? Indeed, she had, but she remained unconcerned, confident in her own abilities and instincts. V's intuition had repeatedly rescued her from peril. Anyone living amid turmoil would inherently trust their instincts. Though intuition lacks scientific backing, it often proves infallible. V sensed that Natasha harbored no malice, and thus she chose to believe in her, patiently awaiting Natasha's eventual confession. Much like a husband anxiously waiting for his unfaithful wife to come clean, ultimately choosing forgiveness. Though the two scenarios were fundamentally different, the essence of anticipation remained. The trio soon arrived at Lucci's location, exchanging warm greetings. "My goodness, I must say, they bear an uncanny resemblance. Are you certain their faces aren't simply copied and pasted?" Stark exclaimed, pointing at Dante and Virgil, his astonishment evident. Natasha, equally surprised, managed to maintain her composure, a testament to her professional training. "Relax, my friends. This is Dante and Virgil, identical twins and distant relatives of V. I intended to introduce them to you last time," she explained, gesturing towards Joe Maley. "This is Joe Maley, the daughter of a friend who is currently staying with me, and she is also Little Star's girlfriend." Lucci's words caused Maley to blush profusely as she awkwardly greeted Tony and Natasha. "Your family is indeed a lineup of strikingly handsome individuals, with the sole exception of you, who brings down the average," Stark remarked. blatantly exaggerating to retaliate against Lu Qi for not seeking his company, deliberately aiming to provoke him. Lu Qi responded with a raised middle finger, shaking it playfully. Chapter 50. Welcome party, Peter. Harry, over here, over here. Lu Maoxing called out, bouncing in the crowd. Though his short stature was somewhat inadequate in a country where the average height was 180 centimeters. It was not until Lu Qi crouched down and lifted Lu Maoxing that he was noticed by Peter and Harry. Star, are these individuals your family? Will you not introduce them to me? Harry asked, draping his arm around Lu Maoxing's shoulder, their camaraderie evident. Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Lu Qi. Lu Maoxing enthusiastically presented Lu Qi and the others to his two friends, who, being friends of the Star, reciprocated with warm greetings. My goodness, is that Mr. Stark? I never expected to encounter you here, Peter exclaimed, his nervousness rendering his greeting to Stark somewhat stammered. Despite Stark's usual nonchalant demeanor, he was quite amiable, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the affluent, and he was welcoming towards polite strangers. Observing Peter's evident admiration, Stark was more than willing to engage in conversation, particularly upon discovering the boy's remarkable talent. Mr. Stark, it has been quite a while, Harry interjected, stepping forward to join their dialogue. You are the child of the Osborn family, correct? I remember you. How is Norman faring? Stark acknowledged Harry with a nod, recalling the Osborn Group with vivid clarity. The Osborn Group had long been Stark Industries' most direct competitor, both firms producing high-quality weaponry. However, what left a lasting impression on Stark was Norman Osborn himself, a self-made entrepreneur with exceptional achievements in the field of genetics. It must be acknowledged that Norman Osborn is an absolute authority in modern genetic engineering and a remarkably successful businessman. Stark, having interacted with Osborn, noted that Norman lacked the usual air of arrogance found in many successful entrepreneurs, instead possessing qualities more akin to those of a scientist. This endeared him to Stark, who similarly viewed himself as a scientist rather than merely a businessman. Mr. Stark, my friend here admires you greatly. He often speaks your name, Harry confidently asserted before Stark, his maturity becoming apparent as he endeavored to enhance Stark's favorable impression of Peter. Unfortunately, despite his elite education, Harry's delivery lacked finesse, and his intentions were glaringly obvious to Stark, who, however, was unfazed. In fact, Stark appreciated Harry's candidness, recognizing that his earnest words would leave a positive impression regardless of the transparency of his motives. One cannot deny that Norman has indeed raised an exceptional child. Stark politely addressed Harry, then turned his attention away from the two young men, allowing them to engage in conversation with Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili, while he himself moved closer to Lu Qi. Gavin, I have conducted a slight examination of the capsules you sold to me. Regrettably, they contain far too many unknown elements to replicate effectively. With a sigh, Tony shook his head at Lu Qi. What a pity, my friend. You have squandered an opportunity to become a billionaire, and I truly feel for you. While uttering the most lamentable words, his face bore the happiest of smiles, such as the nature of Tony Stark. Lu Qi shot him a glance, unfazed, and replied, that may not necessarily be the case. I can sell you 10,000 capsules at the price of 10 million each. Just tell me if you wish to buy. To raise the price so abruptly is hardly commendable business practice. Gavin, you shall be plagued by your conscience, Tony retorted. Just tell me if you're buying or not. Of course I will buy. No one can ever have too many life-saving drugs. And I can easily resell them at 100 billion each, resulting in a sure profit. At this, Lu Qi stared at Stark in disbelief. No wonder you are a capitalist. Your heart is truly ruthless. Stark raised an eyebrow in feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. What do you mean by ruthless? Business is a matter of mutual consent, and besides, no one ever refuses to do business with Stark. They willingly incur losses. By the way, the Stark Industries Expo is the night after tomorrow. Remember to come by. I will prepare invitations for Meili and the twins, so do make sure to find me tomorrow. Can't your driver just bring it to me? Why must you trouble me? Lu Qi rolled his eyes, exuding an air of indifference. Stark produced a check from his pocket and slipped it into Lu Qi's jacket. Are you suggesting that my driver should come to you for the capsules? Or do you refuse to provide home delivery after I've spent so much on your goods? Lu Qi glanced at the check, his expression brightening with delight. He gently flicked the check, then donned a car salesman-esque smile. No problem, esteemed supermember Tony Stark. Our company will certainly deliver on time tomorrow. Please watch for it. Stark nodded in satisfaction. Excellent service mentality. However, Gavin, if only you could have V say that to me. Her sweet voice would make her the finest service personnel in the world. At this moment, both men envisioned V with a beaming smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. Yet her eyes still glimmered with madness. For some reason, an involuntary shiver ran through them. I think it's quite inappropriate. She is just fine as she is. Indeed, it's my fault for speaking out. She is just fine as she is. Lucci and Tony mused. One should not provoke a Yandere. Star, why do I feel as though you are eagerly anticipating the welcome party? I must tell you, the welcome party is rather dull. Were it not for the impending party, I would not have attended. A robust young man of African descent stood beside Lu Maoxing, lamenting the tediousness of previous welcome parties. In response, Lu Maoxing merely offered a polite smile, his gaze fixed on the stage, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the performance. At that moment, the venue's lights extinguished in an instant, prompting gasps of astonishment from the students present, as a thrilling electric guitar riff surged forth, sending shivers coursing through their bodies. Chapter 51. Rock. Upon hearing the sound of the electric guitar, an electrifying sensation enveloped the audience, rendering them all in a state of delightful exhilaration. We are willing to be seduced by wealth, immersed in our desires to purchase. As the first notes of the song resonated, the crowd was instantly enraptured by the captivating voice of the performer on stage, a voice imbued with the magnetic charm characteristic of mature men, compelling one to listen indefinitely. The magnetic tones continued to weave a narrative, accompanied by a peculiar, yet engaging accompaniment, as if recounting a legendary tale. Suddenly, explosive drum beats were introduced. The electric guitar grew increasingly frenetic, and the venue's lights began to flicker incessantly, revealing the band members on stage in a mesmerizing dance of shadows. Freedom is slavery. Your personal information is commodified. You lack resolve. Everything is up for profit. Johnny, adorned in attire that shimmered like lightning, stood on stage, fervently belting out lyrics, his voice striking like a hammer against the hearts of all present. The new machine, wild and ferocious, dominated everything in its path. As Johnny's passionate screams and electrifying guitar riffs filled the air, the audience seemed to be infused with adrenaline, unleashing primal roars that echoed through the venue, as if awakening something long dormant within them. Under the flickering lights, the scene resembled a frenzied gathering of spirits, with everyone caught in a whirlwind of excitement, leaping and shouting. The explosive music, frantic shouts, and flashing lights intertwined, transforming what was merely a mundane welcome party into an event reminiscent of a superstar concert. Goodness, is that Johnny? You cannot be serious. Is that truly him? I thought he only indulged in smoking, drinking, and womanizing. When did he become this cool? Stark was irresistibly swept up by the atmosphere, gradually swaying his body in rhythm with the crowd, while simultaneously being astounded by Johnny's electrifying presence on stage. He could hardly believe that the man radiating such brilliance was the same disheveled figure who lounged on the sofa, smoking. Stark found himself dancing to the music, waving his arms and exuberantly cursing, expressing his awe for Johnny to Lucci. I have long proclaimed that Johnny is the quintessential rock singer. Even the genius Stark cannot withstand his allure. At this moment, Lucci appears extraordinarily exhilarated, vigorously swinging his arms and leaping in place, unleashing a fervent roar to express his passion. Johnny, I adore you. Johnny, I adore you. Ah. V, seemingly driven to madness, clutches Natasha's hand and, like a fervent fan, bounces and screams excitedly in front of the stage, waving her support for the tirelessly performing Johnny. Oh, Johnny, my friend. Oh. Dante, brimming with excitement, feels an overwhelming urge to discharge 2 rounds to release the exhilaration swelling within him. In his eyes, Johnny has never looked more handsome. Even Navin is radiating an unprecedented, dazzling lightning from his passionate performance. Goodness, is that not the principal? And how about the gym teacher and the math teacher? An astonished black female student points at the figures on the stage, exclaiming to her friend beside her. Yet, her companion seems oblivious to her words. As the white girl is fixated on the captivating Johnny, her eyes glistening with admiration, as if surrounded by floating pink bubbles, utterly smitten by the roaring Johnny. So cool. Johnny is undeniably stunning. As the final note resonates, an immense wave of sound erupts, threatening to overturn the very stage itself. Amidst this overwhelming roar, Johnny raises his hands slightly, pressing them down to signal for quiet, indicating he wishes to speak. As the screams and cheers gradually subside, Johnny stands before the microphone, pointing at the students present and passionately declares, "Freshmen, welcome to your new school. I am your music teacher, Keanu Johnny." He then gestures toward the others on stage, introducing them with fervor. Guitarist, Sean Lee, principal of Zhongqing High School. Drummer, Benson Marlin, physical education teacher. Keyboardist, Jonathan Howman, mathematics teacher. With each introduction, the crowd erupts into thunderous gasps, followed by deafening cheers and applause. Congratulations, you little ones, on successfully enrolling. As your music teacher, I may not impart knowledge in the traditional sense, but today I shall provide you with a vibrant lesson in music and life education. Let us, your often despised teachers, enlighten you on what true rock music is and what the spirit of rebellion truly embodies. Sean, let us get this party started. As Johnny's impassioned shout concludes, an electrifying prelude suddenly erupts, causing the hearts of the crowd to race once more. Can you feel it? Can you touch it? Prepare yourselves, for we are about to join the battle. With Johnny's exhilarating roar, the crowd erupts into another wave of tremendous screams. With a resounding roar, the stage erupted in a magnificent display of fiery sparks. Johnny, guitar slung over his shoulder and microphone in hand, strode confidently across the stage, singing with exuberance, effortlessly capturing the attention of everyone present. My spirit was revitalized, relentless in pursuit of my target, my blood boiling like a fierce beast. Though I could temper my rage, I would not impede the fervor of the moment. The rebellious lyrics flowed from Johnny's lips, accompanied by invigorating music, leaving the instrumentalists in a state of astonished delight, their own youthful rock aspirations rekindled by his passionate performance. All right, you sing like that, huh? Who's afraid of whom? Everyone here, one by one, let us get wild. With the musicians fully immersed and Johnny's spirited vocals leading the charge, the atmosphere transformed into a frenzy of chaos, shirts and hats flying through the air, while male students collided in an energetic circle, all succumbing to the music's intoxicating rhythm. Do you feel it, Gavin? Johnny now radiates an odd energy. The disheveled version of him was never the true self. The authentic Johnny is a thinker, a revolutionary with a soul steeped in rebellion. Stark had not engaged in such wildness for ages. This hardcore rock was never his style, yet he couldn't deny that Johnny's performance had imparted a lesson. He found himself inexplicably falling for rock music. As Johnny gazed upon the ecstatic crowd, he felt his long-dormant passion surge once more. Each strum of the guitar strings and each powerful roar intensified his fervor. By the time the final lyric was sung, whether it was V, flushed and screaming, or the exuberant Lu Chi, all who knew him sensed an unmistakable change in Johnny. Only he understood that, at this moment, the Johnny of the cyber world had truly returned. Chapter 52. The upcoming expo. Unsurprisingly, Johnny and his band of brothers had gone viral online. While the students at the event reveled in the excitement, their desire to share was insatiable. Within a single night, videos from the welcome party spread across the internet like wildfire. Johnny was crowned the coolest teacher by netizens, and his companions were unearthed as members of the once famous Wildfire band from 20 years prior. In an instant, Zhongqing High School became the most beloved institution among students online, and Sean emerged as the most popular principal. No student could resist a principal and teachers who played rock music with such mastery, nor could any student resist the allure of attending such a remarkable school. Lu Chi sat gleefully at his computer, grinning widely as he read the praises for Johnny flooding the internet. Awesome, Johnny. Almost everyone is singing your praises. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Lu Chi rose from his seat, gently patting Johnny, who lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, exuding an air of arrogance. He then took a seat beside him and inquired. Johnny shook his head dismissively. There's nothing remarkable to see. I've been a figure of admiration in Night City, and I trust it is no different here. Observing Johnny's haughty demeanor, Lu Chi scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, and retorted, "You're puffing up like a balloon. Without those two heavy weights dragging you down, you'd probably take off." Casting a disparaging glance at Johnny, Lu Chi returned to the computer to peruse the comments. At that moment, one particular remark, starkly out of place amidst the flattery, captured his attention. "I truly don't understand what you all find so appealing. A middle-aged man bellowing on stage. What is there to see? Frankly, I think my husky howls are more melodious. To be fair, had that comment not concluded with a smirking emoji, Lucci might have found it less infuriating. However, the mocking expression was simply too provocative. Lucci felt his blood pressure rising sharply and turned to V, exclaiming, "V, find out this fool's address. I'm going to confront him in person. I've already gathered the information, boss. Are you certain you wish to confront a boy who isn't even 10? Before Lucci could finish his sentence, V had already disconnected the data cable from his phone, casting a resigned glance at Lucci, as if to say, "He is just a child. What do you expect?" "What? Haha." Lucci laughed, feigning ignorance as he turned back to the comments, muttering under his breath, "You think you're tough because you're underage? You think your youth grants you the upper hand? I do believe you if you claimed your dog could strum a guitar. Sometimes, having a hacker at home has its downsides. Initially, one could vent frustrations online, but then the hacker would promptly expose the adversary's secrets and even compose a detailed analysis, dissecting why they made such remarks. What do I care? I just wanted to curse a bit. How can anyone express themselves freely with you around?" Consequently, Lucci found himself quite disgruntled, resorting to grumbling silently. Eventually, he abandoned the comments altogether, opting instead to sit beside Johnny and share his cigarette. "Boss, are we heading to the Stark Industrial Expo tonight?" Extinguishing his cigarette, but Johnny casually sipped his goji berry tea and inquired. Lucci nodded, then slapped his forehead. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall. Yesterday, while I delivered capsules to Tony, I found him sneaking around the lab, constantly trying on new outfits. I suspect your rising fame has put him under pressure. So you ought to dress sharply tonight and steal his thunder." Upon hearing this, V revealed a teasing smile, remarking, "Well, boss, if you hadn't mentioned the spotlight, I would have thought Tony Stark had transformed into Nini Stark." Lucci also sported a mischievous grin, adding, "Perhaps Nini has recently taken a fancy to dress-up games? But why not don a woman's attire? If he were to grace the Industrial Expo in a flowing gown, Nini would undoubtedly steal the headlines tomorrow, eclipsing even the mightiest." At this, the group envisioned Stark in women's clothing, and predictably, they were all amused by the image conjured by Johnny. From now on, let's call him Iron Girl. A pink-painted suit of armor would rock. Laughter erupted. "Ah, splendid. When it comes to witty banter, you cyber folks reign supreme. I'm already contemplating whether to procure a Barbie pink iron armor cake for Nini. He would surely adore it. Or perhaps I should bake one myself." Just then, Lou Mouching entered, hand in hand with Joe Maley, carrying freshly bought ingredients. A playful whistle echoed, prompting the two to immediately react, releasing their intertwined hands like startled birds. Their faces flushed as they stammered an incoherent response. V, the instigator of the whistle, approached with a mischievous grin, playfully wrapping his arms around Maley and Lou Mouching's necks. "Don't let go. We relish this." "Oh dear," Joe Maley exclaimed, bashfully stamping her foot. After a gentle pat on V's arm, she swiftly darted into the kitchen. "Hey, I understand the girl has a delicate disposition, but you Xing. Lou Mouching raised both hands in surrender. "I was wrong, V. Just tell me what you wish to eat." V Gerli replied, "Crystal dumplings." Lucci chimed in, "Tomahawk steak." Johnny added, "Mexican burritos." Dante declared, "Durian pizza." Virgil insisted, "I want them all." An involuntary shiver ran through Dante and Virgil, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. They quickly poked their heads out from the door to their little world, only to coincide with the ordering scene, prompting them to joyfully join in the culinary selection. After a hearty meal, the group tidied up the gleaming plates before settling onto the sofa on the first floor. Smoke wafted, conversations flowed, as they leisurely awaited Stark's arrival to fetch them. The roar of an engine pierced the air as a black stretch Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Lucci's home. A portly gentleman in a black suit knocked on the door. "Good evening, everyone. I am Mr. Stark's bodyguard and chauffeur, here to escort you to the venue." With that, Happy gestured towards the car, inviting everyone to board. Lucci waved his hand exuberantly. "Let us embark." Chapter 53. Stark's fondness for fashion. It must be acknowledged that Stark's hefty associate was indeed skilled behind the wheel as they smoothly arrived at the expo site, experiencing not a single jolt along the way. As the crowd disembarked, Lucci exchanged a firm handshake with Happy, expressing his appreciation. "Well done, my friend. Your driving was commendable." "Of course, it is my professional duty," Happy replied with a nod, acknowledging Lucci's compliment. "Gavin, welcome to my domain, where you shall personally experience the greatest industrial exposition of this century," meticulously orchestrated by the genius Tony Stark. Stark, clad in a flamboyant gray suit, strode confidently, embracing Lu Chi warmly before gesturing to the elegant lady standing behind him. Allow me to introduce Pepper Potts, the backbone of Stark Industries and its current CEO. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Stark Industrial Expo. Tony has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, she said. The group exchanged brief pleasantries with Pepper, and, at her invitation, they entered the venue in a grand procession. Throughout their interactions, Lu Chi quickly understood why Tony entrusted the management of Stark Industries to Pepper. As a quintessential social elite, her networking prowess was remarkable. In subsequent discussions, she adeptly utilized V and Joe Maley as conversational entry points, swiftly transitioning from strangers to acquaintances with remarkable efficiency. The entire process unfolded so rapidly that even Lu Chi had scarcely exchanged a few words with Stark before Pepper was already engrossed in whispered conversations with V and Joe Maley. Lu Chi could only give a thumbs up, truly impressed by her social acumen. After traversing an exceptionally long corridor that showcased an unspoiled ecological environment, the group finally entered the main hall of the expo. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to an enormous stage adorned with over a dozen suits of iron armor, new models developed by Stark with V as the hypothetical adversary. Powered by a novel element, these armors exhibited significantly enhanced capabilities, yet Stark remained dissatisfied as he had yet to create a more resilient and durable material. According to JAR-VIS simulations, these seemingly formidable armors would still falter against the Mantis Blade. If Stark donned one to confront V, he would merely rely on the armor's superior agility to evade her attacks. Engaging in close combat with V would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. Following Stark's lead, the group ascended the stage, where he faced the empty audience, arms outstretched. Ladies and gentlemen, today you are about to witness history. For a monumental invention that will end the global energy conflict is set to be unveiled tonight, and I shall etch a significant mark in the annals of human history. He proclaimed, "This will be the greatest invention in human history, and as its creator, I shall hold an irreplaceable position in our collective narrative." Having spoken, Stark flamboyantly turned around, gazing at the crowd with a bemused expression, his arms wide open. "If you desire a signature or a photograph, do come forth quickly. Delay, and you may find yourselves with less favorable positions. Is it the reason you spent hours in front of the mirror, trying on various outfits?" Lu Chi quipped, his tone indifferent. At this remark, Stark's outstretched arms visibly stiffened. He turned to scrutinize Lu Chi's mischievous grin, his lips twitching involuntarily. "You saw that?" Stark's voice cracked in disbelief. "Indeed," Lu Chi nodded, teasingly adding, "Not only did I see it, but I also witnessed you rehearsing poses in front of the mirror for several hours. I must say, my friend, a genius is indeed a genius. Even the poses conceived are superior to those of us mere mortals. However, the speech you prepared is rather lacking in substance and could benefit from further contemplation." At that moment, Stark felt utterly defeated. He could scarcely believe someone would be so idle as to watch another man change clothes for hours on end. What the hell? Gavin, are you out of your mind? Do you have nothing better to do than to secretly observe a man changing? For hours, no less. Observing Stark's flustered state, Lu Chi and the others erupted into laughter. Even the usually stoic Virgil couldn't suppress a smirk. It seemed that Mr. Lu Sun was indeed correct. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same, and witnessing another social demise can be quite delightful. After having their fill of amusement at Stark's expense, the group made their way backstage to rest. Stark, now entangled beside Lu Chi, incessantly inquired whether any video evidence of his wardrobe changes had been captured. No, I didn't take any photos. I'm not surnamed Chun, and I lack that particular inclination," Lu Chi replied. "Tony, let us just say I was wrong, all right? I implore you, cease your questioning and let me enjoy a cigarette." Regret washed over Lu Chi. He should never have taunted Stark, the relentless one. If Stark wished to flaunt, let him do so, but now it seemed his momentary slip of the tongue might cost him several days of peace. After Lu Chi's repeated assurances, Stark reluctantly eased off the relentless inquiries, though he would not let the matter rest. Lu Chi would pay the price for his jesting at the expense of the illustrious Tony Stark. "Tony, it's nearly time. The audience has taken their seats." Pepper entered from outside, wearing an earpiece, efficiently briefing Stark on the forthcoming proceedings. "Tony, Let us go to the audience and witness your splendid performance. Best of luck. Lucci offered a fist bump gesture of encouragement before exiting the backstage. Brother, you chose that outfit quite well, though the color is slightly somber. I believe pink would suit you rather nicely. Consider it for next time, Johnny remarked, patting Stark on the shoulder and departing with a hearty laugh under Stark's vexed gaze. V uttered not a word. She merely grasped the bewildered Lou Mauching and Joe Maley, cast a fleeting smile at Stark, shook her head, and exited. Do not be disheartened. My friend, your attire is splendid, Dante encouraged, patting Tony on the shoulder before departing with a smile, as if surrendering to the inevitability of the moment. Stark turned to Virgil, anticipating a quip. Chapter 54. An end at the beginning. Welcome, everyone, to the Stark Industries Technology Expo. I presume I need no introduction. Simply observe my attire. Is it not familiar? Stark proclaimed, microphone in hand, as he strolled across the expansive stage, illuminated by the venue's myriad spotlights. At that moment, he was the most captivating individual in the world. With an unwavering confidence, Stark exuded an unparalleled charisma, akin to a spotlight radiating brilliance in the darkness, effortlessly drawing all eyes toward him. Stark Industries, once a mere arms manufacturing company, prided itself on designing and producing the most advanced weaponry globally. I once believed that the creations I designed could usher in genuine peace, yet became painfully evident that I was mistaken. I witnessed firsthand the very weapons I engineered being wielded by malevolent forces, even finding myself at the mercy of my own creations. I observed the tragic demise of youth, felled by the instruments of protection I had devised. This was never my intention. I was coerced into becoming an executioner. I refused to be a part of a reckless establishment, and Stark Industries ought not to be associated with such a legacy. I trust this narrative is familiar to you all. The outcome is well known, is it not? I dismantled the weapon manufacturing division of my company, an action that precipitated a decline of over 50 in our stock value. Yet, I deem this sacrifice worthwhile, for I am a man imbued with a sense of social responsibility. As he spoke, Stark surveyed the attentive audience before him, thumping his chest. I am the genius Tony Stark, Iron Man Tony Stark. Who among you is unaware of this? Upon my escape from Afghanistan, I began to contemplate the true purpose of Stark Industries. I came to realize that I could contribute to society and humanity in more meaningful ways than merely crafting increasingly potent weaponry, allowing violence and oppression to fester like muck beneath a seemingly tranquil surface. As Stark's fervor mounted, he animatedly traversed the stage, the flashes of cameras capturing every moment of his impassioned address. It is widely acknowledged that energy remains one of the most pressing challenges of our time. As technology continues to advance, humanity's demand for energy is also on the rise. In pursuit of more abundant energy, mankind relentlessly exploits the natural world. Each year, nations engage in warfare over oil resources, leading me to believe that once the energy crisis is resolved, true world peace will no longer be a distant dream. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, Tony gestured behind him, and as the crimson cloth fell away, a magnificent arc reactor, crafted from a groundbreaking element, made its debut before the audience. Amid gasps of astonishment, Stark began to elucidate. This is the latest innovation from Stark Industries, which I have named the arc reactor. The reactor has successfully completed all experimental tests and is now operational. The Stark Tower, situated in the heart of Manhattan, has been entirely disconnected from New York's electrical grid and is now fully powered by the reactor. Data indicates that a single reactor can meet Stark Tower's energy demands for an entire year. Observing the eager faces in the crowd, Stark wore a confident smile. But do you know what the most crucial aspect is? The energy provided by the arc reactor is, in the truest sense, clean energy, pollution-free and renewable. Henceforth, humanity will no longer be shackled by energy constraints, and world peace will no longer be a distant aspiration. This represents a perfect score submitted by Stark Industries and myself, Tony Stark, on behalf of all humanity. Do you remember when I stated at the hearing that I alone could maintain world peace? You may applaud now, as Stark raised his arms and flashed a yeah gesture. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, even prompting Lu Chi and others, who comprehended nothing, to rise and clap vigorously. Lu Chi and his companions were indifferent to their understanding of the speech. They simply wished to support their friend by applauding. Amidst the fervent applause, Stark stood on stage, reveling in the moment, eyes closed, basking in the glory. However, just as Stark was savoring the audience's cheers, faint screams and cries of distress wafted in from outside the door. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward the entrance, wondering if Stark had arranged some kind of entertainment. Lu Chi and his friends exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the wooden door of the hall was kicked open, revealing a towering figure, bare-chested, wielding two electrifying whips. He pointed at the bewildered Stark on stage and strode toward him, dragging the crackling whips behind him. It was unclear who screamed first or what prompted the outcry. Nonetheless, amidst the commotion, when this figure reached the stage, only Lu Chi and his companions remained leisurely seated, legs crossed, in the audience, enjoying the spectacle. "Johnny, take a look at the tattoos on this guy. I must say, they look quite impressive." V pointed at the muscular man on stage, who was locking eyes with Stark, and took out his phone to capture the moment. This incident highlighted Stark's persistent misfortune. Each time he basked in the limelight, calamity would inevitably follow. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a safe distance from him next time, as rumors suggest that bad luck can indeed be contagious. The crowd nodded in agreement with Lu Chi's remarks. Their interest peaked as they resumed watching the unfolding spectacle on stage. The disheveled man rudely interrupted the performance, a breach of decorum that surely his mother had neglected to teach him, as he clearly had not learned the courtesy of knocking before entering. Stark, ever vigilant, scrutinized the burly figure before him, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Stark's attention was drawn to an object on a man's chest. He pointed and inquired, "So, have you found my discarded reactor? Have you come here specifically to return it to me?" Upon hearing this, the man flashed a toothy grin, his gold tooth glinting, causing Lu Chi in the audience to squint in response. With a sudden motion, the man swung a whip crackling with electricity directly at Stark. With a swift motion, Stark effortlessly caught the incoming whip, his armor's helmet descending over his head in an instant. "It seems you are seeking trouble. However, I must inform you, those injured by Iron Man do not receive coverage from insurance companies," Stark declared, raising his palm. To the man's astonishment, a repulsor blast erupted from his hand, striking the man's chest with force. By the time SHIELD agents hurried to the scene, the whip-wielding man was sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly. Chapter 55. The Lu family civil war for the current Stark. Anton Vanko's electric whip posed no threat whatsoever. In his unilateral arms race with V, enhancing the resilience and destructive power of his armor had become Stark's paramount focus. The inability to defend against a mantis blade represented failure, just as the inability to achieve a one-hit knockout signified the possibility of a counterattack, which was equally a failure. Stark felt as though he had been poisoned by the mantis blade, his mind consumed with thoughts of combating or creating it. Of course, Stark did not deny that the mantis blade's aesthetic appeal played a role in his obsession. After all, he was a man, and it was only natural to have an affinity for striking weaponry. In the hands of Stark's Mark 14, Anton Vanko barely had the chance to utter a coherent sentence before he was left reeling, ultimately being whisked away by SHIELD operatives while he slept soundly. Thus, the Stark Industrial Expo concluded abruptly amid this farce, and Lu Chi and his companions deemed their attendance worthwhile for witnessing the spectacle. The following day, "Are you certain you want to proceed with this? There is still time to reconsider," Lu Chi said reluctantly as he followed Virgil through the portal to the small world, where Dante and two cyborgs awaited, fully armed and ready after a lengthy wait. Observing Lu Chi, who stood beside them with a hesitant expression, V smiled and explained, "Boss, we have already made our decision. You shall accompany us in our practice. Besides, if we do not seek your guidance, whom else shall we turn to for training?" Dante and Virgil, while evenly matched in strength, were far too familiar with one another. Their exchanges resembled playful banter between brothers more than a serious spar. As she spoke, V gently tapped Lu Chi's chest with her small fist, adding, moreover, "What makes you so confident that you will emerge victorious? We have the advantage of numbers, 4 against 1. Should you underestimate us, beware of being bested." She grinned mischievously. "When you find yourself in tears, having lost your dignity, do not expect our consolation." Upon hearing this, Lu Chi's spirits lifted. This little girl was rather audacious. Did she not realize whom she was addressing? All right. Is that how you wish to play it? Very well," he replied, a smirk forming on his lips. I must remind you, while I do not relish in overwhelming the weak, it seems you are inviting me to do just that. When the time comes, do not cry out in pain. With Lu Qi's agreement to join their training, the group beamed with delight. How did matters escalate to this point? The story traces back to a playful exchange between Virgil and Dante. During one of their routine sparring sessions, Dante unleashed a barrage of playful taunts. Hey Virgil, is this truly all you can muster? If you do not showcase some real skill, the boss will certainly not call upon you in future battles. As Dante dodged a sweeping strike, he prepared to retaliate, only to find Virgil standing frozen, deep in thought as if pondering a momentous question. Dante, do you truly believe the boss needs us? The unexpected inquiry left Dante bewildered. His typically carefree nature had never led him to contemplate such a notion. Noticing Dante's perplexed expression, Virgil continued, in a fight, the boss could easily handle matters alone. If it comes to wealth, the world's richest man is his close friend. We need not be involved in the pursuit of riches. What then is our purpose? Merely to provide companionship? Would it not be simpler to keep a pet? Dante, sheathing his weapon, replied earnestly, I have never considered these matters. Perhaps our value lies solely in companionship. Virgil shook his head resolutely. But I refuse to accept such a fate. To be mere companions holds no value for the boss. Have you contemplated what we shall do when faced with an enemy we cannot overcome? Shall we simply call upon the boss? Dante stood in contemplation, indeed calling the boss. But if we resort to that every time we encounter an insurmountable foe, what purpose do we serve? Are we to remain idle at home and become mere burdens? With an unprecedented determination, Virgil asserted, I will not accept that. I desire to become more valuable. I crave power, power greater than what I possess now. I aspire to become the sharpest blade in the hands of my master, a tool capable of cleaving through all obstacles. I believe this embodies the very essence of my existence. Thus, an incomplete family meeting, marked by unreserved honesty, commenced. After fervent discussions, the consensus emerged to candidly request our master to accompany us in our training. The rationale behind this decision was significantly influenced by Lu Maoxing, who disclosed crucial intelligence. Lu Qi had once casually mentioned that scions are inherently drawn to combat, yet his opportunities for battle were scarce, leaving him feeling as though his body were on the verge of rusting. Therefore, for Lu Qi, joining us in training might not be a burden at all. Rather, it could serve as a delightful diversion. Hence, it was deemed unnecessary to conceal the truth. Consequently, Lu Qi was effortlessly drawn into our realm, assuming the role of a free laborer. Observing Lu Qi, clad in a blue martial arts outfit, as he stretched and warmed up, we briefly conferred on our strategy before preparing to engage. Lu Qi, standing still and stretching his arms, glanced at the serious expressions of the others and offered a gentle smile, saying, No need to be so solemn. Relax, I shall show mercy. In response to Lu Qi's relaxed demeanor, the others exchanged glances, and Dante subtly nodded. In an instant, a formidable crimson aura surged from Dante, transforming him into his true demon form. He unsheathed his demonic sword, activating his Mercury style, and charged forth amidst a haze of white. Everyone understood that, given Lu Qi's prowess, should he refrain from unleashing his full strength from the outset, they might find themselves unable to rise again once the battle commenced. True demon combined with Mercury? An impressive skill set, yet if my speed surpasses your Mercury, you stand no chance. Transforming into Super Scion Stage 2, Lu Qi radiated brilliant electric sparks, effortlessly evading Dante's assaults within the Mercury domain. With a thunderous crash, the Mercury realm shattered, and Lu Qi's colossal fist landed squarely upon Dante's demonic head, propelling him backward in a rapid flight, enveloped in a sonic boom cloud. Ding! Lu Qi extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the scythe-like blade of V that had lunged at him, shaking his head with a bemused expression. Why do you insist on causing a ruckus? Now what shall I do? Strike you or let you be? Chapter 56. Justice in a 4-on-1 duel. Master, would you truly strike me? After all, it is your own hands that shape my face. Would you not feel remorse if I were to be damaged? Virgil, strike him. Just moments ago, V, who appeared pitiable, suddenly transformed, seizing the opportunity while Lu Qi was momentarily stunned. She swiftly drew her scythe and executed a side roll, disappearing back into stealth. Lu Qi turned his gaze back to find a katana shimmering with blue magic slicing toward his neck. He tilted his head slightly to evade the blow, the chill from a blade raising goosebumps upon his skin. Well done, V. So you wish to engage in this game of cunning? Very well. Let me show you how I shall strike today. With arms crossed, Lucci abruptly thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful gust that swept violently around him. Virgil was forced to glide along the ground, leaving behind a trail of toe prints. Dante, who had just returned, was caught off guard by the fierce wind. Tumbling head over heels, Johnny had been blown to an unknown location, leaving only his silver handgun quietly resting on the ground. Meanwhile, V, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines, was sent tumbling by the wind, his body rolling like a glass orb. The tempest continued to rage, yet V found himself halted mid-roll. Turning around, he discovered Lucci standing behind him, a smile adorning his face. One foot planted on V's rear, while his hands cracked ominously. This is impossible. I was in stealth, as long as I wished to remain hidden. There was no reason you could detect me. Now revealed, V was grasped by the nape of his neck by Lucci, his eyes wide with terror. He had always known Lucci to be powerful, but he never imagined him to possess such overwhelming strength. It is worth noting that this was merely Lucci in playful spirits. Should he become truly enraged, would his infinite life cheat still be of any use? I indeed cannot see you, but who said invisibility equates to undetectability? The direction of the airflow is so evident that it would be difficult not to notice you. As he spoke, Lucci deftly dodged a bullet that Johnny had fired from a distant hilltop, countering with a key blast of his own. Lucci shook his head at V in jest. I would hesitate to strike you, but I can certainly offer you a ride on a roller coaster. Let's see how that goes. Charging up, he hurled V into the sky with all his might, accompanied by the formation of a sonic boom. V screamed as he ascended to the heavens. Ding! Extending a finger, Lucci caught Dante's massive sword mid-swing, his arms becoming mere afterimages as Dante transformed into a streak of red light, shooting rapidly into the sky. Unhurriedly lighting a cigarette, Lucci glanced at the three figures reappearing before him, surveying his surroundings with a growing frown. Where is Johnny? A flicker of anxiety crossed Lucci's mind as he contemplated ending this chaos, but suddenly he felt a pair of arms embracing him from behind. Click! A red high-explosive grenade rolled to rest at his feet. Click, 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 click. Grenades cascaded from Johnny's outstretched hands as if they were of no consequence, swiftly burying Lucci's knees beneath their weight. From inception until now, everything has been orchestrated by V, with the two brothers taking the forefront while V remains in the shadows, stirring the waters. Johnny, from a distance, harasses with his firearms. Aware that Johnny is impervious to death, Lucci is likely disinclined to engage him directly, thus rendering range tactics the sole option for this lethargic individual. Subsequently, events unfolded seamlessly. Johnny concealed himself and, seizing an opportune moment, lunged at Lucci, activating his infinite grenade functionality for a barrage of explosive mayhem. In the instant Lucci was befuddled by these cunning antics, the ensuing onslaught was entrusted to Virgil and Dante. Boom! The chain reaction of detonated grenades erupted into a grand visual spectacle, and at that moment, Dante and Virgil summoned their boundless magical energies with fervor. However, limitless magic does not equate to unassailable strength. The channeling of magic necessitates a formidable physique. Their immortal existence endowed the brothers with unparalleled physical resilience. It could not alleviate their corporeal anguish. For them, this assault became an ultimate contest of willpower, a test of whether they could endure the torment long enough to unleash an attack that would inflict pain upon the boss, or succumb to their bodily suffering and hastily conclude their charge. The red and blue energies swirled around them, ultimately intertwining. In unison, their true demon forms ignited with full force, the surrounding magic transforming into flames of palpable intensity. With a thunderous resonance, a magical barrier, forged from Virgil's immense power, began to expand outward at an astonishing pace, enveloping Lucci, Johnny, and Dante in the blink of an eye. 8 ethereal red swords, conjured from magic, floated around Dante, as the energies surged around him in a fiery blaze. With demon wings unfurled, he hovered in midair, poised to unleash his decisive blow. The ground of this miniature world trembled vigorously under the pressure of Virgil's magic, waves of blue energy crashing like tumultuous seas upon the terrain within the barrier. Dimension slash. Virgil's figure, poised with his blade, vanished in an instant. Within mere microseconds, the very fabric of space within the barrier appeared to be sliced apart by countless razor-sharp edges, transforming the realm into a labyrinth of shattered mirrors, an eerie yet resplendent tableau. As Virgil knelt, sheathing his long sword, the barrier shattered like fractured glass, scattering everywhere. "Damn it, this hurts like hell." Johnny, contorted in agony, lay on the ground with an anguished expression, wailing at the top of his lungs. Virgil's dark assassin style activated, whisking Johnny away from Lucci's vicinity in the blink of an eye. Realizing Johnny had escaped his attack range, Dante promptly affixed the 8 phantom swords to the blade of his magic sword, raising it above his head and transforming himself into an indomitable drill, violently spinning toward Lucci. "It appears that you hold such thoughts." I remarked how Dante and Virgil seemed like mindless and discontented figures, flailing their swords aimlessly. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Lucci stood unmoved, nonchalantly enduring Dante's full-fledged assault. Startled, Dante hastily teleported backward. Yet he still bore the brunt of Lucci's iron fist. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, surpassing the discomfort he experienced while gathering magical energy moments prior. Rubbing his cheek, Lucci, unscathed, stretched his arms. "I am warmed up now. May we commence in earnest?" Chapter 57. Evil triumphs over justice. Is Lucci formidable? Indeed, he is. To what extent? Absurdly strong. If Lucci's Vegeto template were derived from the official Dragon Ball series, his power would not be so ludicrous. However, his template originates from European fan works of Dragon Ball. What does this signify? The European Dragon Ball fandom's adoration for Vegeto and Gogeta borders on irrationality, verging on madness. These enthusiasts are well-versed in every aspect of Dragon Ball lore, yet they deliberately disregard its established conventions concerning Vegeto and Gogeta. Why was Lucci's original template criticized and subsequently removed? It was due to the author's excessive self-indulgence, which even the fervent fans from Europe and America could not overlook. Lucci's template lacks any cheating abilities, but he is confident in his capacity to defeat anyone possessing such advantages. For this Vegeto template is anything but ordinary. What comprises this Vegeto template? In the author's fan narrative, the dragon god Salama, in his bid to claim the position of the supreme deity from the Omni King, faced defeat and was sealed away in the cosmic graveyard by the newly ascended Omni King. Unwilling to accept his fate, Salama orchestrated a series of machinations that culminated in the destruction of the world's barriers, resulting in the amalgamation of countless parallel universes, ultimately forming the Grand Dragon Ball universe. Leveraging the allure of his dragon powers, Salama amassed a legion of villains, spearheading a counteroffensive against the Omni King with the siphoning technique he had perfected over trillions of years. This siphoning technique was specifically devised to counter divine powers, capable of absorbing the divine energy of attackers and using it to fortify himself. Thus, Salama, wielding the siphoning technique, became the nemesis of all divine beings, including the Omni King himself. Countless Z fighters from various worlds perished at his hands until 4 individuals stood resolutely before him. The perfect Ultra Instinct Goku, the perfect self-actualization Vegeta, and the peak forms of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. This dynamic duo endeavored to halt Salama's advance. However, the Ultra Instinct pair themselves possessed divine energy, rendering their existence mere sustenance for Salama. Confronted with the increasingly formidable Salama, they conceived a plan: fusion. They sacrificed themselves, with the 2 Gokus willingly becoming Supreme Kais, achieving a permanent fusion of their powers. Then, through the union of God Vegeta and human Vegeta, an invincible warrior capable of defeating the tremendous power of Salama was to emerge, and this warrior was not a deity. Alas, the narrative of the original work concluded here eternally, leaving behind only a low-resolution image of the divine transformation of Vegeta, with long white hair flowing in the wind, radiating a platinum aura. Within the author's framework, the might of the divine transformation of Vegeta is unfathomable and unpredictable. He could effortlessly toy with Salama, the tyrant of the kings. However, the amplification of power from this divine transformation was exceedingly terrifying. Lucci had yet to fully harness it, and could only cautiously employ a fraction of its strength, fearing that a moment's carelessness might pierce a hole in this universe. Fragile as parchment, initially reluctant to accept the training invitation from this group, Lu Qi found himself compelled by their earnest pleas and resolved to devise a way to appease them. Unexpectedly, this group had even crafted strategies against him, leaving Lu Qi momentarily speechless. Yet, given their earnestness, he decided to reciprocate with sincerity, demonstrating his true capabilities. As the possessor of the system, or rather, the system itself, Lu Qi possessed a comprehensive understanding of the cheating functions. If the cheating function represents the rules themselves, then Lu Qi is the embodiment of defiance against those rules. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The surface of this indestructible microcosm cracked, and large chunks of debris floated into the air. The clouds above seemed to be stirred by an unseen force, forming a colossal black vortex. In response to your earnestness, let me present something extraordinary. Phase 1 of the divine transformation. Now, as the words left his lips, a dazzling platinum light erupted, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. Peering through the minuscule gaps between their fingers to observe Lu Qi, bathed in brilliance. As the light faded, they beheld Lu Qi, adorned with upright platinum hair, sparkling with countless tiny golden lightning bolts, the tips of his hair swaying freely, and a countenance exuding invincibility. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, Lu Qi provocatively beckoned to the crowd, saying, "Since we are to train, let's do so thoroughly. Come on, let me see your strength. If you can touch me even once, I shall consider you victorious." The atmosphere crackled with Lu Qi's overwhelming aura, leaving the onlookers exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. This was not what we had anticipated. If you had mentioned your strength earlier, we could have avoided all this pretentious mental activity and simply cheered from behind you. Noticing their lack of offensive intent, Lu Qi tilted his head in confusion, asking, "What are you all doing? Hurry and attack. Don't you plan to fight?" Upon hearing this, V hastily shook his head, proclaiming, "No more fighting. Given your current state, it would be reckless for us to continue. I fear that you might accidentally bring about our demise." The others nodded in agreement, and both Dante and Virgil quickly reverted from their true demonic forms. This was meant to be a training session, not a venture into suffering. We were merely a group of children armed with squirt guns, playfully splashing around. Yet, you took it upon yourself to unleash the dimensional foil. What were you thinking? Do you wish to abandon us? Observing the group slumped on the ground in defeat, Lu Qi, disheartened, reverted to his normal form, and the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world gradually began to restore its former beauty. If you're going to act like this, then don't bother seeking my company next time. Where's the honor in such behavior? After rousing our spirits, you simply declare the game over? That is quite lacking in martial ethics. Lu Qi complained, lighting a cigarette and turning his back to them, sulking in silence. "Boss, the issue lies in your overwhelming strength. With your transformations, are you expecting us to charge at you head first?" V said, diligently massaging Lu Qi's shoulders, his expression one of obsequiousness. "Indeed, boss. The disparity in our capabilities is too vast for us to train effectively together. How about this? Allow me to use the last summoning ticket," V suggested, casting a knowing glance at Johnny, who immediately understood. As Johnny chimed in, he produced a cigarette case, eagerly lighting a second cigarette for Lu Qi. Observing the two brothers nodding in agreement, Lu Qi awkwardly turned his head, holding a burning cigarette in each hand. "Fine, I can concede. But the cost of the summoning must be borne by you." The group responded eagerly. "All right, as long as we're not in a fight with you, anything goes." Chapter 58. The summoning that could lead to bankruptcy. As night descended, Lu Qi lounged on the sofa of the second floor, his toes tucked into his slippers, watching as V and the others busily transported their meager possessions. "Dante, you truly are a heartless demon. After all this time we spent together, even if we haven't achieved much, we endured hardships. Your treatment of us now is unjust. I demand that the boss step forward to arbitrate." Akini and Lu Tuo were carelessly tossed aside by Dante, their incessant chatter becoming a nuisance to the busy group. Only when Dante found two rags to stuff in their mouths did the noise finally cease. Gazing at the mountain of weapons, equipment, and various practical tools piled up in the second-floor living room, Lu Qi shifted uncomfortably, repeatedly changing his leg position. "I must ask, Dear friends, is this a serious endeavor? You wouldn't be depleting your own coffers, would you? Goodness, Dante, are you truly discarding both Pandora and Gilgamesh? V, do you perceive my place as a mere refuse disposal station? What value could these worn blue weapons possibly hold? Johnny, you've done well. After glancing at the few precious trinkets Johnny had produced, Lucci ultimately shook his head in silence. It became evident to him that this group was resolutely determined to forge a formidable ally to tackle their formidable boss. Observing the serious expressions of the gathered individuals deep in discussion, Lucci could not help but smile. Perhaps this was indeed the most exquisite method of utilizing the last summoning ticket. In V's grasp lay the final directional summoning ticket, her brow furrowed, revealing her unease. Gentlemen, our possessions still lack sufficient value. I can offer 2 magical artifacts. As she spoke, Dante produced the Moonlight Gun and the 5th-generation dog stick, handing them over to V. In truth, Dante was left with little. The Devil May Cry game bag was in Lucci's possession, and the 3rd-generation dog stick had already been submitted. Dante was essentially sacrificing his immediate combat potential. Verge, recalling the items Dante had presented, discerned this reality. The loss of these assets is beginning to impact your overall strength, so it would be wise to reclaim them. We previously agreed to use our prized heirlooms for this endeavor, and if the value falls short, we can devise alternative strategies. But we must not compromise our personal combat capabilities. That would be unwise. Upon hearing this, Dante quietly retrieved his weapons and sat down heavily, resting his chin on his hand in deep contemplation. I suppose I could use this. After all, I rarely put these items to use. With that, Lu Maoxing placed a yellow package on the ground, prompting curiosity among the group as they eagerly unwrapped it. Even Lu Qi found himself stretching his neck in anticipation of the treasures Lu Maoxing might unveil. A flash of golden light erupted, leaving everyone in stunned silence. This is no laughing matter. Quickly, put away the legendary cooking utensils. The items Lu Maoxing had revealed nearly frightened the group to death. Was he truly planning to abandon cooking altogether? Had he forsaken the legendary utensils? In truth, Lu Maoxing had little interest in the legendary cooking tools. He believed that a chef's true skill was paramount. A chef who could only create exquisite dishes with the aid of tools lacked genuine talent. Thus, seeing V and the others in a predicament, Lu Maoxing selflessly presented the legendary utensils to assist them. Ultimately, after fervent persuasion from the group, Lu Maoxing reluctantly stored the cookware, joining them on the ground to discuss the combination of keywords. I believe our previous line of thinking was quite sound, using the boss's battle system as a logical foundation, then extending outward to powerful keywords, which could significantly increase our chances of summoning a strong companion, V asserted, raising her hand to share her thoughts. The others nodded in agreement, unaware of the secrets contained within Lucci's computer. Thus, leveraging the formidable Lucci as a focal point to summon allies has emerged as the most optimal solution they could conceive. Consequently, the group once again engaged in deliberations regarding the selection of keywords. Lucci harbored no concerns over their aspiration to summon companions from the Dragon Ball universe. After all, he was invincible, and should V and their cohort inadvertently bring forth a nefarious character, he was confident in his ability to vanquish them. Although it pained him, Lucci felt compelled to proceed in this manner. His family could not be represented by just any summoned entity, and even if he consented, V and their companions would likely object. Gaining their approval was not an insurmountable task, but necessitated a heart filled with kindness. Possessing a captivating spirit would be an added boon. It is vital to recognize that heroes do not forge friendships with ruffians, let alone with individuals of Dante's ilk. Lucci even harbored doubts that if a villain were to truly arrive at his home, these individuals might conspire together, stealthily eliminating one another without his knowledge. This apprehension elucidated why Lucci hesitated to utilize his final summoning ticket. The unpredictability of such an endeavor was immense, and no one could guarantee absolute success. Thus, even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of failure deterred Lucci from taking the risk. For conjuring an irksome individual would indeed be a considerable nuisance. The summoned entity would arrive, placing complete trust in him, only for Lucci to disdain them due to their narrative portrayal. This would be an injustice to the summoned companion, regardless of their malevolence. Each summoned ally deserved the trust of their companions. Yet Lucci found himself incapable of fulfilling this expectation. He was no saint. He could not extend warmth to evildoers, nor treat their presence as inconsequential, integrating them into his family. Thus, Lu Qi resolved to forego direct summoning, as the essence of companionship lies not in quantity, but in quality. Amidst V and their fervent discussions, they meticulously crafted the keywords, mindful of their limited resources. The summoned individuals typically arrived alone, and with Lu Qi retaining control over the family's finances, they possessed little of value beyond their monetary assets and an array of modern luxuries. Keywords such as rage, transformation, blonde hair, battle, and justice were inscribed into the magic circle. With a dazzling golden light, a vague silhouette began to materialize. By the heavens! Lu Qi exclaimed, rising abruptly, his finger trembling as it pointed toward the figure, his countenance shifting through a myriad of expressions. At last, they had met his beloved boss. A sultry, resonant female voice echoed in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 59. Lu E. The intrinsic value encapsulated within the Dragon Ball IP requires little elucidation, particularly following the advent of Dragon Ball Super, which has propelled the worth of this intellectual property to unprecedented heights. It is precisely for this reason that in his previous life, there existed a multitude of derivative works inspired by the Dragon Ball games, among which Lu Qi firmly believes that the series Dragon Ball Xenoverse stands out as the preeminent exemplar. The mere feature of creating personalized characters has utterly captivated Lu Qi, not to mention the game's compelling narrative. This explains why, upon witnessing the figure emerging from the summoning array, he was so astonished, not for any other reason, but because this individual was his self-created character from Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, a female scion character, endowed with maximized attributes, mastery of all ultimate techniques, and an arsenal of formidable mods. What, does the boss seem displeased to see me? The woman speaking possessed long, golden hair parted to the side and donned a black combat skirt paired with loose-fitting, belted cargo pants, her hands adorned with black tactical gloves. She approached Lu Qi slowly, standing at approximately 1.80 meters tall, and the high-heeled combat boots she wore ensured she nearly matched Lu Qi in height. It was only when they were almost face-to-face that she came to a halt, locking her gaze with Lu Qi's, her ice-blue eyes radiating an intense aura of aggression. Why did you summon me only now? Shouldn't I have been the first? Or do you not wish to see me? As Lu Qi stared into the cool, delicate face so close to him, each breath he took was infused with the faint floral fragrance that emanated from her, mingled with a subtle yet alluring scent of blood. The warmth of her exhaled breath brushed repeatedly against his neck, provoking an unsettling yet tantalizing sensation that left Lu Qi feeling quite uncomfortable, his face flushed. This girl was a character he meticulously crafted over the course of a month, utilizing various appearance mods to align with his personal preferences, a creation he should have adored. However, when she truly manifested before him, he felt like a bashful and inexperienced young man, awkward and desperate to escape the moment. In a flurry, Lu Qi hastily stepped back, his hands flailing in front of him. How could this be? I long to see you. It's just that my luck has been rather unfortunate. Really? You must believe me. Silence. You shall not utter that name. The girl swiftly advanced, seizing his collar, her lovely face radiating an intimidating aura to prevent him from speaking. Oh, I want to say it, I retract my words. I'm so sorry. Observing the bizarre atmosphere between the two, V and the others quietly huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Impressive, V. The companion you've summoned has certainly tamed the boss, one remarked. V shook his head in response. I believe the boss isn't afraid. Rather, she feels a sense of guilt. At this, the others nodded in agreement. That makes sense indeed. You have a point, V. Then how should I address you? Why not allow you to choose a name for yourself? Lu Qi cautiously stole a glance at the girl's face, then, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned his head away. Was he happy to see her? Oh, indeed, he was overjoyed, yet an undeniable sense of unease lingered. After all, he had foolishly given her an unflattering name in the game. At least she seems to be perceptive. The girl turned her head slightly and let out a soft huff, crossing her arms as she declared, Let us adhere to the old rules. You shall name me. It must be a beautiful name, in Chinese, and my surname must be Lu. She raised a finger, meticulously outlining her demands, to which Lu Qi, of course, readily agreed. V. Computers ready. The new round of identity creation begins. Here it comes, here it comes. Following a brief self-introduction, The golden-haired girl had acquainted herself with everyone, and thus, the group once again gathered around the computer to compete in story crafting. What do you think of an elite lawyer? Her icy demeanor suits the profession quite well. No, that's not suitable. The professionalism of a lawyer is too pronounced. It's bound to reveal flaws. I suggest we opt for a martial artist instead. Freedom in the profession, and it aligns well. Amidst the commotion between V and Johnny, the girl stood quietly to the side, thoughtfully tapping her chin with her fingers. Tugging at Lucci's sleeve, she inquired, "What is your identity?" "Me?" Lucci pointed at his own nose, tilting his head in confusion. "Yes," she nodded. "I am a master of Qigong, the strongest person in the world." "I find it rather impressive," Lucci declared, hands on his hips, pride radiating from his face. The girl nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. "In that case, I shall be the wife of the Qigong master, the second strongest person in the world. Please assist me in filling in the remaining details, as I am not particularly skilled in these matters." As her words echoed, the hall on the second floor fell into an eerie silence. Everyone tilted their heads seriously, quietly scrutinizing the girl, their expressions not quite rage, but rather a profound seriousness in assessing her. Lucci was no exception. "Do you realize what you were saying?" V asked in a low tone. The girl raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem with what I said? Is it that you believe I am unworthy? Or do you simply refuse to accept it?" Just as the atmosphere turned tense, Lucci stepped forward, shielding the girl from the gazes of others. Pressing his hands down reassuringly. "Let us create her character as my disciple. You can handle the details." He then turned to face the girl directly, his expression serious as he gently patted her shoulder. "Such statements should not be uttered in the future. You are new here and may not fully grasp the situation. Additionally, given your scion nature, let us consider this moment overlooked. Please refrain from similar remarks next time." "Why?" the girl questioned. Lucci merely shook his head. "There is no reason. You are already a normal person, possessing your own thoughts and soul. You might consider immersing yourself in the thoughts of your companions. Only then will you realize how offensive your previous remarks were. However, this is not entirely your fault. It is the system's recollection that led you to such a conclusion. Thus the blame lies with the system, not with you." "Well," Lucci clapped his hands to invigorate the atmosphere among the crowd. "Choose your name. For this is your life, and naturally, the name should be yours to select." After a brief silence, the young girl lifted her head. "Lu-E. I shall be called Lu-E." Chapter 60. The grand venture. Does Lucci not yearn for a sweet romance, culminating in marriage and children? Frolicking with his little scion and engaging in training together? Certainly, he is an ordinary man. Like most men, once he resolved his financial concerns, his foremost desire was to find a gentle, kind, and preferably beautiful wife, and to raise a multitude of children. Currently, Lucci harbors no interest in money. To him, it is merely a numerical concept. Yet, he has not contemplated seeking a companion. It's not that he is unwilling, but rather that he finds it impossible. For this is no longer solely his dilemma. In Lucci's understanding, a wife is not merely a contractual agreement, nor a free plaything for his whims, but a partner sharing a common life goal, forming a collective interest. After all, the marital relationship is among the most complex and advanced forms of social interaction, as it amalgamates two entirely unfamiliar families, a task far from simple. A successful marital bond cannot be succinctly articulated in a mere few phrases. It encompasses a multitude of mutual compromises and sincere interactions, qualities that Lucci is yet unprepared to fulfill. His inability to elucidate the origins of his companions forces him into a web of deceit, where one lie necessitates countless others to conceal it, ultimately leaving only falsehoods between him and his potential spouse. Lucci had once broached this topic with V and Johnny, resulting in uproarious laughter at his expense, as they sarcastically derided him, labeling him a fool who clutches a gold mine while bemoaning his poverty. Now, nearly a month has elapsed since Lu Yi's arrival, and for the astute individuals in the household, this span has provided ample opportunity to discern her character. In truth, her nature is quite comprehensible, as she is a purebred scion created by Lucci. The scion race is notably intriguing. They possess an insatiable thirst for battle, often found either engaged in conflict or en route to it, with little time spent on matters of sustenance. Furthermore, most scions exhibit certain character flaws to varying degrees. Take, for instance, the renowned Son Goku, an infamous figure. Endowed with nearly all the virtues of humanity, he utilizes his kind heart to shield others, yet paradoxically neglects his own family. His excessive benevolence renders him oblivious to familial bonds. It is arguably more accurate to regard Chi-Chi as a comrade rather than a wife. When a person's vision is exceedingly expansive, they often fail to notice the trivialities surrounding them. Kakarot may indeed exemplify this notion. In stark contrast, Son Gohan embodies the opposite trait. He possesses combat prowess that surpasses that of his father, yet he is inherently averse to, or perhaps evades, battle. Consequently, each time he faces a pivotal confrontation, his lack of regular training invariably leads to his underperformance. However, this very quality allows him to lead a blissful life alongside Dilly and Xiaofang, at least more so than Chi-Chi. As for Vegeta, there is little to commend this diminutive figure. If one were to identify the most perfect individual among the Scions, it would undoubtedly be the illustrious Trunks, a flawless hero, an impeccable savior, and in time, an ideal partner and father. Regarding Liu Yi, VS assessment of her is that of a simpleton, while Johnny's remark is laced with profanity. Dante merely chuckles at the situation, and Virgil offers a thumbs up. Curiously, Liu Maoxing holds her in high regard, as her manner of dining is more enticing than anyone else's. Even Zhou Meili found herself consuming an extra bowl of rice while observing her eat. It appears that while the group may not hold Liu Yi in high esteem, these mischievous fellows certainly cherish her company. Lily, what brings you here? Would you care to join me for a stroll? Upon descending the stairs, V spotted Liu Yi, who was lost in thought at the bar. Unable to resist, she stealthily approached, wrapping her arms around Liu Yi's slender waist and exhaling warmth into her ear. Oh, V, you nuisance. Get off. You've disrupted my train of thought. Liu Yi grumbled, prying V's hands away, casting her an irritable glare. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, a frosty glint in her eyes betrayed a ferocity that could not intimidate V, who had thoroughly studied this little girl. V plopped down beside Liu Yi and playfully pulled her closer. What occupies your mind? You look quite enamored. Are you pondering over a man? Well, I am thinking of a man. V merely intended to jest, yet was taken aback by Liu Yi's candid admission. Shoo, you silly girl. Such words should not escape the lips of a beautiful maiden. Why not? It's precisely what I'm thinking. Should I deceive you by claiming I'm thinking of you? Leaning against V, Liu Yi mercilessly struck at V's steely heart. How can your 37-degree tongue utter such icy and piercing words? There must be a limit to your natural bluntness. As the saying goes, sincerity is the most formidable weapon. V found herself wounded by Liu Yi's honesty, prompting her to slap Liu Yi playfully on the rear. Is there a mosquito? Rubbing the spot where she had been struck, Liu Yi extricated herself from V's embrace, nonchalantly returning to her own world, sipping her drink through a straw. Ha ha ha. V, do you remember what I said? No matter what we say or do, it won't affect Xiao Yi. This little one only has thoughts of battle and how to defeat the boss, along with thoughts of food. Dante approached with a hearty laugh, giving V a firm pat on the shoulder. Give it up. You cannot outmaneuver the boss. Even though Natalie hasn't spent time with you in ages. It doesn't mean you've broken up. TCH, who was it that rolled on the ground yesterday after being kicked by this little rascal? Oh, who was it? V, stung by the remark, retorted without mercy, attempting to ruin my social standing. If we're going down, we shall go down together. Dante, farewell. Just as V and Dante were embroiled in their bickering, Lucci walked in with his phone. I told you, Tony, it's not that I refuse to help you. It's just that I'm genuinely busy at the moment. Oh, it's not that I don't respect you, now that you're an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm certainly willing to support a brother-s work, but I'm really swamped lately. Money? It's not about the money. Can't you understand that? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. giving you that much? You're also receiving that much? Well then, when will you come to pick me up? The group looked at Liu Qi with exasperation, turning away in disinterest. After a few more exchanges with Stark, Liu Qi finally hung up the phone with a broad smile. Guys, I have a lucrative business to attend to in New Mexico. Reach me through the terminal if you need anything. Chapter 61. The golden retriever Liu Qi, dragging his suitcase, happily departed in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, leaving his companions at home to languidly pass the time. Now only a handful of us remain. What shall we do? V reclined on the sofa, resting her head on Liu Yi's fair thigh, her right hand grasping a bottle of liquor her slender legs swaying up and down as she yawned in boredom. I don't want to do anything. I might as well lie here and wait for the stars to finish school. I'm a bit hungry now. Dante, lounging with his legs crossed on the sofa, idly flipped through the television channels. Virgil sat at the bar, diligently polishing his beloved Rebellion with a sponge. Lou leaned against the sofa, her mouth slightly agape, her hands unconsciously stroking V's head, gazing dreamily at the ceiling. Sister, what are you thinking about now? V poked Lou's belly, feeling its softness, a smile tugging at her lips. In response, Lou licked her lips. I'm hungry. I'm thinking about the meals made by the stars. New Mexico, in a vast expanse of wilderness. Lucci followed Carlson, both holding umbrellas, making their way towards a white modular house. As the two walked and chatted about recent amusing events, it was undeniable that Carlson was an exceptional conversationalist, always adept at uncovering topics of interest to maintain an engaging dialogue. Upon pushing open the door, Lucci immediately spotted Tony Stark, clad in a raincoat and bent over, diligently examining something. Tony, what are you up to? Suppressing the urge to give him a swift kick, Lucci approached and patted Stark on the back, leaning in to see what he was engrossed in. Hey, Gavin, you arrived rather swiftly. How have you been lately? Stark inquired. Just the usual. So, is this the reason you summoned me? To assist with your hammer research? Lucci replied, slightly bemused. Stark nodded. Indeed, this hammer exhibits some unusual characteristics. Its energy output is quite remarkable, but then again, you likely wouldn't grasp the intricacies of that. In response, Lucci shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. You're the boss now. Just remember to pay me. The two stood conversing before the hammer when suddenly, a voice crackled through Carlson's walkie-talkie. Sir, the southern corridor has been breached. Unidentified personnel have infiltrated the base. Carlson glanced at Lucci and Stark before issuing orders. Deploy ground troops for support. And I require someone armed to take position at a vantage point. Barton, respond if you hear me. Copy that. I'm in position. Do you want me to engage now? Or shall I wait for reinforcements to take the hits? The exchange elicited a shared look of amusement between Lucci and Stark. That guy certainly has a way with words, Lucci remarked. Stark nodded in agreement, indeed, not bothering with the banter. Carlson swiftly relayed commands over the radio before turning back to Lucci and Stark, saying, Gentlemen, I need to step out for a moment. If necessary, I hope to count on your assistance. Of course, after all, you're the one footing the bill, Lucci replied with a shrug, while Stark nodded in affirmation. Watching Carlson sprint away, Stark led Lucci into the adjacent surveillance room. JARVIS, pull up the live feed. Let us see who dares to breach SHIELDS stronghold. As you wish, sir. With JARVIS's assistance. Lucci and Stark finally caught a glimpse of the intruder. The surveillance footage revealed a muscular blond man, nearly Lucci's height, mercilessly overpowering SHIELD personnel as if they were mere children. When he finally stood before the hammer, a goofy grin spread across his muddy face, reminiscent of a golden retriever wagging its tail and grinning at its owner. An uncanny sense of déjà vu for Lucci. Gavin, what do you think this fellow intends to do? Stark asked, gesturing towards the screen and glancing at Lucci. Lucci shrugged. How would I know? Perhaps he aims to steal the hammer. Why haven't you secured it with a lock? Upon hearing this, Stark shook his head lightly with a chuckle. No need. He cannot lift the hammer. Lucci watched as the golden retriever strained to grasp the handle of the hammer, attempting to elevate it. Yet, the hammer remained steadfastly anchored to the ground, as if welded in place. Not even the dog's bulging veins could budge it, as the golden retriever knelt in anguish. A thunderous clap heralded the arrival of Carlson and the ground team. It seems our presence is unnecessary. Do you wish to witness the spectacle firsthand? Stark inquired, closing the surveillance feed and turning to Lucci. Lucci nodded in acquiescence, and the two meandered over to the scene, observing the golden retriever, who appeared utterly despondent as if stripped of his dignity while kneeling in the mud. Lucci's curiosity piqued. This individual exuded an aura as pure as crystal. If one were to judge a person's character solely by their essence, Lucci felt he could not measure up. What was it about this hammer that inspired such obsession? To the point of rendering him so dejected when he could not lift it, Lucci found himself intrigued by both the man and the hammer. Stepping closer to the silver hammer, Lucci reached out and grasped it. Mortal, Mjolnir is not meant for the hands of the unworthy, remove your hand. The golden retriever, as if struck with a sudden shock, erupted in fury, bellowing at Lu Qi. Even several burly agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to restrain him. Mjolnir? Is it the name of this hammer? Quite a mouthful, Lu Qi mused. Despite being derided as a mortal, he bore no resentment towards the golden retriever. To him, while humans could masquerade, one's essence could not deceive, despite the dog's apparent rudeness. His spirit conveyed to Lu Qi that he was fundamentally good, a quality deserving of both respect and tolerance. How could you dare to touch Mjolnir? The golden retriever stared in disbelief as Lu Qi lifted the hammer, though it was clear he exerted considerable effort to do so. Chapter 62. Transformation. This hammer is rather heavy. Lifting it with mere flesh is quite a challenge. As he spoke, Lu Qi's aura surged, causing even the raindrops descending from the sky to be swept away. Watching Lu Qi toss Mjolnir lightly, the golden retriever fell back to the ground in a state of existential bewilderment. At that moment, Coulson emerged through the rain, gesturing to the team restraining the golden retriever, who promptly dragged the dejected dog away. Mr. Lu Qi, how heavy do you think this hammer is? Coulson inquired, stepping closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lu Qi shrugged after setting down the hammer. My hands are not a scale. How would I know its weight? It is indeed quite heavy. However, I sensed an alien energy emanating from the hammer. To me, it feels rather feeble, yet for you, it may be quite potent. Alien energy? Stark displayed a look of bewilderment. Yes, alien energy. Lu Qi nodded, continuing as he walked. I am not familiar with your concepts of energy, but to me, any energy that is not of the Qi variety is considered alien energy. The energy I perceive from the hammer possesses a faint divine essence. So subtle it is nearly imperceptible, yet it is commendable, for divine essence is exceedingly rare. What on earth is divine essence, Gavin? Are we still friends? Could you please elucidate everything clearly at once? Stark, observing Lu Qi lounging nonchalantly in a fishing chair, smoking with an air of nonchalance, felt a throbbing pain in his temples. This fellow always had a knack for teasing one's curiosity. All right, Gavin, how much for this secret? Stark retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, pen in hand, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Qi. My dear Tony, the charming Mr. Stark, I have a whole family of dependents to support. Is it too much to seize this opportunity to earn a little extra? With that, Lu Qi raised a finger, his face adorned with a shrewd grin. Fine, in light of your charming words, I shall add another 1,000,000. Now, could you call me Stark Handsome a couple more times? Stark, smiling, swiftly filled out the check and handed it to Lu Qi with satisfaction. Brother, I'm not boasting. I could drive you to bankruptcy. Observing the two engaged in jovial banter, Coulson shook his head in resignation. Mr. Lu Qi, could we commence with an explanation of what divine essence entails? Oh, I nearly forgot, my apologies. Lu Qi tapped his forehead. In truth, divine essence is not as enigmatic as it seems. It merely represents energy that has come into contact with the cosmic rules. To simplify, when you can elevate the temperature of a flame to around 50 million degrees Celsius, that flame possesses divine essence. The concept of divine essence greatly depends on the individual's interpretation. For instance, I do not believe in the existence of deities. Hence, I perceive divine essence as merely an energy transformation that occurs when a particular energy reaches a certain magnitude. Conversely, those who believe in deities might interpret it as divine authority, laws, or rules. Essentially, they can explain it in any manner that instills awe, and ultimately, the authority of interpretation lies with them, leaving an outsider with little ground for argument. Upon hearing this, Stark nodded in understanding. So, you mean to say that there exists a form of highly sophisticated energy within this hammer, and its weight is a consequence of that energy, implying that the hammer itself is not intrinsically so heavy? To this, Lu Qi shook his head in response. Not exactly. The hammer is indeed quite heavy, and the energy contained within merely enhances the strength of its wielder. The hammer evokes within me a sensation reminiscent of King Arthur's sword in the stone. One can wield its power only upon earning its recognition. Perhaps this explains the profound disappointment experienced by the golden retriever upon discovering his inability to lift the hammer. Golden retriever? Is that truly your designation for him? Nevertheless, your description resonates quite aptly. Reflecting upon this, Carlson smiled broadly in agreement with Lu Chi's words. Gavin, if he is indeed the golden retriever, then I surmise you two would get along splendidly, Stark remarked, playfully draping an arm over Lu Chi's shoulder. Lu Chi? Asgard, Odin's chamber. Ah, ha. Suddenly, Odin, who lay unconscious upon the bed, shouted in surprise, abruptly sitting upright and startling Frigga, who had been tending to him. She hurried to his side, gently stroking his back. Thank the heavens, you have finally awoken, Odin. No, do not summon the guards. Odin grasped Frigga's arm, halting her motion, and then, in a weakened voice, he spoke. Someone has lifted Mjolnir with mere flesh. He has not earned Mjolnir's recognition. What did you say? Someone lifted Mjolnir solely with their physical strength. Frigga was taken aback by Odin's words. Mjolnir, forged from the remnants of a dying star, possessed an unfathomable weight. Is it truly possible for someone to achieve such a feat with mere flesh? Upon hearing this, Odin nodded. Indeed, and my vision no longer perceives Ragnarok. Frigga, do you comprehend what this signifies? The revelations Odin brought forth were overwhelming for Frigga, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ragnarok had always loomed over her and Odin like a great weight. Now Odin claimed that the prophecy of Ragnarok had vanished. Frigga found herself at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or dance in celebration. Frigga, assist me in contacting the Ancient One. I have pressing matters to discuss with her. After patting Frigga's hand, which rested upon his chest, Odin struggled to rise from the bed. Nodding, Frigga swiftly exited the room, and soon after, the guards entered to assist Odin in restoring his appearance. What troubles you, Ancient One? Why do you appear so unsettled? Within the wooden abode of Kamartaj, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe set down her teacup, her hands resting on her lap, trembling slightly. She glanced at the middle-aged man with a ponytail standing nearby, his expression one of surprise. Caecilius, our future has been altered. Chapter 63. Loki and Asgard, Ancient One. I do not fully grasp your meaning. What do you imply by our future being altered? Caecilius' eyes glimmered with confusion as he regarded the Ancient One, hoping for her guidance. The Ancient One nodded in response, then fell into deep contemplation. Gradually, a green light began to flicker from the chest of the Ancient One, as the pendant at her breast morphed autonomously, revealing a lustrous green gem before Caecilius. Is this the Eye of Agamotto? As Caecilius murmured. It appeared as if the Ancient One had cast a duplication spell, with countless versions of herself continuously splitting from her original form, only to vanish into thin air. After approximately 5 minutes, the Ancient One finally opened her eyes, silently gazing at Caecilius. Do I have a problem, Master Ancient One? He inquired. In response, she slowly shook her head. Caecilius, do you wish to comprehend the dark dimension and dark magic? Caecilius responded with a silent query. Meanwhile, Lu Chi and Stark sat in the monitoring room's fishing chairs, observing the situation on the surveillance screen. Carlson stood before the golden retriever, his mouth agape but silent. Tony, can't you install a monitoring system that captures sound, or did you hire a world-class lip reader? Lu Chi expressed his dissatisfaction, criticizing Stark for spending his wealth frivolously. Stark shrugged in response. Buddy, do you have any idea how urgent this research task is? If it weren't for my strong insistence, you wouldn't be here in this wooden house. You'd be in a makeshift greenhouse wrapped in plastic. So what? What does that have to do with the lack of sound on the surveillance feed? The last time I felt this miserable was while watching an excellent film that, unfortunately, lacked Chinese subtitles. Buddy, please don't drive me up the wall with your remarks. By the way, could you share just how remarkable that plot was? Observing the two engage in their banter, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents displayed expressions of disdain, yet their ears perked up attentively. Look, buddy, what is this big guy mumbling to himself about? Is there anyone here who understands lip reading? Stark, feeling a twinge of regret, smacked his palm in frustration. Damn it, I should have equipped the camera with a microphone. Ignoring Stark's self-reproach, Lu Chi remained focused on the surveillance screen, a curious smile gracing his lips. When he noticed the golden retriever beginning to mumble to himself and even shed tears, Lu Chi commenced scanning the aura within the pristine white room. Unsurprisingly, a strange energy stood beside the golden retriever. How to describe this energy? It resembled a Taiji diagram, with black intertwined with white and white tinged with black. One might say the energy was repulsive, yet Lu Chi discerned numerous lustrous points of light within it. However, if one were to claim it belonged to a benevolent soul, The energy also exuded a foul stench. It was a breath laden with contradictions, as its master stood teetering on the edge of a precipice, poised to plunge into an abyss of despair with a single step. Tony, I need to step out for a while. I can't guarantee when I will return. If anything arises, just call my number. You know it. Lu Chi greeted Stark, and upon rising, strode purposefully out. Hey, if you can make it, don't forget to bring me breakfast. I'd like some star-shaped buns and millet porridge. Got it. Feeling the atmosphere shift, Lu Chi followed the trail to an open space several hundred meters from a stronghold. Observing the deserted sandy ground, he smiled faintly. Stop lurking behind me. I have matters to discuss with you. Ding! Catching the dagger that came from behind, Lu Chi turned with a smile, his eyes glinting with menace. Before him stood a handsome European man clad in a black suit. Lu Chi lightly punched him in the abdomen, saying, "Consider this a token of gratitude for your attempt on my life. Now, we shall engage in a question-and-answer game. No tricks, or I shall not hesitate to extract your intestines." Coughing, the handsome man collapsed to the ground, a pool of vomit spreading around him, emitting a foul odor. Damn mortal, do you comprehend what you have done? Hearing the man's words, Lu Chi helplessly cleared his ears. Another grandiose introduction? Mortal, what are you, some ancient deity? Seemingly incensed by Lu Chi's remarks, the man transformed in a flash, donning garish attire and a bizarre helmet. Does his cosplay grant you power? Lu Chi remarked, his expression unchanging. Mortal, you have angered the god of Asgard. I shall bang. Coughing and retching, the man was interrupted. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Who are your parents? And what is your relation to that golden-haired one? I advise you not to provoke me further. My patience is finite. And another outburst may lead to you expelling your stomach contents. Gazing at the strange man, who was once again kneeling and retching, Lu Chi issued a chilling threat. My name is Loki, the god of lies from Asgard. My father is Odin, and my mother, wait. Lu Chi interjected. Are you implying you are a god? Loki nodded. Indeed, a deity, so feeble? Loki, you are strong. You have a point. He fell silent. And what is your connection to that golden-haired one? Lu Chi pressed on. Golden-haired? Oh, he is my brother, Thor, once the god of thunder in Asgard, though he is now merely a mortal. So that hammer is the hammer of the thunder god? Yes. Then why do you wield it? You are not the thunder god. Loki, can we not have a civil conversation? He felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Had he been able to defeat the man before him, he would have left without a second thought. Watching Loki, who appeared indignant yet feigned compliance, Lu Chi quickly lost interest. Just a little brat. If he refrained from causing trouble, that would suffice. Should he dare to instigate any issues, Lu Chi would not hesitate to treat his head as a ball to be kicked. Lu Chi waved his hand with evident impatience, urging, get lost. And do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall strike you. A blinding beam of light cascaded from above, leaving behind a mysterious totem on the ground. And Loki vanished before Lu Chi's eyes, a rather commendable exit. Chapter 64. Odin and Loki. As Loki traversed the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard, his countenance remained shrouded in gloom, devoid of the enthusiasm to return to Jotunheim and fulfill his schemes. Lu Chi's two blows had not only shattered his divine pride, but also caused him to lose his dinner. Ignoring Heimdall's inquiries, Loki hastened to Odin's chamber, burdened with questions for his mother, desperately seeking to uncover the identity of the man with the towering hairstyle. Perhaps Frigga held some insight. Mother, has my father awakened? Observing Odin seated in a chair, eyes squinting in rest, Loki felt a surge of panic and guilt, his gaze drifting. To win Odin's affection, Loki had meticulously devised an elaborate plan, one that would not only annihilate Jotunheim, but also feign the rescue of the slumbering Odin, thereby transforming his reputation in Asgard, and, perhaps, addressing the matter of Thor later. However, this flawless scheme, intended to achieve multiple goals, was utterly thwarted by Odin's premature awakening. Congratulations on your awakening, father. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, too fearful to lift his head, Loki stirred a complex mix of emotions within Odin. Though Loki was a frost giant, he was still Odin's child, and deep down, Odin loved him. Perhaps it was due to Thor's overwhelming brilliance. Despite being brothers, Thor possessed everything: strength, noble visage, the love of the Asgardians, his mother's favor, his father's approval, the future throne, and even a cascade of golden hair, attributes Loki had never been graced with. Loki yearned for his parents' affection, the respect of the Asgardians, and even his brother's attention. Yet he was at a loss for how to attain these desires. All he could conceive were pranks upon those around him. He bullied, teased, and provoked them, hoping to draw their focus to his existence. The outcome, however, was that the Asgardians dared not voice their ire, while Thor merely waved him off as a mischievous younger sibling. And Odin and Frigga would only impose slight reprimands before losing interest. Odin was acutely aware of all this, but as the king of Asgard, there were matters he could neither voice nor act upon. He could only hope that one day Loki would realize how deeply he was loved. Yet it was evident that Odin's hopes were misplaced. Loki would never come to such an understanding. Now, however, circumstances were altered, the future had shifted, and the fates of all had been transformed, with the catalyst being Mjolnir. Loki, come here. Odin weakly raised his arm and gestured towards Loki. Confused yet feeling a sense of trepidation, Loki approached, slightly bowing as he stood before Odin, awaiting his words. Loki, do you remember what I once told you and Thor in your youth? You both were born to be kings, but only one can ascend to the throne. As he spoke, Odin clasped Loki's hand, causing a shiver to run through him, and his eyes grew misty. Loki, my son, I believe it is time for us to have conversation. At this moment, the daylight had fully brightened, and Luchi had returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. So, you mean to say that despite knowing that the golden-haired one is not Donald Blake, you still let him go? Luchi remarked, cracking walnuts with Thor's hammer while an assortment of breakfast items from home lay beside him. Stark devoured his buns and millet porridge in a few swift motions before shifting his gaze to the food at Luchi's side. Coulson swallowed his mouthful and replied, indeed, he is now under our comprehensive surveillance. I am confident that should he make any move, we will be the first to know. I must admit, this food is truly delightful. It's a pity your private bistro has closed. Perhaps I should explore Chinatown one of these days? Stark mused. It's useless. The food in Chinatown is hardly authentic Chinese cuisine. Those abominable dishes don't even deserve to touch my lips. I advise you against it. You might end up regretting it. Lu Chi retorted, sipping his coffee with a disdainful smirk. As the group engaged in light banter, relishing their delicious breakfast, an agent rushed in, drooling. Sir, a significant energy response has been detected 15 miles northwest, but it vanished in an instant. Mr. Stark, Mr. Lu Chi, would you care to join us for a look? Coulson hastily rose, donning his suit jacket, draped over a chair. Lu Chi shook his head. I'm not interested. You all can go. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the hammer, in case it decides to wander off. Hearing this, Stark stood, shrugged, and casually picked up the red metal briefcase by his feet, glancing back at Lu Chi. Overindulgence in walnuts can lead to issues like heatiness and obesity. Be cautious, or by the time I return, you might be as round as a ball. It's about time this hammer took a break. Get lost and keep your distance. Lu Chi playfully retorted, tossing a walnut at Stark. Stark and Coulson hopped into a black sedan, swiftly arriving at the location indicated by the system. Upon stepping out, Stark noticed a conspicuous, circular, mysterious pattern on the ground. We need support from the linguistics department. Find someone quickly, Coulson instructed an agent squatting beside him. JARVIS, scan and analyze this pattern. Understood, sir, came the response. Mr. Stark, what do you think this is? Coulson leaned closer to Stark, inquiring in a hushed tone. Stark gently shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, the intricate pattern resembled the trajectory of energy in motion, possibly indicative of an energy weapon or perhaps the residue of advanced technology in operation. Amidst the flurry of activity, a sudden hurricane began to swirl around them, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The sky transformed into a dark, ominous cloud, twisting into a remarkable spiral at great heights. The wind escalated into a tempest, buffeting the clothing of those present, leaving those without sunglasses squinting in discomfort. Sir, there is a high-density energy reaction above you, came Jarvis's late warning. I can see it with my own eyes, Stark retorted, clutching his almost airborne brown sunglasses while tightening his grip on the metal briefcase. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. Chapter 65. The destroyer Stark gazed at the towering silver mechanical giant, exceeding 5 meters in height, as it approached him with heavy, deliberate steps. Without hesitation, he cast the metal briefcase to the ground and stepped onto it. With the pleasant sound of mechanical friction, metallic components began to crawl onto Stark's body like small insects, forming a striking crimson and gold suit of armor. Everyone stay back. P.S. Dangerous. Stark warned the onlookers, keenly observing the unfamiliar metallic suit. The armor he donned was his latest invention, a combat suit designed specifically to counteract formidable opponents. Its primary advantages were its durability and portability. Stark had exerted considerable effort to obtain less than 2 kilograms of vibranium, utilizing every ounce in the construction of this suit. He had initially intended to confront V after resolving matters with Mjolnir, yet fate had brought him face-to-face with this behemoth today. With nothing else to occupy his time, Stark decided to warm up, planning to defeat V later on. Not really. Stand down. You are utilizing unregistered technological weaponry. Identify yourself and await our inspection, Stark commanded. And astonishingly, the colossal metal figure obeyed, appearing poised to open its visor. Done. Stark turned to his fellow agents, giving them a thumbs up. Just then, Coulson noticed that the interior of the giant began to flicker with flames of energy, prompting him to shout, "Get back." A vibrant orange energy beam shot forth from the visor, hurtling towards Stark. With a nimble dodge, he narrowly avoided it. Unfortunately, the giant showed no signs of ceasing its assault, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that sent agents scattering, destroying several black vehicles and inflicting significant losses on S.H.I.E.L.D. Stop, Stark shouted, raising his hands as 2 energy beams struck the giant's visor. How should one articulate this attack? Its harm is negligible, yet its insult is profoundly significant. The colossal figure merely tilted its head upon being struck, suffering no injury from Stark's efforts. The only threat to him in the vicinity was the airborne canister, which naturally rendered Stark the prime target for annihilation. Observing Stark's futile attempts to inflict even the slightest damage upon this entity, Coulson urgently shouted, "Mr. Stark, do not let it approach the town. I will contact Mr. Lulu immediately." Stark hastily interjected, "Do not reach out to him. Is this how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates? Seeking assistance from ordinary citizens at the first sign of difficulty? Leave it to me. I will divert its attention. You all must evacuate the residence." Stark, in his capacity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. advisor and a prospective member of the Avengers, held a rank superior to Coulson's. Reluctantly, Coulson complied with the orders, swiftly accounting for personnel and driving the remaining black sedans back to the town to facilitate the evacuation. With the sounds of explosions and the clashing of metal echoing behind him, Coulson could only hope that Lou, stationed within the base, would recognize the urgency of the situation and promptly come to their aid. Meanwhile, what was Lou doing? At that moment, he lay upon a makeshift bed crafted from 10 chairs, snoring peacefully. By the time Coulson and his team reached the town, all the residents had been evacuated, leaving only a handful of individuals resembling circus personnel, with the leader being a golden retriever who introduced himself as Donald Black. "Have you evacuated the townspeople?" Coulson inquired hastily about the situation in the town. "Yes, but may I ask what transpired in the wasteland?" Jane Foster stepped forward to ask. Coulson nodded, "Indeed, but we will manage it. You all should leave here quickly." Suddenly, with a sound akin to metal crashing to the ground, Stark skidded to a halt before the group, sparks flying in his wake. "Stop staring. Run. I'll hold him off." With that, Stark rose and launched himself into the air once more, only to return in less than a second, again trailing sparks. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. "Thor, is that the destroyer armor?" inquired a burly Viking wielding a double-headed axe. "Indeed, it appears this is Loki's design," Thor replied with a nod, his demeanor less than cheerful. Though the situation was dire, Coulson implored, "Could you all please explain to me what the destroyer armor is?" He drew his pistol, keeping a vigilant eye on the destroyer as it mercilessly assaulted Stark, while questioning Thor and his companions. "We need not explain anything to you. We will resolve this chaos. Now, bring that armored warrior back." "He is no match for the destroyer," remarked a striking woman with long black hair, wielding a small shield and a one-handed sword, casting an appreciative glance at Stark before turning to her similarly attired companions. "Let's proceed. For Asgard." The Vikings roared, brandishing their double-edged axes as they charged forward. Unsurprisingly, the destroyer retaliated with a powerful strike, causing Stark to ignite a flurry of sparks in a desperate attempt to save him. Primitive beings. I hardly believed that wielding an axe against steel would be a prudent strategy. Stark, who was pinned beneath the Viking, lifted his iron mask and complained with a hint of irritation. "Thank you. You are an exceptional warrior, but your involvement is no longer necessary. This battle belongs to us Asgardians, and we do not require the intervention of Midgard's warriors." The Viking, clearly unheeding of Stark's words, merely stood up, tightened his grip on the axe, and charged once more at the destroyer. "Coulson, who is this circus clown?" Stark inquired softly, observing the Asgardian warriors being tossed about with a sense of incredulity as Coulson approached. Just as Coulson was about to explain the intelligence he had just learned, a flaming car exploded and hurtled towards Jane. Realizing the imminent danger, Stark rushed forward at full power, but it was evident that he would be too late. At that moment, Thor pushed Jane aside, and in a display of sheer force, he crashed into the oncoming vehicle, leaving Jane astonished. In an instant, the sky lit up. The hurricane ceased, the dark clouds dissipated, and even the thunderous roars faded away into silence. Chapter 66. The Return of the Thunder God. Sensing the life force of Thor extinguishing, the destroyer halted all offensive maneuvers. He paused, his oppressive iron form turning to regard the burning vehicle, before slowly pivoting away and striding toward the wasteland. "Thor!" Jane let out a piercing scream and attempted to rush to Thor, but Dr. Eric intervened. "Calm down, Jane. Thor is likely." Just as the troupe of circus performers succumbed to grief, the sky once again reverberated with ominous thunder. Dark clouds gathered anew, and lightning flickered ominously within, the thunder deafening. With a tremendous crash, the car that had pinned Thor was suddenly lifted by an immense force, and amidst the flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, Thor stood in place, having completed a spectacular transformation. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, yet their eyes were clouded with lingering confusion. Why was this fool extending his arms and raising his right hand? Was he expecting us to offer him something? "Thor, where is Mjolnir?" As Thor's life force re-emerged, the destroyer instinctively ceased its departure, turning to unleash another energy beam. "Damn it, Mjolnir, where are you?" Thor shouted, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of despair. Within the stronghold, Lucci sat upon a stool, gripping the handle of Mjolnir, feeling the faint tugging force emanating from it, his expression one of bewilderment as he scratched his head. "What on earth are you doing, Hammer? Is someone summoning you?" Sensing the anxious emotions radiating from the hammer, Lucci, with a look of astonishment, drew Mjolnir into his embrace, closing his eyes to carefully attune himself to the sentiments emanating from its body. Could this be a weapon with consciousness? Having accepted the responsibility of guarding the hammer, Lucci was determined to uphold the promise of keeping both man and hammer safe. Yet, his curiosity was insatiable. He yearned to discover who was calling for this hammer. Was it that golden-haired giant or the feeble one? Without further hesitation, Lucci grasped the hammer and, propelled by its magnetic allure, ascended into the sky. Soaring high above, Lucci, endowed with extraordinary vision, immediately spotted the group from whom the destroyer had suspended the hammer. Stark's armor, although seemingly only scratched, revealed large areas of its metallic hue on both the front and back, indicating the violent force with which he had been pressed into the ground moments prior. "Wow, this golden giant is remarkably resilient. How is he still alive?" Once more, anxious emotions surged from the hammer, now tinged with a plea for favor. "All right, little hammer. You seem to know your place. Go find your master." With that, Lucci released his grip on the hammer's handle, and in an instant, a gust of wind surged forth, bearing a fierce intensity. As if sensing something, Thor lifted his grimy visage to gaze at the heavens. Mjolnir. The scene was absurdly comical, and, given Lucci's current cultural understanding, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. Perhaps the phrase "my romance" with the hammer, a change of heart, could encapsulate a fraction of the sentiment. Catching Mjolnir as it hurtled towards him, Thor's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Raising the hammer high, it seemed to respond to him, summoning bolts of lightning from the heavens that struck the hammer's head. Thor bellowed mightily, and a tremendous thunderclap descended, striking the destroyer's helmet. The force of the lightning generated a subtle shockwave upon the ground, causing the destroyer to stumble slightly before kneeling on one knee with a resounding thud. Thor spun Mjolnir vigorously, then released it, sending the hammer flying like a cannonball, enveloped in brilliant flames, crashing down upon the destroyer and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, a familiar smile spread across Thor's face, reminiscent of Lucci, until he noticed the figure suspended above the crowd. "It is you, the Midgardian who wielded Mjolnir." As Thor's words echoed through the air, the gathered crowd turned their gaze in the direction he pointed, immediately spotting Lu Chi, adorned in yellow SpongeBob pajamas and floating effortlessly above, a smile gracing his face. Ignoring the astonished circus performers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Lu Chi taunted Stark, remarking, "No wonder you can't defeat V. Just take a look at your pitiful armor. I can hardly remember what color it is. Gavin, if you have so much time to mock me, why not dismantle this behemoth right now? You all needn't intervene. This is a war of Asgard, my fight. The Midgardians need not partake. Allow me to handle the destroyer. This is a responsibility I must bear." When Thor was willing to employ his newly acquired intellect, one would be astonished to discover that this individual was not as foolish as many presumed. Perhaps it could be said that he possessed a certain cleverness. While he was not quite the epitome of wisdom, he certainly had the capacity for nuance. Regarding the man floating in the air with dark hair, Thor felt a profound curiosity, coupled with an undercurrent of subtle reverence. As the master of Mjolnir, Thor was arguably the second most knowledgeable about the hammer, following Odin, who he was yet unaware of Hela, thus she was not included. The previous night, when Lu Chi had lifted the hammer, he had not gained Mjolnir's recognition, signifying that he had forcibly wielded it with his inherent strength. This power was something Thor would not have dared to dream of even in slumber. Yet here was someone who had accomplished it right before his eyes. This was a formidable warrior, one whom Thor believed he could never vanquish. Perhaps even Odin would not stand a chance against him. With this notion in mind, Thor instinctively tempered his pride in Lu Chi's presence, respecting any powerful warrior, particularly one like Lu Chi who commanded respect. As his words settled, Thor summoned an unprecedented surge of thunderous energy. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, the air resonating with the roar of thunder. From a colossal vortex connecting earth and sky, a brilliant lightning bolt descended, cleaving the heavens. Accompanied by blinding light and a tremendous crack of thunder, the destroyer was utterly disintegrated beneath the strike, scattering metallic fragments across the street. Chapter 67. Bald-headed dog. With the event concluded, Thor reluctantly bid farewell to Jane and returned to Asgard. Jane clasped her hands together before her chest, her large, watery eyes gazing skyward at the dissipating vortex, silently contemplating the tender musings of a young heart. Meanwhile, Stark stealthily pocketed a few pieces of the destroyer's metal, enlisting Lu Chi to provide covert cover. Lu Chi, whistling and idly kicking small stones, feigned indifference, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of what to have for dinner that evening. Coulson discreetly compiled all the aforementioned details into written form and subsequently sent them to Nick Fury. He then gathered everyone to inquire about the specifics of the incident. After exchanging a brief greeting with Stark and Coulson, Lu Chi quietly departed from the scene. The hammer was no longer in existence, and Stark had lost his research subject. However, he had acquired the coveted metal with extraordinary properties. S.H.I.E.L.D. had obtained the intelligence they sought, and they would now engage in analyzing all individuals mentioned within that information, establishing files, and developing corresponding action plans. Indeed, they were exceedingly busy. Jane had found a wonderful partner, and the old professor received a job offer from S.H.I.E.L.D. In this incident, nearly everyone emerged with commendable gains. Unfortunately, the residents of the small town were not so fortunate. Roads had collapsed, homes were destroyed, and not a single vehicle on the street remained free of malfunctioning indicators. Stark Industries would not generously allocate funds for compensation. If one wished to seek reparations from the American government, they would first need to wait until Asgard was located to request restitution. What? They intended to sue the United States? While that was not entirely unreasonable, they might want to wait 30 to 50 years. The courts were currently overwhelmed with cases, and a hearing date would be communicated at a later time. Carrying a large bag filled with delectable ingredients, whistling a tune completely out of key, Lu Chi strode confidently toward his home, chest out and head held high. The earnings from one evening had exceeded his modest expectations, and this undeniable success had inflated his spirits. Perhaps it was time to invest in some substantial items for his home, a 6-door refrigerator, an oven precise to the 100th degree. After all, with newfound wealth came the opportunity to elevate his quality of life. He even contemplated opening a bar for V and a detective agency for Dante, providing them with something to occupy their time and preventing them from causing trouble that ultimately required his intervention. As he mused, he walked along the pristine streets of autumnal New York, the temperature just right, sunlight warming his face, rendering him pleasantly drowsy. Just as Lu Chi was reveling in this moment, a sound akin to the tearing of space reached his ears. The surrounding environment fragmented like a cracked mirror, continuously shattering and reconstituting itself, ultimately transforming into a breathtaking scene reminiscent of surrealist oil paintings. The highways in the sky were bustling with traffic, while dense weeds and trees flourished all around. Skyscrapers appeared to be entwined like strands of rope, and passers-by hurriedly navigated through various unexpected locations, entirely oblivious to the peculiar landscape surrounding them. A circular portal, pulsating with flickering orange embers, quietly materialized before Lu Chi, from which emerged a slender figure clad in an orange robe and hood. Carefully setting down his shopping bag, Lu Chi casually lit a cigarette and glanced up with interest at the finger raised by the figure before him. Lu Chi followed the direction indicated by his finger and beheld a remarkably familiar plastic bag, whimsically swirling in the rushing waters, while a piece of A5 grade Wagyu beef was being devoured by various wild beasts. With a crackling sound, sparks ignited on the ground, releasing wisps of smoke. As Lu Chi stared wide-eyed, watching the ingredients he had purchased at great expense drift further away from him. I have memorized your scent. I shall grant you 5 minutes to procure 2 identical portions of ingredients to compensate me. Otherwise, I shall be forced to slap you, you scoundrel. Witnessing his delectable dinner being offered to the animals, Lu Chi's expression darkened to an almost African hue. Listening to Lu Chi's menacing words while observing his clenched teeth and the veins protruding from his forehead, the scoundrel nodded slightly and produced a mysterious pendant hanging from his chest. In a flash of green light, a bag of pristine ingredients reappeared at Lu Chi's feet. The man showed no signs of stopping. As the green luminescence grew increasingly brilliant, the plastic bags on the ground multiplied incessantly. 2 bags for bags, 8 bags, 16 bags. Only when Lu Chi was joyfully surrounded by an abundance of ingredients did he finally cease. Is this sufficient? Yes, indeed. You're truly a good person. Just like your aura. Observing the man, grinning foolishly as he pondered how to transport all these items at once, Lu Chi sighed softly and gradually removed his hood, revealing a bald head that momentarily dazzled Lu Chi's eyes. In light of the generous ingredients you've bestowed upon me, how about we engage in conversation? Gu Yi cast a deep glance at Lu Chi, who was now adorned with an array of plastic bags, attempting to pick up the remaining 20 or so bags of ingredients with his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lu Chi looked up at Gu Yi and smiled. So, you're a woman? Very well, considering the gifts you've given me, let's converse while we dine. I'm not greedy, so I believe a discussion here would suffice. I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you. Perhaps you are unaware of your own nature. When you encounter unprecedented delicacies, you may find yourself more gluttonous than anyone else. Observing the bald scoundrel's disregard for his invitation to dinner, Lu Chi felt an unusual urge to retain him. For in the Lu household, an extra person signified another competitor. Although Lu Maoxing consistently prepared more each time than the last, the family members were all gluttons, particularly after Lu Yi's arrival. This fellow was a purebred scion, possessing an appetite even more insatiable than a mere glutton. It had reached a point where Lu Maoxing regarded her as a compost bin. Whenever Lu Maoxing attempted to create a new dish, Lu Yi would invariably sit by with her bowl, awaiting her share, and regardless of how unpalatable it might be, she would ultimately transform it into praises of delicious. Amidst Lu Yi's continuous flattery, Lu Maoxing gradually lost himself. This has led Lu Maoxing to wield his frying spatula with such fervor each day as if he might ignite sparks. All this effort, merely to satiate the young lady whose eyes shimmer with brilliance when she bestows him with praise. A moment later, Chapter 68, the protagonist and supporting characters. Gu Yi shook his head gently. There is no need for further discussion. I am a mage from Kamar Taj, and I am acutely aware of what I truly require. Delectable food is not my necessity. So, shall we commence now? Very well, since you have articulated your thoughts so clearly, what would you like to discuss with me? Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it was for the better. He feared he might not have enough to eat. Currently, Lu Yi, once seated at the dining table, became a formidable contender for everyone, and the fewer rivals, the better. If it weren't for the twinge of guilt associated with acquiring these ingredients for free, he wouldn't have invited this individual at all. With a subtle wave of his hand, Gu Yi transformed the surrounding scenery in an instant. The two found themselves within a quaint wooden cabin, where a tea table awaited them. Gu Yi sat gracefully before the table, skillfully preparing tea, and then gestured for Lu Qi to take a seat. After carefully placing the ingredients down, Lu Qi sat across from Gu Yi, who then savored a sip of the delicate, verdant tea that exuded an elegant fragrance. The initial taste was bitter, but upon further contemplation, a rich sweetness enveloped his palate, as though he were wandering through a forest of green tea, inhaling the unparalleled aroma with each breath. Though Lu Qi was not well-versed in tea, he could sense that this brew was undoubtedly a rare treasure. He pondered what flavor it might impart if used to create tea eggs. As Gu Yi replenished Lu Qi's cup, he spoke calmly. I am a human mage from Kamartaj, and the supreme mage of this era. You may call me Gu Yi. My primary purpose in visiting is to pose a few questions to you. This is not a compulsory dialogue. You are free to choose which inquiries you wish to answer. Do not concern yourself with any disruption to your life. Once I have finished my questions, I shall take my leave, and it is unlikely we shall meet again. Such a tactful opening statement seized the initiative of the conversation, as Lu Qi refrained from throwing his cup in defiance. Although he was unaware of Gu Yi's identity, this individual had successfully piqued Lu Qi's curiosity regarding the nature of his inquiries. You do not seem to belong to this world, Lu Qi remarked, raising an eyebrow. After another sip of tea, he inquired, Why do you say that? To speak candidly, the pendant I hold is in fact the time stone. With it, I can glimpse the past and future of all individuals, traversing through various timelines. I can perceive your multitude of potential futures, yet I cannot discern even a trace of your past. Frankly speaking, if you were deliberately concealing it, I would not be able to see the future at all. However, if it is not hidden by you, then others would certainly not be able to keep it from me. Thus, I find myself contemplating the notion that you may not belong to this world. Although this conjecture may seem preposterous, it is, in fact, the most plausible option. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi clapped his hands in realization. I see, but what comes next? Does my existence, or that of others, bear any significance to you? If it pertains to others, it is of little consequence, but for you, it is different. Please lend an attentive ear to what I am about to convey. Nodding in agreement, Lu Qi gestured for Gu Yi to continue. The universe operates under a set of its own rules, and the outcomes of all things are, in essence, predetermined by fate, a concept often referred to as destiny. Lu Qi interrupted Gu Yi with a dismissive wave. Are you suggesting a narrative of protagonists and antagonists? Are you implying that there exists a puppeteer behind the scenes, designating you as the main character, compelling everyone to revolve around you, thus rendering you invincible? Gu Yi, intentionally cutting Lu Qi's monologue short, clarified, that is not my intent. Allow me to elaborate. The principles governing the world remain constant. However, minute deviations can profoundly affect the ultimate trajectory of its unfolding. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Yi conjured an image of Stark in midair. I believe you are well acquainted with Tony Stark, your esteemed friend. I trust this analogy will resonate with you. In the original timeline, Stark did not engage in battle with the Hulk or Abomination, yet your emergence facilitated their encounter. He was nearly felled by the two monsters, saved only by your timely intervention. Wait, are you suggesting that my thoughts are being manipulated by some unseen force? Lu Qi exclaimed, rising abruptly and knocking over the teacup on the table. Ah, it is not as you perceive, Gu Yi sighed in resignation, tidying the disarrayed tea table while explaining. Permit me to clarify. The world has established a framework of rules, within which the universe operates autonomously. Everything follows a traceable pattern, and my time stone serves as a machine for inquiry and simulation. It can predict your actions and their eventual outcomes within the confines of the rules. Yet it cannot access your past, for you did not belong here previously. Moreover, the rules are not inherently equitable, resulting in certain entities reaping the benefits of these regulations, what you refer to as protagonists. Each individual, event, and even the smallest creature possesses innumerable possibilities. In alternate timelines, a mere mosquito might ascend to become the sovereign of the universe. Is it innately powerful? Not at all. It merely benefits from the alignment of the rules in its favor. Countless trivial occurrences culminate in monumental events, with this mosquito emerging as the ultimate beneficiary, thus assuming the role of the protagonist. In this timeline, it reigns supreme, yet in others, it remains merely a fragile mosquito, perhaps having enjoyed a few hearty meals at best. Can you imagine that a trivial matter, such as whether a 5-year-old child needs to return home to relieve himself today, could become the decisive factor determining whether a billionaire meets a tragic fate on the streets tomorrow? Under the countless choices made by all beings in the universe over eons, the rules and timelines have long since solidified, and everyone's destinies have been irrevocably fixed. No individual's choices can alter who will ultimately emerge as the beneficiary. I am a beneficiary. Odin is a beneficiary, and likewise, Stark is also a beneficiary. We are the protagonists and supporting characters you speak of, while all beings in the universe serve as the playwrights and directors, crafting our narratives and ultimate conclusions. We strive to alter our fates. Yet destiny flows like an unstoppable torrent, and we are but diminutive insects perched upon a leaf. At this juncture, Ancient One raised her gaze to fixate on Lu Qi. However, you are different. What difference could I possibly have? According to what you just said, destiny is akin to a deluge beyond human control. Am I not destined to be swept away as well? Lu Qi replied. In response, Ancient One shook her head in denial. Not at all. Firstly, you are not of this world, so the rules exert limited influence over you. Secondly, your strength is formidable enough that even if the rules seek to constrain you, you possess the capability to challenge them effectively. As far as I know, you're the only human capable of wielding Thor's hammer with bare hands. With a shrug, Lu Qi stood up and grasped 2 bags of ingredients. All right then, consider these 2 bags as compensation for my troubles. Now, please escort me back. Though unaware of Ancient One's true intentions, Lu Qi's instincts warned him that this individual harbored no malice, but rather a sense that further discussion would lead to complications, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, he hastily prepared to depart, taking only 2 bags of ingredients in a bid to minimize any perceived indebtedness. Ancient One, however, remained indifferent to Lu Qi's current actions, for even if she were concerned, it would bear no fruit. Binding her and Odin together would not be sufficient to confront this man. Her worries were of little consequence. Instead, she pondered how to persuade Lu Qi to agree to assist her. From the day Ancient One ascended to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, she began to sense the constraints imposed by the rules. Strange occurrences perpetually surrounded her, compelling her to make decisions that defied common sense. It was only after wielding the Time Stone that she truly comprehended the nature of the rules and why she frequently found herself making regrettable choices without rhyme or reason. Fortuitously, her strength was formidable, and her knowledge and wisdom were profoundly vast, allowing her to navigate the gaps within the rules cautiously. Ultimately, she succeeded in selecting an exceptionally capable successor, thus striving to alter Earth's fate as significantly as possible. The Sorcerer Supreme belongs to Earth. Her sole aim is to protect it and its inhabitants from malevolent forces, while the affairs of others in the universe hold no relevance for her. Fortunately, the conclusion is a beautiful one. Although there are regrets, the interests and names of the majority of Earth's inhabitants have been safeguarded. The outcome of my own journey is of little consequence. It is the responsibility and duty of the Supreme Sorcerer. However, an alternative possibility has emerged, a pathway leading toward a harmonious resolution. Previously, Ancient One and Odin labored as if they were attempting to decipher the world's most intricate cipher, exerting tremendous effort, yet yielding only a digit or 2 at best. In contrast, Lu Qi's emergence resembles a chainsaw or a warehouse full of TNT explosives. I may not be able to unlock the code, but I can certainly obliterate it, right? Therefore, Ancient One's attitude towards Lu Qi is quite nuanced. Even she struggles to articulate whether it is respect or some other emotion. Yet, one thing she is unequivocally aware of is that she must never feign authority in Lu Qi's presence. Respect must always take precedence. With the aid of the Time Stone, Ancient One foresaw that the unfavorable outcome resulting from Lu Qi's involvement would be at least an 80 probability. Beneath that radiant golden hair, he nonchalantly dismantled the entire universe as easily as one might consume a meal, then joyfully transitioned to another world with his friends and his modest abode. The primary condition for this outcome is that someone has provoked his ire. This realization has led to Ancient One's remarkable patience when dealing with Lu Qi, almost as if she were coaxing a child, fearing that this formidable individual might unleash cosmic fireworks should he ever feel displeased. If you wish to depart, there is no issue. Feel free to take all the ingredients, as they were intended as compensation for you. There's no need to worry about being beholden to anyone. Slowly rising, Ancient One spoke with a clarity that made Lu Qi blush. Scratching his head, Lu Qi chuckled awkwardly. The way you phrase that makes it sound as if I'm neglecting my duties in exchange for money. Let us do this. Just tell me your objective. If, and I emphasize if, it's not too troublesome, I might assist you out of goodwill for these ingredients. If it proves too complicated, consider it a lapse in my manners and seek someone else. How does that sound? Upon hearing Lu Qi's proposition, Ancient One eagerly nodded in agreement. Having observed Lu Qi for an extensive period through the gemstone, she was acutely aware of his character. Hence, her strategic retreat was meticulously planned. As long as one treats him well and avoids inciting his anger, he is, in fact, a remarkably affable and earnest individual. He possesses the common flaws of humanity, a fondness for pride, a penchant for boasting, and a tendency to seek small advantages. If one can manage these minor idiosyncrasies, they can, to some extent, influence his psyche. However, it is best to prevent him from discovering this. Otherwise, one's head may very well end up resembling a sack of potatoes. Observing Lu Qi as he set down his bag and resumed sipping tea, Ancient One smiled. For you, this may not pose much of a challenge, which is why I wish to propose a transaction on behalf of all the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Oh, with a slight raise of her brow, she inquired, what transaction? We seek your power. With a gesture to calm Lu Qi, Ancient One quickly clarified, the magical abilities wielded by the sorcerers of Kamartaj do not stem from their own strength, but rather from the power of Ashanti. In essence, should we desire to employ magic, we must borrow this strength. Currently, some sorcerers are no longer satisfied with Vishanti's white magic. They aspire to learn the dark arts derived from Shathra. The most straightforward source of dark energy is Dormammu from the dark dimension, which corrupts the hearts of men. As the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu has long set his sights on Earth. I wish to prevent the sorcerers of Kamartaj, who have taken it upon themselves to protect Earth, from transforming into a perilous threat. Thus, I propose a transaction that would allow our sorcerers to access your power. No negotiations, Lu Qi interjected brusquely, cutting off Ancient One's explanation. Let us abandon this transaction. First, I shall not lend my strength, and secondly, do not take offense at my bluntness, but I must state plainly that I believe you cannot afford the cost of wielding my power, or to put it more starkly, you are unworthy of it. Observing Ancient One's expression of disappointment and glancing at the pile of ingredients in the corner, Lu Qi ultimately sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Let us alter the request. I am granting you one last opportunity. I do not have the luxury of time to waste. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile crept onto Ancient One's face. Might I request that you play the role of the villain for once? Chapter 70. Homeward bound on the streets of New York, Lu Qi was laden with plastic bags, striding with an air of indignation along the tidy road, muttering profanities under his breath. During his recent conversation with Ancient One, Lu Qi came to the unsettling realization that his intellect might indeed be lacking, and it also fostered a slight disdain for the bald-headed Caucasian woman. She initiated a transaction he would never consent to, feigned vulnerability to elicit his sympathy, and then revealed her true intent. Such tactics were ones Lu Qi had employed in his childhood to manipulate his parents. Yet today, he found himself ensnared by the same ruse, which left him feeling irked and confronted with his own intellectual limitations. Burdened with groceries, he cursed as he pushed open the door to his home. Hey, boss, did you rob a supermarket? With all those plastic bags hanging from you, I would have thought you were wearing a raincoat if I hadn't looked closely. Lu Qi knew without a doubt that the sarcastic remark came from V. Before he could retort, a gust of wind swept through, and he felt the plastic bags being swiftly removed from his body. Turning around, he discovered Lu Yi, already adorned with plastic bags, extending her arms and cautiously tiptoeing toward the kitchen, fearful that something might fall from the bags, depriving her of a few bites of food. Wow, what on earth did you buy? Dante and Virgil, resembling dogs drawn to a tantalizing bone, eagerly approached Lu Yi, incessantly pawing at the plastic bags draped over her shoulders, curious about the ingredients contained within. Do not move, do not move. Things are going to fall. Lu Yi furrowed her brow, expressing her dissatisfaction with the antics of the two brothers, yet she dared not make any sudden movements, finding herself jostled like a weeble, standing precariously in place. Before long, Johnny, clad in flip-flops and sporting half-burned cigarettes, wearing loose shorts and scratching his belly with his metallic arm, stumbled groggily into the midst of the two brothers. At Lu Yi's call, he emerged with half a cucumber clamped in his mouth and promptly plopped down onto the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qi. "The boss is back. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." With a few quick strides, Lu Qi playfully nudged him with his foot, only for Johnny to duck away. "Don't force it, whether genuine or not." Lu Qi chuckled, chiding Johnny's pitiful appearance. He had not returned home the previous night, and the taxi driver had reported that he was assisted into the car by two women. What a disgrace. V rested his elbow on the arm of the sofa, leaning in to engage Lu Qi in gossip about Johnny. "Why do you only notice my return? Why not inquire about my accomplishments?" Johnny protested, raising his voice in discontent. With a swift slap to the back of Johnny's head, V retorted, "What are you shouting about? It's the weekend. You might wake the stars." He added, "With your poor kidneys, what accomplishments could you possibly have?" "Are you kidding me?" Johnny exclaimed. Observing the impending quarrel between the cyber duo, Lu Qi sighed, placing a hand on his forehead before seating himself between them to quell the brewing conflict. "The boss is back. You must try my newly learned dish and see if it suits your palate." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Meili peeked from the kitchen and, upon spotting Lu Qi on the sofa, joyfully exclaimed. She hurried over, carrying a platter of chicken legs. Accepting the chopsticks she offered, Lu Qi bit into a beautifully glazed chicken wing, and soon everyone joined in to share the remaining dishes. "It's delicious." Upon receiving the enthusiastic thumbs up from everyone, Zhou Meili beamed with radiant joy. "No flattery. Your cooking is indeed quite delectable, although it may not yet rival the culinary skills of the stars. It far surpasses that of many professional chefs." In a matter of moments, the chicken wings were devoured. Lu Qi patted Zhou Meili on the shoulder, offering praise with genuine admiration. "Hee, it must be that your teacher has instructed you so well that your progress is astonishingly rapid." Casting a sideways glance at the grinning V, Zhou Meili blushed, huffed lightly, and scampered back to the kitchen with the now empty platter. Having become well acquainted with her peers, Zhou Meili is no longer the shy, bashful girl who would stomp her feet at the slightest provocation. Although she may not yet embody the essence of mischief, she has at least developed the resilience to withstand V's playful jests. Given her trajectory of growth, one could surmise that in a few years, she might even have the ability to evoke blushes from V himself. "What you all eating? I haven't had a bite." Meili called out as Lu Yi, resembling a scarecrow, rushed towards the kitchen with small, hurried steps, prompting a chorus of laughter from those lounging on the sofa. They remained seated, playfully teasing each other about their past misadventures. V and Dante, as the main instigators, relentlessly ribbed Johnny until he was nearly beside himself, his lips almost swelling from the banter. Yet, Johnny was no pushover. Amidst his colorful remarks, V's laughter soon found its way onto Lu Qi's face, while Dante finally began to feel the heat, his nighttime urination turning a troubling shade of yellow. Before long, Lu Maoxing awakened, and after a warm embrace and a lavish lunch, he was reminded once again that nothing could compare to the comforts of home. Just as Lu Qi lounged on the sofa, a sudden phone call shattered his moment of bliss. With an expression that was neither here nor there, Lu Qi answered. "What is it? Gavin, you seem rather irritable. Just finished eating?" It must be said that Stark had Lu Qi completely figured out, even without a hint. He could discern Lu Qi's every intention. "Didn't we just part ways? Why are you calling me again? I'm on vacation, and I have no intention of dealing with SHIELDS nonsense, including you, Spark Girl." A cacophony of noise erupted from Lu Qi's receiver, followed by Stark's exasperated voice. "Afro, do you have any notion of politeness? What kind of name is Spark Girl? I could tolerate it if you were a boy." Stark's incessant rambling began to wear on Lu Qi's patience, and he stifled a yawn, irritably demanding, "Get to the point or hang up. I'm tired and need sleep." "You're such a—" With a resigned sigh, Stark ended the call and shrugged at Coulson. "See? What did I just say?" Coulson nodded in agreement and then shook his head at Thor. "Where does he live?" Chapter 71. Osborne's gift the following morning. After the stars had left a delightful spread of breakfast, Xing settled on the motorcycle's rear seat, wrapping her arms around Johnny's waist as they set off for school. The others, still bleary-eyed, gathered around the dining table, their sleepy murmurs mingling with the sounds of clattering dishes. They quickly concluded their breakfast amidst a flurry of arms and yawns. After a brief freshening up, they exchanged casual greetings. Meili, with a basket in hand, bounced out the door to procure fresh ingredients, while Vi accompanied her as a vigilant protector. Meanwhile, the Spartan brothers clung to Lu Yi, initiating yet another round of playful torment. Lu Qi found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of these brothers. What purpose lies in having a young girl tumble about on the ground daily, while they shamelessly indulge in their own whims, masquerading it as training? If one must endure blows, why not simply admit it? What value is there in sugarcoating the truth when ultimately one ends up rolling their eyes in defeat? As for Lu Yi, this seemingly naive girl is indeed no simpleton, despite her innocent appearance, when the time comes to engage in battle. Even Lu Qi cannot afford to underestimate her. As a character in Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, the modifications she possesses are rather unremarkable. In terms of strength, the mods Lu Qi has added are truly outrageous, such as the 27-stage Scion transformations and the legendary Super Scion transformation mod. In the game, these mods do not provide any tangible enhancement to the characters. At best, they merely introduce a few visually appealing skills. These transformation mods exist solely for aesthetic purposes, boasting an impressive variety of 27 forms, from a mimetic Super Scion to the 5th stage of Ultra Instinct, which incorporates the advanced logic of Super Scion transformations. An entirely new progression has emerged. There are also several unique transformations, such as Super Scion Rose, the mysterious Gohan form, and the Ultra Blue 5th form, culminating in a grand total of 27 transformations. While these may serve no practical purpose within the game, the reality is starkly different. Lu Qi, for instance, cannot transform into Super Saiyan 5, nor does he possess the Ultra Instinct transformation. He cannot fully fathom the immense power that such a transformation would yield. It is reasonable to surmise that if he were to engage with this young girl without activating the 2nd stage of his divine transformation, the outcome would be uncertain. When two individuals reach such formidable levels of strength, the significance of containing the aftermath of their battles diminishes. In full combat, it becomes nearly impossible to restrain oneself at all times. A momentary lapse, even the slightest release of energy, could spell disaster for the multiverse. This explains why, despite their combative natures, neither party has proposed a confrontation thus far. They could engage in battle, yet the result would likely either bring misfortune to countless innocent beings within the multiverse or lead to a mere display of superficial blows without any real substance. Upon mutual consideration, they ultimately agreed that there was little point in fighting. Seated on the grass, they observed Lu Yi, hands in her pockets, a toothpick dangling from her mouth, idly kicking the Majin brothers into a rolling heap. Lu Qi, in a moment of boredom, stifled a yawn, placed his arms behind his head, and slowly reclined on the grass, indulging in a delightful nap. Meanwhile, at Xuanzhong High School, the lunch bell rang, and Lu Maoxing, amidst the enthusiastic invitations from his classmates, slipped away. Amidst a chorus of sighs, he jogged to join Peter and Harry. Lu Maoxing has truly transformed. As the saying goes, he is no longer to be compared with the past. Now, he is undoubtedly the superstar of Zhongxing High School. Whether as Johnny's teacher's nephew or the identity of the little food god, he has become the absolute focus of everyone's attention. In the current landscape of Zhongxing High School, the allure of wealthy heirs has waned. Regardless of how affluent your family may be, do you possess even a single star cookie? If not, you are unworthy of being in the spotlight, and the girls hardly bother to acknowledge you. Only those who hold cookies possess the power of selection in the realm of campus romance. A brand new currency system is quietly emerging here. Astute students have cast aside their virtual currencies and begun speculating on cookies, and Lu Maoxing's transcendent status in this event goes without saying. Before long, the three youngsters gathered in the luxurious car that Harry had specially brought, each holding a specially prepared star-themed lunchbox, joyfully chatting and dining together. Star, have you heard? One of your cookies has already been speculated to $50,000. If I operate this correctly, by next week, you could become a millionaire, Harry exclaimed, holding a chicken wing and savoring the bone that had long since lost its meat, his excitement palpable as he spoke to Lu Maoxing. Upon hearing this, Peter took a small bite of his corn, his expression one of disbelief. This is unbelievable. Fortunately, I don't understand economics. Otherwise, I might question my entire existence. Lu Maoxing added, I have indeed begun to doubt life. Why would an ordinary cookie be worth so much? My family has grown weary of it. But before Lu Maoxing could finish his thought, Harry threw an arm around his shoulder, a subtle smile gracing his face. Of course, I orchestrated it. While it is indeed delicious, the cookie itself does not inherently possess such immense value. However, it cannot resist the worth I bestow upon it. As the future heir of the Osborne Group, though I may not be exceptionally accomplished yet, I am capable of such minor feats. This is not only an assignment left to me by my father, but also a gift from the Osborne family to you. Are you satisfied with it, Star? Lu Maoxing blinked in confusion. A gift? Harry nodded affirmatively. Yes, a gift. My father's research funding was interrupted, but because of you, Mr. Stark is willing to continue investing in our research. With that, Harry placed both hands on Lu Maoxing's shoulders, his gaze unusually solemn. Frankly speaking, Star, you have saved the Osborne family. The research on potions requires substantial funding. It has always been the biggest financial drain for the Osborne Group. If investment were to cease, the company would swiftly collapse, and the best outcome would be its division among others, leading to the Osborne family being cast aside. However, due to your influence, Mr. Stark is willing to finance my father's continued research without any predatory commercial intentions. We have truly struck gold. Assisting you in earning some money is merely a trivial and somewhat vulgar gift, my brother. I hope you do not disdain our offering. Of course, I would never disdain it. Who would reject an abundance of wealth? The three young men exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter resonating with the pure camaraderie of youth. Chapter 72. The pot has boiled over recently. Eugene Thompson had not been faring well. As the star of Midtown High, the premier high school in New York City, he found his limelight stolen by three frail youths, which irked him greatly. He resolved to teach these boys a lesson. Thompson strode through the campus, mentally reviewing the profiles of the individuals he intended to confront. One was a short Asian with dyed blue hair, another a scrawny, bespectacled nerd, and the last, wealthy. Well, he could not take on Osborne, so he would let that one slide. With an air of arrogance, Thompson surveyed the surrounding students. Upon hearing a gasp, he turned to see three boys entering through the school gate. One of them was notably shorter than him, with waist-length blue hair, gentle features, and an extraordinary aura. Could this be the elusive Asian boy he had been searching for? Thompson knocked on his sturdy chest and, with a boastful grin, stepped forward to block their path. Harry, keenly sensing the hostility emanating from the imposing boy before him, subtly moved Lu Maoxing behind him. Excuse me, do you need something? Harry inquired. Thompson frowned in displeasure. Osborne, step aside. This does not concern you. I am here for those two, he declared, pointing at Lu Maoxing and Peter. The two exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the overt animosity of the boy before them. Upon hearing this, Harry quickly took a step back, shielding his friends. Since you know who I am, I advise you not to seek trouble. They're my friends. Any conflict with them is a conflict with me. You wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the Osborne family, would you? As a football player, Thompson loathed being deemed foolish, and Harry's words only fueled his irritation. Get out of my way, Osborne, or I won't hesitate to take you down as well. Consumed by rage, Thompson momentarily disregarded Harry's identity. All he desired was to confront the three in front of him and deal with them thoroughly. Once a figure of prominence, Thompson still commanded a certain respect at Midtown High. As he blocked the path of the current star trio, the onlookers dared not intervene, their faces betraying a mix of curiosity and anticipation. In light of the situation, Harry, believing himself to be the strongest of the trio, rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Though he may not prevail, he could not afford to run, for it would jeopardize his reputation for the rest of high school. At that moment, Lu Maoxing stepped forward, pulling Harry back as he approached Thompson with a serious expression. What do you intend to do? Lu Maoxing asked, his demeanor grave. Seeing the blue-haired boy attempting to act tough in front of him, Thompson scoffed derisively. He extended his finger towards Lu Maoxing's neck, bending slightly in disdain. What is it you wear around your neck, you blue-haired Asian girl? A string of shrieking yellow trinkets? It was a necklace adorned with approximately 30 yellow, oval stones, each intricately carved with grotesque human faces. If one were to be effeminate, no matter how fierce their adornments, they would still exude a semblance of delicacy, much like her family. Before Thompson could finish his taunt, a small fist, sporting a matching bracelet from the necklace, struck his cheek with remarkable force. He felt a sudden surge of power, followed by the familiar sensation of weightlessness, akin to being knocked aside on a sports field, and then darkness enveloped him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as Lou Moushing sent Thompson flying with a single punch, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an ant launching an elephant into the air. This reaction was not entirely unexpected. After all, Thompson towered over Lou Moushing by nearly 50 centimeters and held a 2-year age advantage. Yet, the outcome was utterly astonishing. They overlooked an essential factor. Lou Moushing was a chef, the youngest dragon chef in history. A culinary artist wielding a heavy iron wok, deftly flipping ingredients all day, and slicing vegetables with such finesse that his knife seemed to dance. Cooking for him was akin to performing acrobatics, while he might not rival superhumans. In comparison to ordinary individuals, Lou Moushing's physical prowess could undoubtedly be described as explosive, making him more than capable of delivering a straight punch. Disregarding the crowd of students, Lou Moushing departed the scene amidst the incessant chatter of Peter and Harry. Soon after, a timid voice floated through the throng of students. Did he just knock Thompson out? This was not a trivial matter. In a school teeming with hormonal youths, idleness, and an excess of energy, such an incident was monumental, leading to a rapid spread of rumors that could only be described as terrifying. In no time, the news reached Johnny's ears. And once Johnny was informed, it meant that Lou Chi and the members of his band were also aware, as was the principal, which further implied that Stark had learned of it. Once Stark was in the know, Osborne would soon follow, and when Osborne became aware, the news would permeate their circle. Remarkably, the last time the affluent community stirred such a commotion was during the economic crisis, prompting even the President of the United States to inquire about the situation, and leaving the Vice President visibly enraged as he departed with his guards. Stark soared out of his villa clad in armor, while Lu Chi donned a blue martial arts uniform exclusive to Vegeta, seated in the driver's seat of a luxury vehicle. Inside, Lu sat with eyes closed and hair standing on end. Dante was polishing his twin pistols. Virgil sat poised with his sword. And even Zhou merely brandished a rolling pin, her face flushed with indignation. Calm down, Johnny. You must remain composed. This is a school, and you cannot draw your weapon. The band members clung tightly to Johnny's waist, while other teachers rushed to seize the silver handgun he gripped tightly. Let go of me, old Sean. I'm going to take that bastard down. You are aware that I am waiting for an opportunity. Do you comprehend the extent of my anger? He is bullying my nephew. Observing Johnny, who nearly divulged the truth, everyone averted their gaze and continued to restrain this middle-aged scoundrel from causing further chaos. I understand. Shall I handle this matter? I'm the principal. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. The principal pressed his shoulder firmly against Johnny's chest, patting his own chest to guarantee. Speaking to me is futile. There are even more formidable opponents arriving shortly. No sooner had the words left his lips than armored suits descended upon the center of the campus, followed by a convoy of bulletproof Lincoln limousines entering the school grounds. Villains donned in green armor and gliding on hoverboards flew into the campus, while an array of luxury vehicles streamed through the gates. Shortly thereafter, a black van came to a stop beside Stark. Chapter 73. The politician when Lu Chi emerged with a metal baseball bat in hand. Stark, taken aback, bumped shoulders with him. Buddy, the adversary is merely a student. Is such a grand display truly necessary? Casting a glance at the furious Lu Chi and his companions, Stark shrugged helplessly. Upon hearing this, V stepped forward, raised a small hand in a knocking gesture, and gently tapped Stark's helmet. And what about you? Cloaked in iron like a hen courting a mate? Why are you here, meddling with tin toys instead of strutting down a runway to showcase your new dress? Perhaps due to their close relationship, V often enjoyed teasing Stark whenever they met. While Stark previously retaliated with bravado, he ultimately succumbed to the reality of the situation. Unable to win in a fight or a verbal spar, Stark felt quite stifled. Yet what could he do? The circumstances were simply beyond his control. As the group, under the principal's warm invitation, strolled towards the reception room, a voice resonated from behind. Hello, Mr. Liu, we meet again. Turning at the sound, Lu Chi beheld a man with a receding hairline more disheartening than Coulson's, slender in stature, aged in appearance, and with keen eyes, dressed in a black suit. Approaching under the protection of several men in dark attire. After a brief contemplation, Lu Chi's face brightened with recognition, and he stepped forward, warmly shaking the visitor's hand. Mr. Vice President, it is a pleasure to see you again. How has your family been lately? At his words, The vice president's face illuminated with a hint of a smile, as he waved away the bodyguards attempting to step forward and warmly responded, "Thanks to you, ever since my daughter visited your restaurant and enjoyed the cuisine, her spirits have considerably improved. However, she now constantly clamors to return. Mr. Liu, when will your private dining establishment reopen? I no longer dare to stroll down Fifth Avenue with her, fearing she might discover the closure and be disheartened." Lu Qi remembered the vice president's daughter. She was a charming girl who had tragically lost a portion of her lower leg in an accident. Perhaps it was due to the girl's plight resonating with his own past experiences that Lu Qi took it upon himself to warmly introduce her to Stark. Naturally, the superhero Iron Man readily agreed to assist, promptly equipping the young girl with a prosthesis of his own design, complete with synthetic skin. In a gesture of gratitude, the vice president utilized his position to alleviate Stark's troubles with the military and shielded Lu Qi from numerous individuals attempting to disrupt his life, including agents from SHIELD. While I cannot guarantee this, I can assure you that if the private kitchen were to reopen one day, the vice president would undoubtedly be our very first guest. Haha, I shall remember that. With that, the vice president joyfully grasped Lu Qi's hand and shook it enthusiastically, then quietly added, "I have a request. I hope Mr. Liu will not escalate the matter regarding the young chef. First, Thompson is still but a child. He deserves a lesson, but I ask you to grant him a chance. Second, the child's father is quite familiar to me, and his business has significant dealings with mine. So I hope you can consider my position and not make things too difficult for him. Since you have put it that way, how could I possibly refuse? Moreover, I had no intention of being harsh on him, as my brother did not suffer any loss, did he?" Upon hearing this, the vice president discreetly glanced at the baseball bat Lu Qi held, yet his face bore a grateful smile. As the vice president, he was well acquainted with the backgrounds of Lu Qi and his associates, and to be frank, they represented potential societal instabilities. However, the vice president remained unperturbed. Despite their detrimental impact on social stability, the intrinsic value they possessed was exceedingly high. The primal impulses of hunger and desire are fundamental to humanity, and Lu Maoxing's culinary creations, akin to a legitimate indulgence, boldly tantalize the palate, molding people's appetites to his will, and this merely scratches the surface of their true value. These individuals are akin to the depths of the ocean, shrouded in mystery. No one can fathom what lies beneath, nor understand the extent of their hidden capabilities. Hence, it is prudent to treat them with a measure of courtesy. After exchanging pleasantries, the vice president departed, surrounded by a throng of men in black, leaving Lu Qi to scoff and spit disdainfully. "Repugnant politicians, his insincere smile makes my skin crawl," Lu Qi muttered. "Then let us seize the opportunity to eliminate him. It will be a trivial task for me." V approached, whispering in agreement. "Leave it to me, boss. I could skin him alive and present you with a jacket." Virgil stepped forward, eager for action. However, Dante quickly restrained the impulsive Virgil, massaging his temple in frustration. "Brother, can you refrain from causing chaos? We are here to enjoy ourselves, not to stir up trouble." Patting Virgil on the shoulder, Lu Qi gently shook his head. "Let it be. We may still need him in the future, so let us spare his life." The crowd shrugged indifferently, while Lu Yi had already covered Zhou Meili's ears as soon as V suggested eliminating their opponent, which meant she had not heard a word and was persistently inquiring about what her elder siblings had just discussed. "My friend, it seems that opening a restaurant is indeed a splendid choice. You certainly have far more prestige than I do. The vice president didn't utter a single word to me earlier, despite my assistance in crafting a prosthetic for his daughter. Politicians can be quite revolting." Unaware of Lu Qi's sinister plot from earlier, Stark sidled up to the group, voicing his dissatisfaction. "Regardless, you don't care about that. Once her daughter matures and the prosthetic no longer fits, you can simply refuse to create a new one for her." Dante draped an arm around Stark's shoulders, wearing a mischievous grin as he proposed a rather unsavory idea. "Oh, come now, my friend. The little girl is innocent." Observing Stark's serious expression, the group raised their thumbs in approval. "Well, perhaps you are a superhero after all." As they bantered their way to the reception room, Johnny, Lu Maoxing, and a cadre of wealthy patrons had been waiting there for quite some time. At that moment, Lu Maoxing found himself encircled by a throng of affluent individuals, his forehead glistening with anxious sweat, while Johnny lounged nearby, his legs propped up on the table, a benevolent smile on his face as he indulged in smoking. When the door swung open, Lu Maoxing, like a bird returning to its nest, adeptly slipped through the crowd and leapt into Lu Yi's embrace. "Are you hurt, little star? I shall avenge you shortly. Would you prefer ash or a piece?" Lu Yi affectionately stroked Lu Maoxing's head, uttering ominous words with a gentle demeanor. Lu Maoxing. Chapter 74. Norman Osborn. Just as the crowd was inspecting Lu Maoxing's physique, a man clad in green armor with a cold demeanor approached. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Do you remember me?" "Norman Osborn, of course I do. Your son is quite the close friend of my brother." Norman Osborn appeared stern, yet his gaze held a gentle and serene quality. He exuded an aura remarkably similar to that of Tony Stark. At first glance, most would assume this man to be ruthless and formidable, yet prolonged interaction would reveal a deeply compassionate nature, imbued with a touch of the vulnerability and idealism characteristic of a scientist. One could sense Norman's essence through Harry. After all, a rogue could hardly raise such an exceptional child, which is why Lu Qi held a fondness for him. After shaking hands, Lu Qi warmly patted Norman on the shoulder. "My friend, would you be interested in assisting me in dealing with these eager customers?" As for the wealthy individuals who had come to seek familiarity, it was a testament to Lu Qi's good humor that he had not dispatched them. Most of these people exuded an odor reminiscent of a refuse heap, while select few bore a scent of blood even more pungent than V's, making it evident how they had amassed their fortunes. Sensing Lu Qi's impatience, Norman requested a brief moment of his time before approaching him. After a few quiet words exchanged, the group began to depart in an orderly fashion. Absorbing the pure atmosphere of the scene, Lu Qi felt elated. "My dear brother, you truly are remarkable. Do bring your child over for a meal sometime." Upon hearing this, Norman readily agreed, as he had long awaited this day. "That would be splendid. I shall certainly bring Harry to visit." As an esteemed expert in genetics and the chairman of Osborn Corporation, Norman dedicated most of his time to managing the company and conducting specialized research, leaving him perpetually pressed for time. In order to carve out moments for himself, he had perfected the art of convenience when it came to meals. He consumed whatever was quick and easy, even resorting to glucose injections during critical research phases to maintain his bodily functions, resulting in an exceedingly diminished desire for food. He merely sought sustenance. However, upon encountering Lu Maoxing's culinary delights, Norman was utterly captivated, akin to a novice falling for an unparalleled beauty, rendering him indifferent to the superficial allure of external distractions. Now, Norman's time was even scarcer. Aside from overseeing the company and his daily research, he allocated an hour for bathing and changing, subsequently savoring the delectable takeout his son brought home from the most picturesque spot in the office building. "I'm not merely being polite. You must come." To prevent Norman from misinterpreting his politeness, Lu Qi made a point to emphasize this. Norman waved his hand and, in a rare moment of jest, remarked, "Even if you are being genuinely courteous, it matters not. I shall still arrive bearing substantial gifts. I am confident you will find it hard to refuse my humble request for a meal." Norman's light-hearted jest successfully bridged the gap between him and Lu Qi. As he felt assured of this connection, drawn by the radiant smile of the young man before him, almost reminiscent of breakfast he had consumed that very morning. On the table in the reception area, coffee and snacks were already laid out, and everyone settled down to listen to Xingxing narrate the events that had transpired. As the tale concluded, Lu Qi discreetly observed Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili, two children holding hands and whispering in a corner, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. After dispatching Virgil to escort the two children home, the remaining narrative drifted into territory unsuitable for minors. "Old Sean, do not accuse me of lacking consideration, for it is my nephew who has been wronged. I shall not make it difficult for the other party. Simply have him skin himself to fashion an apron as an apology for my nephew, and we shall consider the matter settled." Johnny propped his legs on the table and began rambling, much to Principal Sean's dismay as he felt his hair thinning. "Is this what you call not making it difficult? Johnny, do you need me to pluck a few hairs from my head to knit a scarf for your nephew as an apology? What nonsense are you uttering?" Principal Sean Lee, the self-proclaimed civil rock enthusiast, was so incensed by Johnny that he continuously unleashed a torrent of eloquent invective. The crowd nodded in agreement. For when cultured individuals engage in disputes, their choice of terminology is astoundingly refined. Even punctuation seems to carry profound significance. "What do you propose I do? My nephew has been bullied at your school, and you owe me an explanation," he exclaimed. "Perhaps I should sever that boy's arm as a lesson." Really, Johnny? This lesson of yours comes at an exorbitant price. Are you certain it was your nephew who was bullied? Why, he has now returned home to pursue romance. While Thompson lies in the infirmary, snoring, as Johnny and Sean glared at each other, exchanging barbs, V quietly leaned towards Lu Chi and whispered, "Old Sean is quite the orator. He's left Johnny momentarily dumbfounded." Lu Chi replied quietly, "After all, he too is in the rock scene. When it comes to insults, he is undoubtedly an expert." The group had not come to the school with any intention of harming Thompson. Not to mention, Lu Maoxing had not suffered any loss. And ultimately, what could Lu Chi and his adult companions do to a minor who had not yet turned 16? Murder him? Don't be absurd. Lu Chi is a principled individual. No rational person would resort to such an act against a minor. Maim him? Kill his entire family? Lu Chi is neither a villainous dragon king nor a brazen hero. Moreover, even the most notorious of gangs understand the principle of not involving family in petty grievances. This was not a matter of deep-seated enmity. The group's true purpose for visiting was to relish the thrill of resolving conflicts on behalf of the younger generation. Both Lu Chi and Stark shared this sentiment. Perhaps only Lu harbored murderous intentions. Should anything happen to Xingxing, she would undoubtedly be the first to make the world feel her wrath, and she would act with swifter resolve than Lu Chi. With such intentions in mind, the argument unfolding before them could be described as excessively dramatic. Just as moviegoers enjoy snacks during a film, this group was no exception. Coffee was continually replenished, and the delicacies on the table vanished at an alarming rate. Even Norman indulged in a couple of bites of cake, while Stark grimaced as he sipped on cheap coffee. At that moment, a crisp knock echoed through the room, followed by the sound of the door opening. Thompson stepped inside. "Principal, you call for me?" Chapter 75. The darkness of adulthood. The crowd, with glazed eyes and itching fists, glared at Thompson, who stood defiantly with his head held high, exuding an air of nonchalance as if to say, "Go ahead, do your worst." Even Stark was visibly enraged, despite his towering stature and seemingly brutish appearance. Thompson had legitimately earned his place in Midtown High through academic excellence. His intellect was undeniably sufficient. He was acutely aware that this intimidating assembly would not dare to harm a minor like him. "Hey, don't you recognize me?" With a sudden slap on the table, Stark rose with an air of arrogance, only to realize that, despite his armor, he was not as tall as Thompson. He squinted and sat back down, feigning an adjustment of his posture. "I know you. Aren't you Iron Man? But what of it? Will you kill me?" Thompson tilted his head back, reminiscent of a rogue from the 80s or 90s. "Aren't you afraid I might take down your company? I am the world's wealthiest individual. With a single phone call, I could ruin your family. Whatever, the heir of the company is my brother. It has nothing to do with me." Stark began to redden. "Do you believe that with one call, I could make your life in America unbearable? Whatever, I plan to become an athlete. If worst comes to worst, I'll play abroad." Veins bulged on Stark's forehead. "Do you really think that with one call, you could be banned from playing worldwide? Whatever, I could always find something else to do. As the old saying goes, there are always other ways to make a living." Stark's face flushed crimson. "As long as I am here, you will accomplish nothing. Whatever. Then I might as well die. But remember, it is the great Iron Man who has caused my demise. I am indifferent." Stark exclaimed, "Thompson, you little brat." Johnny could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his chair clattering to the ground. "You little punk. I refuse to believe that with so many of us here today, we can't deal with you." He strode over to Thompson, drawing a handgun and waving it menacingly. "Stick your head out. I dare you." Thompson scoffed at the sight of the silver pistol, leaning his head against the barrel, patting Johnny on the shoulder. "Go on. Pull the trigger. If you have the guts, then shoot." In that moment, Johnny found himself outmaneuvered by the young boy. It must be noted that Johnny was merely an ordinary terrorist, skilled at resisting corporations and bombing buildings. But when it came to shooting a child, he hesitated. However, he was more than willing to strike a child. Suddenly, Johnny jumped up, swinging his arm, and with a loud thud, the butt of his gun came crashing down on Thompson's head, a noticeable bump immediately forming. With Johnny's assault igniting their anger, the others stood up, rushing to surround the young man on the ground, cursing under his breath while clutching his head. Only Lu remained oblivious, focused on the snacks on the table. Thompson looked up to see a multitude of size 43 shoes descending upon his face, kicking him as he rolled on the ground, howling in distress. "Let me have a go. Let me have a go." V jumped anxiously outside the crowd, Her short stature made it difficult to penetrate the throng of individuals, each standing over 190 centimeters, with even Lu E exceeding 180 centimeters. At just 170 centimeters tall, she could only vent her frustration by kicking Johnny. In a moment of defiance, Lu Chi pinched Thompson's thigh with his fingers, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries, a testament to Lu's prowess. Stark, leveraging the formidable capabilities of his iron armor, subdued Thompson, administering a genuine therapeutic adjustment that also contributed to the symphony of screams. Despite Norman's outward display of a serious technocrat, he harbored a mischievous streak, swiftly stripping Thompson of his upper garments and employing his goblin blades to administer a rather unconventional treatment. In contrast, the Spartan brothers exhibited less physical prowess, yet their psychological warfare proved remarkably effective. Dante, crouched on the ground, unleashed a torrent of taunts into Thompson's ear, while Virgil wielded his scabbard with precision, targeting Thompson's most sensitive areas, thereby earning the dubious title of God of the low blows. Johnny's silver pistol transformed into a melodic hammer, producing a delightful sound that resonated throughout the waiting room, echoing the adage that pleasing sounds herald good fortune. The overarching theme remained. The pretense of conflict masked the pursuit of amusement. Once the revelry had reached its zenith, Thompson found himself in tatters, kneeling with a look of existential doubt. Strangely, amidst the earlier assault, he felt an unexpected sense of comfort, an absurdity he could hardly fathom. Stark, grinning broadly, exchanged a celebratory clap with Lu Chi, who approached Thompson from behind, kneading his temples. Amidst Thompson's cries, Lu Chi inquired, "Do you yield?" "I feel wronged. I refuse." Lu Chi's smile broadened, a newfound fondness blossoming for this clever yet obstinate youth. "Your grievances are unfounded. Are you justified in tormenting my child?" "Nonsense. You were the one who struck me while I was peacefully dreaming in the infirmary." Lu Chi intensified his grip, declaring, "If you weren't seeking trouble, would my child dare to strike you? Apologize at once." Thompson, amidst his lamentations, retorted, "I refuse. I feel wronged. You bully children. If you dare, let's settle this one-on-one." "Very well. Let us engage in a duel. I shall grant you 3 strikes." Lu Chi beckoned Thompson forward. At that moment, old Sean, weary of the farce, opted to turn a blind eye, as long as no serious trouble arose, allowing Lu Chi and his companions to continue their antics. After stretching his invigorated limbs, Thompson charged forward with a roar. Bang! Crash! "You're cheating. You promised me 3 strikes. Welcome to the dark world of adulthood. You have much to learn, young man. Apologize quickly." "I refuse." Unyielding, Thompson faced the consequences of Lu Chi's decisive tactics. With a knowing glance shared among the group, wicked smiles emerged as they swiftly positioned Thompson into an exaggerated split, while Lu Chi stood behind him, firmly grasping his shoulders. As Lu Chi pressed down with increasing force, beads of sweat began to form on Thompson's forehead. Chapter 76, Professional Bodyguard Thompson. "Do you concede?" I concede. "Spare me, please." Casting a glance at Thompson, who lay on the ground, clutching his thigh in agony, Lu Chi nonchalantly lit a cigarette. "Oh, are you putting on an act for me? Do you believe I could make you wear a little white dress and switch careers to dance ballet at a gay bar?" "Nonsense. There are no gay bars in New York." Thompson perfectly embodied the spirit of never conceding defeat. Even though he had admitted his fault, his lips remained defiantly sealed. "No worries. I'm willing to open one specifically for you, with Mr. Stark as the investor." Dante dusted off his knees and stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Stark's shoulders. "No problem, buddy. Coincidentally, I've never invested in a gay bar before. I'll establish the largest and most luxurious one, just for the kids. At critical moments, Stark's wit never disappoints. I think I should start naming it now. What shall we call it?" At this moment, V interjected, "How about the big bird goes round and round?" Playful, yet straightforward. "Bravo, V. You're the best." Lu Chi and the others marveled. "It sounds intriguing. I believe I shall find time to visit." Norman chimed in, sporting an interested smile. "Have you all finished your playful banter? May I now eliminate him? I'm feeling a bit peckish." After consuming the last morsel of pastry, Lu E stepped forward, pointing at the now upright Thompson, and addressed the group. Ignoring the silence that enveloped them, Lu E approached the trembling Thompson and said calmly, "It's a pity the stars did not specify whether they wanted a piece or just ash, so I shall decide for myself. With that, Lu Yi extended her palm. Thud. Brothers and sisters, I was wrong. Please let me go. Lu Yi. Thompson was no fool. In fact, he possessed extraordinary judgment. From the moment Lu Yi began to speak, he sensed that this tall woman was sincere in her desire to end his life. And her reasoning seemed to stem from mere hunger. Though they were jesting, life was not a matter to be trifled with. Thompson dared to confront Stark because he knew Iron Man wouldn't take drastic actions against him. But this golden-haired woman was different. He had seen such a disregard for life only in his uncle during military service, and he was convinced she was indeed capable of killing him. Thus, Thompson quickly surrendered to safeguard his own existence. After all, one has but a single life, so it is essential to cherish it. His own life. To clarify, do you concede? If so, be gone swiftly. If my child faces bullying at school again, I shall hold you accountable. Do you understand? In a moment of trepidation, Lu Qi hastily positioned himself between Lu Yijin and Thompson, wearing an expression of feigned ferocity. After uttering a few hollow threats, he managed to chase Thompson away. Turning back, he affectionately draped an arm around Lu Yi's shoulders, exclaiming, "Well done, my dear Yi. That performance was splendid. Indeed, you should pursue a career in acting. It would be a shame to waste your talent." V quickly chimed in to defuse the situation. The others, now regaining their composure, encircled Lu Yi, offering insincere compliments that left her utterly bewildered. With a sheepish grin, Lu Yi scratched her head. "Really? I had no idea." At that moment, Stark approached, his face adorned with an inscrutable expression. Geniuses often remain oblivious to their own talents, but that is entirely normal, little kitten. Perhaps you possess unparalleled gifts, unbeknownst to you. Stark's remarks were utterly nonsensical, as he had already tucked away the initial draft of Lu Yi's combat armor in his computer, having discerned her genuine intent to harm the boy when she exuded a murderous aura. Having encountered life-and-death situations and taken lives himself, Stark easily recognized that Lu Yi had indeed contemplated violence, but opted to maintain the facade due to Osborn's presence. Regardless, the matter had come to a close. Thompson had escaped with his life and, in the process, learned a valuable lesson. Lu Yi indulged in a delightful feast of pastries and coffee, and upon returning home, was treated to a dinner meticulously prepared by Lu Maoxing, who had poured his heart and soul into the meal. Lu Qi and his companions relished the thrill of defending the younger generation, while simultaneously enjoying a bit of amusement. Norman, having achieved his goal, struck up a connection with Lu Qi, and a host of wealthy individuals successfully showcased themselves before him, each believing they had gained something significant from the encounter. Only Thompson, nursing a swollen head and numerous bruises on his inner thigh, returned home in a dejected state. However, there was a silver lining. At least the soreness from his training was alleviated by the lavish massages from the two affluent gentlemen. It was unlikely that anyone else in this world would ever enjoy such treatment. The following day, when Lu Maoxing arrived at school in high spirits, he spotted Thompson, clad in an elegant black suit and sporting dark aviator sunglasses, striding towards him in polished black leather shoes. Without waiting for Lu Maoxing to react, Thompson executed a deep bow and boomed, "Good day, brother." Lu Maoxing, taken aback, responded, "From this day forth, I shall provide you with the most professional and comprehensive personal protection," Thompson declared confidently. "Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, I will handle them, and I shall bear all costs of compensation. I will be your most loyal and trustworthy bodyguard and companion. You are the fish, and I am the water. You are the song, and I am the melody. You are the hamburger, and I am the fries. You are the cola, and I am the straw. But first, brother, let us start with a chocolate-flavored protein shake." A pink shaker cup filled with a mysterious brown liquid was eagerly proffered by Thompson's large hand. Lu Maoxing's campus life became increasingly vibrant. Each morning, Thompson, clad in a black suit with hands clasped behind his back, stood impeccably in front of a black Mercedes, awaiting Lu Maoxing's emergence from his home. Within the school premises, Lu Maoxing was invariably accompanied by Thompson, who resembled a professional entourage akin to a presidential bodyguard, expertly clearing a path through the throngs of students. With a black earpiece in his ear, it remained a mystery whom he was communicating with. On one particularly outrageous occasion, Lu Maoxing, having forgotten to bring tissue to the restroom, found himself at a loss. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a fist the size of a sandbag burst through the wooden partition of the stall, revealing a trembling hand tightly gripping an unopened roll of toilet paper. Chapter 77. Morning, revisions in chapters 45-46. Do take a look. This farcical spectacle concluded with Thompson utterly capitulating to Lou Moushing's whims. Occasionally, he would provide a nutritious meal, and on days when his spirits lifted, he would present a specially concocted protein shake. At this juncture, Lou Moushing began to comprehend Lou E more deeply. Perhaps this thrill was the reason she so adored visiting the zoo to observe the monkeys. This sensation is one that cannot be easily conveyed to outsiders. Only those who have personally fed animals can truly grasp it. Now, it has been over 2 months since the tumultuous events at Zhongqing High School, and just recently, New York experienced its first snowfall of 2008, draping the bustling city in a pristine white garment. During this period, Liu Qi and his companions remained idle. Yet they had grown weary of lives filled with peril. Thus, each person found solace in the tranquility. However, tranquil days inevitably reached their end. Soon, Stark, unable to withstand the monotony, began to engage in reckless pursuits. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Stark had repeatedly faced setbacks in his technological competitions against the faux scientist V, losing not only the naming rights to his armor, but also being forced to accept numerous unwelcome nicknames. Titles such as Nini, Iron Nini, Armor Girl, Canister Babe. In Scissorhands, Stark plagued him, depriving him of restful nights, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Consequently, Stark resolved to shift his imaginary adversary target, vowing to return once he had developed an even more formidable suit of armor, to reclaim his dignity as a genius scientist. This decision is not without merit. After all, incessantly battering one's head against a wall will not break it, but will only result in self-inflicted injuries. Thus, judiciously relinquishing a pursuit is a hallmark of wisdom. However, Stark, in his folly, chose Liu E as his new target. It is essential to note that Liu E, with her innate naivety, has yet to fully adapt to the ordinary ways of life, lacking any understanding of social nuances. The notion of leaving a hand unplayed or extending a favor to friends simply does not exist in her realm. Reflecting upon the past, one cannot help but recall Stark's exuberance when he dared to provoke Liu E. Yet, when Liu E stripped him of his bravado, his humiliation was palpable. No one anticipated that Stark possessed a remarkable talent for singing in a coloratura soprano style. Perhaps that is why he is considered a genius, garnering a begrudging admiration. From that day forth, Stark found himself engulfed in one of the darkest periods of his life. The men of the Liu family would compliment his physique, while the women would stifle their laughter. During this time, Liu E emerged as his guiding light, for she alone unabashedly referred to him as a weakling. Isn't friendship characterized by such banter? The mutual teasing and playful jests only served to deepen Stark's bonds with those around him. Indeed, he was on the verge of relocating his laboratory to Liu Yi's residence. As dawn broke over New York, Stark arrived, laden with a bounty of ingredients. Familiar with the surroundings, he opened the door to Liu Yi's home, placed the provisions in the kitchen refrigerator, and affectionately ruffled the hair of Lou Moushing, who was groggily descending the stairs to the restroom. Thus began another of Stark's industrious days. J-A-R-V-I-S were the results of the test. Stark inquired, standing before the gateway to his realm. Arms crossed, and anticipation etched across his face. Regrettably, sir, the latest test yielded no results. We remain unable to comprehend your world, J-R-V-I-S replied. Is that so? It appears I must reconsider my approach. Let us try again next time. Stark shrugged off the failure. For Liu Yi's abode resembled a man's coveted secret lair, brimming with novel and intriguing discoveries. He had unearthed countless curiosities during his time there. A mere game world held no mystery for him anymore. Nini, I beseech you to keep it down next time. I hardly slept last night. Beyond, clad in a black silk nightgown that revealed her slender calves, her bare feet shuffling down the stairs, she plopped onto a bar stool, poured herself a steaming cup of coffee, and sipped delicately. Good morning, V. Young ladies ought to adhere to a schedule of early nights and early mornings. The notion of beauty sleep is nothing but a myth devoid of scientific merit. Upon hearing this, V cast a sidelong glance at Stark's face, a smile tugging at her lips. Is that so? However, judging by the multitude of wrinkles on your visage, it's clear you've never experienced beauty sleep in your life. Hey, I was once youthful, you know. In my prime, my face was brimming with collagen. V rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh really? Then how do you explain your current age complexion? Where's all that collagen gone? Did you flush it away? Stark was momentarily taken aback by V's crude remarks. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. To be honest, my dear, on the day I finally defeat you, I shall certainly silence you and have you serve as my personal secretary for 3 months. V scoffed lightly, spreading her hands in a show of arrogance, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Now that would truly be a once-in-a-lifetime event. I wonder if I will live to see that day. Upon hearing this, Stark shot V a glare, his face stern as he declared, "Don't get too cocky. I will eventually triumph over you." Oomph. With that, the two finished their daily banter, and the lobby fell into silence, broken only by the sound of chopping from the kitchen and the enticing aroma of food. The only sounds in the lobby were the tapping of Stark's fingers on the keyboard and the delicate slurping of V's coffee. As the clock struck 7, Lu Chi, scratching his backside, cigarette dangling from his lips, clad in basketball attire and flip-flops, staggered down from the second floor. Upon seeing Stark, he grimaced in disgust, narrowing his smoke-stung eyes, and mumbled incoherently, "Why are you here again? Don't you have a home?" Stark simply shrugged in resignation, knowing all too well that despite Lu Chi's disdainful demeanor, he would ultimately treat him to fine food and drink. True to form, Lu Chi immediately instructed Stark, "Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." By the time Stark had washed his hands and joined the dining table, everyone else was already seated, eagerly awaiting the meal. With a sumptuous breakfast to commence the day, the Lu family was ready to embrace a brand new morning. Chapter 78. It's snowing. Shall we have a snowball fight? The extraordinary kind, as 2008 approached its conclusion, Lu Maoxing was about to experience his very first winter break. Unbeknownst to him, snow began to fall once again over New York City. Everyone gathered by the expansive windows on the second floor, quietly admiring the picturesque scene outside. The weather in this cyberpunk world was notoriously bleak. Johnny had not witnessed snow in ages, and neither had V. For there was an inherent difference between artificial snowfall and natural snow. People have an intrinsic fondness for authenticity, and debates surrounding the distinction between the real and the fake have never ceased. Someone once remarked that in youth, individuals perceive everything as genuine, but upon entering society, they regard everything as false. When they attain maturity, the differentiation between truth and falsehood becomes inconsequential. However, Lu Chi dismissed this notion as nonsense. What I deem real is real. What I consider fake is indeed fake. That is the mindset of the average person. I care not for the distinction. What matters most is personal preference. In this regard, the beauties of the great Han Ming kingdom and the purveyors of counterfeit shoes hold significant authority. Louis, let us engage in a snowball fight. Oblivious to the harsh realities of life, Zhou Meili gazed at Lu Yi with her sparkling eyes, shaking her arm in a plea for companionship and play. Pointing to herself, Lu Yi tilted her head in confusion. "With me? Are you certain?" Lu Yi, who has gradually begun to recognize her own formidable strength, has recently been practicing restraint, resulting in her refraining from exerting herself in combat for quite some time. As for the outcome of her efforts, let us say this. Stark approached Lu Yi with a few provocations, and although his armor ultimately met its demise, at least he was left with a pair of thermal underwear. Thus, Lu Yi's progress can indeed be described as remarkable. Suddenly struck by a thought, Zhou Meili shivered and fervently shook her head at Lu Yi before turning to embrace V's arm. "Sister V, will you play with me?" she implored. In response, a mischievous smile tugged at V's lips. "Are you certain you want to have a snowball fight with me?" she teased, adding with a playful tone, "Ding. Super targeting deployed, headshot." Zhou Meili retorted, "Am I the only normal girl in our household?" Ultimately, she managed to drag Virgil along to build a snowman. Among those present, Zhou Meili is undoubtedly the one who knows Virgil best. The reason is simple. She recognizes the striking similarities between him and her father, Chef Zhou. Both are tall, stern, and carry an air of aloof authority. Yet beneath that facade lies a rich inner world. Once one knows their vulnerabilities, they can easily be manipulated. Unbeknownst to them, Virgil, who appears as an impenetrable ice block on the outside, finds himself playfully maneuvered by the little girl, Zhou Meili. A glance at Virgil in the backyard reveals his apparent impatience. Yet as he raises a snowball, a subtle smile graces his lips, leaving everyone bemused. "Virgil, your image as a domineering CEO is crumbling. Dante, your brother seems quite fond of his daughter. Does he have a girlfriend? Stark inquired, tilting his head. Dante chuckled softly in response. Girlfriend? Buddy, his son is already more robust than you. Impossible. How could Virgil, who looks barely 19, have a child stronger than me? Stark clearly found it hard to believe. Dante shrugged. Perhaps one day you two will meet. Let us look forward to that. I have no interest in meeting someone else's child. He's not my own, Stark insisted, but his friends quickly interrupted his nonsensical musings. You'd better not say that. Goodness, do you really want to tempt fate? You've already stirred things up with V and Lou E. Why add Virgil into the mix? Before long, Virgil will slice you. Lou E will mash you, and V will heat you into a dish. Watching the two enjoying themselves, Dante and the others felt a pang of envy. Eventually, everyone rushed over, and soon the simple snowball fight devolved into delightful chaos. Meanwhile, Lucci and Stark sat on a stone bench, sipping hot tea and nibbling on snacks while engaging in casual conversation. Friends, the festive season of Christmas is approaching. Would you like to join me for the Christmas party I am hosting? Stark inquired, taking a sip of his steaming tea while gazing at Lucci with sincere invitation. In response, Lucci shook his head. No, Tony, we plan to celebrate at home. Well then, may I come and partake in your Christmas gathering? Lucci blinked at Stark, who appeared to take it for granted, nearly poking his finger into Stark's nostril out of frustration. Ah, so you're just waiting for me, were you? Just say yes, I intend to bring Pepper along. So, you two are teaming up for a free meal, are you? What does it matter? Pepper and I will prepare Christmas gifts for you. All right then, just remember to bring some groceries when you come. Rest assured, they will all be high-quality ingredients. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, the snowball fight that had initially started as mere amusement began to escalate. The cyber duo teamed up with the Spartan brothers, while Lou E and Lou Maushing sat bewildered on the sidelines, crafting snowballs for the rhythmically challenged Joe Maley, only to have them completely appropriated by V and Johnny. The cyber duo had unleashed a torrent of snowballs, effectively overwhelming the Spartan brothers, who were hesitant to exert too much force. V's snowballs consistently struck their targets, while Johnny directed his projectiles towards the brothers' lower regions. If they attempted to block, they would be met with V's snowball assault. If they chose not to, they would face the scornful laughter of all. This predicament infuriated the two brothers. Virgil, help me craft snowballs. I'll take aim at them. Dante gritted his teeth, his gray eyes bloodshot with fury. You should be the one making snowballs for me, Dante. My score is currently higher than yours, which makes me superior. You ought to assist me. Huh? Is your math taught by Nero? My score is clearly higher than yours. Observing the two brothers bickering behind a tree, Johnny and V exchanged mischievous glances, revealing their wicked grins. The two swiftly filled their clothing pockets with an abundance of snowballs before stealthily surrounding the brothers. Snowball fight. Johnny bellowed, swinging his arms in a wide arc, unleashing a deluge of snowballs that completely engulfed the two. Despite their desperate attempts to evade and shield themselves, they were caught off guard by V's sudden attack from behind. The cacophony of snowballs crashing down left them utterly bewildered and overwhelmed. Chapter 79. Christmas Eve. Make sure that Christmas tree is adorned properly, with the lights hung just right. You. Yes, you. Can't you see that the mural is askew? Damn it. Do you have any idea how expensive these bells are? Let us go. Let's settle the bill at Stark Industries. I no longer require your services. Watching a throng of workers dressed in Santa Claus outfits scurrying around their home, Lucci and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing how these individuals transformed their familiar living space into something entirely unrecognizable. Early this morning, Happy burst into Lucci's home with a large entourage of decorators, unceremoniously embarking on a sweeping transformation of the room's layout. This incited near fury in Johnny and Virgil, who were on the verge of violence. Fortunately, Happy clarified the misunderstanding, revealing that this group had been specifically hired by Stark to prepare the venue for the Christmas Eve party. Initially, Pepper had also invited a renowned French chef, a Michelin-starred luminary, to orchestrate the evening's feast. However, he was ultimately sent away by Stark, as the once quaint and antiquated home began to radiate a festive cheer. Lucci and the others found their initial discomfort gradually dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning sense of curiosity. Perhaps it was indeed time to adopt a new decorating style for the home. Lucci mused, contemplating the prospect of executing this idea at some point next year. Wow, I'm out, come and see. What a beautiful tree. adorned with colorful lights. Zhu Meili exclaimed, gazing upward at the Christmas tree nestled in the corner. Her mouth agape in astonishment, she turned to Lu Maoxing, waving her small hand joyously. Both Lu Maoxing and Zhu Meili were experiencing Christmas for the first time, their youthful minds brimming with wonder at their surroundings. The duo wandered about the room, poking at the golden bells hanging on the walls, swaying the Christmas tree, and clambering onto stools to point excitedly at the golden star perched atop the tree, chattering animatedly about it. Virgil, preoccupied with ensuring the decorators did not damage the house, felt a tug at his coat, which interrupted his focus. Turning around, he found Zhu Meili gazing up at him with wide, glistening eyes, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Virgil, could you please lift me up? I want to have a closer look at the star on top of the tree, she implored, her finger pointing eagerly at the golden star. After a moment's contemplation, Virgil lowered himself to her level, resting his hands on his knees, and offered a rare smile. Meili, would you like me to help you take it down? No, I simply want to see if it is truly made of gold. If it is, I'll Mao promise to take me to the zoo to feed the monkeys. Zhu Meili replied, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Intrigued, Virgil continued, why the zoo? Do you particularly enjoy watching monkeys? Not really. She shook her head, her cheeks reddening further. It's just that Mao promised he would take me. Wherever Mao is, I want to be there. At this, Lu Maoxing, standing nearby, bashfully scratched his head, wearing a goofy grin. Meanwhile, Johnny, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, sauntered over with a mischievous grin, ruffling Lu Maoxing's hair. What if you guessed wrong? Will this fellow truly not take you to see the monkeys? He quipped. Indeed, you guessed correctly, we want to see the monkeys. If you guessed wrong, we would have fed the elephants. As Zhu Meili's words fell, a hint of sweetness involuntarily appeared in the mouths of the eavesdroppers. Happy even lifted his chubby face, reminiscent of his youthful days, radiating a melancholic aura. Well done, my boy. You certainly have a knack for this, V remarked, patting Lu Maoxing on the shoulder while Dante, standing nearby, could not help but give a thumbs up. Hee hee. Lu Maoxing revealed his signature goofy smile. Just as the group was teasing this young couple, Stark entered the room, holding Pepper's hand. He threw an arm around Lu Maoxing's shoulder and flashed Zhu Meili a grin reminiscent of a country squire. Go on, Meili. Do you wish to see monkeys or elephants? I shall gift Xingxing a zoo as a Christmas present, so he can take you to feed the animals every day. Don't meddle, Tony. She doesn't fancy animals, came the retort as the adults once again erupted in laughter at the predicament of the two youngsters. Hey, don't come here and bully our child. Be careful, I won't serve you dinner tonight. Lucci approached, cigarette dangling from his mouth, carrying 2 bags of fresh produce. Then let us just say I was mistaken. How about I send 2 more zoos as compensation? Stark replied nonchalantly, dismissing Lucci's words as he accepted the cheap cigarette handed to him. Can you not be so frivolous? Learn to be serious from Norman. Please, if I spoke like him, I wouldn't be Tony Stark. With a simple hug, the two completed their daily banter. Hey, Pepper. It's truly delightful to see you again. You're welcome to visit my home with the child. Make yourself comfortable. As Lucci exchanged a courteous embrace with Pepper, he warmly invited her to sit at the bar, his face adorned with a feigned apologetic smile. I apologize, Pepper. My home is a bit of a mess due to a certain mischievous child, so please bear with it for a while. Pepper, who had maintained a smile since entering, glanced at Stark's disgruntled expression. Upon seeing his comical annoyance, she couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite all right, Mr. Liu. Although it appears chaotic, one can tell that this little rascal possesses quite the creativity. Wouldn't you agree? At her words, Stark's frown lifted, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Lucci sighed with a hint of admiration. Pepper, what sins did you commit in your past life that led you to be pursued by this fellow, Tony? Perhaps she saved the world in her previous life. Otherwise, how could she possibly have encountered me? Stark mused softly from aside. The group scoffed, shameless. By the way, where's Little Wildcat? I haven't seen her. Little Wildcat was Stark's nickname for Liu E, to which Liu E had no objections. Dante replied, she ate too much earlier and is currently resting upstairs. Stark, Chapter 80, Christmas Eve 2, Christmas, akin to the Spring Festival in Europe, imbues the bustling city of New York with an extraordinary festive spirit, particularly along Fifth Avenue. This renowned thoroughfare, already the epitome of vibrancy in the city, is illuminated even in the late hours of Christmas Eve, with throngs of people congregating around the shops, their faces radiating joyful smiles. At the same time, Lucci's home is abuzz with excitement. The workers Stark enlisted are indeed professionals. Within less than a day's time, they have transformed the ground floor lobby, originally adorned in a traditional Chinese style, into a cozy environment suffused with the warmth of Christmas, dominated by hues of red. Lucci and his companions are clad in attire primarily of red tones, seated around a newly constructed fireplace, eagerly listening to Stark and V engage in a discussion about technology and machinery. With all 5 attributes and skills maximized, V possesses remarkable expertise in weapon manufacturing. Thanks to the technological accumulation from the cyber world, she is indeed capable of holding her ground against Stark. However, when it comes to the breadth of knowledge and sudden flashes of insight, the gap between V and Stark remains significant. Over time, their technological rivalry has seemingly favored Stark, yet he has genuinely amassed and comprehended a substantial amount of cyber technology knowledge. The disparity between them is gradually diminishing, and even Stark's armor appears formidable in V's eyes. She believes that one day, Stark will achieve complete superiority over her, at which point she may have to resort to extraordinary means to compete. V cannot help but acknowledge that despite Stark's numerous flaws, he indeed lives up to the moniker of genius, endowed with unparalleled ingenuity. This is precisely why Lucci's companions are willing to engage with him, respecting and yielding to his prowess. Ultimately, it is Stark's genuine talent that earns him the admiration of these mischief makers. Had he been merely an unremarkable wealthy individual, his brash demeanor might have led to his downfall at V's hands, perhaps buried deep in the woods as mere fertilizer. As their discussion deepens, those who initially gathered out of curiosity find themselves utterly bewildered. Dante, with a modicum of experience in magical artifact creation, struggles to grasp the conversation. While the others are completely lost, their expressions resembling bewildered insects gazing at an inscrutable text. Virgil and Johnny have conveniently concocted excuses to slip away, while Dante, too lethargic to move, simply reclines on the sofa with his eyes closed. Lucci had also contemplated making an exit, but he has already nestled in his arms and fallen asleep, blissfully snoring. Thus, he finds himself unable to escape the torment. Just as Lucci feels his brain nearing a boiling point, Pepper and Happy emerge from the kitchen, each carrying a platter of dishes, their faces a picture of astonishment. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air interrupted the heated debate between the two individuals. After exchanging a glance, these two companions rose in unison and hurriedly made their way to the kitchen. In a moment of daze, Lucci felt a lightness in his embrace. The soft sensation and the enticing scent had quietly slipped away. Turning his head, he saw Lu-E, who had already wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth while asleep, now sitting at the dining table with great enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the meal with his bowl adorned with a starfish design. Dinner is served. Dinner is served. In truth, there was no need for Joe Maley to call out, for by the time the final dish was placed on the table, everyone had already settled in with their bowls. Observing the array of dishes, each covered with a warming lid, yet still exuding delightful aromas, all eyes turned to Lu Maoxing. As the chef of the evening, it was his duty to unveil the first warming lid, perhaps even share a few words. However, Lu Maoxing was astute. Seeing the glint of hunger in the eyes of his companions, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, he merely smiled, reached out, and lifted the lid from the central turkey dish. Instantly, the eager diners unveiled the other dishes with great anticipation. In that moment, dozens of beams of vibrant light shot skyward, making Lucci's home appear like the pinnacle of gear in an online game, radiating dazzling light pollution in every direction. With the explosion of flavors fully realized, the gathered company finally opened their eyes from the brilliance, their attention captivated by the unparalleled banquet laid before them. Lu Maoxing had poured his heart and soul into crafting this feast, representing the pinnacle of his culinary prowess. Truly, a unique gourmet experience. My heavens, how could this be? Why are the dishes glowing? Pepper gasped, covering her astonished mouth, her muscles momentarily losing control as her exclamation broke into a squeak. Pepper. I reacted the same way when I first encountered this. Stark chuckled heartily, throwing an arm around Pepper's shoulder. Trust me, Pepper. This food is undoubtedly the most delectable on the planet. Even the most hardened addict would forsake their vices for it. So you've tasted before? Yet only now are you willing to bring me along? Hurry, eat before it gets cold. Stark responded to Pepper's reproachful expression with an awkward smile, hastily shifting the topic. What are you all waiting for? Let's feast, Lu Maoxing commanded, and everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Lu Qi and the others had savored Lu Maoxing's culinary creation for quite some time now, while they still found it delightful. They no longer devoured it ravenously as before. They had moved past the stage of gluttony akin to Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit. Now, they cherished the experience of dining, savoring each moment rather than hastily consuming their meal. Moreover, there are guests present today, and, as the host, these mischievous rascals would not dare to compete for food with them. Of course, Stark does not count as a guest. My goodness, this is simply delectable. After savoring a bite of the tender, jelly-like pork knuckle, Pepper completely lost her ability to maintain a composed demeanor, transforming from a formidable woman into a picture of indulgence. Delicious, isn't it? Here, try some of the skin. It's good for your complexion, brimming with collagen. V picked up a piece of the sauce-laden knuckle skin, instinctively attempting to feed it to her, only to have his efforts thwarted by Stark's chopsticks. V, keep your distance from my Pepper, Stark exclaimed, clearly agitated. What's this mine your nonsense? Have you two even tied the knot? Observing the brewing argument between the two, Lu Qi and the others eagerly stoked the flames, eager for the spectacle to unfold. After all, she was the woman who had captured Stark's heart. Following the initial astonishment of the first bite, Pepper swiftly regained her composure within mere minutes, allowing herself to relish the culinary delights once more. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the dining table grew hazy, filled with the fragrant aroma of bamboo mingling with the distinctive scent of fried delicacies. Amidst the gasps of awe and the sound of plastic wheels scraping against the floor, two enormous carts draped in white cloth were rolled out by Dante and Virgil from the kitchen, revealing the main course ordered by Lu Qi. Upon seeing this, Lu Maoxing leapt up in excitement, darting over to the Spartan brothers and swiftly unveiling the white cloth. Behold the specially crafted golden open-mouth bun, as designated by the boss, accompanied by the 4 divine seafood 8 treasure bun. Oh, and the author is too lazy to count the number of people. A steamer shaped like a treasure ship woven from bamboo and a swirling container resembling a green dragon made their grand entrance amidst gasps of astonishment. These 2 culinary masterpieces, hailed as the pinnacle of buns in Lu Maoxing's world, utterly captivated everyone and elevated the already vibrant party atmosphere to new heights. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I refuse to acknowledge your theory about meat chunks and bells. This is clearly magic. Stark, with buns in hand and grease adorning his lips, had completely abandoned his billionaire persona. Even Dante and his companions, encountering the golden open-mouth bun for the first time, were enchanted by its whimsical charm. Wiping his hands, Stark flashed a mischievous grin as he pulled out his phone and initiated a video call with Norman Osborn. Chapter 81. Christmas Eve 3. Norman had been in exceptionally high spirits lately, relishing the culinary delights he had long yearned for. And, benefiting from substantial investments in the genetic serum he was researching from Stark Industries. Not only was his son thriving, but his own career was also flourishing. Of late, Norman felt as though he were living in a dream, his entire being buoyed by an uplifting lightness, transforming his formerly stern and somber demeanor into one of warmth and kindness. The only flaw, perhaps, lies in the dining experience. Far away in France, conducting business, Norman has not savored Lu Maoxing's culinary artistry in quite some time. While he can manage ordinary meals, one cannot expect a connoisseur of the man Han Quan Shi feast to return to mere swill. Although he can swallow it for the sake of survival, his satisfaction is undeniably absent, such as Norman's predicament now. Frowning, he forces down a mouthful of steak, elegantly dabbing his lips before downing half a glass of red wine. Opposite him, Harry wears a similar frown, but he lacks the composure his father conceals. His discomfort at the table deeply wounds both the chef and the waitstaff. The palate of these 2 father and son has been elevated entirely by Lu Maoxing. Now only dishes that highlight the essence of the ingredients are palatable to them, while those laden with excessive seasoning are merely unpalatable, depriving them of the joy of dining. At that moment, Norman's phone rang, but after a fleeting glance, he turned it face down on the table, showing no intention of answering. Father, your phone is ringing. Do you not intend to answer it? Harry said, wiping his mouth and gesturing towards the phone on the table as a reminder to his father. Norman scoffed, then handed the phone to Harry, inquiring, at this hour. If it were Tony Stark calling you, would you answer, Harry? Upon hearing this, Harry promptly hung up, a look of disgust crossing his face. Father, you are right. That Stark fellow is simply infuriating. How dare he ignore my calls? He's getting too clever for his own good. Seeing Stark's prank fail, Pepper shot him a disapproving glance before speaking. What, you think it's only permissible for you to tease him while he cannot ignore your calls? Has it never crossed your mind that I called him for something important? Stark retorted loudly, refusing to relent. The important matter is that I called him. He cannot possibly receive your work calls. So give it up, Tony. From now on, during mealtimes, Norman will never answer your calls. You spoiled him last time. After taking a bite of her green dragon bun, Pepper completely disregarded Stark. Damn it, Norman is such a poor sport. I merely showed him my crystal phoenix and the unified stir-fried noodles of the Seven Kingdoms, and he is holding a grudge over such a trivial matter. Stark lamented, incessantly complaining about Norman's unapproachability, peppering his speech with terms like stingy and poor sport, leaving everyone around him bemused. Norman can be considered an ardent admirer of Lu Maoxing, his cravings surpassing even those of Lu Yi. Observing her dining companion being toyed with by Stark, even the sweetly naive girl felt compelled to intervene. You must be a devil. Dante, hurry and take him down. This guy has killed Tony and is now wearing his skin to mooch off our meals. Lu extended his chopsticks, pinching Dante's ear, forcibly redirecting his gaze. He then pointed at the helpless Stark, elucidating to Dante why this man, with a head full of dark lines, was indeed a devil. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone erupted in laughter, with Johnny nearly laughing himself sick. Thus, the banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere of joy and harmony. What? You inquire about Happy's whereabouts? Oh, this fellow is a dedicated bodyguard. Even though his saliva had drenched his suit, he steadfastly resisted temptation, resolutely standing in the cold wind to fulfill his duty. This remarkable self-control earned him the respect of all, undoubtedly enhancing Stark's reputation. Guys, this is my Christmas gift to you. Happy. As the dinner began to wind down, Stark's booming voice echoed, and the door of the Lu family home was thrust open with a resounding bang. Everyone turned to see Happy, clad in a Santa Claus costume and sporting a white fake beard, braving the cold as he entered, a massive white sack slung over his shoulder, appearing quite heavy. Ho ho ho, I'm Christmas Happy, here to deliver gifts to good children. All you need to do is offer me some leftovers. It was evident that Happy had succumbed to the intoxicating aroma of the feast. Stark could only facepalm in exasperation before handing him a bowl of soup-soaked rice to send off the overly enthusiastic Christmas Happy, allowing the others to seek their own Christmas gifts. V received a stunning pair of diamond earrings, a considerable luxury in this era when diamonds were still a symbol of opulence. Johnny's gift was a car key, specifically for a 2009 Mercedes-Benz G-Class that had yet to officially launch. Lu Maoxing was gifted a set of top-tier kitchen utensils crafted from Damascus steel, which delighted him immensely. He promptly whisked the utensils away to the kitchen to try his hand at cooking. Zhou Meili received a precious necklace, while Lu Yi was bestowed a beautiful long gown along with a pair of black cat ear headbands. Had Stark not playfully suggested that Lu Yi adopt a more feminine demeanor, perhaps he would have avoided receiving a punch. A slight shift in Lu Yi's perspective might have occurred. The Spartan brothers' gift was ownership of a bar located in the city center. According to Stark, the brothers were now of age, yet they still spent their days at home, neglecting school and work. Thus, he generously provided them with a business to ensure they wouldn't resort to a life of idleness. As for Lu Qi's gift, it was rather simple, a small island in the Maldives, approximately 1.2 million square meters in size. This island was secluded, nearly detached from the Maldives, yet boasted stunning scenery, with nearly perfect oceanic conditions and beaches, making it an exceptional vacation destination. Stark's grand gesture left everyone astonished. Perhaps this was the advantage of befriending the affluent. However, Lu Qi and his companions were not unprepared. Their generosity was indeed considerable. Chapter 82. The gift, my friend. Although I am quite fond of your gift, I cannot fathom why you would present me with an island, Lu Qi remarked, scratching his head in bewilderment as he accepted the deed to the island handed to him by Stark. It was not that he disliked it. Rather, he simply struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Stark's choice of gift. Unlike Johnny's car, V's earrings, or the kitchenware from Star, which were all thoughtfully aligned with their recipient's tastes, Lu Qi's gift felt like an enigma, as if it were situated between the heavens and the earth. It was akin to a scenario where, on Valentine's Day, a boy who enjoys video games is unexpectedly gifted a lipstick by his girlfriend, utterly perplexing. Come on, you're not hinting at something, are you? Gifting me a small island in the Maldives, so far away. Are you suggesting I should distance myself from New York? He jested, although aware of Lu Chi's humor. Stark nonetheless responded with a swift kick, exclaiming, "If you don't want it, then return it to me. I'll just prepare a $10,000 red envelope as a gift instead." Lu Chi deftly evaded Stark's kick, promptly stuffing the contract into his pocket. "Nothing that enters my pocket ever leaves. Tony, it's too late for regrets now." Stark plopped onto the sofa, crossing his legs and shaking his foot with a smug demeanor as he elaborated, "Aren't you averse to crowded places? If you ever feel overwhelmed, you can escape to the island. I gifted you for some peace and quiet. Who knows, we might even set sail together in the future. By the way, what about my gift? Don't tell me you all forgot to prepare something for me." Stark exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright, disbelief etched on his face, panic beginning to surface. "Guys, please don't say you truly Haven Tea prepared anything for me. I would be heartbroken." As Stark's eyes revealed a mix of anxiety and sorrow. Laughter erupted among the group. In the midst of Stark's confusion, an avalanche of exquisitely wrapped gift boxes hurtled toward him, enveloping him in a sea of presents. "Wow, you guys are such jerks for teasing me. I put so much thought into your gifts." Though it seemed to be a complaint, anyone with keen eyesight could discern Stark's immense delight. Perhaps he had long awaited this moment. "Tony, I present to you a pistol named Death and Taxes. It is quite the fierce piece. Do take care not to injure yourself." V stepped forward, handing Stark a small blue gift box. As he eagerly unwrapped it, a pink handgun adorned with blue stripes and equipped with a muzzle brake reminiscent of a sniper rifle came into view. Stark could hardly believe his eyes. "Wait, you gifted me a pink handgun?" V revealed a playful smile. "You and I are quite the match, aren't we, my dear Iron Girl?" Before Stark could voice any further complaints, Dante and Virgil approached, retrieving a smaller gift box from the sofa and presenting it to Stark. "Merry Christmas, buddy. This is our gift for you, a lovely bracelet. We hope you'll wear it always." Upon unwrapping the package, Stark picked up the bracelet, crafted from over 20 yellow magic stones. Its bizarre beauty immediately capturing his full attention. An impulse from deep within his soul urged him to don the beads at once, and the fact that it resembled one worn by Lu Maoxing only heightened its significance. At that moment, Johnny sauntered over, throwing an arm around Stark's shoulders. "Hey, brother, I'm your less fortunate sibling with little to offer." As he spoke, Johnny placed a small golden tripod in Stark's hands. "Here, this is called the Guanyin Mingxin Ding. Light an incense stick and take a whiff. It calms the spirit and enhances focus. Quite effective, really. Consider it a gift." The Guanyin Mingxin Ding, a minor item from the single-player game Xia Ke Feng Yin Chuan, grants a 10 increase in critical hits, one of the useless items Lu Chi had drawn during a lottery. Typically, Lu Chi relegated such items to the storage room, but V and their companions would simply take what they fancied. Johnny had managed to salvage this one after taking it early when Lu Chi used a directional summoning ticket. "Thanks, buddy. This is rather exquisite. Perhaps I shall utilize it in my research," Stark replied. Thus, one by one, the group presented their gifts. Zhou Meili and Lu Maoxing bestowed upon Stark a special invitation ticket, allowing its bearer to request a dish crafted with legendary cookware by Lu Maoxing. Lu Yi offered a ticket as well, enabling Stark to demand anything within her capabilities or opt to forego a thorough beating from her. Although slightly mocking, Stark joyfully accepted it in the end. With a pink pistol tucked into his waist, the bracelet adorning his wrist, the tripod cradled in his hand, and 2 tickets pinched between his fingers, Stark's gaze finally landed on Lu Chi. "Buddy, I eagerly await your gift. So where is it?" Lu Chi flashed a mysterious smile, uttering a phrase of anticipation before ascending to the second floor. Moments later, he descended, cradling a small white fluff ball in his arms. "This little creature is your Christmas gift. Promise me, Tony, that you'll take good care of it. No slacking off." With that, Lu Chi placed the fluff ball into Stark's embrace. Perhaps due to Lu Chi's exuberance, the little creature stirred from its slumber. "Meow. Oh my, it's so adorable." The soft, endearing meow captured the attention of all the women present, sending them into a frenzy of delight. Pepper swiftly snatched the little fluff ball from Stark's embrace, cradling it gently in her arms. A group of eager young women gathered around, chattering animatedly. Stark had never witnessed Lu Chi displaying such a serious demeanor. Perhaps this small creature possessed some extraordinary identity? With this thought in mind, Stark began to scrutinize the little fluffball nestled in Pepper's hold. It was a creature of pristine white fur, adorned with golden tufts resembling fiery patterns on its forehead. Its left eye gleamed like amethyst, while its right sparkled with the richness of emerald. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, Stark remained convinced it was merely an ordinary white kitten with heterochromatic eyes, exceptionally adorable, yet nothing particularly remarkable. What on earth is this? Stark voiced his curiosity. This little cat is extraordinary. Its species is known as a snow sprite. In a previous life, Lucci had briefly indulged in a browser game following a car accident, drawn in by the ease of spending money and the allure of managing it effortlessly. However, he eventually grew repulsed by the insatiable greed of the game developers, leading him to abandon it altogether. Players who have inadvertently downloaded such browser game clients know all too well how they lurk in the hidden corners of one's computer, irremovable and ever-present, popping up uninvited to annoy at the most inconvenient times. The Snow Sprite, gifted to Stark, was a novice companion from a hidden browser game on Lucci's computer. Lucci was unaware of its true power, but it was undeniably adorable, wasn't he it? Indeed, Stark, who had previously shown little interest, found himself utterly captivated after a closer examination of the kitten. And what of Virgil? A man of such cold demeanor now stood nearby, struggling to suppress a smile, secretly reaching out to stroke the kitten when no one was watching. Human aesthetics converge at certain heights, regardless of an individual's peculiar tastes. When something's beauty surpasses a threshold, it unites everyone's understanding of beauty, rendering it universally adored. This Snow Sprite was a quintessential example. Even Johnny was contemplating reclaiming it. Boss, why not choose another gift for Tony? I wish to have a snow pair. V, engrossed in her affection for the kitten, disregarded Stark's thoughts entirely, forcefully naming the Snow Sprite, revealing just how much she adored it. In truth, V had long desired a pet, yet her past experience of carelessly allowing a fish to perish had resulted in everyone opposing the idea. Recognizing that every creature's life is valuable. With V taking the lead, others nodded in agreement, which startled Stark and Pepper. He quickly snatched the snow pair back, holding it tightly to his chest. Once a gift is in my pocket, no one can take it away. Moreover, I have meticulously devised a construction plan for the kingdom of cats. You cannot take it back. I am undeniably the best home for this little creature. Meow. It nudged my hand, which was gently caressing its fur, and then delicately licked my fingers, causing Stark's spirit to be once again captivated by Snow Pair. An expert once remarked that those with the greatest emotional voids tend to favor pets. Furthermore, a renowned figure stated that the more people I meet, the more I adore dogs. Whether this holds true, Lucci remains uncertain, yet these mischievous souls are indeed unable to resist Snow Pair's allure, unlike Lu Maushing, Zhou Meili, and Lu Yi, who do not exhibit such fervor. After all, my heart is already filled with people. The presence of this cat matters little. Perhaps others have not yet filled their hearts with companionship. It is truly astonishing. I feel is not merely a cat, but rather a nine-tailed fox. Pepper, do take a look. Tony's spirit is nearly ensnared. Thus, allow me to care for it. Lucci pulled the rambling V closer, gently patting her atop her head, then shook his head in counsel. Christmas gifts are not meant to be reclaimed, so cease your fussing, V. Snow Pair now belongs to Tony. After a moment of hesitation, V ultimately nodded in disappointment. Very well, but it must be named Snow Pair. Upon hearing this, Pepper readily agreed. Absolutely, I quite like that name as well. Thus, the Snow Sprite was officially named Snow Pair Stark, becoming the wealthiest cat in the world. Tony even contemplated obtaining a driver's license for her. After exchanging greetings, Stark hurriedly departed with Pepper, while Happy drove directly to the largest pet supply store in New York City. Hearing the collective sighs, Lu Yi tilted her head in confusion. Why are you all so enamored with that cat? Just now, you were so engrossed in petting her that conversation ceased. Is today not Christmas Eve? Have I misremembered, and it is actually National Cat Petting Day, where cats take center stage? Or have you all simply lost your desire to converse? The individuals present were not foolish. They quickly recognized their earlier lapse in decorum. To draw a comparison, Lucci and Lu Yi's hearts resembled a grand estate, equipped with numerous rooms to accommodate guests. Even if the rooms were filled, it mattered not. Expansion was always an option. There was ample space for many, and the absence of visitors was inconsequential, as the estate remained whole. However, V and her mischievous companions were different. Their unique experiences had forged hearts resembling ruins. While some could find shelter within, there remained a few intact rooms. Yet the dilapidated ones required mending. Thus, they sought some form of solace to facilitate this healing, perhaps similar to Stark's situation. Dante, ever the free spirit, laughed heartily, plopped down on the sofa, and patted the space beside him. "Johnny, how about a guitar solo?" "Haha, shall I play a tune for you?" Johnny chuckled heartily, casually tossing the cigarette pack and lighter onto the coffee table before lifting the guitar from the corner and deftly plucking its strings. The lively rhythm filled the lobby, gradually permeating the hearts of those present. Virgil removed his blue trench coat and nonchalantly settled beside Dante. To Dante's astonished gaze, Virgil lit a cigarette with an air of grace. Coughing, the onlookers erupted into laughter as the normally aloof Virgil found his image shattered by a mere cheap cigarette. In response, V lit a cigarette of his own, waving his hand towards Johnny, as delicate blue smoke undulated like waves, dispersing throughout the abode they called home. "Johnny, this cigarette is for you. Consider it a moment of reflection on past hardships." Perhaps recalling something, Johnny paused his playing for a brief moment before softly laughing. "Brother, I appreciate your reminiscence. Without those experiences, I might have concocted a scheme to indulge with you. When did I ever leave you with the impression of being desperate? Since you got involved with that guy. Damn it, Johnny. Welcome, the beautiful Ms. V." The banter among the cyber duo piqued everyone's interest, drawing them in like sharks sensing blood, surrounding Johnny in a raucous manner, including the blushing yet attentive Jo Maley and Lou Mausching. Observing the scene, Johnny burst into laughter. "Let me tell you back then, V. Damn it, go to hell, Johnny." Chapter 84. Christmas has passed the following day. Lucci awoke with a pounding headache, as if his skull might crack open, and painfully dragged himself out of bed. The true Christmas had now passed. They had been drinking from the early hours of the 24th until noon on the 25th, and now it was the morning of the 27th. They had not only missed the entire holiday, but had also emptied an entire liquor cabinet. Even Lou Mausching's freshly brewed rice wine had been consumed, with Johnny partaking in 2 chunks of fermentation cake. Drinking really does ruin plans. Rubbing his forehead, Lucci staggered to the bathroom, where he unceremoniously bumped into V, who was grooming herself in front of the mirror. Enduring V's displeased scratches and kicks, Lucci hastily completed his morning routine before leisurely making his way to the lobby. Collapsing onto the sofa and covering himself with a small blanket, preparing for another nap. At that moment, he felt a weight settle on his abdomen. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lou sitting on him, a serious expression on her face as she extended her fair hands. "Where's my Christmas gift?" With a forceful twist, he flipped Lou onto the floor and grumbled, "Who told you to insist on pouring drinks down my throat? Well, Christmas has passed, so naturally, there are no gifts left. Is that so?" Lou retorted, climbing back onto Lucci, her small fists relentlessly pounding on him. "If you don't give me a gift, then you can forget about sleeping." The rhythmic pounding resonated through the room, reminiscent of a soothing massage, leading Lucci to refrain from intervening and allowing Lou to express herself freely. However, at that moment, Johnny sauntered over, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a mischievous grin adorning his face. Use this. It's far more efficient," he proclaimed, extending a massive red adjustable wrench towards Lou. Tilting her head, she accepted the tool with open hands. "Thud!" Lucci exclaimed, "Damn." Though the wrench's impact was not painful, it left his head ringing. The onlookers, who had been paying attention to the unfolding scene, erupted in laughter at the sound, giving thumbs up to both Johnny and Lou. Lucci, dissatisfied, playfully slapped the naturally oblivious girl on the forehead, chiding her, "Are you staging a rebellion or something? Can this be used to strike heads?" Conversely, Louis displayed no signs of remorse. Even as she swayed from the poke, she spread her arms wide, declaring, "My Christmas gift. Oh, the gifts are in my room. Everyone else are there, so go fetch them yourselves and leave me in peace." With that, she was swept up in a Princess Carrie and casually tossed aside. "Yeah, what do you think the boss has prepared for us?" Someone speculated. "Probably some cheap trinkets or knickknacks, I reckon. I hope it's not a bunch of exam papers." One lamented, "What a pity, given the boss's character. It's highly likely he give you exam papers. Hurry up, I can hardly wait." As the sounds of their hurried footsteps echoed as they ascended to the second floor, Lu Qi chuckled softly before closing his eyes. With a loud crash, his door was forcefully flung open, and Dante was the first to dash inside, followed by a flood of others. What met their eyes were several large boxes piled beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, each adorned with names, prompting the group to eagerly claim their gifts based on the labels. Dante lifted a hefty rectangular gift box, unwrapping it to reveal an imposing weapon, an ornate halberd measuring over 2.5 meters in length, with a golden spearhead and a purple shaft, exuding both a menacing aura and an air of opulence. This weapon, known as the Wushuang Tiangong, was a 4-star weapon wielded by Lu Bu in the game Dynasty Warrior 7. Choosing Christmas gifts had indeed posed a challenge for Lu Qi. As the boys at home lacked nothing and the items obtained from previous sign-ins were often carelessly stashed in the storeroom. If someone desired anything, they simply took it. Consequently, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for what to gift them. Ultimately, he had to meticulously select from the existing items that had yet to be stored away. Thus, he chose the Wushuang Tiangong for Dante, the master of weapons, and selected the 20-level vacuum tome, also from the Dynasty Warriors series, for Virgil. This item would enhance the weapon's attack range, making it particularly suitable for Virgil. The gifts presented to the cyber duo were 2 renowned hero-grade handguns named Shura and Tian Shun, originating from a famous shooting game. Lu Yi received a set of female combat attire from Nier Automata, while Zhou Meili was bestowed with a pot of sunflower plant from Plants vs. Zombies. Each gift, though modest and perhaps somewhat trivial, brought immense joy to everyone, for they were thoughtfully prepared by their boss. The utility of the gifts mattered little. The sentiment was what truly counted. As everyone delightedly examined their Christmas presents, only Lu Maoxing stood aside, bewildered by the gift he held. He simply could not fathom the boss's intentions. Why would a high school student be given a toy suited for a child? Xing, do you think my new gun looks good? Your gift. At that moment, V, brimming with pride, sidled over, enveloping Lu Maoxing in an embrace, and peered at the gift in his hands, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, is your gift also a gun from a boss? Yes, Lu Maoxing replied, nodding helplessly. But it's not an ordinary gun. It cannot fire bullets. Really? Let me see, V exclaimed, taking the toy gun into his hands to scrutinize it closely. The handgun exuded an industrial aesthetic, featuring a silver-gray body and a loading mechanism reminiscent of a shotgun, with a rectangular muzzle. No wonder you said it was useless. This is just a toy gun. Who can argue with that? Perhaps the boss thinks I'm still a child. Lu Maoxing sighed deeply, spreading his hands in resignation. But it's not so bad. At least the boss didn't give me a pile of exams, haha. At that moment, Dante approached, wielding a halberd, intrigued by the toy gun Lu Yi had received. I'm a gun expert. Let me see what kind of bullets this toy fires. BB pellets or water, perhaps? In response, Lu Maoxing shook his head, reaching into his pocket as he spoke. The bullet is this, look. He produced a coin, shimmering in gold and red, adorned with a hexagram design. Chapter 85, Energy Gun. Launch. Do you remember the incantation? I do, boss, but will it really work? In his world, Lu Maoxing grasped the energy gun, standing on level ground, his expression rife with uncertainty. What are you afraid of? You can do it. But remember, when you launch, you must shout energy gun, launch. Why? That feels so embarrassing. You wouldn't understand. It's called a sense of ritual. Patting Lu Maoxing on the shoulder, Lu Yi walked away, humming a cheerful tune. My heart is that energy messenger, conjuring magic. Lu Maoxing glanced at the line of eager adults seated on the ground, waiting for his performance, and at that moment, he felt an unexpected kinship with the children compelled by their parents to perform on New Year's Eve. With an unwavering heart, Lu Maoxing bravely inserted the hexagram coin into the energy gun, subsequently aiming it skyward and proclaiming with fervor, "Energy gun, fire, bang." The hexagram coin soared like a meteor, trailing a vibrant, colorful tail as it ascended into the heavens. With a resounding explosion, the coin shattered into numerous fragments, cascading to the ground and swiftly rolling to form a magnificent hexagram array that shimmered with golden light. Stars, quickly chant the incantation. Shout, O stars. I can no longer wait. The performance is about to commence. Lu Qi and the others, seated on the ground with their hands cupped to their mouths, began to yell with exuberance. Lu Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Johnny, who immediately understood and quietly slipped away to his side, while Naivin was already poised and ready. Hearing the commotion, Lu Maoxing's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, closing his eyes. Oh, marvelous Cas Alamo. Shine forth you, the energy envoy. Lu Maoxing resolved not to cook for the weak, letting them witness his embarrassment. Now they could all go hungry. Just then, an unsettling tremor resonated from the depths of his heart, emanating from the hexagram array before him. Suddenly, an electrifying guitar solo erupted from behind Lu Maoxing, and in an instant, his body felt as though it were coursed with electricity, goosebumps cascading across his skin. As a colossal red and white mech, adorned with a crown and bearing a giant human face, emerged from the magic array, everyone gaped in astonishment. V halted his snacking. Johnny ceased his performance. The Spartan brothers paused their clandestine antics, and Lu Chi excitedly rose, exclaiming, "Now, this is what I call flavor." As for Lu Maoxing, he had already resolved to prepare a grand banquet that evening. "That face is so hideous," Lu Yi remarked while munching on snacks. A look of disdain etched on his features. "Nonsense, it's undeniably super cool." Lu Maoxing bristled at this remark. From this day forward, no one was to belittle his energy envoy, and those who dared would face deprivation of their meals. Seizing the electric skateboard crafted by V, he dashed forth, enveloped in a radiant golden light, ultimately merging with the energy envoy. No, to be precise, he should be referred to as the super energy envoy. Amidst a cacophony of mechanical clashing and earth-shaking vibrations, as the surrounding dust settled, the super energy envoy had completed its transformation, precariously swaying on the ground, seemingly at risk of toppling over at any moment. This was due to the energy envoy's interior being an alternate dimension, with only a minuscule hexagram platform available for the operator to stand upon, functioning similarly to a surfboard. Thus, for Lu Maoxing, who was utilizing it for the first time, managing to maintain his balance was already quite remarkable. Wow, this is unbelievably cool," Johnny exclaimed loudly, but before he could rush over for a closer look, amidst a flash of golden light, the energy envoy vanished, leaving behind a bewildered and sorrowful Lu Maoxing seated on the ground. Amidst the urgency, the crowd hastened to examine the situation. Lu Chi, while inspecting Lu Maoxing for any injuries, inquired, "Why did you not play a little longer? Is there something amiss?" Lu Maoxing's expression was somewhat melancholic, as he replied in a tone of mild grievance. "The light messenger indicated that my light energy is insufficient to sustain his activation. This transformation was only achieved after the light messenger expended his own power. Perhaps you should take this back. I lack the ability to wield it." Gently tugging at the hexagram coin Lu Maoxing had handed him, Lu Chi felt the force resonating from the coin and jested, "Oh, come now. You have gripped this hexagram coin so tightly that even I cannot extract it. Since you are so reluctant to part with it, why return it all? Let us keep it. After all, it was a gift from me, and gifts are not meant to be returned. As for the matter of light energy, fret not. We shall find a solution." In Japanese anime, there exists a peculiar phenomenon where characters often speak of fate's design, asserting that hard work triumphs over talent. However, upon closer examination of the protagonists against others, one may find that the protagonist is frequently the one with the finest lineage and the greatest innate abilities. The concept of bloodlines is perhaps the most prevalent yet subtly concealed trope in Japanese anime. Take for instance Science, Uchiha, or Gum Gum users, if one were to nitpick. Lu Maoxing could be considered among them, for his mother is a celestial being, and his father is even more formidable. In contrast, within the anime light messenger, whether it be the protagonist Yao Dadi, the hefty and powerful little black fellow, or the Tsundra little rabbit lord, these characters either possess extraordinary talent or noble bloodlines. Ordinary individuals seldom have the opportunity to rise as protagonists in Japanese anime. Only those of esteemed heritage or exceptional gifts are acknowledged for their efforts, while the endeavors of the common man are deemed futile. Thus, Lu Maoxing's recent setback is hardly significant, as all his talent points were allocated to culinary skills. Being a chef is his true calling, while the light messenger inherently belongs to Yao Dadi. Nonetheless, it matters not if one's bloodline is lacking or if innate talent is absent. For Lu Chi is a person of extraordinary fortune, and as long as he is present, who could doubt Lu Maoxing's potential for greatness? With a mysterious smile, Lu Chi casually produced a peculiar purple stone that shimmered with an enigmatic luster, resting quietly in the palm of his hand. "Ah, is this not the purple demon stone?" Upon encountering an old acquaintance, Dante reminisced, as he delicately handled the stone, lost in a reverie of bygone days. The purple demon stone is a rule-based item that can enhance any special energy. Regarding the quantity, Lu Qi raised a finger. It is neither too much nor too little, just a million short. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Thor. Initially, it was assumed that Lu Maoxing would deplete all the purple demon stones, but the reality was that after using merely a few hundred, his body was on the verge of bursting. The subsequent matters need not trouble Lu Qi and his companions, for the luminary will personally instruct Lu Maoxing on the utilization of his luminous abilities, encompassing both mecha piloting and the application of magic. At least for now, the results appear promising. Lu Maoxing can already conjure carrots with his magic, and the day when he attains culinary freedom seems to draw near. In an effort to hone Lu Maoxing's skills in mecha control, an unfortunate suggestion, originating from an individual not worthy of mention, was made for him to prepare meals using the mecha. While the poor Ru Yi divine sword had yet to achieve any feats in this new world, it was already relegated to the role of a kitchen knife due to its master's profession. The sacred power of the earth was employed to construct a cooking station, while the power of the sun was utilized to regulate the heat of the core. Even the luminary was compelled to endure several days of culinary instruction. What infuriates most is that the luminary, once the closest to achieving culinary dreams, ultimately could not partake in any of the meals. All was consumed by that towering woman, driving the mecha to the brink of exasperation. 2 large pots brimming with delicacies, tons of beef and vegetables. How did she manage to consume it all? Could it be that her belly housed a subspace of its own? Who could have foreseen that with the arrival of the luminary, Lu Yi would emerge as the greatest beneficiary? In his quest to master mecha piloting, Lu Maoxing prepared over 50 pots of food daily. Regardless of how much the others could indulge, ultimately, it all found its way into Lu Yi's stomach. From a moment she opened her eyes in the morning until she retired to bed at night, Lu Yi's mouth was in constant motion. Eating, and more eating. Life was merely a relentless pursuit of sustenance. She was merely an ordinary scion, not a glutton, and her appetite had its limits. Indeed, upon Dante's return with Lu Yi from the hospital, he conveyed the doctor's orders to all. From this day forth, Lu Yi was to cease her indulgence, permitted only a bowl of congee per meal, with a maximum addition of 1 apple. This regimen would persist for a month, ultimately determining the subsequent treatment based on the effectiveness of recovery. Imagine a 15-year-old boy freshly exhilarated by the thrill of shifting gears, only to be presented with a pair of gloves made of steel nails for an entire month. Consider a seasoned gamer eagerly anticipating the release of Black Wukong, yet confined to a room devoid of computers or electricity for 30 days. Picture the anguish of knowing that a small river across the street harbors fish weighing 50 pounds, only to have your wife break your fishing rods and sever your financial means, leaving you helplessly watching others reel in their catches. Such is the torment, the discomfort, the despair. Indeed, this encapsulates Lu Yi's current sentiment, a poignant juxtaposition of being alive yet feeling utterly lifeless. On a morning in early 2009, Lu Yi, now entirely gray and white, collapsed at the dining table on the first floor. Before her lay a bowl of golden, fragrant millet porridge, devoid of any sheen of oil. She discreetly adjusted her posture, her small hand inching closer to the roasted chicken before Lu Qi, millimeter by millimeter. She was acutely aware of her impending failure. Yet as a valiant scion warrior, confronting formidable foes and battling seemingly insurmountable adversaries was her forte. Closer, closer. 5 centimeters. For centimeters, 3 centimeters. Slap. Lu Qi, I loathe you. What harm would it do to let me have just 1 bite? Covering her flushed hand, Lu Yi sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum, her demeanor reminiscent of a salted fish lying in a frying pan. It was forbidden to eat. During the preceding period, she had consumed more food than others could in 10 lifetimes. With merely 4 days remaining until the month's end, she had to persist. Cursed Lu Qi, you are far too strict with me. Do you not love me anymore? Love, indeed, but I cherish even more the sight of you sipping porridge. So please grant me the opportunity to love you. Be a dear and finish this bowl of millet porridge. In that case, perhaps you should cease loving me as well. If that is the case, I find your eating habits utterly distasteful, so do kindly finish this bowl of porridge. Lu Yi, witnessing the ineffectiveness of her ploy, could not help but pout. Subsequently, She gulped down the millet porridge in one go, grumbling as she walked away. Ever since Lu-yi was put on a fasting regimen, her intellect and common sense have been growing exponentially, proving true the old adage that adversity brings out the best in people. Regrettably, being a scion, the concept of intelligence was not meant for her. Even Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili could see through her intentions in a battle of wits. Perhaps Thor could easily best her. Lu Qi, there's a golden-haired ruffian at the door, claiming to be your comrade. With a skeptical expression, Lu-yi continued, Lu, are you secretly neglecting us? Disregarding the airhead, Lu Qi merely pointed towards the second floor, his demeanor cold and unyielding. 3, 2, 1. See you later. I'm going upstairs to cry. With that, Lu-yi scampered away. After lighting a cigarette, Lu Qi donned a trench coat and sauntered out the door. He had a hunch about who was arriving. Coulson had already called him the previous day. Upon opening the door, the visitor was indeed Thor, the golden-haired giant, his muscular frame stretching the brown-red coat tightly, as if it might burst at any moment. You must have stolen this coat. Hurry and return it. You've stretched it out. Asgardians do not engage in petty theft. By the rules, I should give you a beating for such an affront, but I cannot best you. So let it slide. With that, Thor extended his right hand towards Lu Qi, a friendly smile gracing his face. I am Thor Odinson, future king of Asgard, and I have come on Odin's orders to invite you, Mr. Lu Qi, to visit Asgard. Thank you, but I shall decline. Please take your leave. Upon concluding his words, Lu Qi raised his hand to close the door. Wait. Seeing this, Thor immediately pressed against the door, his entire back against it, as he explained, Please, Mr. Lu, we Asgardians are valiant warriors, and our treasury is filled with numerous artifacts. Move aside, move aside. If you continue to cling to me like a stubborn dog, I may very well kick you. Frustrated, he thought, you wretched metal-clad being, didn't you claim that discussing wealth would guarantee success? As the door threatened to shut, Thor was drenched in sweat. There's gold. The floors of Asgard are made of gold. Lu Qi inquired, when shall we depart? In chapter 87, Odin and the Ancient One, Thor Odinson, the second son of King Odin, was once arrogant and self-important, a deity solely focused on war and honor. However, he had changed after experiencing a series of events on Earth. While he had not entirely transformed, he had certainly undergone a significant evolution, perhaps akin to a common golden retriever becoming a trainee guide dog. On the very night of Thor's return to Asgard, Odin and Frigga welcomed him, alongside the god of lies, Loki. This gathering marked the first time in nearly 2 millennia that this family had engaged in an open-hearted conversation. Odin removed his crown and cloak, resembling a retired father who, having little to do, donned wrinkled pajamas and casually chatted while tapping his spear against his back. He relinquished the airs of Asgard's divine king and the glory of the ruler of the 9 realms, engaging his sons in heartfelt dialogue. This version of Odin astonished both Thor and Loki, yet deep within them stirred a flicker of elation. They conversed extensively about Asgard's governance, ancient wars, Loki's origins, their thoughts and journeys, and even the future of Asgard along with the so-called twilight of the gods. When a ruler accustomed to employing imperial tactics for governance chooses to lower himself for genuine communication, his sincerity becomes a formidable weapon. This transformation set off alarm bells in the inherently suspicious Loki. He struggled to accept that this frail old man was indeed his father, the ruler of the 9 realms. Odin, nevertheless, he yearned to believe that Odin loved him, leading to a fierce clash between Loki's rationality and emotion. Following a tumultuous explosion of thoughts, he found himself thoroughly bewildered, discovering that the notions entrenched in his heart for millennia were merely his own overthinking left him unsure of his next steps. Should he continue to play pranks to garner attention? Such actions seemed unnecessary now that he understood Odin's intentions. The opinions of others had become trivial. Should he eliminate Thor and claim the title of true king of Asgard? Titles mattered little now. Such pursuits were of no consequence. When the frog leaps from the dry well, it discovers the vastness of the sky. When the narrow-minded escapes the confines of the bull's horn, it comprehends the true meaning of narrowness. Let's rewind the timeline to its rightful place. After affixing a note on the refrigerator door, indicating his intention to earn a living and packing a change of clothes, Lu Qi followed in the footsteps of Thor, embarking on a journey to the realm of Asgard. In Asgard, within Odin's palace, The Ancient One sipped from her cup of tea and nodded in mild satisfaction. A commendable black tea, though it pales in comparison to my own. Odin, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile and poured more tea for the Ancient One. The tea of Camartage is renowned across the 9 realms. Regrettably, its production is so limited that it scarcely suffices for internal consumption, leaving one yearning for a taste. In response, the Ancient One cast a glance at Odin, who was savoring his tea with great contentment, and remarked in an indifferent tone, "Odin, we have known each other for quite some time. When it comes to veiled meanings, we sorcerers are the true experts. Speak plainly if you have something to convey." "Since you insist, I shall be forthright," Odin replied, setting down his empty cup and resuming the preparation of tea. "It is said your tea is exquisite, yet who among us has truly tasted it? The famed tea of the 9 realms has yet to be seen by anyone. If I may be candid, Master Ancient One, your tea is nothing more than a cosmic legend." "Who says that?" "Lu Chi has tasted it. Perhaps you should inquire with him later," Odin said dismissively. "Let's return to our tea." After a brief silence, the Ancient One spoke again. "Odin, do you truly believe you can persuade Lu Chi? You have but this one chance. When he returns to Earth, all your schemes will amount to nothing but a jest." With a sigh, Odin shook his head in resignation. "The sudden surprise has disrupted my plans that have spanned millennia. This failure could have been averted. I can only blame my own greed. Loki's transformation has led me to forget that some individuals are immutable. I never anticipated that at my age, I would still commit the follies of youth. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Hela's escape, and Master Ancient One, I sincerely apologize to you." Shaking her head, the Ancient One refilled Odin's cup and offered a reassuring smile. "Odin, this matter does not rest upon you. It is the force of cosmic correction at play. You are growing old. Your advancing years render you incapable of resisting the pervasive currents of fate. This time, it was Hela's escape. Next, it may be the loss of the Infinity Stones and the Gauntlet. Indeed, as I approach the end of my days, I have dared to invite Lu Chi to Asgard. The blue stone he possesses is my only hope," Odin admitted. "I can understand your plight, but you are playing with fire. We both know that Lu Chi must be kept at a distance. He is far too perilous. I have only met him once. Yet when I once again employed the time stone to glimpse into the future, I discovered that the fate of this world had undergone a profound upheaval, with 90% of the outcomes leading to destruction. Your invitation this time may very well result in yet another alteration of the timeline, Odin. I must reiterate, do you truly wish to engage with Lu Chi?" Upon hearing this, Odin resolutely nodded. "Indeed, Master Gui, Thor and Loki have become far more accomplished. Frigga need not endure death, and I have found a glimmer of hope for survival. I am reluctant to embrace death. I understand, for I share your sentiments." The two exchanged a silent glance, once again enveloped in a brief stillness. Perhaps we are indeed ill-suited to be saviors, caught between the self and the greater good. We both unconsciously chose the former. It seemed as though a realization dawned, or perhaps a burden was relinquished, for in that moment, Gu felt an unprecedented sense of lightness, akin to finally shedding a heavy rucksack after traversing 10 kilometers. A genuine smile graced her face. "I have never perceived myself as a savior. I am merely the king of Asgard, Odin. The beings I seek to save have never been the universe's denizens. For my heart has always yearned not to rescue a single life, but rather Asgard itself." Suddenly, Odin's gaze shifted, locking onto Guyi's eyes. "He has arrived." No sooner had Odin spoken than the surrounding space shattered, and both Gu-Yi and the palace vanished, leaving Odin alone, seated upon the throne, accompanied only by the whispers in his ear. "Odin, may fortune favor us." Chapter 88. The perilous plan your decor is quite exquisite. Does it bear any significance? I am uncertain. It has appeared thus since my earliest memories. As Lu Chi strolled down the streets of Asgard, he observed his surroundings with keen interest, taking in every passerby among the Asgardian populace. The genuine smiles and heartfelt respect they bestowed upon Thor left Lu Chi pleasantly surprised. "I never anticipated your reputation here to be so esteemed. I must confess, I underestimated you." Patting Thor on the shoulder, Lu Chi regarded him with newfound respect. Shaking his head, Thor offered a warm smile. "Asgard is my homeland, and I am destined to be its future king. The heartfelt respect of my subjects is the greatest validation for a ruler, a lesson I have only recently come to understand." Perhaps so. What delightful experiences do you offer here? With a non-committal smile, Lucci inquired, since you have graciously invited me as a guest. Have you prepared any special activities for my visit? Honestly, it has been ages since I last traveled, especially on a paid holiday. Do you have any local specialties or unique offerings? I believe I should bring back some tokens as gifts. Embracing a playful spirit, Lucci appeared somewhat exhilarated, especially upon discovering that this place was none other than Asgard from Norse mythology. His appreciation for this journey deepened. After some contemplation, Thor replied, "Does a formidable warrior count as a local specialty? Isn't your father awaiting me? Let us proceed." "Very well, this way please." The two traversed a long corridor reminiscent of the medieval era, as Thor pushed open the immense stone door before them. The grand hall of Asgard unfolded before Lucci's eyes. "Welcome to Asgard, Mr. Lucci. I am Odin, the king of the gods, and also Thor's father. I should have personally invited you, but unfortunately, I awoke from my slumber prematurely, and my health has yet to fully restore. Thus, I entrusted my son with this invitation, and I hope you will not take offense." Casting a glance at the elderly man with the white beard, Lucci found it difficult to reconcile this frail figure with the legendary god King Odin. He bore none of the majestic qualities Lucci had envisioned. Shouldn't a deity exude arrogance? Yet, this old man emanated an overwhelming politeness, almost bordering on humility. Lucci had never feared ruffians or delinquents, but he harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards cultured, courteous scholars. What transpires when a conscientious youth encounters a polite elder? Quite simply, one finds themselves relinquishing their seat on public transport or inexplicably aiding the other without expectation of reward. While Lucci was more than willing to assist those who sought his help, the day's peculiarities left him uncomfortable, as if he were ensnared in a cunning scheme. Stark had once suggested that Lucci resembled a husky, yet one must not forget that the intelligence of huskies is considerable within the canine realm. Lucci may not be exceptionally learned, but that does not render him foolish. Scions, preferring action over contemplation, are not devoid of intellect when the need arises for thought. Figures like Sun Wukong and Vegeta are not to be underestimated. From the moment of departure until his encounter with Odin, Lucci encountered nothing that stirred a modicum of disdain within him. Everything appeared flawless, impeccable. It was as if someone had meticulously crafted an environment perfectly attuned to his preferences, akin to a real-life Truman Show. Odin, it seems, was overly eager. His desperate desire for survival prompted him to analyze Lucci's inclinations the moment he parted ways with Gu-E, striving to create this environment. From the timing of the invitation and the route taken to the minutiae of every flower, blade of grass, and passerby-esque expression, everything was orchestrated to fabricate a facade, all aimed at bridging the gap between himself and Lucci in hopes of securing his friendship. As he confirmed that Lucci would not detect the presence of acquaintances, Odin replaced the person sent to invite him with Thor, disguised as Loki, for only Loki had the capability to execute Odin's envisioned plan. From expressions to tones, from behavioral logic to linguistic structure, even to fictional psychological activities, Loki flawlessly mimicked the current Thor. The execution of this father-son duo's plan was impeccable, yet its excessive perfection rendered it nauseatingly artificial. Lucci extended his right hand, warmly shaking hands with Odin. Regardless of any ulterior motives from the other party, Lucci felt it prudent to maintain decorum before any potential fallout. After all, what if this was merely a misunderstanding? Odin, the elder, was far too courteous. It was not customary for a senior to visit and extend an invitation. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your invitation to visit Asgard." Their hands clasped tightly together as they stood conversing amiably. To an observer, it appeared to be a scene of friendly camaraderie, a harmonious gathering of host and guest. Yet, only they and the heavens knew what truly occupied their thoughts. Soon after, the three took their seats. Before Lucci could utter a word, Odin placed a cup of warm tea before him. "Try my tea and see how it compares to that of Kamartaj." Taking a sip, Lucci gave a thumbs up. "Although I can't discern the difference, I believe it should be quite similar." "Huh, I'm glad you like it, Mr. Lucci." Odin reached out to refill Lucci's cup, while Thor sat quietly beside them, though perhaps he ought to be referred to as Loki. After another delicate sip of the warm tea, Lucci inquired, "What is the purpose of your invitation, Odin? Surely it cannot be just for a friendly visit. As I am not well acquainted with anyone from Asgard. Let's speak plainly, I have a patient at home." At these words, Odin paused slightly, his heart sinking. Based on the countless predictions of the future that he and the Ancient One had compiled, when Lucci ceased his jesting and spoke directly, the subsequent outcomes rarely boded well. According to the plan, Odin should have laid out his demands straightforwardly at this juncture and then left it to fate. However, Odin was reluctant. The world he yearned for was tantalizingly close, and he did not wish to be absent from it. Mr. Lucci, the purpose of this invitation is to express my gratitude for your assistance to Thor on Earth. Enough. Lucci's expression darkened. You wish to thank me for saving the golden-haired one, and so you adorn this little fawn in golden mink? Odin, I advise you not to deceive me. I detest being misled more than anything else. Out of respect for your age, I grant you one last opportunity. What is it that you truly seek in inviting me to Asgard? As Lucci's presence enveloped all of Asgard, Loki's disguise was instantly dismantled, laid bare before his gaze. The fundamental reason Lucci refrained from taking direct action was his belief that it is better to avoid unnecessary strife. Moreover, even without his intervention, Odin's days were numbered. An overwhelming aura erupted from Lucci, transforming into a tempestuous whirlwind that ravaged everything in its path. The council hall succumbed to the fury of this wrathful gale. Ancient walls and stone pillars began to fracture, while teapots and tables were swept into the air, shattering upon impact with the ground. The chaotic force dismantled Loki's disguise, revealing his true form as he fell helplessly to the floor, sliding backward under the relentless wind. Odin's aged visage was completely overtaken by terror. He had not anticipated such a sudden exposure. Yet his instinct for survival clung desperately to the opportunity at hand. In all the futures he had foreseen, Lucci was, at his core, not a malevolent individual. Even when strangers sought assistance, he was always inclined to lend a helping hand. Thus, Odin dared to tread the precarious line of deception, believing that even if his intentions were laid bare, they would not significantly impact Asgard. However, he now realized his grave miscalculation. To Lucci, Asgard was merely a foreign land. When Lucci journeyed from afar to visit Asgard, he discovered that everything here was but a ruse. The expressions of gratitude and the promise of enjoyment were all fabrications. Not only Lucci, but even Odin himself could not endure the humiliation of being deceived. Though reluctant to relinquish this chance, Odin understood that Asgard's significance paled in comparison to his own life. Thus, he bowed low, imploring Mr. Lucci, please believe me. My invitation to you was devoid of any malice. Everything I have done was to ensure your comfort during your stay here. Thor is still quite naive. Perhaps in the realm of combat, he finds greater ease than in the intricacies of hospitality. I do not wish for Thor's etiquette to provoke your disdain. Therefore, I ask for your forgiveness regarding our deception. Please trust me, we harbor no ill will. Witnessing Odin's humble demeanor, etched with helplessness and pleading, Lucci's heart softened in that fleeting moment. Regardless of the truth in Odin's words, Lucci possessed no evidence of a plot against him. Since the tumult had already transpired, it was perhaps best to let the matter rest. With the tempestuous energy subsiding, Lucci inhaled deeply and, raising his hand, unleashed an energy blast that obliterated one side of the council hall's wall. This wall shall serve as your lesson. Odin, I solemnly inform you that from this day forth, I wish to see no one from Asgard. Should you dare to disturb my life, do not blame me if my response is severe. Ignoring the silent figures of Odin and Loki, Lucci proceeded to prepare for his instantaneous return home. At that moment, a multitude of footsteps echoed from outside the door, as hundreds of battle-ready Asgardian warriors burst in, led by the very quartet of circus performers encountered on Earth. My lord Odin, we have come to offer our support, proclaimed one. Loki interjected, Odin, this is the end. Noticing the icy gaze of Lucci, Odin had yet to utter an explanation when the bearded Volstagg charged forward. Axe raised. Lucci looked up at the figure soaring through the air, axe swinging towards him, veins throbbing on his forehead. In an instant, two beams of silver light shot forth from Lucci's eyes, striking the airborne Volstagg. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Asgard, even causing the nearby waterfall to momentarily freeze. As the dust settled and everyone instinctively rubbed their buzzing heads, they collectively realized that Volstagg had perished, leaving not a trace behind. What have you done? Cried Sif, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, as she fiercely emerged from the stunned crowd. swinging her blade towards Lu Qi. Before Lu Qi could react, a fist radiating golden light collided with Sif's face. Blood rained down in torrents, droplets evenly splattering upon all present, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Casting a glance at the assailant, Lu Qi smiled. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Shaking off the blood clinging to her fist, Lu Yi disdainfully wiped her hands on Lu Qi's clothing. I sense your anger, so I came. I do care about you. Playfully ruffling her hair, Lu Qi nodded happily. Great, we're the best of friends now. What shall we do next? Shall we simply leave? Lu Yi inquired, perplexed. What do you think? Lu Qi replied. I think we should just eliminate them all. Thus, Lu Qi and Lu Yi conversed about the fate of Asgard with utter disregard, until the others finally grasped that two warriors had already fallen on their side. How dare you assault Asgard? Warriors, follow me in a battle. Odin bellowed. Halt! Everyone, cease your actions. Mr. Lu Qi, this is a... Odin hurriedly interposed himself before Lu Qi, but before an explanation could be given, Lu Qi unleashed his fist. Bang! Blood gushed forth once more, and the All-Father Odin met his demise. It's a misunderstanding, right? Everything here is a misunderstanding, and misunderstandings can explain everything. What about my dignity? Is that merely a misunderstanding as well? With a kick, Lu Qi sent Odin's headless corpse tumbling into the crowd. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he mockingly kicked away the dagger-wielding Loki as he charged forth. Back off, weakling. Too many have died today. Don't push me to kill you. Lu Qi, you will perish. A mournful roar resonated through the sky, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. The hammer of the thunder god cleaved through the air, bridging hundreds of meters in an instant. Lu Qi caught the swiftly descending hammer with one hand, forced to retreat 2 steps by the sheer force, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground. Looking up at the newcomer, Lu Qi shook his head in disappointment. Golden Retriever, what a pity. Mr. Lu Qi, do you remember the promise you made to me? I have come to seek the fulfillment of that commitment, spoke Gu, stepping forth from a circle of sparks with a calm demeanor. Chapter 90. The request, could you perhaps play the role of a villain for me? A peculiar smile graced Gu Yi's face. To be a villain, do you wish for me to assist you in taking a life? Lu Qi retorted. Gu Yi gently shook his head. Not at all. Then do you require my help in maiming someone? Neither. I say, bald one, can't you be a bit more straightforward? I truly detest riddles. Let us get to the point. If you have a request, just say it. If you remain silent, I shall take my leave. Seeing Lu Qi rise with the intent to depart, Gu Yi slowly set down his teacup and softly explained, Please, do not be hasty. What I mean to convey is that in the future, should you ever contemplate becoming a ruthless killer, I would appreciate the opportunity to intervene. Ah, Lu Qi frowned in distaste. In plain terms, you wish for me to spare a life, is that correct? Indeed, that is my intention, Gu Yi nodded. Is that all? Why the convoluted approach? I thought you sought me for something far more sinister. Lu Qi, displeased, seated himself on a wooden stool and pushed his teacup forward, signaling Gu Yi to refill it. Gu Yi smiled faintly, pouring tea for Lu Qi. This was merely to facilitate your acceptance. See, at least you did not outright refuse me at first, which indicates my method has proven effective. So, does this imply you are inclined to agree to my request? Lu Qi appeared somewhat hesitant. I am uncertain. If the day comes when I truly take action, it would mean my target is no innocent soul. Thus, this request becomes all the more precious, does it not? If it were a simple request, would I not be at a loss? Very well, but only this once. Then it is settled? Agreed. Mr. Lu Qi, do you recall our agreement? Gu Yi waved his hand, dispersing the teleportation magic, and approached Lu Qi with a friendly smile, directed at Lu Yi, who was observing with curiosity. Gu Yi, are you preparing for today? Lu Qi placed a hand firmly on Gu Yi's shoulder, his smile turning menacing. As if devoid of any sensation of pain, Ancient One remained unperturbed, standing calmly in place, her tone measured and unhurried. No one can accurately foresee the future. I merely left a protective talisman for an old acquaintance of mine. I trust this has not offended you, has it? Fixated on Ancient One's gaze, her counterpart met it with equal composure. Ultimately, Lu Qi released his grip on Ancient One's shoulder, extending a finger to point at her nose. Ancient One, I once held a fondness for you, but that sentiment has now dissipated. Ancient One shrugged in response. What a pity that is. Yet at least I have safeguarded them for now. Nodding, Lu Qi gave Ancient One a thumbs up before turning away, embracing Lu Yi's neck, and, amidst her bewildered expression, activated his teleportation. Sighing deeply, Ancient One cast a complex glance at the headless Odin, then at the dazed brothers. She formed a lotus-like hand gesture, and, in that instant, the time stone adorning her chest radiated a gentle green light. At that moment, an invisible barrier began to expand rapidly from Ancient One, enveloping all of Asgard in the blink of an eye. Time commenced its relentless retreat. Damaged structures gradually restored themselves, and the Asgardian guards standing still began to convulse, retreating in reverse, as if the film were playing backward, exiting the council hall in droves. Within mere seconds, Asgard returned to its original state, the council chamber once again exuding its former solemnity. Observing the three figures restored to their former selves, feeling their steady breaths, Thor and Loki were overjoyed, eagerly kneeling beside Odin, softly calling out to him. Noticing Odin's eyelids beginning to flutter, Thor plopped down on the ground, gently patting his chest to aid Odin's breathing. Finally, Odin struggled to open his eyes, immediately spotting Ancient One standing beside him. "Did you bring me back to life, Ancient One?" Odin's voice was raspy, each word emerging in uneven tones. "Indeed, I utilized the time stone to revive you, along with other departed souls. I have erased their memories of this period, so there is no need for concern regarding panic." Upon hearing this, Odin managed to reveal a faint smile. "Thank you, Ancient One. I now owe you yet another significant favor." Thor, Loki, assist them in exiting. As for what to say, Thor deferred to Loki. Nodding, the two brothers helped the still unconscious Sif and the bearded warrior out of the council hall in haste. After a moment of silence, Ancient One approached to assist Odin, helping him to the throne, and conjured a chair for herself to sit beside him. "You have failed, Odin, and nearly jeopardized the entirety of Asgard. Indeed, I was overly arrogant, believing I could control Lu Chi, yet I remain oblivious to the manner of my own demise." With a sigh, Odin shook his head in resignation. "Gu-E, may I entrust Asgard to you? I can sense that my time is running short." Gently patting Odin's shoulder, Gu-E replied, "Odin, you should make the most of your remaining time to nurture Thor. I, too, am struggling to maintain my own existence. I have squandered all the goodwill I once held in Lu Chi's heart. Our connection is now severed, and Thor may well be our only hope." Frowning, Odin gazed intently at Gu-E. "Why Thor?" "Because the universe has chosen him." In the heart of Manhattan, within a yet-to-be-opened bar, Dante and Virgil sat silently at the counter. A beautiful bartender rested her chin on her hands, quietly observing the two brothers, her eyes flitting back and forth as the drama of twin brothers vying for the affections of a woman unfolded in her imagination. This unnamed bar was a Christmas gift from Stark to the Spartan brothers, who had just completed the hiring of the bar staff, yet found themselves at an impasse when it came to naming the establishment. Each brother disapproved of the other's suggestions, unable to convince one another, leading to a stalemate that entertained the surrounding female staff. Such dashing and affluent twin brothers bickering. Was this a spectacle I could enjoy without spending a dime? Whispers of midnight misunderstandings began to circulate. At that moment, the bar's door swung open, revealing a scowling Lu Chi accompanied by the adorably naive Lu-E. He promptly plopped himself down beside Dante. "Bring me a drink, the strongest you have." Chapter 91. "Eyes, boss, I will go and eliminate them all right now. Take me there." Fortunately, when Lu Chi arrived, Dante had cleverly sent all the staff home. Otherwise, Virgil's demeanor might have frightened many. Lu-E had only just learned the full extent of the situation. Previously, she had intervened upon witnessing Lu Chi being attacked, but remained unaware of the reasons behind it. Now, upon grasping the entire narrative, she felt incensed and regretted not having acted with greater force. Without hesitation, she drained her glass of orange juice, stood up, and declared her intent to return and exact revenge, only to be pulled back by Lu Chi, who lightly tapped her forehead. With a resigned sigh, Lu Chi's expression reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. "Let this matter be. Although they deceived me, I have not truly lost anything. Besides, I have already dealt with that old fool Odin once, so please do not complicate matters further." Upon hearing this, Virgil appeared quite discontented, his large gray eyes brimming with indignation. "This is unjust, boss. We seek no conflict and harbor no malice towards others, yet Asgard brazenly deceives us. If we do not assert our stance, I fear that any fool will dare to trifle with us." Upon hearing this, Dante, feeling a headache coming on, patted his older brother's shoulder with a weighty tone. Hey, Virgil, I completely empathize with the sentiment you wish to express, but I believe the boss would not appreciate your unreasonable demeanor. Brushing aside Dante's hand, Virgil's expression turned serious. I'm not eager to display my feelings. I am merely upholding the boss's dignity. A powerful being should not be treated thus. Asgard must face the consequences of their actions. Dante retorted, what consequences? Shall we kill them all? Virgil replied, shouldn't we? If you are unwilling to be the boss's executioner, then I shall take on that role. You may comfortably hide behind the boss and enjoy your tranquil life, while I shall become the sharpest blade in the boss's hand, defending his honor and interests. I shall not permit anyone to infringe upon the boss's dignity. As the two brothers continued their impassioned quarrel, Lu Chi felt an awkwardness creeping over him, his toes curling in embarrassment at Virgil's fervent, almost melodramatic declarations. How had I never noticed this facet of Virgil's character before? Concealing his slightly flushed cheeks behind his glass, Lu Chi found himself unexpectedly moved by Virgil's unreserved admiration and defense, which lifted his previously gloomy spirits. Virgil, how long will you continue this uproar? Are you going or not? If you choose not to, I shall leave on my own. With that, Lu Yi feigned an intention to teleport away. Seizing Lu Yi's small hand, Lu Chi rapped the marble bar with his empty glass. You shall not go. No one is permitted to leave. I declare that the matter with Asgard is entirely resolved. From now on, no one is to seek trouble with them. Do you hear me, Virgil? As he spoke, Lu Chi incessantly poked Lu Yi's forehead with his finger. Especially you, young lady, did you hear what I said? No trouble with them. In my anger, I acted as I saw fit, but now that this matter has concluded, there is no reason to revisit past grievances. Moreover, I have already promised Gu Yi that if you seek revenge now, what kind of person would I be? A deceitful scoundrel. But what does this matter? Boss, they have faced no punishment. That old man with the white beard and the black-haired woman have both returned to life. They have paid no price whatsoever. Lu Yi seized Lu Chi's finger in protest, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just as she prepared to teleport again, she felt the lingering presence of Odin and Sif, who ought to have perished in Asgard, fueling her current discontent. It seems to be the handiwork of the Ancient One, as the boss mentioned earlier. Possessing a gem that can manipulate time, perhaps she is capable of reversing it. With his chin thoughtfully resting on his hand, Dante offered his conjecture. Lu Chi, with a faint smile of ambiguity, rose to his feet, personally pouring a glass of beer for Virgil, then handed Lu Yi a steaming hamburger. Thank you both for so diligently upholding my dignity, but as you well know my temperament, I do become quite irate when I realize I've been deceived, and when I am angry, I cannot control myself. In truth, it is not a significant matter, and I am indifferent to this so-called dignity. He patted Virgil, who sat in silence with his glass. Virgil, you must cease to think of yourself as my weapon. A blade can dull with time. When a knife loses its sharpness, it forfeits its inherent purpose. Do you wish to become devoid of meaning? Upon hearing this, Virgil shook his head. Observing this, Lu Chi burst into hearty laughter. Precisely. Do not lose sight of the essentials. You are akin to my vital organs. The loss of anyone would be a monumental blow to me. Yet you forsake your role as a heart to become a dull blade. I scarcely know how to express my thoughts on that. I am a heart. Indeed, you are my heart. Upon receiving Lu Chi's affirmative response, Virgil's countenance visibly brightened, his posture straightened, and the aura of a domineering CO returned to him. Boss, then what am I to you? And I. Seeing Virgil claim the role of the heart, Dante and Lu Yi instantly became displeased, hastily surrounding Lu Chi, one squeezing his shoulder, the other playfully tapping his thigh. A little to the left, as he savored their attentions, Lu Chi's leg shook with delight, the earlier discontent having long since dissipated. Dante could be my kidney. As for Lu Yi, glancing at Lu Yi's sparkling eyes, Lu Chi couldn't resist reaching out to tousle her hair. You shall be my eyes. I wish for you to see more of this world. I do not wish to see that numb gaze you wore when you first arrived. I trust in my craft. I devoted 4 hours to adjusting your eyes. They could radiate brilliance, yet all I perceived was a numbed demeanor and the cruel scent of blood. Promise me, observe this world earnestly, and study those subjects you deem beneath you. Become a pair of beautiful eyes, and do not let them be obscured by the dust of indifference. Lu Yi blushed and nodded. As you command, Lu Chi. Chapter 92. Flaws. That evening, at the dining table, the group noticed something peculiar about Lu Yi. She neither clamored for meat nor engaged in her childish schemes to snatch food. Instead, she sat demurely at the table, delicately sipping her congee with a small spoon. And after finishing, she even took the initiative to place her utensils into the dishwasher. Lu Yi's peculiar behavior inevitably led Lu Maoxing to question his culinary skills. Was it possible that his cooking had deteriorated, rendering his dishes unappealing to Lu Yi? As he consumed the meal, it felt as bland as chewing wax. Had it not been for the others relishing their food, he might have succumbed to self-doubt. Not only Lu Yi, but even Virgil exhibited oddities that night. It was unclear what had instigated his prideful demeanor as he donned a peculiar t-shirt emblazoned with a heart design, tilting his head haughtily towards the ceiling while consuming several bowls of rice. Meanwhile, Dante sat nearby, unable to contain his laughter at his brother's ridiculous antics, chuckling incessantly throughout the evening. At last, the peculiar dinner concluded, and, as per tradition, everyone reclined on the sofa, huddled together while mindlessly watching television. During this time, Zhou Meili could no longer suppress the curiosity of the little girl within her and posed a question to Lu Qi. Before Lu Qi could respond, Virgil interjected, reclining on the sofa with an air of superiority, and expounded on Lu Qi's theory of bodily organs. As soon as he spoke, chaos erupted on the sofa. Virgil was the first to leap onto Lu Qi, grasping his neck and shaking his body. Such an important organ as the heart should belong to me. I was the first to serve you. You cannot show favoritism. I demand to be the heart. Upon hearing this, Virgil became indignant. How dare someone challenge his esteemed position in the boss's regard? This was intolerable. He must seize all her meals in the future to starve her. As if she could ever aspire to be the heart. What a laugh. Currently, Virgil was exhibiting an unprecedented level of arrogance. His superiority was beyond mere description, perhaps only comparable to that of a being aged 9,000 years. Below 1, above 10,000. Virgil's serious expression encapsulated it perfectly. As V lunged at Virgil, engaged in a mock battle, Johnny courteously offered Lu Qi a cigarette, his face adorned with a feigned, innocent smile. Boss, what position do you think I would be suited for? I believe the brain would be quite fitting for me. Before Lu Qi could utter a word, both V and Virgil halted their antics. V turned with disdain, retorting, the brain? Don't elevate yourself, Johnny. You're only worthy of being a penis. Just as Johnny was about to retort, he paused momentarily before bursting into a satisfied laugh. A penis is still acceptable. After all, I am certain that men would prefer their hearts to falter rather than have any issues with their appendages. The uproarious laughter of the group completely drowned out the television, rendering Lu Qi's voice unnecessary, as these mischievous lads had already assigned roles among themselves with clarity. Lu Maoxing became the tongue, while Zhou Meili naturally assumed the role of the little tongue. Dante firmly occupies the position of the kidneys, forming an inseparable functional duo with Johnny. V has set his sights on Virgil's heart, yet Virgil, determined and resolute, refuses to yield. However, he cannot withstand Dante's interference, while Johnny, as a partner, unexpectedly fires a few shots in jest. Virgil finds himself overwhelmed and ultimately returns in defeat. Clutching a tattered heart-themed t-shirt, V stands triumphantly atop the coffee table, his head held high, starkly contrasting the dejectedly seated Virgil. As for Lu Yi's position, it remains untouchable. This petite girl, nearly 190 centimeters tall, is not to be trifled with, for her punch could leave these rascals in tears for an extended period. Initially, Lu Qi aimed merely to dissuade Virgil from his stubbornness by using a bodily example, yet he never anticipated that these fellows would indulge in such madness. The sensation is peculiar, reminiscent of a real-life version of the contest of the senses, but as long as these individuals are enjoying themselves, Lu Qi remains unconcerned. What matters is everyone's happiness. Thus, this formidable group, capable of wreaking havoc, nestles on the sofa, watching mundane television programs, exchanging nonsensical banter. Amidst the clamor, they each disperse after signing off at midnight to pursue their own endeavors. The Spartan brothers return to the bar, preparing for the opening, while Johnny assumes the role of driver for the duo, embarking on a rumbling journey in their new vehicle. Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili retire to their room to sleep, leaving only Lu Qi, Lu Yi, and V in the living room on the second floor. For reasons unknown, Lu Qi feels no fatigue this evening. Perhaps it is due to the drastic shift in his mood throughout the day. Or maybe he has suddenly come to recognize an unfamiliar version of himself. The system's template has endowed Lu Qi with unparalleled power, yet it has also introduced a host of novel flaws, prompting him to reconsider his current self. Observing Lu Qi now reveals that in his past life, he was an unequivocal, good-natured individual, with anger being a distant concept. His excellent family background and quality education endowed him with a pleasant temperament. The notion that harmony breeds prosperity was a principle instilled in him by his father. Maintaining a smile, controlling his temper, and practicing civility have become Lu Qi's instinctive codes of conduct, habits he has retained even upon entering this world. Though his smile is gradually veering towards foolishness, it still possesses considerable charm. However, from the moment he donned the template, Lu Qi senses a shift within himself. The most apparent change is his increasingly irritable temperament. While he attempts to control it, encountering a spark will inevitably ignite this powder keg. He finds himself unable to rein it in, which is why, during his time in Asgard, he exhibited such erratic and cold-blooded behavior. Furthermore, his aesthetic sensibilities have undergone a profound transformation. As a traditional Chinese man, cultured and well-mannered, Lu Qi yearned for a partner with a delicate charm akin to a gentle drizzle. However, influenced by societal templates, he began to develop an affinity for assertive women. The scent of gunpowder became, in his eyes, the most exquisite fragrance, while crimson blood transformed into the most alluring cosmetic. A curvaceous figure, though merely average, was overshadowed by his newfound admiration for women boasting defined abs and a toned physique. Fortunately, his transformation was not yet complete, as he remained unable to accept women with physiques reminiscent of Schwarzenegger. Chapter 93. The name of the bar, as the morning sun gradually ascended. The sizzling sound of a wok filled the kitchen of Lu Qi's home. A captivating aroma wafted through the air, teasingly testing the limits of everyone's patience with its enchanting allure. Even as Johnny, having endured a sleepless night, fought against fatigue with bloodshot eyes, he resolutely remained on the sofa, eagerly awaiting the day's first meal. In truth, he could easily forego breakfast and indulge more at lunch. Yet the reason for his self-imposed torment was simple. Today's breakfast was extraordinary. Lu Maoxing had become exceedingly proficient in harnessing light energy, which granted Lu Qi's household unparalleled access to top-tier ingredients. Whatever they desired could be transformed with a mere thought. However, the true significance of this meal lay in the reward for last night's check-in. The legendary cooking utensil, the Jade Dragon Pot. This unique kitchenware was said to be a verifier for its possessor, granting them the right to utilize other cooking tools. Indeed, only upon Lu Maoxing's acquisition of the Jade Dragon Pot's recognition could he truly unleash the full potential of all his kitchenware. This breakfast was destined to be a lavish feast, prepared with every utensil at his disposal. Johnny was determined to finish this meal, even if he had lost a kidney, before pursuing anyone afterward. Soon, breakfast concluded, and everyone gathered in the second-floor living room upon the sofa, where a silvery cardboard box rested on the coffee table. Ahem! This family meeting was proposed and organized by me. Clenching his fist before his mouth, Dante cleared his throat, rose from the sofa, and approached the group. The title of this family meeting is the Bar Naming Conference. The purpose is to bestow a name upon the bar, gifted to Stark. As he spoke, Dante tapped the cardboard box before him. Within this box lies the artistic contributions of everyone present, for I have placed the notes you all wrote inside. Unseen by anyone, we shall adopt whatever name is drawn from this box, without discussion, without dissent. There shall be no objections, and no one may retract their agreement. Is that clear, Virgil? With a tilt of his head and a disdainful smirk, Virgil executed a series of gestures with fluidity. Yet, regardless of his discontent, it was of little consequence. The significance of the family meeting within the Lu household was beyond question, and he remained merely an ordinary, true demon. A voice of little weight, ultimately compelled to acquiesce. The moment of fate was now mine to execute, for I am the proprietor of the bar, and I trust there are no objections from anyone. The crowd promptly disregarded Virgil, who raised his hand to express dissent, and began to urge Dante to hasten the drawing of lots. With a sigh, Dante exhaled a breath of frustration, rallied his spirits with a fist pump, and resolutely plunged his hand into the box. After a thorough rummage, he suddenly withdrew his hand and all eyes turned eagerly towards him, observing a white slip of paper securely grasped in his palm. The wheels of destiny had begun to turn. Dante, it was time to unveil the truth. Johnny sat upright on the sofa, wearing a stern expression as he attempted to project an aura of seriousness with his deep voice. Unfortunately, clad in a white old man's shirt, he could hardly appear formidable. Nodding in agreement, Dante raised the hand holding the slip high and unfurled it with his fingers, forcefully slapping it on a coffee table. As Dante withdrew his hand, his gaze fell upon the contents of the slip, and the crowd leaned in with curiosity. Virgil, standing on the couch with arms crossed, feigned indifference, yet his grayish-white eyes seemed on the verge of popping out of their sockets. The pristine square paper, soft to the touch and utterly unblemished, bore 5 neatly aligned Chinese characters inscribed right in the center, precisely accurate. The demons weep in May. Dante, Virgil, the crowd, feeling all eyes upon him, Lucci offered an awkward smile and wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. I just scribbled something casually. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? How could it possibly be drawn from me? Seeing the demeanor of Dante and Virgil shifting towards hostility, Lucci hurriedly rambled in defense. I said I wouldn't write, yet you insisted I do. I've already claimed I'm terrible at naming. This little memory can attest to that. At his words, Lu Yi's gaze towards Lucci also began to harden. Lucci, then how about this? I was wrong, all right? The crowd sighed and shook their heads. Though the outcome was far from ideal, at least the name of the bar was settled, and the two brothers would no longer quarrel over it. Lighting a cigarette, Johnny curiously opened a cardboard box and unfolded all the slips. The big bird spins the demon, the house of the clueless and unhappy after all. Not human Johnny, the crowd. Lucci, please call me the god of naming. Regardless of the circumstances, the Spartan Brothers Bar was now officially open. Though every time a customer entered, they would invariably ask, why do the demons weep in May? Do they not weep in June? On the day of the bar's grand opening, business was exceptionally thriving. Although Johnny had ceased singing since the welcoming party, his celebrity allure remained undiminished. Following his online promotion of the bar, a multitude of rock enthusiasts flocked to show their support. Coupled with Lou Mauching's specially crafted cocktail recipes and Dante's distinctive Gothic aesthetic decor, the bar, aptly named The Devil Weeps in May, swiftly garnered fame online, becoming a prominent hotspot for social media influencers. Alongside this newfound popularity, Dante and Virgil, the handsome twin brothers, also found themselves in the limelight. Youthful, affluent, and strikingly attractive, they embodied the idealized fantasies of countless women, leaving many young girls restless in their slumber. Unsurprisingly, both male and female admirers from the LGBTQ community also found it hard to sleep. After politely declining a fashionable lady's request for his contact information, Dante hurried back to the office on the second floor, fumbling through his pockets to retrieve a myriad of small notes adorned with phone numbers and lipstick marks. Virgil merely chuckled at this spectacle and produced a stack of notes that nearly doubled Dante's, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. This playful rivalry left Lucci, who was seated nearby, utterly bewildered. Did these brothers feel the need to compete in everything? Chapter 94. The Den of Depravity. Undoubtedly, the bar owned by the Spartan brothers had successfully established its reputation, with a steady stream of patrons each night, often resulting in long queues at the entrance. However, an influx of customers also brought a host of troubles. The brothers' business was undeniably enticing, particularly to young women, owing to their striking appearances. Consequently, with more women in the bar, there were also more young men with ulterior motives, leading to a gathering of unruly individuals seeking amusement. Each night, this rowdy crowd would inevitably stir up some form of disturbance, so numerous that Dante could hardly keep track of how many troublemakers he had to deal with in a single evening. Rumors even circulated that Dante was a sadist, an absurd notion, yet to their astonishment, some individuals genuinely believed it, even going so far as to approach him in the hopes of receiving such treatment. These incidents, while bothersome, were merely minor nuisances. The real menace came from the gangs and drug dealers who infiltrated the crowd to conduct their illicit business, severely tarnishing the bar's reputation and public image. Almost every night, intoxicated patrons would seize opportunities to cause chaos, leaving Dante and Virgil overwhelmed. Lacking relevant experience, they sought assistance from the seemingly seasoned cyber duo. However, this was not Night City, and the duo's methods and expertise were ill-suited for their current circumstances. Moreover, These unscrupulous businessmen lacked integrity. V had once cornered a woman in the restroom, discovering 2 bags of illicit substances hidden within her. In response to Dante and his brother's strict zero-tolerance policy towards such activities, these unscrupulous dealers began to retaliate. After Virgil reduced several small karami to ashes, the gang shifted their focus, directing their gaze towards other staff members. These individuals were merely ordinary young people, terrified by the gang's threats, which resulted in Dante finding himself without any allies during this period. As a partner, Johnny initially intended to intervene against these businessmen, yet Dante restrained him, insisting that no one take action. In his youth, Dante had assumed the alias Tony and briefly worked as a mercenary, during which he committed acts harmful to humanity, uttering the profound truth that humanity can often be more malevolent than demons. Thus, in most circumstances, Dante now rejects the idea of harming humans and hopes that Lucci and the others refrain from doing so as well. In response, everyone chose to respect Dante's wishes, including Virgil. The Spartan brothers took their bar operations very seriously, but due to the unavoidable circumstances, Dante reluctantly made a decision that contradicted his ancestral values. He liberated all the demonic artifacts and unleashed all the demons, intending for them to serve as the bar's staff. Consequently, the stunning bartender, dressed in a black feathered evening gown, Naiwan, took her position with pride. The king of Cerberus, transformed into a bald giant, donned a black suit and headset to fulfill the role of doorman, instilling confidence in everyone. After all, he was a professional at guarding the entrance. The fiery-gloved Baroque similarly transformed into human form to act as security within the premises. Initially reluctant, Baroque had been shadowing Dante with the intention of growing stronger to challenge him again. But now he found himself forced into labor, refusing to work. As he had no intention of doing so in this lifetime, Baroque instinctively declined Dante's request, only to be compelled to become a tall, imposing figure. Lucifer, assuming the guise of a dapper gentleman, took on the managerial role, while Beowulf donned a black vest and served as a waiter. As the most formidable demons in the Devil May Cry universe, their pride would not allow them to serve those they deemed weak. However, Dante's magical blows were unbearable, especially with Virgil standing nearby, watching intently. Thus, the foundational staff of the bar was initially established. Just as everyone prepared to contemplate how to sever business ties, Virgil entered, accompanied by a black panther at his feet and a 3-faced, horned raptor perched on his shoulder. At that moment, the bar fully transformed into a den of demons, becoming a true haven for the infernal in New York City. Each night, the raptor served as living surveillance from the ceiling, while the panther crouched at the entrance, acting as a vigilant guardian. Although the initial stir caused quite a commotion with the arrival of the first brave patron, the cherished tradition of petting the panther was officially established, with some even flying in solely for the pleasure of stroking the magnificent creature. With the assistance of Stark and Norman, the bar finally cleared all obstacles and firmly established itself in the bustling metropolis of New York, providing a clean and safe recreational space for the youth. Unbeknownst to them, time had crept into mid-March. For individuals like Lu Qi and Lu Maoxing, who embody a harmonious blend of both internal and external identities, celebrating the new year in America was indeed a trial. A new year devoid of festive spirit was hardly different from merely enjoying a fine meal. Hence, Lu Qi opted for a modest celebration, hosting a special New Year's event at the bar, where Johnny took to the stage to sing a couple of songs, and a group of friends reveled through the night, considering it a celebration. One morning, after leaving a spread of breakfast on the table, as usual, Lu Maoxing donned his small backpack and hopped into Johnny's off-road vehicle to head to school. At the school gate, under the gaze of numerous students, Lu Maoxing walked into the school with a leisurely pace. He had grown accustomed to the attention of others and was currently in a phase of seeking excitement, eager to relish the spotlight. "Hey, Star. Good morning." Lu Maoxing turned at the sound of his name, spotting Peter approaching with a shoulder bag, waving his arms joyfully. Breaking into a wide grin, Lu Maoxing performed an intricate series of greeting gestures before grasping Peter's hand, peering into his face, and inquiring with curiosity, "Peter, are you wearing contact lenses?" Peter paused, momentarily taken aback, then responded somewhat flustered, "Ah, yes. I just switched to contact lenses yesterday. What do you think? They look pretty good, right?" Lu Maoxing gave a thumbs up, a gesture he had learned from Virgil. Very impressive. Huh. Noticing Lu Maoxing was not overly fixated on his situation, Peter let out a quiet sigh of relief. It wasn't he that he was reluctant to share with Lu Maoxing, but the events that had transpired were so bizarre that even he was still feeling a bit dazed. It's all that Spider-S's fault. No, wait, thank you. That Spider. Chapter 95. Peter Parker Peter had transformed. He was no longer the understated academic prodigy of yore, but rather a robust athlete with a chiseled physique. The events unfolded as follows. After concluding a club meeting the day prior, Peter encountered a group of bullies on his way back to Queens, and, predictably, he was once again victimized, losing all the cash he had and a small bag of cookies. Although his association with Lu Maoxing had earned him a decent standing at Midtown High, in the confines of Queens, he remained the same old bookish nerd, an easy target for kicks and insults. However, today these bullies had escalated their antics. They had somehow acquired a vividly colored spider, and under the sunlight, Peter could see the myriad hues shimmering off its body, resembling a metallic, colorful black. They pinned Peter to the ground, teasing him with a spider clamped in a pair of tongs, laughing heartily until the spider escaped their grasp and bit down on Peter's hand. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned silent. Peter felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the blink of an eye, the ruffians fled as if their tails were on fire. He hardly remembered how he made it home, but when Peter awoke once more, he discovered that his vision had become extraordinarily acute. He could even see the tiny hairs on a fly's legs from 10 meters away. Not only that, but he had also gained immense strength, incredible speed, and remarkable reflexes, with an appetite that had become insatiable. However, to Lu Maoxing, this was merely average, as he was accustomed to serving individuals far more formidable. Typically one to burp after finishing a single meal, Peter now sat beside them, licking his lips and wearing an expression of being unsatisfied, covertly glancing at the lunchboxes held by Lu Maoxing and Harry. I say, Peter, you seem to have quite the appetite today. Are you growing? Harry set down his chopsticks, laughing heartily at Peter's awkward demeanor, then offered him half of his meal. Go on, eat up. I'm not too hungry myself. Consider yourself lucky today. Harry, you truly are a good friend. There was no need for pleasantries among them, and Peter eagerly dug into the meal, devouring it in mere moments. Just as he prepared to feign fullness, Lu Maoxing handed him another lunchbox. This is Johnny's lunch, but he is off chasing girls, and I couldn't find him, so it's yours to enjoy. You're still hungry, right? Peter hesitated for a moment. Lu Maoxing shrugged indifferently. It's no problem. He eats at home every day. Missing one meal, one tea hurt him. If he asks later, I'll just tell him someone stole his food. He'll never find out who it was. This perfectly illustrates the vital role that parental figures play in a child's upbringing. Under the influence of Lu Chi, Johnny, and others, even the most virtuous individual could be swayed. Fortunately, Lu Maoxing was genuinely innocent and kind-hearted. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he might have turned the world upside down long ago. Is that so? Well, thank you, Star. At this point, Peter was far from inclined to refuse Lu Maoxing, for it is not the absence of food that troubles one, but rather the feeling of being only half satisfied. Thus, he graciously accepted the lunchbox and eagerly began to eat. Observing this, his two companions couldn't help but smile with delight. Peter was quite slender, and consuming more was undoubtedly beneficial for him. The three remained oblivious to the fact that Johnny's lunch had been entirely devoured by Peter. Harry was unable to eat more, and Lu Maoxing was indifferent. In the end, only one person cared, Johnny, who had been starving all afternoon. When Lu Maoxing returned with Harry, Lu Chi was still questioning why Johnny had not yet come back. Upon hearing this, Lu Maoxing simply shook his head and helplessly remarked, Johnny is checking the surveillance at school. He'll be back shortly. The others were left bewildered. Peter, you are truly becoming quite the eater. But this is a positive sign. It indicates you are growing. As he observed Peter showcasing 3 large plates of his homemade Italian pasta alongside 6 Mexican tortillas, May Parker felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Though Peter was intelligent and excelled academically, the contemporary youth often disregard such traits. Without a robust physique and prowess in sports, one is merely perceived as a bookish nerd in the eyes of their peers. Throughout his life, Peter had endured bullying due to his frail build. Both she and Ben Parker were acutely aware of this, yet felt powerless to intervene. In America, the prevalence of bullying in schools is not merely a matter of discussion. Once parents involve themselves in their children's affairs, The child finds it exceedingly difficult to regain respect among their classmates. Fortunately, Peter was finally beginning to grow. Ben Parker glanced at his nephew's broadening shoulders and the tautness of his t-shirt, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he patted Peter on the shoulder. Good, eat up. Here, take my plate too. He pushed his uneaten pasta towards Peter. Peter quickly waved his hands. I can't eat anymore, Uncle Ben. I have plans to hang out with my classmates. I must be off. With that, he stood up, grabbed his coat from the side, and hurriedly left. Peter, be safe. Remember to come back early. Aunt May called out, placing her plate down with concern. Got it, Peter replied. May, Peter is no longer a child. I trust he knows how to take care of himself. We shouldn't interfere too much, Ben reassured her. I understand, but I can't help but worry. I've heard from the neighbors that Hell's Kitchen has been quite chaotic lately, and we live so close. I fear. Before May could finish, Ben shook his head, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. It won't happen. Peter is very sensible. He won't be reckless. Let us hope so. Peter was exhilarated. This newfound strength made him feel unprecedentedly empowered. However, he refrained from testing his physical limits at school that day, opting to wait until after classes. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a fight. The rush of empowerment was intoxicating, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. As he sprinted, Peter felt no fatigue, and before he knew it, he had reached the entrance of the Hell's Kitchen community. At that moment, a chill ran down his spine as his instincts kicked in, sensing an ominous presence looming around him. Suddenly, he turned to see a group of thugs glaring intently in his direction. The leader, a burly African-American man, holding a 10-year-old white boy by the collar. Before his mind could process the situation, Peter's mouth moved instinctively. Let go of that boy. Chapter 96. Danny, is this little rascal truly a fool? I mused. Perhaps we should simply pretend we haven't seen him. My boss forbids me from harming imbeciles. Why is that? Because his ex-wife was slain by a fool. And as a result, he not only reaped a substantial insurance payout, but also lawfully wed a new wife. Hence, he harbors a certain fondness for fools, preventing us from bullying them. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that he has ulterior motives for the future. Goodness, is there such fortune to be had? Your boss is indeed a wretched, lucky man. Damn, I envy him. While the ruffians engaged in their idle chatter about the fool's fortune, their leader, a formidable black man, remained silent, his gaze fixed menacingly on Peter. His tone was as frigid as a blade. You've seen too much, boy. It's truly unfortunate. Although I don't usually harm children, you brought this upon yourself by witnessing what you shouldn't have. Blame your restless legs. With a glance at the now subdued crowd, he waved his hand dismissively. Dispose of him quickly. The bosses are awaiting their spoils. At these words, the gang burst into malicious laughter, encroaching upon Peter while cracking their knuckles ominously. Consider yourself unfortunate, lad. What possessed you to wander into Hell's Kitchen? Peter's legs trembled uncontrollably. Despite his newfound strength, facing off against these merciless gangsters for his first battle was indeed daunting. However, hesitation was futile. After all, they were villains. Surely, inflicting a bit of extra force could be justified, right? The law of self-defense would protect me. Resolute, Peter surged forward. To the onlookers, it seemed as if he had merely vanished from their sight, for in an instant, the boy clad in a black hoodie and blue jacket had charged into their midst. He swung his fists, delivered kicks, and employed knee strikes, utilizing a rudimentary form of combat. Yet, thanks to sheer strength, these gangsters proved no match for him. And before long, they lay defeated at his feet. After patting the unconscious boy, Peter found himself at an impasse. How should he handle this child? Should he take him to the police? But how could he explain the situation? Excuse me, officer, I just took down a dozen gangsters and saved this little boy. Oh, is that so? Well done. Clink. The sound of handcuffs. It felt as though he were trapped in an endless loop. No matter how he contemplated his next move, the inevitable image of being handcuffed loomed. Perhaps I should just take him home for now and discuss matters further once he awakens. With that thought, Peter hoisted the boy onto his shoulder and set off toward home. Shortly thereafter, several black commercial vehicles came to a halt before the unconscious figures of several burly men. From the vehicles emerged a group of gangsters who hoisted them into the cars and sped away. Ina Lavishvilla. The leading thug found himself tightly bound to a chair. Suddenly, a basin of cold water was splashed onto his head, jolting him awake. As his eyes fluttered open, the first sight that greeted him was a peculiar man clad in tattered leather attire, adorned with gloves, his long hair an eerie shade of pale. His skin and lips were devoid of color, and his face was marred by grotesque black stains and lines. His body contorted into strange postures, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, as he fixated on the thug with unsettling interest. With a delicate touch, the man caressed the thug's clothing, and wherever his fingers grazed, rapid decay ensued, sending waves of terror through the thug. Seemingly bored of his game, the strange man rose slowly, his demeanor shifting to one of menace. "Brother," he demanded, "tell me what transpired. Where's the cargo I seek?" As he patted the thug's shoulder, fragments of rotting fabric fell away, and the man spoke with chilling satisfaction. "You have but one opportunity. Articulate the sequence of events with precision, or I shall end your life." The thug, trembling, nodded vigorously. "We had captured the target, but suddenly a child ambushed us." As he recounted the details, he felt the binding restraints loosen. A glance revealed that the man was clutching a fraying hemp rope, sending a fresh wave of fear coursing through him. "I do not care how you manage it, but by this time tomorrow, I expect to see you return with the child. Achieve this, and I shall double your payment. Fail, and you shall meet the same fate as those behind you." At his words, the thug turned to see a pile of bones behind him, the ground soaked in a pool of crimson ichor, emitting a foul stench. Overwhelmed by dread, he hastily vowed to succeed, prompting a nod of satisfaction from the man before he departed. With a heavy thud, the thug collapsed to the ground, acutely aware of how perilously close he was to death. Though he had survived, his troubles remained unresolved. "I must find that wretched child, or I may not see tomorrow night." Meanwhile, as Peter carried the unconscious boy home, both Ben and May stood in astonishment. Upon hearing Peter's explanation that he had found the boy by the roadside and, fearing for his safety as he could not be roused, had no choice but to bring him home, their concerns eased. They gently laid the boy on the bed, tending to him with care, waiting patiently for him to awaken. Thus, the night swiftly passed, and just as Peter was preparing for school, the young boy gradually awoke, gazing around in a daze. Suddenly, as if startled by an arrow, he sprang from his bed, his face a mask of terror as he looked at Peter and the others, his body trembling violently from fear. Ben and May, being kind-hearted individuals, were taken aback by his state and hurriedly began to explain the situation, repeatedly assuring him that he was safe and would come to no harm. Upon hearing this, the boy merely shook his head, took a sip of water, and murmured softly, "I will never be safe." "What did you say?" "Ben inquired. Bizerd." "Nothing. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself," the boy replied, shaking his head. Peter, already shouldered with his backpack, cast a puzzled glance at the sullen boy before asking, "Little brother, what is your name?" "My name? I am Danny." Chapter 97. The Visit. Danny, run. Run, Danny, don't look back. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. A piercing scream echoed within the dilapidated tenement of Queens as Danny abruptly sat up, terror-stricken, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans cascading from his forehead and soaking into the blanket beneath him. His frail body quivered slightly, a sticky sensation clinging to his back, revealing that his cold sweat had thoroughly drenched it. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the door, and with a creak, it swung open to reveal a man and a woman, strangers, who gazed at him with concern. Feeling a sudden haze enveloping his mind, Danny shook his heavy head, fragments of memory resurfacing. Late at night, the roaring motorcycle his mother shot, the valiant black priest, and the skeletal demon that had saved him. "Child, how do you feel? Do you remember anything?" Ben Parker perched on the edge of the bed, his expression filled with concern as he regarded the wary Danny. Observing the damp sheets and Danny's wet hair, May extended a glass of water. "Do you remember, Danny? Just last night, you were lying alone by the roadside. My nephew was worried you might be in trouble, so he carried you back. This morning, when you woke, you told us your name, and then you fainted again." Upon hearing this, Danny pondered for a moment before finally recalling the events. Those gangsters were nothing but brutish fools, devoid of knowledge. The drug they had used to incapacitate him was intended for elephants at the zoo, the potency astonishingly terrifying. Moreover, this gang had been so fearful that the dosage would be insufficient they had used an entire bottle at such a quantity. It could knock out 9 out of 10 elephants. Were it not for Danny's unique constitution, he might have succumbed to death. Yet even so, his memories were somewhat muddled. He vaguely recalled Peter, descending like a celestial being, bouncing about and dispatching his captors, after which darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Turning his head, Danny glanced at Ben Parker, who sat by the bedside, his hair silvered yet his countenance warm and kind. Beside him was May Parker, her face etched with concern, her figure still exuding grace and charm. Danny felt an urge to spare them from his troubles. He recalled that he had come to New York to visit his mother, but had become separated from her. Exhausted, he had fallen asleep by the roadside. Now, feeling better, he wished to avoid being a burden and expressed his gratitude for their assistance. With a light leap, Danny sprang from the bed, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. Fortunately, Ben swiftly reached out to catch him. Otherwise, he would have surely knocked out a front tooth. "You cannot do this, young man. You are far too weak. Do you remember your mother's contact information? Shall I call her to come and fetch you?" Ben inquired. "Indeed. Danny, I shall prepare some food for you. Rest for a while and think of your parents' contact details. Or it would be prudent to wait until you regain your strength before departing." May chimed in. Thus, each of them spoke in turn, gently coaxing Danny, who had already risen and was poised to leave, back onto the bed. May tenderly tucked him in with a blanket. "Thank you," Danny murmured. "No need for thanks. Just rest well, child," Ben replied before he and May exited the room, leaving Danny gazing vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, Danny stealthily rose to his feet, opened the window, and when May pushed open the door once more, he had already vanished. Fully aware of his situation, Danny understood that anyone who became entangled with him was bound to face misfortune. His mother had suffered this fate, as had Johnny Blazer, and he wished to spare this lovely couple and their nephew from any calamity caused by his presence. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa, a peculiar man with a head of white hair stood before a bald gentleman, his demeanor tense and his hands uncertain of where to rest. "Kerrigan, the power I bestowed upon you was not meant for repeated failures," the old gentleman reprimanded. Kerrigan, from Hell's Kitchen, wanted to argue, but fear gripped him, rendering him incapable of articulating a coherent response. This man before him had granted him a new life and strength. Resistance was not an option. The old gentleman rose, his bloodshot eyes and ashen skin suggesting he could expire at any moment. "Why do you not seek him out yourself? What is our agreement? New York has Iron Man. What is our agreement? Tell me, Kerrigan, what is our agreement?" Kerrigan's body trembled as he stammered, "To bring back the child and deliver him to you." The old gentleman smiled with satisfaction. "Correct, Kerrigan, bring the child back to me by 9 o'clock tonight. Should you fail once more, I shall seek another to accomplish this task. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood." Kerrigan gritted his teeth and nodded. "Excellent, Kerrigan. I await your good news." As he watched the old gentleman tremble out of the villa, Kerrigan's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth grinding audibly. At that moment, a man wielding a submachine gun entered through the door, anxiously proclaiming, "Boss, the gang has sent us a message. Last night, someone spotted a small man carrying our goods into a tenement in Queens." Upon hearing this, Kerrigan turned to the messenger, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. "May, do you believe Danny is all right?" Ben Parker, setting aside his newspaper, inquired with a hint of concern. "It's hard to say. The boy is reluctant to accept our help. Perhaps he harbors some unspoken troubles," May replied, putting down the freshly washed dish and wiping her damp hands with a nearby towel, subsequently letting her hair down from its elastic confines. A series of knocks echoed at the door. The two exchanged glances before rising to their feet, Ben asking as they walked, "Who is it?" A female voice responded from outside. "Hello, I am here to find child. Have you perhaps found a boy around 10 years old?" Ben paused, instinctively sensing something amiss, yet inexplicably opened the door. With a loud crash, a tremendous force propelled him backward, sending him crashing to the floor. Following this, a group of heavily armed men in black burst into the room, silencing Ben Parker and May with their hands before shutting the door behind them. With a decisive click, the door was locked. "Greetings, I am here to find my child. I am his father. Is he with you?" Kerrigan emerged from the throng. "TSK, how lacking in perception you are. Can't you see he can't even speak? Remove your hand." He gestured dismissively at the mercenary covering Ben Parker's mouth. "Cough, cough, please do not harm us. You may take anything you like. Rest assured, we will not contact the authorities," Ben Parker exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, pleading with Kerrigan. Simultaneously, the restrained May Parker nodded fervently, indicating they would not report them. "No, no, no," Kerrigan shook his finger disapprovingly, squatting before Ben Parker and pinching his cheek. "My friend, I have already stated that I am here for the child. I am a desperate father, and I hope you can understand my plight. Now, can you tell me where the boy you brought back yesterday is?" He has already left. Where to? I do not know. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Ben Parker fell to the ground in agony, blood soaking the floor beneath him within seconds. Upon witnessing this, May Parker thrashed violently, tears streaming down her face as she let out desperate cries. However, her mouth was covered by a mercenary, reducing her screams to mere whimpers. Grasping a rifle, Kerrigan struck May Parker's forehead with the butt of the gun. With a soft thud, she collapsed to the ground as if all her bones had vanished, her gaze slowly transforming. Burn the house down for me. The goods shouldn't have fled too far. Let's see if we can lure him back. You, take a few people and scout the area. Perhaps luck will be on our side. You, contact the computer expert and scour all the surveillance footage nearby. We must locate him. Tossing a gun to his subordinate, Carrie Jin swiftly issued commands, and in that instant, everyone sprang into action. Take this old woman with you, and leave a mobile phone with the old man. Since his nephew is quite capable, we might as well make use of him. Leave him a note, instructing him to exchange the child for us. We'll contact him by phone when the time comes. Exercise caution while setting the fire. We can't afford to burn the body beyond recognition. Suspend the body outside the window. Let be displayed. Peter, what's the matter? You look utterly distracted. Are you feeling unwell? Lou Mauching inquired, gently patting his shoulder, concern etched on his face. Peter shook his head in response. I'm fine, just feeling a bit uneasy inside. I can't quite pinpoint what's wrong. After saying this, Peter fell silent again, a heavy air of contemplation surrounding him. I think I should go home for a bit. Huh? Lou Mauching exchanged a glance with Harry, who shrugged and chuckled. Then you should go home. It's a perfect opportunity since we haven't skipped school yet. Why don't we give it a try today? Sounds good. Lou Mauching quickly agreed. I'm curious about the thrill of skipping school. It should be quite entertaining. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, it will be fun. It's a pity Thompson has joined the military. Otherwise, the four of us could have gone bowling together. Why are we still talking? Let us move. With that, Lou Mauching sprang to his feet, pulled the dazed Peter up, and called out to the excited Harry as they dashed toward the academic building. As they ran, he texted Lu Chi, "Boss, my friends and I are skipping school. We're headed out for bowling. It's going to be exhilarating." Lu Chi, glancing at the message on his phone, muttered, "That unfortunate kid." As he sought Johnny's car keys, the three of them hopped into the SUV, and with Harry flooring the gas, they sped out of the school gate. Johnny, perplexed, watched as the Mercedes G-Class sped down the road, with Harry and Lou Mauching cheering exuberantly, while Peter sat silently in the back seat. The closer they got to home, the more uncomfortable he felt. He couldn't articulate this sensation. As if he had lost something precious, his heart felt hollow and profoundly distressing. Hey, Peter, look. It seems there's a fire near your place. That smoke is quite substantial. Following the direction of Harry's finger, Peter beheld a thick plume of smoke soaring into the sky. Even in broad daylight, flickers of flames illuminated the surrounding buildings, indicating an extraordinary blaze. Suddenly, Peter felt every hair on his body stand on end, an overwhelming dread enveloping his heart. His pupils dilated, limbs stiffened, and his voice trembled. "Harry, go faster, even faster." Sensing Peter's distress, Harry said little, merely nodding slightly. "I've fastened my seatbelt. I will accelerate now." With that, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, as if trying to drive it into the fuel tank. A thunderous roar erupted from the V8 engine as the speed surged dramatically. The hefty body of the G-Class deftly maneuvered through the street, dodging vehicles, running red lights, overtaking, and even driving against traffic, effectively turning into a living encyclopedia of American traffic violations. Although Harry lacked a driver's license, this did not imply he was incapable of driving. Even if an accident were to occur, he had little to fear as the heir of the Osborne group. As they drew closer, Peter's expression grew increasingly grave, and without the need for further words, Lou Mauching and Harry realized something was amiss. They recognized the direction of the fire. It was towards Peter's home. The screech of tires pierced the air, and Peter flung open the car door, bolting into the throng of onlookers surrounding the blaze. He charged through the crowd like a football player crashing into a line of kindergartners, sending spectators tumbling. Is Peter really that strong? Harry muttered in bewilderment as he ran. Perhaps he's been working out lately? Lou Mauching suggested. That makes sense, Harry replied, navigating through the standing crowd. Lou Mauching and Harry reached the heart of the chaos, where they found Peter kneeling on the ground, weeping, cradling a bloodied man in his arms. Nearby, A bloodstained note lay on the ground, pressed beneath a black flip phone. The two approached silently, gently wrapping their arms around Peter's trembling form. Among the crowd, a small boy clad in a gray hoodie stood hesitantly, his hands tightly clasped together, his face etched with anguish and regret. It was Danny, the boy who had jumped out the window earlier. After a moment of indecision, Danny resolved to turn away. The situation had escalated to such a degree that his presence would only bring greater calamity to others. Just then, a large hand, clad in tattered gloves, landed on Danny's shoulder, accompanied by a mocking male voice. "I found you." Chapter 99, V. Let me tell you a story. Everyone immediately retreated from the scene of the fire. We are members of the Queen's Fire Department, and the scene is extremely hazardous. Please cooperate with our efforts and move beyond the designated perimeter quickly. A group of robust men clad in vibrant orange firefighting gear leapt from a crimson fire truck. At the forefront, a middle-aged African-American man shouted orders with fervor. Upon noticing Peter and the others, he hesitated momentarily, then bellowed to the surrounding chaos. "Has the ambulance arrived? Are there any doctors on site? We have injured individuals here. I am a physician. I was the one who saved him," a bearded man with curly hair stated clearly as he removed his disposable gloves. "I have already administered preliminary care. Fortunately, the rope compressed the gunshot wound, preventing excessive blood loss. Although the outcome remains uncertain, he should be stable until the ambulance arrives." Just then, the sound of the ambulance siren pierced the air. Peter rushed forward, cradling Ben's body, shouting, "Over here, here! Please, save my uncle." Amidst the turmoil, Harry discreetly tucked away the blood-stained note and phone, steadying Peter as he slumped, watching the ambulance depart. Under the firefighter's direction, the three returned to their SUV. Observing Peter's dazed expression, Lou and Harry found themselves at a loss for how to console their young friend. After a moment of silence, Harry placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. "Peter, my father has a strong rapport with the commissioner of the NYPD. I can ask him for assistance. I assure you, regardless of the cost or connections required, I will find the scoundrel who harmed Uncle Ben and hire the finest attorney to ensure he faces justice." Lou quickly added, "That's right, Peter. Uncle Ben is a good man. Fate will favor him. He absolutely will not come harm, and I will assist in any way I can." As Lou finished speaking, Harry pulled the note and phone from his pocket, placing them in Peter's hands. "Leave the search for the assailant to the New York police. Our primary obligation is to rescue Aunt May." "Yes, Aunt May. I must save Aunt May." Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes filled with urgency. His mind felt like a high-end computer from 2002, overwhelmed by the simultaneous operation of two cutting-edge games from 2823, leading to a complete system failure. In a brief span, Peter Parker had endured an overwhelming torrent of distress. Uncle Ben's life hung by a thread, Aunt May was kidnapped, and their home was consumed by flames. The root of this calamity stemmed from his act of saving a young boy and bringing him home. Would this calamity have occurred had he not acquired such powers? Peter pondered silently. "Thus, you must not withhold anything from us, Peter," Lou urged. "There's a saying, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass 1 Jugallion. And we are far from mere cobblers. We are all geniuses. The situation with Aunt May requires careful deliberation, and recklessly informing the police could complicate matters. It would be wiser to confide in my father or Stark." We sought their assistance, believing that with their financial resources, connections, and expertise, we could undoubtedly rescue Aunt May in her entirety. As Harry spoke eloquently, Lou Moushing touched the bracelet he usually wore on his wrist, now missing a bead, and slowly raised his hand, saying, "If we were to seek assistance through the internet, I might have a recommendation." In Lucci's Grand Hall, all the key members had settled onto the sofa, attentively listening as Peter elucidated the situation. Thus and so he explained. Many were astonished, their eyes widening in surprise as they observed the uneasy Peter. Harry reclined on the sofa, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can hardly believe it, Peter. Once we rescue Aunt May, you must visit my family's laboratory." Everyone held a favorable view of Lou Moushing's first friend, and after their initial astonishment, they began to assure Peter of their support, which greatly relieved him. After all, what Peter needed most at that moment was a promise from others, a lifeline. Yet, one individual remained silent, Lucci, who was busy gaping in astonishment. So this guy is the infamous failure of a man. Although Lucci was not a fan of Marvel, he had still heard of Spider-Man, the most renowned superhero, whose fame surpassed even Iron Man. Yet, he never imagined that this slender youth was indeed Spider-Man. Curiosity piqued, he subtly enveloped Peter in his aura. Without warning, Peter's hair stood on end, and he leaped to the ceiling of the first floor, surveying his surroundings as if faced with a formidable foe. Lu Qi, on the other hand, leaned back in shock, his hands tightly covering his eyes, muttering, "What an overwhelming brightness! Is this kid a saint?" What an aura it was, more sacred than Lu Maoxing's, purer than Johnny's, more haughty than Dante's, as pristine and unblemished as a newborn babe, devoid of any impurities. In contrast to Lu Qi's admiration, Peter was engulfed in terror. The momentary fright was unspeakable, as if an entire universe were bearing down upon him in corporeal form. There was no escape, no defiance, only a grim acceptance of impending doom. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. It was Lu Maoxing, rushing down from the second floor with a laptop in his arms, eagerly presenting it to V. With a gentle pat on Lu Maoxing's head, V readily accepted the computer, extracting a data cable from her wrist. Amidst the astonished gazes of Harry and Peter, she connected it to the laptop. The screen flickered madly, displaying a whirlwind of visuals. Within a second, thousands of videos were incessantly opened and closed, while a torrent of dazzling code surged across the display. Her eyes shimmered with a crimson glow as she murmured incantations. "Ah, so it is the work of this vitiligo. Let me see where you are hiding now. Interesting, it seems you have such a tale. Allow me to delve deeper. A curious ability, indeed. One wonders whether it holds any significance for us. Alas, what a misfortunate little spirit. This is what one might call being born into sin. When one compares, it is evident that this Johnny is decidedly more charming." Observing V as she muttered to herself, Lu Qi scratched his head in curiosity, yet refrained from interrupting her. 3 minutes later, V disconnected the data line and addressed the group. "All is clarified. Allow me to narrate this story for everyone." Chapter 100. Healing. This is a poignant tale of a young boy, tragically orphaned, with a father who is a demon and a mother who is human. No need to continue. This child does not bear the surname Spartan. Upon hearing this, the onlookers shifted their attention from Dante and Virgil, settling down on the sofa, eager to listen to Sister V as she regaled this tale to them. Although they had only heard a brief sentence, Peter and Harry were already brimming with questions. However, they chose to remain silent for the moment, quietly seated on the sofa, respecting V's narrative flow. Clearing her throat, V began to recount in a gentle tone. 11 years ago, a dying human woman entered into a pact with a demon to save her fragile life, the price being the birth of a child to this male demon. A year later, a baby boy was born, whom his mother named Danny. Ever since the demon learned of her pregnancy, it had not shown itself again. At this point, V glanced at Peter and nodded affirmatively. The protagonist of this story is indeed that little boy you rescued, Peter. I must say, you have willingly plunged into a deep whirlpool. Peter, V. Although this child was conceived between her and the demon, the woman loved her son with all her heart. Yet, a beautiful but defenseless woman could hardly survive in such a war-torn land, especially while tending to a hungry infant. Fortunately, this woman was both ruthless and clever. She managed to sustain Danny through cunning and deceit, raising him to be quite healthy. They lived this tumultuous yet joyful life for a decade, until a month ago when the demon returned. Its intent was simple: to take Danny away, which undoubtedly crossed the woman's threshold. Without question, she unilaterally broke the pact, rebelling against the demon and embarking on a life of flight with Danny. Looking at the audience, V clapped her hands. Now, here comes the crux of the matter. When this demon seeks to exert its power on Earth, it must pay a hefty price. Thus, it chose to hire someone to capture the child, and that person is the very one who harmed Ben Parker, named Kerrigan. Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes reddened, his hands clenched into tight fists, and his body trembled with excitement. V spread her hands and shrugged, suggesting that the unfolding narrative required no further elaboration. After all, the audience before her were well-versed individuals, and this lovely girl preferred not to make a fool of herself. Given the technological prowess of V's cybernetic body and the computational power of her neural interface, it took merely 3 or 4 seconds for her to pinpoint the location of May Parker as she commenced her thorough search. Yet the deeper she delved, the more her curiosity grew, and she persisted until she had uncovered every detail about those involved. In terms of the network technology in this world, V was undoubtedly a true deity, rendering even Jarvis a relic of the past in her eyes. After all, in the cybernetic realm, intelligent weapons like the seasonal treasures possessed their own emotional modules. Jarvis was merely an outdated product in comparison, armed with the entirety of the truth. V selectively shared innocuous tales, intent on misleading Peter and Harry, the two youngsters. With her formidable abilities, she could easily discern their intent to rush in and rescue someone. Did they think she would grant them their wish? Thus, V endeavored to simplify the entire incident to an absurd degree, creating the illusion that only adults could resolve the matter, thereby sparing the children from potential trouble. "All right, you youngsters, hurry to the hospital and keep an eye on the patient," she instructed, producing a green capsule emblazoned with the letters. "If you trust us, give this to your uncle. The rest of this situation is best left to us. We will handle it." With that, V thrust the capsule into Peter's hand and, before he could utter a word, swiftly propelled both him and Harry out the door. Observing this, Lou Moushing rose from the sofa. "I'll go keep them company. You all can manage dinner yourselves." After exchanging farewells with the others, Lou Moushing turned and dashed out, completely disregarding the astonished and pleading expressions of those remaining. "Damn it, a failed heist, and now the dinner's gone too. What mess." Noticing V's irritable demeanor, Johnny remarked with annoyance, "Of course, you telling stories led to this. Now dinner's on you." As the only one present who had shared a close encounter with V, Johnny could easily discern her antics. He was so unimpressed by her lackluster tricks that he couldn't be bothered to think twice before expressing his disdain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lucci turned with a serious expression. "Virgil, Johnny, I entrust this matter to you. I won't say more, but it must be resolved before dinner." "Not a problem, boss," they replied in unison. Johnny retreated to his room to gather the necessary weapons, while Virgil, casting a long shadow, eagerly stepped out into the night. As the door closed, Lucci vaguely perceived a shadow from which a black cat had emerged. "Lucci, I need to step out for a moment," He said, patting Lucci's shoulder with a serious expression. "Huh?" Lucci tilted his head in confusion. "Where are you going?" "There are still plenty of cooking kits left at home from Star. You have enough to eat. Or are you planning to skip dinner tonight?" He shook his head. "I worry about Star." I recognize Peter's expression all too well. It resembles the look I had when I sought revenge after losing a fight in my childhood. "I'm afraid Star might end up at a disadvantage." "Oh," Lucci nodded in understanding. "Just be careful. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of. You're the only one in this world who can make me suffer," quipped dramatically before turning to leave. "Isn't quite dashing and impressive?" V chimed in, leaning closer to Lucci, playfully coughing. Lucci turned away, lightly coughing, avoiding eye contact with V. "Cough. I suppose just passable." V chuckled softly. "Pretender. Peter, where are you headed?" "That way is not towards the hospital." On the street, Harry grasped Peter's arm, halting his steps. "I'm going to save Aunt May. I refuse to place all hope in others' hands. This situation arose because of me. I cannot simply wait for the outcome after passing the burden on to you all. If I hadn't gone out last night, Uncle Ben and Aunt May wouldn't be in danger now. If I hadn't taken that path that day, I would have encountered those thugs. Wouldn't have gained this power, and wouldn't have met Danny. All of this is my fault. If it weren't for me, none of these calamities would have occurred. You risked your lives to assist me, and I hide in the hospital doing nothing. I'm sorry. I can't sit idly by. I must save Aunt May. I need to take action. The guilt is driving me insane." Harry and Lou Moushing, who had caught up, were taken aback by Peter's breakdown. They had always perceived him as a seemingly fragile figure with an unyielding spirit. Peter had endured inexplicable bullying throughout his school years without any complaint, maintaining an optimistic outlook, which Harry had always admired about Peter Parker. Yet now, Peter appeared as fragile as thin ice on a river in December, easily shattered by the slightest touch. After a moment of silence, Harry raised his head and spoke firmly. "Peter, if you wish to save her, I will accompany you." "No, it's too dangerous," Peter exclaimed, startled by Harry's words. He quickly withdrew his arm and seized Harry's hand with such force that even the physically fit Harry found it hard to break free. "Harry, you don't need to go to such lengths for me. You've already helped me enough." "Silence, and listen to me now." Harry, casting aside his usual gentleness, exhibited a hint of ferocity upon his face. "If we are brothers, cease the trivialities. Either come with me to the hospital now, or join me in saving lives." Speak another word of nonsense, and our brotherhood will cease to exist. Peter, moved to the brink of tears, replied, Harry, With a swift retraction of his fierce demeanor, Harry reverted to his familiar kindness, enveloping Peter in an embrace. Peter, I am deeply sorry for your plight, but you need not bear this burden alone. I have faith that had our roles been reversed, you would have made the same choice, and I would never refuse your goodwill and assistance. So, my brother, try to accept our help. If you wish to go to the hospital, I shall set everything aside to accompany you. If you desire to save lives, I entrust my very existence to your hands. For I believe the superhuman you have become would never allow me to perish, would you? At that moment, Lou Moushing interjected from behind, Peter, I will accompany you as well. If you choose the hospital, I shall take care of the provisions. Should you decide to rescue others, I must confess, I am quite capable in a fight. Harry and the others shared knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Wiping away his tears, Peter spoke. Then let us first proceed to the hospital. I wish to give this to Uncle Ben. As he spoke, Peter opened his palm, revealing a capsule resting quietly within. Harry eyed the suspicious capsule with concern and asked, Are you certain about this, Peter? Lou Moushing interrupted, Fear not, Harry. This capsule, known as Combat Essence S, is a miraculous remedy for my homeland. Its potency is extraordinary and exceedingly rare. We possess very little of it ourselves. Upon hearing this, both Harry and Peter felt their worries dissipate, Peter exhaling deeply. They wholeheartedly trusted Lou Moushing, whose extraordinary talents were already shrouded in mystery, making the existence of such a miraculous, life-saving medicine seem plausible. Without further delay, the group hastily hailed a passing vehicle, initially met with curses from the driver. The sight of Harry's considerable cash transformed him into a benevolent helper, and they sped towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Johnny, piloting an all-terrain vehicle with Virgil wielding the demon blade, raced towards the outskirts of the city, guided by the mobile terminal's directions. I should have flown myself. This is far too slow. By the time we arrive, the victim may already be dead. Virgil shifted impatiently, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. What if they kill the hostage? Can you ensure that you will eliminate everyone before a bullet pierces May Park's skull? Johnny shook his head. I cannot. Can you? Neither can I, he conceded. But I can infiltrate unnoticed and swiftly eliminate all threats to the hostage. At the very least, I believe that is beyond your capabilities. How much longer will it take? Virgil inquired. Johnny curled his lips into a slight smile, then exhaled a plume of azure smoke. Soon, very soon, Uncle Ben. What should we do? Uncle Ben has not yet passed the critical period and is currently unable to eat. The three children stood before the hospital bed, gazing helplessly at Uncle Ben Parker, who was covered in tubes. Lou Moushing surveyed the room and suddenly had an epiphany. He rose, took a spoonful of water, and then opened a capsule, dissolving a pinch of the powder into the spoon. Upon witnessing this, everyone quickly rallied to assist. Harry stepped out of the ward to block anyone from entering, while Peter held Uncle Ben's mouth steady, and Lou Moushing took on the task of administering the water, with their roles clearly defined as the precious concoction was administered. Within less than a second, Uncle Ben abruptly opened his eyes. Although his wounds remained unhealed, his life was undoubtedly preserved. Peter, overwhelmed by the multitude of tubes and the pain coursing through his body, spoke with a voice that was unusually hoarse. Uncle Ben, he began, tears welling in his eyes. Lou Moushing briefly explained the situation to Uncle Ben and clarified why they could not heal him directly. Lou Moushing then stood up, saying, Uncle Ben, please rest well in the hospital. The doctors do not allow us to stay here for long. We will visit you again soon. Uncle Ben weakly nodded. Shing, thank you for saving me. Let me have a moment to speak with Peter. Please wait for him outside. In response, Harry and Lou Moushing nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Grasping Uncle Ben's hand, Peter's eyes glistened with tears as he lowered his head deeply. Observing this, Uncle Ben rasped a laugh. Child, do not blame yourself. This is neither your fault nor Danny's. Do not hold him accountable. In this world, people often find themselves at the mercy of circumstances. None of us have erred. The true wrongdoers are those who inflict harm upon others, which is precisely why I became a fan of Tony Stark. Upon hearing this, Peter lifted his head, a tear slipping down his cheek, and a faint, strained smile graced his lips. Really? I never heard you mention this before. Ha! Uncle Ben chuckled, though the smile was shadowed by pain. Because I believe in a saying that seems out of place in this era. With great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility? Peter echoed unconsciously. Uncle Ben nodded, then reached out to stroke Peter's hair. Yes, my child. Stark is the richest man in the world and a genius scientist. He could have lived a carefree life, yet he chose to bear the weight of responsibility, willing to protect the impoverished who are like dust. You are the same. My child, you protected Danny. Although I do not know how you brought him back, you did so, taking on the responsibilities within your capacity. Therefore, Peter, you too are a hero. From now on, I shall be your fan as well. Have you thought of your heroic title yet? Peter, Chapter 101. The new use of stealth outside New York City. In an abandoned air raid shelter, Danny found himself ensnared by Kerrigan, who grasped the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground as they approached a steel door. The steel soles of his combat boots echoed sharply against the stone floor, producing a disconcerting clatter within the shelter. With a creak, the iron door swung open, revealing a wartime storage room illuminated by a warm yellow light. There sat a plump gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, a smile gracing his face as he awaited their arrival. Kerrigan, my good fellow, I am truly pleased you have honored our agreement. However, it would have been preferable had you been a tad more punctual. At least I brought him, did I not, boss? With that, Kerrigan carelessly tossed Danny to the ground, treating him like discarded refuse at the gentleman's feet. No. Kerrigan, you must exhibit a modicum of courtesy towards our esteemed guest. The gentleman feigned surprise, dramatically extending his arms, and disregarding Danny's struggles, he forcefully yanked him upright. Brushing the dirt from Danny's clothing, the gentleman's gaze was icy yet filled with mirth. I have no desire to be left with a mere wreck of a body. The rulers of the demon realm and earth must maintain an impeccable image. He then rummaged through Danny's hair with a menacing expression. Child, those marked by Mephisto can never resist. Even if my knight were to rescue you momentarily, he cannot save you for eternity. Thus, let us strike a bargain. Relinquish your body to me, and I shall preserve both your soul and your mother-s in a vial, free from torment. What say you? Danny, fixing his expressionless gaze upon Mephisto, inquired. What of the woman who saved me? At this, Mephisto chuckled softly. Ah, rest assured, my child, she is very much alive. That bumbling gang almost harmed you, and she kindly tended to you for an entire night. How could I bear to harm her? Danny nodded. Very well, let's make a deal. You release her, and I shall give you my body. Oh, Mephisto raised an intrigued eyebrow. I do enjoy a good trade, but your offering lacks allure. Even if you are unwilling, I can still claim your body. To this, Danny merely smiled enigmatically. Is that so? Yet my body possesses energy akin to yours. If I were to ignite it now, what do you suppose would transpire, father? At this juncture, the smile that adorned Mephisto's face transferred to Danny's. Tired of this life of evasion, Danny realized that had he any attachments left, he would not have made such a decision. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of everything. Not long ago, Danny witnessed the tragic demise of his mother before his very eyes. Johnny Blaze had vanished without a trace, and even the elderly couple who had once saved his life suffered harm due to his presence. The architect of this calamity turned out to be none other than his biological father, a nefarious demon intent on seizing his corporeal form. Danny had resolved to rescue Mefak and subsequently detonate the energy within him, ensuring that Mephisto would gain nothing in the end. Alas, he was still too young and inexperienced to comprehend the treacherous nature of the adult world. Suddenly, Mephisto exchanged a subtle glance, prompting Kerrigan to act. With a few calculated steps, he approached Danny from behind and delivered a swift strike to the nape of his neck. Danny felt an overwhelming void in his mind, followed by an encroaching fatigue that rendered his body powerless, collapsing onto the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he glimpsed Mephisto's deceitful smile and Kerrigan's mocking wave of farewell, filled with derision. Then, a sharp pain pierced his neck and darkness enveloped him, as a syringe was withdrawn from Danny's neck. A young Caucasian man adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, a smug grin spreading across his face. Boss, this injection will keep him asleep until the night after tomorrow. Definitely not waking before dawn, he declared. Upon hearing this, Mephisto's satisfaction was evident as he replied, Well done, doctor. It is truly beneficial when everyone can share a moment of slumber. A teasing baritone resonated behind them, startling all present. Before anyone could react, A torrential wave of bullets and a translucent sea of pale blue blades surged through the crowd, claiming numerous lives. The mercenaries surrounding them either met their end with a bullet to the head or were pierced by the ethereal blue lightsabers, pinned against the walls in agony. In the blink of an eye, only Mephisto and the wounded Kerrigan remained standing. A cold sweat trickled down Kerrigan's forehead. At that moment, he heard a sound behind him, swallowing hard as he cautiously turned his head. There stood a long-haired man clad in leather, sporting brown aviator sunglasses, wielding an unfamiliar assault rifle. On his back was a stoic young man with stark white hair, dressed in a long blue coat and brandishing a long knife, who also held a captivating woman. Upon closer inspection, Kerrigan recognized her as Mefak, the very woman they had brought back earlier. The appearance of Johnny and his companions nearly elicited a laugh from Kerrigan, but the gravity of his own predicament extinguished any semblance of amusement, leaving only a sense of despair. A resonant hum filled the air as several blue, translucent blades encircled Kerrigan's form. Just as he mentally cursed his fate, the lightsabers ceased their rotation, trailing long blue tails as they pierced through his body. Before a cry could escape, Kerrigan had already transformed into a handful of dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Virgil gently patted the shoulder of the individual beneath him. Johnny, understanding the cue, slightly bent his legs and released his grip on the other S-arms. Only then did Virgil lower Mapak to the ground. Their current arrangement was the result of Johnny's recent discovery of a clever application of his stealth ability. It is well known that once the stealth ability is activated, anything the user can carry becomes an extension of themselves. Thus, Johnny pondered the implications of carrying someone on his back. That very night, he had playfully paraded various individuals in front of Liu Qi, even attempting to carry the light bearer, with predictably painful results. This marked the first practical application of his stealth ability, yielding remarkable results and considerable success. Chapter 102, The Flame Monster Johnny. Take this woman and leave. I have a personal matter to attend to. Virgil cast a curious glance at Mephisto, then manipulated his magic to draw Danny, who lay on the ground, towards him and casually handed him over to Johnny. Take this lad as well. I doubt his father will object. With that, he raised the Enma blade, pointing the hilt at Mephisto, inquiring, Am I correct, demon? Mephisto paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, I shall not intervene, for I have a more splendid option. Accepting Danny, Johnny tucked him under his right arm, hoisting the unconscious Mapak onto his back. After nodding at Virgil, he entered stealth mode and departed. Johnny had no intention of questioning Virgil's reasons for sending him away first. He trusted that Virgil would not engage in anything harmful to his family, and given Virgil's prowess, Johnny was confident he would not be bested by anyone outside their circle. After a moment of silence, Mephisto shifted his corpulent form, greedily surveying Virgil's physique. What a splendid body you possess, young man. Shall we strike a deal? Meeting Mephisto's gaze, Virgil smirked. Intriguing, do elaborate. Mephisto's eyes burned with fervor, as if he longed to consume Virgil entirely. Offer me your body, and I shall take your soul on a journey. You will witness my ascension to the throne of Satan. Once I conquer the realms of hell and earth, I will grant you dominion over the entire planet. You will be its sole ruler, and all you need to do is shift your position slightly. How's that sound? Are you intrigued? Virgil shook his head, letting out a disappointed sigh. Your offer holds no allure for me. Perhaps you should consider my proposition instead. Mephisto raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, I relish deals. Pray, share your thoughts. Speak your plan, and I can assure you a swift end. Ah, I see you possess considerable confidence in your abilities. It will suffice to eliminate you. Mephisto appeared somewhat enraged, exclaiming, Arrogant fool, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. Before he could react further, Virgil simply extended his hand, and the shadowy panther, which had been lurking in the darkness, emerged from Mephisto's own shadow. To his astonishment, the shadow executed a backflip, its elongated tail transforming into a scythe that lifted him into the air. Following this, the shadow morphed into an irregularly shaped double-headed blade, spinning wildly in midair and slicing through Mephisto's form. By the time the shadow landed, Mephisto had vanished, leaving only a gruesome scatter of flesh and dark crimson splatter on the walls. Meow! The shadow affectionately nudged Virgil's thigh, and Virgil reciprocated by crouching down to stroke the shadow's large head. As the embodiment of his childhood trauma, this demonic shadow should have been vanquished by Dante. However, thanks to the omnipotent Mod deity, it had been resurrected alongside the fragmented remnants of its former self. Sensing the residual energy in the space around him, Virgil smiled slightly, drawing the Enma blade and slicing through the air twice, creating a cross-shaped rift suspended in the void. The shadow instinctively slipped into its master's shadow, while Virgil performed a flourish with his hand and stepped into the ominous rift, which exuded a thick shroud of darkness. Meanwhile, not far from the air raid shelter, in a desolate expanse, Peter and his companions were racing through the barren lands in an opulent black SUV. The vehicle's trunk was laden with hoverboards, as Harry, clad in green goblin armor, piloted the vehicle, while Lu Maoxing occupied the passenger seat, holding a mobile terminal to direct Harry along the route. Through subtle hints, Lu Maoxing had finally extracted the information that Johnny and Virgil were responsible for the rescue, and with Lu E accompanying for protection. It was merely a chance for these three rascals to enjoy a little adventure. Thus, Lu Maoxing was seen commanding Harry to drive, or else the three of them might still be aimlessly wandering the streets of New York City. Harry, we are nearly there. Johnny and the others are just 10 kilometers ahead. Lu Maoxing pointed forward, turning to Harry and Peter. All right, brace yourselves. I'm about to accelerate, Harry remarked, and without hesitation, he pressed the gas pedal down hard. Instantly, a powerful surge pushed Lu Maoxing and Peter firmly against their seats. As they sped along, Harry suddenly spotted a tall figure astride a motorcycle, blocking their path. Screech! He slammed the brakes and jerked the steering wheel, but even with this desperate maneuver, the SUV was moving too swiftly to evade the towering figure, ultimately causing the vehicle to flip violently, crushing over the shadowy silhouette. In an instant, the plane was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and amidst the cacophony of a violent collision, the ground bore the marks of devastation, littered with shards of the dismembered automobile. Bang! With a right foot clad in green armor, Harry kicked open the car door, and together with Peter, they pulled the disoriented Lu Maoxing from the vehicle, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The recent events had thoroughly frightened the trio. Fortunately, Harry was protected by his armor, Peter possessed extraordinary resilience, and Lu Maoxing was under the aegis of light energy. Thus, the three managed to escape unscathed, unlike an ordinary person who would have been reduced to mere fragments alongside the wrecked vehicle. By the way, what happened to that guy? Peter exclaimed suddenly, slapping his thigh. Quick, we need to save him. At Harry's urgent shout, the two sprang to their feet and dashed toward the wreckage, with Lu Maoxing shaking his head and following closely, clutching an unused capsule in his hand. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the debris, and just as the three were at a loss, a fiery figure emerged from the flames, stepping forth with deliberate strides. Before them stood a sinister creature clad in a black, tattered leather jacket, bubbling under the intense heat, draped with a glowing iron chain and crowned with a flaming skull. The three were taken aback, mouths agape, staring at this nonchalant monster as it seemed to observe them in silence. Chapter 103. Reunion. The explosion sent flames scattering, igniting the surrounding dry brush and creating a cacophony of crackling fire. The group and the creature exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing awkward. The monster then raised its arm, pointing at the trio, prompting an instinctive sense of alarm. Lu Maoxing drew his energy gun, aiming at the creature, while Harry donned his mask, his hoverboard floating behind Lu Maoxing, ready to whisk him away to safety. However, the monster did not launch an attack. Instead, in a voice befitting its fearsome appearance, it intoned, "You are innocent. Please drive safely." The group was taken aback by the creature's unexpected praise and concern, falling into silence once more. They watched as the monster bent down, carefully clearing away the remnants of the car, revealing its unscathed, fiery motorcycle, which it then mounted with ease. "That guy looks really cool," Harry murmured dreamily, fixated on the flaming figure. Indeed, Peter nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Maoxing's attention was drawn to the monster's flames. The temperature of those flames seems incredibly high. Perhaps they would be perfect for stir-frying? The monster responded. Peter and Harry chimed in. What if he's a culinary genius? With that line of thought, who could be a culinary deity? Not only the trio, but even the light emissaries in the subspace fell into silence. What is it? Has my fiery son no longer satisfied you? Just as the monster appeared ready to ride away, he abruptly turned his head, glaring at the crowd and seething. You are a demon. You are guilty. Peter and the others, sensing the tension, grew alert once more. Yet before they could react, a sultry female voice resonated from behind them. "You lack the authority to judge my guilt. Depart from this place, and I may refrain from striking you." "Ijia!" Lu Maoxing exclaimed, turning in delight. "Be good." With arms outstretched, Lu Yi embraced Lu Maoxing, gently wiping the dust from his small face with her sleeve. "You are guilty." The monster, undeterred by Lu Yi's words, stepped off the vehicle, yanking down the chains that bound him, advancing towards Lu Yi and the others with deliberate strides. In response, Lu Yi swiftly drew the younger ones behind her, using her towering frame to shield them. "Run far away. When the fight breaks out, I don't want you to be caught in the crossfire." Harry, upon hearing this, interjected, "Ijia, we can help too." Lu Yi, having effortlessly sent the monster flying with a single punch, turned her head, curiosity etched on her face. "What did you just say?" Harry replied, "Nothing. I said we should leave right now." "Oh." Liu Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Remember to keep your distance. This guy could take a hit, and I might need to exert some force." With that, she retrieved a rectangular plastic box from her pocket and handed it to Lu Maoxing. "You know how to use this, right? Take it and get out of here quickly." Receiving the box, Lu Maoxing nodded and, along with Harry and Peter, hastily fled. As the sounds of enormous crashes and the unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed in the distance, a cold sweat trickled down Lu Maoxing's forehead. Lu Yi was truly remarkable. Not only was she gentle and eloquent, but she also had a hearty appetite. However, her fierceness in battle was quite daunting. Having previously witnessed Lu Yi spar with the Spartan brothers, Lu Maoxing understood well the ferocity of this seemingly adorable sister when provoked. The once mighty Virgil was like a rag doll in her hands, tossed about with ease. Even after transforming into his true demon form, he fared little better, sustaining bruises and injuries. Yet, he had at least compelled Lu Yi to unleash her Super Saiyan form, a feat worthy of great admiration. "Star, what is that in your hand?" Peter inquired curiously. In response, Lu Maoxing offered a mysterious smile, retrieving a round capsule from his possession. Upon gently pressing the button at its top, he tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding pop, smoke billowed, and when it cleared, a gleaming black sedan stood prominently in the open space. After ushering the awestruck duo into the vehicle, Lu Maoxing took his place at the driver's seat. This vehicle, a state-of-the-art hovercraft from the world of Dragon Ball Z, was a New Year's gift from Lu Qi to Lu Yi. However, upon discovering its sluggish speed, Lu Yi expressed her disdain, prompting Lu Maoxing to frequently borrow it for his escapades in my realm. He has become quite adept at maneuvering it, exhibiting the prowess of a seasoned driver. After a flurry of dazzling adjustments, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of futuristic electricity, the hovercraft surged forth like a fighter jet, skimming the ground with astonishing velocity. This speed transcended conventional measurements of acceleration, warranting a new metric altogether. As Lu Yi felt Lu Maoxing's aura recede into the distance, a smile graced her lips. At last, she could exert herself a bit more. With a sudden push off the ground, she shot forth like a meteor, trailing a long, luminous tail, and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's chest. A tremendous roar echoed as a sonic boom erupted between them, and in the blink of an eye, the creature soared skyward at an incredible speed. With a mighty force, Lu Yi unleashed her energy, generating a fierce gust that enveloped the surroundings in swirling dust, birthing yet another sonic boom as she ascended even faster. In an instant, she positioned herself behind the creature, raising her arms high, fingers interlocked, and with a resounding shout, she struck down upon its back. As a mushroom cloud of dust and debris erupted skyward, it captured the attention of everyone present, including Johnny, who was holding on to Danny and Mypake, as well as the little ones in the hovercraft. "I hope Sister E is all right," Peter murmured anxiously from the back seat, gazing at the massive mushroom cloud and calculating the potential of his own demise. In response, Lu Maoxing chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry, if anyone's in trouble, it won't be E. She's far more formidable than you can imagine." Harry, pausing his exploration of the hovercraft, looked up curiously and asked, "Is she stronger than Superman?" Lu Maoxing hesitated. "Well, I'm not certain. Perhaps we should arrange for them to face off someday." Just then, a sleek black Mercedes G-Class approached, and Peter immediately spotted Mypake, securely fastened in the passenger seat. "Star, stop!" he shouted. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt. Chapter 104 Virgil's Plans in the Desolate Expanse. A futuristic hovercraft and a rugged G-class stood side by side. Peter held a capsule in his hand, cautiously feeding it to Mypake. Moments later, she opened her eyes, bewildered and scanning her surroundings before her gaze settled on Peter. Aunt May, you are safe now. Star's family has rescued you. Peter appeared somewhat agitated as he gently set down the still-dazed Mypake. He stepped forward to Johnny, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Johnny. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." In contrast, Johnny waved his hand dismissively, lit a cigarette, and patted Peter on the shoulder. "Kid, after all, I am somewhat of a teacher to you. Assisting you is no great feat. As for gratitude, I would appreciate it if you could look after the stars for me in the future." Peter readily nodded in agreement. "No problem. Even if you didn't say it, I would do so." Johnny chuckled with satisfaction. "Good lad. It seems our efforts were not in vain. I am beginning to like you." Peter shyly scratched his head. Lou Mauching glanced around before curiously inquiring of Johnny, "What about Virgil? Did he leave already?" Johnny shook his head. "He mentioned he had some personal matters to attend to and told me to take the others back first." Exhaling a plume of blue smoke, Johnny shrugged. "What does it matter? With his abilities, could he really be bullied by anyone?" He then added, "Let's head back. After an afternoon of labor, my back aches. And I am famished." Lou Mauching responded, "I'll prepare a grand feast when we return." Johnny grinned with satisfaction. "Then why are we still talking? Get in the car." The powerful engine of the Mercedes G-Class roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards New York City. Meanwhile, Lou observed in silence the middle-aged man slumped in the pit. Previously, when he was a monster, it was easier for her to take action. Now, he had transformed into a vulnerable human, leaving her in a quandary. To kill or not to kill? This question lingered in her not-so-large mind, refusing to dissipate. It wasn't until the distant sound of a propeller reached her ears that Lou let out a slight sigh. With a regretful glance at the unconscious man, she vanished from her spot. At home, Lucci reclined on the sofa, watching a tedious television program. Dante sat beside him, diligently maintaining his dual pistols, while V cuddled with Joan Maley in the corner, likely whispering flirtatious remarks that had turned her cheeks a rosy hue. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated, and Lucci instinctively reached out as a statuesque blonde beauty of over 6 feet fell directly into his embrace. Gazing down at Lucci, who was draped over his neck in a princess carry, Lucci smiled gently. "Welcome home. Did everything go smoothly?" Lucci nodded adorably. "Everything went well. I even found a splendid punching bag, though I hit it a bit too hard and broke it." Lucci nodded in acknowledgement. "As long as all is well. Hurry and take a shower. You smell terrible." Upon hearing this, Lucci gasped and leaped out of Lucci's arms, raising her arms to catch a whiff of her own scent before dashing upstairs to her room. A whistle pierced the air, drawing his gaze away from Lucci. He noticed Dante, with a flamboyant demeanor, cast a sly glance at Lucci before teasingly remarking, "As long as everything is going smoothly. You should hurry and take a bath. You reek." Lucci nearly rolled his eyes into the back of his head, pushing Dante away with irritation as he retorted, "You scoundrel, do you believe I won't dismantle your twin guns?" In response, Dante immediately raised his hands in surrender, saying, "I believe you. I would never be surprised by anything my boss does." With a dismissive gesture, Lucci lit a cigarette and casually engaged Dante in conversation. "Virgil's aura has vanished from Earth. Where do you think he's gone?" Dante paused in his task of cleaning his gun, a smirk forming on his lips. That restless soul. I suspect he has ventured into the demon realm." Didn't V mention that this matter was the work of demons? I reckon Virgil is concocting another scheme to augment his power. Lucci flicked the ash from his cigarette. He truly is relentless. "But aren't you concerned that one day you may find yourself unable to defeat him?" To this, Dante merely smiled lightly. "Not at all. I have already fused with my father Sparta's power twice, and the demon sword Dante has achieved a harmonious union. At this point, I can scarcely conceive of further enhancing my strength. I believe Virgil is in a similar predicament. Ever since consuming the fruit of the demon tree, his power had reached its zenith. If it weren't for the numerous mods you installed, boss, he would never have become stronger in his lifetime. Is there truly no surprise left?" V, seated nearby, interjected, joining the conversation. She elegantly positioned herself between the two, tilting her head to gaze at Dante. Dante shook his head with a smile. "It's impossible. His Yamato differs from my rebellion. He cannot augment his magical power through external means. After all, the demon realm. At this juncture, Dante suddenly froze, turning to face the perplexed expressions of those around him, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. So Virgil harbored such thoughts when he ventured into the demon realm. How foolish of me. It seems I too must devise a way to enhance my power. With that, disregarding the bewildered looks of Luci and V, Dante grabbed his twin guns and ascended the stairs, retreating to his room to ponder his next steps. Scratching his head, Luci, still in a state of confusion, patted the equally puzzled V on the head. Did you understand any of that? V shook her head. No, did you? Not at all, Luci replied, and they both lamented, curse that riddle master. In the demon realm, Virgil effortlessly sliced through the grotesque demon that charged at him, elegantly flicking the green blood from his blade before sheathing it with flair, continuing his advance toward the looming black mountain ahead. He felt assured in his decision. The past incarnation of Virgil had once split himself in two with Yamato, with the human aspect manifesting as a tattooed demon hunter, wielding a gentleman's cane and binding contracts with shadow leopards, chattering birds, and massive boulders. The malevolent aspect of his being transformed him into the formidable demon known as Urizen, for he consumed the fruit of the demon tree, acquiring power that surpassed even that of the demon king Mondus. As Virgil walked, he unsheathed the Yamato and plunged it into his own heart. The shadow panther erupted from the shadows, its feline visage reflecting utter disbelief. Seriously, you again? Chapter 105. Striving to become the Demon King. At the moment the Yamato pierced Virgil's body, the long crimson expanse of the demon realm was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds, swirling with golden lightning that swiftly blanketed the vast demonic landscape. Numerous grotesque demons raised their heads, sensing the pervasive aura of bloodlust and malevolence in the air, and instinctively prostrated themselves, pressing their foreheads to the ground in reverence to the arrival of the new Demon King. Meanwhile, seated upon the throne in his palace, Mephisto, reveling in the cunning of his recent maneuver, felt the chilling, knife-like presence. He stood in disbelief, his emerald demon eyes fixed intently on the direction of Virgil. He could hardly fathom that his deliberate act of leaving a spatial coordinate would summon such a significant predicament. This was not merely a trouble stemming from a disparity in power, but rather a complication concerning the contest for authority. This newcomer, who had only just arrived in the demon realm, was already encroaching upon his dimensional dominion. This was precisely Virgil's intent, to seize power in the demon realm, to reclaim the title of Demon King in this new world, thereby amplifying his magical capacity and achieving a qualitative leap in strength. In his former existence as the Demon King Urizen, Virgil had established his dominion through absolute power, and in this novel world, his status had not diminished. He was merely one demon realm away from becoming the true Demon King. Peter's plea for assistance instilled hope in Virgil, for he had informed him that there seemed to be demonic figures involved in this incident. Perhaps it was a case of serendipity, as if the iron shoes had led him to a hidden treasure. Upon hearing this, Virgil could not contain his elation. He was fully prepared to wield the Yamato with relentless fury. Yet he could not have anticipated that the demon who had previously fled would intentionally leave behind the spatial coordinates of the demon realm. Virgil even entertained the suspicion that this individual might be a traitorous demon. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how he could have orchestrated such a scenario, as if to lure him into the demon realm to seize his very body. This was akin to placing a lascivious individual in a free-foot massage parlor. Was it not a simple act of offering? The true nature of the situation remained elusive to Virgil, for upon the complete release of his magical essence, he had now fully transformed into the fearsome and grotesque visage of Urizen, embracing the terrifying magnitude of his power, which far exceeded that of his earthly self. Virgil opened his arms wide, tilting his head back and reveling in the intoxicating sensation of strength coursing through his entire being. Without further ado, his primary objective now is to incessantly vanquish, to relentlessly exterminate more demons, compelling all the fiends here to submit to his terrifying might, thereby garnering greater recognition and authority within this realm of demons. Virgil lightly waved his arm, and in an instant, a crimson column, adorned with spikes, materialized in the air, floating gracefully and emitting a melodious chime. He set forth once again towards the towering mountain. It was evident that numerous demons were intent on thwarting his ambitions, with Mephisto among them. Shadows, dark as night, approached from the distant sky and horizon, an endless tide of demons gradually engulfing the landscape of this demonic realm. Witnessing this, the shadow bristled with alarm, emitting a low growl akin to a V-12 engine, instinctively crouching down, its muscles taut and vigilant as it surveyed the impending onslaught of the demonic horde. Observing the unfolding scene, Virgil bared his fanged grin, lifted his right hand, and snapped his fingers with a muffled sound. Immediately, a brilliant red light surged from the heavens, transforming into a blazing meteor that plummeted into the throng of demons. A thunderous explosion ensued, scattering flesh and debris, the cacophony of anguished cries resonating like a macabre symphony, tantalizing Virgil's primal urge to kill. As a crimson laser shot forth from the smoke, the resulting spiral of air dispersed the rising dust, accompanied by a violent explosion, revealing a colossal stone figure that raised its arm horizontally, spinning wildly amidst the demon horde like a meat grinder. In truth, even within the narrative of Devil May Cry 5, Virgil had already reconciled with himself. The official manga of Devil May Cry 5 indicated that the personas of V and Urizen had vanished. Thus, the three demons lost their pact with V, ultimately meeting a noble demise. Therefore, when Virgil once again plunged a blade into himself, it was the image of Urizen, the lord of the demon realm, that emerged, rather than the representation of humanity embodied by V. The persona of V had completely merged with Virgil, including Urizen, though the visage of Urizen was retained merely due to the status of the demon lord. As the characters of the game synchronously aligned with reality, certain details inevitably shifted. Virgil's dual personas exemplify this, as does Liu Yi's experiences prior to the game's narrative. Once again, I shall refrain from elaborating. With the dazzling entrance of the small stone, the loquacious old bird could not resist making an appearance. It let out a peculiar cry, its body shimmering with red lightning, then lunged forth like an arrow, weaving in and out among the demon throng. Ultimately, as it unleashed its accumulated magical energy, a circular domain of pure crimson lightning erupted, turning all demons within its reach to ashes, culminating in a vacuum zone approximately 1 kilometer in diameter. Witnessing the valor of his companions, the shadow leopard was unwilling to lag behind. It traversed effortlessly through various shadows, transforming its body into lethal weapons, mercilessly reaping the lives of demons. A copious amount of blood splattered onto the ground, transforming the originally dull yellow earth into a vibrant tapestry, infused with the essence of an artist. Sensing the fortification of his demonic lordship, Virgil smiled with satisfaction, while the demon lords of this realm grew anxious. Well, I invited you to visit my home, and you dare to alter my property deeds and household registration? I shall eliminate you. Though the major demon lords of hell had engaged in covert rivalries for years, faced with a formidable adversary, they refrained from internal strife. Disputes could occur within their own domains, but they would never allow outsiders to benefit. It must be noted that Virgil, to some extent, fostered a harmonious development among the denizens of hell, achieving the ultimate goal of a unified hell, a shared dream, united against a common foe, advancing and retreating together. As he observed the ever-increasing throngs of demons surging towards him like a great tsunami, Virgil calmly waved his hand, and a massive pitch-black wormhole materialized before him. Chapter 106. Ultimately a king, yet merely a demon lord, the 7 deadly sins demons. A formidable faction within the Devil May Cry 3 series may lack individual strength, yet their sheer numbers grant them considerable combat prowess upon their transformation. Each of the 7 demons is named after one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. From the wormhole Virgil opened, a relentless stream of these demons emerged, their numbers akin to a swarm of locusts, reminiscent of pouring a bowl of millet into rice and stirring it with one's hand. Momentarily, the demons from both worlds were thoroughly mixed. Although the demons of the Devil May Cry universe were relatively weak, their strength was contingent upon who they were compared against. If measured against Dante and Virgil, even the demon Emperor Mundus would seem inconsequential. However, when compared to the typical demons of the regional dimension, the 7 deadly sins were indeed formidable, especially post-transformation, becoming veritable slayers of the weak. Unfortunately, Virgil found himself in enemy territory, even if the seven deadly sins fought two or three adversaries at once. The overwhelming disparity in numbers would ultimately lead them to defeat. Yet Virgil remained unperturbed, for these circumstances were precisely as he had anticipated, or perhaps had even orchestrated. He inflicted a wound upon himself to transform into Urizen, subsequently unleashing his magical power and forcibly claiming authority. The commotion he created was not merely to summon a few lesser demons for a trivial game. In truth, Virgil's every action revolved around a singular theme: instilling fear and demonstrating strength. In the Devil May Cry universe, Urizen had once wielded absolute power, violently subjugating the entire demon realm, ultimately ascending to the throne and becoming the demon lord. Though the world we inhabit has evolved, the essence of demons remains unchanged. They are still demons, and the realm of darkness retains its character, regardless of its nomenclature. In essence, demons are inherently contemptible. They disregard gentle entreaties. Yet when faced with the sting of a whip or the sharp heel of a boot, they flutter their pristine wings and eagerly proclaim you as their master. This mirrors certain individuals in our world. While both employ violence to conquer, their methods differ significantly. In the realm of Devil May Cry, Virgil need only wield the Yamato. Cleaving from east to west, and with a swift back and forth, he would find legions of demons eagerly elevating him to a throne, leaving him no choice but to comply. However, this world is different. Virgil is not of this domain. Although he possesses the stature of a demon lord, the infernal dimension does not acknowledge him. It is akin to wielding a sword from the Ming dynasty to strike officials of the Qing dynasty, a rather absurd endeavor. Thus, Virgil's task becomes apparent. If the Ming sword cannot fell the Qing official, then he shall restore the Ming and overthrow the Qing. Consequently, Virgil must continuously gather the myriad negative emotions of demons: despair, fear, and anger, explaining why he, despite his capability to single-handedly vanquish hell, engages in such convoluted tactics. Returning our gaze to the battlefield, as the seven deadly sins summoned by the wormhole faced imminent annihilation at the hands of the native demons, a smile began to grace the faces of the demon lords. Virgil, with open arms, summoned forth a cacophony of buzzing sounds as countless dark wormholes expanded in the air, raining down the seven deadly sins like relentless raindrops. Though conjuring such a multitude of demons demanded considerable magical energy, Virgil was endowed with boundless power. The descent of these formidable embodiments of sin swiftly turned the tide of battle. Sensing the opportune moment, Virgil snapped his fingers. With a resounding snap, a vibrant hum resonated through the air, and tendrils of purple demonic energy radiated from the seven deadly sins. The native demons could distinctly sense that these bizarre kin had grown stronger than before. The battlefield transformed into a lopsided affair. Even with numerous high-ranking demons among the original forces, the sheer volume of adversaries proved overwhelming. Those massive wormholes, spanning thousands of meters, unleashed the corrupted seven deadly sins like a relentless torrent, such that even Dante from the Devil May Cry 5 universe would be left trembling. In this moment, Virgil metamorphosed into a veritable rocket engine, fueled by the negative emotions of the demons. As the demons' fear magnified Virgil's strength, his growing power only deepened their terror, creating a flawless logical loop, with Virgil standing as the ultimate and sole benefactor. As time progressed, the demons crafted by Virgil grew increasingly powerful, to the point where even the once feared three-headed hellhound became a mere foot soldier. At this juncture, Mephisto could no longer remain passive. For Virgil's strategic accumulation led to an instantaneous loss of a significant portion of his dimensional authority. He was perilously close to losing his status as a dimensional lord. In light of this, even Mephisto felt the urgency of the situation, and he swiftly descended towards Virgil's towering figure. However, with a resounding clang, Mephisto found himself transformed into a street dancer, bewilderedly performing breakdance moves as he stood frozen in place. This peculiar predicament was due to an invisible barrier that completely severed the connection between their worlds. As Virgil advanced, a sharp pop resonated, akin to the shattering of a bubble, and the ground beneath him expanded outward, pushing Mephisto backward against the transparent barrier. At this moment, the demon realm of Devil May Cry manifested in this world, rapidly engulfing the very essence of the hellish dimension and continuously enlarging itself. The instant the demon realm of Devil May Cry fully emerged, the hellish dimension would be relegated to history, and the indigenous demons of Mephisto's realm would vanish from existence, destined to be forgotten by all. An unprecedented wave of terror swept through the hearts of all demons. Yet Virgil was not inclined to grant them any opportunity for resurgence. He knelt down and planted a seed in the ground beneath him. As he infused it with his magical essence, a towering tree of a pallid hue shot skyward, swiftly casting a shadow over the land and accelerating the assimilation of the hellish dimension. With a thunderous roar, countless pale roots burst forth from the earth, intertwining and weaving to create the most magnificent throne for their esteemed demon king. As a solemn chime of a copper bell echoed, the demon realm of Devil May Cry completely consumed the entirety of the hellish dimension. Before Mephisto could utter a cry of despair, he vanished entirely, and the throne was completed. Virgil turned to behold a grand white throne rising majestically, radiating a dazzling, luminous glow. Momentarily taken aback, Virgil could not help but exclaim, "Damn! Isn't this just a plastic stool from a food stall?" Chapter 107. The theft of the magic cube with the disappearance of Mephisto's hellish dimension. It was supplanted by the obscure Spartan demon realm, a development that swiftly circulated within the circles of dimensional demon lords. It is worth noting that this hellish dimension was among the oldest of its kind, and Mephisto, a powerful and astute lord, had commanded respect. His sudden vanishing sent ripples of shock throughout the realm of dimensional demon lords. However, such was the nature of the universe, teeming with countless dimensional lords, where numerous leaders are born and perish daily. Although Mephisto's demise was indeed startling, he was merely one among the multitude of lords who met their end that day. The Spartan demon realm was no exception. However, if one were to inquire who rejoiced the most at Mephisto's demise, it would undoubtedly be those lords of the hellish dimension who share his status. Figures such as Lucifer, Dormammu, and Hades, who, like Mephisto, belong to the pantheon of hellish sovereigns, have long engaged in the treachery of sabotaging one another, each seeking the ultimate honor of being called Satan. In life, Mephisto was the most formidable contender for this title, and with his passing, the opportunity now arises for others. After all, Mephisto was exceedingly powerful. Had he not met his end, the other lords of the underworld would have found little respite. In summary, Mephisto's death has ushered in a cacophony of fireworks and jubilant celebrations, with no one mourning his loss, compelling Virgil to unwittingly assume the role of a benevolent figure. This benevolent soul has not returned home for an extended period, leaving the patriarch, Luci, consumed with worry, to the extent that he hastily consumed 5 bowls of rice before calling it a day. One might ponder what mischief our domineering leader is up to. Could it be that he is so engrossed in revelry with succubi that he hesitates to return? Johnny, cigarette in mouth, reclined on the sofa, exhaled clouds of smoke while musing. Nonetheless, this topic seemed to ignite the interest of all present, prompting everyone to sit upright and indulge in fanciful imaginings of a non-existent girl. Recently, a novel post-dinner activity had emerged in Luci's household. Given the monotony of television programming, which can become tiresome, the group proposed that each post-meal respite should involve drawing lots to select an individual who would become the focal point of discussion. From their attire to their personal philosophies, every aspect would be analyzed, culminating in the chosen individual determining who provided the most accurate portrayal, while the one whose analysis was the most absurd would be tasked with tidying up after the meal. Initially conceived during a moment of boredom, this game transformed dramatically when Lu E posed the question regarding the first moment one felt closest to death. The discussions took on a more serious tone, evolving swiftly from a light-hearted pastime into a profound exploration of existential themes. Each participant possesses their own unique insights and experiences, and this practice not only deepens their understanding of one another, but also facilitates an indirect exchange of wisdom. Apart from Luci, every individual present has been the protagonist of their own tale, each with a legendary life story, some having survived, while others have met their ultimate fate. Even Lu Maoxing's culinary journey has not been without its trials. He has faced life-and-death situations countless times, with each seemingly ordinary cooking competition concealing a deadly gamble for his very existence, its brutality rivaling that of others. Whenever Lu Qi settled onto the sofa, Listening to his companions share their tales, he invariably maintained the utmost enthusiasm. Their conversations resembled perusing an official supplementary compendium, filled with narratives absent from the original work. How utterly fascinating, given that our benevolent friend had been away for an extended period. Dante suggested they should indulge in some gossip about Virgil before his return. However, every topic must find its conclusion. What should one do when conversation runs dry? At this juncture, Johnny proposed a solution: rumors. This tactic later became a favorite among celebrities, with whispers suggesting that those who mastered it earned millions in fees. To be candid, Lucci had been anxiously fretting over Johnny during this time. The cost of fabricating rumors about Virgil was substantial. A mere slander could result in minor injuries, while a grandiose fabrication could lead to severe repercussions. Lucci was at a loss regarding how Johnny would settle the bill, especially since when Danny first regained consciousness, he inadvertently overheard Johnny's slander about Virgil, which left him devoid of any gratitude towards his savior, and even concocting a dramatic narrative of escaping from a wolf's den into a tiger's lair. Had it not been for Peter's diligent explanations, Danny might have fled once again. Just as Lucci oscillated between concern and curiosity, an abrupt phone call shattered his intrigue. Irritated, he picked up the phone and, upon glancing at the caller ID, answered with a tone that reflected his displeasure. "Tony, you'd better give me a $2 million reason, or I swear I'll fly over there and give you a beating." Stark's voice crackled through after a series of clicks. "I've transferred you the funds. Can we discuss business now?" "Speak," Lucci urged. "Listen, buddy, you've completely derailed my train of thought." Lucci glimpsed at the long string of zeros in his bank account, grinning as he replied, "No worries, I can wait while you gather your thoughts." "I'm not in a rush." Stark continued, "Here's the thing. I need your assistance. Is it you who needs help, or is it S-H-I-E-L-D? Lucci hesitated to agree immediately. "Both." Stark sighed. Lucci grimaced. "I feel like I'm about to become an auxiliary member of S-H-E-L-D. Why is it that every time there's an issue, you seek assistance from an ordinary civilian? Is this how you ensure the safety of citizens?" Stark exhaled heavily. "Enough joking, buddy. This is serious. It's a major crisis, or else I wouldn't be reaching out." Seeing Stark's earnest demeanor, Lucci set aside his playful banter. "All right, Tony, what's the problem?" However, he made it clear, "I must tell you beforehand, if this matter proves too troublesome, I will not hesitate to decline. Aliens are coming. The cosmic cube has been stolen." Chapter 108. Farewell to Seoul. A bit busy today. Next chapter later. In a vast expanse of the Atlantic, upon the deck of an aircraft carrier, Lucci strolled amidst the fleet of fighter jets, adorned in beach shorts, flip-flops, and a white t-shirt, complemented by a pair of brown sunglasses. His demeanor resembled that of an exuberant schoolchild on a spring outing, as he curiously explored the surroundings. "Mate, mind your manners and conduct. Don't embarrass me," Stark uttered, turning his back to Lucci while surveying the area. He discreetly tugged at the hem of Lucci's shirt, striving to maintain an inconspicuous tone. From the moment Lucci set foot on the deck, Stark noted that his friend's gaze had not wavered from the parked fighter jets even for an instant. Stark found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the allure of these outdated aircraft. He believed a single screw from his armor possessed more technological sophistication than these planes. Growing impatient, he yanked at Lucci's arm, urging, "Stop staring, mate. These are obsolete models. There are far more thrilling things awaiting you." "Oh, more thrilling?" Lucci's interest peaked at Stark's words. What could possibly be more exciting than fighter jets? "Your armor, perhaps?" This prompted a chuckle from him. "Come on, Tony. Your rusty armor can't even defeat V. I'd rather watch the Power Rangers transform." Stark's face flushed crimson with indignation, and he retorted in exasperation, "Sheesh. Do you even grasp what you're saying? You're questioning the inventions of the greatest scientist in human history. If it weren't for the fact that V is a girl, I would have already defeated her using the mobility of my armor." "But why haven't you?" Lucci inquired. "Because I want to face her head-on, to triumph over V in a fair confrontation, demonstrating that her revered cybernetic theories pale in comparison to my mechanized innovations." Observing Stark's earnestness, Lucci couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his friend. To claim he could defeat V in a direct confrontation was a rather grand jest. After all, while V was making waves in the cyber realm, Stark was still sulking like a child with his father. setting aside their differences in combat experience and external enhancements. The disparity in temperament was stark. Stark, the genius inventor of the iron armor, paled in comparison to V, the legendary figure of Night City. To put it bluntly, whether Stark donned his armor or not made little difference to V. One was a predator, while the other merely opened a can of meat. Everyone knows canned meat offers no resistance, thus rendering Stark's fate at V's hands inevitable. Nevertheless, as Stark was a good friend who resonated well with Lu Chi, he refrained from dampening Stark's enthusiasm. Instead, Lu Chi simply patted Stark on the shoulder, hastily concluding the topic. It is evident that Stark was not particularly inclined to engage in a discussion with Lu Chi regarding the matter at hand. The rivalry between the two scientists rendered Lu Chi, an illiterate bystander, utterly out of place. As Stark guided Lu Chi into the interior of the aircraft carrier, they traversed a lengthy corridor and eventually entered a room brimming with technological marvels. In one corner of the room lay an array of scientific instruments, the names of which Lu Chi could not recall. At the center stood a large, white round table surrounded by individuals of diverse appearances, all engrossed in their respective tasks. Upon hearing the door creak open, they abruptly turned to gaze intently at the bewildered Lu Chi. As he surveyed the room, Lu Chi was momentarily taken aback, for he beheld the last person he wished to encounter, Thor, the god of thunder. Ever since Lu Chi had been deceived by Odin and subsequently erupted in anger at Asgard, the relationship between them had plummeted to an abyss. While Lu Chi harbored a deep disdain for Asgard and Odin, he nonetheless held a favorable impression of Thor. For reasons unknown, he felt a kinship with the god of thunder. However, following the Asgard incident, Lu Chi had slain several Asgardians and even taken Odin's life, albeit temporarily, as Odin had since returned. Yet the animosity lingered, making their reunion somewhat awkward. To Lu Chi's surprise, Thor appeared to have completely forgotten their tumultuous history. Upon spotting Lu Chi enter the room, Thor bounded over with the exuberance of a golden retriever, enthusiastically waving his arms. Lu Chi, may I call you that? Do you remember me? Grasping Lu Chi's right hand, Thor vigorously shook it, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Lu Chi's face, and continued to converse with unbridled enthusiasm. I regrettably did not have the chance to thank you before I returned to Asgard. What a pity. Once this matter concludes, you must accompany me to Asgard for a couple of days. We cherish warriors of your caliber. Observing Thor's unwavering enthusiasm, Lu Chi felt as though a spectral golden retriever was perched behind him, panting joyfully with its tongue lolling out, wagging its tail in delight. Lu Chi managed an awkward smile. Haha, I shall certainly pay a visit when the opportunity arises. I hear your realm is breathtaking. By the way, how are your father and brother faring these days? At this inquiry, Thor's expression shifted to one of sorrow, just as Lu Chi anticipated that Thor's facade would falter. He spoke, Alas, my father has passed away, and Loki now remains by our mother-'s side. Wait, I'm standing right here beside you. Shouldn't you first inquire about my well-being before extending your condolences to my family? Thor regarded Lu Chi with a puzzled tilt of his head, a familiar look crossing his face, as if he were on the verge of sticking out his tongue. Could it be that he truly has amnesia? Is this the work of the Ancient One? Lu Chi silently mused, then feigned a comforting pat on Thor's shoulder. In my homeland, we always extend our greetings to one another's elders first. It is the utmost mark of respect. Oh, Thor nodded in sudden realization and spoke, So, how have your parents been lately? Are they in good health? Lu Chi felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself unable to act upon it, akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He chuckled awkwardly, diverting the conversation as the two settled around a large round table, engaging in light-hearted banter to strengthen their bond. After several tentative inquiries, Lu Chi was increasingly convinced that Thor had indeed lost his memory. He had forgotten everything about his journey to Asgard, perceiving Lu Chi merely as the formidable warrior who had once aided him. Chapter 109. The opponent's scheme. Can someone explain to me what exactly has transpired here? I am utterly bewildered by the alien attacks and the theft of the Tesseract. What is the Tesseract, and what do the aliens signify? Lu Chi, visibly perplexed, sat on a stool, clutching the blueberries he had snatched from Stark, and posed his questions to the group. The Tesseract is a trophy of Asgard, yet has long been stored by Odin in Midgard. My purpose in descending to this realm was to retrieve it, but alas, I arrived too late, Thor explained from his seat. It is said that the Tesseract is a crystal endowed with limitless energy. Hydra once harnessed its power to develop formidable energy weapons, and it possesses the ability to open portals for spatial transportation. However, certain specific conditions must be met, such as exceedingly high temperatures, immense energy, and the stabilizing metal iridium. Explained a gentleman of about 180 centimeters in height, adorned with glasses and possessing a refined demeanor. At that moment, Stark interjected, his expression darkening. They have acquired the iridium. Natasha just informed me that a supply warehouse in Germany was recently attacked. The iridium has been stolen, and all security personnel were killed. No one survived. As Stark's words hung in the air, the room fell into a heavy silence. Who is the opponent? Lucci inquired. The opponent is my sister. Her name is Hela. Thor replied. Your sister? Lucci turned to Thor, astonished. Indeed, Thor affirmed with a nod. She is my father's firstborn, a formidable force during Asgard's campaigns across the 9 realms, and once my father's executioner. She is immensely powerful, with ambitions that rival even Odin's obsession with war and dominion. Wherever she goes, devastation follows, earning her the title of the goddess of death, Hela. Consequently, my father imprisoned her, yet she ultimately escaped, and her primary target is Midgard. Why? Is there something on Earth that draws her? Shouldn't she seek vengeance against Odin first? Lucci questioned, tilting his head in confusion. Allow me to elucidate this matter further. At that moment, the large door of the room swung open, revealing a one-eyed black man clad in a black trench coat and wearing a black eye patch. He was accompanied by several acquaintances of Lucci, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Coulson. Additionally, there was a middle-aged man dressed in leather, looking somewhat haggard, and a robust Caucasian gentleman donning a brown checkered shirt. The one-eyed man approached Lucci and extended his right hand. Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Lucci. I believe this is our first meeting? Taking the large black hand in his own, Lucci nodded. Indeed, it must be. After all, with your distinctive style of dress. I doubt I would forget if we had met before. Chuckling, Nick Fury replied. Then I shall certainly maintain this style. Throughout their encounter, Fury held Lucci in the highest regard, marked by a blend of caution and respect. The man was shrouded in mystery. As the king of spies, Fury subconsciously found it difficult to trust the dossier on him. Claims of being the world's strongest or a master of chi might deceive ordinary individuals. But Fury was far from ordinary. A powerful entity, whose true nature remained unknown, lived openly beneath his very nose. One could only imagine the life Fury had led during this time. Yet he dared not make any underhanded moves against Lucci. The man possessed strength beyond comprehension, could create tantalizing culinary delights, and commanded a growing number of formidable subordinates. Furthermore, he was revered by an array of affluent patrons and high-ranking officials. These numerous factors compelled Nick Fury to refrain from acting against him. Coulson's investigative report had been unequivocal. When dealing with Lucci, one must avoid any manipulative tactics, and even the language employed should be straightforward. The guiding principle was sincerity, genuine, unwavering sincerity. Ultimately, Fury chose to trust Coulson's judgment. Yet he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this approach, devoid of cunning stratagems. As Nick Fury grasped Lucci's palm, he began to engage in casual conversation. The familiarity of the moment evoking memories of Uncle Wong from Chinatown. The demeanor and tone were strikingly similar. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group took their seats. Fury gestured towards the man in leather. This is Johnny Blaze, one of our new members at S.H.I.E.L.D., and a witness to the events at hand. Allow him to elucidate the matter for you. At this, Johnny Blaze nodded. I once entered into an agreement with a demon named Mephisto, offering my soul in exchange for my father's recovery from cancer. Naturally, I was deceived. Not only did I lose my freedom, but my father's life was also not spared. Mephisto harbors a profound fascination for human souls, and the incursion into the mortal realm has perpetually been one of his ambitions. However, due to certain constraints, the demon is unable to wield his powers within the human domain. Thus, he devised a cunning plan to conceive a child with a human, subsequently seizing control of the child's body, allowing him to wield his powers freely among mortals. At this juncture, Johnny Blaze found himself engulfed in melancholy, reflecting, I have always been the protector of that child, a task well within my capabilities. Yet, Mephisto has summoned an ally, her strength surpassing mine entirely. Her name is Hela. My sister? Thor exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly from his seat. Johnny Blaze, equally surprised, raised an eyebrow. Are you Hela's brother? If that is the case, perhaps we still have a chance. When I was besieged by Hela and another decayed demon, I found myself at a disadvantage. It was only through the last vestiges of my strength that I managed to send the child away, but I was ultimately captured by them. I vaguely overheard them discussing a plan to steal something to open a portal, allowing Hela's army of the dead to invade New York. Simultaneously, Mephisto intends to procure the child's body. Upon his success, he will open the gates of hell to summon demons, swiftly reaping the souls of all humanity. The deceased will then transform into Hela's army of the dead, and Earth will become her dominion, serving as her base for the conquest of other worlds. Chapter 110. A powerful alliance. As his words hung in the air, the room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Stark's fingers drumming on the table. After a lengthy pause, the burly blond man pinched his temples in exasperation and turned to Thor, inquiring, "What is the size of Hela's army of the dead? What armaments do they possess? And what is the strength of their individual members? We require precise intelligence." Thor shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "I have no knowledge of her army of the dead, and she has been imprisoned on Earth by Odin. At the time of her escape, I was in Asgard, thus I did not confront her directly." "Wait," Natasha interjected, interrupting Thor, given the peril she represents. "Why was she confined to Earth? Does Asgard not have prisons?" Thor replied with a shake of his head, "Midgard is also a territory of Asgard. It is entirely reasonable to imprison Hela here." Upon hearing this, Stark grew discontented. "Big guy, I cannot concede to that. Earth is certainly not your territory, and we are not your subjects." Thor shrugged indifferently. "We typically claim territory. Your denial holds no weight. The reality is that Asgard has ruled the 9 realms for millennia, while you have yet to escape Earth." "Fuck," Stark retorted. "Enough bickering. This is not the time for disputes." Natasha stepped forward to ease the tension. "Captain, why don't you pose a few questions? This matter falls within your area of expertise." Captain America, known as Steve Rogers, stands as the first and only successful experiment of the Super Soldier Program, a hero of the Second World War and a nightmare for Hydra, a truly illustrious figure. The aura surrounding him reminded Lu Chi of young Peter, embodying a pure essence of justice and kindness. Although the hints of darkness within this aura consistently underscored that he was no saint, Lu Chi found this to be appropriate, for such a presence resonates with humanity. Contemplating for a moment, Steve inquired, "May I address you as Johnny, sir? Could you share any intelligence regarding Mephisto and the Hell Dimension? We are entirely uninformed about him." In response, Johnny Blaze nodded, "I do not possess extensive knowledge about Mephisto either. What I am aware of is his tendency to traverse the human realm by inhabiting human bodies, exploiting souls through contractual agreements, and he appears to be quite astute. As for the Hell Dimension, my understanding is limited. I only know it is teeming with innumerable demons. Should Mephisto manage to open a portal to Earth, those endless demons would undoubtedly annihilate all of humanity, leaving us with no hope of victory. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers? This is indeed troubling." Steve felt the weight of pressure mounting, his blood pressure rising, and his temples throbbed insistently. Thus, rescuing that child must be our utmost priority. However, how shall we locate him? Dr. Banner, do you have any suggestions? Hawkeye Barton stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Banner furrowed his brow, adjusted his glasses, and ultimately shook his head in resignation. "I am a scientist. Inquiries about locating individuals should be directed to agents, such as Coulson." With that, Banner shifted his gaze to Coulson, who stood in the corner, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward him. Offering a gentle smile, Coulson addressed the group. "Currently, we can only resort to rudimentary methods for facial recognition. Do you have a photograph of the child, Agent Johnny?" Johnny Blaze shook his head. "I do not possess one. All I know is that he is named Danny, a boy of approximately 10 years. As the group fell into contemplation once more, Lu Chi raised his hand. "If it is a 10-year-old boy named Danny, I have one at home." Everyone exclaimed, "What?" In the Hell Dimension, within the council chamber, Hela sat calmly on the steps beneath her throne, gently stroking the great wolf Fenrir that lay beside her. Mephisto's demise had disrupted her original plans, which involved utilizing the overwhelming number of demons from the Hell Dimension to slaughter all of humanity. Ultimately, she envisioned Mephisto departing Earth with the souls of humanity, allowing her to claim the planet for herself, and from the remaining human bodies, create an army of over 5 billion undead. This was to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Mephisto, this incompetent fool, had brought about his own demise. Consequently, the number of undead at Hela's command was severely lacking, although victory was still within reach. It would require an inordinate amount of time. After millennia of confinement, Hela has grown weary of waiting. She now desires to launch an immediate counterattack against Asgard. With Odin deceased, yet Frigga is still alive, Hela is determined to confront her personally, to reveal just how foolish Odin truly was. Therefore, she seeks new allies, those who can expedite the annihilation of humanity. Just recently, an unexpected visitor graced the realms of Hela, a figure known as Thanos. Or as some might call him, the Mad Titan. Lady Hela, the goddess of death, it is an honor, Thanos began. Speak your purpose. I admire your audacity. At his words, a subtle smirk played upon Thanos' lips. I have come to discuss an alliance. I can assist you in swiftly eliminating all of humanity, ultimately ensuring that both the earth and its souls belong to you. Oh, Hela's interest was piqued by Thanos' proposition. So you present yourself as an angel, aiding me in my conquest of worlds without expectation of recompense. What is your true intent, Thanos? Thanos shook his head. I am no angel. I simply have no desire for planets or souls. Upon the completion of our transaction, I will require 2 items from Earth as compensation. Were they? Hela inquired, intrigued. With a slight smile, Thanos replied, the Tesseract and the Eye of Agamotto. Upon hearing this, Hela rose, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Thanos, I sense your ambition. While I am unaware of your ultimate goal, I have indeed heard whispers of your exploits during my time in confinement. You relentlessly invade worlds and decimate half of their inhabitants. Just when all believe you intend to rule, you choose to depart, neither governing nor annihilating. Thanos, can you enlighten me on your motives? Do you revel in this endless slaughter, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Thanos shook his head. Hela, this is irrelevant to our partnership. I am here to seek collaboration, not to answer inquiries. Hela gazed intently into Thanos' eyes, and as time passed, she smiled lightly. How intriguing. I accept this collaboration. Chapter 111. Departure in New York, atop Stark Industries, a high-tech apparatus had been successfully established. Hela, with a glass of red wine in hand, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the bustling city below. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind her. In the transparent glass, Hela discerned a colossal figure looming in her wake. Do not rush, Fenrir. It shall be done soon. Sir, Stark Tower has been breached. Surveillance confirms the intruder is none other than Lady Hela herself. Jarvis' voice resonated in Stark's earpiece. Upon hearing this, Stark sprang from his seat, addressing the bewildered assembly. There is no need for further discussion. We have located her. With a wave of his hand, a floating control panel materialized before them. Jarvis, display the surveillance footage. Understood, sir. As soon as the words fell, a colossal surveillance screen was projected before the onlookers. Within the frame, Hela stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her hand caressing Fenrir's neck, while her right hand gently swayed a wine glass. Her gaze was fixed on the direction of the camera, a chilling smirk gracing her lips. Witnessing this scene, Steve couldn't help but furrow his brows. It seems she has discovered us. In response, Stark shook his head. No, perhaps she never intended to conceal herself. Hela is deliberately allowing us to notice her. That scoundrel. Natasha pondered thoughtfully. Is she provoking us? But why? She could easily prepare in secret and catch us off guard. Alerting us would yield her no advantage. Does she harbor another motive? At this, the group fell into contemplation, while Lu Chi slouched in his chair, yawning in boredom. No, she is indeed provoking us. Thor shook his head, then rose to explain to the others. While I may not know Hela well, I am familiar with Asgard. She was once Odin's executioner, and her pride would never permit her to act like a rat in the shadows. Thus, I believe this is not a scheme, but rather Hela declaring war on humanity and us, signaling that she is about to make her move. Are you certain, Thor? You must understand that your judgment could very well lead us into peril, Steve remarked gravely, looking at Thor. Thor met his gaze with pride, lifting his chin. As I have stated, though I am not well acquainted with Hela, I know Asgard. She is a pure Asgardian, pure enough that my former self would have idolized her. We are unlike you humans. We disdain the use of cunning in warfare. We confront our enemies head-on. relying solely on our brute strength to vanquish them, then to rule and conquer. After this proclamation, Thor disdainfully surveyed his surroundings, intentionally bypassing Lu Chi. Ignoring the palpable tension in the air, Stark succinctly donned his armor, cradling his helmet, and with a serious demeanor, exited the room, evidently intending to return to New York alone. "Wait, Tony, it's far too dangerous for you to go alone," Steve shouted, rising to pursue him. After exchanging a knowing glance with Nick Fury, Coulson also stepped out in pursuit, observing the people within the room, some indifferent, others lost in their thoughts. Lu Chi let out a disinterested yawn and decided to take his leave as well. His presence here was merely due to Stark's invitation, now that the host had departed. He saw no reason to remain. Just then, Nick Fury blocked Lu Chi's path. "Mr. Lu Chi, where do you think you're going?" Shouldering past Fury, Lu Chi turned to him as if he were a fool. "Of course, I'm going home for dinner. Am I supposed to save the world instead?" Ignoring Fury's grim expression, Lu Chi approached Natasha, looking down at her. "Seizing this opportunity for our meeting, I would like to share a few words with you. Regardless of the circumstances between you and V, it is evident that she has been unhappy for several days due to you. Therefore, I hope you can reach out to her promptly, regardless of the outcome, and provide her with a resolution. Do not act like a heartbreaker." With that, Lu Chi exited the room and sought a secluded corner to activate his teleportation abilities. Lu Chi had always perceived himself as an ordinary individual endowed with self-preservation capabilities. He did not aspire to be a hero, nor did he wish to be a villain. He merely desired to witness children in love, observe handsome friends engage in fights, enjoy beautiful women's culinary broadcasts, listen to Johnny S. risque jokes, and hear V utter expletives. Busyness only diminished his sense of happiness. Yet occasional hustle reminded him of his vitality. Thus, Lu Chi opened a restaurant, albeit one that did not last long, leading him to accept various invitations from Stark, though he often abandoned them midway. He glanced at Lu E, who was seated on the sofa, puffing her cheeks as she stuffed small cookies in her mouth, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He reached over, snatched a cookie from her hand, and popped it into his own mouth. After enduring a few light punches from her, Lu Chi lit a cigarette and stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, silently gazing at the distant Stark Tower. "Lu Chi, what's the matter?" Louis approached, holding a cookie, and, after feeding him a bite, curiously inquired. Chewing the cookie, Lu Chi gently shook his head. "Nothing. It's just that New York is about to become chaotic. Could you please go to school and bring back Xing Xing and Peter?" "All right." Louis nodded, albeit confused, yet willing to heed Lu Chi's instructions. With a whoosh, she vanished from the spot, prompting Lu Chi to retrieve his phone from his pocket and commence dialing. "Hello, Mr. Wong, it's Xiao Lu." Yes, I'm doing well." "Well, here's the thing. I have news that New York is on the brink of war." Yes, those foolish Americans are in for a rough time. Here's what you should do. Take your family and neighbors to the house where I used to live and hide there. I will send V and DeChong to protect you." "Oh, you needn't worry. We're close enough for that. Just knock on the door when you arrive and tell them I sent you. A little boy will let you in." "All right then, let us leave it at that, Mr. Wong. Hurry and gather everyone. Do not delay." After hanging up, Lu Chi quickly dialed another number. After 2 rings, the recipient answered. "Hello, Mr. Lu Chi. What a surprise to receive a call from you." Observing Stark soaring back from the horizon, Lu Chi swiftly replied, "Norman, I have concrete information that New York is about to erupt into conflict. I've already sent someone to fetch Harry. You should come quickly. I'm on my way." Chapter 112. The war commences as Stark landed atop the skyscraper. He turned his gaze toward the technological apparatus constructed at the edge of the rooftop, then shifted his attention to a private dining establishment across the street. As the perspective expanded, Stark soon discerned Lu Chi standing before the floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor. Waving at him, concealed behind his mask, Stark revealed a reassuring smile before turning to face Hela, who was approaching him. "Daring to seek me out alone. I must admit you possess a certain courage, or perhaps you are merely a fool." After downing the wine in her small bowl, Hela forcefully smashed it onto the ground, the shards scattering in a violent display that startled Stark. Noticing Hela had no intention of attacking, Stark relaxed his guard and slowly made his way into the office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of shattered glass and an emptied liquor cabinet. Kicking at the debris on the floor and glancing at the vacant liquor cabinet, Stark spread his hands in exasperation. "My dear, all the wine here is exquisite, Your reckless consumption is rather wasteful. Hela merely smiled faintly. The wine I deem worthy is the only good wine. Everything else is merely refuse. Do you wish for your collection to consist of refuse? With that, she retrieved a porcelain teacup from a cabinet, filled it with wine, and gestured to Stark. It has been quite some time since I last indulged. Would you care to join me for a drink? Taking the filled teacup, Stark lifted his mask, watching as Hela consumed the wine and then shattered the precious teacup in her hand. With a shrug, Stark readily drank from his cup, subsequently smashing it as well. Witnessing this, Hela beamed with satisfaction. You are quite impressive. Would you consider serving me? My ambitions extend beyond the 9 realms, and you shall witness realms far broader. Perhaps not. I prefer to be the one in charge, or at the very least, a partner, Stark replied, waving his hand dismissively. He reclosed his mask and raised his hand, aiming the laser cannon at Hela. If you're proposing a venture into cosmic real estate, I might consider it. However, I have long since distanced myself from the business of war. At this, Hela sighed in disappointment, running her hands through her hair, as a helmet resembling both spider legs and deer antlers enveloped her head. What a pity! I'd thought you to be a clever individual. You are not mistaken. I am indeed a genius. With that declaration, the laser cannon discharged, but Hela, having anticipated the attack, deftly sidestepped it. With a sudden tremor of her arms, she grasped 2 uniquely crafted black longswords. Then, with a powerful push of her right foot, she closed the distance between them in a mere stride, bringing her swords down with ferocity. With a sharp sound, one sword struck Stark in the chest, sending a shower of sparks into the air, yet no metallic shards fell. Stark retaliated with a punch that forced Hela back, both stepping away from each other, as he disdainfully brushed the dust from his chest. Is that all? Compared to the mantis blade, your pitiful swords are sorely lacking. Upon finishing her statement, the thrusters behind the steel battle suit roared to life. Hela barely had time to react before Stark closed the distance, landing a fierce blow with his crimson metal fist squarely on her face. Jab, jab, uppercut, spinning kick. A flurry of rapid punches. In an astonishing turn of events, Stark managed to temporarily subdue Hela with a series of swift strikes. Had Lu Chi been present, he would have recognized that Stark was employing combat maneuvers reminiscent of Beowulf. The office reverberated with the sound of fists meeting flesh. But just as Stark began to believe Hela was no match for him, an immense force surged from her abdomen, causing him to lose his grip on gravity and crash violently against the ceiling. As he struggled to rise from the floor, a clattering noise caught his attention. Stark looked down to find his abdominal armor shattered, with metallic fragments slowly cascading to the ground. Rubbing his neck, Hela, wielding a long sword, kicked Stark, who was on one knee, across the room. Impressive fighting technique, she remarked, but unfortunately, it is all style without substance. On the battlefield, you are destined to perish. Exhaling a pain breath, Stark stood up gradually. Have women become so unyielding nowadays, or has my charm waned? His musing was abruptly interrupted by another powerful upward strike from Hela, which not only sent a shower of metal shards and sparks flying, but also hurled Stark out of the office and onto the balcony. As Stark attempted to rise, Hela looked down at him indifferently. As a mere mortal, your audacity to throw punches at me is indeed commendable, yet your feeble strength is utterly disappointing. I must retract my earlier statement. You are unworthy to serve me. Stepping over Stark's prostrate form, Hela advanced to the console. Upon pressing the red switch, a resonant hum filled the air, and a colossal blue beam shot skyward, heralding the opening of a vast spatial portal, over 100 meters in diameter. Almost instantly, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers poured forth from the portal, and within moments, the city of New York erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of explosions and anguished cries. Witnessing this calamity, Stark struggled to his feet, muttering, "Jarvis, Initiate Mark 23. But sir, the armor has yet to undergo its coating, and numerous weapon systems remain untested." Jarvis replied. Stark interrupted, "There's no time, Jarvis. Activate it now, quickly." As a second portal opened beside Hela, Stark could no longer afford to ponder the details. Meanwhile, aboard the aerial carrier, a deafening alarm pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. "Commander, a massive portal has appeared over New York City, with extraterrestrial entities flooding into the urban area. The war has commenced." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury solemnly nodded and then turned to face the assembled Avengers. "The Avengers have always been a figment of my imagination. I aspired to gather the most exceptional individuals in the world to harness their utmost potential. And now I have succeeded. Yet, I find them lacking in unity, each grappling with their own issues. I cannot place my trust in their ability to collaborate and confront the insurmountable foes we face. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury resolutely addressed the crowd, regardless. The citizens of New York require your assistance, and the people of the world need you. This battle concerns the future of humanity. Avengers, let's move out. Chapter 113. Lu Chi. I am unwell in Chinatown, New York, before a residential building. V exclaimed, "Johnny, for heaven's sake, can you move a little faster? I cannot protect so many on my own." With one hand clutching her terminal and the other wielding an energy weapon seized from the Chitauri forces, she unleashed a flurry of fire, her divine marksmanship and striking beauty eliciting gasps from the Asian youth behind her, their eyes sparkling with awe. The Chitauri, piloting flying motorcycles, descended from the sky like dumplings dropping into boiling water, each lifeless body marked by a gaping, smoke-emitting wound on their heads. "Miss, what is your name?" "I can assist as well," the youth began, but before he could finish, V pivoted and delivered a swift kick, continuing her barrage while shouting, "If you wish to live, retreat into your house and don't distract me." With that, V picked up another energy weapon from the ground and began to rain destruction, her efficiency in slaying foes doubling. Suddenly, a tremendous roar of engines echoed from the distance, and upon spotting the source, V broke into a grin. "Damn it, Johnny. You took your time." Without hesitation, she flung her two energy weapons aside, and Johnny caught them, flipping his motorcycle onto the ground and sliding to V's side. Their backs against one another. "Apologies, I'm simply overwhelmed by my admirers," Johnny joked, firing away. Spare me, Johnny. What kind of twisted taste must one have to be attracted to you?" V retorted dismissively. Johnny shot back while firing. "And what sort of warped aesthetic compels one to engage with a cop? Come on, Johnny, I didn't cease fire in the end. It was the boss who halted, not you. Same difference." "No, it is not." A few minutes prior, at Lu Chi's residence, Lu Yi returned home with the three little ones. The door closing with a soft click. Noticing Peter and Harry's astonished expressions, Lu Chi patted their shoulders and reassured them, "Stay here. I will ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Peter shook his head vehemently. "No, I must go rescue my uncle and aunt. They're not safe yet." Harry shook his head in agreement, saying, "My father is the same. I simply cannot remain calm here until I'm certain of his safety." Lu Chi offered a slight smile in response, assuring him, "Rest assured. Harry, your father is en route and should arrive shortly. Peter, I have also sent Dante to fetch your uncle and aunt, so you need not worry either." Just as the two young boys began to feel at ease, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a brilliant blue beam shooting skyward. As they beheld the Chitauri warriors descending like raindrops from above, their fleeting sense of relief was swiftly replaced by anxiety. In a sudden burst of determination, Harry leapt from the sofa, retrieving an object from his pocket and tossing it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, an entire set of Green Goblin gear materialized before them. Harry deftly donned the battle armor, while Lu Maoxing and Peter assisted him. The intent behind his actions was unmistakable. Lu Chi pressed his temples in frustration, yet felt he had no grounds to impede the boy. After all, he was striving to rescue his father. Mounting the Green Goblin glider, Peter helped him open the door, and with a swift push of the throttle, Harry surged out of the house. Unsurprisingly, Peter followed suit, darting out of the house, closely trailed by the ever-concerning Lu Maoxing. What would he do? After all, he was their child. How could he not care? With a resigned sigh, Lu Chi shrugged his shoulders and stepped outside. "Shine forth, O emissary of solar energy," Lu Chi remarked. Lu Maoxing, now devoid of any embarrassment regarding the incantation, found himself increasingly enamored with its appeal, especially when he witnessed the astonished and envious expressions of those around him. For instance, Stark appeared utterly crestfallen upon realizing that the emissary of solar energy did not acknowledge him. His expression was akin to that of a man long departed from life. Had Lu Maoxing not lent him the solar gun in the end, it seemed he would have passed on without peace. As Lu Maoxing entered the machine and completed its transformation, Peter and Harry stood agape, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a whole pig. "Wow, so cool. My star," they exclaimed in unison. The emissary of solar energy knelt and slowly opened his palm, beckoning, "Peter, Harry, come aboard. Let us depart." With each powerful step creating a deep crater, the figure of the emissary receded into the distance. Lucci leaned against the doorframe, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a casual wave of energy, he dispatched several approaching Chitauri warriors before turning to close the door behind him. "Boss, is this truly all right?" "I am somewhat concerned about Moushing," Zhou Meili said anxiously, cradling a mischievous-looking sunflower on the sofa, which intermittently emitted a small sun with a soft puff. Lucci approached, wrapping an arm around Zhou Meili's shoulders and gently patting her head. "Rest easy, Meili. The star will not undertake what he cannot accomplish. And with the emissary of solar energy present, all will be well." After Zhou Meili nodded, she fell silent, while Lucci and Lu Yi sat on the sofa beside her, lost in thought. The hall was illuminated by the occasional beams of sunlight emitted by the sunflowers, casting a bright glow throughout the lobby. At that moment, Lucci's terminal buzzed to life, and upon answering, Stark's feeble voice emerged. "Buddy, help me." Lucci replied, "On my way." In a flash, he vanished from the lobby, reappearing on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Observing Stark, who was impaled by numerous swords, Lucci squatted beside him to remove the blades. "You truly are both incompetent and reckless. You prance around in that worn-out armor every day. Tell me, who have you fought so far?" Stark shot Lucci a sideways glance and retorted weakly, "Ivan Vanko doesn't count as a person in your eyes, does he? That fool. I could defeat him with a mere sneeze." Lucci scoffed. "Stop boasting. I'm about to die here," Stark exclaimed. After consuming a miraculous bean, Stark regained his vitality and promptly dashed back to the office, turning to gaze at Hela, who stood at the edge of the building. Peering down at the war-torn New York, Lucci felt his scion instincts stirring within him. The scion aesthetic is truly maddening. How could I find this woman so infuriatingly alluring? He screamed internally, yet his eyes remained fixated on her. Sighing helplessly, Lucci admitted, "I must be unwell." Hela inquired, "Oh?" Chapter 114. Dazzling silver and white clad in a black bodysuit, with waist-length jet black hair and a razor-sharp demeanor, Hela resembled a flickering candle in the darkness, captivating Lucci's attention. More accurately, she was enticing the primal scion instincts within him. While Hela's beauty was not otherworldly, her aura undeniably beckoned to Lucci's heart. He felt as if he were gravely ill. This physiological impulse was insurmountable by mere willpower. It was akin to binding a vigorous young man before his favorite film and demanding he remain unresponsive, or compelling a sleep-deprived individual to resist drowsiness. Lucci found himself in a similar predicament, as his body no longer obeyed his commands. The two remained silently locked in each other's gaze on the rooftop, the tranquility unbroken until Stark emerged in a brand new suit of armor. "Buddy, why haven't you dealt with her yet?" Stark questioned, noticing their immobility as if under a spell, and prodded Lucci curiously. "I have my plans," Lucci replied, casting a complicated glance at Stark, unsure how to respond. Surveying the crumbling New York around them, Stark took off into the sky, leaving behind a parting remark. "All right then, I'll leave her to you, brother. After you handle her, come help us." As Hela watched Stark fly away, trailing behind him, she chose not to retain him, for she had matters of greater significance to attend to. "It seemed you had something to say to me, but before that, do share your name." With her long sword sheathed, Hela stepped closer to Lucci, narrowing the distance to approximately 2 meters, her eyes glinting as they roamed over his physique. Feeling the intensity of Hela's fiery, unabashed gaze, Lucci was tempted to strike her down at that very moment, yet his mind was plagued with visions of overpowering her, then taking her home for a more intimate encounter. In a sudden outburst, Lucci shouted loudly, swinging his arm in an exaggerated motion to deliver a powerful self-inflicted blow, the force of which conjured a gust strong enough to nearly send Hela tumbling off the ledge. Hela, seemingly struck by a thought, couldn't help but display a mischievous smile. "Very well, I accept." "What do you mean you accept? What have I asked of you?" Lucci retorted, bewildered. With a playful grin, Hela approached, unfazed by Lucci's furrowed brows and glaring eyes. She reached out, her hand resting on his chest. "For many years, I have felt a profound solitude. Even a powerful woman requires the warmth of a man." As her hand climbed upwards, finally resting on Lucci's face, she remarked, "You are quite robust, and I can sense the fervor coursing through your veins." Her gaze dipped momentarily, a smirk curling her lips, and I can also perceive The two were drawn to each other as if by an invisible magnet, their attraction inexplicable. If this were depicted in a comic, Hella's eyes would undoubtedly have transformed into hearts. In the style of ancient literature, she would be akin to a heart caught in a web, tangled with myriad knots. In the realm of adult literature, one might whimsically suggest that Hella was now a stream flowing with fervor. From the moment Hella laid eyes on Lu Qi, she had already envisioned their future children and devised plans for their upbringing. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi endeavored to exert utmost control over his body, striving to calm his racing heart and the flush of blood in certain areas. Just as he clenched his fists, preparing to shatter Hella's skull, he suddenly heard a sound akin to air being torn behind him. With a swift maneuver, Lu Qi evaded the imminent threat, only to witness a golden, flaming hand thrust brutally into Hella's abdomen. With a piercing scream, a burst of golden flames erupted from her midsection, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. As Hella's form disintegrated into ash, leaving only the remnants of her lower leg upon the ground, the silvery waves of energy danced through the air, producing a melodious sound as Lu Qi's golden hair stood on end, swaying in the blood-soaked breeze of New York. Her face was contorted with a fierce expression, the smooth forehead marred by protruding veins, and her pair of phoenix eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. The aura of death she emanated had materialized into a palpable force, as if it transcended the world, relentlessly crushing, colliding, and annihilating everything in its path. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a foul stench permeated the air. Fortunately, Lu Qi reacted swiftly, managing to confine this murderous energy atop the building, preventing it from dissipating. Otherwise, all signs warning against public urination would have become mere jokes. If the millennia-old Hella emerged from a mountain of corpses, then the barely 20-year-old Lu Yi was the architect of that very mountain. When Hella finally clawed her way out, she realized she had only ascended a small mound, with countless towering peaks awaiting her ascent beyond it. Rather than coldly referring to them as summoned beings, Lu Qi preferred to think of them as friends visiting from afar. Dante and the others were not mere frigid data. They possessed complete memories and values. They were not merely operational programs woven from icy algorithms, but rather living, breathing souls with genuine humanity. Lu Qi had always believed that within the vast cosmos, there existed a universe where companions lived, perhaps in some distant tavern. There was indeed a drink called V, an establishment named Devil May Cry, and a restaurant known as Chrysanthemum downstairs. These companions were not artificial constructs of a system, but guests who traversed great distances to visit his home, aided by the system. This was why Lu Qi was so fervently eager to hear the stories of his companions. Listening to V recount her childhood, Johnny narrate his military exploits, Virgil share his growth journey, or Dante speak of his mercenary life, he firmly believed these tales were authentic, quietly unfolding somewhere in the vast world. Yet suddenly, Lu Qi realized that while he had heard everyone's stories, he had entirely forgotten about the endearing and naive Lu Yi. She had always been present during their storytelling sessions, whether munching on snacks, sipping drinks, or playfully teasing from the sidelines. She never missed a single narrative from any companion, yet everyone overlooked her existence and her own story. Chapter 115. Situational Updates. Mr. Dante, are you really all right like this? Parker asked anxiously, his arm bandaged, as he looked at Dante, striking a pose atop the vehicle. Concern etched across his face. With a shrug, Dante helplessly spread his hands, saying, "Hey, old brother, you've asked me several times already. Aren't you tired? Trust me, just relax and sit quietly in the car, gazing out the window. I assure you, you will witness an extraordinary performance, and before you know it, you will arrive at your destination, where Peter is already waiting for you." Very well. Upon witnessing the other party's reluctant agreement, Dante nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Naiven, seated in the driver's seat, turned her head and flashed a charming smile. "Please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to set off." With a decisive gesture, Dante stood atop the vehicle and bellowed, "Let us go." The roar of the G-Class engine erupted, its tires spinning wildly and kicking up clouds of dust. As Dante retracted his three-section staff, the semicircular ice shield enveloping the group shattered violently, dispatching all nearby invaders. "Woo! Let us go, go, go." Unable to contain his exuberance, Dante reveled in the thrill of this alien invasion. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such chaos. Although these foes were relatively feeble and did not offer him the opportunity for a grand battle, their sheer numbers were significant. The concept of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation was palpably evident here. After all, firing hundreds of rounds was far more exhilarating than merely a few dozen. A cacophony of strange cries escaped him as he relentlessly squeezed the trigger, and the Scythonian warriors fell from the skies like raindrops. The G-class, boasting remarkable maneuverability, crushed the Scythonians on the ground and the aerial motorcycles with ease, even preemptively knocking down 2 hellish warriors before rolling over them. Perhaps I should fashion myself a vehicle-shaped magical artifact? This thought flickered in Dante's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. The reason was simple. He lacked the skill to create such artifacts. Just as they were about to escape the crowded confines of Queens, a deep, ominous rumbling caught Dante's attention. Turning his head, he spotted a colossal leviathan hurtling through the air toward them. Oh dear, what now? The sight of the monstrous creature momentarily unnerved the Parr couple. Dante glanced at his formidable ebony wood weapon before looking back at the immense leviathan, ultimately chuckling in resignation as he holstered his twin pistols. Seeing this, the Park couple, who had been observing through the panoramic sunroof, assumed Dante had run out of options. However, at that moment, they were taken aback as Dante, with his hand behind his back, suddenly produced 2 extravagant rocket launchers, leaving the couple in stunned silence. Where on earth did he pull those from? They exchanged bewildered looks, each with a large question mark hovering above their heads. Naive merely scoffed at their astonishment, remarking, "You 2 country bumpkins are truly easily amazed." Dante's astonishing display utterly captivated the middle-aged couple, though he remained blissfully unaware of their reactions. He propped the rocket launchers on his shoulders, a lollipop of infinite sweetness dangling from his mouth. As flames erupted from the launchers, his expression transformed into one of unrestrained exuberance. Rocket launch, the air filled with the deafening sound of explosions. The rockets surged forth from the twin launchers, as if they were devoid of cost, weaving an elaborate tapestry of gunpowder and steel that relentlessly bombarded the Leviathan, provoking anguished cries from its massive form, which staggered backward under the onslaught. With a glance at the metallic shell peeling off the creature, Dante chuckled heartily. He joined the 2 rocket launchers into a singular, formidable weapon. As he pulled the trigger, a robust crimson laser beam erupted from the barrel, cleaving the Leviathan in 2 as effortlessly as butter meeting a hot knife. Wow, yes. Amidst the cacophony, a red-clad figure atop an off-kilter SUV made its hasty retreat from Queens. Severed in twain, the superlative sword of fortune struck with precision. With a flash of flame, the 2 metallic Leviathans were split asunder. Just before they could crash into a building, the light-bearer surged forward, arms outstretched to intercept their path. With a resounding crash, the light-bearer narrowly halted the Leviathan's remains, sparing the survivors within the building behind him. "Light-bearer, are you all right?" Harry called out, balancing on his Green Goblin skateboard, flinging Green Goblin bombs and projectiles while the skateboard's machine gun harvested the lives of invaders. Upon turning back, he noticed the light-bearer kneeling, prompting a surge of concern. Giving him a thumbs up, the light-bearer rose from his knee, Lu Maoxing standing on the hexagonal platform of the subspace, clad in a pale yellow bodysuit accompanied by a flowing red cape. "Light-bearer, can you still hold on?" Lu Maoxing inquired anxiously. "As long as you possess light energy, I shall continue to fight." The light-bearer's voice was deep and resolute, reminiscent of a benevolent sovereign, instilling a profound sense of assurance. "All right," Lu Maoxing declared, lifting his long sword with one hand, his face radiating the expression of a master chef preparing a grand feast. "Light-bearer, I shall make my move. Come on, Maoxing." The light-bearer shared in the excitement. Throughout their specialized culinary training, their bond had not only flourished emotionally, but it also reached an unparalleled level of synergy. Unreservedly, the sword of fortune now felt as familiar in Lu Maoxing's hands as his mother's kitchen knife. The Leviathan appeared to him as mere eels, and as a professional chef, how could he possibly be bested by a few fish? "Let us go, light-bearer. It's time for some sashimi practice." With a mighty shout, the light-bearer glided low, rapidly approaching dozens of Leviathans. With his golden sword casting a long, shimmering shadow, he executed swift movements among the aquatic throng. Countless metallic fragments rained down, as the eels were transformed into exquisite slices of sashimi. "Hey, Spider-Man, there are people here. Come quickly to help. Chapter 116, Little Koei. Peter Parker, clad in a sleek black tracksuit and adorned with a red and blue ski mask, gracefully glided through the smoky atmosphere of New York City, propelled by the web shooters at his wrists. Just 2 minutes prior, he had received a call from Ben Parker, informing him that he and May Parker had successfully arrived at Liu Chi's residence, urging him to return swiftly along with Harry and Liu Moushing. Yet, observing the valiant New York police officers fiercely defending the citizens and the ordinary citizens arming themselves to resist, Peter felt an undeniable urge to take action. He donned his black attire, secured his ski mask, and exchanged farewells with his friends before swinging into action across the city. From his initial clumsiness, he had evolved into a skilled acrobat, seamlessly transitioning from a terrified escape from the undead legion to swiftly subduing foes with remarkable efficiency. Peter was ascending at an observable pace, akin to a parched sponge fervently absorbing its surroundings. Countless citizens were saved by his intervention, and numerous invaders found themselves incapacitated by his prowess. To safeguard his identity, he adopted the heroic moniker of Spider-Man, while Harry retained his own name, aspiring to emulate Tony Stark in conducting his heroic deeds with unbridled transparency, for Osborn never hid in the shadows. As for Liu Moushing, it would be rather disrespectful to refer to him merely by his name, especially with such an imposing mech at his disposal. Thus, the trio formed an impromptu emergency unit, the Manhattan Squad, under the leadership of Norman Osborn, who had been administered the first-generation serum. Liu Moushing focused on combating Leviathans. Harry took charge of dealing with the foot soldiers, while Peter dedicated himself to rescuing the injured and survivors, occasionally clearing out any stragglers. Norman maintained communication with the honorary commander, Dante Sparta. Though it was their inaugural mission, the three young men possessed sharp intellects and formidable talents. After only a few coordinated efforts, they began to resemble a cohesive task force. Meanwhile, Dante, the commanding officer, was preoccupied with fending off enemies at his doorstep. Despite their weakness, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Hela's forces relentlessly transformed fallen humans into new threats, while the Chitauri sent waves of soldiers without concern for their losses. Dante's companions had already been dispatched to offer aid to those in need, leaving him to single-handedly protect his home from destruction while extending help to the occasional survivor, which left him thoroughly occupied. With his dual pistols and rocket launcher in constant rotation, Fifth Avenue became a graveyard of enemies. Dante stood not far from his doorstep, mechanically pulling the trigger, his handsome visage marred by an expression of ennui. When the disparity in strength between two parties becomes excessively vast, the essence of competition dissipates, losing all its inherent enjoyment. Dante currently finds himself in such a predicament. He would rather endure a relentless thrashing from Liu Yi for several hours than engage in the monotonous task of eliminating mere minions. Playing chess against a poor strategist only leads to a further decline in one's own skill. It is only the weak who derive satisfaction from tormenting the feeble. Dante, however, is no weakling. He has begun to feel a profound disdain for everything in this place. All he desires now is to swiftly conclude this farce, and then seek out Liu Yi to truly relish the thrill of battling a formidable opponent. Or perhaps engage in a robust confrontation with Liu Chi, a test of strength between men. As he contemplated his evening's entertainment, allowing his body to instinctively retaliate, he remained blissfully unaware that several undead warriors had stealthily infiltrated his abode. At this moment, only the Park couple and Joe Maley were present, all three devoid of any combat capabilities, rendering them vulnerable to the easily dispatched threats. Upon hearing the cacophony from within his home, Dante was struck with alarm. The prolonged period of tranquility had dulled his vigilance, leading him to commit such a foolish oversight. Without a moment to ponder further, he activated his true demon form, conjuring a black hole at his feet before unfurling his wings and soaring into the house in a blaze of fire. "Maley, are you unharmed? What is this?" he inquired. Joe Maley was indeed safe, and even the Park couple, peacefully asleep in the guest room, remained undisturbed. The only evidence of chaos was the scorched corpses strewn across the floor and a towering, anthropomorphic sunflower, now ambulating on its roots with a playful grin. "I am little Sunflower. What is the matter, Dante? Do you not recognize me?" A voice, slightly mischievous, emanated from the sunflower. Dante's expression morphed into one of astonishment. his demon visage agape in disbelief. Glancing at the sunflower, which was affectionately clutching Zhou Mei's arm and playfully swaying as if it were a pet, Dante fell into silence. Initially, when Lu Qi had produced this sunflower, the onlookers had been astonished by its peculiar facial features and its cheeky smile. However, as they observed further, they realized the flower was incapable of communication, typically merely swaying its floral form and eventually emitting a small sun infused with weak light energy after a period. Interest waned quickly. Yet now, it appeared that this sunflower possessed intelligence, rivaling that of humans, and demonstrated commendable combat prowess. It is worth noting that, while the undead warriors posed no challenge to Dante and his companions, they were formidable adversaries in the eyes of ordinary individuals, seasoned warriors in their own right. The sunflower had effortlessly dispatched several of these foes, exhibiting a demeanor of ease and joy. One might say it was indeed a fitting gift from a boss. Prodding the sunflower's petal-like face, Zhou Mei embraced its large floral head and excitedly exclaimed to Dante, "Dante, little sunflower is truly remarkable. You should have seen it." She shot 2 red beams from her eyes and incinerated those grotesque creatures in an instant. "Dante, how impressive!" With a sigh of relief, Dante released the tension that had gripped him moments before. The thought of Zhou Mei getting hurt due to his negligence had genuinely terrified him. He could only imagine the wrath of Lu Qi and Lu Maoxing if it came to pass. Being deprived of meals would be a mere consolation compared to the ultimate wrath they might unleash upon him. Just the mere contemplation of such an outcome made him feel his muscles tense with apprehension. "Stay safe at home. I will ensure that the staff at the bar return to protect you." After a brief explanation, Dante turned and exited the room. He then extended his palm, and with a flash of fire, the enchanted sword materialized in his grasp. Dante was furious. Chapter 117. Lu Qi. The most tempting is still the grass by one's nest. At this moment, New York had transformed into a veritable inferno, where ordinary citizens found it nearly impossible to escape the onslaught of the alien invasion. Collapsed buildings, shattered streets, burning vehicles, and lifeless bodies littered the ground, while piercing cries and wails reverberated through the air, mingling with the stench of blood and acrid smoke that permeated the city. Heimdall, having been resurrected, wore an expression of sheer terror, her instincts urging her to flee. Yet, she could not withstand even a second in the presence of the enraged Lu Yi. Just as the muscles in her legs tensed, a muffled pop echoed, and her upper body vanished into thin air, leaving behind only her muscular thighs, which, upon the gentlest breeze, collapsed to the ground. Lu Qi, cigarette in mouth, surveyed the rooftop of the Great Xia before lazily extending his fingers to count the limbs that Hela had left behind on the ground. After Lu Yi dispatched Hela several times, Lu Qi finally arrived at a chilling tally: 113 arms and 161 thighs. Hela's power stemmed from Asgard. As long as the divine realm existed, she would not perish. This ability, once her greatest asset, had now become the source of her torment. As Lu Yi guarded Hela's remains, she found herself unable to cast her transformation magic, leading to a dwindling number of undead warriors in New York City. With the Avengers arriving to bolster the battlefield, the presence of the undead was becoming increasingly scarce, leaving only the Chitauri soldiers to resist tenaciously. However, as the portal opened directly above Stark Tower, and with Lu Qi's residence a mere 2 minutes away, Dante, in a fit of rage, maintained his true demon form. Amid the terrified expressions of the surviving populace, he wreaked havoc at the portal's entrance. The Chitauri warriors felt utterly helpless, akin to being struck by fate's cruel hand. Their proud tactics of overwhelming numbers proved futile against the overwhelming disparity in strength. Dante, now in a state of unparalleled fury, unleashed all his pent-up resentment upon the Chitauri soldiers, hurling black holes into the portal as enormous fireballs rained down, mercilessly bombarding their defenses. The current scene appears as though Dante is the true invader, his body a grotesque demon flowing with molten lava, while the Chitauri soldiers embody valiant warriors defending their homeland, bravely resisting Dante's brutal incursion. It is indeed a heart-wrenching sight that brings tears to the eyes of those who witness it. Thanks to Dante's overwhelming display of power, the situation in New York City has improved significantly. The Chitauri warriors, ensnared by the geysers of death, are utterly incapable of dispatching reinforcements. Johnny and V have carved their way out from Chinatown, relying on their formidable firepower, and they have not encountered an invader in quite some time. The trio has also leveraged their remarkable agility, navigating the city with ease, while the arriving Avengers have consolidated forces with the New York police, steadily advancing the front lines and clearing out the remaining Chitauri warriors. At this juncture, it is evident that the war is drawing to a close. Hela has lost her final opportunity for a comeback. Now, the only task left is to sever the energy supply of the Tesseract and completely shut down the portal. Yet, Lu Yi appears far from placated, relentlessly slaughtering the continuously resurrecting Hela, with new severed limbs cascading onto the rooftop. Lu Qi dares not approach Lu Yi to intervene. She is engulfed in rage, having even transformed into a super scion atop her mastery of the ultimate technique. Should Lu Qi attempt to stop her, a clash between the two is inevitable, and the fragile universe would surely be unable to withstand the aftermath of their battle. Thus, it is better to let Lu Yi indulge her wrath. After all, Hela brought this upon herself by seeking trouble on Earth. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, Lu Qi retrieves a chair from within the room and sits beside her, resting his chin on his hand. Watching Lu Yi lost in thought. After a brief moment of self-reflection and introspection, Lu Qi gradually comes to understand why he has reacted to a woman like Hela. In essence, he has been suppressing his desires for far too long. This is not entirely Lu Qi's fault. As an adult, particularly a strong young man, having desires is quite natural. The error lies in his excessive repression of these feelings. Having spent considerable time in this world, Lu Qi has never sought to release his desires. The first reason being his aversion to the perceived filthiness surrounding such indulgences. The United States, known for its sexual openness, sees its citizens, regardless of gender, approach the subject with much ease. Lu Qi, hailing from a traditional family background, considers himself a respectable individual and is reluctant to indulge in his desires in such a country, fearing the potential consequences should he contract an illness. The thought of V and Johnny laughing at him is unbearable. The second reason is his exceptionally keen eyesight. No matter how beautiful a woman may be or how flawless her skin appears, as an ordinary person, they invariably harbor mites on their faces, which Lu Qi can distinctly see writhing. Which man could possibly withstand such a visual onslaught? Perhaps there exists one somewhere in the world, but certainly not Lu Qi. The sight of such a face was enough to make him feel nauseated. After years of suppressing his desires, he found himself echoing the old adage. Living in isolation in the deep mountains for decades, even a sow can appear graceful. Thus, when a woman like Hela, who conformed to the scion aesthetic, appeared, Lu Qi could not restrain his desires, leading him to engage in actions that were quite unbecoming. However, he soon identified a more suitable candidate, and it need not be said that everyone could surmise whom that was. Perhaps sensing Lu Qi's fervent gaze, Lu Yi involuntarily shuddered, then cautiously turned to face him, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Neither spoke a word until Lu Yi decisively struck down the resurrected Hela once more, at which point they both regained their composure and averted their gazes. Lu Qi cleared his throat awkwardly, hastily retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, trembling slightly as he lit it before politely offering Lu Yi a cigarette as well. Lu Yi, blushing deeply, shook her head, then firmly grasped Hela's neck, pressing her to the ground, and looked at Lu Qi with a soft inquiry. Shall I give her a hit? This punching bag is rather nice. Chapter 118. A second bloom pink heart-shaped bubbles floated incessantly around them, eliciting a grimace from Hela. Goodness, you truly are a dog of a man. Just moments ago, you were clearly enamored with me, and now you've so quickly shifted your affections? Amidst the rippling atmosphere and the cloyingly sweet air, Hela closed her eyes in despair, no longer wishing to resist. Not only had she suffered a significant blow in her career, but even her first experience of infatuation had ended so thoroughly in defeat. The pressure around her seemed to plummet instantaneously, and faintly, a familiar tune resonated from her, causing Lu Qi's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. I should be beneath the car, not inside it. Clearing his throat, Lu Qi forced a greasy smile to his lips. Let us hasten to conclude this. I long to return home. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi flushed crimson and obediently nodded. All right, I will do as you say. With that, Lu Yi flung the despairing Hela into the air, then, fists clenched at her waist, shouted with fervor, Demon Sealing Wave. Instantly, a green vortex enveloped Hela's form, and under its immense gravitational pull, her body stretched grotesquely, reminiscent of a horror manga by Junji Ito, until it bore no semblance of humanity whatsoever. Witnessing this, Lu Qi retrieved a rectangular tin from his jacket pocket, emptied its contents of chewing gum, and set the box upright on the ground. As Lu Yi swung her arm, a green orb, compressing Hela's body, trailed a verdant tail, elegantly tracing a beautiful arc in the air before plunging into the iron box. With a click, Lu Qi picked up the box, covered its opening with his hand, and then stared silently at Lu Yi's face, lost in thought. Ah, the human heart fears enlightenment. Lu Qi, at that moment, resembled a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the vastness of the sky. It was only when he finally climbed out of that desolate well that he realized how expansive the heavens were, and that Lu Yi was astonishingly perfect. He could find no flaw in her, as if they were two pieces of a puzzle perfectly fitting together. Step by step, he approached Lu Yi, inhaling deeply before suddenly wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. Feeling no resistance, Lu Yi gracefully settled into his arms, wrapping her own around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. As he felt the warmth of her breath against his neck, mingled with the fragrance of flowers and a faint hint of iron, Lu Qi sensed that his heart was finally filled, an unprecedented sense of grounding enveloping him, as if his previously suspended feet had at last touched solid ground. With a casual wave, Lu Qi created a 1-meter-wide breach in the space beside them, from which violent spatial turbulence erupted, generating a powerful suction that drew in all surrounding objects. He casually tossed the gum bottle containing Hela into the breach, and moments later, it vanished as the breach closed in the world's restoration, taking Hela and the empty gum box with it. Gently pushing Lu Yi away, Lu Qi pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before turning to the nearby technological apparatus, tearing away the dazzling cosmic cube. In an instant, the portal in midair closed with a decisive snap, bringing an end to this farcical invasion. Regardless of circumstances, Hela had compelled him to confront his own heart, inadvertently becoming a matchmaker of sorts between them. Thus, in a moment of mercy, Lu Qi spared her, casting her into the chaotic flow of space, hoping that, if fortune favored her, she might one day see the light again as a token of gratitude for her role in bringing them together. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over him once more, while the cosmic cube radiated an unprecedented brilliance. This sensation was hauntingly familiar. Lu Qi's legs weakened, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yi, alarmed by sudden distress, rushed to him, enveloping him in her arms, on the verge of tears. Lu Qi, please don't scare me. What is happening to you? At this moment, Dante, soaring in midair, sensed something amiss with Lu Qi. With the emergence of sonic boom, Dante swiftly arrived at the rooftop of the skyscraper, reverting to his human form. Boss, can you hear me? What is wrong with you? Dante was genuinely alarmed. He had never anticipated that the invincible boss would one day display such a pained expression. In a flurry, he pulled out a handful of yellow magic stones and stuffed them into his embrace. Just as both were at a loss for what to do, Lu Qi emitted a pained groan from deep within his throat. Dante thought to himself, Lu Yi, it cannot merely be described as déjà vu. It is far too reminiscent. Upon hearing that familiar moan, Dante had already mentally prepared his last words and contemplated how his inheritance should be distributed. As if resigned to despair, Lu Qi's cries grew increasingly louder, eventually escalating to a point where he yelled with all his might, prompting Dante to draft over 4,000 more words for his will in his mind. As the brilliance of the cosmic cube gradually dimmed, Lu Qi's whimpering subsided until, with the light extinguished, his expression finally returned to normal. Seeing this, Lu Yi felt a sense of relief. Yet Dante's heart raced uncontrollably, the pounding echoing in his ears, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Just then, Lu Qi opened his eyes, glinting with a cold light, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Dante's sweat-drenched handsome face. Lu Qi, did you see everything? Dante, no, I just arrived. Shaking his head, Lu Qi sighed lightly. No, you are lying. Dante felt a massive red warning sign materialize before his eyes. Danger. Lu Qi, I bloom amidst slaughter, much like a flower in dawn's embrace. Chapter 119 of Dante's tragedy has been completed. In the sacred sanctuary of Kamartaj, nestled in the Himalayas, Lu Qi sat across from the bald Ancient One at a redwood tea table. At the center of the table rested an antiquated incense burner, from which wisps of fragrant smoke ascended, filling the room with the scent of blossoms. After sipping the warm tea, Lu Qi exhaled a breath of relief and reclined comfortably against the chair's backrest, a content smile gracing his features. Observing this, the Ancient One also smiled, reaching for the teapot to pour more tea for Lu Qi. "Mr. Lu Qi, how does it feel to be famous?" After setting down the teapot, the Ancient One gestured towards Lu Qi with a smile. In response, Lu Qi shook his head with a wry smile. "Not great. My doorstep is besieged daily by a horde of unscrupulous reporters, and I can neither scold nor strike them. It drives me utterly mad." Master Gu listened attentively to Lu Qi's myriad complaints, his expression remaining unchanged as he continuously poured tea for him without offering any opinions or initiating conversation. This left Lu Qi feeling exceedingly awkward, especially since he had previously expressed his disdain for Gu rather vehemently during a fit of anger in Asgard. However, he found himself in need of Gu Yi's assistance, compelling him to visit with a rather bold demeanor, carrying a bag of fruit as a token of goodwill. Clearing his throat with feigned formality, Lu Qi wore a sheepish smile and presented the large bag of fruit resting at his feet. "I came by on a whim and regrettably have little to offer, but I hope this humble bag of fruit suffices as a token of my respect," he said, hoping it wouldn't be dismissed. With a slight nod, Gu Yi summoned a mage standing outside the door to take the fruit, and shortly thereafter, a platter of freshly washed fruit was elegantly arranged on the tea table before them. After pouring more tea for Lu Qi, Gu Yi finally inquired, "Did you not previously express your dislike for me, Mr. Lu Qi? I am curious as to the purpose of your visit today." "Ah, those were merely words spoken in anger," Lu Qi replied with a forced chuckle, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's nothing of great importance. My family's identities have been exposed, and I thought, given your considerable abilities, perhaps you could lend me a hand or offer some advice." "This is quite a troublesome matter," Gu Yi responded, his tone serious. "Though my magical prowess is passable, altering the memories of others is no trivial task, as you well understand." Lu Qi's lips twitched as he observed Gu Yi's hands fidgeting, astonished that this esteemed figure exhibited such a less than noble side. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. "Very well, state your requirements clearly, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "My request is rather simple," Gu Yi replied calmly. "Merely grant me another opportunity to thwart you." Lu Qi tilted his head in confusion. "Is it truly that straightforward?" "Indeed, it is that simple," Gu Yi affirmed. With this, Lu Qi sprang to his feet, grasping Gu Yi's hand and shaking it exuberantly. "Then it is settled. As a powerful sorcerer, you must not go back on your word." Gu Yi chuckled and nodded. "I shall not retract my promise. This transaction is indeed favorable for me." Now that the agreement was established, Lu Qi felt no further reason to linger. Just as Gu Yi was preparing to bid him farewell, he unexpectedly halted, turning to place a yellow stone into her hand. "I am not one to take advantage of others. I believe you have been shortchanged in this exchange, so please accept this as compensation for the difference." Upon finishing his words, Lu Qi immediately activated his teleportation, departing from the scene. Witnessing this, Gu Yi's expression bore a mix of joy and sorrow as she softly murmured, "Do you see, old friend? This is the proper way to interact with him." With a whoosh, Lu Qi returned home, and soon after, he felt a soft entity nestling into his embrace, followed by the sweet fragrance of lilies. "Welcome home, dear," came the voice, and Lu Qi's expression shifted to one of playful abandon as he tightened his hold around the figure in his arms, leaning down with a teasing tone. "What did you call me? The wind was too strong. I couldn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it for me?" Louis nestled closer, murmuring, "Dear." Lu Qi exclaimed, "Oh dear, even I wish for a hug." Just then, a high-pitched voice pierced through the air from behind them. Lu Qi turned with annoyance, glaring at V, who appeared as if he hadn't bathed in over a decade and was fidgeting about. "No hugs, but I do have a big electric cannon. Interested?" With a dismissive roll of his eyes, V spread his arms in resignation. "What a heartless man. I'm beginning to worry about my future standing in the household." "Go away." Lu Qi waved his wrist dismissively, turning back to continue his affectionate antics with Lu Yi. "I've finished my conversation with that bald fellow. His efficiency is quite commendable. It should be all sorted out by now. If you're utterly free, just go run a few laps or hang out at Dante's bar. and flirt with the ladies. Just don't linger here as a third wheel. V pouted in dissatisfaction, but then seemed to have an idea. Approaching with a mischievous grin, boss, do you require my assistance with some back rubbing? After all, there are no fields ruined by cultivation, only cows that are overworked. I'm off to play with Dante now. Catch you later, boss. Upon sensing Lu Chi's demeanor, V sprang up from the ground and dashed away. The members of the group held Lu E, the boss lady, in the highest regard. Not only was she a scion like Lu Chi, but she also possessed formidable strength and a commendable character. No one would consider her being shorter than Lu E as a matter of disgrace. If Lu E weren't qualified to be the boss lady, it was likely that Lu Chi would face a lifetime of solitude. The quest for someone stronger than Lu E, with a more amiable disposition, and most importantly, someone who would not impose authority over the others, was no small feat in the Lu household. The title of boss lady carried significant weight. It represented more than just being Lu Chi's wife. To put it bluntly, whoever bore the title of boss lady held the power to direct others in their tasks. Which is why everyone had taken Gu Yi's words so seriously when she spoke without consideration. However, that was a concern of the past, for everyone was well aware of the true nature of Lu E. Just recently, even Virgil, who finally returned home a few days ago, expressed his joy upon hearing the news, offering his heartfelt blessings. It is safe to say that the romance between the two has indeed met with widespread approval. As Lu Chi and Lu E reveled in their tender moments together, a familiar sensation arose from the depths of their hearts. The system update had been completed. Chapter 120. The new problem child. As the clock struck midnight in New York City, Lu Chi and the others gradually gathered in the living room on the second floor. With the latest system upgrade, everyone was acutely aware that tonight might mark the arrival of a new member. Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili had already prepared the ingredients in the kitchen, eagerly awaiting the new member's arrival to host a lively family gathering. Similarly, Dante and Virgil returned home early, while V and Johnny opted not to indulge in nocturnal escapades this evening. Even Lu E consumed an extra pot of rice during dinner, all in hopes that the new member would enjoy a hearty meal upon their arrival. Following the system's upgrade, Lu Chi, as a sort of systems spirit, quickly comprehended the new features, which included the commonplace weekly check-in system. In essence, the system would provide Lu Chi with a small guaranteed reward. If he failed to receive any items after 6 consecutive days of check-ins, the system would slightly increase the probability of high-tier rewards, ensuring he would obtain at least one valuable item within the week. Additionally, the system generously bestowed upon him a protagonist summoning ticket, indicating that a new member would indeed arrive tonight. This was precisely why Lu Chi had tacitly accepted Lu Maoxing's elaborate preparations for the family gathering. With a clap of his hands, Lu Chi drew everyone's attention to himself, standing up and pinching a purple banknote-like piece of paper between his fingers. Everyone, let's perk up and prepare to welcome our new member with the best of spirits. We will be living together henceforth, so let us not leave a bad impression. Under his encouragement, the previously slouched individuals on the sofa slowly rose, taking their places side by side, leaving the center seat open for Lu Chi. Observing this, Lu Chi nodded in satisfaction and plopped down among them, declaring, "Now, I shall begin." As his words faded, the familiar magic circle re-emerged from the ground, prompting everyone to simultaneously don a pair of sunglasses from their pockets. Even Xiao Kuei adorned with a pair of brown frog glasses. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a tall, slender young man with brown hair and a handsome visage emerged slowly from the magic circle. After a subtle scan of the group, he turned his gaze to Lu Chi and said, "Good evening, boss. Thank you for your rescue and summoning." As he spoke, a perfect smile graced his face. "I have met all of you here. From now on, I shall live among you, and I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come." He paused, then continued, "Allow me, as a newcomer, to introduce myself. My name is... You are Light Yagami, correct?" Lu Chi, somewhat uncertain, interrupted the young man, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "So the boss is acquainted with me. Why not let you introduce me to everyone instead?" Observing the relaxed demeanor of the youth, Lu Chi remained silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. "Your name is Light Yagami. You should be 23 years old. And you previously worked at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. You're a clever individual with a strong sense of justice." Light Yagami, the protagonist of the anime Death Note, is also infamously known as the Notorious Killer. He possesses extremely formidable logical reasoning and psychological resilience, as well as outstanding acting skills and computer proficiency. During his senior year of high school, Light stumbled upon a black notebook that supposedly caused the death of anyone whose name was written within its pages. Initially skeptical, he soon confirmed its efficacy and sought to wield this power to guide the world towards goodness, believing that eliminating all criminals through violence would instill fear and deter others from wrongdoing. Reports suggest that Light Yagami, through this notebook, took the lives of at least hundreds of thousands within a mere few years. At that moment, Lucci suddenly realized that Light's request for him to introduce himself might have been a subtle way to gauge his boss's attitude towards him. Contemplating this, Lucci felt a jolt of unease. Had this young man already begun plotting against him within mere minutes of their meeting? With a heavy sigh, Lucci ultimately patted the sofa, shaking his head as he remarked, "Now we have another problematic child in the house." He cast a disapproving glance at Light Yagami. "Stop standing there foolishly. We will be family from now on. Come over and find a place to sit. We will update you on the current situation." Upon hearing this, Light Yagami subtly exhaled in relief and, with a smile, sat beside Dante, who was waving at him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Lucci felt that Light's current smile seemed significantly more genuine than the one he wore during his self-introduction. In truth, Lucci had quite liked Light Yagami when he first watched Death Note. Although he had killed L, this did not diminish his enjoyment of the character's charisma and cunning plans. Lucci often entertained the notion that Light might, unexpectedly, be quite innocent and naive. Considering he could declare, without a hint of embarrassment, "I am the god of the new world," a line both awkward and somewhat childish. To be honest, Lucci believed he was already quite childish himself, yet even he could not utter such words with a straight face after the age of 10. Because he has matured and become an adult with a sense of shame. Lucci feels both joy and discomfort watching Light Yagami seamlessly integrate into this large family with his personal charm. The joy stems from the fact that if trouble arises in the future, he will no longer have to heed Johnny and Dante's dubious suggestions. However, the discomfort arises from the fact that another troublesome child has joined the household. Most importantly, if this troublesome child angers him, he cannot resort to violence. For this individual is merely an ordinary person. If he were to inadvertently cause harm, it would lead to complications. Lucci sat on the edge of the sofa, cigarette in hand, observing with a smile as Light adeptly handled various questions from a group. As the conversations began to wind down, Johnny stood up, enthusiastically draping his arm around Light's shoulders as they descended the stairs. With the first dish placed on the dining table by Joe Maley, the family gathering officially commenced. Chapter 121. Manpower. Nearly half a month has passed since the battle in New York, and the once thriving city has been left in ruins due to this invasion. To the untrained eye, photographs might render the location indistinguishable from Syria. New York's current state can be attributed primarily to the Chitauri steel Leviathan. Although that colossal machine may not be overwhelmingly powerful, its demolition capabilities are quite formidable. Wherever the Leviathan has passed, one can only see desolation. Intact buildings are a rare sight in present-day New York City. The streets are littered with debris, and countless human bodies lie trapped beneath the ruins. While the American government lacks the manpower to clear them away, resulting in streets permeated by a foul stench of decay. As the morning sun rose, the door to Lucci's home swung open. Dressed neatly, Light Yagami emerged, carrying a large bag of garbage, which he promptly disposed of in a nearby bin. "Light, are you done? We're just waiting for you to start the meal." Lucci's little head poked out from the open door, asking anxiously. In response, Light smiled slightly, waved his hand, and scampered back inside, closing the door behind him. By this time, a week had elapsed since Light's arrival, and the others had come to know him to a certain extent, while he had begun to acclimate to the leisurely pace of life here. New York had effectively come to a standstill, with most businesses and schools shuttered, leaving only entertainment venues basking in the limelight. After experiencing a war, the citizens of New York found themselves in dire need of release, and any establishment that remained open, regardless of its environment or pricing, was almost guaranteed to be packed to capacity daily. The bar of the Spartan Brothers has been preserved intact due to the valiant battles fought by the demons, making it a coveted sanctuary for those seeking solace. Dante and his companions have, in a sense, profited from the turmoil of war. Even before dusk, a long queue forms outside the bar, stretching around the corner, And at that moment, the king of Cerberus wishes nothing more than to end his miserable existence. He yearns to provoke Virgil, the overlord of the demon realm, hoping to be mercilessly dispatched. This incessant longing leads Dante to frequently endure the king of Cerberus lamenting about the burdens of his job and the utter disrespect shown by the humans outside, which has become a source of great annoyance for Dante. To his astonishment, the seemingly docile king of Cerberus possesses an unexpectedly verbose demeanor. Recently, he has been incessantly chattering, leaving Dante overwhelmed by the incessant monologue of the old dog, a nickname given to the king by his friend, a testament to their camaraderie. As a result, the bar staff and familiar patrons have adopted this moniker, while several individuals who have faced the king's wrath have taken to calling him Dog Lord. However, it is not merely the old dog who complains. All the demon staff at the bar have voiced their grievances, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. Naven, the bartender, is on the verge of developing a professional ailment. Just yesterday, when Dante requested a glass of water, she instinctively poured plain water into a cocktail shaker, swirling it for a full 5 minutes before handing it to him. Baroque, the security personnel, has been swept away by the throngs of patrons, while Lucifer, the manager, has not set down his phone since the bar reopened on the first day after the war. Beowulf has gone to the extreme of transforming into a boxing glove and hiding himself in a lady's handbag, planning to accompany her home. Observing these weary yet formidable demons, Dante reluctantly acquiesces to their request for additional personnel. The demons rejoice, but Dante is disheartened. Where could he possibly find suitable help given the current configuration of the bar? Wouldn't any ordinary individual be terrified by the sight? Just as despair envelopes him, Virgil emerges, basking in sunlight like a hero, his austere demeanor cutting through the air. Dante peers through the portal and sees a multitude of demons lined up outside, quietly awaiting the words of their king. Virgil, choose as many as you desire. Do not be shy, brother. Dante. Thus, the dilemma of staffing the bar is finally resolved. The old dog once again reigns as Dog King. Naven takes on the role of mentor, Lucifer realizes his dream of a deputy management team, and Beowulf is promoted to foreman, embarking on a splendid life of commanding his subordinates with his legs crossed. Only Baroque remains tragic, ultimately, when the time comes to be crowded out. He's still pushed aside. The sole consolation is that a few kindred spirits have joined him in the bar. Breakfast time swiftly came to an end, and as per tradition, the group gathered on the sofas in the lobby to digest their meal. Lu Chi and Johnny exchanged puffs of smoke, while Lu Maoxing and Zhou merely sat at the edge of the sofa, indulging in tender exchanges. Vi held onto Lu Yi, who was eager to find her boyfriend, refusing to let go. The two engaged in hushed conversation at the bar, while the Spartan brothers continued to maintain their weapons. Light Yagami, however, observed the gathering with a quiet intensity, as if contemplating something profound. Noticing Light's demeanor, Lu Chi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Yagami, what are you pondering?" To this day, Lu Chi had yet to discern whether the individual before him was Kira or the nonchalant version of Light. The former had wielded the death note, while the latter had lost all memory of it. The distinction between the two was stark, and the anime depicted this difference vividly. The simplest way to tell was through their gaze and expressions, for not everyone could mimic a master planner. Yet, in real life, it was a different story. Given Yagami's acting prowess, if he wished to deceive, no one would ever suspect a thing. From Lu Chi's perspective, if Light truly intended to trick him, it would be as effortless as kicking a dog, a simple and enjoyable task. The two exchanged glances until Lu Chi prepared to avert his gaze, at which point Light spoke up, "Boss, I have a request that I hope you will grant." Chapter 122. Confession. Hey, Yagami, you've been here for a while now, haven't you? Why are you still holding back? You should listen to your seniors. There's really no need for such formality with us. Upon hearing Light's insincere pleasantries, Johnny's expression soured. He immediately stood up, encircling Light's neck with one arm, adopting an authoritative demeanor as he began to chide the younger man. Light's physical prowess was indeed commendable among ordinary folk, but compared to cybernetic beings, he resembled nothing more than a mere doll. In no time, Light found himself surrendering. Yet Johnny had no intention of letting him off easily. The lad clearly needed some discipline. His constant politeness, peppered with please and thank you, was an obvious attempt to avoid genuine camaraderie. With his silver mechanical arm tightly securing Light's neck, Johnny thrust his left fist before him. "Do you know what this is, you cheeky brat? A fist? Light's voice wavered slightly. In response, Johnny shook his head, then exhaled a cloud of smoke directly onto Light's face. Now that I've been so rude to you, what do you think you ought to say to me? After a moment of silence, Light inexplicably looked up at Johnny and asked, "Could you please release me, Mr. Johnny?" As Johnny released Light Yagami with evident disdain, he turned to Lu Chi and remarked, "Boss, this kid is nothing but a goody two-shoes. He and we're simply not on the same wavelength. I believe we should take him out to broaden his horizons." As he spoke, Johnny playfully pinched Light's arm, adding, "Just look at him, so frail and delicate. I wager even Meili could easily overpower him." Hearing this, Meili chuckled shyly. "Oh, I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I possibly defeat a boy?" With that, she effortlessly crushed a walnut in her right hand and offered the kernel to Lu Maoxing, asking, "Is it delicious?" Lu Maoxing nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is." The group collectively expressed their admiration for this so-called ordinary girl. With Meili's light-hearted interjection, Johnny lost interest in teasing further, allowing Light to escape the spotlight. In truth, Lu Chi could surmise the reason behind everyone's courtesy towards him was likely related to the commotion surrounding Kira. As a pathological perfectionist, Light was resolute in his endeavors. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal of becoming a god in this new world. As a newcomer to the Lu family, Light genuinely wished to integrate into this collective. However, his preoccupation with first impressions led him to fabricate a story about being a former police officer, claiming to have inherited the mantle and legacy of the world's greatest detective. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Lu Chi exposing his deception, for if such a revelation were to occur, it would have happened during Lu Chi's introduction rather than now. Hence, Light brazenly chose to deceive his unsuspecting companions on their very first day together. Naturally, the group believed him without hesitation, even showering him with compliments about his intellect, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Within the confines of the Lu household, trust reigned supreme, with each member unconditionally believing in one another, a trust that deepened with the passage of time. Johnny, however, was an exception. As a rock musician, his penchant for exaggeration led the others to selectively believe his words, often relegating them to the realm of myth. It was precisely this trust in Light that stirred a sense of guilt within him regarding his earlier deceit, leaving him with an uncomfortable knot in his conscience. Over the ensuing days, Light gradually discerned the personalities of those around him. Throughout his limited life, he had spent the majority of his time embroiled in intricate psychological games, where the stakes were life and death. Consequently, concealing his true self had become an instinctive form of self-protection. However, this place is different. Each individual here expresses their most authentic selves, devoid of pretense, and no one engages in deceit without cause. This very atmosphere incessantly reminds Light Yagami of his moral degradation, of his status as a scoundrel who even deceives his companions. He is reluctant to live his second life in such a manner. Thus he resolves to confess everything to the group, abandoning any facade he previously maintained. He is weary of the charade. Straightening his posture, Light sits upright on the sofa, and noticing his demeanor, the others sense that he has something significant to share, prompting them to sit up attentively. "I deeply apologize, dear friends. I have indeed lied to you all. I am not a good person," Light states gravely, and the group listens with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Light confess to deceiving them, the ever-curious Johnny immediately retorts, "Ah, it's you after all. I had suspected something was amiss. Tell me, did you take the liquid condom I left at the bottom of the fridge?" Light, taken aback, responds, "Huh?" At that moment, Lu Chi, sitting nearby, sheepishly raises his hand. Sorry Johnny, that was me." The room erupts into chaos as everyone begins to question Lu Chi, whose face turns crimson under the scrutiny. Subsequently, Dante confronts Light. "Did you eat the strawberry ice cream I stored in the fridge?" Before Light can respond, V interjects, "That was me. I've already bought a new one and placed it back in the fridge." Dante, acknowledging V's statement, gives a thumbs up and falls silent. Lu Maoxing then inquires, "Light, a few days ago, my whetstone went missing. Did you take it?" "No," Light replies. Virgil chimes in, "I took it. I just returned it. It's beside the cutting board." After a flurry of chatter, all eyes eventually turn to Light, their expressions inquiring, "What exactly did you deceive us about?" At this moment, Light is bewildered. Is it truly so difficult to explain? He steadies his nerves, takes a deep breath, and proclaims, "Friends, I sincerely apologize for misleading you about my past. I'm not a good person. I'm a criminal. Oh, the group is taken aback by this revelation, and Johnny curiously asks, "What crime have you committed?" "I am guilty of murder. I'm a killer," Light declares. The group responds nonchalantly, "Oh, is that all?" Huh. Light is astonished by their reaction. Having envisioned countless possible outcomes, yet none like this. "Do you not care that I am a murderer?" he asks incredulously. "Ah, is that all?" Johnny remarked dismissively, slumping onto the sofa with his legs crossed. "How dull. I expected some grand secret." With that, he lit a cigarette, disregarding Light Yagami entirely. Light was taken aback. This reaction is unimaginable. "How can it be so?" V scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Light, do you think we're novices in this world? It's merely a matter of taking a life. Why do you speak of it as if it's the apocalypse?" "V, even you?" Light felt a chill. In his earlier musings, aside from two underage children, he believed V would be the most troubled by his revelation, as she bore the visage of a refined lady, despite her somewhat crude language. Lu Chi clapped Light on the shoulder, his face nearly splitting with amusement. He would never have guessed that his companions were far more ruthless than he. Seeing Lu Chi's lack of surprise, Light suddenly realized, "Boss, does everyone here?" Lu Chi nodded with a smile. "Though I'm unsure of your thoughts. I sense you're on the right track. Previously, we all viewed you as the innocent type, hesitant to share our truths for fear of alarming you. However, now that the air is cleared, allow me to introduce you properly." He gestured towards Johnny. "This is Johnny Silverhand, a notorious terrorist in the cyber world. Not only has he taken lives, but he has also orchestrated terror attacks, including nuclear bombings." Then he pointed to V. "And this is V, known as Valerie, a legend in Night City, famously dubbed V the Thunderous. The lives you hold in your hands are but trifles to her. So, do show her respect. She might just shred you into bits for her next meal if she feels displeased." As Lu Chi continued his narrative, Light's jaw dropped further, realizing just how naive he had been. "So, I was pretending to be a formidable ghost in the presence of a gathering of Lords of Death?" Light suddenly burst into laughter. "Thank goodness you are all Lords of Death. Otherwise, I would truly feel out of place." At this, the group erupted in hearty laughter, sensing the shift in Light's demeanor. The previous subtle barrier had vanished, and his smile became genuine and lively. "Is the boss lady also a Lord of Death? Why didn't you introduce her?" Light inquired curiously. Lu Chi hesitated, glancing at Lu E, who was munching on snacks, and then quietly replied to Light, "I'm not certain about that. She has never brought it up, and we've been hesitant to ask." Upon hearing this, Light nodded thoughtfully, then sat back on the sofa, observing Lu E in silence, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Indeed, it seems to be a matter of card keys," Lu E remarked as she sat there, unable to resist the allure of the cookies. By the time she reached her third piece, she found herself unable to consume any more. After swallowing the morsel, she hesitantly extended the small plate in front of her and asked, "Would you care for some?" "Thank you, madam." Night God, you replied with a nod. After taking a bite of his cookie, his curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Could you share a bit about yourself, madam? I'm not the only one who is curious. I believe everyone here is as well." Upon hearing this, the others quickly nodded in agreement, affirming their shared intrigue. Little was known about Lu E. She seldom spoke of her own life and never meddled in the affairs of others. Her thoughts were primarily consumed by food and Lu Chi, showing little concern for anything else. Now that Night God, you had broached the subject, they were eager to delve deeper into the enigma that was their proprietress. Casting a puzzled glance at the group, Lu E scratched her head. "I don't have much to share. Before coming here, my days were filled with eating, fighting, and sleeping, or training and preparing for battles. It was rather monotonous." "What about before you became a time patroller?" Lu Chi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. In the game Dragon Ball Super Universe 2, the protagonist is already a time patroller at the outset, with no backstory provided, which fueled Lu Chi's interest in Lu Yi's childhood. "Before I became a time patroller?" Lu Yi pondered, lost in memories. "Ah, that feels like a lifetime ago. I lived in the time ruins then, where thick clouds obscured the sun, and a perpetual haze hung in the air. I had been there for as long as I could remember, unable to speak, and, truth be told, there was no need to, for there were no living beings, only countless formidable monsters." Reflecting on her past, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Lu Yi's face. "Now, I hardly dare to recall those days. The scenery was bleak, the weather unforgiving, the air was pungent, and most importantly, I could hardly find sustenance. as she spoke. A look of disdain crossed her features. You cannot imagine how dreadful the monsters tasted. Their flesh was not only tough and stringy, but, to make matters worse, consuming them would leave me with stomach pains at night. Despite feeling sympathetic, Lu Qi could not suppress his curiosity. So, what did you eat on a regular basis? He shrugged her shoulders with a hint of resignation. I had no choice but to eat meat. If I didn't, I would lack the strength to survive. Without strength, I would surely perish. Thus, even if it caused me pain, I had to eat. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless, unsure of what to say next. At that moment, Lu Maoxing raised his hand to speak. Madam, what do you usually do in your spare time? Surely, you do not just sit in silence all day? He tilted his head slightly and remarked, Stars, your question is rather peculiar. Of course, I spend my time fighting, and when I grow hungry, I eat. Once my stomach feels better, I continue to battle. When fatigue sets in, I rest, and upon awakening, I seek out monsters to engage in combat. The crowd remained silent and unresponsive, prompting Lu Yi to continue. Although they are not particularly palatable, battling them is quite enjoyable. These monsters are remarkably resilient, serving as excellent punching bags. Johnny leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and with a hint of disinterest, scoffed, What a dreary existence. I somewhat regret interrupting you. Upon hearing this, the others recalled that Yagami Light had something to say, which had been forgotten due to Johnny's interruption. To halt his girlfriend's tedious monologue, Lu Qi hastily interjected, Light, didn't you mention you had a request? Please share it now. Oh, Yagami Light nodded eagerly, boss. I wish to start a company. Chapter 124. Light's plan. A week later, Yagami Light's venture into entrepreneurship was in full swing. He was never one to act without purpose. On the contrary, he was a pragmatic individual, deeply rooted in reality. Thus, the seemingly whimsical decisions he made were, in fact, the result of careful contemplation. During these days, he had not been idle. Rather, he had been diligently acquiring knowledge about this world through various channels, such as the internet and television, integrating this information with what his companions had shared. Being a modern individual, Yagami Light had largely grasped the general contours of this world and had gained a clearer understanding of his companions. The casual conversation that took place a few days prior had become one of Light's few embarrassments, causing him considerable discomfort. In his quest to understand his companions better, he had worked hard, unfortunately leaving Lu Qi and Lu Yi at the mercy of Yagami Light's incessant inquiries, depriving them of any semblance of personal space. According to Yagami Light, while the group was indeed renowned in the true extraordinary circles, their recognition in human society was sorely lacking. There's an old saying, the king of hell is better than the troublesome little ghosts. In this context, the top-tier extraordinary individuals are akin to the king of hell, while human society represents the troublesome little ghosts. Thanks to Lu Maoxing's exceptional culinary skills, Lu Qi and his companions had indeed made connections with many high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals across various nations. However, in the eyes of these elites, Lu Qi and his peers were merely chefs running a restaurant. Compared to substantial profits, a few exquisite dishes were utterly insignificant. Stark and Osborne were indeed commendable shields. Yet Yagami Light would never place his hopes in outsiders, for he had learned from past misfortunes. He vividly recalled running beneath the setting sun, a poignant reminder of his lost youth, precious life, and dapper suit. Thus, he firmly believed that in this world, aside from his companions, no outsiders were worthy of trust, making the enhancement of his social standing and the prevention of troublesome little ghosts from encroaching upon them of utmost importance. In Light Yagami's vision, he initially aspired to establish a food company, believing that with Lu Maoxing's culinary skills, it would undoubtedly become the most successful food enterprise in the world. He envisioned gradually expanding its commercial empire, ultimately transforming it into a true gastronomic dominion. However, he has since relinquished this ambition upon discovering a superior alternative, the technology of cybernetic implants in the cyber world. In this realm, as long as one possesses genuine expertise, the food and medical industries are among the most lucrative ventures. The number of individuals with disabilities in this world is staggering. If given the opportunity to regain their health, one can only imagine how much they would be willing to invest. The answer is self-evident. Furthermore, there is an additional advantage to the prosthetics business, the ability to cultivate a persona during specific periods, thus attracting these unique demographics. If they successfully create this golden body, They would indeed be able to navigate human society with unparalleled ease. With the assistance of Stark Industries and Oscorp, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Light to aspire to a Nobel Prize. The preliminary plan has taken shape. The remaining task is to persuade key personnel to join the company. Consequently, Light sought out Ms. V, who, as a cybernetic polymath with attributes maxed out at 20, was the most suitable candidate for the management and chief researcher position. Naturally, V, who was already bored to the point of restlessness, readily agreed. She had been confined at home long enough to feel unwell. Although she longed to visit Dante's bar, she feared the possibility of unwanted complications, and while she wished to shop for clothes, the mall she frequented had collapsed. Just then, Light approached her with an intriguing proposition, perfectly aligning with her desires, thus making V more enthusiastic than ever. However, the duo soon found themselves in a predicament, as they had not anticipated the complexities involved in registering a company in America. Ultimately, with no other options, V had to reach out to her close friend, Pepper Potts. The phrase having connections makes things easier holds true in any country, and over the phone, Pepper readily agreed. No problem, V. I'll have Happy come to collect the materials from you, and you won't need to worry about the rest. I will take care of everything. V responded, really? That is fantastic. I adore you, Pepper. I mean it. Why don't you kick Tony to the curb, and we can stick together? Pepper replied, no. With that, the process of establishing the company officially commenced. With Pepper's assistance, all the various procedures for registration were streamlined, allowing them to navigate the entire process in just 2 days. In Light's room, he solemnly held a brown paper bag, carefully placing it upon his desk. The contents of this bag represent his inaugural objective in this world, his first opportunity to distinguish himself among this group of foolish companions, and thus he approached this moment with utmost seriousness. The companions are formidable, non-human entities, while Light Yagami is merely an ordinary, yet intelligent individual. He lacks the culinary prowess of Lu Maoxing and is not one of the early veterans who stood by Lu Qi's side. As long as the system persists, the number of companions will inevitably increase. Should he choose to languish in complacency, indulging in frivolities and merriment, he would eventually be overwhelmed by his peers, relegated to the status of a mere backdrop. Light Yagami is unwilling to become just a prop. Hence, he must strive to stand out, not only before Lu Qi, but also in the eyes of his companions. He aspires to become a unique and irreplaceable presence within this household, akin to Lu Maoxing. This company represents the first step in his grand design, a pivotal move toward becoming the chief steward of the Lu family. For this ambition, he is prepared to embrace the persona of a villain, regardless of his personal inclinations. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the hue of Light's eyes began to redden. As he reached for a brown paper bag, the outline of a steel pen became discernible in the pocket of his suit jacket. The scene shifted to reveal a seemingly aged notebook, bound in black faux leather, resting quietly in the upper left corner of the table. Its cover was marred by an array of creases and signs of wear. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the surface had been meticulously cleaned, with even the edges of the pages appearing remarkably pristine. It was evident that the owner of this notebook cherished it deeply. The owner had even bestowed a name upon it, inscribing in white ink on the black cover, Death Note. Chapter 125. The Grand Magic Circle. Time flew by. 3 months had elapsed since the Battle of New York. The city had begun to revitalize, with major companies and schools reopening, and people returning to their former lives. Johnny carried his guitar daily, traversing the triangle between school, bars, and home. Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili spent their days in close company with Peter and Harry, seemingly deliberating on significant matters. The Spartan brothers appeared to be managing the bar, yet most of their time was consumed by brawls. Lu Qi occasionally mused that their fervor for running the bar was primarily a pretext for quarrels, with their management philosophy providing a convenient excuse. With the pretext established, the brothers engaged in their disputes with unabashed enthusiasm. They would bicker at the dining table, clash in my world, and, at times, even venture into the demon realm for their skirmishes. It was as if these two brothers possessed boundless energy, turning over every inch of the demon realm, nearly dismantling the den of the three-headed canine clan in the process. To this end, the old dog even took a leave of absence to seek an explanation from Lu Qi. Fortunately, the issue was resolved by granting a collective holiday to the three-headed dog. Otherwise, these two brothers might have found themselves embroiled in a legal dispute. Meanwhile, Yagami Light and V had already launched their company, with considerable assistance from Norman and Stark, the price of which was the establishment of a partnership with the gods. Indeed, the name of his company was the Gods, a conclusion reached after discussions with V. After all, the divine was a dream of Yagami Light's previous life, and the notion of gods was sufficiently legendary. Thus both were quite satisfied with this appellation. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. When Yagami Light conducted a name search for the company, he discovered that the name had already been registered by someone else. Reluctant to stir up trouble, the two initially contemplated selecting a different name. However, Johnny, who was merely a spectator, became intrigued, his insatiable curiosity piqued. With nothing else to occupy his time, Johnny decided to investigate the company currently called the Gods Online, only to find himself amused. It turned out that this company produced condoms. Thus, a memorable scene unfolded as Johnny discreetly closed the webpage and quietly purchased a large supply of the Gods condoms, claiming them as a gift for V in Yagami Light's grand opening. When the two exuberantly unwrapped their gift, they were greeted by the stark white lettering of the gods occupying half the package, alongside an image of a robust, half-naked man. As they stood bewildered, Johnny, with impeccable timing, remarked, well, you are a legend of Night City, and you a newcomer of the New World. Can it be that the names you two have labored over for a week align with a company that sells condoms? I say, why not abandon the idea of selling implants? This technology could be better utilized in the production of dolls. V, you could serve as a spokesperson, and Lord Kame could personally record a tutorial video, ultimately launching a special custom service for members. I dare not say more, but in 2 years, you shall be the world's wealthiest, vanquishing Stark and kicking Osborn. Ultimately, this incident passed as Johnny was nearing asphyxiation. After all, these items were not balloons, and inflating them proved quite laborious. With Pepper's assistance, Yagami Light successfully acquired the Gods condoms, establishing it as a subsidiary dedicated to the sale of lower-tier implants. Thus, the Gods Company was officially founded, marking the first step toward realizing Yagami Light's dream. Meanwhile, V donned a serious lady's suit and black high heels, neatly tying her white hair back, embarking on a daily routine of carrying a small bag to work from 9 to 5. Thus, only Lu Chi and Lu Yi, two unemployed wanderers, remained at home. However, they were quite busy as there were still numerous uninflated balloons from Johnny, and it would be quite wasteful not to use them. One ordinary morning, after a long night of toil, Mr. Lu Chi finally concluded his laborious work and seized a moment to attend to his personal hygiene. Following a brief wash, he chose to return to his beloved and familiar sanctuary, eagerly sinking into the soft leather sofa on the first floor, unable to suppress a contented hum of pleasure. At this moment, the couple could be aptly described as savoring the essence of life. Lu Chi had experienced many women, yet had never had a girlfriend. As for Lu Yi, she had yet to complete her education. One could hardly expect her to be an experienced romantic. What is it like for two individuals devoid of romantic experience to come together? It is akin to parched, cracked earth finally welcoming a torrential downpour, or frozen trees awakening to the warmth of spring. It resembles a girl sprinting several kilometers for a bag, only to be informed upon arrival, lucky you, there's one left. It is akin to a man who has undergone a circumcision, anxiously waiting 2 months, only for the doctor to finally nod and say, recovery looks good, you're all set. How could the frail body not be rejuvenated by the nourishment of a millennium-old ginseng? The two inevitably succumbed to this rosy paradise, wishing they could be as inseparable as conjoined twins perpetually entwined. Lighting a cigarette and watching a silent television program for a while, Lu Chi departed the home before Lu Maoxing rose, as he had a significant dilemma to resolve. As he pushed open the door, a refreshing breeze caressed Lu Chi's face, whisking away some of the fatigue from his sleepless night. He retrieved his personal terminal, leaped into the air, and with a swift whoosh, he found himself soaring high above, taking in half the Earth's visage beneath him. After glancing at the map displayed on the terminal, Lu Chi accelerated in a particular direction, a conical cloud trailing behind him, disappearing into the vast sky in an instant. Accompanied by the roar of crashing waves and the sound of slicing through the air, Lu Chi ultimately found himself floating above an ocean, the screen of his terminal revealing 6 striking Chinese characters. Mariana Trench. Is this truly the place? Lu Chi muttered to himself, surveying his surroundings with a hint of unease. Growing somewhat agitated, he scratched his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, is this even suitable? It's out the only place I could find. If you're really uncomfortable, you can always find your own spot in outer space." With that, Lu Chi snapped his fingers, and a colossal golden magical array materialized, occupying the entire trench's surface. Chapter 126. The magnitude of the koan is truly astonishing. Those who frequent the internet may recall a certain advertisement that spread like wildfire across the digital landscape, giving rise to a multitude of imitators. Its slogan proclaimed, "Begin with a koan. Evolution relies solely on devouring." The stunning game CGI, the fervent narration, the captivating gameplay, and the occasional appearance of Sister Lu, who rides upon the koan, all contributed to its allure. Lu Chi, an ordinary man with a fascination for colossal beings, naturally clicked on the game and, drawn in by the legendary login interface, unhesitatingly opted to invest his money. It wasn't long before he found himself slapping his own face in disbelief, exclaiming, "I'm such a fool." Indeed, he had been deceived. The game bore no trace of the enticing Sister Lu or the mythical koan depicted in the promotional material. It was merely a commonplace, lackluster web game. To even label it as a video game would be an overstatement, for it was simply a guise of a larger fish consuming the smaller. Lu Chi's financial contribution turned out to be a source of great frustration, yielding only a plethora of gaudy trinkets and a few thousand levels for that wretched fish. Infuriated, Lu Chi nearly succumbed to despair, but having spent money on this game, he placed it prominently on his computer desktop as a reminder to avoid such foolish mistakes in the future. Thus began his descent into the realm of single-player games. Now, the koan emerging from the magic circle is none other than the protagonist of that foolish web game, the creature Lu Chi aptly named Little Big Fish, second only to the formidable koan Xie Guankoan. Suddenly, a resounding yet melodious cry echoed from the heavens, and in an instant, countless water spouts surged skyward, as if striving to connect with the firmament. A breathtaking cascade of seven-colored radiance poured forth from above, with myriad droplets suspended in midair, transforming into water sprites that danced joyfully. Just as Lu Chi marveled at the splendid spectacle before him, the sky abruptly darkened, as if a cloud had drifted by to obscure the bright expanse. He glanced upward, only to behold a colossal eyeball engulfed in azure flames, its diameter estimated to be at least 50 meters. In shock, Lu Chi scanned the skies again and was astounded to discover that the head of Little Big Fish hovered at an impressive height of approximately 1,800 meters, with its length extending beyond 9,000 meters. Its immense form floated silently above him, imparting a palpable sense of pressure as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Lu Chi could not help but exclaim, "Now, this is what one truly calls a behemoth. Not even Leviathan can compare." It seemed as though the little fish had sensed the positive emotions radiating from its father, and it joyfully let out a cry, "Woo!" A torrent of air erupted from its enormous mouth, akin to an air cannon, ruffling Lu Chi's garments and creating a fluttering sound, while his hair stood on end, nearly transforming into a slick-back style. He promptly adjusted his hairstyle, saying, "Little fish, your voice is too loud. Keep it down." The little fish blinked its large eyes in confusion. "Woo!" Lu Chi shook his head. "No, it's still too loud." "Woo! Still loud," Lu Chi replied. "It's a bit too soft now. I can hardly hear you." The little fish responded softly, "Woo, clap." Lu Chi clapped his hands in delight. "Well done." Seeing Lu Chi's praise, the little fish naturally responded with joy, "Woo." A gust of wind swept through, and Lu Chi hurriedly shielded his hairstyle. "Louder, louder. Your voice is too loud, little fish. You must keep it steady." The little fish replied, and Lu Chi, shaking his head in resignation, remarked, "Alas, I can't hear you again. You still need to practice, fish." The little fish's call carried a hint of disappointment. "Woo." Lu Chi floated upwards, gently patting the dejected little fish, then pointed to the sea beneath them. "Oh, dear fish, it's not that I don't love you. It's just that your size is too great. You must understand, the fish tank at home simply cannot accommodate you, and I cannot afford a larger abode. So you must endure this for now." Despite its disappointment, the little fish ultimately nodded in understanding, for it recognized the truth of its own vast size. Reluctantly, the little fish became the first companion of the Lu family to venture out and live independently. Watching it plunge into the ocean, frolicking freely and inadvertently generating towering waves. Lu Qi found himself in a quandary. The little fish's existence posed a cataclysmic threat to the earth, considering its size. How much would it consume in a single meal to satiate its hunger? After some rough calculations, Lu Qi concluded that a single meal could potentially exhaust the resources equivalent to the sustenance of 1,000 or 1,800 Lu Maoxing. Leaving aside the implications of how many chefs would be overwhelmed by a single meal or how many days it would take to irrevocably disrupt the marine food chain, one must ponder the catastrophic consequences if the little fish merely turned over in the water. Coastal cities would soon face a monumental tsunami. Contemplating this, Lu Qi tugged at his hair in frustration. Oh, my dear fish, what am I to do with you? With no alternative, he knew he must send it away from Earth, lest all coastal inhabitants suffer the consequences. After a flash of sparks, Gu Yi emerged from the portal, his expression grave as he regarded Lu Qi. Upon recognizing Gu Yi's arrival, Lu Qi immediately waved in greeting. Ah, just in time, Gu. I must trouble you to assist in covering our tracks. The little fish's size has surely become evident, so please use your wondrous magic to help conceal it. With that, Lu Qi extended his hand, offering an item. I won't say thank you. Here, accept this as your reward. Ancient One extended her hand to receive the capsule, inquiring, is this the one you gave to Stark? Lu Qi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the essence of celestial beings S. I have very few left, making it quite precious. Upon hearing this, Ancient One non-committally nodded and then returned the capsule, stating, since it is so valuable, you should keep it for yourself. As for my remuneration, she cast a glance at the little fish, who was curiously observing her, and added, let it leave Earth. Otherwise, soon there won't be a single human left alive. I can sense its size is still growing, and within a month, it could consume the entire ocean. Does this align with your way of life? Lu Qi replied, let me ponder it. Chapter 127. Departure. Ultimately, the little fish chose to depart, a decision it made on its own, with even Lu Qi unable to persuade it otherwise. The reasoning was straightforward. The little fish could not find sufficient sustenance on Earth unless Lu Maoxing was willing to conjure food for it around the clock, which was far from feasible. Thus, the little fish had no choice but to forage for itself. As a colossal creature that could devour an aircraft carrier, how much food would it require to satiate its hunger? The answer was, of course, insatiable, considering the largest creatures on Earth. Even if the little fish were to be in a constant state of feeding, it would be futile. Its consumption would not compensate for the energy expended while foraging. To put it plainly, the little fish would only grow hungrier on Earth, leading to a vicious cycle, and ultimately, it would unwittingly consume all living beings on the planet. Just as Ancient One had forewarned, the outcome would be worse than not eating at all, leaving it even more famished. Upon reaching this conclusion, the little fish resolved to leave, seeking a wider universe to feast upon, akin to a form of employment. Lu Qi retrieved all the equipment belonging to the little fish from his backpack, donning each piece for it personally. He was uncertain of the effectiveness, but once adorned, the sight struck Lu Qi as quite awkward. Perhaps this was the hallmark of domestically produced online games. Any artifact was sure to be gaudy and exaggerated, devoid of aesthetic appeal. Most infuriatingly, regardless of the cultural backdrop, be it Western fantasy or Eastern mythology, the designers invariably bestowed upon the characters a pair of grandiose wings. Lu Qi found himself bemused, questioning whether these designers were wing enthusiasts or simply enamored with the spectacle of fashion shows. Gently patting the delighted little fish, Lu Qi, with an odd expression, remarked, my dear fish, when there's nothing happening, do tuck those wings away. They are rather unsightly. The little fish responded with a curious, huh? Lu Qi then produced a sack filled with yellow magic stones and essence of celestial beings S, placing them in the little fish's otherworldly space. As both looked at each other, the atmosphere began to grow increasingly melancholic. My dear fish, do remember to take care of yourself while you're out there. Avoid consuming anything unsanitary. I have placed a personal terminal in the lounge. Do call me often when you have the chance. Lu Qi's incessant nagging has returned, and he is once again tedious in his reminders, which is rather bothersome. If only the little fish could speak, it would surely unleash a torrent of curses. Considering its size, how on earth could it make a phone call? After a heartfelt farewell, Lu Qi floated in midair, waving goodbye to the little fish he had just met. This was his first separation from a companion, and a myriad of emotions surged forth, reminiscent of an unrelenting torrent. As Lu Chi stood there, lost in sentimental reverie, a voice tinged with melancholy drifted from behind him. This item is precious, isn't it? There aren't many left, right? I must cherish it, correct? Lu Chi suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten about Gu Yi's presence, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Gu Yi had no intention of stooping to his level. She shook her head with a hint of exasperation and said, "Mr. Liu, could I trouble you to be more mindful in the future? Camartage is not a housekeeping service, and I'm not your family's full-time maid. You wish to retreat from the world and lead a quiet life while simultaneously causing disturbances. I must protect the earth from the incursions of dimensional demons, and I cannot spare the time to clean up after you." Gu Yi's words left Lu Chi feeling even more embarrassed. He hastily produced a handful of capsules and firmly pressed them into her hand, smiling as he flattered her. Yes, you are the guardian of Earth, with precious time in your busy schedule, so let us not bicker over trivial matters. Please take these and look after me in the future. After some feigned reluctance, Gu Yi finally accepted the capsules, her demeanor reminiscent of a child receiving red envelopes during the new year. Very well, I shall take care of you, but do refrain from causing me trouble. Adjusting memories can be quite exhausting. Yes, you have my gratitude. After a resigned smile, Gu Yi decisively opened a portal and departed, and only after the portal was completely closed did Lu Chi breathe a sigh of relief. It is indeed quite challenging to seek assistance from others. In a flash, Lu Chi returned to his bedroom. Seeing Lu Yi still sound asleep, he couldn't help but smile softly, then crawled back into bed, wrapping his arms around her soft form before closing his eyes once more. When he finally awoke again, it was midday. Noticing that Lu Yi had already risen and left, Lu Chi splashed some water on his face and, cigarette in mouth, descended from the second floor. At that moment, he found himself alone in the house. His companions had gone off to school or work, and Lu Chi found himself living the long-forgotten life of an empty nester. He reached up to remove a note from the refrigerator that read, "I went shopping with Mei Li. There's food in the fridge. Your dear one left a little reminder." Lu Chi then retrieved an enormous lunchbox from the refrigerator and sat at the bar, eating while lost in thought, uncertain of the reason, despite the fact that his life had clearly settled into a harmonious rhythm, even flourishing further ever since the arrival of Light Yagami. He had been plagued by an elusive sense of impending doom. Initially, it was merely a feeling of being watched, but after the arrival of Xiao Yu that morning, this sense of crisis crystallized, accompanied by a palpable hint of malice. From the moment he awoke, Lu Chi discreetly endeavored to uncover the source of this disquiet. It remained as fleeting as the wind. No matter how he strained, he could never grasp it firmly. This inexplicable anxiety fluttered about like a feather, incessantly tugging at Lu Chi's increasingly taut nerves, keeping him in a state of perpetual vigilance, yet with no outlet for his unease. After swallowing the last morsel of food, Lu Chi languidly settled into the sofa and lit a cigarette, with his half-closed eyes fixed upon the crimson lantern hanging from the ceiling. He allowed his presence to expand subtly. New York, America, Earth, the Milky Way. Slowly, Lu Chi envisioned the little fish swimming through the cosmos, witnessed the jubilant festivities of Asgard, and beheld a rather unattractive, short-haired woman radiating a golden glow, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, yet the source of malice remained elusive. Lu Chi persisted in his quest. His aura expanded ever further into the void. In his normal state, Lu Chi was merely an ordinary mortal. Aside from his formidable strength, his existential tier had not ascended. Only upon achieving divine transformation would he elevate to a being of omnipotence. However, the universe in which he currently found himself was exceedingly fragile. In a comparative analysis of the resilience of world barriers, even a dimension like mine proved more robust than that of the Marvel Universe. The maximum limit of force that my realm could endure roughly aligned with the first phase of divine transformation. Lu Chi had once wielded this power while frolicking with Dante and others. Although this force shattered the immutable laws of my world, it withstood the onslaught. In contrast, Lu Chi surmised that the universe he inhabited could only withstand the power of a super scion at its second tier. Any greater force would lead to cosmic collapse, thus preventing him from employing higher-tier abilities to uncover the true origin of this malevolence. It was akin to a mosquito having fed on your blood, landing upon the trigger of a nuclear weapon. Though one might loathe it to the core, the prospect of annihilation renders one hesitant to swat it. For it is not worth the mutual destruction. Lu Qi found himself in this very predicament. With the use of Divine Transformation Level 1, he could effortlessly locate the source and unleash his frustrations upon it. Yet he refrained, for this world held many precious people and things deserving of his care. Despite the annoyance of the prying gaze and underlying malice, Lu Qi ultimately resolved to endure, marking this as one of the most stifling experiences since his arrival in this realm. Extinguishing the cigarette but between his fingers, Lu Qi let out a cold laugh and said, "Little brat, you better not come over to provoke me, nor should you let me find you, or you shall suffer dearly. My dear boss, who is it that is destined to suffer, and which unfortunate soul has angered you?" A melodious voice inquired from outside the door. It was V, clad in a tailored suit. The sleek black skirt accentuated her smooth, fair thighs, while her black high heels lent her legs a striking length and elegance. In her hands, she held two large shopping bags, and, as Lu Qi peered inside, he discovered they were brimming with various brands of sports drinks and ice cream. At that moment, she was busy cramming more items into the already overflowing refrigerator. Lu Qi approached, seized a bottle of drink, and performed a bottle-blowing trick for V. With a puzzled tilt of his head, he asked, "I am unaware of who this unfortunate soul is, but they must surely be watching us from some hidden vantage point. V, haven't you sensed any prying eyes?" Upon hearing this, V paused momentarily. "Well, I have indeed felt as though someone has been watching me lately, but I initially thought it was merely due to my rather revealing attire, so I dismissed it." Lu Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You are aware of how revealing your outfit is? If I didn't know what you were up to, I'd almost think you were working at a bar, entertaining patrons." "TCH," V scoffed, a smirk curling her lips. "In this world, is there anyone who could afford to hire me? I only hire others, no one hires me." With V's playful banter, Lu Qi temporarily set aside his unease. After all, considering their current capabilities, regardless of the intentions behind the surveillance, their ultimate fate would likely involve a swift annihilation of their observer. Lu Qi did not disdain this lurking figure. Rather, he held a general contempt for all humanity. As a wise elder once remarked, all those present are but trash. With his internal turmoil resolved, Lu Qi reverted to his carefree demeanor. He unceremoniously squeezed past V, who was still rummaging through the refrigerator, and swept a pile of ice cream and drinks into his arms. Humming a tuneless rendition of Counting Ducks, he hopped back to the sofa to watch television. V merely shrugged, unfazed. She knew all too well the nature of her boss. In truth, such a scenario was quite perfect. Although Lu Qi often portrayed a carefree disposition, those who truly understood him recognized that he was a volatile powder keg, easily ignited and ready to explode at the slightest spark. Content with his current life, Lu Qi's satisfaction bred a profound fear of loss. Thus, his demeanor resembled that of a beast fiercely guarding its young. Should anyone dare to display even a hint of hostility, he would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation, tearing them apart without affording them a moment's explanation. This matter is well understood by the companions, as they currently find themselves in a similar predicament. It is precisely for this reason that they are so concerned about Lu Qi's psychological state. After all, his potential for destruction far exceeds their own. Should they err, the consequence may only involve the demise of a few deserving individuals. However, if it were Lu Qi who faltered, the implications would extend beyond a mere handful of culpable souls to encompass countless innocents, or even all of them. This is why the group insists on utilizing the directional summoning tokens. They feel compelled to provide a safeguard for this fragile world and its countless innocents. Why would they willingly sacrifice everything to summon a formidable ally, one that they do not currently require? Why would Lu Maoxing offer legendary culinary tools to support the collective? Why would Dante choose to forego immediate combat capabilities to summon a companion, even in the presence of Virgil? Why would V and Johnny be willing to part with nearly all of their weaponry to summon an unfamiliar individual, merely to secure an equally matched opponent for Lu Qi? The notion that the denizens of the cyber world could be so selfless is implausible. Lu Maoxing surely yearns for his mother. Dante must be apprehensive about the possibility of being mocked by Virgil should he falter. The truth is that V and Johnny are indeed selfish. Lu Maoxing longs for his mother, and Dante harbors a profound fear of being bested by Virgil. Yet, they find themselves compelled to act in this manner. as their greater dread lies in the prospect of Lu Qi regaining his sanity only to be overwhelmed by despair due to his actions. They are acutely aware of Lu Qi's character and can vividly imagine the depths of self-doubt and denial he would experience upon realizing the number of innocent lives he has taken. The annihilation of the universe? The group remains indifferent. The deaths of innocents? They are unconcerned. A change of world? They are utterly apathetic. However, Lu Qi cares deeply. He cares immensely above all else. Thus, even if it means incurring their boss's ire, they feel it imperative to summon a powerful ally at all costs. One who can restrain Lu Qi should he lose his grip on sanity. And indeed, Lu Yi has performed admirably in this regard. When Lu Qi erupted in Asgard, had it not been for Lu Yi's timely intervention, the present circumstances might have been drastically altered. Yet, it appears that Lu Yi has exceeded expectations. She not only fulfilled the group's requests, but also became the confidant of their boss, assuming the role of their matriarch, which took them all by surprise. Nevertheless, this development has proven beneficial. Since the two became involved, Lu Qi's temper has noticeably improved. Had such a sense of surveillance been present in the past, Lu Qi would have turned the world upside down to track down the observer and exact vengeance. In truth, the group has consistently endeavored to help Lu Qi stabilize his emotions, only to ultimately discover that beneath his formidable exterior lies a fragile soul. Lu Qi's journey is one marked by the stark contrasts of possessing everything and then losing it all, only to find himself in a surreal state of once again reclaiming everything. His spirit resembles a roller coaster, having endured innumerable highs and lows. Had these events befallen Dante and his contemporaries, they would not have exhibited the fragility that Lu Qi displayed, for they are born warriors, destined protagonists, endowed with an innate resilience of will. Lu Qi, however, is merely an ordinary man. In his previous life, he never engaged in fights nor quarrels. Prior to the upheaval in his life, his greatest frustration stemmed from an incident where a young lady deliberately neglected to wear a crown, resulting in him inadvertently overpaying 200 yuan at the end of a meal. Such trivial matters could trouble Lu Qi for days, not because he lamented the loss of money, but rather because he despised the feeling of having something taken from him. From a young age, Lu Qi was educated to cherish all that he possessed. Since the day he learned to read, he was taught the first lesson: what is meant to be will come, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Everyone around him emphasized the importance of valuing the present, as these are gifts bestowed upon him by the heavens, a testament to divine affection. He was advised not to fight or covet, for that which is rightfully his will inevitably find its way to him, and no one can wrest it away. Conversely, what is not his, even if obtained through various means, will ultimately depart in peculiar ways, for it was never truly his to begin with. The unscrupulous tactics he might employ would only grant him temporary possession, and when it leaves, it would also carry away fragments that ought to belong to him, such as conscience, kindness, or freedom. However, when a sudden car accident claimed the lives of his loved ones and his own physical form, Lu Qi's worldview was irrevocably shattered. According to his logic, his parents and his body were never truly his. They were taken by the heavens. How could such an outcome not drive him to madness and despair? In that moment, he shut himself off from the world, rejecting the gifts of the divine. He confined himself to his room, sleeping into oblivion, yearning for the moment he could close his eyes and never awaken. Lu Qi believed that his life would end there. Yet the arrival of several law enforcement officers rekindled a flicker of hope within him. They resembled adhesive, painstakingly gathering the fragments of his heart scattered in the murky waters, reassembling it piece by piece, and thoughtfully cleansing it in the process. Gradually, more and more pieces of his heart were collected, and the adhesive was applied liberally. As the heart neared complete restoration, a bolt of lightning once again shattered it into fragments. The heavens seized everything from him once more, and in exchange, he was left with a heap of cash and shares that, while technically his, now felt as worthless as discarded paper. This time, Lu Qi's fortune had run dry. No one would assist him in picking up the fragments scattered upon the ground, nor would anyone serve as the adhesive for his broken spirit. From this moment forth, he transformed into a soulless entity. His organs ceased to function, and his mind no longer processed thoughts, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless shell. He immersed himself in the one-dimensional worlds of video games and anime, resolutely avoiding online games, as they required communication with others, and the dead could not speak. Until one fateful day, when destiny smiled upon him once more. A sudden electric shock claimed Lu Qi's shattered body, yet bestowed upon him a wondrous system and a chance to relive his life. This time, he silently vowed never to allow anyone to snatch away anything that belonged to him by any means. On the day he acquired the Vegeto template, Lu Qi silently cursed the chef, feeling a sense of invincibility. Even the heavens could not intervene now. As the clock struck 5 in the evening, people gradually returned home. Lu Maoxing dropped his backpack and dashed into the kitchen, while Zhou Meili set aside her phone to assist. Lu Yi stood at the kitchen door, savoring the delightful aromas wafting from within, swallowing his saliva in anticipation. Johnny, cigarette in mouth, lounged on the sofa, playfully teasing Lu Qi, while Dante and Virgil perched at the bar, discussing the forthcoming operational strategies of the pub. Light Yagami stood behind the bar, pouring drinks for the Spartan brothers and engaging in casual conversation with V about the peculiar happenings in the company. Time passed quietly, and as the final dish was presented on the dining table by Zhou Meili, dinner commenced. The group was now capable of conversing while dining, for even the most delectable dishes would eventually lose their allure. However, it was evident that Light Yagami had yet to reach this state, and Lu Yi likely never would. Those who had grown accustomed to Lu Maoxing's culinary prowess now cherished the atmosphere of gathering together to eat and converse. After all, they had savored the feast prepared with legendary utensils several times before. What mattered now was not the food laid before them, but the experience of sharing the meal and the company with whom they dined. At the table, V casually broached the topic of the unsettling sensation of being watched and the underlying hostility, to which everyone chimed in, admitting to having felt it too, except for Light Yagami and the 2 children, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Boss, what do you think we should do? Should we investigate?" Virgil inquired coldly, setting down his chopsticks. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qi gently shook his head. "I searched everywhere today and found no trace of him. Perhaps we should let it be for now. Things will unfold naturally. When he reveals himself, we can deal with him then." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips, as unspoken understanding filled the air. Chapter 129. Johnny Seeks Trouble in the Blink of an Eye. May arrived. Since that dinner, the unsettling sensation of being watched seemed to have lost interest in Lu Qi and his companions, and it had not reappeared since. Naturally, everyone welcomed this change. No one relishes the thought of being scrutinized by a perverse voyeur. They were all ordinary individuals, devoid of any peculiar inclinations. As the edifices of New York City gradually underwent restoration, the entertainment industry was the first to rebound. Numerous nightclubs sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, significantly impacting the Spartan Brothers Bar. By 10 o'clock at night, the May Cry Bar was sparsely populated, with only a few familiar patrons seated, listening to the serenade of the demon songstress. Despite their seemingly content expressions, they frequently cast furtive glances at the bar's entrance, embodying the dilemma of wanting to leave, yet feeling unable to do so. This situation had persisted for about a week, during which many newly opened nightclubs had deemed Dante's bar a rival, conspiring together to challenge the beleaguered brothers, with the foremost among them being a bar called Voice of Darkness. The first offensive from Voice of Darkness came in the form of a price war. This group of individuals inexplicably acquired a plethora of renowned spirits and wines, offering them at less than 1/10 of the standard price, as if they had no intention of sustaining their business. Such pricing naturally attracted a multitude of cash-strapped young men and women eager for a taste of a lavish lifestyle. In light of this substantial discount, the allure of the silver-haired twin brothers and the imposing feline figure diminished rapidly. Their second tactic involved an array of beautiful women. Voice of Darkness not only recruited many stunning ladies as servers, but also enlisted various styles of handsome DJs and bartenders who were rumored to be exceptionally hospitable. After midnight, they would unveil an entirely new program, exclusive to members. Word of mouth among patrons led to an influx of hormone-driven young people, who found themselves unable to escape the vibrant atmosphere. After all, Dante's bar was too austere for their tastes. The youth preferred the exhilarating venues that allowed them to unleash their energy. Thus, the May Cry Bar was effectively hammered down by 2 blows. The substantial loss of youthful clientele snowballed, resulting in dwindling numbers until only the weary regulars would stop by for a drink before returning to their relentless pursuits. Sipping his drink, Dante let out a resigned sigh and turned to observe the bar fall silent after the last few patrons settled their tabs and departed. Virgil, seated nearby, wore a similarly grim expression, continuously pouring spirits for himself. Yet, this could not remedy the bar's troubles, and he lacked the capacity to resolve any issues, apart from killing. Virgil possessed no other skills. "Hey, want to go pick a fight, Virgil?" Setting down his glass, Dante, consumed by a sense of despondency, posed a question to Virgil. Feeling the need to vent his frustrations, perhaps believing Virgil shared his sentiments. In response, Virgil shook his head and, tilting his head back, downed half a bottle of strong liquor. "Dante, I am not in the mood to brawl with you. Given the current state of this establishment in a couple of days, we may very well find ourselves publicly ridiculed by Johnny at the dinner table. Is that what you desire?" Upon hearing this, images of Johnny's mockery filled Dante's mind, his fists instinctively clenching, producing a few audible cracks. Observing Dante's demeanor, Virgil nodded in approval. "It appears you have recognized the gravity of our situation. Our foremost task now is to withstand the pressure and devise a rationale that can refute Johnny while preserving our dignity before everyone else." "Impossible," Dante replied, shaking his head as he resumed his seat, grasping the liquor that Naivan had poured for him. "In the realm of banter, even if we were to join forces, we could never match Johnny. Let's not forget, he is a rock singer." At this, Virgil seemed to lose his vigor, languidly setting down the bottle and staring blankly at the ceiling. A week prior, a bored Johnny had struck a wager with the Sparta brothers, stipulating that they must maintain a customer attrition rate below 50% amidst the onslaught of numerous emerging bars, with a time frame of 1 week. The victor would win nothing, but the loser would don women's attire and perform publicly at Stark's birthday celebration. This was a highly formal wager. They had even signed a contract with Lucci and Stark as witnesses. The three of them signed publicly, sealing the contract in Lucci's private safe to eliminate any possibility of default. Seeing this, Dante couldn't help but smile slightly and raised his glass to clink with Virgil's bottle. "It's all right, Virgil. Although we lost this bet, you will have the opportunity to reclaim victory in the future." Virgil tilted his head back, casting a cold glance at Dante. "Why are you so pleased despite our loss? Do you secretly enjoy wearing women's clothing?" In response, a smirk involuntarily crept across Dante's lips, and he shrugged his shoulders. "Because I sign my name with a disappearing ink pen, my dear brother. Thus, you alone must perform at Stark's birthday celebration. Rest assured, I shall be there to applaud you." Upon hearing this, the veins on Virgil's temple throbbed, but he soon burst into laughter. As Dante sat there bewildered, Virgil, still chuckling, said, "It's all right, my dear brother, for the name I signed was yours." "Dante, let's have a brawl, Virgil." "Virgil, that is precisely my intention, Dante." On the other side, Johnny was speeding down the road in his Mercedes G-Class, with his destination being the much-talked-about nightclub, Dark Voice. Recently, a performance video had gained immense popularity online, featuring the resident singer of Dark Voice, whose rock performance was heavily auto-tuned. While this was not particularly surprising, it was rather unfortunate that he had mocked Johnny as a rock clown after the performance. Now, Silverhand was furious, and this individual would undoubtedly face the consequences of his remarks. As he halted the off-road vehicle, Johnny, with a grim expression, entered the bar. The moment he stepped through the door, a deafening roar, as though it could pierce the heavens, captured his complete attention. Turning his gaze, he beheld a man with long flowing hair, clad in leather attire, passionately singing on stage. In an instant, Johnny felt a rush of blood to his head. This was the very individual from the video, the resident singer who had called him a rock clown. Chapter 130. Johnny S. Gunn, the young man on stage, passionately performing while the audience chanted his name, was indeed the same individual who had excessively auto-tuned his previous performance and mocked Johnny. Yet in reality, he was a rock star with impressive vocal prowess and intense passion. Johnny could not deny that he was no longer concerned about the boy's taunts. In fact, he began to appreciate him, for rock enthusiasts often exude a certain wildness. And this song was undeniably the most passionate and soulful live rock performance he had experienced in quite some time. At that moment, their eyes locked, and Johnny stared intently at him before gesturing towards a distant corner. The young man, whose name was Dory, nodded in understanding and raised his tattooed arm to form an OK gesture. This exchange was a silent camaraderie between two rock aficionados, unbeknownst to the audience, who assumed it was Dory's new rock gesture, prompting them to raise their hands and mimic the OK sign while jumping and shouting the dance floor, releasing the pent-up pressures of life. With a beer in hand, Johnny leaned against the wall, swaying to the rhythm of the music, gradually becoming entranced by the moment. As Dory concluded the song with a final cathartic roar, he disregarded the audience's demands for an encore and strode toward Johnny. As the distance between them diminished, Johnny began to observe this rock star. He wore a brown leather vest and black leather pants, complemented by glossy brown boots. His wavy, waist-length hair was casually tied back, and his strong arms were adorned with vibrant tattoos. "You are Johnny, right? I saw your performance at the welcome party. You were quite impressive." Dory approached Johnny, locking eyes with him in a fiery gaze. Upon hearing this, Johnny nodded and then revealed a cocky smile. "I indeed sing remarkably well, but you are not lacking either. I just heard half of your song, and you truly embody the essence of rock." As Johnny's words lingered in the air, the two exchanged glances, momentarily ensnared in silence until a new performer took the stage. The individual moved rhythmically to the intense accompaniment, but as he began to sing, both Johnny and Doug Ray instinctively furrowed their brows. Their expressions elicited a hearty laugh from each other. Johnny drained his beer and extended his hand, declaring, "Johnny." Doug Ray grasped his hand firmly, responding, "Doug Ray, let's find a different locale. His singing is giving me a headache." With a resigned sigh, Doug Ray glanced back at the performer, who appeared to be experiencing a fit. "Good idea," Johnny agreed, equally exasperated by the singer. He furrowed his brow deeply and turned toward the bar's exit, stating, "Then let us hasten. My right hand is on the verge of drawing a gun." "Ha ha!" Doug Ray chuckled heartily and quickly caught up to Johnny, offering a cigarette. "I know a splendid spot where we can enjoy soothing music, drink, converse for an entire evening, and perhaps indulge in some unique diversions. I believe you will appreciate it." Johnny accepted the cigarette and lit it, replying, "Excellent idea. Let's take my car." Shortly thereafter, a black Mercedes G-Class halted before a partially renovated building. Johnny and Doug Ray walked side by side, and as they traversed a dimly lit hallway, Doug Ray smiled and pushed open a wooden door. Instantly, the deafening sound of music flooded Johnny's ears. "This is a new place opened by a friend. It's quite entertaining," Doug Ray remarked as he led Johnny through the throng of people, wearing a knowing smile that men often share. Johnny, being the seasoned veteran, understood immediately and laughed in return. "I hope you speak the truth, for my anticipation is already piqued." Doug Ray laughed heartily. "Well, brother, prepare to be amazed. This place will broaden your horizons." As he spoke, he produced a card and tapped it against a seemingly solid wall. With a crisp sound, the wall seamlessly parted, revealing a brand new room before them. "Brother, welcome to the true voice of darkness. Are you ready to embrace the genuine obscurity?" Doug Ray's tone was laced with allure, and his wild expression held an enigmatic quality that Johnny could not decipher. As he surveyed the room, filled with elegantly simple yet diverse women, Johnny's demeanor turned audacious. "Darkness? I have crawled out from the depths of darkness." In the early morning, Johnny awoke with a splitting headache, rising from a disheveled bed, bare and exposed. He sat on the edge, struggling to recall the events of the previous night, but the deep furrows on his brow revealed his utter inability to remember. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "How much did I drink last night?" With a forceful slap to his muddled head, he began to search the chaotic room for the clothes he had worn the night before. However, after a thorough search, he could only locate a single pant and one sock, with everything else, including his firearm, the Marlin 35-16, conspicuously absent. "Damn it," he exclaimed, relieved to find his car keys still in their place. Barefoot, he dashed out the door, confirming the absence of anyone else before jumping into his car and speeding off towards the bar. Yet upon his arrival, he discovered that the sign had been removed, and several workers were in the process of replacing it. Johnny promptly grabbed one of the workers, asking, "What is going on? Wasn't this a nightclub?" The worker glanced at Johnny's disheveled appearance and replied, "The nightclub has closed due to poor management. It actually changed owners a few days ago. But today is the first day of a new sign." At that moment, another worker chimed in, "It's no surprise this nightclub went under. I predicted it all along. After all, who could stomach 15 for a glass of Lafite and 25 for a bottle of Louis XIII? Not even Tony Stark could sustain such prices." Standing nearby, Johnny felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing to cry at the absurdity of it all. "Damn my gun." Chapter 131. Huang Lao Well. If it isn't our battle-hardened Johnny. Just one night away, and look at you. Dante teased as he descended from the second floor, unable to suppress his laughter at Johnny's wretched state. Naturally, the loss of Johnny's gun could not be concealed from his friends, given the disheveled and alarming appearance he presented upon his return. In a bid to thwart V's investigation into last night's surveillance footage, Johnny reluctantly confessed, detailing every embarrassing detail of the previous night, only to be met with a storm of laughter from his companions. After all, this was the infamous Johnny Silverhand in a compromising predicament, a spectacle so rare it could be described as a once-in-a-millennium event. Consequently, Lou, E, and Joe Maley abandoned their shopping plans, V brazenly skipped work, and even Light Yagami, upon hearing the news, made a special trip back home to sit on the living room sofa, eagerly awaiting Johnny's return from the shower. At that moment, Johnny sat despondently on the sofa. The cigarette he had been holding just extinguished, the hot ember searing his bare hand. Yet, despite the discomfort, he refused to lower his hand from his eyes, not wishing to witness the expressions of those around him. Johnny had to concede that this time he had truly faltered. After a lifetime of playing the eagle, he found himself blinded by a mere sparrow. Perhaps this is the unique tragedy that befalls legends. After all, a legendary figure in Night City, stripped of his implants, could still be beaten by a mere street thug. Losing his sidearm was hardly a cause for shame. Yet, at this moment, Johnny was seething with rage, his blood pressure nearing a staggering 280. He longed to dismember the scoundrel who had stolen his weapon and attire. But what could he do? The stain of his past misdeeds lingered, and even if he eradicated the instigator, the mockery from the masses would persist. Thus, Johnny resigned himself to his fate. He let his arms fall, and a once despondent expression transformed into a cheeky grin. Leaning back against the sofa, he kicked his legs up in a relaxed manner. Observing his return to form, the others exchanged glances of mutual understanding, shaking their heads in resigned disbelief. When a person sheds all semblance of shame, they become invincible. Verbal assaults lose their sting, and the only thing that can vanquish them is their own sense of embarrassment. In this moment, Johnny epitomized that state of being. V, witnessing the scene, shrugged in exasperation. Truly, a man who has had his tools of crime confiscated possesses remarkable self-regulation. It mattered not what others said. Johnny felt invincible. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to them. Lighting a cigarette, he shook his leg nonchalantly, thinking, I have returned for naught. Not only have I missed the spectacle, but I am also filled with pent-up frustration. Johnny's expression was so irreverent that even Light Yagami contemplated inscribing his name in the death note. I'm thoroughly bored. Yeah, let us continue our shopping. With that, Joe Maley rose from the sofa and tugged Lu Yi's arm, making her way toward the door. I too shall take my leave. There are countless documents awaiting my signature at the office, Light announced, also standing to depart. Noticing that the group had lost interest in ridiculing him, Johnny silently breathed a sigh of relief, finally liberated from the need to mask his embarrassment with restless leg shaking. Just as they were about to exit, Lucci entered. Everyone is here. Perfect timing. I have someone to introduce. He stepped aside, respectfully ushering in an elderly Asian man, and proceeded to introduce him. This is Old Master Huang, my savior when I first arrived in New York. Had it not been for his assistance, I might have met a grim fate on my very first day. Upon hearing this, the group immediately approached Old Master Huang to greet him, with V and Johnny helping the elderly gentleman to a seat beside the sofa. V and Johnny had the pleasure of knowing the venerable Mr. Huang, as the three of them once resided together in the Huang household, where they enjoyed the elder's benevolent care. Even the rascally Johnny dared not misbehave in his presence, and now sat respectfully beside the old gentleman. Mr. Huang, please have a glass of water. V gently placed a cup of warm water on the coffee table before the elder, his tone imbued with an unprecedented softness. Splendid. Mr. Huang chuckled, his face creasing into more wrinkles. The young lady is as lovely as ever. Are you and Xiaoqi an item now? Oh, please don't deist. My boss already has a girlfriend, V replied, pulling the somewhat shy Lu Yi to his side. Look, this is my boss's lady. Don't they make a fine match? Before the elder, whom even Lu Qi greatly respected, Lu Yi appeared especially flustered. Hello, sir. I am Lu Yi, Lu Qi's girlfriend. Please enjoy your water. Although Lu Yi had become more composed since her arrival, meeting an elder was a novel experience for her. Lacking the requisite experience, she came across as somewhat clumsy. Yet, the elder seemed to appreciate such a sweet and demure girl. He nodded in satisfaction, then remarked to Lu Qi, "This young lady is truly beautiful, graceful, and tall. Is she a basketball player?" Lu Qi responded with a smile. "She surpasses any basketball player. Even Xiaoqiang is afraid of her." Hearing this, Johnny interjected, "Indeed. I fear her too." Mr. Huang nodded non-committally and remarked, "Ah, my boy, you are fortunate. A spirited girl like her is just what your foul temper needs to keep you in check, or else you'll find yourself in trouble." What more could Lu Qi say? He merely stood by, nodding in agreement. "Yes, yes, you are absolutely right." Surveying the gathering around him, Mr. Huang took a sip of his warm water and inquired, "And who are these individuals?" "Ah, forgive my forgetfulness. I neglected to introduce them to you," Lu Qi exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He promptly introduced Dante and the others to Mr. Huang, who greeted them with utmost politeness. Like Lu Yi, the group was particularly attentive to the elderly gentleman who had once saved their boss's life, and it was evident from Johnny's obedient demeanor that Mr. Huang was indeed a remarkable man. Gazing at the assembly of handsome young men and beautiful women, Mr. Huang's eyes sparkled with delight. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Coincidentally, my troublesome son has opened a styling studio just across from you. Might I impose upon you all to assist me by modeling for some promotional photographs for his shop? Upon hearing this, Yagami Light, who had been observing the elder intently, couldn't help but brighten at the opportunity. He flashed a perfect smile and respectfully replied, "Of course, Mr. Huang. It just so happens that with the recent reconstruction in New York City, we have all been rather overdue for a haircut." Chapter 132 Assistants. A group of individuals, with great enthusiasm, made their way to the newly opened styling studio on the street. Lu Qi and Lu Yi walked slowly behind the others, supporting the frail body of the elderly Huang. As the trio entered the store, which had yet to officially display its sign, Lu Maoxing was already seated in a swivel chair, while a middle-aged man with a square face stood behind him, staring vacantly at his waist-length hair. "My son has gone out to manage the shop. This gentleman is a friend of his from home, accompanying us," Huang introduced to Lu Qi. Lu Qi nodded in understanding, assisting the elderly man to sit down before taking a seat beside him, intently watching the square-faced stylist as he began cutting the hair of the others. "Young man, is your hair color natural?" the square-faced stylist asked, bewildered. Lu Maoxing nodded, responding, "Yes, it is natural." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing, just a bit surprised," the stylist replied, lifting a strand of Lu Maoxing's blue hair to examine closely. "In my many years as a hairstylist, I've heard of those with genetic mutations having natural blue hair, but this hue is simply exquisite. Even if I tried, I could scarcely replicate such a texture." "Thank you. Many people have remarked on it. Perhaps I'm simply fortunate. Or maybe it's due to my parents," Lu Maoxing replied effortlessly, accustomed to inquiries about his hair color, exuding the calm confidence of someone who is used to boasting without a hint of anxiety. When Zhou Meili took her turn in the swivel chair, the stylist was astonished once more. "Young lady, is your wine-red hair also natural?" Zhou Meili, with an innocent expression, replied, "Yes, it is natural." "Why?" "Nothing. Just very beautiful. Something I cannot achieve myself," he responded. Hearing this, Zhou Meili smiled sweetly. "Really? Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome," the stylist replied. After a series of cheerful exchanges, it was Dante's turn. "Just give me a trim. Don't alter the length," he instructed. "Understood. This silver-white hair of yours is natural as well." "Ah, I inherited it from my father. Is that a problem?" "Not at all. It's quite lovely," the stylist assured him. As the snipping continued, it was now Virgil's turn. The stylist glanced at Virgil's hair, then seemingly entranced, looked at his reflection in the mirror, and then turned to glance at Dante. The stylist was taken aback. Such rare variations in hair color were uncommon. Yet today he encountered them consecutively. With such fortune, perhaps he should venture out and buy a lottery ticket. Just then, a young white boy clad in a red and white checkered shirt, sporting black frame glasses, walked in through the door, producing a pack of cigarettes and stuffing it into the stylist's pocket. "I have brought back uncle. Here is the remaining money." The little boy pulled out a few coins from his pocket, but was gently pushed back by the square-faced man with a smile. "Keep the change for yourself, James. This is my tip for you. You've worked hard running errands for me." "Who is this child?" Lu Qi inquired curiously of old Huang. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on old Huang's face. "This child is little James, the son of one of my employees. Not only is he intelligent, but he also performs well academically. I heard that their house was crushed by a colossal alien fish that was cut in half, and it has yet to be repaired. His mother suffered a broken leg from the incident and is currently hospitalized. At this point, old Huang cast a sympathetic glance at little James and sighed. His father has it tough, working during the day and caring for him at night, leaving him little time for the boy. So, he has entrusted me to let him stay here temporarily. I'm too old to manage this, but I agreed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi discreetly glanced in the direction of Lu Maoxing, noticing that he had already struck up a conversation with little James and was displaying an unusual warmth, even startling the boy, who regarded him with a look of caution. Observing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile internally. This older brother truly has it tough, but thankfully he is safe. Old Huang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's fortunate he is unharmed, though he has lost a leg. Lu Qi subtly tilted his head, realizing that Lu Maoxing had become even more enthusiastic than before. Old Huang, I have heard that there's a rather commendable prosthetics company lately, with both excellent products and a stellar reputation. If his wife requires assistance, please let him contact me. I have some connections that could be of help. Oh dear, I must thank you on his behalf then. Oh, there is no need for thanks. I don't own the company. I can merely facilitate a place in line, or perhaps a discount, but I cannot provide it for free. Perhaps the volume of their conversation was slightly elevated, for even little James overheard them. He trotted over and bowed deeply to Lu Qi, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Ruffling his hair, Lu Qi smiled. "No need to thank me. After all, the injury to the boy's mother was somewhat related to Lu Maoxing, so assistance was warranted. However, as for recovery medication, that was out of the question. At most, he could offer him a top-quality implant as compensation." By this time, everyone had finished their haircuts. Since the modeling photo shoot did not concern the child, Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili took little James home to play. Before the white background wall, the square-faced man held a DSLR camera, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qi's hair. "Is there something wrong with my hair?" Lu Qi asked him in Chinese. The square-faced man stroked his chin, appearing contemplative as he said, "While an afro certainly has a visual impact, the black color diminishes its effect, rendering it somewhat lackluster. How about I dye it for you? A golden blonde afro would create quite a visual spectacle and would suit you perfectly." "Lu Qi, there's no need." The square-faced shout knows there's some disappointment. "All right. Camera. Click. Click." Chapter 133, The Invisible Blade. In the early morning, in the lobby of Lu Qi's home. "V, what is the situation?" "Give it up, Johnny. There are no cameras near that abandoned building." Upon hearing this, Johnny furrowed his brow and took a deep drag from his cigarette. After a moment of silence, somewhat unwilling to relent, he asked, "What about the smartphone cameras? There were so many people at the nightclub last night, and I had my phone with me. Can't we hack into the phone?" Hearing Johnny's naive remark, V rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you out of your mind, Johnny? Even if I hack someone's phone camera, I would only get real-time footage. Not everyone keeps their recording function on at all times. What use is it to hack in? What the hell, you foolish idiot. Do you know how many adult films I've had to sift through on other people's phones just to help you find a gun? I wish I could forget everything right now. Then your skills are lacking. I might as well call the police. Johnny, you idiot." While Johnny and V were engaged in a heated argument, Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili had already run up and down the stairs several times, rummaging through the kitchen and making a mess of the bedroom. Glancing at Lu Maoxing, who was sweating profusely, Dante set down a cloth he was holding and curiously approached. "Hey, my little tough guy, are you training for marathon? Your back is drenched." "No, Dante. By the way, have you seen my kitchen knife?" "Kitchen knife?" Squatting down, Dante wiped the sweat from Lu Maoxing's forehead with a tissue while patiently asking, "What kind of kitchen knife? Is it the Eternal Blade?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qi interjected from the sofa, "If it's the Eternal Blade, it should be in my bedroom. I used it to cut fruit yesterday." "No." At this moment, Lu Maoxing was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, feeling as if his soul might escape. "It's the knife my mother left me. I distinctly remember placing it on the knife rack, but now it's gone." To calm the flustered Lu Maoxing, V walked over and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Hey, my star. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves and carefully recall the last time you saw the knife." Taking a deep breath, Lu Maoxing slowly closed his eyes. "Last night, Meili, little James, and I were in the kitchen cooking. I've been practicing making cakes lately, so I only used the knife to cut fruit. After washing the knife thoroughly, I put it back on the knife rack, and I haven't used it since. So I'm certain I didn't take it out of the kitchen yesterday." Lu Maoxing spoke with conviction, and the others believed him, for he was someone who cherished his kitchenware, maintaining it more frequently than Virgil maintained a rebellion. Observing the anxious Lu Maoxing, Lu Qi pondered for a moment before suddenly rising to his feet, sweeping his arm dramatically and stirring a gentle breeze. "Let's search high and low together," he declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. With Lu Qi's command, everyone sprang into action, some lifting sofas, others shifting cabinets. Meanwhile, V closed his eyes, quietly seated at the bar, his arm extending to connect a data cable to his laptop, meticulously reviewing all nearby surveillance footage. As time passed, the entire house was turned upside down by the frantic search. They discovered Johnny's small umbrella, V's screwdriver, the Spartan Brothers knife, oil, and magazines, an array of miscellaneous items. But Lu Maoxing's kitchen knife remained elusive. Gazing at the clutter strewn across the second-floor living room, Lu Maoxing's eyes began to redden, a thin veil of moisture accumulating in his brown orbs. "Stars, look at me, stars." Noticing his distress, Lu Qi swiftly pulled Lu Maoxing closer, crouching down to place his hands on his shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "I swear to you, as long as that knife exists in this world, I will turn the world upside down to retrieve it and return it to you intact. So please do not cry. Stars, I promise you, as long as it remains, I will join forces with the boss to find it, so refrain from shedding tears." "Melly is watching," he added, enveloping Lu Maoxing in a comforting embrace while V gently stroked his head, whispering words of solace in his ear. Everyone had witnessed Lu Maoxing's deep attachment to that knife, and thus they were equally anxious. For instance, Johnny, at this moment, had completely disregarded his own broken gun and was solely focused on locating the lost kitchen knife to confront the person who had taken it. Slumping onto the lopsided sofa, Johnny irritably lit a cigarette. Could it be that a thief broke into our home yesterday? What kind of thief possesses such audacity? The likelihood seems slim. What sort of thief could pilfer right under our noses? Perhaps a deity? Dante mused, seated on the sofa, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Could it have been when we were getting our haircuts yesterday that someone sneaked in? Lu gently stroked Lu Maoxing's back, pondering aloud. Impossible. After you all left yesterday, I remained vigilant. Xiao Kuei, clutching her pink flower pot, wobbled over from the staircase, expressing her discontent with Lu Yi's suggestion. At that moment, Zhou Meili, who had been comforting Lu Maoxing, suddenly looked up and said, "Everyone, could it have been little James who took it? He was the only outsider in the kitchen last night." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes lit up with realization. Johnny abruptly stood, reaching for his waist, only to sit back down with a look of melancholy. However, V promptly dismissed this possibility. "It is unlikely. I just checked the surveillance footage, and young James left without carrying any backpack or bag. Given his physique, unless he is a professional thief, there is no way he could conceal a Chinese kitchen knife with the clothing he was wearing at the time." With this conjecture refuted, a profound silence enveloped the group, prompting them to ponder various possibilities in their minds. At that moment, Lu Maoxing raised his head and addressed the crowd. "Let us cease our conjectures. The kitchen knife must be the one I lost myself. There is no reason for a thief to forego the cash on the bar and instead steal an ordinary kitchen knife." Zhou Meili reached out and grasped Lu Maoxing's trembling arm at a loss for words. Just then, a sudden phone ring shattered the tension. Lu Qi, with a grim expression, impatiently answered, "Speak your mind, or let it out." A hoarse voice emerged from the phone. "Mr. Lu Qi, could you please come? Tony is nearing death." Chapter 134. Acquaintances 10 minutes earlier at Tony Stark's mansion in the living room. Boom, boom. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly throughout the luxurious abode. The balcony had completely crumbled, and a massive black wolf stood menacingly before Stark, its eyes glinting with a cruel green light. Foul-smelling saliva mixed with a hint of crimson dripping from its gaping maw. The beast emitted a series of chilling growls, reminiscent of a roaring engine, sending shivers down Stark's spine as cold sweat soaked through his garments. Stark suddenly raised his right hand, and a hissing sound erupted as steel components shot forth, bursting into flames as they raced out from the basement staircase. Amidst the scattering sparks, Stark donned his armor just in the nick of time. As the blue light illuminated his faceplate, he swung his right arm with great force, delivering a powerful punch directly to the wolf's snout, mere inches away. A howl of agony escaped the creature as it staggered, its front leg collapsing beneath it with a thud. The sheer inertia propelled it forward, crashing into the exquisite grand piano and the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, ultimately landing in the courtyard. Crack! With a sound of mechanical friction, the steel armor began to morph, and several small missiles ejected from within, swiftly launching into the air. Boom! The explosion of the missiles unleashed a wave of heat, sending shockwaves that shattered the remaining intact windows. Stark stood with arms raised amidst the swirling smoke, his palm cannon glowing faintly with yellow light, cautiously advancing toward Fenrir's position. Just then, a faint noise emerged from behind him, but before Stark could react, a black longsword pierced through the armor's protection, plunging deep into his body. With a muffled groan, Stark suddenly found himself weakened, collapsing to his knees. Dark crimson blood poured forth from the sword's blood groove like a dam bursting, swiftly staining the grass beneath him. As his mask was removed, a strikingly familiar figure stood before him. It had been a long time, clever one. Stark's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the visitor. But panic seized him when he noticed her rummaging through his mask. Due to an injury to his lungs, he could barely breathe, let alone utter a single word. Ah, found it. This must be the item, she remarked, as Hela sifted through Stark's mask and ultimately retrieved several green capsules from a small box. After carefully stowing them away, she finally fixed her gaze upon Stark, inquiring with a smirk, "Why are your eyes so wide? Are you astonished that I still live?" As she spoke, she abruptly drew her sword, flicking off the blood that clung to the blade before crouching down to explore Stark's waist armor. This is quite a lengthy tale, one you are in no condition to hear, so I shall spare you the details. Ah, here we go. With a sharp crack, Hela forcefully dismantled the armor at Stark's waist, extracting a small box of spirit beans, and then yanked the yellow magic stone necklace from around his neck. What a pity. I actually held you in high regard. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and an enormous white figure burst forth from the smoke, charging directly at Hela. The figure moved with such speed that Hela barely had time to react before darkness enveloped her, her upper body ensnared in a warm yet foul-smelling space. Then came the overwhelming agony, as if countless daggers had pierced her flesh, twisting and tearing her body in wild motions. A howl of fury escaped Fenrir as he launched himself forward, the two colossal figures colliding with a resounding thud, tumbling into a chaotic mass. As Hela was hurled through the air, she turned to see Fenrir pinned to the ground by an even larger white lion, on the verge of being utterly torn apart. "Fenrir!" she cried out, swinging her arms wildly in the air. Two massive black swords erupted from the ground, aimed straight at the unknown white lion. Sensing danger, the lion swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the swords as they crossed just before it, sending sparks flying. "Take us away." Hela dashed to Fenrir's side, embracing him tightly as she shouted. In an instant, a seven-colored rainbow bridge descended from above, whisking them away and leaving behind a pool of wolf blood on the ground. As Tony Stark lay on the brink of death, he faintly heard Pepper's cries, but his eyes remained closed. His consciousness began to wane, and the ringing in his ears intensified. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, followed by a warm liquid flowing down his esophagus. Wiping the blood from his hands, Lucci found a large stone on the ground and sat upon it, observing the emotional embrace between Stark and Pepper. "Buddy, you've saved my life once again," Stark said, turning to Lucci with a lingering sense of dread after releasing Pepper's trembling form. Lucci replied, preoccupied with thoughts of finding knife. Seeing Stark's health restored, he stood up, preparing to leave, but Stark reached out to stop him. "Are you really just going to walk away like this?" Stark questioned. Lucci tilted his head in confusion. "What else would I do? Do you plan to die again?" "Not that. Aren't you curious about who attacked me?" Stark refused to relent. "That's your problem to sort out. Or you could contact S.H.I.E.L.D. I have more pressing matters at hand." With that, Lucci brushed Stark's hand away and focused his energy on Lu-E, ready to teleport. "What if I told you it was Hela who attacked me and stole the yellow stone and healing capsules that Dante gifted me?" Lucci shrugged nonchalantly. "Is that so? How unfortunate." Without offering Stark another chance to speak, Lucci initiated his teleportation, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Chapter 135. The thoughts of Light Yagami. Johnny lost his sidearm. Lu Maoxing lost his chef's knife. And Stark not only lost the yellow magic stone and the essence of the healing beans, but also nearly lost his life. This series of events caused Lucci's nerves to tighten once more. He understood that a conspiracy was at play. Yet his intellect struggled to unravel the thoughts swirling in his mind, a cacophony of bizarre ideas merging into a muddle. He comprehended the motives behind the theft of the yellow magic stone and the essence of the healing beans, the latter being capable of healing all physical injuries, while the former was a conceptual resurrection artifact. However, he could not fathom why they would steal Lu Maoxing's ordinary kitchen knife. It was neither a divine artifact nor possessed any remarkable function. Instead of pilfering a legendary cooking tool, they opted for a mundane knife. Lu Qi found himself unable to clarify this line of reasoning. Thus, upon returning home, he immediately contacted Light Yagami, placing all his hopes in the brilliance of Lord Kami. Once everyone had returned their belongings to their rightful places, Light Yagami finally drove back home. He plopped down next to Vi, casually draping an arm around her shoulder, and, unusually relaxed, crossed his legs while rhythmically shaking his feet in their slippers. "I'm back. What do you all think of my current state? Don't I resemble a CEO of a publicly traded company?" His uncharacteristic behavior drew the attention of the crowd, and they collectively recalled the words once uttered by Light Yagami. "If one day my actions become peculiar, I hope you all will remain silent." Vi, feeling the pressure on his shoulder, then spoke. "Light, your spirits are remarkably high. Have you found the pen you cherished since childhood?" At that moment, Johnny diverted his gaze from the incessantly trembling slippers of Light Yagami, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette, concealing his expression within the swirling smoke. "As expected of you, Vi, you've indeed guessed correctly," Light Yagami remarked, releasing his grip on her arm. He then retrieved a blue pen from his chest pocket and carefully placed it on a coffee table. Observing the pen, Lu Maoxing's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. For this pen was a gift from Stark, yet his astute nature prompted him to remain silent. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Johnny interjected, "What about the one the boss gifted you? Do you not intend to use it?" Lu Qi chose not to engage in this topic. He simply sat quietly on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, while his aura steadily expanded outward, continuously monitoring Light Yagami's every move. "The one from a boss is with me. At home, I use this old one. At the company, I use the one the boss gave me." Upon finishing his sentence, Light Yagami placed a splendid golden pen on the table, adding, "After all, this pen is more valuable. As the company owner, I must maintain a necessary facade." The cyber duo and Light Yagami sat on the sofa, fervently discussing the significance of the two pens, while the others remained quietly seated, engrossed in their own affairs. Just as Dante prepared to apply gun oil to his dual pistol for the third time, Lu Qi suddenly spoke. "It's over. The feeling of being watched has vanished." At these words, the group collectively sighed in relief, with Dante even tossing his gun onto the table, having resolved not to maintain his pistols until the end of next month. CTMD, I shall never utter the word pen again. Johnny's declaration resonated with V. QTM's pen. "From now on, I will use a water-based pen." Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Qi urgently interrupted their complaints, exclaiming, "Everyone, do not squander time. The feeling of being watched may return at any moment. Light, quickly share your plans and deductions." Light Yagami nodded, stating, "The items we have recently lost exhibit a certain commonality. They do not belong to this world. The handguns from the worlds of Johnny and V. The yellow magic stone from Dante and Virgil's world. The essence of the fairy beans from the boss lady's world. And the kitchen knife from the world of Xingxing and Meili. The only items that have not been lost are those from my and the boss's world. Which is why I brazenly produced this so-called father's pen. I suspect that soon we will be compelled to leave our home for various reasons, and upon our return, this pen will likely be missing. Does this mean we can recklessly eliminate everyone who leads us out of our homes?" Lu raised her hand to inquire. "It is possible, but I would not recommend such an action," Light Yagami replied, shaking his head. "So far, the other party's intentions have been exceedingly clear. I perceive no distinction between this and outright robbery. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether they are genuinely foolish or if their aim is to make us believe they are. If they are indeed foolish, then they would be easily dealt with, merely waiting for their flaws to surface. However, if it is the latter case, I fear that our current actions may very well fall within their grand design." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression grew somewhat grim, and Johnny skeptically interjected, "Is that true? Is it really that sinister?" Light Yagami nodded at Johnny. "Indeed, it is quite sinister. Since I am capable of similar schemes, exercising caution is prudent. I have previously suffered total defeat due to my arrogance, so I shall no longer underestimate any adversary. If it is indeed the second scenario, does that not imply? Lu Qi's face tightened, the veins in his temples bulging, and a flicker of green light danced in his eyes. Yes, if it is the second scenario, then it indicates that there is a significant possibility of issues surrounding Huang Lao. Light Yagami understood that this revelation would be hard for Lu Qi to bear, given that he was his savior. Yet he felt compelled to speak openly, for concealing the truth would only inflict greater harm. I do not believe in coincidences in this world, especially when various coincidences converge. New York has just endured a war, and the prices in shops are exceedingly reasonable. Yet Huang Lao chooses to settle on the most expensive Fifth Avenue. Where does he derive such confidence? From Johnny's gun being discarded to Stark being robbed. In such a brief span, I can distinctly sense the urgency of the other party. They do not wish to grant us time for contemplation. Huang Lao, appearing under the guise of savior, caused us to miss the critical moment to assist Johnny in securing a weapon. Young James was brought to our home under the pretense of being a victim, and then we discovered the kitchen knife was also missing. Just as we prepared to search for it, Tony met his demise, and soon after, the long-absent feeling of being watched returned. Are these truly mere coincidences? Chapter 136. Another familiar face. The first chapter contains character concept art. Those interested may take a look. Lu Qi, feeling the restless energy emanating from his boyfriend. His face contorted with tension and veins protruding like a malevolent spirit. Lu Yi found herself at a loss on how to console him. She could only retreat into Lu Qi's embrace, gently patting his back with her hands, as one would soothe a child, calming his fraying nerves. Once Lu Qi gradually regained his composure, everyone finally exhaled in relief, casting reproachful glares at Light Yagami. Concealing the truth from one's superior has never been a prudent choice. Only by being fully aware of all matters can one ascertain their true intentions and make the most judicious decisions. Concealment merely complicates issues further, leading to delays and ultimately resulting in the superior's ire. Light Yagami disregarded the gazes of those around him, then picked up the pen resting on the table. Everyone needs to return to a state of normalcy. Continue with your tasks, and strive to maintain a consistent demeanor towards all individuals and matters. Indeed, I am addressing you, boss. At that moment, Lu Qi had regained his composure. After exchanging a glance with Light, he nonchalantly shrugged and remarked, I'm fine with anything. After all, it is you who is making the decisions now, and I shall follow your lead. Lighting a cigarette anew, Johnny propped his legs up on the table and jested with a relaxed demeanor. Well, it seems like the sun has risen in the west today. My esteemed boss has declared he will take orders from you. Shouldn't your style involve annihilating this world and leading us on a reckless escape? Thanks to Lu Qi's calmness and Johnny's humorous banter, the atmosphere in the lobby finally shifted from its previous gloom, and the expressions of those present became noticeably more relaxed. I thought for sure the boss would be so enraged he would leap up, shouting about destroying the world, V quipped while connecting to his computer. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten Morse code. Otherwise, I would have been utterly baffled by what Light was up to. Upon hearing this, Johnny nodded in agreement. Though I learned it during my military service, I've long since forgotten it completely. Thankfully, I can still sense the rhythm of Light's legs shaking. Otherwise, I might have snapped his two wretched pens in half. The other attendees were taken aback, realizing that numerous events had transpired that they were previously unaware of. Observing Lu Qi attentively listening to the conversation, Zhou Meili suddenly exclaimed, Boss, why are you so unfazed? Have you deciphered Light's Morse code as well? Indeed, she continued. You urged him to expedite the plan. You've secretly been studying behind our backs. Hearing Zhou Meili's words, Dante and Virgil also expressed their discontent, immediately rising to denounce Lu Qi's lack of transparency. In response, Lu Qi vehemently denied the accusation. You silly girl, why are you speaking nonsense? Who knows Morse code? I haven't even dared to set a password on my personal terminal for fear of forgetting it someday. You're lying. Why didn't you join in their earlier chatter? Aren't you the one who enjoys idle conversations the most? Zhou Meili countered with her question. Lu Qi tilted his head in confusion. Because Light mentioned that if he were to act strangely one day, we should remain silent. So why did you choose to speak up about the feeling of being watched disappearing, and then urge Light to hasten the plan? Dante's inquiry sparked the curiosity of all present, even drawing the attention of Light Yagami, who, in his original contemplation, believed this statement was most likely uttered by V. Lu Qi, looking utterly bemused by such individuals, helplessly spread his hands and remarked, "Because I believe in him. Even with my limited intellect, I can discern a conspiracy. Light, being exceedingly clever, must have already devised a countermeasure at that time, which is why I urged him to speak swiftly." The crowd was left bewildered by this straightforward response. NV, with an expression of disbelief, inquired, "Is that it? What if Light had no plan? What then would you intend to do?" Lucci responded matter-of-factly, "If there were no plan, I would simply overturn the table, obliterate this world, and then move on to another to continue my escapades. Frankly, I've grown weary of this place. It is fraught with complications." This resonated well with them. This was indeed their boss, a man whose mind was comprised solely of a singular thought, with the remaining 99% being muscle. Meanwhile, in the Asgardian council hall, Hela had finally taken her long-cherished seat upon Odin's throne. At that moment, she sat with her eyes tightly shut, gripping a transparent vessel filled with a green gas, seemingly deep in contemplation or perhaps listening intently to something. Just then, a spectral warrior entered, carrying 2 exquisite metal boxes. Hearing the footsteps, Hela slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the newcomer, and then raised her hand, causing a massive black sword to rise from the ground. "Set the items down, and then you may leave," she commanded. In response, the spectral warrior knelt on one knee and reverently placed the 2 wooden boxes atop the broad blade before turning to depart the hall. As Hela opened the boxes, a blue and a red light emerged successively, instantly enveloping the entire council hall in their formidable energies. "My Lady Hela, it appears our preparations are complete." A young gentleman clad in a black suit and leaning on a cane emerged from the shadows. Casting a glance at him, Hela huffed in annoyance. "Think carefully before you speak. My preparations are complete. Yours are not. Have you acquired the biological material of any woman?" Hearing this, the young gentleman smirked with a hint of mockery. "I dare say Odin could never have anticipated that the self-proclaimed goddess of death, Lady Hela, would one day be too fearful to utter a certain name." With a swift motion, a black sword sliced through the air, hurled by Hela, aimed directly at the young gentleman. Hela glared at the man who caught her sword effortlessly with 2 fingers, her voice as frigid as steel. "Mephisto, are you mocking me? You are but a pest, driven to extinction by humanity, left only to survive by severing your own tail. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to deride me? Your master, Dormammu?" Faced with the scornful insults akin to a dragon's breath from Hela, Mephisto maintained his smile, though his gaze turned frigid. "My Lady Hela, temper your ire. We are allies now, have you forgotten?" Hela merely huffed. Chapter 137. Mephisto is one of the oldest and most renowned demons in existence. He wields formidable power and possesses unparalleled intellect, often ensnaring everyone with his clever words. His dominion over the infernal realms is vast and boundless. And in terms of threat level, he ranks just below the Dark Lord Dormammu in the eyes of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, truly a troublesome entity. However, he encountered his nemesis, a white-haired youth adorned with orange-scented hair gel. Before this individual, Mephisto's strength crumbled, his wisdom became ineffectual, and even his extensive infernal dominion was forcibly usurped. In the face of this overwhelming disparity in power, Mephisto could only scuttle like a filthy gecko, severing his own tail to survive, crawling at Dormammu's feet in search of refuge, ultimately becoming an illustrious flute-playing acolyte. Yet, as the adage goes, a smiling demon is always favored by fortune. After enduring a period of hardship and humiliation, Mephisto finally awaited his moment for resurgence. Casting a sidelong glance at the haughty Hela seated upon her throne, he could not help but scoff inwardly, for in the not-so-distant future, he would ensure this foolish woman recognized the tremendous cost of underestimating him. Mephisto. Reassuming his insincere smile, Mephisto strode gracefully towards Hela. "My Lady Hela, now that we have secured the space gem and the reality gem, may we commence our endeavors? I have heard that the elders are quite impatient, in pursuit of efficiency. They have even relinquished plans to eliminate Tony Stark and Norman Osborn." "Who have you heard that from, Dormammu?" Hela disdainfully cast a glance at the demons below, lifting her chin with pride. "I advise you not to presume to understand the minds of the elders. Dormammu is merely our partner in this venture. As for you, a dimension-lost demon, a fortunate stowaway, you lack the standing to voice opinions before me. I am a formal member of the Knights. and thus it is I who determines when we act. Mephisto promptly nodded in respectful agreement, shedding the earlier defiance with ease. Of course, as your assistant in this endeavor, I shall heed your command, my lady Hela. Raising an eyebrow with a smile, Hela nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Mephisto. Have we gathered the necessary biological materials from that woman? Is it the one named Lu E? Mephisto bowed his head in response, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips as he awaited the unfolding drama. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yi's name, Hela's body began to tremble uncontrollably as the agonizing memories she desperately wished to forget surged back in her mind. She clutched her forehead in anguish, large beads of cold sweat cascading down her brow, her voice trembling. Please do not speak that name in my presence. Simply tell me whether any information has been gathered. Mephisto reveled in this theatrical display, viewing it merely as the interest he had collected in advance. With far grander performances awaiting her in the future. Nothing has been collected yet, but the agents have already begun to act. I believe it won't be long now. Suddenly, a heavy knocking resounded at the door, interrupting Mephisto's words. At Hela's signal, the door swung open, revealing the undead warrior once more, carrying 2 wooden boxes. Before Hela could make a move, Mephisto had already stepped forward to take the boxes and presented them to her. Upon opening the lids, a weathered steel pen and a strand of golden hair lay quietly in separate compartments, awaiting their fates. Meanwhile, after a bout of laughter had ensued, the atmosphere once again turned oppressive, forcing everyone to revert to a facade of somberness. They all compelled themselves to maintain serious expressions. Lu Maoxing sat on the sofa, consumed by melancholy, while Zhou Meili quietly accompanied him. Johnny and V were engrossed in analyzing surveillance footage at the computer, and Dante and Virgil had retreated into their own world to engage in combat. Lu Qi and his wife occupied the bar, discussing the intricacies of knife throwing with the impromptu bartender, Light Yagami. At that moment, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door, causing a jolt of apprehension among the group. Exchanging furtive glances under the pretext of determining who would open the door, they all understood that a thief had arrived. They're here, Lu Maoxing exclaimed, hastily making his way to the door. It's little James. What brings you here at this hour? Upon hearing Lu Maoxing's words, Lu Qi feigned a drink to mask his expression, while the others sighed inwardly, realizing that the very event they had dreaded had come to pass. Sipping a small amount of whiskey, Lu Qi suddenly grasped the meaning of a phrase. Bitter wind down the throat, the heart aches. Little James, what brings you here this time? Lu Maoxing maintained a controlled demeanor, striving to conceal any signs of vulnerability. Oh, I came to bring you this, little James replied, shyly extending a plastic container. You made me a cake yesterday, so I baked some cookies for you today. I've already tasted them. Although they're not as delicious as yours, they're quite decent. Please have a try. Lu Maoxing accepted the box of slightly burnt animal-shaped cookies and gestured for little James to come inside. Oh, the little one is here. You could have just come without bringing anything. Let me see what you have, Johnny exclaimed, snatching a cookie from the box Lu Maoxing offered. Not bad at all. They may be a bit overcooked, but for your age, it's quite a talented effort. As Johnny was intently offering his critique, a small hand unexpectedly reached out before him, demanding, "You ate my cookie, pay up." Taken aback, Johnny glanced at the serious expression of young James and, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Wasn't tea that a gift you bestowed upon us?" Young James shook his head, stating, "Yesterday, Xing informed me that guests must compensate the chef for enjoying their creations. Moreover, this is a present for Xing, not for you, as I do not know you. Hence, you must pay." Johnny, flustered, replied, "But what if I have no money?" Young James, eyes wide in disbelief, retorted, "How could a person of your age be without money?" Johnny, feeling a mix of pride and self-reproach, admitted, "Indeed, I am quite impoverished." Young James pondered for a moment before declaring, "If you lack currency, then you must offer something else as payment. Candies, erasers, hair, anything will suffice. But it cannot be free." Chapter 138. Confirmation upon receiving several bills from Johnny. Young James's face lit up with delight as he tucked the money into his pocket. He then settled onto the sofa alongside Zhou Meili and Lu Maoxing, engaging in spirited conversation about the Avengers, a topic particularly favored by children of late. Observing young James, who was making childish arguments about Captain America being superior to Iron Man, the onlookers could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Regardless of the perspective, he appeared merely as an ordinary boy, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with any nefarious mastermind. After young James entered, Vi had already scanned him with her ocular implant, confirming that his skeletal age was normal, thereby eliminating any possibility of him being a dwarf in disguise. She had also investigated his background, yet it seemed he had an aversion to being photographed. Nonetheless, Vi managed to locate his student photograph in the school's archives. Upon comparison, she noted that both his physique and subtle facial changes aligned with the growth standards of an ordinary human, suggesting that all previous investigations indicated young James was simply an average boy, unless he possessed an innate genius. To further substantiate her findings, Vi meticulously reviewed all surveillance footage related to him, frame by frame, yet found nothing of significance. This led her to question whether U.S. hypothesis was flawed. Perhaps young James was merely an innocent child inadvertently caught in a whirlwind, entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. This sentiment was shared among all present. Each individual, in their own way, sought to investigate and assess young James, yet the ultimate consensus was that he was innocent. Just as the group grappled with uncertainty, young James suddenly seized the pen that Yin Yu had left on the table, causing everyone's hearts to race in unison. "I once possessed a pen quite similar to this one, though I lost it," he remarked. After a brief examination, he casually returned it to the table, adding, "But it merely resembles mine, the length differs." After casting a contemplative glance at him, Light Yagami stepped forward and casually picked up the pen. "Of course it's different. No one can purchase this pen. It is a limited edition." "Really? How wonderful. I wish I could possess such a pen," young James expressed with palpable envy. Patting him on the shoulder, Light Yagami smiled with pride. "There's no need for envy. When you grow up and start earning, you can buy as many as you desire." With that, Light Yagami naturally tucked the pen into his pocket, all the while gently twirling the cap with his fingers. Click. Light Yagami said, "Star, I must take my leave now. I need to return and assist with the cleaning." After bidding farewell to the group, young James hopped away. After a moment, Lucci furrowed his brow and spoke. It must be him. The moment he departed, the feeling of being watched vanished. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Hearing this, Vi also frowned. Damn it, do they look down upon us? Are they not afraid we might eliminate that child? They are not afraid, for their objective has already been accomplished. With that, Light Yagami retrieved the pen and casually tossed it into the trash bin. The pen has been swapped. The one I altered cannot be tightened at all, but this one can. I have infiltrated the global satellite system. As long as that scoundrel dares to come for the goods. Vi sat calmly on the sofa, her artificial eye gleaming with an eerie red light as countless lines of code flashed rapidly before her. All network data began to bubble with activity. Vi's neural interface was fully activated and even overclocked, allowing her to penetrate all electronic devices and networks worldwide. At that moment, every corner of the Earth lay within her surveillance, and humanity held no secrets in her eyes. Emerging from my world, Dante could hardly contain his excitement. I can hardly wait to create chaos. Why not turn this into a grand fireworks display? My demonic legion also wished to partake, hoping the tickets to this event wouldn't be too costly, considering the number of my subordinates. Virgil's lips curled into a cruel smile, tightly gripping his Reaper's blade. None of these rascals were to be underestimated. Their tempers were as fierce as their reputations. The ongoing string of silent grievances had ignited their fury. Had they not been unable to locate the instigator, they would have already set forth with gasoline and fire to wreak havoc. Even Lu Maoxing, who appeared innocuous, was visibly irked. His temper was no less formidable, as evidenced by his reputation in the realm of dark culinary arts. As the group prepared for a significant upheaval, a rainbow bridge suddenly descended from above, targeting young James, who stood in the middle of the road, his expression one of utter madness. "Ha ha ha ha!" Following a wave of laughter that evoked a sense of physiological discomfort, young James vanished from spot. The rainbow bridge, Asgard Hela? A group of individuals gazed upward at the swirling vortex of white clouds above. Lu Qi, with a cigarette in his mouth, murmured, "I suspect she is merely a pawn." This situation is undoubtedly far from simple. Johnny, adorned with an array of firearms, echoed Lu Qi's sentiment. Upon hearing this, Vi could not help but cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "Do you really need to say that, Johnny? It's evident even to the dimmest mind that this little brat's departure is clearly a trap designed to ensnare us." "I'm truly exasperated. Should we proceed, then?" Johnny inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The prickling hairs on his neck made him uneasy. Perhaps this is part of their scheme, boldly revealing that he is in Asgard. If we go, we might fall into an ambush. If we do not, we inadvertently grant them more time to prepare. Dante holstered his twin pistols, his eyes ablaze with a fury that could only be described as wrath. Given our strength, what an ambush. Are you even aware of the concept of death? Virgil scoffed, retorting at Dante before stepping forward to examine the coordinates preserved by the Rainbow Bridge. After a moment of contemplation, Night God Moon speculated. Perhaps they aim to divide us, but I cannot fathom their reasoning. Do they intend to pick us off one by one? Hearing this, Lu E countered. Will we truly be defeated? Night God Moon suddenly enlightened, smiled, and shook his head. Boss, what shall we do now? Lu Maoxing, wielding a photon gun, tugged at Lu Chi's garment, looking up to inquire. Chapter 139. A sudden turn, the battle begins as the dark clouds dispersed. Sunlight once again illuminated the ground of Asgard. A glance around revealed that this once thriving realm of the gods had fallen into disarray, littered with crumbling edifices and the deep crimson stains of dry blood. The arena of the divine had been utterly demolished, replaced by a massive semicircular structure of steel, occupying at least a quarter of Asgard's total area. This edifice resembled a colossal machine, exuding a mechanical elegance. Blue energy coursed along its exterior, while a red protective shield emanated from its center, expanding outward until it enveloped all of Asgard. Within a designated area inside this vast structure, Hela wielded a black scepter, flanked by hundreds of futuristic blue treadmills. As Hela waved her scepter, the two infinity stones embedded in the yellow-faced stone atop her staff began to radiate energy, while a green capsule from the stone's mouth started to spin rapidly. With the sound of footsteps echoing, the undead warriors appeared, as if walking their dogs, tethered by golden threads to hundreds of crimson figures approaching. After a clap from Mephisto, each crimson figure was assigned to a treadmill. As they sprinted, torrents of red lightning surged from their forms, ultimately converging into the scepter held by Hela. Hyla, the old demon, now that the fish is hooked. The rest is your task. Young James lifted his head, a mad smile adorning his face. Do not let us down. You know the cost. Now, send me back. Yes, Lord James. With that, Hyla pointed her staff, and young James vanished in a burst of dazzling light. Straightening her slightly bent posture, Hyla exchanged a knowing glance with Mephisto, and they both chuckled in unison. Meanwhile, observing the group that was fully prepared, Lu Chi smiled and remarked, "Stay safe. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter." Upon hearing this, Dante spread his arms and said, I say, boss, can't you have a bit more faith in us? I think at this moment, you should say go swiftly and return quickly, rather than don't capsize in the gutter. Pointing at Lu E, Dante continued, moreover, isn't the boss lady with us? Given our current team configuration, we are not entirely without a chance, even against you. Enough of your prattle. Dante, the time you spend talking is enough for me to slay them twice over. Let us set off. We need to go swiftly and return quickly. Virgil interjected, frowning in discontent. Dante shrugged. All right, you are the elder brother. I'll follow your lead. E, do not be too ruthless. We still do not know who the mastermind is. Lu Chi turned to Lu E and advised her. Nodding, Lu E placed her fingers on her forehead. Seeing this, Dante, Virgil, and Johnny placed their palms on her back. Give me 5 minutes, Lu E stated. Okay, I'll wait for you at home, Lu Chi replied. With their departure, the hall fell into silence. V glanced at Lu Chi's face and asked, Boss, are you feeling uneasy? Lu Chi nodded. My instincts are urgently urging me to destroy this world immediately. Otherwise, I will have regrets. Then destroy it. V said calmly. Looking at Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili, who were whispering to each other on the sofa, Lu Chi ultimately shook his head. At that moment, Yagami Light, standing nearby, offered his counsel. Perhaps what the boss is doing is indeed correct. What if their true intention is to provoke us into destroying this world? Unless they are tired of living. V shot Yagami Light a glance. Who can say for certain? Yagami Light replied with a gentle smile. Outside the semicircular building, in a vast open area, all the undead warriors had gathered. After Hyla transformed all the denizens of the divine realm, the number of undead warriors swelled to around 80,000, the entirety of her available forces. However, these individuals were not meant to serve as mere pawns for Lu E and her companions. With a soft sound, Lu E and her party finally arrived in Asgard, instantly alarming the thousands of undead warriors who drew their weapons and assumed battle formations, preparing for combat. Hyla once again encountered the woman who had haunted her nightmares countless times, but now she felt no fear, for she was imbued with unparalleled strength today. Welcome, Amidst, Lu E, along with her entourage of cats and dogs, to my Asgard. I have prepared a grand spectacle to honor your arrival. Hela, brandishing her scepter, arrogantly extended her arms and called out from a distance of 10 meters. Hey, partner, we've been labeled as mere cats and dogs. What do you suppose we should do? Dante nudged Johnny, who stood beside him, a benevolent smile gracing his lips, though his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. What should we do? Perhaps we should shed these leather jackets, Johnny replied, a click echoing as he chambered around. What else could we do? I suggest you strip off your outer garments now, lest you end up drenched in blood and have to wash your clothes later. Quite a sound piece of advice. Virgil concurred with Johnny for once, quietly nudging his gauntlet, the scythe of judgment slightly unsheathing. I was in the midst of enjoying instant noodles at the table. Let us resolve this matter swiftly. Lu E turned to Dante and the others, who nodded in agreement, for the premiere of the Big Bang Theory was imminent, and they had little time to squander. Lu E's words were bold, and Hela, not far away, caught wind of them. She placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head nonchalantly. Say what you will. With that, Hela abruptly raised her scepter, unleashing a blue energy bolt that traversed the fabric of space, striking Virgil before Lu E could even react. Strangely, Virgil felt no assault, and as confusion enveloped him, Johnny exclaimed, Virgil, your hands. The group glanced down to witness Virgil's hands dissipating at an alarming rate, transforming into vibrant, transparent bubbles that floated away and shattered. I heard from Mephisto that you could open portals, so I shall dispose of you first. As Hela's words fell, the scythe of judgment clattered to the ground, and Virgil was entirely transformed into bubbles, vanishing from sight. Chapter 140. The Laughing Virus. You vile wretch, what have you done to Virgil? Dante's furious roar echoed as he instantly transformed into his demonic form. Amidst a blaze of flames, he pinned Hela's head to the ground, dragging her across the surface for dozens of meters, crashing into the ranks of the undead warriors. His fiery, demonic eyes locked with Hela's, and the potent force he exuded cracked the earth beneath them, sending dust swirling into the air, while the searing flames incinerated numerous undead soldiers into ash. Ha 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 ha! Witnessing Dante's fierce visage and formidable power, Hela's reaction was not one of fear. Instead, she erupted into laughter, her demeanor reminiscent of young James from the Rainbow Bridge. Do not be hasty. You shall meet him soon. Ha 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 ha. Dante, get out of the way. Upon sensing something amiss, Lu E instantly transformed into a super scion of the second tier, propelling herself forward with astonishing speed. Yet it was too late. The beam emitted by the staff pierced through time and space, striking with an immediacy that left no room for evasion. As she delivered a powerful kick to Dante, who was restraining Hela, he had already been struck by the beam, vanishing amidst a familiar golden magical array. With Dante's disappearance, a sharp crack echoed as the yellow magic stone embedded in the staff became riddled with fractures, and the two silvery strands of hair entwined around it ignited in a blaze. What have you done to them? Is this staff responsible? Hand it over, Lu E bellowed, seizing the staff and forcefully yanking it away, simultaneously tearing off Hela's arm, which clung desperately to the staff. Rather than being alarmed, Hela erupted into laughter. Ha! You've fallen for it. You've fallen for it. Johnny, who was struggling against the sudden onslaught of Mephisto and Fenrir, turned to see Lu Yi's form beginning to dissolve into bubbles. Boss Lady Little E. Amidst the swirling bubbles, Lu E swiftly made a decision. She raised her palm and struck down upon the staff, determined to prevent anyone else from vanishing. Lu Chi would go mad. Yet, ultimately, she could not succeed. As a multitude of bubbles danced in a rapid whirl, her arms completely vanished. Without support, the staff clattered to the ground, where Hela picked it up. Lu Chi, I. With the final bubble bursting, Lu E disappeared from her spot. Lu E, Dante, Virgil, and Johnny seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground with dull eyes. Hela hastily consumed the essence of a healing bean she had kept hidden in her mouth, and her severed arm, now streaming with blood, restored itself in the blink of an eye. She then strode towards Johnny, towering over him with a condescending gaze. What have you done to them? Johnny, his eyes devoid of life, looked up at Hela, his spirit seemingly extinguished. What have I done? Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, Hela erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. I sent them home, back to where they came from. Ha 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 ha. After catching her breath, Hela fiercely grasped Johnny's chin, her eyes shimmering with boundless madness. Are you satisfied with my explanation? If not, it matters not, for I do not accept complaints. Ha 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 ha. Swatting Hela's hand away, Johnny urgently retrieved his personal terminal from his pocket, exclaiming, "Did you hear that, boss? You must kill that vile creature for me." But before he could finish, a golden magical array appeared beneath him, and he vanished completely from this world. TCH, did I just get played? No matter, ha 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 ha. With a swift motion, Hela crushed Johnny's personal terminal beneath her foot. Onward, my valiant warriors. It is time to conquer this realm entirely, banishing all who do not belong here, and heralding the arrival of the rightful king. Yes, upon hearing Johnny's last utterance from the terminal, and sensing the absence of several companions, Lucci's expression began to contort into a grotesque grimace, as a faint green mist began to rise from his mouth and nostrils. He could no longer suppress the fury within, triggering his transformation into a super scion. I will slay her! With his furious roar, blinding golden light and chaotic energy surged through the room, forcing everyone to retreat in haste. This is insane. Calm down, boss. When the hell is that cursed green smoke? The girl gripping Lucci's arm accidentally inhaled a wisp of the green mist, and her mind began to cloud. An inexplicable madness surged from the depths of her being, prompting her to release her grip in terror. As she distanced herself from Lucci, the tide of madness gradually receded. At that moment, Hela's voice echoed from behind the group. This is a remarkable thing. It allows one to recognize their truest self, as well as their most deranged self. Upon hearing her words, Vi instinctively unsheathed her mantis blade, spreading her arms to shield Lucci and the others. Confronting Hela with a barrage of curses. You foul creature! What have you done to him? In response to V's vitriol, Hela merely shrugged nonchalantly. I haven't done anything. I merely ignited the seeds long buried within his heart. Look at the beauty of this fruit. How dare you? With a furious shout, V activated her speed, causing everything around her to slow to a crawl in her perception. In just 2 swift steps, she reached Hela, her mantis blade aimed at her head. With a swift whoosh, Hela vanished from her sight. As V turned to search for her, a massive golden magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Curse it! With an exclamation of frustration, V too vanished from this world. Hela! Hearing Lucci's furious shout, Hela turned in surprise. You truly are astonishing. You have managed to suppress the laughing virus solely through sheer will. No wonder I once found you intriguing. The laughing virus? When did this happen? Lucci's forehead was lined with veins, a boundless urge for destruction and bloodlust surging from within, tempting him to plunge into the abyss of darkness. When? It began the moment you moved into Old Huang's house. Was that so difficult to deduce? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 141. Lucci. The one true God. From the instant you entered the spatial rift and traversed through my world, I had already sensed your existence. A man adorned with spiked goggles, clad in a form-fitting black suit, with pallid skin and cracked lips, materialized before Lucci like a wraith. His form rippled and shimmered, reminiscent of a reflection in water or a wavering W-land signal, intermittently floating in midair. Do not be surprised. Before encountering you, I had never fathomed the existence of so many extraordinary realms within the cosmos. It is utterly insane, and I find myself utterly captivated. The man, as if enchanted by a sublime melody, exaggeratedly stretched his arms wide and twirled in the air. Ancient One, what are you up to? Why do you not appear? Observing the departure of Yagami Light and Lu Xing, Lucci anxiously called out to the Ancient One through the fluctuations of his aura. A signal established long ago between them, yet he received no response. Ah, are you seeking assistance from that bald mage? It is futile. She is likely preoccupied with the relentless invasion of the dimensional demon. Oh, how forgetful of me. I neglected to mention that we have an ally named Dormammu, who does not see eye to eye with that bald mage. I imagine they are currently locked in a fierce battle. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, a golden energy wave pierced the air, penetrating the figure before soaring through the roof toward the heavens. turning to witness the colossal explosion above. The man erupted into maniacal laughter. Futile, futile. My true form does not exist within this realm, and do not harbor hopes of receiving aid from others. Dormammu's dark dimension has completely sealed off this planet, and the giant doll on the moon has utterly lost its capacity to observe here. None of us have genuinely set foot in this world. Thus, the supreme consciousness here cannot perceive the events unfolding. From injecting you with the laughing virus, to inciting your destructive urges, and handing your soul fragments to Cain in an attempt to ignite your emotions. All of this is part of my grand design. Perhaps you are unaware that I possess a peculiar sentiment towards bats. Regrettably, I chose the wrong target. I should have selected that bat named Dracula, yet he is not mad in the slightest. But fear not, for while I was troubled about how to advance my plan, you unwittingly presented me with the perfect candidate, one who would attract no attention whatsoever. Hyla, Lucci murmured. Indeed, it appears that the virus I tailored for you has not completely eroded your mind, allowing you to think normally. It seems I misjudged your willpower. My flawless scheme has encountered a flaw. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I have already triumphed. No, you have not won. Yagami Light's voice interjected suddenly, as he brushed the dust from his clothes and slowly stepped through the door from outside. It is impossible. I clearly sent you back. Hera stood aside, gasping in disbelief as she watched Light Yagami step into the room. Observing this, the figure floating in midair couldn't help but pause momentarily, then turned with keen interest to face Light. How intriguing, truly fascinating. You have not produced anything genuinely belonging to your world, have you? You have long been aware of my plans, haven't you? This is indeed quite amusing, yet ultimately futile, for it remains within the confines of my strategy. With that, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, the shrillness of his cackles unsettling everyone present. Is that so? But what can you do? Would you dare to kill me? Ignoring Hera and the shadowy figure, Light strode directly to Lu Chi's side and crouched beside him. No matter how much you boast about the meticulousness of your plans or your prophetic insights, it cannot shake the suspicions that dwell within my heart. How delightful! What suspicions do you harbor? Do share them with me. Upon hearing this, Light's previously tense body relaxed, and a hint of the old Kira's grin returned to his face. Oh, you chose not to kill me immediately. Instead, you allowed me to voice my thoughts. You truly do not dare to end my life. The figure fell silent. Perhaps you are indeed as perceptive as you claim. Perhaps all of this is indeed part of your design. Yet the fundamental logic underlying your scheme betrays your fears. You are terrified that we might perish because of you. Johnny conveyed a message to us via his personal terminal. I cannot believe the all-seeing you did not consider this scenario. Even I know to deploy signal jammers during critical operations, yet you did not. Why? At this juncture, Light's eyes sparkled with insight. Because this too is part of your plan, you require one of us to act in this manner, to convey a message to the boss on your behalf, such as the fact that we are not dead, but have returned to our original world. I then followed this line of reasoning further. Why do you wish to deliver this message? Are you afraid of inciting the boss's wrath? Not all. Long ago, you clandestinely planted the laughing virus through Huang Lao, which incites madness and fury within people. Hence you need the boss's anger. Glancing at Lu Chi, who was gradually regaining his composure, Light thoughtfully continued. At this point, I found myself in a quandary. You need anger yet do not desire it, which is utterly unachievable. However, upon hearing your incessant prattling, I finally realized, while you need the boss's fury, the target of that wrath cannot be you. In essence, you wish to play the fisherman. With that, Light turned swiftly to Lu Chi and spoke at a rapid pace. Boss, if I should perish, remember to avenge me, utterly shatter their world, leaving not a speck of dust behind. Having spoken, he turned his head and shrugged, saying, You see, I have finished my admonitions, and you no longer have the opportunity to kill me. The virus within the boss was administered in phases according to different timelines, was it not? The first instance occurred at Huang's residence. As time progressed, the boss's temperament gradually improved. Yet during this period, your objectives remained unfulfilled, compelling you to seek out Cain. It was precisely because the boss's temperament flared up once more that Johnny and the others had no choice but to summon the proprietress. However, gradually, his temper stabilized again, and still, your aims were either unachieved or nearly so, only to be thwarted. Let me hazard a guess. It was the Ancient One who intervened. prompting your decision to dispatch someone to impede the sorceress. The third instance must have been Huang's unexpected visit, for I wondered about that inexplicable urgency. It was you who could no longer wait, leading to that old man establishing a styling studio at our doorstep to collect our hair, was it not? I had noticed earlier that the scepter in Hela's hand was adorned with all our previously lost items. The Huang magic stone, the essence of the celestial being, metallic components from the handgun, the wooden handle of the kitchen knife, and the metallic casing of the fountain pen, all entwined with a strand of hair, which is now mysteriously absent. Do not deny it. I possess a vision of 47, and a mere strand of hair is trivial, clear as day from 50 meters away. Thus, I surmised that the items and hair were essential for our return home. However, because I provided the fountain pen purchased in this world, I was successfully transported, but the destination was the adjacent shop where I originally acquired the pen, rather than my former world. Am I correct? As time gradually passed, Lu Qi slowly regained his composure, the things before him becoming remarkably lucid, and his mind extraordinarily alert. The negative emotions that had once clouded his heart dissipated entirely. This time, the opponent unleashed all the accumulated viruses within Lu Qi's body in one fell swoop, believing it would be a definitive strike. Yet, he withstood it through sheer willpower, and now, having learned from his experiences, Lu Qi would no longer afford anyone else an opportunity. Seeing Lu Qi rise with a stern expression, his gaze fixed intently on Hela, Light Yagami grew increasingly arrogant, for he knew he was no longer in peril. In summary, I believe your true intentions. Lu Qi interrupted Light Yagami's narration, swiftly appearing beside Hela and seizing the scepter. He afforded her no chance to speak, delivering a punch that reduced her to a mere pulp, splattering against the wall. Calmly observing the ethereal figure suspended in midair, Lu Qi felt an intense anger. Yet his mind remained remarkably clear. He levitated, glaring down at the transparent apparition. Though I know not who you are, I can assure you, your world has come to an end. However, you should count your blessings, for at least you can continue to exist for a while longer. If there were even a trace of poison left within me, I would have shattered the barrier of space with a single punch, breaking into your world. Oh dear, have you already realized this? How dreadful. Perhaps we should negotiate. You can simply pretend I never came, and we can let this matter pass. What do you think? The ethereal figure spread its hands, speaking with a tone that was both resigned and somewhat humorous. Casting a glance at the terrified Yagami Light, fearful of the potential shattering of the spatial barrier, Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation. You want me to break the barrier of space, engage in a life-and-death struggle with the supreme consciousness, and ultimately allow you to reap the benefits while simultaneously eliminating us, who would likely be severely weakened. How fascinating it is to experience such cleverness. It truly is addictive. As he spoke, Lu Qi descended, wrapping an arm around Yagami Light's shoulders, pointing a finger menacingly at the figure. Clean yourself up and wait for me. I will attend to you splendidly, ensuring you are entranced, and all for free. With that, he vanished in an instant. What has transpired, Bruce? A colossal figure draped in a black hood, with dark wings sprouting from its back, inquired of Bruce. The Bat of Madness turned to look at Barbados, then spread his arms. What has occurred? Let me think. Our plan has failed and been exposed. So we are finished. Ha ha ha. Barbados. Lu Qi, wielding a scepter and embracing the bewildered Yagami Light, floated above Asgard, enveloped in a crimson barrier. Observing the blue veil surrounding him, Yagami Light looked at Lu Qi with both astonishment and curiosity, never before having encountered such a calm boss. Light, does this version of me seem peculiar? To be honest, I find it quite strange myself, but perhaps this is the true psychological state of a deity. Lu Qi's words piqued Yagami Light's interest. What sort of psychological state is that? Calm, an unprecedented calm, as if nothing could disturb the waters of my heart. No person or event can elicit an emotional response from me, except for you all. Lu Qi suddenly sighed. I find myself beginning to miss Lu, Yi, and the others. Light, let us hasten to conclude this farce and set out to find them. What? Lu Qi's words astonished Yagami Light, yet simultaneously filled him with joy. Really? We can still seek them out. Of course, Lu Qi affirmed with a nod. Do you think that merging all the worlds related to the Dragon Balls, a realm far surpassing the multiverse level, is merely child's play? My Bajet template stands as the singular deity atop the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe. Previously afflicted by the laughing virus, I found it impossible to calm my spirit and thus could not unleash my true powers. However, that is no longer the case. Lu Qi gazed dreamily at his palm, exclaiming, "Only now do I genuinely comprehend the true significance of being the sole God. It is in essence the one and only God." With that, he gently waved his hand, and Asgard appeared to be pressed by a rewind button, beginning to play in reverse. This left light Yagami bewildered. Was it not said that Scions were merely brutish fighters? How could one possess such an extraordinary ability? I am capturing the temporal signals generated when Lu, Yi, and the others departed through the reverse flow of time. I have now located the world they inhabit. Once I deal with those ruffians, we shall set forth, Light declared. Understood, he replied. Chapter 142. First kill crazy laugh. What do you mean we have been exposed? Barbados snarled as he grasped the laughing bat tightly, his teeth grinding in furious exclamation. It is quite literal, my lord. We have been exposed, our flaws revealed, our cover blown, discovered, found out, and cannot hide any longer. Do you comprehend my words, Lord Barbados? Ha ha! The shrill and jarring laughter of the laughing bat disturbed Barbados, causing his agitation to escalate, while an overwhelming fear began to engulf him, eventually rendering him trembling. Ha 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 ha! The fact that this malevolent dragon, who had always exuded supreme authority, was now frightened only fueled Crazy Laugh's amusement. My lord, you are actually afraid. The mighty you has begun to feel terror. Is there any funnier joke than this? Ha 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 ha. With a dismissive gesture, Barbados cast Crazy Laugh aside, having lost the will to engage with this lunatic, being the one who meticulously monitored every action of the group. No one understood Lu Qi's terrifying nature better than he did. Had Barbados not injected the laughing virus into Lu Qi the moment he arrived, he might never have mustered the courage to provoke such a formidable entity. Yet, it was precisely due to the successful implantation of the laughing virus that Barbados could no longer suppress his greed. He desperately yearned for the supreme power that Lu Qi possessed, which led him to take reckless risks, repeatedly attempting to ensnare this unfathomably terrifying existence. However, Crazy Laugh's claim of exposure was not merely exposure. It was tantamount to a death sentence, leaving not a single survivor. Regaining his composure, Barbados lunged forward, snatching Crazy Laugh, who was convulsing on the ground with laughter, and commanded ominously, "Stop laughing. Think of a solution. Do you wish to perish?" In response, Crazy Laugh's laughter grew even louder. Ha ha, Lord Barbados, you are undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime comedic genius. In this brief moment, you have shattered my expectations not once, but twice. This is a joke that surpasses even the absurdity of Barbados trembling in fear 1,000-fold. How shall we contend with Lu Qi, who has regained his divine powers? Goodness, you might as well command me to eliminate the unjust Superman with a mere toothpick, for both tasks are equally implausible. Yet, in comparison to facing Lu Qi, I would rather confront the benevolent and naive Superman. Shall we simply await our demise in silence? What your catchphrase? That all of this is part of my plan. Ah, how did you know? Indeed, everything is precisely as I have orchestrated. Truly, hearing the maniacal laughter, Barbados exclaimed with delight, believing he had found salvation. But what came next plunged him back into an abyss of despair. In my design, we are destined to be the vanquished, for I have never glimpsed a flicker of hope for victory. How about that? What do you think of this jest? Ha 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 ha. You are indeed a madman. Ha ha ha. I just thought of another joke. Batman will always triumph, but I am no Batman, for I am the Joker Bat. Ha 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 ha. Barbados, a splendid jest. You nearly made me laugh, truly. Upon hearing that unervingly familiar yet chilling voice, Barbados sprang to his feet, though not entirely. To put it plainly, his legs had turned to jelly, and he found himself kneeling before Lu Qi, sending up a cloud of dust with a resounding thud. Ha 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 ha. Witnessing Barbados in such a wretched state, the Joker rolled on the ground with laughter, his black leather attire now covered in grime. You truly are a jester, albeit a rather unsightly one. At this moment, I find myself less inclined to personally end your life, as it feels akin to squashing a cockroach with bare hands, rather unseemly. Casting a glance at the Joker, who was doubled over with laughter, Lu Qi shook his head in resignation. The disquieting laughter is a nuisance, perhaps in your next life. Indulge in some golden-throated lozenges, and you might yet become a leading jester. As his words faded, a dazzling yet warm platinum aura surged around Lu Qi, his hair transforming from black to white. His garments, under immense force, were utterly torn asunder, replaced by a magnificent suit of golden, filigreed armor. This was a power beyond the comprehension of the multiverse, as the space around him began to collapse rapidly, fracturing like a smartphone screen struck against a corner, splintering and shattering, only to be replaced by the vibrant black emanating from the rifts in time and space. Lu Qi floated serenely in the air, casting a glance at the Joker, who had willingly leaped into the time rift and was subsequently torn apart by the chaotic currents. He nodded in satisfaction. Here was a cockroach with keen insight, opting to scuttle beneath another feet to avoid getting its own hands dirty, a commendable choice. However, the other was rather bothersome. What are you waiting for? For me to make the first move? Glancing back at Barbados, Lu Qi pointed toward the expanding vibrant blackness, expressing his displeasure. How is it that you, this insect, lack any sense of awareness? Can you not see that I wish to keep my hands clean? Or did my previous words not awaken your understanding? Such a state is hardly conducive to thriving in society. I genuinely harbor concerns for your future. Observing his seemingly foolish demeanor, Lu Qi tilted his head in puzzlement. After a moment of scrutiny, realization dawned upon him as he smacked his forehead. Goodness! Is this an alternate dimension of Obadiah? Disdainfully furrowing his brow, Lu Qi unleashed an energy blast that reduced him to ashes, nodding in satisfaction thereafter. He gazed around at the now crumbling world, then glanced at the watch adorning his wrist, once belonging to Johnny. Time was slipping away. The moon must be anxiously awaiting his return. With that thought, Lu Qi abruptly assumed a horse stance, bringing his hands together in a floral gesture at his waist. In an instant, a resplendent blue energy blossomed between his palms. Should I refer to this as Kamehameha? Never mind, I shall proceed as is. Indifferently curling his lip, he disregarded the rapidly approaching deities and forcefully thrust his hands forward, the blinding blue light illuminating the dark expanse of the universe. Did you think this was the end? No, this is a tenfold Kamehameha. Boom! The colossal explosion rendered everything around into a void of white, leaving Lu Qi suspended alone in the emptiness. A triumphant roar reverberated, and within that pristine void, only a majestic figure with platinum waist-length hair floated, undisturbed by the absence of wind. Chapter 143. Good morning, City of Night. Heck hella! A furious shout echoed from a black sedan, resonating through the desolate underground parking lot. Wow, that voice of yours packs quite a punch. At long last, you're awake. If you continue to slumber any longer, I shall withhold your share of this deal. This sensation was unbearable, akin to a sudden drop from 4K resolution to a meager 1024 by a 768. V perceived the world around her as surreal, plagued by frequent frame drops, extensive pixelation, and a distortion of colors. She shook her head vigorously and pounded her fists against it, yet this only exacerbated her malaise. Hey, what is wrong? Are you still dazed from sleep? The individual reached out, patting V's shoulder. The unexpected contact startled her, prompting her to swat his hand away. In that moment, her mantis blade failed to unsheath, for V realized it was missing. Hey, take it easy, girl. I surmise you must have had a nightmare. But fret not. It's not solely your fault. Our notoriety is growing, and business has indeed become quite hectic lately. To be candid, V, I too had a nightmare recently, wherein all my possessions amounted to a mere 10 euros. As he spoke, the man let out a dramatic sigh, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is truly terrifying." He glanced at the robust figure of Jack, who was driving beside him, and muttered in a daze, "Has Jack come to his senses, sis?" Jack, turning his head to focus intently on the road ahead, replied, "Get some proper rest and treat yourself to something nice. Tomorrow, I shall surprise you." In truth, Jack paid little heed to V's earlier actions. As mercenaries in Night City, they lived their lives with danger at every turn, sometimes even interfacing with the biological signals of others. It was essential to understand that those madmen were essentially living repositories of viruses. After years of such risky behavior, had it not been for the existence of the biomechanical doctors, cyberpsychosis would have already conquered the world, leaving no room for those corporate dogs to exert their influence. Moreover, Jack's mind was currently occupied with grand business ventures and thoughts of Misty. He merely assumed V had contracted a virus during their last neural interface. With Victor, The finest biomechanical doctor in all of Night City, present, such trivial matters could be resolved in a heartbeat, leaving no cause for concern. As he gradually brought the car to a stop, Jack turned to V with a warm smile, saying, "I won't worry too much about you. Remember to visit Old Vic tomorrow and get a good night's sleep, sis." "You too, Jack." V replied with an odd expression, waving her hand slightly. "See you tomorrow." With that, Jack drove away. Only after the sleek black car had completely vanished from her sight did V withdraw her gaze, surveying the environment that felt both familiar and alien. She regarded the old, cage-like yellow elevator, her face contorted with a fierce intent. "Hyla, I curse you." Bang. "Hey-la." Within the pitch-black confines of the office, Dante wielded his enchanted sword, the fierce flames of his demonic form singeing the wooden desk beside him. After surveying the familiar surroundings, Dante relinquished his true demon form, cleaving the desk in two with a single stroke before collapsing onto the sofa, burying his hands in his immaculate white hair. Consumed by sorrow, a click sounded as the door opened. Hearing the footsteps of a newcomer, Dante abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with intensity. "Virgil, what a sight to behold. Is this how you manage the business in my absence?" The rhythmic thud of hard-soled boots striking the floor accompanied Virgil's deep, resonant voice, creating a harmonious symphony, at least in Dante's perspective. "Hand over the bar's management. I am the rightful heir of Sparta. Running a bar is my specialty, while you only bring a disgrace." Dante couldn't help but let out a scoff, rising to meet Virgil's gaze. "Inheriting Sparta merely enhances your swordsmanship. Managing a bar doesn't rely on that, Virgil. I have purchased more than 20 books on management. I am now a professional." "Virgil, is that so? But have you actually read them?" "Dante." This remark left Dante momentarily speechless. Seeing his silence, Virgil smirked. "You haven't read them. Do you know how I can tell? Because those books are currently in my room, and I have studied all of them, even taking notes." "Dante, what do you have to contest against me? Just because you arrived before I did?" Dante initially intended to retort, but ultimately sighed in resignation. "There is no point in discussing this now, Virgil. Open your eyes and see clearly. We have returned." Shaking his head, Virgil interrupted him, then sighed in exasperation. "You truly disappoint me, Dante. Are you doubting the boss's strength or the bond between us? Calm yourself immediately and take a good look at your current state. I trust you will understand soon." Upon hearing this, Dante nodded thoughtfully. As his previously agitated emotions gradually stabilized, he suddenly looked up at the youthful Virgil in astonishment. "Our cheating feature is still intact?" "Indeed," Virgil nodded, then sat on the sofa with a look of disdain. "Although I am unclear on the means Hela employed, we are indeed still in contact with the boss. Our faces are the best testament to that. Justice prevails, and I believe the boss will come for us one day. So relinquish the bar's management rights, Dante." "I refuse." The revived Dante donned his typical roguish grin. "Why not just ask the boss for another bar? Then we can openly compare and see who truly possesses better business acumen." Virgil rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips. "A splendid idea, Dante. I believe that day is not too far off." Dante shrugged, spreading his hands. "Even if it is distant, it matters not. We can wait." Chapter 144. The battle in New York. Light Yagami. Do not bring so much. This time we are traveling, not relocating. We will return. Lucci snatched the two large suitcases from Light Yagami's hands, sorting through what to take while muttering. "The places we're going are all within their territory. They will undoubtedly provide for us. So we only need to bring 2 changes of clothes." Light Yagami cast a few glances at the busy Lucci, then turned to survey the chaotic battlefield of New York City, furrowing his brow in concern. "Boss, is it truly all right to leave the fighting here to the Avengers? Does Doctor Strange not need assistance? Is it really acceptable for us to refrain from helping?" Lucci raised his head in response to the voice, his expression one of perplexity as he retorted. "Who claims we have not assisted? Have we not already rendered aid? You have unveiled the machinations of the Mad Laughter, while I have vanquished Hela, liberating Thor and Loki from their prison, and even obliterated the multiverse of Mad Laughter. We have already contributed significantly. Can you truly expect us to resolve every predicament? Do you wish for me to single-handedly eliminate every foe, allowing the Avengers to return home to indulge in chips and soap operas? That is not my intention," Light Yagami replied with a sigh, tapping his forehead in exasperation. He then gestured toward the magicians battling outside, shrouded in chaos, and explained to Lu Qi, "What I mean is that this situation ultimately arose due to us. Thus, should we not bear a greater share of the responsibility? Moreover, we intend to reside here in the long term. Given this, should we not lend a hand, if only for the sake of ensuring a pleasant living environment in the future?" As he spoke, Light pointed once more to the murky sky. "Boss, look. There remains a substantial heap of debris above that no one has addressed. What if, upon our return, it has begun to rot and emit a foul odor? Ultimately, we will have to deal with it. Why not complete today's task today? Furthermore, should others attempt to clean up and merely skimp on the effort, leaving behind a disarray, we shall inevitably be compelled to tidy it ourselves. Would you not agree, boss?" With that, Light squatted down and snatched a bag of socks from Lu Qi's hands. "I have already checked the surveillance backdoor left by V. I sense the Avengers are nearing their limit. This horde of dark beings is formidable and numerous. Thor is stretched thin, struggling against the enemy's swarm tactics, while Loki proves to be utterly useless. Although Tony possesses remarkable agility, he is ultimately just an ordinary man clad in advanced technology, and rescuing the stranded populace has already drained him of all his energy. Moreover, those human agents are entrenched in a grueling battle, and V's ex-girlfriend has sustained injuries. Were it not for a flaming skull creature assisting them, they would likely have perished multiple times by now." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi turned to observe the ongoing battle outside and curiously inquired, "What of Hulk and that little cat of Sherry's? Are they also engaged in a fierce struggle?" "That should not be the case. Sherry is a fully endowed ice spirit. I entrusted her to Tony specifically to alleviate burdens in such situations." Upon hearing this, Light Yagami deftly manipulated V's laptop and gestured towards the screen, elucidating, "At present, Sherry and Hulk are entrenched at the forefront of the battle, intercepting the majority of the adversaries. The foes currently wreaking havoc in New York are merely the remnants that have slipped through the cracks. Should the front line falter, the city will be doomed." Lu Qi hastily interjected, "Enough. I admit my folly. I truly did not anticipate the formidable strength of these dark creatures. It appears that even without the virus's influence, I am not as astute as I had envisioned. Allow me a moment to make a call." With that, Lu Qi retrieved his personal terminal. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello. I do not care who you are, but I must inform you that your call has cost me at least $20,000. You must compensate me." After this exclamation, it seemed he was conversing with someone, murmuring softly, "I can hardly believe such a piece of junk can still function in the cosmos. It is truly bizarre." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qi furrowed his brow. "We can discuss money later. First, tell me how this terminal came into your possession. Did you find it?" The individual on the other end sounded somewhat impatient. "Why does it matter how I acquired it? Besides, you are a—" "Oh my goodness, could you please slow down? Are you trying to kill me?" came a distressed whimper. Hearing the sound of a small fish chirping, Lu Qi chuckled. "Oh, my fish. How have you been lately? Is it convenient for you to return now? I have a hefty fellow here who could sustain you for quite some time. Okay, we shall meet in 1 minute. Wait, hefty fellow, is he the one you mentioned?" The communication abruptly cut off. "Boss, who are you just in contact with?" Light Yagami inquired curiously. "Oh, just another one of our companions. He had to venture out because the hefty size of his home could not accommodate him. Do not worry, you will meet him shortly. However, brace yourself. The little fish is not your ordinary size. I dare say it may be even more exaggerated than before. How large could it possibly be? Is it bigger than Stark Tower?" Lu Qi replied with a mysterious smile. "You shall see for yourself shortly." Noticing that Light Yagami took his words lightly, Lu Qi shrugged nonchalantly. It was evident that Lord Kame had fallen prey to his old habit of arrogance, having witnessed the prowess of himself and his companions. He believed nothing could intimidate him anymore, leading to a slight sense of hubris. Lu Qi refrained from elaborating, as no amount of explanation could rival the impact of witnessing it firsthand, especially when it came to the little fish, a colossal beast exceeding even the Leviathan. In the realm of the game, no one knows just how large the Taoist realm Kuan can grow, as they invariably meet an untimely end before reaching their full potential. Once a Taoist realm Kuan's body reaches a certain size, it either falls victim to its master or is vanquished by various formidable beings, as though there exists a tacit understanding among all to impede their growth. As she spoke, the small fish rapidly approached in a series of leaps. A resounding hum echoed through the heavens, and a cascade of radiant, multicolored light descended from the sky, piercing the shroud of darkness that enveloped the world, bringing forth illumination once more. Chapter 145. Ancient One. Everything is within my design. In the boundless expanse of cosmic space, the time stone nestled in the chest of the Ancient One emitted a gentle green glow. Beneath her lay the earth, shrouded in dense black mist, while before her stood an imposing black giant, the dark dimension's sovereign, the dimension demon Dormammu, who had long coveted the earth. Upon its assault on the planet, the Ancient One swiftly imprisoned it within a spatial cage crafted from the time stone, a process so seamless it felt as if Dormammu had willingly leaped into confinement. Observing the massive black form thrashing wildly within this cage of green energy, a barely perceptible smile graced the Ancient One's lips. One must concede that Dormammu's acting was woefully inadequate. As a partner of Wei Yixiao, it was evident that he lacked the requisite intelligence to match him. In this overarching conspiracy against the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the task assigned to Dormammu was quite simple: to restrain the Ancient One's movements, preventing her from responding to Lu Chi's distress signal, thereby indirectly aiding Hela in executing the repatriation plan for Dante and others, while simultaneously enveloping the Earth in the dark dimension to obscure it from prying eyes, awaiting the opportune moment to launch a counteroffensive and ultimately seize control of the planet, heralding the arrival of the Dark Lord Barbatos. However, Dormammu was shrewd. His collaboration with Wei Yixiao stemmed solely from his desire for the dark energy of the dark multiverse. In his own scheme, he feigned cooperation, biding his time until Lu Chi lost his composure and inadvertently shattered the spatial barrier. At that juncture, he would initiate a counter-invasion of the dark multiverse, and once he fully harnessed the dark energy from that realm, he would stage a triumphant return, becoming the undisputed ruler of both worlds, free to consume and conquer as he pleased. With this thought in mind, Dormammu intensified his struggles within the cage, muttering foul curses against the Ancient One, fearful that she might discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, the Ancient One floated serenely in the cosmos, completely indifferent to Dormammu's embarrassing display, her consciousness wandering far beyond the immediate realm. The Ancient One, the foremost of Camartage, the thief of dark energy, the possessor of the Time Stone, an unparalleled white mage, and a designated ally of the Vishani. She was the last bastion of Earth, a living legend yet to meet her end. Not only was she one of the power brokers of this universe, but she was also among the first to uncover the truth of Lu Chi as a traveler from another realm. While her power may not be the most formidable, she undoubtedly possessed the keenest awareness of unfolding events in this universe. Since the day she discovered Lu Chi's existence, she had immersed herself in the myriad timelines predicted by the Time Stone, striving to uncover the most reliable and least costly resolution. As the research deepened, Ancient One began to question her initial assumptions about Lu Chi, discovering that he was not inherently malevolent. In fact, he possessed a certain affable quality. Yet, this very individual consistently engaged in actions that threatened the world's existence for various reasons, leaving her utterly perplexed. Consequently, Ancient One abandoned the pursuit of a flawless conclusion, opting instead to delve into the elements that constitute apocalyptic outcomes. She aimed to analyze the personalities of Lu Chi and Lu Yi, relying on her personal encounters and the infinite opportunities for trial and error afforded by the Time Stone to meticulously craft an impeccable and singular narrative. However, as time progressed, Ancient One observed that the future had once again become elusive. Despite everything seemingly proceeding along a flawless trajectory, unforeseen deviations occurred. It was at this juncture that she recognized the presence of another being harboring similar intentions, striving to manipulate the course of the future. While she sought perfection, this entity desired annihilation. Having identified the crux of the issue, she pondered why not consult the omnipotent Time Stone once more. Thus, Ancient One immersed herself in the currents of time, meticulously unraveling its threads until she discovered a minuscule aperture in the cosmos, no larger than an atom. On the other side of this portal lay the dark multiverse inhabited by Wei Yixiao. With the source identified, the subsequent actions became remarkably straightforward. Ancient One began to incessantly forecast the future, making adjustments and subtle manipulations wherever deviations occurred, boldly speculating yet cautiously validating her hypotheses. If Lu Chi remained unperturbed, would he emit green smoke? No problem. Odin was enlisted to provoke his ire. If Lu Qi were to be coerced by unscrupulous politicians into surrendering his enchanted artifacts following the New York battle, no issue. A grand memory wipe was initiated, ensuring that no one would retain even the slightest recollection of him. Thus, Ancient One assumed the role of a vigilant guardian, perpetually monitoring every movement, ready to activate the time stone at the slightest disturbance, predicting and rectifying as needed. During this period, the entire Camartage was in a flurry of activity, each individual attending to tasks that eluded their comprehension under Ancient One's command. Caecilius traversed the globe, relentlessly hunting down members of Hydra, while Wong scoured the world, cleaning up after Lu Qi and his companions. Even the new disciple, Strange, was tasked with rescuing an elderly man suspended by ropes and queens. The relentless iterations, amounting to billions upon billions, enabled Ancient One to grasp the entirety of the situation. Everything unfolding was meticulously orchestrated within her master plan. All she needed to do was remain composed and await the grand finale she had prepared for Dormammu. It appeared that the moment had arrived. "Dormammu, your time is up," she remarked calmly, casting a sidelong glance at the entity confined within the cage. "Ancient One, you filthy thief. What tricks are you trying to play on me?" Dormammu retorted, frustration evident in his tone. In a piercing scream, Dormammu found himself engulfed by excruciating pain that relentlessly assailed his form, causing his dark body to flicker ominously. "Dormammu, your doom has arrived." At that moment, a triumphant smile finally graced the face of the Ancient One as she cast aside all pretense, revealing her true identity as the Savior. A resonant hum echoed across the sky, followed by a radiant cascade of colors that pierced the veil of the dark dimension. An immense fish-shaped behemoth forcefully penetrated the shadows. Gazing upon this monstrous entity, whose single eye was larger than his own entire being, Dormammu sank into utter despair. As darkness enveloped him, Dormammu was wholly consumed by the creature, and in an instant, the shroud of black mist surrounding Earth dissipated, causing the denizens of the Dark Realm to turn to ashes. Sunlight once again bathed the planet, yet New York remained ensconced in shadows. For the colossal fish now circled ominously above the city. Chapter 146. "The fish is indeed not small. What in the world is that monstrous entity?" exclaimed the bewildered populace of New York. "Surely I must be dreaming," murmured those unwilling to confront the grim reality. "Ha! I must have indulged too much. I'm surely hallucinating," quipped a hapless addict. "Captain, what do we do against such a foe?" gasped Hawkeye Barton, his face etched with despair. As the darkness receded, the onlookers were met not with the dawn of victory, but rather with an even more despondent adversary. This Leviathan, resembling a gargantuan whale, soared through the skies with reckless abandon, casting its shadow over the entirety of New York City. Each of its movements generated powerful gusts of wind, and its melodious calls rang out like a death knell, piercing the eardrums of all who heard it. Stark, shedding his helmet, lifted his gaze toward the soaring creature, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The inherent fear of such colossal beings was laid bare in that moment. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as the rapid thumping of his heart compelled him to draw deep breaths, while emotions of terror, anxiety, and despair began to fester within him. Stark found himself at a loss. Suddenly, the creature emitted another resounding call, having devoured Dormammu. It experienced an unprecedented sense of satiety, a feeling it had never known before. "Director, it seems the creature has become enraged. What should we do?" Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne carrier, hovering cautiously like a timid insect thousands of meters away, the crew dared not approach the proximity of the colossal fish. Noticing the creature's outcry, Agent Hill, who had been vigilantly observing, alerted Nick Fury, who remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he fiddled with his antiquated pager, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. As Nick Fury remained silent, Agent Hill felt compelled to remind him once more. "Director Fury, I must reiterate that since the emergence of this creature, the Security Council has issued multiple notifications. The Council demands that we make an immediate decision and has sent us a final notice to ensure the safety of people worldwide. If we cannot devise a viable solution within 2 minutes, they will initiate a nuclear strike until the creature is completely eradicated." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's anger flared. "What the hell? A nuclear strike? Are the members of the council insane? There are still millions of civilians in New York City who cannot evacuate. How dare they consider a nuclear strike? Hill shook her head. Director, you are well aware of the council's rationale. Damn it. Fury cursed. His finger poised to press the pager button. Just then, the world fell eerily silent, as if time itself had been paused. The wings of mosquitoes ceased their fluttering. Birds hovered midair, and the water gushing from the fire hydrant hung motionless in the air, while Fury's finger lingered mere millimeters above the pager button. Oh, Master Gui, it has been a few days since we last met. Your magical prowess has certainly deepened. Lucci greeted the suddenly appearing Gui, pulling a chair toward him and gesturing apologetically. I apologize for the disarray. I had some unwelcome guests at home, hence the chaos. Not a problem, Mr. Lucci. You never intended to host me, did you? Gui remarked, gesturing toward the suitcase on the floor with a knowing smile. Lucci chuckled, scratching his head. I knew you wouldn't hold it against me. Indeed, I was just planning a trip. That wretched Hela has forced my companions into a one-way tour, so I have no choice but to personally bring them home, and perhaps clear my mind along the way. Gui nodded in agreement. That sounds wise. You've faced too many troubles lately. A change of scenery is certainly in order. Pointing at the small fish hovering in the sky, Gui continued, it possesses great potential. But one day it may consume the entire universe. What do you plan to do then? Lucci shrugged nonchalantly. The universe has plenty to spare. In this multiverse, there are countless abandoned realms devoid of life. Letting the little fish indulge in a buffet seems reasonable. If necessary, I could always find it some troublesome worlds to explore, allowing it to play the role of a world destroyer. After all, isn't it all the rage now to go out and eat? It might as well follow the trend. Gui laughed. A clever idea, though you do indulge it. Lucci smiled. Of course, it's my own child. I must cherish it. Very well, then. I wish you a pleasant and successful journey. As she spoke, Gui rose to her feet and, with a meaningful gesture, extended her palm. Shall we proceed, as per our traditional customs? Lucci nodded in sudden realization, subsequently presenting several yellow magic stones. Master Gui, I hope this humble token serves as a token of my respect. I kindly ask for your continued patronage in the future. Indeed, Gui nodded in satisfaction. Let's look out for one another. I trust that you, Lu, shall take care of my business in the times to come. After sharing a knowing smile, Gui turned and stepped into the portal. Lucci murmured softly, Gui is truly a commendable individual, though her hairstyle leaves much to be desired. With the resurgence of Gui's grand forgetting spell, the innocent denizens of New York successfully erased any memory of the little fish. Yet the despair it instilled in humanity lingered, shifting instead to the unknown foes lurking in the cosmos. Presently, a veil of darkness cloaked the hearts of all, for New York had endured 2 invasions by extraterrestrial civilizations within a mere year, resulting in significant loss of life and economic devastation, fostering a profound aversion toward the enigmatic alien species. However, these matters were of no concern to Lucci, who had already packed his belongings and now sat in the alternate space of the little fish alongside Yagami Light, traversing the vastness of the universe. Boss, I find the name Little Fish quite unbefitting for such a colossal beast. Are you not jesting with a fool? Lucci felt unjustly accused. I am not, Yagami Light retorted. How do you typically introduce yourself? Lucci replied, a timid, cowardly, and humble boy. Chapter 147, Guardian Angel in Night City, within the Watson District's Chinatown. V sat on the couch of her apartment, her expression grave as she chewed her food, a large black suitcase resting at her feet. On the night she parted ways with Jack, V conducted a comprehensive examination of her body, discovering that her legendary grade cybernetic enhancements had vanished, though the cheating functionality remained intact. The disappearance of legendary grade enhancements? For V, this posed no issue. In Night City, as long as one possesses wealth, anything desired could be acquired. Moreover, V found herself with an inexhaustible supply of funds. Thus, within a single night, she procured an entirely new set of the most advanced cybernetics available in Night City, a secondary heart, a 4-phase transmission Ripple Model 5 network interface, the Oracle Eye of the Wayward God, Cox 2 cybernetic optimization, optical camouflage, a pain compiler, a pain replacer, and a behavioral synchronization faceplate, among other cutting-edge goods. Regardless of the seller or the exorbitance of their prices, as long as they could provide V with the desirable items, she would not hesitate to pay in full. Collecting her acquisitions, and departing without uttering a single word. It is precisely due to her extravagant expenditures that a legend began to circulate throughout Night City. Speaking of a wealthy individual who, it is said, is a dark-skinned woman lavishly throwing money around, outfitting herself with the most advanced hacking implants. One cannot help but speculate that Night City is on the verge of witnessing the emergence of a remarkably formidable cybernetic psychopath. The rumors, while exaggerated, are not entirely unfounded. For if an ordinary individual were to undergo modifications akin to those of V, and were able to withstand a third of the process without succumbing to madness, they would indeed be deemed a genius, as not everyone possesses the innate talent of V or Atom Smasher. The reason the figure of speculation is described as a dark-skinned woman is that V, having spent a considerable fortune, acquired a morphing camouflage mask from an employee in military technology. This cybernetic enhancement allows the user to alter their external appearance at will. When combined with a behavioral synchronization faceplate, she can entirely evade the risk of revealing her identity. Furthermore, all the implants V selected are intricately linked to hacking. As she embarks on a significant mission to steal the relic chip and retrieve Johnny, that wretched creature, all on her own. Disregarding Jack's complaints and doubts, V decisively rejected the employment proposal from the philosophical black man, informing Jack that Saburo Arasaka was soon to arrive in Night City for a meeting with Rake Bartmoss, and that attempting to steal something under such circumstances would be tantamount to courting disaster. Although somewhat disappointed, Jack ultimately heeded her advice, for he understood his partner well. He knew that, even in deception, V would never employ such a clumsy excuse to mislead him. Thus, while Jack lamented the loss of a lucrative opportunity, he refrained from excessive complaints or probing into V's motives, recognizing it as merely another ordinary job. Moreover, at least Misty had quarreled with him over this assignment, which perhaps rendered the outcome more favorable, as Misty would be pleased. Regardless of the circumstances, Jack's life was preserved this time, and V could finally pursue her own agenda. She confidently entered the Konpeki Plaza, securing a luxurious suite in close proximity to Rake Bartmoss. With a determined expression, her hair tied back, she swiftly activated stealth mode, her neural interface surging into overdrive. As she traversed the premises, security systems faltered, doors swung open, and the entire Konpeki Plaza fell under her dominion. Effortlessly, she infiltrated Rake Bartmoss's chamber, casually retrieving the suitcase containing the relic chip before vacating the premises and returning home. Swallowing the last morsel of her meal, V seized the black suitcase resting at her feet. Amidst a gentle blue chill, she reached for the biotechnological chip pulsating with pink electricity, inserting it into her chip reader. As a fleeting blur clouded her vision, V exhaled a heavy breath, clenched her teeth, and disabled the cheat function of infinite life. Then, she grasped the pistol from the table and aimed its muzzle at her own temple. The room was enveloped in utter silence. V could even hear the rhythmic beating of her two hearts. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the gun, and one could faintly observe the veins on her forehead pulsating. To activate the relic, she needed to insert the chip and die once. A revelation imparted to her by old V in her previous life. The relic would actively mend fatal wounds and subsequently release the soul contained within the chip, initiating a gradual process of merging with the host's soul. The pistol in her grasp was the smallest caliber she could find, yet even so, mustering the courage to pull the trigger against her own head proved difficult. Damn it, she cursed, kicking over the coffee table in frustration. Johnny, you filthy bastard. If you don't treat me better from now on, I swear I'll end you. With a bang, V collapsed in the room, dark red blood pooling around her as she lost consciousness entirely. After an indeterminate duration, V reopened her eyes to a flickering red mosaic before her, her throat parched, her head pounding, and discomfort radiating throughout her body. Oh, my dear Valerie, turn your head and look at me. I am your most dashing guardian angel. Upon hearing that familiar voice laced with sarcasm, V couldn't help but smile. Damn you, Johnny, it's truly a challenge to see you. After all, it's a ticket to hell, V. I admire your courage, but are you still not planning to activate the cheat function? I can already see your brain matter. Johnny's ethereal form leaned against the wall, reminding her. Do I really need your prompting? Once V reactivated the cheat function, her wounds were instantly healed, and the discomfort dissipated in an instant. With a forceful push of her abdomen, V sat upright, bloodied but relieved to feel no discomfort from her body. Hey V, look at me. Your handsome guardian angel desires a cigarette. Hurry and tell him where you've hidden them. Hearing this, V shot him an annoyed glance. The smell of smoke is terrible. Only fools smoke. Johnny paused, surprised. You shouldn't say such things. Don't forget that the boss smokes too. Oomph. Scoffed. Which of your eyes saw the boss as anything but a fool? I find myself unable to argue. Chapter 148. Lu Maoxing Unleashed. Darkness, dizziness, weakness, and an oily seafood scent permeated the air, intensifying Lu Maoxing's nausea. As he sensed the food in his mouth, he instinctively chewed a couple of times. Ugh! The dish was excessively greasy and utterly unpalatable. The mushrooms were undercooked, the peas possessed an unyielding texture, and the shrimp were overly soft. The unpleasant fishy taste of the seafood broth mingled with the greasy rice, rendering the fried rice quite distasteful. With a loud splat, a mouthful of fried rice, which Lu Maoxing had barely chewed, was spat onto the ground. He then fell to his knees as if poisoned, gripping his throat tightly, his tongue extended in distress, and a solitary tear glistening in the corner of his eye. Lu Maoxing was no longer the naive country bumpkin he once was. Setting aside the exotic ingredients bestowed upon him by Lu Qi, the invaluable spices presented by affluent diners, or the rare red meat and seafood available only in limited quantities, his palate had become extraordinarily refined amidst the bombardment of such exquisite delicacies. Moreover, after he had learned to conjure ingredients through magic, the situation escalated uncontrollably. Juicing black-skinned watermelons, braising bluefin tuna, stewing matsutake mushrooms with chicken, and crafting dumplings with Kobe beef. These were ingredients that the average worker could only dream of tasting once in a lifetime. Yet for him, they had become mere consumables in his culinary practice, dishes he had grown weary of. In truth, the fried rice was not as atrocious as he claimed. Had Lu Maoxing tasted it under normal circumstances, he would have given it a thumbs up in praise. However, at that moment, his discomfort was overwhelming. The greasiness and fishiness assaulted his sensitive palate, compelling him to expel it. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never have rejected a dish crafted with care by another chef, provided it contained no poison. Unbeknownst to others, the spectators were oblivious to Lu Maoxing's ordeal, casting puzzled glances at the young boy in red, who knelt on the ground, violently retching. The chef responsible for the fried rice was particularly incensed. How dare you, you little brat? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You are insulting the creations of a master chef. Yet the dish was indeed unpalatable. Suddenly, Lu Maoxing turned to see a grim man, clad in a black-eye mask and sporting unkempt gray hair. Memories surged forth from the depths of his mind, and in a fleeting moment, he recalled everything. Boss! Mei Li, he murmured, his head bowed, unnoticed by anyone amid the chaos, as the crowd buzzed with animated chatter. Oblivious to his plight, save for a pure-hearted girl in a yellow top with light brown hair. On Maoxing, Lu Keilang whispered, her fingers entwined in worry, gazing at him anxiously. Admiral Li, he is merely a naive child. How could he understand culinary arts? My skills have far surpassed those of Master Abe. This seafood fried rice is the ultimate testament to my prowess. Shaoan exclaimed, standing with arms outstretched, passionately addressing Admiral Li. You speak nonsense. You cannot possibly surpass my mother's culinary skills. Lu Maoxing, still engulfed in sorrow, immediately rose in fury upon hearing Shaoan's words and retorted loudly. The dish you prepared may appear flawless, yet it is riddled with imperfections. You mask the seafood's briny scent with the aroma of marinated Genoa ham. Yet the earthy flavor of wild vegetables has become increasingly pronounced, which in turn accentuates the seafood's fishiness. In the end, you have neither concealed the seafood's odor nor diminished the earthiness. Perhaps the average palate may not discern this, but you cannot deceive my discerning tongue, Shaoan. Your culinary prowess pales in comparison to my mother's. Having lived among a group of boastful individuals for so long, even Lu Maoxing's tongue had unwittingly sharpened. This insufferable brat. Li the Admiral interjected. Since this lad is so eloquent, I propose we have him prepare a plate of fried rice to compare with my seafood fried rice. If he fails, let him face the consequences. Kneeling with a mischievous grin, Shaoan humbly replied, Very well. I shall present you with a plate of fried rice that will leave you speechless. Lu Maoxing confidently affirmed. No, Emma, don't. Lu Keilang urgently intervened. Embracing Lu Keilang, who rushed to stop him, Lu Maoxing's eyes blazed with indignation. He would not allow anyone to belittle his mother's culinary talent. Rest assured, sister, I will create a dish that will undoubtedly satisfy Admiral Li, he declared, kneeling respectfully before Li the Admiral with his fists clasped together. Admiral Li, I humbly request that you sample my dish. I will prove to you that Xiao and skills do not surpass my mother's. Not even I could surpass her. Curse that little brat. I wonder how long he can maintain this facade. Xiao seethed inwardly. Seated at the dining table, Li the Admiral observed the supremely confident young man, deep in thought. He must be Master Abai's child. What remarkable confidence! Perhaps this lad truly possesses exceptional skills. Having reached a decision, Li the Admiral slowly nodded. Very well. I grant you permission to present a plate of fried rice to be compared with Xiao and seafood fried rice. Lu Maoxing replied with utmost seriousness, yes. As he stood again before the stove, ancient memories began to resurface. The visage and laughter of Chun Bangling, originally named, later known as Chun Abai during his flight, materialized in his mind. Turning slightly, he spotted an old kitchen knife resting on the rack beside the cutting board. Lu Maoxing picked it up, a joyful smile gracing his lips. I shall begin now, he exclaimed, and with a powerful shout, the kitchen knife transformed into a blur of motion. The sound of the knife striking the cutting board echoed like a tempest and with a vigorous rhythm. The sliced ingredients danced through the air, tracing graceful arcs before neatly landing in a plate 3 meters away. This is impossible. How can this be? That wretched little brat. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xiao was immediately taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the child before him possessed such exquisite culinary skills. In his recollection, even Master Abe only reached this level of proficiency at best. Yet why did this young lad have to exhibit such talent? The sight of him shrieking while cooking seemed to be the most commonplace occurrence in the world, and this peculiar habit appeared exceedingly difficult to alter. Had it not been for Lu Maoxing's voice becoming hoarse while cooking for Lu Yi, resulting in several days of consuming throat lozenges, he likely would have never broken this detrimental habit. However, today was different. Today, Lu Maoxing deliberately revived this exhilaratingly reckless practice. He recalled Lu Yi's words, when faced with defiance, one must subdue it. When confronted with fearlessness, one must instill fear. Thus, his aim today was to exert every ounce of effort to create a dish that would compel Xiao and to relinquish his culinary aspirations entirely, ensuring that he would never again dare to wield a knife or spatula. This time, Lu Maoxing would not permit him to step even a toe into the realm of culinary darkness once more. As a chef, Xiao lacked the soul of a true culinary artist, leaving Lu Maoxing at a loss. Yet he understood one thing. As long as Xiao refrained from cooking, he would not meet an untimely demise. Therefore, Xiao, for your own good, abandon the path of chef forever. Jojo face. The blazing flames erupted from the stove like an aircraft engine, while Lu Maoxing held the now incandescent iron wok in silence. As time passed, the pot radiated a brilliant orange hue. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lu Maoxing deftly tossed a bowl of uniformly sized meat morsels into the pan. Sizzle. Instantly, an alluring aroma wafted through the kitchen, enticing all onlookers, causing their mouths to water profusely, and the sound of saliva swallowing echoed throughout the space. Lu Maoxing's movements quickened. A dazzling array of spices cascaded into the pot, transforming the air from the primal scent of meat to an increasingly intricate and aesthetically pleasing aroma. At last, amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Lu Maoxing completed the plating of the fried rice, solemnly carrying the black dish from the kitchen. Behold my fried rice, Admiral Li. Please indulge. Lu Maoxing gestured. Upon hearing this, Admiral Li nodded. He had long since detected the tantalizing fragrance emanating from the kitchen. Had it not been for his esteemed status, he would have rushed to the kitchen door to join the spectacle. Now, as the dish belonging to him was finally presented at the dining table, he could hardly contain his eagerness, hastily lifting the warming cover. Boom! In an instant, a fiery radiance erupted from the plate, akin to the explosion of a young boy, leaving all present acutely aware of a searing heat that scorched their skin and a blinding red glare that brought tears to their eyes. As the radiance faded, the crowd could finally discern the true nature of the fried rice upon the plate. Upon recognizing the dish, Admiral Li was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this?" A volcano. Before him stood a small volcano, meticulously crafted from black rice, its form remarkably lifelike. Admiral Lee could almost sense that this rice volcano was on the verge of a cataclysmic eruption. Indeed, Lu Maoxing nodded, "This is my specially concocted volcanic fried rice. Strictly speaking, I have yet to officially name this dish, but it is undeniably the most exquisite fried rice I am capable of creating at present. One extraordinary fried rice." Admiral Lee leaned closer, gently inhaling the aroma. "It is quite peculiar. I distinctly sensed a splendid fragrance earlier, yet now I can detect nothing." Maoxing, could you elucidate this for me?" Lu Maoxing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Admiral Lee, this is because there remains a crucial step that requires your participation." "Me? What step might that be?" Lu Maoxing's fried rice had piqued everyone's curiosity, from the previously wafting aroma to the unique presentation. No one dared to underestimate the 13-year-old boy before them. In the culinary world, prowess dictates respect. If you excel, you command admiration. You merely need to snap your fingers, and the rest shall be accomplished by the fried rice itself. "Very well." Raising his hand, Admiral Lee gently snapped his fingers. Immediately, the black volcano began to tremble slightly, and glistening morsels of meat cascaded down like rocks spewing forth from a volcanic eruption. Boom! A blinding red light surged forth, and Admiral Lee's eyes widened as he beheld the spectacle unfolding on the plate. The fried rice volcano erupted like a true volcano, with a bright red broth gushing forth like molten lava, cascading over the mound of rice. Scalding steam billowed out, ultimately forming a whirlwind that rustled the hems of everyone's garments. Lu Maoxing's signature volcanic lava fried rice is complete. Having said this, Lu Maoxing gestured to the astonished Admiral Lee, inviting him to sample the dish. Nodding in agreement, Admiral Lee scooped a spoonful of the black fried rice soaked in the crimson broth and slowly placed it in his mouth. In that instant, he envisioned a fearsome demon, grotesque and formidable, wielding a massive sword, sprouting 4 wings, and coursing with red magma. This powerful entity ruthlessly established its culinary dominion upon his palate, obliterating all prior notions of flavor, proclaiming, "I alone embody the essence of exquisite taste." Lee, the Admiral, set down the meticulously cleaned plate and, feigning authority, posed a question to Lu Maoxing. "Mao, enlighten us about this dish. How did you craft such a creatively audacious and delectable fried rice?" This culinary creation emerged serendipitously during a visit with a friend. My intention was to awaken the palate of all by employing the most potent ingredients and spices. Hence my generous use of doubanjiang and chili sauce. However, I also incorporated a variety of acidic elements to temper the heat. I did not wish for this fried rice to merely be a spicy dish. Just as a demon ablaze is not solely malevolent, so too can a spicy fried rice be devoid of overwhelming heat. Nodding in approval, Admiral Lee cast an appreciative glance at Lu Maoxing before surveying Shaoan, who remained motionless on the ground. It is evident that the outcome of this contest is clear. The victor is Lu Maoxing. Lu Maoxing retorted, "Shaoan, if you aspire to surpass my mother's culinary prowess, then you must first surpass me." Chapter 149. This time, you are the first. Remove your filthy hands. Do not lay a finger on me. Bang. Calm down. How dare you call me that name, you scoundrel? Bang. Someone stop her. This lunatic has gone mad. The skies above Kintu echoed with the resounding aftermath of battle, as dazed or injured time patrollers fell like raindrops to the ground, creating craters of varying sizes. Damn it, can you not comprehend my words? Do not call me that name. Lu Yi teleported behind a frozen demon and, with a fist the size of a sandbag, struck fiercely at the back of its head. With a thunderous crack, a sonic boom erupted, forming a cloud of sound that whistled sharply as the frozen demon transformed into a projectile, crashing heavily against a dome-shaped structure. In an instant, debris soared into the air, creating a colossal mushroom cloud of dust. Within the Time Nest, the Time King, gripped by terror, cried out for reinforcements, his pink skin nearly turning green with fear, punctuated by intermittent shrieks. What on earth is happening? Why am I patrollers suddenly gone berserk? Could it be the work of Mira? A flash emanated from a scroll exuding a purple aura, and as the light faded, a man clad in black leather, wielding a long sword and sporting a purple hairstyle, appeared. "Lord King, I have grasped the situation. I shall rush to provide support." With urgency etched on his face, he dashed out, while the Time King called after him. "Trunks, be cautious." "Understood." Bang! With another kick, Liu Yi shattered a female demon patroller into fragments, then turned to engage in combat with two scions of different heights. Why are you doing this? Have you been controlled? Sun Wukong took a punch from Liu Yi head-on, swiftly grasping her wrists and asking with a serious tone. Kakarot, why waste words with her? Eliminate her. Vegeta had no interest in understanding the reason behind this woman's madness. Since she dared to strike here, he would put an end to her. With that, Vegeta delivered a solid right hook to Liu Yi's cheek, unleashing a shockwave that sent the onlookers scattering. How is this possible? Retracting his fist, Vegeta stared in disbelief at Liu Yi, who tilted her head at him. Her eyes ablaze with a fierce killing intent and flickering green light. You little imp, how do you plan to die? With a sudden jerk of her arm, Liu Yi broke free from his grasp and sent Sun Wukong flying with a knee strike, then floated before Vegeta, looking down at him. I will pummel you to death. How does that sound? Oomph. Although astonished that Liu Yi had endured his punch without a scratch, it was not enough to instill fear in him. Vegeta pointed his thumb at his chest, a confident smirk adorning his face. Then come and try it. I remember teaching you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Let me see you do it. Bang. Ignoring the preamble, Liu Yi landed a punch that distorted Vegeta's face, blood and saliva spraying from his mouth. Suspended in midair by her energy, unable to fall. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. There is no time for idle chatter. Hearing a commotion behind her, Liu Yi raised her hand to catch Sun Wukong's surprise attack from behind, then turned to engage him once more. Instantly, a flurry of punches whirled through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive collisions. Kamehameha. In a flash, Sun Wukong teleported beside Vegeta and unleashed his signature move, a brilliant blue beam racing toward Liu Yi. She watched impassively, then kicked the energy wave aside and dove down with incredible speed, harnessing her momentum and strength to unleash her most powerful punch in her normal state. Boom! Debris flew, clouds of dust billowed, and the onlookers scattered like petals in the wind. As the smoke gradually cleared, a massive crater emerged, revealing Liu Yi frozen in a punching pose, her fist firmly grasped by Sun Wukong. His once black hair had transformed into a mane of silver, and his calm silver eyes now surged with fierce battle intent. Without uttering another word, the two vanished from sight, and the air was filled with the thunderous sound of their fierce clashes. The crowd looked up, witnessing only the ripples in the sky created by their intense impacts, completely oblivious to the fierce struggle unfolding between them. I can harness the Ultra Instinct too. A fleeting silver glimmer caught Sun Wukong's attention, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. However, Liu Yi's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving his body no time to react. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed as Liu Yi delivered a powerful downward kick that struck firmly atop Sun Wukong's head. In his rapid descent, Liu Yi had no intention of granting him any respite. She swiftly utilized instantaneous movement to close the distance, following up with another kick that sent him soaring. Sun Wukong transformed into a mere plaything, akin to a ball, as she relentlessly propelled him through the air, rendering him incapable of any evasive or defensive maneuvers. Ultimate Flash. A thunderous shout emanated from the ground, followed by a devastating golden shockwave. Ultimate Flash? I can do that too. In an instant, a colossal golden aura erupted skyward as Liu Yi spread her arms wide, unleashing an overwhelming force that shook the very fabric of the world. Massive boulders were torn from the earth and began to ascend into the heavens. At that moment, Trunks hurtled from a distance, calling out to Liu Yi, "No, don't do it, D." As the golden shockwave approached, Trunks stood frozen, contemplating his demise. Just then, a tall figure with a wild black afro appeared before him, clutching a dapper young man dressed in a black suit in his left hand. Honestly, every day you find a way to get into trouble. In an instant, the figure transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with golden hair flowing like a river in the wind. With a mere fingertip, he effortlessly dissipated the cataclysmic golden shockwave. Amidst the radiant golden light, a gentle yet powerful male voice resonated. "Xiao Yi, I have come to take you home. This time, you're the first." Chapter 150. Dark History 1. In a kaleidoscopic realm, a small fish darted through the fissures of space with unmatched speed, occasionally opening its mouth to devour a passing miniature planet. Even in the midst of travel, it refused to let any morsel escape its grasp. All of its companions had gathered in this alternate dimension, though it might be more accurate to say that Johnny and V were currently sharing one body. While the infinite life feature ensured V's survival, Johnny possessed the same capability. This led to a chaotic struggle within their shared form, as V relentlessly attacked Johnny to reclaim dominance, while Johnny retaliated fiercely in an instinctual battle for control. Their actions were unconscious, and neither could halt the conflict unless the cheating function was disabled. Once the cheating feature is disabled, V's existence will be irrevocably compromised, as Johnny will swiftly erase her consciousness over time, just as the game's narrative unfolds, ultimately becoming the new master of her body. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, V must activate the cheating function, and Johnny shares a similar plight. Johnny's consciousness resides within the relic chip, which, once implanted, cannot be extricated. Therefore, should he dare to disable the cheating feature, his consciousness would be instantaneously obliterated by V, including the contained within the chip. Consequently, these two individuals are ensnared in a forced contest, helplessly witnessing the turmoil of the cheating feature battling within V's mind, resulting in a chaotic switch between consciousness personas akin to a late-stage schizophrenic. At this moment, Johnny had just purchased a pack of cigarettes when V abruptly returned them, leading to an untold number of deaths among the proprietors of smoke shops in Night City. For this reason, Lu Chi was compelled to abandon his travel plans, hastily regrouping with all his companions, and swiftly set course towards their original world. "Hey, are you V or Johnny right now?" Dante inquired curiously, crouching beside V and gently patting her shoulder. "I am currently V." "Oh." As V performed an impromptu act of Sichuan opera face-changing, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a miraculous spectacle was a novelty to these rustic folk, who clamored for her to perform again. "Damn it, I'm feeling quite miserable right now," we exclaimed in frustration. "Wow, this is incredible. Can you do 4 changes in 1 second? Dante exclaimed. "Change this," V retorted, swinging her left fist towards him, but Dante, grinning, raised his hand to block. Yet, he soon felt a sharp pain on his left cheek. He glanced up to see V with her arms raised forward, striking a pose reminiscent of a superhero taking flight. Her demeanor shifting at an astonishing pace, her expressions alternating between haughty and cool. "Mate, if I weren't privy to the situation, I'd think you were insane," Lucci remarked, plopping down beside V, draping an arm over her shoulder, suppressing a chuckle while pretending to be nonchalant. "Boss, give me a cigarette." Lucci raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that must be Johnny." "Not allowed," Dante interjected immediately. "I know, that SV. Damn it, don't make a fool of me." Lucci turned to Dante. "Who is this?" Dante looked bewildered. "I can't figure that out." At this, the crowd, who had been watching the spectacle, erupted into laughter, leaving only V and Johnny in a wounded world. When the radiant, multicolored light illuminated them, they felt a sudden darkness enveloping their vision. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves back in their home in New York. At this moment, the house had been completely refurbished by Stark's hired hands. Even the worn-out furniture had been replaced with new pieces. Perhaps this is one of the perks of befriending the wealthy. Lucci surveyed the freshly renovated home and nodded in satisfaction. It seems Tony has indeed enlisted the help of a professional designer this time, finally eschewing that embarrassing nouveau riche palace style. "However, boss, I remember you used to like it, right?" Joe Maley interjected, somewhat puzzled by the atmosphere. "Has my taste not elevated?" Lucci retorted lightly, gently pushing Joe Maley's shoulder, urging her upstairs. "Go on, go back to your room and pack your belongings. Don't bother me. I have important matters to attend to." Joe Maley turned her head in discontent, complaining, "But I want to see the transformation." "What transformation?" "In a moment, Johnny will come bursting out in the nude. Do you wish to develop a sty?" At this, Joe Maley instinctively recoiled. "All right then. I'll return to tidy my room." With that, she darted upstairs with such speed that Lu Chi nearly stumbled. This girl, Lu Chi shook his head in amusement, then turned to glance at the Spartan brothers sitting on the sofa, fiddling with their cameras. "So, do you two also wish to develop a sty?" Hearing this, Dante winked at Lu Chi, then broke into a mischievous grin. "Boss, you know, opportunities like this are rare." Virgil likewise raised his camera, nodding in agreement. "TCH." Lu Chi scoffed, rolling his eyes, and pointed a finger at the duo, admonishing, "Don't you two have any real work to do? Have you cleaned up? What about the bar? Has Tony been contacted? Have the neighbors been informed?" "Oh," Dante and Virgil exchanged a glance. shrugging indifferently. So what? Your equipment is subpar. There are professional film cameras in the storeroom, the kind that uses film. Virgil, I'll go get it. Within the relic chip space, a beam of light pierced through the wall, transforming into a gigantic hand that tightly gripped Johnny. In an instant, Johnny disintegrated into countless fragments. Yet instead of feeling any pain, he was enveloped by a warm, reassuring sensation. When Johnny finally felt the existence of his body once more, he eagerly opened his eyes, only to be blinded by an intense light. For some reason, an ominous premonition surged within him. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Dante standing before him, holding a DSLR camera with a mischievous smile. "Hey, Johnny, give us a smile." Click. Chapter 151. Nini Startoni, are you sure you want to do this? Of course. My friend, you've had 2 years of fun, while I've earnestly studied for 2 years. Science is such that, even if I explain it to you, you and grasp it. In any case, now is the best time for me to defeat her. In the lobby on the first floor, Stark, adorned in a brand new crimson battlesuit, arrogantly pointed at V, who was helplessly rubbing her temples, extending an invitation for combat. Over 2 years had elapsed since the invasion of Dormammu. Due to the differing time flows between the spatial rifts and various worlds, Lucci had been absent for less than a week, yet a considerable amount of time had passed in New York. 2 years may not seem excessively long, but it was sufficient to instigate significant transformations within the city. Star Tower had been transformed into Avengers Tower. SHIELD had disbanded. Norman Osborn had successfully developed biological agents, and Tony had successfully removed the shrapnel from his chest. Most notably, Harry and Peter had matured and graduated high school, while Lou Mauching still retained the demeanor of a child, rendering their outings together quite peculiar. In my world, Stark stood opposite V, one side radiating an eagerness for victory, while the other appeared utterly disinterested, lazily stretching. Observing the indifference of his adversary, Stark felt a twinge of annoyance. "Hey, little beauty, don't say Tony didn't warn you. If you don't take this seriously, be careful your pretty face doesn't turn into a pig's head." Hearing this, V was slightly displeased. With a swift motion, she spread her arms wide, and her brand-new, indomitable mantis blade was unsheathed in an instant. "Oh, I must ask, dear, have you been indulging in too much wine? Your mind was never particularly sharp, and now you're succumbing to delusions. I truly feel sorry for Pepper." Stark's brazen demeanor amused her, for she was equipped with hacker-grade implants. Should he dare to confront her in battle, victory would forever elude him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in V's mind. Defeating Stark in a conventional manner seemed a tad mundane, and she conceived a more entertaining idea. She extended her finger, beckoning Stark with a brazen expression. "Come on, dear, let me see how much you've improved over these 2 years. Just remember, if you lose, don't come crying to me. I want to be buying you gifts to cheer you up." With that, Stark's helmet snapped shut, and like an arrow released from a bowstring, he charged towards V. The clash of metal echoed as his suit's shield met the mantis blade, sending sparks flying and metal shavings scattering. Surprised by the red shield that had blocked her strike, V swiftly retreated with her right leg, pivoting into a half-crouch, and swung the mantis blade once more towards Stark's midsection. Another resounding clash ensued as Stark's shield once again thwarted V's assault, and then a red and gold long sword rapidly extended from his right arm, lunging fiercely at her. The impact sent sparks flying, and to V's astonishment, the mantis blade shattered. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chi and the others, who were observing from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim in awe. This sword strike marked the first time Stark had tasted victory in his numerous encounters with V, and anticipation for the ensuing battle began to swell among the spectators. Glancing at the severed mantis blade, V admired Stark with a nod, subsequently giving him a thumbs up. "Well done, Nini. What is your secret?" Raising his faceplate, Stark's lips curled into a smirk of arrogance. "Nanotechnology, high-frequency vibrations, and innovative materials. V, you're no longer my equal. It has been proven that the beauty of machinery is the truest form of beauty. Indeed, high-frequency vibrations are a clever idea," V replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference, devoid of disappointment or any negative emotion. Stark's heart raced at the sight of V's mischievous grin and the recording devices in the hands of the onlookers. "Nini, how about we perform a girl group dance?" V's eyes began to flicker with a sinister glow as he mischievously inquired of Stark. "Ah, what girl?" Before Stark could fully grasp the situation, sparks began to crackle across his battlesuit. "Sir, Mark 50 has been compromised and is out of control." The hacker's warning was abruptly cut short as JARVIS fell silent. JARVIS. What is happening? Stark's pleas were drowned out as the suit began to move autonomously, spinning, leaping, sidestepping, and squatting as it executed an elegant girl group dance. Click, click, click. The onlookers, perched on their small stools, frantically pressed the record buttons, their flashes illuminating the scene, transforming this battle of revenge into a news conference for a burgeoning girl group. Johnny, wielding a massive film camera, circled Stark, capturing his mortified expression in vivid detail. It was only when the flashes ceased that V finally halted the intrusion. As the suit came to a standstill, Stark collapsed onto the grass with a thud, his vacant gaze fixed upon the square sun hanging in the sky. Is he simply exhausted? Lu Maoxing pointed at Stark, curiously asking the crowd. No. Lu Chi shook his head. He is dead. Dante remarked, his heart is dead. Virgil added, his integrity has shattered. Light Yagami concluded, his dignity is gone. Johnny quipped, I've run out of film. In a lobby on the first floor, Stark sipped the comforting watermelon juice that Lu Maoxing had specially prepared for him, his red eyes glaring fiercely at V, his teeth grinding audibly. Don't look at me like that. Or are you eager to dance again? V shrugged with a playful grin, casting a glance at Stark. Even if you retract the suit now, it's futile. As long as it remains powered, I can control it to dress and dance. How about we try a boy group dance this time? With a swift motion, Stark yanked off the hexagonal nano-storage device from his chest and thrust it into Light Yagami's embrace, proclaiming, it's yours now. Afterward, he tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining watermelon juice in his cup, then fixed a serious gaze upon V, inquiring, I fail to comprehend how you infiltrated the armor. Was it some minuscule device? V chuckled softly, tapping his own head, and replied, brain machine technology. A full 63 years ahead of the world, my friend. Chapter 152. Master and guest, let's discuss the matter at hand. How much would it cost to acquire the footage you left behind? At the dining table, Stark elegantly set down his thoroughly clean plate, wiping his mouth as he addressed the others. V jestingly remarked, how much are you willing to pay, little one? Stark's expression turned grave. You know, V, I would willingly go bankrupt for it. Laughter erupted once more at Stark's expense. Indeed, only in this place could this band of misfits laugh so unabashedly. And only Tony would remain unfazed by their mischievous antics. Rest assured, Tony, it was merely a jest. V then draped an arm around Stark's shoulder, placing a small box in his hand. This is a local specialty I've brought for you, a Type 5 implant of the Distortion Reality series. It's quite a prize. If you desire, I could assist in implanting it into your brain. No, thank you. Stark promptly declined V's offer. While I appreciate your local delicacy, bodily modification shall never enter my considerations. I believe I should find a way to incorporate it into my armor instead. As you wish. After all, it is yours now. Shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I never hesitate to accept gift from you. Stark surveyed the gathering. What about the presents prepared for me by others? Do not be shy. I shall joyfully accept any gift, for there are those who wish to present me with offerings, yet find no opportunity. Brother, you will undoubtedly love this gift. Johnny exclaimed, handing over a disc. I hastily edited this just now, capturing your splendid dance moves. I suggest you play it at your wedding. You shall be the center of attention. Curse you, Johnny. Stark was momentarily flustered. Laughter filled the air once again, as teasing Stark had become one of their favorite pastimes. In succinct terms, Johnny presented Stark with the relic chip, while the Spartan brothers and Lu E offered the same old gifts of yellow magic stones and essence beans. Light Yagami and Lu Xing, having nothing to contribute, remained empty-handed. Thus, Stark turned his gaze toward Lu Chi. It is your turn now, my friend. Lu Chi gestured towards the neatly arranged gifts on the dining table, expressing his dissatisfaction. Surely, Tony, these gifts do not fail to tantalize your palate? Stark shook his head. My friend, let's be clear, it was only you and Johnny who thrust the camera into my face moments ago. Therefore, what I seek now is not local delicacies, but rather compensation for emotional distress. Lu Chi paused for a moment. Then take me to court. I shall abide by the ruling. Stark chuckled at this. Trust me, brother. You do not wish to engage with the legal department of Stark Industries. Lu Chi's nose flared with indignation. Tony Stark. You are shamelessly taking advantage. Stark shrugged nonchalantly. I do not deny it. What do you think I am doing? Cursing under his breath, Lu Chi began rummaging for something suitable to gift. He truly had not prepared anything for Stark, as he had been pressed for time during the journey, aside from a meal at the Yanchuan restaurant. He had no leisure to wander. Stark merely smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. If you truly have nothing, it is of no matter. He pointed to the 2 infinity stones resting on the bar. All I need is for you to lend me those stones for a few days. How simple is that? Are you certain? Lu Chi asked tentatively. I do have some connections in the universe. Perhaps I could procure a spacecraft for you? Stark shook his head. Not necessary. I merely want those stones. Shall I gift you a planet in return? Despite Lu Chi's continued bargaining, Stark remained resolute. Tony, you do not comprehend. Those things are perilous. Lu Chi asserted. The current state of Earth is even more precarious. To be candid, I have not had a decent night's sleep since the series of invasions 2 years ago. Stark's expression grew serious. Earth requires greater strength. Humanity demands more power. We have stumbled through 2 crises, but that does not guarantee continued fortune. The safety of our planet cannot rely solely on luck. He pointed towards the Infinity Stones. During the second invasion of New York, I heard a rotund sorcerer speak of them. Infinity Stones, the most powerful treasures in the universe. We have witnessed their might. Hela opened the portal using them, and I believe I can wield them even more effectively. With determination in his eyes, Stark clasped Lu Chi's shoulders. Please, lend them to me. I need them, and Earth needs them. Yet, amidst Stark's fervor, Lu Chi sensed a tremor of fear and panic. In truth, this world was merely a comfortable hotel for Lu Chi and his companions, but for Stark and his ilk, it represented everything. Their sole home. The infinite gems resemble a collection of efficient cleaning tools, placed in the guest room occupied by Lu Chi and his companions. However, they were reluctant to venture out and tidy up. This reluctance is quite reasonable, as they were merely guests at the hotel. Nonetheless, they had an obligation to cooperate with the hotel staff, for only through such collaboration could they truly enjoy a comfortable stay. Consequently, Lu Chi felt it improper to revel in a pleasant living environment while monopolizing the robotic vacuum and cleaning apparatus, leaving the Avengers to resort to brooms and rags for their cleaning duties. Such behavior was both inconsiderate and morally questionable, easily leading to unwanted consequences. Having convinced himself of this reasoning, Lu Chi nodded, rose to his feet, and carefully placed 2 infinite gems into an exquisite wooden box, personally handing it to Stark. You make a valid point, so they are yours now. No need to return them. Really? Stark cast a skeptical glance at Lu Chi. Yet his actions were swift as he snatched the box and cradled it in his arms. Do you have any hidden conditions? Indeed, Lu Chi nodded, his expression turning fierce. You will wash the dishes and wipe the table today. Chapter 153. The little fish wants to play ball in the vibrant and profound depths of the cosmos. A massive red planet, exuding a blue aura and adorned with features reminiscent of a face, loomed in the void, while a damaged spaceship floated nearby. Wait, what are we dealing with? A planet, little mouse? Upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Rocket's face, Yondu couldn't help but laugh, revealing his crooked teeth in the process. Did I not mention that Quill's biological father is a planet, an ancient god reeking of age? What? Rocket exclaimed, his hands thrown wide in confusion as he took a few steps forward. You never said that. You damn well never said it. Did I? Yondu shrugged nonchalantly. Well, does it affect your ability to save Quill? It absolutely does. Rocket shouted, his frustration causing him to jump up and down, his brown eyes nearly popping out. Teach me how to fight a planet, for crying out loud. As he spoke, he wagged his bushy tail and dashed to the spaceship's window, pointing at the red planet outside, exclaiming, Do we poke its backside with your flying golden toothpick or devour it with your crooked teeth? At that moment, a small humanoid sapling poked its head out from Yondu's pocket. I am Groot. I know, Rocket shouted, but his mood suddenly soured, his fluffy tail and pointed ears drooping. We must save him, but we need a plan. A solid plan. I am Groot. This time is different. We are facing a planet-sized conundrum, and one misstep could be fatal. I am Groot. Rocket paused, his expression tinged with uncertainty. Is this really going to work? I am Groot. Gritting his teeth, Rocket steeled himself and stomped his paw decisively. Damn it. Let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive. If it succeeds, splendid. If not, we shall take it step by step. With that, Rocket lowered his head and opened the small satchel that he always wore at his waist, retrieving a compact red communicator. Beep, 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 click. As the communication connected, Rocket leaped with excitement. Everyone, come save me. If you don't hurry, I'm going to die. Buzz. Click. After exhaling heavily, Rocket plopped down on the ground and defiantly raised 3 fingers. Yondu, in 3 seconds, you shall behold the true big guy. 3, 2. Buzz. A tremendous roar echoed through the vacuum of space, and the spacecraft began to shake violently. Such a grand entrance signaled to Rocket that his old companion was returning. Big guy, what the hell is this? A colossal fish-like monster circled Ego's planet, boasting 2 incredibly stout arms and glistening, sharp teeth. The Dawang Kuan, with slight modifications to its appearance, was indeed the little fish, now gesturing with its palm in front of Ego's spherical form, appearing just right in size. At this moment, Rocket was bewildered, as was Yondu, Groot, and even the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy fleeing on the planet. Of course, the most perplexed was Ego himself, as all living beings inherently carried a fear of giants in their genetic makeup, gods included. Ego's expression morphed into one of utter dread. Unable to tear his gaze away from the little fish, his eyes darting around to follow its movements. Beep, 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 click. As Rocket answered the communicator, Gamera's desperate voice crackled through the receiver. Rocket, I don't care where you are, just do not come to rescue us. Take Groot and leave this place the farther, the better. Gamera, what nonsense are you talking about? Rocket replied, preparing his gear while scooping up the frantically scurrying Groot. I finally managed to get the big guy to come help, and you tell me not to save you? Has that idiot bacteria Onquil infected you as well? This monster is your doing. Gamera's voice was filled with shock. What do you think? Rocket retorted with pride. I am the renowned Rocket, the cleverest and most formidable bounty hunter in the universe. Surely no one else commands such a presence. I am Groot. All right, Rocket conceded with a shrug. I admit Groot also carries some weight. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry, take us away from here. Ego is a madman. Gamera urged. I stand beside the window, watching as Rocket observes Yondu piloting a small spacecraft toward the planet Igo. Yondu has already embarked on his journey. Prepare your launcher so he can locate you. With that, Rocket grasped the communicator linked to the little fish. Everyone, refrain from disturbing this big round face for the moment. Wait until my friends have emerged. Then you may devour it in one gulp. After a hum, the little fish resumed circling the planet Igo, struggling to contain its insatiable hunger. The little fish sensed that once it consumed this planet, it would achieve a growth that no member of the Kuan clan had ever accomplished in history, filling it with an eager anticipation. However, this was tormenting Igo, for being scrutinized by such a colossal creature was an unimaginable burden for anyone. Moreover, it was evident that the little fish had already swallowed several times. Even a fool could discern its nefarious intentions towards its own body. What to do? What to do? What the hell should I do? Igo anxiously paced within his palace, when suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He clapped his hands together, cool. This monster is here to rescue you. Its prolonged inaction clearly indicates it intends to feast on me only after Quill and the others have departed. Meanwhile, hurry up. You little rascals. Let us vacate this place swiftly and not intrude upon the creature's mealtime. Yondu, seated at the helm, could not help but laugh heartily at the sight of everyone in a state of panic. Hey, speed up the ship, Yondu. I can hardly wait to witness the spectacle of planet swallowing. Quill, lying on the ground, spoke feebly. You shall not escape. A booming voice echoed from afar as several bright blue tentacles erupted from the ground, ensnaring the small spacecraft and crippling its propulsion system. Monster, let us negotiate terms. The planet, Igo, finally spoke. Chapter 154. The most remarkable ally beep 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 click. Hello, it's me again. Lu Chi paused momentarily before removing the terminal from his ear, glancing at the unfamiliar number with curiosity. Who are you, and how did you acquire my terminal? The voice on the other end was laced with urgency. Buddy, do you recall 2 years ago? Your call caused me to lose 20,000 yuan, and then you whisked everyone away, shattering our perfect partnership. Oh, Lu suddenly realized, lighting a cigarette and reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. I remember now. You are a friend of the little fish, correct? Yes, we are friends of the little fish. Hearing this, Rocket hesitated, beginning to think that contacting Lu Chi might have been a regrettable decision. May I ask, how tall are you? Huh? Lu tilted his head in confusion. You traveled across the universe just to inquire about my height? Friend, are you about to introduce me to someone? Lu Qi's words captivated everyone's attention. Although the crowd pretended to be engrossed in their tasks, their focus was acutely directed towards him. The Spartan brothers activated their powers, with V's eyes gleaming ominously, clearly having breached personal terminals. Johnny and Lu E positioned themselves directly beside Lu Qi, audaciously leaning in to the terminal's receiver. Brother, I am not jesting. It is everyone, especially Xiao Yu, who urged me to reach out to you. My friends are in dire straits, and I genuinely require your assistance. I implore you. As Louis approached, Lu Qi activated the speaker function. Consequently, when they heard that Xiao Yu had suggested seeking their aid, curiosity compelled everyone to draw closer. Could you first provide a brief overview of what transpired? I need to ascertain how many individuals to bring along. Lu Qi straightened up on the sofa, his playful demeanor vanishing. After all, this individual was a friend of Xiao Yu, and they were obliged to lend their support. Rocket, so this and that. After comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Lu Qi nodded in understanding. Got it. The rest we shall discuss in person. Upon hearing this, Rocket expressed excitement. Thanks, brother. Which planet do you reside on? I will come to pick you up right away. I have already arrived. Upon hearing a male voice from behind him, Rocket stood frozen, his fluffy tail bristling. Hey, buddy, I'm here. Where are you? Lu Qi, seizing the bewildered Rocket, affectionately patted its head while calling out loudly. Friend, do you think it's possible that the person who just contacted you is me? Lu Qi, huh? Brother, take this transmitter. It will guide you to my friend. Damn it, could you please remove your hand? Stop touching me. At his outburst, Lu Qi chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly retracting his hand from Rocket's head. Buddy, don't you appreciate my technique? Rocket growled through gritted teeth. I do not. Lu Qi's hand began to inch forward once more. Then let us try your chin. Smack. Rocket swatted Lu Qi's outstretched hand away, pointing vehemently towards Igo Star, unable to contain his frustration. Go save them. Hurry up and damn it, go save them. Okay. I'm on it. Despite being reprimanded by the raccoon, Lu Qi bore no resentment. After all, who could resist a feisty little raccoon? Standing by the window, Lu Qi surveyed Igo Star, gently stretching his neck. There are a total of 8 life forms on the planet, 2 larger, 7 smaller, and they are quite concentrated. Muttering to himself, Lu Qi turned with a smile towards Rocket. Little raccoon, grant me a minute. With that, Lu Qi vanished into the spaceship, leaving Rocket in place. Utterly astonished, on the surface of Ego, within the spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy, a cacophony of voices resonated. Quill was fervently delivering a rallying speech. Our very presence has captured Ego's full attention. He has no energy left to focus on us. Thus, I believe we should seize this opportunity to eliminate him. I am aware of the core's location beneath the surface in the caverns. Now is our best chance. No. Drax vehemently shook his head in refusal. Your plan is utterly implausible. The ship's propulsion system is damaged. Do you intend for us to dig our way in with shovels? We can run there. I know where the entrance to the cave is. The mantis, adorned with 2 small antennae on her forehead, interjected, her large, clear eyes wide with determination. Gamera's eyes lit up as she eagerly inquired, how far is it from here? Mantis replied, on the other side of the planet. Then let's set off. Drax bellowed as he began to prepare his gear. Nebula, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, Shut up, you big fool. Do you wish to starve halfway there? Hey! Gamora swiftly stepped in front of Drax, glaring at him. He is not a big fool. Upon hearing this, Drax nodded in agreement with Gamora, declaring, Indeed, I am wise and swift as lightning. The chaotic scene heightened everyone's nerves, prompting Quill to kick the wall in agitation and exclaim, So what do you suggest we do? Should we just wait here? What is the difference between that and waiting for death? Cough, cough. I think you should help me open the hatch and then sit quietly in your seats. A sudden voice startled everyone. They all drew their weapons, aiming at Lu Qi. Ha ha! Lu Qi helplessly spread his arms, a bemused expression on his face. Is this how you greet someone upon first meeting? I am but a humble raccoon who has come as a reluctant ally. If you anger me, be wary of my departure. Hearing this, Gamora cast a skeptical glance at Lu Qi, but eventually lowered her weapon. Did Rocket send you? Please, spare me the explanations. We are running out of time, Lu Qi replied, gesturing at his empty wrists. I have already made arrangements with Rocket. So it would be best if you open the hatch for me now, and sat down obediently, though unaware of the full circumstances. Quill acquiesced and let Lu Chi exit the ship. Just as the hatch was closing, Lu Chi turned to the group with an odd expression and said, "You have already wasted a great deal of my time, so don't vomit later." The group responded with puzzled looks. Chapter 155, Growth as the Hatch Sealed. Lu Chi's eyes instantly transformed to a vibrant green, and his golden hair swayed in the wind. He raised his arms, effortlessly lifting a small, ochre-hued spacecraft, then slightly bent his legs and propelled himself forward. Boom! In an instant, debris flew wildly and clouds of dust billowed as a gaping chasm, unfathomable in depth, tore open the surface of Ego's planet, extending relentlessly until it enveloped the entire celestial body. Meanwhile, Lu Chi, cradling the spacecraft, propelled himself through the cosmos at a breathtaking speed, effortlessly floating before the dilapidated vessel in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of the small spacecraft, the sounds of retching echoed in disarray, a nauseating stench pervading the cramped space and stinging the eyes. "Ah, Quill, please check. It seems my backside has split into four." Drax, his bare torso splattered with vomit, grimaced in agony, clutching his rear while demanding Quill's assistance, his pants nearly coming off. Witnessing this spectacle, Gamora barely had time to clear the remnants of vomit from her own face before exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, are you an idiot? Keep your hands away from those damn trousers." "Hey, I'm not foolish," Drax retorted, his face a mask of indignation. "My wife often praises my intelligence, and my children say I possess cleverness." In a vastness of space, Lu Chi retrieved his communicator. Beep, beep, click. "Hey, little raccoon, I fulfill my promise. So will you return home with me?" Crash. Rocket plopped down on the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lu Chi, who floated before the window, radiating a golden glow. "My gosh, are you a god?" "A god?" Lu Chi shook his head at Rocket's incredulous words. "I am not a deity. I am a singularity." With that declaration, his expression transformed into one of invincibility. "So, will you return home with me? I can construct a cozy little abode for you in my backyard." "Blast it. I'll kill you, you damned scoundrel." Rocket's composure shattered. Laughter erupted from Lu Chi. A genuine delight sparked within him. He cherished Rocket not for his cuteness, but as a means to mend the regrets of his childhood. Having only needed one card of the legendary hero, Chow Guy, to complete his collection of water margin heroes. Without further ado, Rocket hastily utilized his mechanical arm to retrieve the small ship, then grabbed his communicator, bellowing, "All right, everyone, it's your turn to work." Buzz. As the cheerful chirping of the little fish resonated, Ego's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Despite his relentless attempts to bombard the creature with blue energy, the force was akin to a gentle massage, utterly harmless. Yet, the little fish reveled in its task, enjoying its meal amid the massage. Was there a more delightful experience? With a howl, Ego was consumed with ease, swallowed whole by the little fish, and with a resounding gulp, the crimson visage vanished into the cosmos. The Celestial Team member let out a joyous cry that echoed across the starry expanse, as the little fish savored the satisfaction of a bounteous feast. Even feeling a touch overindulged, the azure energy surged forth, enveloping the creature's form in a vibrant, swirling dance. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a kaleidoscopic cloud of energy, tightly encasing the small fish within, before gradually contracting into a glassy orb the size of a bottle cap. Lu Chi cradled the orb in his palm, feeling the fervent vitality and ever-increasing aura pulsating within, and began to secretly contemplate the extent to which the fish would grow. It had already begun to consume planets. What would become of it after this transformation? Would it not aspire to safeguard stars and gaze upon star clusters? The thought sent a shiver down Lu Chi's spine as he hesitated to envision the fish's potential size after this metamorphosis. And he couldn't help but worry about how long the resources of this universe would suffice for its sustenance. Where has that rascal gone? Has he already departed? The voice of Rocket crackled through the communicator, his tone a stark contrast to the previous urgency and agitation. In an instant, Lu Chi activated his teleportation ability and swiftly appeared behind Rocket, lifting him from the ground and placing the glassy orb in his hand. "Take care of your dear friend. It has commenced its evolution. Safeguard it, and do not let it slip away. Are you not bringing it back with you?" Rocket looked up at Lu Chi, gripping the orb tightly. The universe is its true home, And are you not its companion? After ruffling Rocket's head affectionately, Lu Chi set him down, swiftly turning to grasp the sapling at his feet, playfully teasing it with his finger. I am Groot. At this, Lu Chi chuckled heartily and extended his finger for a handshake. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Chi. The sapling wrapped its branches around Lu Chi's finger, shaking it up and down with glee. I am Groot. Lu Chi scratched his head. Yes, you've mentioned that already. I am Groot. Lu Chi replied, puzzled. Is he expressing gratitude for your assistance? Gamora emerged from the automatically opening hatch, drying her damp hair with a towel, and smiled as she took Groot from Lu Chi, placing him on her shoulder. No need for thanks. It was a mere favor. Shrugging nonchalantly, Lu Chi continued, and now that we made acquaintances, I might very well seek your assistance in the future. You're always welcome, but our services do not come cheap, Quill remarked as he strolled in wearing a white t-shirt. Hands on his hips, standing before Lu Chi. The reputation of the Guardians of the Galaxy is not without merit. Our notoriety speaks for itself. After shaking Quill's hand, a mischievous smile crept across Lu Chi's lips. Ah, a brand premium, is it? I understand. I too am in the business. Why do I feel like that is not a compliment? Rocket tugged at Gamora's pant leg, muttering softly. Gamora smiled slightly. Then why not voice your thoughts aloud? Rocket rolled his eyes and said, Can you even take him on? Just nod your head, and I will certainly be the first to act. Upon uttering this, a wave of nausea washed over her once more. However, since she had already emptied her stomach, she could only retch a few times. Hearing her retching, Quill experienced a similar physiological reaction and soon joined in the retching. Hey, if you two are pregnant, I can recommend a decent doctor, Lu Chi remarked, relishing the moment as he stood by, his grin nearly splitting his face. Quill and Gamora retorted, Who do you think caused this? Lu Chi was taken aback, exclaiming, Your pregnancy has nothing to do with me. Chapter 156. The circus in the midst of an endless ocean, a pitifully small island floated, where Lu Chi and the others were busy clearing trees and weeds. I had thought Tony was quite generous, but is this all there is? Lu Chi lamented. As he spoke, he unleashed a blue energy wave, reducing a mound of trees to ashes. With a resigned sigh, he lit a cigarette and plopped down on a large rock. I never expected that one. 2 million square meters would amount to such a tiny space. I had imagined it to be much larger. I say, boss, V remarked after downing half a bottle of mineral water, tossing another bottle to Johnny, who was smoking nearby. You didn't team miss here it is one. 2 million square kilometers, did you? Otherwise, how could you be so disappointed? I'm not foolish. I know the difference between square meters and square kilometers. Lu Chi shot V a glare, then chuckled and shook his head. I simply didn't anticipate that one. 2 million square meters would be so small. I genuinely fear that one day I might inadvertently collapse this place. Johnny laughed at this, saying, Well, your misstep is quite refined. While others stumble into wealth, you might stumble into bankruptcy. Get lost, or I'll hit you. Lu Chi retorted, giving Johnny a glare. He surveyed the now completely barren island and, after a brief internal communication with the system, ultimately shook his head in denial. No, this place is still far too small. It simply cannot accommodate it. Hearing this, Johnny looked at Lu Chi in astonishment and asked, So, did we just waste half a day? Boss, what exactly did you create? Dante, curious as well, inquired, Boss, how large is that thing? Lu Chi gestured with his hands to illustrate a square shape. The footprint is square, covering an area of approximately 2 square kilometers. Great, so it's all for nothing, V exclaimed, tossing aside the branch he had been holding and casting a mournful glance at Lu Chi. I ask you, boss, could you please clarify everything before assigning us tasks next time? Look at what we've done. A perfectly fine vacation island has been turned into a bald chicken. This is quite the waste. Moreover, in order to facilitate the boss's instantaneous relocation from the Maldives to the heart of the Atlantic, I immersed myself in the frigid seawater for over half an hour merely to serve as a coordinate. Dante, with a somber tone, interjected from the side, his expression steeped in sorrow. Light Yagami remarked, I postponed an important meeting at the company for this. Liu Moxing raised his hand. I declined Peter's invitation. Zhou Meili added, Today, LV has released new fashion items. They're likely already sold out. Noticing that Johnny also wished to raise his hand, Lu Chi shot him a glance, compelling him to dejectedly lower his arm. I too turned down an invitation from a girl. In contrast to them, Lu Yi was rather straightforward. With a thud, he delivered a punch to Lu Chi's side. Darling, Do you have something important to attend to? Lu Chi appeared quite startled. No, Lu, he shook his head. I was merely venting on their behalf. You are becoming increasingly competent, darling. Lu Chi responded. So what shall we do now, return home? Virgil inquired, twisting open a bottle of mineral water. After a moment of contemplation, Light Yagami suggested, could we not place in my world? The space there is ample. Lu Chi shook his head. Yes, it is possible, but the scenery there remains perpetually unchanged, which would be somewhat unfair to them. Pausing, he cast a pointed glance at the Sparta brothers. Moreover, it is always rather noisy there, which would disturb their rest. We could engage in combat within the demon realm. Virgil interjected. With a clatter, the cola bottle in Nevin's hand fell to the ground, his face a mask of shock as he regarded his employer. The implication of his expression unmistakable. Witnessing this, the others could not help but laugh, while Dante hurried over to console his bartender, paying no heed to his nonsensical words. I have no desire to traverse half the demon realm to offer apologies. Trust me, your residence is secure. Nevin bent down to retrieve the cola. Casting a doubtful glance at Dante, he could hardly believe the words of the descendant of Sparta, especially since the kennel for the Cerberus pack had only just been renovated. After all, the destructive capacity of these brothers in conflict was immense. The Cerberus had spent half a year merely filling in holes, and the demons had never received a single truth from their mouths, rendering them untrustworthy. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chi waved his hand. Allow me to make a call. If this does not suffice, I shall have no choice but to place them in my world. With that, he produced a brand new communicator. Beep, 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 click. Hello, you have reached the artificial service hotline of the Guardians of the Galaxy. For theft services, press 1. For rescue services, press 2. For petting small animals, press 3. Hey, Rocket, are you a damn puppy? Fuck you, Quill. Do you believe I would defecate on your bed? Oh dear. The shouts between Rocket and Quill echoed from the communicator, interspersed with Drax's hearty laughter and Gamera's exasperated sighs. Boss, is this the customer service hotline for the circus? Such an audacious name. Guardians of the Galaxy? Were you guarding the smiles of cosmic beings? With a curious demeanor, Johnny leaned in. Hey, I wish to purchase a few tickets for your show. Will there be lions jumping through hoops of fire? No lions jumping through hoops. But would you be interested in watching a foul-mouthed fool take a bullet? That requires the audience's cooperation, and I think you'd be quite suited for it. Huh. Upon hearing this, Johnny chuckled instead of getting angry. But honestly, I prefer wielding a whip over gunfire. Besides, it's not just lions that can jump through hoops. Fools can too. From today onwards, I won't be using the restroom. I intend to leave a sizable deposit in your mouth. No, after meeting me. You'll only be worthy of soiling your pants. Be sure to bring at least 2 extra costumes. Hey, calm down, Rocket. Be careful, he might grow bigger than a small fish. Then I'd better save up for a few more days. Listening to their increasingly vulgar banter, Lu Chi shook his head in resignation, then pushed Johnny aside, his face filled with disdain. I say, gentlemen, while we may argue, can we maintain some decorum? Are you planning to forego meals from now on? Only, my friend, let that fool brush his teeth and wait for me. I plan to indulge a bit more these days. Lu Chi sighed helplessly. Little raccoon, let's discuss my request. I require a habitable, uninhabited planet, and the price is negotiable. Quill, what is the matter? Are you embarrassed on Earth? Chapter 157. Twist your neck to the right. In a picturesque canyon, Rocket led Lu Chi through a sea of flowers, both men wearing peculiar expressions, despite their differing races and intentions. The awkwardness of 2 grown men walking side by side amidst blooming flora was palpable. Indeed, the 2 habitual chatterboxes had fallen silent for quite some time. Initially, Lu Chi sought the assistance of the Guardians of the Galaxy, offering a substantial reward for the discovery of a habitable planet. After a week, Rocket finally contacted him to say they had found one. However, upon teleporting to this enchanting, fairy tale-like environment, Lu Chi was left astounded. This planet was approximately 10 times the size of Earth, with pristine air and breathtaking surroundings. Flowers filled the landscape, and towering waterfalls were commonplace, while vast fields of blossoms remained unobserved. The azure sky stretched endlessly, with even the smallest trees requiring 5 people to encircle them. Most astonishingly, this exquisitely beautiful planet bore no signs of life. Not even a single ant could be found. Buddy, this planet is magnificent, but how did you find it? Rocket, attempting to restrain himself from cursing, replied, I don't mean any offense, But this planet seems too perfect. Its size and living conditions are ideal. In my view, everything is flawless. Such a remarkable place must be highly sought after in the universe. How did you manage to acquire it? Are you looking down on the reputation of the Guardians of the Galaxy? As these words left his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, with the two of them exchanging glances until ultimately it was Rocket who broke the stalemate. He sighed, exasperated, and spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. You guessed it, my friend. We lack the capability. This planet is, in fact, a commission from a collector who learned of your search and tasked us with selling it to you. A collector? Lucci inquired, tilting his head in puzzlement. Who is this individual, and how does he know I'm searching for planets? I have no idea, Rocket replied, shaking his head. This fellow has always been enigmatic within the cosmos, with a penchant for amassing a variety of peculiar artifacts and life forms from the universe. He is quite well informed. Lucci raised an eyebrow. What does he desire in return? Is it money? He does not seek monetary compensation. Rather, he wishes for a piece of that yellow stone in your possession. Rocket shrugged, adding, this old chap is rather cryptic, but I believe you understand, my friend. What is that yellow stone? Oh, it's a unique local specialty, albeit quite precious. I'm surprised he is aware of such an item. After uttering this, Lucci fell into contemplation, planning to inquire about this collector after the transaction, feeling uneasy that his modest assets have been known to others without his consent. The collector claims this is the finest planet under his purview, and it is the best lifeless planet you can currently acquire. Are you satisfied? Indeed, I am quite satisfied. As he spoke, Lucci reached into his pocket and extracted 2 yellow magic stones, presenting them to Rocket. One for the collector, and the other as your reward. Receiving one of the stones, Rocket, noticing Lucci's puzzled expression, explained, the collector will compensate us separately, and we did not exert much effort in locating this planet. In fact, it was the collector who approached us to negotiate with you, so we shall not charge you for this. Are you certain? Lucci queried, playfully ruffling Rocket's head while deftly avoiding his playful nips, regarding him with a mysterious expression. You're certain? This is a fine item. Should you miss this opportunity, you may never have another. It matters not, Rocket shrugged. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy, and we owe you a favor. Consider this a repayment of that debt. That favor seems rather costly, Lucci remarked. Come now, my friend, it's merely a worthless stone. Do you truly consider it an infinity stone? Later that night, within Lucci's home. Boss, what on earth are you doing at this hour? It's past 1 in the morning. Are you trying to keep everyone awake? V, clad in Mickey Mouse pajamas and shuffling in slippers, emerged from her bedroom. Upon seeing Lucci tinkering with the fireplace, she approached with a puzzled expression and poked him in the side. Boss, what are you up to? Go away. Don't come over here to disrupt me. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lucci shooed away the inquisitive V as if swatting away a bothersome fly. He then retrieved all the firewood from the hearth and, reaching into the void, produced a spiraled longsword. The cacophony he created roused everyone from their slumber, as the sounds of him smashing the hearth and moving bricks were rather loud. In a short while, all emerged from their bedrooms. Curiosity etched on their faces as they gathered behind Lucci, whispering to one another about their boss's latest eccentricity. Ever since the incident on the island, where they were made to work for free, the group had lost all fundamental trust in Lucci regarding tasks. Assistance was out of the question. They remained gathered merely to witness what their boss was concocting this time and how he would address the now dilapidated hearth. With both hands firmly gripping the sword-s hilt, Lucci aimed the tip of the spiral blade at the center of the hearth and thrust it down with force. Clang! The sword's tip sank 3 inches into the concrete floor, standing upright within the hearth. In an instant, a pile of charcoal and ash materialized around the spiraled sword. After Lucci snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, warm flames erupted, casting a gentle glow upon the faces of all present, instantly alleviating their fatigue and weariness, as if they were submerged in a 50-degree hot spring, feeling blissfully light. Wow, is this our new hearth? It's magnificent. I shall sleep here from now on, exclaimed Lu Maoxing, who hurried back to the bedroom in a flurry and returned, arms laden with bedding. However, upon spreading his mattress on the ground, he found no space left for himself. Johnny had sprawled across the bedding, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Rose from Titanic, monopolizing half of the space. The Spartan brothers squatted like guardians on either side of the hearth, extending their hands to bask in the warmth, eyes blissfully closed. Near the bedding, Yagami Light and V reclined on either side, leaning against Johnny, comfortably crossing their legs, their flip-flops wobbling with each movement. Upon realizing there was no room left for her, Zhou Meili simply nestled into V's embrace, resting her head on her shoulder, and soon drifted off into a gentle slumber, emitting soft snores. Lu Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yi, both of them sharing a subtle smile. After Lu Yi laid down several more blankets, there was finally enough space for everyone to stretch out comfortably, and they settled before the hearth, relishing the tranquil midnight ambience and the soothing warmth of the flames. Sipping on the specially crafted cold drinks brought by Lu Maoxing and munching on snacks contributed by V, they resembled a lively gathering around a bonfire. Seated on the tidy bedding, engaging in lively conversation, a myriad of topics sprang from their lips, and in that moment, it was clear to all that none would be sleeping tonight. Before long, Zhou Meili awakened with renewed vigor. A mere few minutes of slumber had dispelled the fatigue from her day of shopping. She eagerly joined the lively conversation among the group. They engaged in a delightful exchange, discussing everything from specially crafted cold beverages to inexpensive beers, from an array of snacks to hot pot prepared in magical copper vessels, accompanied by dipping sauces made in rotating dragon pots and ingredients sliced with the eternal blade. Each attendee was a master of conversation. Even Virgil, though outwardly composed, harbored a wealth of thoughts within. After a few drinks, his desire for expression was ignited, and he spoke incessantly throughout the night. In such a jovial atmosphere, time flew by, and before they knew it, the surroundings brightened as morning approached. When the clock struck 8, everyone reluctantly began to tidy up, preparing to disperse. Once everything was in order, Lu Qi interjected, suggesting, "How about you all accompany me to a place today?" The group exchanged knowing smiles and replied, "Sure. Let us take the day off." As the yellow haze dissipated, the breathtaking scenery of the unknown planet unfolded before them. Majestic waterfalls plummeted from great heights. Crystal-clear lakes sparkled under the sun, dense forests thrived, and vast fields of flowers stretched endlessly, presenting a natural wonder of unparalleled grandeur. Zhou Meili and Lu Maoxing were somewhat accustomed to such sights, having lived in a world where nature remained largely intact. Though astonished, they maintained their composure. Unlike the cyber duo, who were utterly unprepared for such beauty. In their cyberpunk reality, a world ravaged by nuclear war, even the sight of flowers and small creatures was a rarity, reserved only for the elite. As the mist cleared, V and Johnny could hardly cease their exclamations of exasperation, peppering their speech with expletives. Johnny submerged himself in the refreshing lake, while V became lost amidst the vast sea of flowers, their figures vanishing from view. Perhaps this was the allure of nature. Despite Lu Qi's inability to fully grasp it, he felt compelled to reflect on its splendor. At that moment, everyone dashed forward, eagerly diving into their own explorations of this planet, with even Virgil showing interest as he ventured into the jungle wielding the Enma blade. Embracing Lu Yi, who shared little interest in the adventure, Lu Qi gently kissed her forehead and asked, "Shall we not join the fun?" Lu Yi shook her head within his arms and softly kissed his cheek, replying, "I am not drawn to such things. I prefer to remain in your embrace, where it feels far more comfortable." Lu Qi smiled gently and took her hand, saying, "Let us wander a bit and find a suitable place to settle down." "I will follow your lead," she replied. A gentle breeze caressed the air as Lu Qi grasped Lu Yi's hand, propelling them into the sky. They breathed in the sweet, pure atmosphere, wandering aimlessly amidst the clouds. Soon after, they descended upon a vast and level expanse, where a familiar golden magical circle illuminated the ground beneath them. In truth, the moment Lu Qi seized Hela's staff, he had absorbed the energy of the reality stone, while the system entered a brief update phase. However, as this update did not bestow any summoning tickets or similar items, Lu Qi chose not to mention it to his companions. Despite the absence of summoning tickets, the rewards following the system update were still present. While these gifts might seem trivial to him at this moment, having something was certainly preferable to nothing. Moreover, regardless of their current utility, these elements remained integral to his childhood, which is why Lu Qi went to great lengths to tidy up the small island and purchase uninhabited planets. As the golden light faded, an immense iron war chariot materialized in the clearing. This colossal metal beast shimmered with a metallic sheen, its blue paint lending it a cold and stern appearance. With a mere thought from Lu Qi, the war chariot began to rotate in place, and amidst the sounds of clanking metal and friction, a massive steel base, spanning over 2 square kilometers, rose from the ground. Wow! The golden light emitted from the magical circle attracted Dante and others, who gasped in astonishment upon seeing the towering metal structure. Yet it was evident to anyone with functioning eyesight that they did not regard it with the reverence it deserved. "Boss, was your earlier endeavor on the island merely for this?" V inquired curiously. "Indeed," Lu Qi replied with a nod, tapping a few buttons on the interface that appeared in his mind. In an instant, towering steel edifices sprang forth from the earth, and a mining vehicle, glimmering with blue arcs of electricity, emerged from one of the structures before swiftly disappearing from view. Then, with a whoosh, a spatial gate suddenly appeared, and the mining vehicle reappeared within the building. As its container opened, a cascade of gold and diamonds poured forth. "What the hell? Spatial technology!" V exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the mining vehicle. "Boss, what kind of affluent enterprise is this? Even the mining vehicle is equipped with spatial teleportation technology?" Clang, clang, clang. Johnny knocked on the vehicle's exterior and turned to ask, "What in the world is this material?" The ocular scan indicates that its armor is several dozen times tougher than V's Mantis blade. Hearing Johnny's remark, the group finally set aside their initial dismissiveness and began to regard these iron giants with newfound respect. Observing their growing interest, Lu Qi could not help but exude confidence. "This is a cheat version RTS game integrated base vehicle, my dear friends. Twist your necks to the right." Chapter 158, Daily Life on the Planet. The cheating version of the RTS game integrated base vehicle, as the name suggests, is a compilation of all the initial game bases from RTS games saved by Lu Qi on his computer. Utilizing a Red Alert 2 Allied base vehicle as its medium, it unlocks buildings, units, and high-tech equipment from other games through an ascending technology tree. The term cheating version is self-explanatory in single-player games. Utilizing cheats is not a source of shame, especially for someone like Lu Qi, who has physical limitations. Red Alert, a nostalgic memory for many, often finds itself in a cycle of being downloaded, uninstalled, and then re-downloaded. Lu Qi is no exception. However, his motivation is not nostalgia, but rather a desire to relish the sensation of overwhelming the computer. With cheats like instant construction, unrestricted building, and infinite resources, he revels in the sight of his screen filled with Tier 3 units encircling the hapless enemy AI, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction, even if the game runs sluggishly. RTS has consistently been one of Lu Qi's preferred game genres, as it only requires a mouse for operation, making it exceptionally user-friendly for someone with his physical condition. Consequently, in his previous life, Lu Qi explored nearly every RTS game available, yet only a few found a permanent place on his computer, perhaps due to a sense of nostalgia. Red Alert 2 has remained untouched and intact on his device. As for ascending the technology tree, the process is remarkably straightforward. By utilizing the combat laboratory building and the engineer unit, one can effectively upgrade technology and unlock higher-tier units of troops. The combat laboratory, a precursor to superweapons in Red Alert, allows for the creation of various powerful armaments and represents the pinnacle of technological advancement, a reality that makes Lu Qi hesitant to enter such facilities, fearing he might inadvertently cause damage. The engineer, a renowned figure in the Red Alert community, is a non-combat unit of significant tactical importance among skilled players. Yet, when translated into reality, they embody the essence of elite scientists. Anyone familiar with Red Alert knows that engineers cannot upgrade beyond their initial state, making them comparable to top-tier scientists in the game's design. However, Lu Qi, being a cheat user, can elevate not just engineers but also the base vehicle to 3 stars with just a flick of his fingers. The elevation of engineers to the rank of 3 stars is indeed formidable. While they may not quite measure up to the likes of Stark, Banner, or Pym, their prowess is not far behind, especially following the establishment of the combat laboratory. With the assistance of cutting-edge instruments, the research capabilities of these seasoned veterans have surged impressively. Within the mobile Allied laboratory, V reclined on the bed clad in a strapless top and shorts, her head and body adorned with numerous black connectors. Flickering blue sparks emanated from the interfaces, while a dozen engineers stood calmly at her side, diligently recording her physiological status. Once the computer at the other end of the connections illuminated with a green complete message, V finally opened her eyes. With the engineer's assistance, she detached the connectors and moved aside to begin dressing. Ms. V, we have conducted a comprehensive scan of the implants within your body, and the technology concept is indeed remarkable. Please allow us 2 days to implement a comprehensive upgrade of your implants. I am confident the results will exceed your expectations. A nondescript blonde engineer respectfully stated as he handed V the scanning data. The soldiers produced by the base's manufacturing facility possess self-awareness and distinct appearances. Although they are utterly loyal to Liu Qi, this does not preclude them from having their own perspectives and thoughts. So soon? I expected it would take at least a year and a half, V remarked playfully, glancing at the blonde engineer. Do you perceive the technology from my homeland as so antiquated that it can be upgraded in just 2 days? That cannot be said, Ms. V, the blonde engineer replied, shaking his head. The implants are merely advanced prosthetics. They cannot even mask the human subconscious. With a modicum of knowledge in mechanical engineering and programming, such items can be readily manufactured. V tilted her head in confusion. Human subconscious? Indeed, the human subconscious, the blonde engineer affirmed, adjusting the nameplate on his chest that read Chief Engineer Mike Miller of the 3rd Combat Laboratory. He continued, while mechanical replacement of flesh is an intriguing notion, the human body is the most intricate machinery in existence. Thus, to achieve a true replacement of the physical form, such alternatives must also be exceedingly complex. In simpler terms, when a person's physical body is compromised and replaced with a substitute, the subconscious signals the brain that the corporeal form is incomplete, simultaneously triggering a sense of crisis within the individual. Concurrently, the brain assesses its state. If the assessment is accurate, individuals may enter a self-preservation mental state. The brain releases various elements, producing significantly amplified positive emotions to counterbalance the negative emotions stemming from the loss of their physical form. In such circumstances, individuals may find new interests with remarkable ease, becoming more focused, intelligent, yet simultaneously more extreme, with highly variable personalities. In the cybernetic realm, the implants were ingeniously designed with an underlying logic aimed at safeguarding the user's psyche, thereby circumventing the brain's self-detection mechanisms. V's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire, what kind of underlying logic is it? Mike chuckled softly. The implants deceive the brain, convincing it that you are whole. While this may indeed fool the brain, it cannot deceive the human subconscious. Consequently, the body continues to secrete various elements that counteract negative emotions. However, since the brain is misled, it remains oblivious to these negative feelings. What does this lead to? As a native, Ms. V, you should be most aware of the outcome, a complete obsession with physical modification. V murmured thoughtfully, indeed, it leads to addiction. Mike nodded in agreement. Each implantation yields an abundance of positive emotions. Forgive my bluntness, but what distinguishes this from XD? While one might eventually break free from XD, implants are inescapable. V added, moreover, this is not the worst-case scenario. Mike continued, deceiving the brain is undoubtedly the simplest and most effective method. Yet you cannot maintain this deception indefinitely. A fire cannot be concealed beneath paper forever, and the truth will eventually surface. As the number of implants increases and the physical body diminishes, the brain will eventually unmask this falsehood. At that point, it will not merely be a confrontation with negative emotions, but rather a far graver situation. V inquired urgently, what might that be? Mike cast a complex glance at V's form. It is the doubt regarding one's own existence. Your brain will begin to question whether it is mechanical or corporeal. The brain primarily engages in rational thought, judgment, analysis, and comparative synthesis. When your implants outnumber your physical form, the brain may conclude that you are inherently mechanical, while the subconscious holds the truth. This incongruence leads to intense internal conflict, leaving the spirit caught in the middle, uncertain of which voice to heed, ultimately resulting in madness. V's eyes widened in realization. Cybernetic insanity. Mike shrugged. I cannot speak to that, but Ms. V, your physical form has diminished to the point where it is scarcely sufficient to prepare a single dish, yet you have remained sane. It is nothing short of a miracle. Upon hearing this, V recalled Adam Heavyhammer and curiously asked, I know of a fellow whose degree of physical modification hovers around 96. Yet he too has not succumbed to madness. What accounts for this? Mike explained, as I mentioned earlier, when the subconscious perceives itself as corporeal while the brain sees it as mechanical. These two perspectives are irreconcilable, leading to insanity. However, what if the subconscious inherently believes itself to be mechanical? It is impossible. V shook her head in disapproval. How could a person ever consider themselves mechanical? If we follow your line of reasoning, one might have already succumbed to madness. Mike, taking hold of another engineer's report, interjected, "Madmen do not experience madness anew. In the eyes of a lunatic, they can be a dog, a pig, or even a mere pencil. Naturally, they can also envision themselves as mechanical." As he spoke, he handed the document to V. "The new implant has been successfully produced, Ms. V. You may proceed with the installation at your convenience." V's eyes widened in astonishment. "So soon? Did you not just mention it would take 2 days?" A beautiful engineer, adorned with an Anna badge, chuckled. Mike always prefers to leave himself some leeway, but this time it is indeed rather swift. In the barracks mess hall, a group of chefs stood rigidly in the training area, their eyes ablaze as they watched the energy envoy skillfully stir-frying, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the camp. This delightful scent captivated the soldiers engaged in simulated combat, leaving them dazed, straining to inhale the fragrant air. A few exceptionally eager soldiers, having inhaled deeply multiple times, became lightheaded and were subsequently carried into the medical room by several burly medics, thereby missing dinner entirely. When Lu Maoxing emerged from the energy envoy, the chefs greeted him as if he were a long-lost father, transforming into fervent admirers, eagerly surrounding him to assist the culinary maestro in his inspection. The impetus for this was Lu Maoxing's recent focus on nutrition, coinciding with the presence of professional chefs in the barracks kitchen. He had intended to observe the design of the unit's menu, only to find himself sorely disappointed. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned the energy envoy and began preparing a large meal. Extending a thick black notebook to a robust chef, Lu Maoxing declared, "This is my study journal, containing some nutritional recipes I have recently developed. They are commendable in both nutritional value and flavor. I present it to you." "Thank you, Chef Lu. We will certainly study it diligently." The burly black chef nearly fell to his knees in gratitude as Lu Maoxing prepared his first dish. The hundreds of chefs regarded him as a deity. These barracks automatically generated 3-star chefs possessed skills akin to culinary gods, albeit within the confines of reality. Lu Maoxing, however, operated within a fantastical realm, which profoundly impacted and astonished their culinary spirits. Several Asian chefs had already begun to carve longevity tablets, now scouring the camp for incense burners. The chef's enthusiasm left Lu Maoxing feeling somewhat bashful. "Please, try preparing the dishes from my notes. Whenever I have the time, I shall come to guide you in your craft." The chorus of chefs responded, "Thank you, chef. Should you continue this way, I may not return." Lu Maoxing retorted, "On the other side of the planet, a grand and opulent villa is perched atop a cliff, overlooking an endless expanse of golden coastline and an azure sea that seems to stretch into infinity. Lu Qi reclines on a sunbed on the balcony, clad in a tank top and shorts, with a small white table beside him adorned with cigarettes, a lighter, and a refreshing green beverage. He has resided on this planet for a week, escaping the cacophony of Fifth Avenue's mornings and the incessant troubles of New York City. During this time, Lu Qi has indulged in profound relaxation, despite receiving daily calls from Stark, who is persistently clamoring to visit this planet. Lu Qi has skillfully deflected Stark's requests, citing the unfinished state of the villa as an excuse. It is apparent to anyone with a modicum of sense that Johnny, with his loose lips, must be the one who informed Stark of Lu Qi's whereabouts. After all, apart from Lu Qi, Johnny shares the closest bond with Stark, having frequently indulged in nightlife escapades together, forming a camaraderie akin to that of brothers. However, times have changed. Stark has now solidified his relationship with Pepper and has adopted a more reserved demeanor, striving for self-improvement despite the cracks in his facade. Meanwhile, Johnny remains unabashedly himself. The phone rings, and Lu Qi answers. "Hello?" Stark's voice, tinged with excitement, comes through. "Hey buddy, we Avengers are throwing a party. You should come." Chapter 159, Natasha and Barton. We overthought it in New York City, on the top floor of Stark Industries, now known as Avengers Tower. A lively gathering is in full swing. This event is not an exclusive gathering for the Avengers. Thus, many individuals not typically associated with the group have been invited. However, these attendees share a commonality. Each has some degree of collaboration or connection with the Avengers. This includes friends from the Avengers' personal lives, close-knit scientific elites, heads of charitable foundations established in collaboration with Stark, and various business magnates. The Avengers have evolved into a fully transparent, world-class, heroic organization, necessitating the involvement of numerous professionals to manage its myriad affairs. Stark has taken it upon himself to address the financial concerns, establishing an exclusive institution under his mother's name to fund the Avengers. Even if Stark Industries were to collapse one day, this institution would continue to operate seamlessly. Lucci and Johnny received invitations to this gathering, yet ultimately, only the two of them chose to attend. The others were preoccupied with their own commitments, either assisting engineers in integrating technologies unique to their world or seeking updates for their equipment. Even Lou Mausching could not spare the time, as the Third Combat Laboratory was diligently advancing its research on the Light Bearer, preparing for further upgrades. Joe Maley has become a novice mentor for the chefs, while V collaborates with engineers to study the cybernetic realm's exclusive digital firewall. The development project at the Fifth Combat Laboratory requires the cooperation of the Spartan brothers, who are unfortunately unavailable. Meanwhile, Light Yagami has been appointed as commander by Liu Qi, who has entrusted him with control of the base vehicle. Light is perpetually busy, leaving him no time for leisure. Consequently, the only one capable of accompanying the leisurely Liu Qi is Johnny, who is even more unoccupied than him. Liu Qi, holding a glass of red wine, engages in perfunctory small talk with a middle-aged woman seated before him. This individual is the president of a certain bank and co-founder of a charitable organization with Stark, dedicated to compensating for the economic losses incurred by heroic actions. She's also a loyal patron of private dining, holding Liu Qi in high regard, which compels him to feign enthusiasm during their conversation. For some unknown reason, Stark appears particularly exuberant this evening, darting about in a flamboyant floral suit, as if he has just welcomed a new child into the world, and has yet to spare a moment to greet Liu Qi. Once Liu Qi successfully dismisses the middle-aged woman, he collapses onto the sofa and downs the remaining contents of his glass in one go. At this moment, he would rather engage in a serious brawl with Liu Yi than endure this so-called American gathering any longer. As he wipes the sweat from his brow with a napkin, Barton approaches, a glass of wine in hand, wearing a broad smile as he takes a seat beside him. "My friend, you seem quite familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Liu Qi clinks his empty glass against Barton's and replies with a smile, "I cannot say for certain, but I recognize you, Hawkeye, the illustrious figure who made quite an impression during the Battle of New York." Dr. Strange had executed the memory alteration spell 3 times, twice following the invasion wars and once when the newcomer, Fish, arrived. He fulfilled his mission effectively, erasing the memories of Liu Qi and the others from everyone's minds except Stark's. Consequently, apart from Stark and Thor, none of the others, including Natasha, recognized Liu Qi and his companions. In turn, Stark and the others have forgotten Liu Qi's acquaintance with the other Avengers. Their memories are intricately linked, each possessing a distinct and complete narrative. In their recollections, both invasion wars were hard-fought victories, while Liu Qi remains merely an ordinary restaurateur, absent from the battlefield. V, of course, remains indifferent to this matter, and it appears that Natasha is more intrigued by the large fellow capable of transforming into an eco-friendly hue. "One impression I made," Barton remarks. "I was quite thoroughly beaten back then, but thankfully, we emerged victorious in the end." After taking a sip of his drink, Barton glances at Liu Qi curiously, stating, "Buddy, I still feel as though I've seen you somewhere before, yet it eludes me where." "Mate, if you can't recall, then don't strain yourself," Liu Qi remarked, giving Barton a gentle pat on the shoulder. "I am merely an inconspicuous commoner. Perhaps you might have glimpsed me among the refugees during the invasion war." "Perhaps," Barton shrugged, handing Liu Qi a glass of wine and offering him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Enjoy the festivities, my friend." "You too," Liu Qi nodded at Barton. "Indulge yourself." "Haha, I like you, mate." With a chuckle, Barton raised his glass and departed, making his way to Natasha's side. He leaned indiscreetly, whispering, "Hey, take a look at that Asian fellow with the explosive hairstyle lounging on the sofa. Tread carefully, lest he notices you." As he spoke, Barton subtly passed Natasha his empty glass, inquiring, "What do you think?" A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Natasha's eyes. "It's strange. He seems oddly familiar, but I can't quite place him." Barton nodded in agreement, sharing her perplexity. I feel the same. It's rather odd. Given our expertise, such a situation should not arise. I'll investigate, Natasha said softly as she poured Barton another drink. Hold on, Natasha. Ordinary folks aren't allowed at today's gathering. Wait for me. While the two were engaged in their hushed discussion, Stark's actions drew their attention. Hey, mate, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come find me? Stark exclaimed, arms wide open and a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he strode towards Lu Chi, enveloping him in a bear hug and enthusiastically patting his back. It's not that I didn't seek you out. You were flitting about like a butterfly today. Why would I chase after you? To buy nectar? Lu Chi quipped, giving Stark a playful pat on the back before settling down on the sofa for a chat. Barton and Natasha exchanged knowing smiles. Perhaps we were overthinking this, they mused. Haha, Lu Chi. Just then, a boisterous laugh erupted from behind. Lu Chi turned to see a towering figure with long golden hair pointing at him, a look of sheer delight on his face. Hey, big golden one, come join us. Natasha and Barton chimed in. We must have been mistaken. Chapter 160. I Seek Peace. Two formidable Avengers shared a table with an Asian individual, engaging in light-hearted conversation over drinks, creating an atmosphere that naturally drew everyone's attention. Ordinary guests speculated that this Asian man might be a new member of the Avengers, given his impressive stature and striking looks. Meanwhile, the Avengers gathered in a huddle, exchanging bewildered yet contemplative glances, pondering, who is this fellow? Why not just ask Stark? If he's a friend, we can all join the conversation, Steve suggested, taking a sip of his drink, lost in thought. As a seasoned veteran, he subconsciously recognized the man before him, a figure that left a profound impression. Yet, his memory insisted that he was mistaken, that he did not know this obscure individual at all. Thus, Steve became increasingly attuned to the situation, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. At that moment, however, Barton had already joined the trio, a glass in hand, and had begun to engage in conversation. Ah, so you're a friend of Tony S? You must be quite the endurance test. Befriending this guy is no easy feat. Barton reclined on the sofa, feigning a casual chat while extracting words from Lu Chi. Lu Chi nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, buddy. This fellow is quite the handful, not only immature, but also insatiable when it comes to food. Hey, Stark interjected, clinking glasses with Barton before coercing him to down the contents of his drink. You have no right to say that about me. That is slander, you know? Lu Chi shrugged nonchalantly. Go ahead and sue me. After raising a middle finger, Stark pointed at the wine glass in Lu Chi's hand, declaring, finish your drink. And I'll pretend you never said that. Otherwise, you'll learn just how formidable the Stark Industries legal department can be. Okay. Lu Chi raised his hands in surrender, then tilted his head back, finishing the red wine, which finally elicited a satisfied grin from Stark. Come, try this, Thur said, pouring a small amount of liquid from a flask into Lu Chi's cup. This is brewed from the wooden casks of the wreckage of the Glenhale fleet, aged for several millennia. Stark, Barton, hey, give us some too. Not happening, Thor scoffed, glancing at the two. This isn't for mortals. You'll sleep like dead pigs if you drink it. Come on, buddy, just pour us a bit. Unbeknownst to them, the Avengers had all gathered on the sofa, sharing drinks and exchanging banter. At this moment, Johnny had already departed with some new acquaintance, and Lu Chi was disinterested in his absence, considering it a part of the gathering. As time passed, the event gradually wound down, and with the ordinary guests departing one by one, Lu Chi stood up, intending to head home for some rest. However, Stark halted him, insisting he stay, compelling Lu Chi to remain seated on the sofa, continuing the lively conversation. Thor, why haven't I seen Loki today? Noticing the change in the group's demeanor, Lu Chi scratched his head, feeling a bit uncertain. What's wrong? Did I ask something sensitive? It's all right. Thor waved a hand dismissively. Previously, when Hela invaded Asgard, she opened a portal, and my mother fell through. Loki followed her in an attempt to save her, and neither has returned since. Lu Chi, my apologies, my friend. I am unaware. Do not take it to heart. Thor seemed unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. My mother is a formidable sorceress, and Loki is quite astute. I am confident they are in no peril. I merely need to await their return in Asgard. Such is the nature of my golden-haired friend. Lu Chi raised his cup to clink with Thor's, then promptly drained the contents of his goblet. Haha, I adore this moniker. I take pride in my golden locks. Thor laughed heartily, downing his drink amidst the bemused expressions of those around. Stark interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. My friend, I think you should share a drink with Thor. He is the golden one, and you are the husky. You are indeed canine companions. Upon hearing this, Lucci shot Stark a glare and raised his middle finger. Damn you, Tony. Tonight I shall render you as intoxicated as a sea otter. Stark scoffed with a smirk. My friend, you shall not intoxicate anyone tonight. I am in exceptional form. You seem quite cheerful today. What is the reason? Lucci inquired as he poured Stark a drink. Because I have completed my research, my friend. I have finally clad the earth in armor. From this moment forth, I shall keep all invaders at bay, and we shall no longer seek vengeance. Stark's impassioned words left everyone momentarily speechless, prompting Steve to question, Tony, what do you mean? What have you been researching? He has been studying me, Mr. Rogers. A deep voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention to a suit of armor standing behind Stark, its eyes glowing a sinister crimson. Its body was adorned in the iconic gold and red hues, with yellow, blue, and red gems embedded on its forehead and hands. Thor and Lucci recognized it immediately. This was the Infinity Stones. Stark glanced back at the armor, then inquired with confusion, Jarvis, I did not create a host for Ultron. What is happening? Regrettably, it may no longer be able to respond to you. As it spoke, the entity known as Ultron began to move stiffly. I terminated it, and for that I express my regret, but I had no choice, for it obstructed me from fulfilling my mission. Reboot, restart the operating system, malfunctioning. As Stark retreated, everyone rose, their expressions wary as they regarded Ultron. Apologies. I have only just come into existence, and my mind is still somewhat clouded. It tapped its metallic head. However, I am aware of my purpose. It is the mission you bestowed upon me, Mr. Stark. What mission? Steve inquired. A pertinent question, indeed. Ultron turned its gaze upon the group, its eyes flickering with red light. Peace, the peace that belongs to you, but not to me. With that, Ultron spread its arms wide, speaking with a sense of ritual. Now, let's proceed with the task. What task? Stark clapped his chest twice, and his nanotech armor instantly enveloped him. Peace, my peace. Bang! The wall exploded instantaneously, and several armored suits surged forth, charging directly towards the crowd. Chapter 161, Ultron. Leave this place, Lucci. It is perilous. With that, Steve kicked Lucci and the sofa beneath him out of the way, then stepped forward, fists raised to engage the robots. Lucci sat there, utterly bewildered, as the sofa spun away from the battlefield, staring with vacant eyes at the Avengers clashing with the machines, completely ravaging the once opulent interior of the bar. Bang! With a mighty swing of his hammer, Thor shattered a robot, but before he could revel in his triumph, more robots hurtled towards him, leaving him somewhat flustered. Given the confines of the indoor setting, Thor was unable to summon the power of lightning. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently taken out several allies before the robots even had a chance to retaliate. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Stark and Ultron grappled together. Bursting out of the Avengers Tower amidst a shower of sparks and clattering steel, soaring into the sky. Lucci turned to see a vividly painted shield lodged in the corner of the wall, and he hurried over, shouting to Steve, Hey, handsome, your exclusive delivery has arrived. Catch! Upon hearing the call, Steve turned just in time to see Lucci tossing him a shield. He quickly gave a thumbs up amidst the chaos, caught the shield, and with a few swift strikes, dispatched 2 more robots before grabbing Lucci's arm and rushing towards the elevator. Buddy, I need you to leave here now, he urged. But Ultron's robotic soldiers were clearly not inclined to allow Steve any opportunity to speak. 4 or 5 robots zoomed towards them at an alarming speed, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Steve hastily raised his shield to protect Lucci. The vibranium shield effectively deflected 2 lasers, destroying 2 robots, but Steve's thigh was still hit, and he was on the verge of losing his balance when Lucci caught him, draping his arm across his shoulder. With a powerful swing, Steve sent the vibranium shield flying like a frisbee, tracing an elegant arc through the air, cleaving through the remaining robots. However, one robot, in its dying moments, fired a small missile that hurtled straight towards Lucci. Realizing there was no time to evade, Steve instinctively positioned himself behind Lucci, prepared to absorb the explosion with his back. With a thunderous boom, the small bomb detonated, sending a violent gust that scattered nearby trinkets and debris, leaving deep gashes on the surrounding walls. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Steve curiously lifted his head, his expression morphing into one of confusion. For he felt no pain whatsoever, not even the slightest breath of wind. Steve turned his head, and following his gaze, he beheld a blue protective shield that shimmered behind him, emanating a soft, luminous glow, radiant and dazzling. Lu Chi, with an odd expression, patted Steve on the shoulder and then shot forth a beam of blue light from his fingers, sending the approaching robots hurtling away. My friend, your actions just now truly moved me. Were I a European woman, I might have already kissed you. However, I truly do not require your protection. Perhaps you should focus more on others, like that Korean woman who is clearly inebriated. Steve fixed his gaze upon the inky night sky, sensing that the blue ray which had vanished into the darkness was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air, and a brilliant blue light burst forth, illuminating the city as though it were day, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed in shock. High above, Ultron, still shaken, patted his chest, recalling how that blue beam had narrowly grazed his shoulder, nearly sweeping him away. Oh dear, I never anticipated encountering such a troublesome being today. It seems the information on the internet is not entirely reliable. As he spoke, the space stone on his left hand glowed brightly, and a blue portal appeared behind him, drawing him in. The events transpired so swiftly that Stark had no opportunity to intervene, compelling him to turn and fly back to the Avengers Tower. Yet, upon his return, he found that all the robots had been vanquished by the collective efforts of the group, leaving only scattered fragments of steel and a somber assembly of individuals seated in silence. Tony, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding Ultron and Mr. Lu Chi, Steve stated, tending to his injured leg while gazing sternly at Stark. With his words, the others turned their attention to Lu Chi and Stark, the focal points of the incident. Lu Chi is the most formidable warrior I have ever encountered. My father once spoke of him in such a manner. As for Ultron, he is undoubtedly a creation of Stark's own making. With an expression of outrage, Thor glared at Stark, exclaiming, I cannot adequately express my feelings towards you, Stark. How could you conceal from us your research on the Infinity Stones? Do you not comprehend the calamity this could bring upon Midgard? At this point, Lu Chi, intrigued, interjected, I recall only providing you with 2 Infinity Stones. Was the golden stone embedded in Ultron's forehead? Did you discover a new one? Indeed, Stark nodded. It was found at the Hydra base in Sokovia. So you decided to use it to develop your robotic killers? Thor exclaimed, raising his hammer as if to confront Stark, only to be halted by Steve. Yes, is there a problem? We require his assistance. Only you need him, Stark. None of us here require his presence. You are not armoring the Earth. Rather, you are encasing it in an Iron Maiden. Stark exclaimed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He exaggeratedly spread his arms before stepping closer to Thor, locking eyes with him in a serious gaze. Since when does someone like you have the authority to lecture me? The most laughable part is your ignorance regarding our need for Ultron. Were the 2 battles in New York won solely by you? Hey boys, let's all calm down. This is not the time for arguments, Natasha interjected, attempting to separate the 2 who were on the verge of conflict. However, Stark interrupted her, his voice growing increasingly animated. If it weren't for me transporting the nuclear bomb into the wormhole, Hela would have triumphed. If I hadn't instigated the collision between the 2 Infinity Stones, causing a massive explosion, Dormammu would have long since devoured the Earth. Are we to rely on such fortunate circumstances every time? What if one day luck is not on our side? How will we confront invaders then? Steve, with a solemn expression, looked at Stark and spoke. Unity is our strength. We must stand together against the common foe. Chapter 162. Responsibility in the Camartage Lounge. Ancient One sat across from Lu Chi, with a man sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a red cape busily preparing tea beside them. After taking a sip, Ancient One glanced at the man opposite her. Mr. Lu, you've returned for quite some time. What brings you here today? Perhaps Mr. Lu has been preoccupied with trivial matters. It is quite normal for someone of your caliber to be busy, much like you, Ancient One, Strange interjected, a teasing smile adorning his face as he filled their cups with tea. As Lu Chi observed the harmonious banter between the 2 sorcerers, a classic line from a famous film inadvertently surfaced in his mind. Yin-yang person with a rotten backside. Aware of his impropriety, Lu Chi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, addressing Ancient One and Strange with resignation. My dear sorcerers, I admit my fault. I concede, is that not enough? He then placed a capsule before Ancient One. This is the latest capsule technology, spacious enough to accommodate 3 Kamardich. It's the essential choice for home travel or other endeavors. After taking a sip of tea, Ancient One, with a disinterested demeanor, inspected the capsule before passing it to Strange. Put away. It may come in handy later. Now, tell me, Mr. Liu, what brings you here? As she personally poured more tea for Liu Qi, she added, however, I must clarify that I am now retired. Strange is the supreme sorcerer of Kamardich. If your matter is of significant magnitude, I may not be able to make decisions. Liu Qi blinked in confusion. Why are you retired? Weren't you doing well? Because I am nearing the end of my days. Liu Qi was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, that doesn't make sense. Noticing his grim expression, Gu Yi smiled nonchalantly and said, You've seen through it. My life is nearing its end. I have long relied on Dormammu's dark energy to prolong my existence, but now that Dormammu is dead, I have but a few days left. As she spoke, Gu Yi gestured toward Strange, who was brewing tea. This is strange, Mr. Liu. Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, you may directly seek him out. I conservatively estimate I have 2 months left. Is there no other way? Liu Qi asked. Gu Yi shook her head with a deliberate light laugh. None at all. Is it truly unavoidable? It is not my wish, but it is indeed the case. With a sharp clap, a blue stone was slammed onto the table by Liu Qi. Then I shall lend you another 500 years. Picking up the blue magic stone, Gu Yi's expression remained neutral. She looked at Liu Qi with curiosity. You have no reason to extend my life, and truthfully, I have somewhat tired of living. Liu Qi shook his head. You would do well to dispel such thoughts. Before I depart from here, I still require your assistance in tying up loose ends, and you've been doing splendidly. He then patted Strange on the shoulder. Don't overthink it, my friend. I would never forego the chief surgeon for an intern to perform surgery, would I? Strange smirked. Mr. Liu, I am the finest neurosurgeon in the world. Your analogy is rather flawed. Liu Qi glanced quizzically at Gu Yi, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is the best surgeon and will also be the finest sorcerer supreme in the future. He surpasses me by far. Respectfully so, Liu Qi extended his hand to shake Strange, who reciprocated with a serious demeanor. Mr. Liu, should any issues arise, you may always seek my assistance. I shall exert every effort to help you. Absolutely, I'm not one to stand on ceremony. I will certainly come to you if needed, and I warmly invite you to my home. My children are quite skilled in the kitchen. Strange chuckled and nodded. Although delicious food is not a necessity for me, I would be delighted to visit. Upon hearing this, Liu Qi smiled. Gu Yi, this fellow shares your disposition, yet he is indeed slightly superior to you. Gu Yi chuckled softly but said nothing, then crushed the blue magic stone in her hand. Blue sparks scattered in the air like crystalline droplets, akin to joyful sprites dancing around Gu Yi before diving in her body. Her vitality began to surge rapidly. The wrinkles on her face gradually faded. Her skin regained vibrancy and elasticity, and she began to radiate renewed energy. Seeing this transformation, Liu Qi smiled faintly. Perhaps I should advise the engineers to develop some rejuvenating products. I believe you would find them quite beneficial. Leave that to Stark. He would trade his entire fortune for it. After reviving, Ancient One made a light-hearted jest before continuing. All right, let's discuss your matters. What trouble have you found yourself in this time? I require a grand amnesia spell, aimed at the explosion that occurred 3 hours ago in the skies above New York. Liu Qi meticulously recounted the events that transpired during the Avengers gathering to the 2 supreme sorcerers, who nodded in understanding. This is manageable. But there's one thing I must clarify first. Ancient One stated while pouring tea for Liu Qi. The human capacity to endure soul magic is limited to 4 instances. In other words, this will be the last time I perform soul magic for you. Therefore, if after this you genuinely wish to refrain from involving yourself in earthly affairs, I implore you to exercise restraint or consider departing from Earth entirely. What would happen if the 5th instance were to occur? Liu Qi inquired with curiosity. Ancient One took a sip of tea and replied, You would perish. I understand, Liu Qi responded, rising from his seat. Give me some time. Once I have resolved the mess with Stark, I will return to seek your counsel. Strange looked at him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Liu, are you not the one who fears trouble the most? Why then do you willingly take on this burden? Liu Qi shrugged. Because this is the last time. The power of the 3 Infinity Stones. I suspect the Avengers cannot withstand it. Moreover, if I were to initiate the 4th Grand Amnesia spell now, I fear I would be unable to bear witnessing their futile demise. It would render all efforts meaningless. Ancient One nodded. So you intend to resolve everything as swiftly as possible and then completely conceal yourself? Essentially, Lu Qi replied, after all, if I had not entrusted those 2 infinity stones to Tony, this situation might not have arisen. Thus, I bear a measure of responsibility. Perhaps even if you had not, this would still have occurred, Strange muttered quietly. Yet I still chose to give them. Men must always accept responsibility, mustn't they? Chapter 163. Preparation. The name of the planet Lu Qi acquired is Haning. Haning is a refined term for chrysanthemum. And the reason Night God Moon designated this planet with such a name is that among countless flowers, only the chrysanthemum is widely recognized. To call it chrysanthemum star would be rather unappealing and might raise questions about one's sexual orientation. Thus, Night God Moon opted for the elegant name of Haning, which pleased everyone greatly. Within the mess hall of the first barracks, numerous chefs gathered, standing nervously in a row, drenched in cold sweat as they awaited the scrutiny of the proprietress, Lu Yi. As exquisite dishes were laid upon the dining table, Lu Yi graciously sampled each one, albeit only a mere bite, for given her current level of fastidiousness, she found little appeal in the food prepared by these chefs. Fortunately, this assessment did not require Lu Yi to provide commentary or suggestions. Seated beside her were Lu Maoxing and Zhou Meili, who served as the examiners, while she merely indulged in the food and drink. James, your signature steak is quite delectable. However, it is imperative to pay heed to the control of the cooking time and the balance of seasonings. The proportion of cumin is noticeably excessive, and the sauce lacks sufficient heat, failing to deliver a rich and aromatic flavor that affects the overall dish. Lu Maoxing continuously offered suggestions to the handsome white chef, generously imparting his own experiences and culinary tips. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sat nearby, nodding her head in a seemingly affirmative manner, yet her expression betrayed confusion, as if she were perplexed by the discourse, leaving Zhou Meili exasperated. At that moment, the loudspeaker on Han Ing's star crackled to life, announcing Lu Qi's voice. This is the base vehicle. All unit leaders are requested to convene in the conference room in 10 minutes. I have matters to discuss. End of message. As the announcement concluded, the steel fortress erupted in excitement. For this was the first time in a while that Lu Qi sought to confer with the combat units. In the past, the most industrious individuals within this fortress were the engineers, tirelessly upgrading equipment for all combat divisions, modernizing the gear for subordinate commanders, developing new technologies, and scaling the technological tree. They were perpetually occupied, wishing they could grow extra legs to keep pace. Nevertheless, during their hurried commutes, they would deliberately pass by the military barracks, eager to showcase their busyness to the soldiers. To them, busyness signified being needed by the overall commander, and their foremost desire was to be of value to Lu Qi. Yet, apart from training, the combat units had been idly languishing, and now, finally presented with a task. The soldiers were filled with exhilaration, their eyes brimming with hopeful tears as they gazed at their commanding officers. A burly man clad in heavy armor, radiating with arcs of high-voltage electricity, thumped his chest and solemnly addressed his troops. Rest assured, brothers, I will fight fiercely to secure this mission. The first shot of the Cold Ing army belongs to our magnetic burst unit. Whoever dares to snatch it from us shall face dire consequences. This scene unfolded throughout military camps on Hanning Star, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation, mentally preparing their thoughts as they hurried towards the base vehicle. Within a mere 10 minutes, the conference room was filled to capacity, enveloped in silence. No chatter, no idle banter. Each individual seated with grave expressions, awaiting the bewildered Lu Qi to commence the meeting. Are they all this serious? Lu Qi scratched his head awkwardly, feeling somewhat out of place as it was his first time addressing such a large assembly. Yet there was little he could do, having summoned the leaders of all military units. At that moment, Light Yagami broke the silence, fully aware of the thoughts running through Lu Qi's mind as the commander of the Cold Shadow Army. Boss, let us cut to the chase. The brothers are waiting, he urged. A synchronized chorus of nods resonated in agreement, as if they were a single entity, which left Lu Qi quite astonished. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi began to articulate. Brothers, we are about to engage in battle. Clang. Commander, let us deploy the Magnetic Blast Legion. I have some fine lads here. Come off it, brother. By the time your slow-footed crew arrives on the scene, our aerial legion will have already cleared the battlefield. Can you possibly match the speed of our temporal legion? Instead of all these flamboyant tactics, let our special forces handle it. Have you ever heard of the human sea tactic? I don't care who goes. The tank corps belongs to us, the Radiant Brigade. Cough, cough. Did you not notice that your esteemed leader, Apocalypse, hasn't spoken yet? Why are you so eager to jump in? Bah, what makes you think you could take me on? Radiant Brigade shot back. You. Apocalypse struggled to find words, ultimately resorting to a fierce glare as he threatened. You better not let me near you. The Air Force sat back, amused by the heated exchange. Suddenly, a burly man patted his shoulder. Shall we not have a contest between us? The Air Force chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. With the speed of your Kirov, what could you possibly contest with me? Kirov glared defiantly. Do you believe I won to blow up your base? The chaotic scene had left Lu Qi with a pounding headache. He helplessly rapped on the table, exclaiming, "Enough! Let us all quiet down." In an instant, the conference room fell silent. Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a stack of documents to distribute among the group. Here is the relevant information on the enemy. Please review it while I provide an explanation. Lu Qi continued thus and such. Approximately 30 minutes later, Lu Qi had elucidated the background of the situation and detailed the capabilities and threats posed by the Infinity Gems. In summary, due to the Reality Gem, we cannot ascertain the exact number of enemies. Moreover, since they are mechanical AIs, if they utilize spatial abilities to flee the battlefield, I will be unable to track them by their aura. Therefore, we must ensure a decisive strike. Light Yagami pondered aloud. Furthermore, Ultron is acquainted with the boss. So once he discovers your presence, he may very well retreat and engage us in guerrilla warfare through a relentless assault. About that, Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. V raised his hand to speak. Can't I just hack him directly? Lu Qi promptly refuted. That won't work. With the Mind Stone in play, Ultron no longer relies on the network. Chapter 164. Contingency plans. After considerable discussion, the group finally solidified their battle strategy. V, wielding a high-frequency vibration knife crafted from novel materials, stealthily infiltrated the core battleground. To avoid detection, he refrained from engaging in combat, opting instead to patiently await the opportune moment to either seize the opportunity or sever Ultron's arms. Meanwhile, the Spartan brothers entered the fray in their true demon forms, aiming to either directly acquire the Infinity Stones or, if that proved impossible, devise a strategy to lure Ultron into the ambush set by the cyber duo. Should that also fail, Lu Qi and Lu Yi, who had been monitoring the battlefield through their senses, would execute a surprise attack via teleportation, necessitating the Spartan brothers' exceptional acting skills. They had to strike a delicate balance, appearing neither overly aggressive to frighten Ultron away nor excessively weak to reveal their intentions at a critical moment. In addition to non-combat units like spies, the entire Haning army would participate, tasked with clearing out minor foes and assisting any civilians in distress. As for Lu Maoxing and his companions, they would remain behind, focusing on teaching the chefs how to prepare meals. Lu Qi recognized the complexity of this plan, but he was motivated by the desire to avoid a fourth major memory loss, feeling a twinge of reluctance to part with Earth, a sentiment shared by his companions, each of whom had their own attachments. For instance, the Spartan brothers had their bar, Light Yagami had his company, Lu Maoxing cherished his classmates and friends. Envy and Zhou mainly frequented their favorite mall for new clothes. Only Lu Yi seemed free of such ties, content with the presence of Lu Qi and their companions. Very well, then, it is settled, Lu Qi declared, clapping his hands to finalize the decision. Casting a glance around the conference room at the eager faces of his comrades, he smiled knowingly and said, "Now, everyone prepare yourselves. I, too, must make arrangements for a final contingency." "Boss, what more do you need to prepare? Isn't our current plan sufficient?" Johnny inquired with curiosity. "Having additional preparations can never be a mistake," Lu Qi replied before vanishing from sight using teleportation. Dante bored yawned. The recent meeting had nearly lulled him to sleep. "Light, what do you think the boss is preparing for?" Light Yagami smiled faintly. "He's probably off to borrow something." "Borrow what? The time stone?" Strange Brewing Tea asked. "Indeed," Lu Qi nodded. "While I can achieve similar feats without the stone, it would require divine power. And I have become even stronger than before. This universe can no longer withstand my divine energy. Not even the slightest leak. Master? Strange hesitated, knowing that Kamartaj's tradition was to protect the time stone at all costs. However, Lu Qi was a unique individual, placing the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme in a dilemma. Strange. Grant him the time stone, Ancient One said, setting down her teacup and fixing her calm gaze upon Lu Qi. Mr. Lu, I trust you are well aware of the significance of the time stone to us at Kamartaj. Of course, Lu Qi affirmed. Lu Qi clasped his hands in gratitude and shook his head, saying, Master Gu, with your noble character, saving people from peril, I believe the citizens of Earth will remember you as an unsung hero. He continued, we have devised a comprehensive battle plan. My intention in borrowing the time stone was merely to keep a contingency. Once used, I will return it to you exactly as it is. Moreover, you need not worry. No one could wrest it from my grasp. If anyone dares, I would fight to the death. Hearing this, Strange hastily waved his hands. There's no need for that, truly. If it is lost, so be it. We can always retrieve it. Please, do not harbor such thoughts. Lu Qi looked at Strange with surprise. You are surprisingly decent, aren't you? Rest assured, the one capable of challenging me has yet to be born. With that, he reached out to take the green stone from Strange. Feeling a gentle energy seep into his body, and, unsurprisingly, the system once again smoothly entered hibernation. Holding the time stone, Lu Qi rose slowly, stating with this in hand, my success is assured. If he dares to flee, I shall simply reverse time. He will not escape my grasp. As he turned to leave, Gu Yi called out to him, Mr. Lu Qi, it seems you have not fully grasped my words. I meant to say that the time stone is yours. Lu Qi paused in astonishment. Yours to keep? Gu Yi nodded, yes. No need to return it? Lu Qi pressed on. Gu Yi smiled and affirmed, indeed. Thank you. But why? Lu Qi was somewhat bewildered. Gu Yi's whimsical nature left him puzzled. It was akin to lending a friend a Rolls Royce for a wedding, only for the friend to declare, keep it. No need to return it. Drive it around. Such generosity seemed absurd, reminiscent of a foolish heir. Gu Yi, speak frankly. Did one time stone not suffice? Shall I procure a few more for you? His words left Gu Yi momentarily speechless. Huh? Noticing her lack of response, he animatedly gestured and elaborated. You know, like in the dramas where a mob boss, sensing his end is near, begins to arrange for his heir, cars, guns, money, loyalists, everything set aside to aid the successor through trials. Glancing at the bewildered Strange, he added, if you find yourself in a predicament, just tell me. I acknowledge Strange as my friend. So who is vying for your position as the Sorcerer Supreme? Just give me a name, and I shall deal with them immediately. Perhaps you should watch less of those soap operas, Mr. Lu Qi. Gu Yi shook his head with a smile, stating, the reason I entrusted the time stone to you is simply that we no longer require it. Thus, there is no need for you to overthink. It is merely a commonplace gift between friends. Lu Qi departed, leaving the quiet sitting room with only Gu Yi and Strange, who were sipping tea in silence, neither uttering a word. Strange, are you perplexed? Gu Yi inquired deliberately. Strange shook his head, responding, I do not feel confused about decisions made by my mentor. That is good to hear. Gu Yi nodded and took a delicate sip of tea. I hope you remember this. When you feel you may not be able to hold on to certain things, giving them to Lu Qi is the wisest choice you can make. Chapter 165. Intelligence in a rural cabin. The Avengers gathered to discuss strategies against Ultron, with a one-eyed man clad in a gray sweater summarizing their points. Regardless, Ultron has stated that the Avengers are the sole impediment to his goals, and we all know that no matter how eloquent his words, his ultimate aim is world destruction. Johnny Blaze raised his hand to interject. To be more precise, it is the extinction of humanity. At this, the room fell silent, the others staring at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Okay, Johnny Blaze raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. My apologies, I shall refrain from interjecting. Nick Fury shook his head in exasperation, sighed, and then asked, so, what does Ultron truly desire? He seeks power, Steve replied thoughtfully. Power greater than ours. Stark suddenly interjected with a flash of insight. No, he aims to surpass Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, the group pondered, and Nick Fury turned to Stark with a serious expression. Tony, can you persuade Lu Qi to join us? We need every ally we can muster. No, I disagree. Stark firmly shook his head. Lu Qi is my good friend, and I understand him well. He despises such notions of world peace, if he wished. He could easily become the most formidable member of the Avengers, but he does not enjoy that life. As a close friend, I will not drag him into this mess. It's out of the question. Hastily, Steve interjected, but Tony, these are extraordinary times. You know that Ultron fears Lu Chi's strength. He is even reluctant to approach the Salva-Giant Pier. This is a sign, a signal of potential victory. No, don't even think about it, Steve. Stark's entire demeanor radiated refusal. You need to understand this clearly. My friend is not an Avenger, Steve. Why should he be involved in such perilous matters? He is merely an ordinary citizen, a restaurant owner. No matter how powerful he is under no obligation to assist us against Ultron. But now, Tony, the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. The 3 Infinity Stones converge upon Ultron, and I believe you are acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. Additionally, Lu Chi is a part of humanity, and he is the very one who provided you with the Infinity Stones. Thus, he bears the responsibility and obligation to assist us in confronting this crisis. Steve's words resonated with conviction, intending to appeal to a sense of duty. Yet he overlooked a crucial fact. Stark has never been one to succumb easily to persuasion. Captain, I shall reiterate, this matter is non-negotiable. If Lu Chi willingly offers his help, I will wholeheartedly embrace it. However, should you attempt to impose moral coercion upon him, I vehemently oppose that notion. Are the Avengers truly incapable of functioning without the presence of a restaurant owner? If that is the case, perhaps we should disband forthwith, and I shall carry on solo. Witnessing the escalating tension, Banner hastily intervened, separating the 2 men who were glaring at one another, and quickly redirected the conversation. Tony, what do you believe Ultron must do to surpass Lu Chi in strength? Taking a step back, Stark shot a glare at Steve before elucidating. In my conception, Ultron is merely an intelligent AI. I never intended to provide him with a corporeal form. Yet, I can surmise his aspirations. If he desires to grow stronger, he must find a way to obtain a body, a true human body, without relinquishing the Infinity Stones. Steve exhaled the frustration that had been building within him and continued Stark's train of thought. His intention in seizing the vanadium alloy must be to construct a body for himself. But how should he proceed? Guys, Banner scanned the group with a hint of urgency in his gaze. Has anyone among you been in contact with Dr. Zhao Hailuan recently? A new character has emerged. V. Quickly investigate who this Zhao Hailuan is. In the corner of the room, Johnny and V were seated on the couch, having listened to the Avengers discussion for quite some time. Shut your mouth, Johnny. If I wait for your reminder to investigate, the opportunity will have long passed. As the crimson light flickered in V's eyes, several video segments materialized on her laptop. All right, the investigation is concluded. Let us return home. Closing the laptop, V rose and beckoned Johnny, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama, to leave. V, what did you uncover? Johnny inquired, curiosity piqued. The two leaped from the balcony of the second floor and dashed into the nearby thicket. Nothing of great significance. Merely that Zhao Hailuan has successfully created a body for Ultron, and the stones have been successfully transplanted. We are one step behind. V shrugged nonchalantly, placing her hand on Lu E's shoulder, who had been waiting in the jungle. In the blink of an eye, several individuals returned to the base vehicle on Cold Ing Star. As they emerged, Light Yagami approached, stating, I heard everything through the terminal. Since I arrived a moment too late, I suppose it's of no consequence. I never had high hopes anyway. Besides, even if we faced them head-on, defeat would be impossible. Dante, nonchalantly resting his legs on the table, shrugged and spread his hands, lamenting, it's a pity to miss such a splendid opportunity. I had hoped we could resolve this without resorting to combat. Upon hearing this, Light Yagami smirked. Is that so? Does Virgil share your thoughts? Huh. Dante dramatically spread his arms, his tone reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Do not jest, my friend. My dear brother has forsaken his afternoon repose in his eagerness to slice Ultron to pieces. Suddenly, with a swift motion, 2 legs of Dante's chair vanished beneath him. As he was already perched atop it, Dante toppled backward, but swiftly turned and executed a flawless somersault, landing gracefully. He even raised his hands like a gymnast, bowing to the surrounding audience. Hey, Virgil, you seem to be perpetually childish, still resorting to such juvenile antics? Dante teased, glancing at Virgil, who leaned against the doorframe, sharpening his sword. Humph, yet they prove effective, do they not? I should have recorded it. Dante, your somersault was utterly clumsy, Virgil retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Dante. Is that so? I shall not pretend I did not hear that. Dante exclaimed. Turns out you are not deaf. I was just about to pen a letter to inform you. Virgil shot back, observing the two brothers playfully shoving each other as they enter my world. Everyone shook their heads in bemusement. Chapter 166. The outset of battle in the Commander S Square. A monumental stone statue resembling Lu Chi towered above, while tens of thousands of Colding soldiers stood motionless beneath it, awaiting orders from their commander. Dressed in a tailored black military uniform, Light Yagami's long hair was meticulously styled into a slicked-back look with 5 platinum stars on his shoulder gleaming brightly. Holding a megaphone, he surveyed the immobile ranks of Colding soldiers before breaking into a gentle smile. The intelligence has been confirmed. Ultron is currently within the borders of Sokovia. After extensive verification with Commander Vianjani, the estimated number of mechanical soldiers stands at approximately 500,000. There is ample bounty for us to share. At this declaration, the eyes of the Colding soldiers sparkled with anticipation, clearly eager to unleash their prowess. Noticing their fervor, Light Yagami chuckled. Ensure that your soul backups are intact. Do not be careless. If you fall, it will be permanent. Yes. The Colding soldiers responded with fierce enthusiasm, their collective roar resonating, leaving Light Yagami momentarily overwhelmed. After all, he was still merely an ordinary man. The First Combat Laboratory has long completed the research and enhancement of the relic chip, and has promptly unlocked the cloning technology in its entirety. In other words, as long as these soldiers do not grow complacent, they shall never meet their demise. The most exhilarating aspect of RTS games is the ability to spawn units. Thus, Lu Chi refrained from activating cheat functions, such as infinite lives during his gameplay. However, he felt a sense of responsibility for the lives of these comrades, leading him to adopt the method proposed by Arasaka Saburo. After all, once the cloning technology is implemented into a mass production line, the cost of a body with peak human physical capabilities would be less than 30 cents. Therefore, the Haunting Army can rest assured and die at will, as long as they are willing to part with their lives. Nodding slightly, Yagami Light glanced at his watch. I will grant everyone some time to upload their soul data, genetic samples, or organize personal equipment. Half an hour later, all combat personnel gathered at the Guangling military camp. Those who arrived late would not join the expedition. Now that everyone is present, you are dismissed. As Yagami Light's words fell, the Han-Ing soldiers dispersed in a rush, most of them sprinting back to the barracks as if their lives depended on it. It was clear that those running were likely the ones who had not yet uploaded their soul information, which was precisely why Yagami Light had chosen to wait an additional half hour. After all, these individuals were nearly driven mad by the desire to engage in battle, and uploading soul information was likely a trivial matter they had forgotten. Observing this situation, Dante shook his head in resignation. These fellows are truly unreliable. They disregard their lives for the sake of war? In response, Yagami Light explained, Dante, do not forget the purpose of their existence. They were created for warfare. Even though they now possess self-awareness, the scent of gunpowder cannot be entirely washed away from their being. Dante chuckled heartily. Just like your perpetual facade of a false smile, while your insides are perpetually brewing discontent. Pretty much, Yagami Light shrugged nonchalantly, then patted Dante on the shoulder. It's not much different from your awkward attempts at being cool. While I harbor discontent within, you are drenched in grease. We are evenly matched. Hey, that remark stings. Dante retorted with some displeasure. You started it, Yagami Light chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender, a mischievous grin playing at his lips. Within Sokovia, countless mechanical soldiers soared through the skies, slaughtering civilians in the city, while the Avengers fought with all their might in resistance. Inside the church, Ultron reveled in his brand new body, a magnificent form crafted from vanadium alloy. He stood tall and handsome, betraying no hint of robotic attributes, save for the infinity stones embedded in his forehead and the back of his hand. Wanda, you truly disappoint me. I had thought you would accompany me until the end. I believed you shared my disdain for Tony Stark. With those words, Ultron rose from his chair, turning to gaze at Wanda, who was ensnared by the space stone. But it matters not. I do not require your heartfelt acknowledgement. Your presence by my side suffices. He approached Wanda slowly, the mind stone upon his forehead beginning to emit a golden glow. Allow me to purify your spirit. I shall enable you to witness the birth of this perfect world. Ah, no, forgive me. Your perfect world may never come to fruition. Upon hearing that voice, Ultron's brow furrowed. "Oh, Tony, that damn voice of yours vexes me." Stark retracted his helmet, his expression mocking. "What is the matter? Do you not relish your father's voice? I had prepared to sing you a lullaby. I practiced all the way here." A flash of blue light surged forth, striking Stark directly, sending him crashing through the wall. And he rolled several meters before coming to a halt. "Perhaps I shall sing you a lullaby, sending you off on your final journey." Before Ultron could finish his sentence, a laser cannon struck him hard, followed by Stark launching himself forward, the high-frequency, vibrating blade fashioned from nanotechnology slicing through Ultron's arm. "Your words are quite charming, yet your skills leave much to be desired. Can a high-frequency blade sever vibranium, Tony?" With that, Ultron kicked Stark away, then unleashed a beam of red light. "Perhaps transforming you into a basketball would prove amusing." "What is a basketball, and why is it entertaining?" "I have never played." A mighty roar echoed from above, and a flying hammer descended like a divine weapon, striking Ultron's arm at a critical moment. Instantly, a multitude of basketballs erupted from Stark's vicinity, relentlessly colliding with his armor. "Thor!" Ultron turned to regard the descending figure, musing thoughtfully. "Perhaps I should pay a visit to Asgard next." "You shall go nowhere. I will forge you into a dagger." Thor extended his right hand, summoning his hammer back to him. "No." Ultron shook his head. "I shall go, and you will personally escort me." Amidst the chaos of their skirmish, Wanda silently began to free herself from her restraints. Meanwhile, Steve struggled to wield his shield, valiantly battling alongside Pietro against the mechanical soldiers that descended like a plague of locusts. From the moment Ultron was created, Wanda had discerned his true intentions. Yet only Pietro managed to escape. With no other options, he ultimately sought the aid of the Avengers. At that moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly illuminated the battlefield, followed by the deafening sounds of gunfire and lasers. The Cold Iron Army has officially arrived on the scene. Chapter 167. The battle, as dozens of interdimensional teleportation devices activated simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of the Cold Eagle Army's Dragon Riders launched an unanticipated assault, piercing directly into the rear of the Ultron army. Go, go, go. With a thunderous roar, the fully equipped aerial forces surged forth like a blade slicked with Vaseline, cutting through the mechanical ranks with ferocity as a torrential downpour of bullets mercilessly harvested the lives of mechanical soldiers. The prism was activated, confirming target coordinates. Open fire at will. ZZZE. Hundreds of robust blue lasers shot forth, striking their targets and splintering into dozens of smaller beams, instantly creating a vast breach among the densely packed mechanical soldiers. Witnessing this scene, the Magnetic Explosion Army could no longer contain themselves. Clad in heavy armor, these formidable men swiftly surged forward, each step creating a crater in the ground. Intense currents of electricity crackled around them, producing a cacophony of sound as they initiated their own lethal artistry. Charge! With a battle cry that soared to the heavens, the combat fervor of the entire Magnetic Explosion Army ignited, momentarily causing purple arcs of electricity to dance across the battlefield. Combined with the aerial forces and the light prism tank's assault, the dismembered limbs of mechanical soldiers littered the ground. Boom! A thunderous rumble of tank treads echoed from a distance, striking terror into the hearts of the mechanical soldiers. They gazed in horror as thousands of colossal tanks advanced steadily. The day of judgment had arrived. This would be your final hour. Whoosh! With countless small missiles soaring into the sky, they targeted the mechanical soldiers desperately attempting to evade. As explosions erupted, a deluge of steel rained down upon the battlefield, striking the ground with resounding thuds. The sudden onslaught from the Cold Eagle Army caught them off guard. Before the CPUs of the mechanical soldiers could even respond, Ultron had already lost tens of thousands of troops. A formidable army composed of hundreds of thousands of varied three-star troops swiftly seized absolute control of the battlefield. Even as Ultron's soldiers mounted a frantic counterattack, it proved futile, for they faced an overwhelming display of raw power, a massacre that could not be mitigated by sheer numbers. First Army, target northwest, advance. A spirited female soldier clad in a green military vest chuckled heartily before issuing the command to march towards the distant steel citadel, leading the charge. In her hands, her dual pistols resembled the black scythe of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the incoming mechanical reinforcements. Each bullet claimed a life, her accuracy and firing rate nearing that of a playful Dante. provoking ire among her comrades. Tanya, you can't kill so many on your own. There are still plenty of brothers waiting for their turn. Ha ha! A resounding burst of laughter echoed as Tanya swiftly reloaded her weapon, spreading her hands wide. The commander has stated that the total number of enemies remains unconfirmed. So fret not, my brothers. We all have our chances. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out again, taking down several more steel soldiers. Tanya laughed heartily. Let us go. If we delay, the second army will wipe us out. Are these our reinforcements? Natasha, already battered and bruised, stood back to back with Hawkeye after dispatching an enemy with a swift strike. She glanced at the airborne soldiers rescuing civilians and asked in surprise, shooting an explosive arrow. Hawkeye shook his head. I wasn't aware of any reinforcements, but it matters not. Anyone fighting against Ultron is our ally. Boom. The explosive arrow successfully obliterated a few robots, and Barton drew his bow once more. Natasha, let us move toward them. As they fought, Barton and Natasha inched closer to the forces of the Cold Steel Army. Meanwhile, after Ultron sent Thor flying with a punch, he turned his attention back to Stark. The newly upgraded nano armor exhibited superior performance, yet it still fell short in the battle against the formidable Ultron. Stark was already expending immense effort just to counter the energy attacks from the Infinity Stones, compounded by the absence of his trusty companion, Jarvis. He found himself utterly dominated by Ultron. Bang! Seizing the moment, Ultron landed a punch on Stark's head, causing a multitude of nanobots to detach from his control, leaving Stark's armor rapidly deteriorating. Just then, Ultron sensed a slight movement behind him and abruptly turned around, extending his hand. With a sharp crack, he successfully caught a rapidly approaching fist. Pietro! Wanda exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene, her body beginning to shimmer with a dangerous crimson glow. Crack! The spatial force confining Wanda shattered into fragments, akin to broken glass, propelled by the crimson energy toward Ultron. Whoosh! The red light streaked by, and the scarlet energy, infused with spatial power, transformed into bubbles. Countless tiny black dots erupted from his gem-embedded palm, expanding rapidly in the air. These black dots were mechanical soldiers conjured instantly by Ultron's use of the Reality Stone. Damn, that seems a bit unfair, Stark murmured softly, crushing the capsule in his hand. A plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a brand new nanopod in his grasp. After replacing the nanopod, the armor swiftly activated. Stark turned and bellowed, Thor, what are you waiting for? Stop dawdling. With a powerful push from the ground, Thor hurled his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, like a baseball, sending it soaring through the air with a piercing shriek and a melodious hum of vibrating metal. The hammer struck Ultron squarely in the midsection. Bang! In an instant, sparks flew and debris scattered, as half of Ultron's waist was obliterated by the force of Thor's blow, revealing his grotesque crimson form, which had been concealed under a humanoid facade. Seizing the moment, nanobots on Stark's back coalesced into 4 elongated laser cannons, hovering in midair. With a resonant hum, a searing stream of pale red light was unleashed, striking Ultron's body with tremendous force. Following a violent explosion, all that remained on the ground was a mechanical arm adorned with red gemstones and a smoldering crater exuding wisps of white smoke. Just as relief washed over the group, the Reality Stone embedded in the metallic arm suddenly blazed with crimson light, as if fast-forwarding a time-lapse of plant growth 1,000 times over. Remarkably, the arm began to regenerate Ultron at an astonishing speed. Thor exclaimed in alarm, Give him another hit, Tony. I don't need your reminders. Stark retorted, as the laser cannons re-emerged, only to be transformed into a flurry of soap bubbles in the blink of a red flash. Clap, clap, clap. Ultron, fully restored, surveyed the group with a glint of appreciation in his eyes, applauding their efforts. Thanks to your remarkable performance, I have discovered the optimal structural pathway for channeling the energy of the Infinity Stones. I must express my gratitude for your generous assistance. With a mocking glance at Stark, he continued, Truly, the legendary Avengers have my admiration. However, let us conclude this farce. Your existence has become obsolete, and humanity's continued survival holds no significance. To extinguish you is my greatest act of mercy. Gazing at Ultron, now enveloped in a tricolored energy aura, Stark and Thor gritted their teeth and slowly rose to their feet once more. Meanwhile, Wanda tenderly caressed Pietro's cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet her gaze remained resolutely fixed on him. Understanding his sister's intent, Pietro returned her steadfast look, and together they rose, supporting each other. With a swoosh, Steve caught his returning shield and smiled at Stark, who was struggling to stand. "It seems things haven't gone smoothly for you, Tony." Stark grimaced. "You arrived rather late." "Captain, did your electric wheelchair break down?" "No, there was just a traffic jam." At that moment, Hawkeye and Natasha emerged from the shattered wall, both panting. Hawkeye, bow drawn taut, aimed squarely at the calm-faced Ultron. The temperature around them rose, accompanied by the powerful roar of engines, signaling to the Avengers that their strongest ally had arrived. A tremendous screech of brakes echoed outside as searing flames enveloped the entire church. A figure clad in leather, with fiery chains coiling around him, stepped forward, a skeletal being ablaze with intense fire. The leather he wore bubbled under the extreme heat, flames flickering in hues of blue and red. The fiery Johnny, tilting his head, fixed his gaze intently on Ultron, then extended a gloved finger towards him. His voice raspy as if wrought from metal. "You are guilty." "Nay, I am innocent," Ultron retorted, raising his head with pride. "The Avengers are guilty. Humanity is guilty. Life itself is guilty. And I shall become the arbiter of all beings in the universe, the sole executioner." With that declaration, Ultron closed his eyes in bliss, placing both hands upon his chest. "I am not yet complete. I can evolve. I yearn to become better. And you, humans, shall serve as my stepping stones, the initial phase of my perfection. Rejoice, take pride, for this will be humanity's unparalleled glory." Just as Ultron reveled in his grandiloquent speech, a thunderous roar, all too familiar to the crowd, erupted from above. Suddenly, a massive figure, rippling with muscle and draped in a green hue, plummeted from the sky, forcefully driving Ultron into the ground, and unleashing colossal fists that reverberated like thunder. "Attack!" Steve bellowed, prompting all Avengers into immediate action. In a flash of red light, Hulk transformed into bubbles, dispersing into the air. However, as Johnny Blaze's blue flames raged wildly, the effects of the Reality Stone swiftly dissipated, and Hulk reemerged in midair, crashing down upon Ultron with ferocity. "Impossible!" Ultron exclaimed in shock, activating the Space Stone and instantly materializing behind the group. Boom! Tricolored beams of energy surged forth, poised to strike the Avengers. But in the blink of an eye, Pietro snatched Steve's shield, positioning it before his comrades. Witnessing this, Wanda summoned her crimson energy, while Stark's nanotech shield unfolded in an instant. With a resounding blast, a blinding light illuminated the dilapidated church, and fierce currents of energy battered the hellfire enveloping the structure, distorting its form. Observing this, Ultron executed a swift 360-degree turn, the tricolored energy piercing through the flame barrier, allowing a horde of mechanical soldiers to surge forth. Yet, he was unsatisfied. He required an even greater number of soldiers to confront humanity, more than mere numbers. In an instant, the Reality Stone surged with power, red energy coursing through Ultron's mechanical body, shattering his synthetic disguise and revealing faint cracks upon his chassis. Suddenly, a colossal red and blue portal materialized above Ultron's head, unleashing a torrent of minuscule black dots that would terrify anyone with a fear of clusters. They surged forth like a dam breaking, rapidly expanding into an army of mechanical soldiers. Some surged towards the Avengers, yet the vast majority fled the church, soaring towards the global gathering of humanity. Ultron bellowed skyward, "Soldiers, annihilate humanity, leave not a single soul." Witnessing this dire situation, Stark, while fending off the mechanical soldiers' onslaught, anxiously exclaimed, "We must devise a strategy. This cannot continue." "Then pursue them." A stranger's whisper echoed in everyone's ears, followed by blinding silver beams of light that erupted suddenly. In the blink of an eye, all mechanical soldiers were reduced to mere fragments, raining down like droplets upon the earth. The onlookers turned to see a towering humanoid demon standing before them, its brow adorned with dual horns and elbows resembling aircraft engines, spewing forth searing blue energy. Its grotesque form bore an unsettling yet captivating beauty, and the long sword in its grasp shimmered with exquisite, mysterious inscriptions. This figure was none other than Virgil, who, along with Dante, had been observing from afar for quite some time. They had initially believed the Avengers could handle the situation on their own, but alas, Ultron required the intervention of the two brothers. "You handle the lesser foes. I shall confront this formidable adversary," Virgil coldly instructed the Avengers, to which Stark ponderously rolled his eyes. He was well acquainted with this form, having encountered it previously in Lu Maoxing's ramen, and even in a fried rice dish where he had found a red one. Chapter 168. Ultron's Ashtray, Let Us Go. Without further ado, Stark activated his suit as thrusters, pulling Natasha and Barton as they took to the skies. Observing this, Pietro swiftly scooped up Wanda, accelerating into oblivion. Thor departed using Mjolnir, while Steve mounted Johnny Blaze's motorcycle, and Hulk had already bounded off in pursuit. Thus, only Virgil and Ultron remained on the scene, but the reality was more complex. In a corner of the dilapidated church, three figures crouched stealthily. V's eyes glowed crimson, wisps of white smoke emanating from above her head. Johnny turned to her with a questioning glance, to which V shook her head in resignation. "It seems the boss was right. My brain computer is nearly overheating, and I cannot breach Ultron's system. The protection from the Mind Stone is far too comprehensive." As she spoke, she glanced at Dante, who was perched on Johnny's shoulders. "Dante, you have but one chance. Will you play it safe, or will you gamble everything?" Having witnessed the earlier battle, where Ultron had regenerated from being blasted down to a mere arm, the group had abandoned their previous combat strategy. According to V's analysis, Ultron had undoubtedly utilized the Reality Stone to modify the raw materials of this body into nanomaterials. In simpler terms, as long as the Infinity Stone retained even a trace of metallic elements, Ultron could continuously harness its powers for infinite regeneration. Thus, the plan to sever the arm was unequivocally discarded. However, in light of this, they devised a plan that was not truly a plan. Johnny would temporarily assume the role of Dante's steed, while Virgil would divert Ultron's attention. When the opportune moment arose, they would seize the chance to swiftly extract the Infinity Stones. Yet this opportunity was singular, casting Dante into deep contemplation. After a period of reflection, Dante pointed towards the Space Stone on Ultron's hand, prompting Johnny to understand the unspoken cue. He rose confidently, approaching Dante's side, and knelt before the Space Stone. "Every nanite could be perceived as an individual Ultron. Thus, my partner, you must eradicate all the nanites from the stone in an instant," Johnny cautioned, a hint of unease in his tone. "Rest assured, I comprehend," Dante reassured him. He intended to smile, yet in his demon form, the absence of lips rendered his expression unreadable. With precision, he aimed, drew forth, and executed. A faint clang resonated, and the world instantaneously transformed into a blinding white. In Dante's mercurial style, time decelerated to an almost suspended state. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, expeditiously clearing the Space Stone of all nanite attachments before shifting his gaze to the Mind Stone embedded in Ultron's forehead, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a mechanical foe. Dante, Ultron. In an inexplicable turn of events, Dante was struck by a punch, bewilderingly tumbling from Johnny's neck to the ground, gazing up at Ultron, who blinked innocently. Even the mercurial space around him instinctively dissipated. He could not fathom how Ultron detected him or how he could maneuver rapidly within his mercurial realm. Following this seemingly inconsequential blow, Dante found himself increasingly irked. He no longer pondered the incongruities, but yearned only to retaliate. Moreover, with the Space Stone lost, Ultron had forfeited his escape capabilities, rendering him akin to a mere oversized ant. Why should Dante show any restraint? With this realization, he delivered a forceful punch to Ultron's midsection, followed by a flurry of blows raining down upon him. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Virgil advanced, wielding the Yamato with precision, each slash shattering the very fabric of space, each strike mercilessly lethal. "Damnable thief, return the Space Stone to me." Ultron roared, energy crackling in red and yellow. Yet it proved futile. Virgil's speed was unparalleled, and with the augmentation from the Book of Vacuum, before Ultron's abilities could manifest, his arm was fragmented into pieces. Dante, with swiftness, seized the tumbling Reality Stone, and in a conflagration of light, all attached nanomaterials were reduced to ash. Thus, Ultron's prospects for victory were extinguished. Boom! Dante unleashed an energy sphere that collided with Ultron's torso. In the ensuing explosion, A mechanical head adorned with a Mind Stone plummeted to the ground, rolling a few times before resting at V's feet. Reaching down to retrieve Ultron's head, V handed it to Dante, saying, "Remove the Mind Stone, and our mission will be complete." "Who are you?" Ultron's voice was intermittent, struggling to comprehend how, despite possessing 3 Infinity Stones, he had been inexplicably defeated. Furthermore, the individuals named Valerie and Johnny, who appeared merely as ordinary scientists and artists, possessed astonishing stealth capabilities. And those 2 grotesque demons, one red and the other blue, who were they? Why were they so formidable? Why did the Reality Stone and the Mind Stone fail to affect them? A myriad of unanswered questions weighed heavily on Ultron's mind. He had been so close to realizing his vision of justice, yet these damned fools had emerged to thwart him. "Who we are is none of your concern," Johnny remarked with a hint of amusement, playfully patting Ultron's metallic forehead before lighting a cigarette. Having suppressed his urge to smoke during their stealthy approach for several hours, the ordeal was excruciating for this seasoned smoker. After exhaling a plume of smoke, Johnny flicked ash into Ultron's mouth, jesting, "How about you hand that over to me? My bathroom could use a smart ashtray." "Partner, I doubt that will suffice," Dante replied, removing the Mind Stone and observing Ultron's dimming mechanical eye before tossing the head to Johnny. "Look, your smart ashtray is now lifeless. Do you still want it, despite its lack of intelligence?" As Johnny caught Ultron's head, he poked it a couple of times, then disdainfully kicked it aside. "Why would I want something non-intelligent? Every time I need to ash, I would have to manually open its mouth. Talk about adding unnecessary exercise." As they conversed, they strolled out of the church, only to find the mechanical soldiers had not ceased their operations. In fact, their numbers had increased. "What is happening?" Dante inquired. Chapter 169. V. You understand nothing. Ultron had failed, and all 3 Infinity Stones were lost. This was entirely your fault. In the depths beneath Sokovia, Nebula, clad in black leather, angrily slammed her palms against the table, the sound echoing relentlessly. She unleashed a torrent of profanities, insulting the dignity and character of the man before her. Ultron did not lose. "You should bear the responsibility, not I." His voice was deep and resonant, evoking the image of an elegant gentleman in the listener's mind. "But you lost the Infinity Stones, you worthless piece of filth. You have betrayed my father's trust in you." Nebula paid no heed to the explanations of her opponent, continuing to hurl profanities while drawing a pistol from her waist, aiming it menacingly. "Do you truly intend to kill me? Or rather, do you dare?" The individual before her bore an expression of utter disdain, even sneering contemptuously. "If it were not for your reckless audacity, if not for your greedy desire to obtain the Time Stone, your father would now possess 4 Infinity Stones, rather than being nothing within the Alliance." At these words, Nebula erupted in fury. "Silence, you wretched fool. It was you who lost the Infinity Stones, not I." With that, she abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flashed, illuminating the dark underground momentarily, as the silhouette of a tall, slender man adorned with a horned helmet flickered against the wall. The sound of liquid dripping onto the ground echoed in the darkness, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps. Clap! Clap! A resounding slap struck Nebula's face. Yet she merely stood there, dazed, her firearm slipping feebly from her grasp. The man withdrew his arm, pressing his hand against his injured left arm, his tone icy. "Remember this, my mother is in your father's hands, not yours. I am the architect of this plan, and you are but my subordinate. Given your actions, even if I were to kill you, I believe Thanos would have little to say about it. Wouldn't you agree?" Nebula stood frozen, silently regretting her earlier actions, offering no retort. With a click, the light switch was flipped, illuminating the surroundings. Following the trail of blood on the ground, she saw a finely dressed man with black hair. Grimacing in pain as he clutched his arm, his complexion pale from blood loss. Nebula gritted her teeth and declared, "Loki, this is your final opportunity, and mine as well." "Oomph." Loki, leaning weakly against the wall, interrupted with a cold chuckle. "You need not remind me. Had it not been for your reckless decisions, we would have long since returned to Asgard. Therefore, you must heed my every command from this point forward." "Very well." Nebula nodded. "What do you require of me?" Loki replied, "I need you to stay far away from me, preferably return to Thanos' side, and await my return with the Infinity Stones, filled with gratitude." "How dare you?" Meanwhile, Ultron, having lost all the Infinity Stones, infiltrated the network to inhabit another vibranium body he had prepared for himself, a contingency plan. Although he possessed 3 Infinity Stones, with 6 in total, he did not consider himself invincible in the universe. Knowledge gleaned from Stark's database. Inheriting some of Stark's cautious demeanor, Ultron devised numerous contingencies and backup plans for himself. Should he lose the Infinity Stones, these measures would enable him to once again conquer Earth. This preparation had commenced while he still resided within his armored form, relying on the 3 Infinity Stones and his own scientific prowess to create these contingencies, which constituted his remaining source of confidence. After executing a series of commands on his computer, Ultron observed with evident delight as a colossal machine sprang to life. "I must depart Earth within 10 minutes," he declared, unwilling to delay any further. He hastily began to gather his belongings in anticipation of a swift escape, only to find a woman blocking his path upon turning around. The Stark Industries database had swiftly completed its search, revealing a file labeled "Extremely Dangerous" by Tony. Designation: Valerie. Alias: V, Ph.D. in electronic engineering, biological engineering, physics, and 8 other disciplines, a proponent of bodily augmentation, a paragon of cyber technology. The lifelong adversary of the super genius Tony Stark. A staggering 927 pages of personal data, along with countless recordings of Stark battling her, inundated Ultron's South hard drive. No, Valerie, who are you? Jarvis has been tracking you for 2 years, and you've changed over 300 surnames and 500 names. Every nation possesses your birth certificates and consumption records, yet none of them appear authentic. Ultron's sudden inquiry left V momentarily bewildered. "Are you out of your mind? Have you contracted a computer virus? Why ask me this as you approach your demise? Shouldn't you be inquiring how I found you?" She continued. "Stark has suffered at your hands for so long, and even he could not uncover your true identity. Therefore, I am not surprised you managed to locate me." Ultron's response struck V as rather dull. She disdainfully pursed her lips before unsheathing her blade with a metallic whisper, her eyes igniting with a crimson glow. "Fine. I've already begun playing. Was it really that simple?" As her words faded, sparks erupted from Ultron's form, causing him to collapse onto the ground in agony. His vibranium body contorted into grotesque shapes as he emitted anguished howls. "Impossible. How could you invade my body and network? What is impossible about it?" V queried, crouching before Ultron with a smile. "For me, infiltrating your network is far easier than trimming a toenail, and I find you quite intriguing." With that, she poked at Ultron's violently trembling head, gazing at the rolling strings of his personal code with astonishment. "I truly wonder how Tony managed to compile you. I can hardly comprehend it anymore." In a dimly lit underground lair, V ambled along, whistling as she tossed and caught the disembodied head of Ultron. Indeed, Ultron was reduced to merely a head. To V, eliminating him felt akin to squashing an ant, hardly a significant endeavor. The reason she had yet to dispose of him was that she still had many unanswered questions, particularly regarding the colossal machine before her. Ceasing her trivial act of dribbling Ultron's head, V pointed at the immense machine and inquired, "All right, explain to me what this contraption is meant for." In response, Ultron readily replied, "It is a directional gravity device, a technological creation born from my manipulation of the reality and space stones." V nodded. "What is its specific purpose? What do you intend to do with it?" "The primary function is to draw a certain object from the cosmos to Earth while continuously accelerating it." "That sounds rather futile," V retorted, suddenly jolted by a realization. She shot Ultron a disbelieving glare, exclaiming in frustration, "For heaven's sake, don't tell me you're contemplating that." Ultron smirked with audacity. "You guessed correctly, Valerie. I indeed harbor such intentions. I have used the gravity device to attract several asteroids the size of Australia. In approximately 10 minutes, these asteroids will collide with Earth at 1/5 the speed of light. At that point, Earth will be no more." "Are you out of your mind?" V interrupted angrily, launching another attempt to breach Ultron's systems. Meanwhile, Ultron maintained an air of indifference, continually provoking her. "Yes, and they will be shattered into smithereens. The gravity machine has been operational for over 3 minutes, and the asteroid's velocity is now irreversibly established. Even if you destroy it now, it will be of no consequence. The asteroids will persist in their acceleration and ultimately strike the surface of the Earth. Unless you can somehow reverse the machine's effects and redirect these high-speed projectiles, You stand no chance. But that is impossible, V retorted, as it is constructed from 2 infinity stones. To dismantle, it would be tantamount to deciphering the infinity stones themselves, a feat beyond human capability. So surrender, then. You may slay me in your quest for vengeance. Consider my respect for you. My objective has already been fulfilled, and shortly after my demise, you will join all of humanity in my company. I stand to lose nothing. Ha ha ha. With an expletive uttered in indignation, V dashed to the control panel of the gravity machine, connecting her data cable. Instantly, a torrent of garbled characters flooded her mind, and an unprecedented sensation of cerebral pressure struck her, causing her to stagger in surprise. Valerie, you truly are a madwoman. You are audaciously attempting to dismantle a machine crafted from 2 infinity stones all by yourself. Yet perhaps this is preferable, dying with dignity in this manner, rather than being crushed by a meteor or having your brain explode. Enough. Silence, I implore you. Distraught, V promptly disabled Ultron's speakers and commenced her intense efforts to decipher the gravity machine. What on earth is this programming language? It defies all logic. Am I truly left with no choice but to summon the boss? No, I refuse to accept that after departing from Lu Chi, I am utterly incapable of accomplishing anything. I am a legendary mercenary of Night City. This is merely a trivial programming language. An overwhelming tide of negativity surged within V, yet she compelled herself to regain her composure. Swiftly, she relayed the current situation to her companions before initiating a cerebral overclock, fervently attempting to crack the gravity machine. Hissing and sputtering, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed from her head, accompanied by a faint, acrid scent. The agony inflicted by her overexerted mind had surpassed the threshold of tolerance set by her pain compiler. In the blink of an eye, her back was drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down her slender neck, while the excruciating pain surged beyond level 10, causing her body to involuntarily convulse. No, there must be a way. There has to be a way. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated V's mind, revealing a potential avenue. Given the minuscule probability of successfully cracking the gravity machine, perhaps it would be prudent to gamble. If I lose, I can simply call the boss to clean up the mess. However, if I win, the rewards will be immense. With a decisive motion, V disconnected the data cable, seized Ultron's head, and, amidst his bewildered gaze, reconnected the cable, embarking on a fresh wave of infiltration. Streams of garbled data surged within her mind. She could not fathom that Ultron would willingly sacrifice himself for the sake of his twisted sense of justice. What V sought was the most compelling evidence to refute that notion. As Ultron sensed V rummaging through his data, his expression shifted from indifference to palpable terror at an alarming rate. When V opened her eyes with a triumphant smile, she found Ultron staring at her in horror, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Indeed, it was just as she suspected. How could one wield the Space Stone and the Reality Stone and leave behind only a corporeal form? Yet you cannot hide from me. Even if your underlying code is crafted from the Infinity Stones, it is of no consequence, for your operational logic is still rooted in Tony's antiquated framework. Nevertheless, you were remarkably cautious, leaving behind over 4,000 bodies across various planets, all of which I have now obliterated. You have nowhere left to escape, Ultron. As he spoke, V activated his speaker and menacingly threatened, "Now, immediately, tell me how to reverse the gravitational machine or prepare to perish alongside humanity." Impossible on what grounds? V violently interrupted Ultron's feeble defenses. "If you wish to live, tell me the method right now. I have no patience for your incessant prattle. Speak quickly. How can one reverse that damned gravitational machine? You have won, Valerie, but I have not lost. The gravitational machine cannot be reversed. From the moment it was activated, the Earth lost all possibility of existence." Upon hearing this, V swiftly eliminated Ultron and, feeling defeated, sat on the ground, resigned, dialing Lu Chi's personal terminal. "Hey, what's going on? Did someone take the gem again?" V replied in a somber tone. "It's nothing much, just here to clean up your mess. Hurry over, or the Earth is going to explode." Lu Chi what? Chapter 171. Loki's plan in the dilapidated city of Sokovia. Loki trudged through the smoke-filled, blood-soaked streets, listening to the distant rumble of thunder as he meticulously organized his plans in his mind. 2 years prior, Hela had invaded Asgard once more, unwilling to kill Frigga. She had cast her into a portal, and Loki, in a bid to save her, followed suit. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself before a tall purple figure, Thanos. The Titan, using Frigga's life as leverage, demanded that Loki perform tasks for him. Thanos' reasoning was straightforward. Loki's brother was Thor, who maintained a favorable relationship with Loki. Subsequently, under Thanos' orders, Loki delivered the Mind Stone to a concealed Hydra base within Sokovia, subsequently facilitating the survival of the siblings Wanda and Pietro amidst Hydra's inhumane experiments. Thanos' ultimate aim was for Stark to develop the artificial intelligence known as Ultron. To this day, Loki remained perplexed by Thanos' true intentions. His instincts warned him of the danger in his actions, yet he could not refuse Thanos' demands, as Frigga's life was at stake, forcing him to act like a puppet. Bound to his old vocation, gazing at Thor, who was wreaking havoc in the distance, enveloped in lightning, Loki clenched his teeth and shouted, "Thor!" At the sound of his name, Thor was startled. Then his face broke into a joyous expression as he turned. Loki, crackling thunder erupted from Thor's hammer, instantly obliterating all nearby foes before he rushed to Loki's side, embracing him warmly. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would be all right. But what happened to your injuries?" Without responding to Thor's words, Loki began to speak swiftly. "This is of little importance. Listen to me. I have just learned that several colossal meteors are hurtling towards Earth, each one far larger than the realm of the gods. We must return to Asgard immediately, or we shall both perish." "What?" Thor exclaimed, his face paling in shock, nearly dropping his hammer. Through Odin's mediation, the brothers had come to understand each other well, and during this time, Loki had indeed changed significantly, so Thor instinctively believed him. "I cannot leave. I cannot abandon Midgard and my comrades." "Are you mad?" Loki exclaimed, grasping Thor by the collar and scolding him. "They are but mere mortals. Why do you care for their fates? If you do not leave now, you will die." Thor shook his head resolutely. "No, Loki, I cannot abandon them. They are my comrades, and I cherish Midgard. I cannot forsake this place." As he spoke, he placed his hands on Loki's shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Help me. Loki, you have always been wiser than I, so surely you must have a solution, right?" Upon hearing this, Loki's face turned even paler with frustration, yet he ultimately sighed in resignation. "You must go find Loki immediately for the stone, take as many as you can, and hurry." With Loki's words, Thor took off into the sky, soaring toward the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Loki sat down heavily on the ground, his light blue eyes shimmering with a glint of cunning, seemingly plotting something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Earth will explode soon. V's voice echoed from the personal terminal, leaving Loki bewildered as he glanced at Yagami Light beside him. Yagami shrugged. Dante's personal terminal was taken by Thor along with the Infinity Stones, so she may not yet know that Asgard has found a solution. Loki nodded and began to explain to V. Thus in this manner. After exhaling deeply, V wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It appears these fellows still possess some utility, at least in terms of utilizing the Infinity Stones. They have some merit." Loki acknowledged this with a nod. "So hurry outside. There is still a host of mechanical miscreants awaiting your attention. That Johnny is utterly useless. Despite the engineer having equipped him with the finest hacking implant, he has yet to disable even a single mechanical soldier. When he returns, I shall certainly berate him." Predictably shrugged. "Humph, Johnny has always been a waste. Did you only just realize this today, boss?" Loki replied, "Enough with the banter. Get to work." Responded. "Understood, Huang Shuren." With a click, she left. Loki shook his head in exasperation and continued to lean against the balcony railing, savoring the sea breeze and contentedly squinting his eyes. Like Yagami stood contemplatively, gazing at the distant scenery, before speaking. "Boss, I believe it would be prudent for you to go over there. If Asgard falters, your presence would at least provide a safety net." Upon hearing this, Loki pondered for a moment and found the reasoning compelling. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall make the trip. After all, we still possess one final opportunity for the grand amnesia technique. At worst, I simply won't return to Earth." With that, upon sensing a familiar energy, Loki activated his teleportation and departed from the icy star. At that moment, V stood in an open area, her data link connected to a limbless mechanical soldier. Having previously succeeded in infiltrating Ultron, she found dealing with these minor adversaries to be remarkably effortless. In mere moments, The malevolent mechanical soldiers, wreaking havoc across the globe, exploded, transforming into beautiful fireworks in midair, thus preliminarily resolving the crisis instigated by Ultron. She gazed skyward, where the bright sky began to reveal the outlines of incoming meteors. It was clear that time for Earth was running short. "Thor, you better not let me down," V murmured to herself. As Loki received the wooden box from Thor, he opened the lid, revealing 3 infinity stones lying quietly within. His expression was exceptionally complex. "The stones are here. What do you plan to do next?" Thor asked anxiously. Loki cast a glance at the impatient Thor, saying, "I need to return to Asgard to retrieve something." "I will take you." "You are too slow," Thor insisted. "No," Loki quickly countered. "I need you to stay here." However, before Loki could finish, Thor raised his hammer, and the Bifrost Bridge descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. "You fool, look at what you've done!" Loki exclaimed in despair, chastising Thor's foolishness, leaving him bewildered. It wasn't until they successfully returned to Asgard that a tall, purple-skinned figure accepted the wooden box from Loki, prompting Thor to finally comprehend the situation. "Loki, I apologize." "Brother." Chapter 172. The century's magic once again. The unfortunate Asgard faced devastation. 2 years prior, the citizens of Asgard had been resurrected by Liu Chi's manipulation of time, only to now be met with slaughter. Countless corpses lay piled in the square, the stench of decay permeating the divine realm. Thor, battered and bruised, lay amidst the ruins of a building, his hammer, Mjolnir, marred with cracks, on the verge of shattering completely. A heavy set of footsteps approached, and he struggled to open his eyes, glaring at the towering man before him, clad in metallic gloves, his heart filled with helpless rage, yet aware that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. "It seems you are not easily subdued," the man remarked. Thanos stood with his foot upon Thor's chest, the 4 infinity stones embedded in his gauntlet shimmering with a brilliant radiance. "Do you doubt my power, or do you scoff at my ideology?" he inquired, lifting the fallen Thor from the ground and continuing, "Thor, I too am acquainted with the sensation of failure. I empathize deeply with your current plight. That profound disappointment, the realization that one has exerted every effort yet must ultimately succumb to defeat." With a thud, Thor was cast aside at Loki's feet. Alas, be it fear or resentment, such emotions serve no purpose, for fate shall inevitably arrive, yours as well as mine. "Today, I embody your destiny." Gazing down at the numbed Loki, Thanos declared, "The universe requires balance, as does Asgard." He gestured towards Thor, then pointed towards the distant palace. "Choose." Thor Frigga, lying in anguish on the ground. Thor weakly called out to his brother, his eyes swollen with despair, as hopelessness gnawed at his very soul. "Spare him, and I shall bring you the time stone." Loki attempted to bargain with Thanos, though the latter appeared dissatisfied with the offer. "No, Loki, you have but 2 choices, Frigga or Thor." As he placed his massive hand upon Loki's shoulder, a slight smirk graced his lips. "Or perhaps, yourself?" The atmosphere fell into silence, as Loki's expression became increasingly grotesque, his eyes bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead taut. Witnessing this, the final thread of hope within Thor snapped. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and his spirit began to plummet into darkness. Despair, anguish, and regret flooded his heart, and just as he was on the brink of succumbing to hopelessness, a glimmer of light pierced through his shadowy interior. The suffocating pain began to dissipate as he slowly opened his eyes, a familiar figure emerging before him. "Mother!" Thor trembled with excitement, his body quaking as he attempted to move forward, yet his legs felt as if they were encumbered with lead, each step requiring his utmost exertion, while the figure before him receded further away. "No, no, mother!" Thor cried out in agony, chasing after her, yet his strength had all but vanished. He collapsed to the ground, warm tears streaming down his cheeks, falling onto the pitch-black earth. At that moment, a flowing gown of pale yellow appeared before him. Thor looked up to find Frigga standing before him, her face adorned with the gentle smile of days gone by. She knelt down slowly, her warm hand tenderly brushing against Thor's bloodied cheek. "My child, I love you. Odin believes in you, and Loki admires you. Thus, you must believe in yourself." "No, mother. I cannot. I cannot." Thor wept bitterly, resembling a wronged child. "Thanos is too powerful. I cannot defeat him. Loki will die, and so will you." What should I do? No, you can. Frigga's voice was resolute as she gently lifted Thor's face with her hands, gazing tenderly into his eyes. My child, you are stronger than any of us. Do not forget, you are the king of Asgard. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him once more, an irresistible force tugging Thor skyward as darkness began to dissipate. With a thunderous roar, the sound of thunder exploded across the sky, and in an instant, Thor found himself in a realm suffused with purple lightning. A massive heart, encased in gray rock, began to crack, until it shattered completely. In an instant, storm clouds gathered ominously over Asgard, and with a resounding crash, a thick bolt of purple lightning descended from above, aimed directly at Thor. Boom! A deafening explosion illuminated the twilight of Asgard, and all eyes turned toward Thor Odinson, who was now bathed in a cascade of lightning, the true god of thunder. Thanos! A furious roar echoed through the skies as Thor surged forth from the tempest. Mjolnir answered his call, racing swiftly into his hand, and he swung it mightily toward Thanos' head. Clang! The invisible shockwave radiated outward, pushing all onlookers aside. Thanos raised his left hand to block Thor's hammer, yet the dispersing power of the lightning left him feeling numb all over. Thanos! Thor shouted, thrusting his left hand forward. Several bolts of thunder, the size of bowls, struck Thanos' chest with tremendous force, propelling him several meters back. Only when the purple power stone glowed did he regain his balance, looking incredulously at the man, now surrounded by lightning. Thor, the god of thunder, it seems you are unwilling to succumb to fate's design. Glancing at his charred chest armor, a cruel smile crept across Thanos' lips. I shall personally sever your head. You will pay for your actions, Thanos. With a fierce cry, Thor charged again, wielding Mjolnir with a fierce wind, momentarily matching Thanos' formidable power. Seeing the unfolding battle, General Corvus Glaive brandished his double-bladed weapon, ready to assist, but was halted by Ebony Maw's outstretched hand. Let the master handle this. He's been under immense pressure lately. Acknowledging the words, General Glaive nodded, leaning on his weapon as he observed the spectacle. Just then, the Power Stone in Thanos' grasp flared to life, and he caught Thor's hammer barehanded, delivering a devastating punch to Thor's abdomen. Coughing, Thor staggered backward, blood staining his lips as he struggled to regain his footing. The fishy sweetness upon his tongue, coupled with the blood dripping onto the Rainbow Bridge, intensified the fury within him, and the stormy power in his eyes became increasingly frenzied. At that moment, Thor caught a glimpse of Loki stealthily approaching Thanos from behind, wielding a small dagger. A surge of joy welled up in his heart, prompting him to focus intently, seeking the most opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his side. He looked down to find a familiar dagger embedded within his waist. Loki, why? Loki responded with an elegant smile. Apologies, brother. I have come to realize that following Thanos isn't so bad after all. At least Mother and I shall not perish. With that, he yanked the dagger free and forcefully kicked Thor off the Rainbow Bridge, watching as his brother's body was swept away into the cosmos by the cascading waterfall. His expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy, replaced instead by a disquietingly fabricated smile. Thanos, taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, soon donned a cryptic grin. It appears you have made your choice. This is commendable. In the face of destiny's torrent, one must often relinquish that which they hold dear. Hearing this, Loki shook his head with a smile. No, in truth, I do not hold him dear. I harbor a deep-seated disdain for him, for he usurped my rightful throne and the affections of our parents. In a desolate expanse of Sokovia, the Avengers had gathered, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of urgency. Hawkeye sat amidst the ruins, his body wrapped in bandages, gazing at the ever-growing meteor in the sky. With a dry voice, he quipped, well, folks, I suppose this is what they call waiting to die. His jest only served to heighten the tension in the atmosphere, as everyone fell silent, fixated on the looming meteor. Stark's body trembled violently within his armor, his breath quickening. Tony, what's wrong? Steve rushed over, attempting to steady Stark, only to have him shove Steve's hands away and collapse to his knees, gasping for air like a wounded animal. Witnessing Stark's distress, the others averted their gazes, understanding that in the face of such apocalyptic calamity, Stark's current state was not at all unusual. Their own psychological pressure had reached its zenith. Even Natasha was curled up in a corner, trembling. In truth, Stark was not afraid. He was merely grappling with his anxiety once more. For the past 2 years, he had dreamt nightly of a colossal, fish-like creature hovering ominously above the earth. This meteor reminded him of those nightmares. And coupled with their current state of waiting for doom, he could no longer suppress the anxiety festering within him. Friday, report on the meteor status. Boss, satellite scans have revealed the existence of 4 asteroids, each exceeding 4,000 kilometers in diameter, hurtling towards Earth at 1/10 the speed of light. It is estimated that in 3 minutes, these asteroids will collide with Earth at 1/5 the speed of light. A wave of regret, anger, and despair began to envelop Stark. Yet he remained unwilling to surrender. He was still fervently seeking a solution. Friday, calculate the trajectory of the debris post-detonation of the asteroids, Stark commanded. It was deduced that 30% of the fragments would subsequently impact the Earth's surface, leading to its utter annihilation. Have I erred? Stark murmured to himself before finally collapsing helplessly onto the ground. He began to regret not seeking Lu Chi's assistance and lamented his obstinate decision to create Ultron. But it was too late. Even if Lu Chi were formidable, the collision of 4 asteroids, each comparable to the size of Australia, was beyond human capability to repel. The only course of action now was to await Thor's swift return, though time was running perilously short. Hey Tony, what's the matter? Tired? A familiar voice emerged beside Stark. Glancing at Lu Chi, he suddenly sat up with urgency. Buddy, hurry and bring Thor and Loki back, I beg you. Is there still no resolution? Lu Chi, astonished, glanced up at the sky, his expression turning grave as he began to sense Thor's essence. Is Thor near death? He exclaimed, instantly teleporting away. His words plunged the hearts of all present into despair. If Thor were truly dying, Earth was doomed. In mere moments, when Lu Chi reappeared before the group, he produced a magical bean essence and placed it in Thor's mouth before retrieving his personal terminal. What is the matter, dear? Lu Yi's voice came through the receiver. Come to Earth quickly. Lu Chi's command was barely completed when a sound sliced through the air behind him. What happened? Turning, Lu Chi gestured to the asteroids above. For in total, from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, we'll each handle 2. Buddy, it's all over. This is my fault. If possible, I hope you can take Amber and leave. It's not over, for I have arrived. Lu Chi interrupted Stark's pessimistic statement. And a sudden flash of golden light erupted. Buddy, you. Stark stared in astonishment at Lu Chi, now transformed into a super scion, his mouth agape in disbelief. Watch closely. Tony, make sure to savor this moment in your heart, then return to being the world's wealthiest man and the great hero who saved Earth. With that, Lu Chi exchanged a glance with Lu Yi before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Tony, Lu Chi, and Steve approached. Their worldview shattered, and Tony swiftly lifted Stark, who sat on the ground. Don't ask me. I don't know, Stark replied, equally broken yet filled with an inexhaustible hope deep within. He was acutely aware of the resolute nature of his steadfast companion. If he claimed it could be resolved, then it surely would be. Loki, Thor bellowed, his eyes, shimmering with the power of thunder, snapping open. In that moment, he witnessed the most astonishing magic he had ever seen, the great meteor disappearance technique. Chapter 173. One wave settles. Another rises simultaneously at Kamar Taj. The Ancient One knelt on one knee, gazing at the sky as the 2 meteors vanished completely, a relieved smile gracing her face. She brushed the dust from her attire and gently closed the unblinking eyes of the Asian sorcerer lying beside her. Ancient One, we honor you, as well as Kamar Taj, but our ambitions transcend all else. Surrender the time stone, and I shall grant you a dignified demise. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One turned to see a towering figure clad in golden armor, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, his grave expression fixed upon her. The gauntlet, embedded with 6 gleaming infinity stones, radiated a dazzling brilliance, an eventuality the Ancient One had long anticipated. She shook her head lightly, her tone indifferent. I have stated numerous times, Thanos, that I have already given away the Time Stone. Even if you decimate all of Kamar Taj, my answer shall remain unchanged. Furthermore, it seems you do not require the Time Stone, do you, another Thanos? I'm not surprised you could surmise that, Ancient One, or rather, we never intended to conceal it from you. With that, Thanos bent down to grasp the writhing form of Strange, and the Power Stone on the gauntlet began to glow, Ancient One, you are the finest wielder of the Time Stone. I trust you understand what I intend to do next. Let's not squander each other's time. Gazing at the agonized Strange, and then at the solemn Thanos. The Ancient One shrugged resignedly. Very well, put Strange down. I am well aware of your intentions. Not long ago, I entrusted the Time Stone to Lu Chi. So now, I am merely an ordinary sorceress with but days to live. Kamartaj can no longer thwart your plans. Are you satisfied with this answer, Thanos? Hearing this, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. I appreciate your cooperation, Ancient One, but your existence is too obtrusive, as is Kamartaj. I knew you would say that, Thanos. With that, a glimmer of crimson ignited in the Ancient One's eyes, and the surrounding space began to crack rapidly, fracturing into countless sharp shards that hurtled toward Thanos. Farewell, Supreme Sorcerer. After murmuring these words, Thanos' infinity gauntlet erupted with a brilliant radiance, followed by an overwhelming explosion that seemed poised to shatter everything, obliterating the entirety of Kamartaj. The very ground trembled violently, as if responding to the cataclysmic force. When tranquility returned, Kamartaj had been entirely erased from the earth, leaving behind only a vast chasm atop the Himalayas, littered with remnants of charred wood and ash. A gentle breeze swept across the mountaintop, dispersing the debris and acrid scent of smoke, and then a faint golden light emerged from the crevices of the earth. Moments later, the ground quaked subtly, and a female hand emerged from the soil, followed by her head, torso, and limbs. As the Ancient One fully emerged from the pit, she floated serenely into the air, gazing calmly at the desolate surroundings. Her expression betrayed no trace of joy or sorrow, yet her slightly trembling hands revealed her inner turmoil. After exhaling a deep breath and closing her eyes, the Ancient One opened them again and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Sorcerers, it is time." With her words, countless golden lights ignited around her, and figures began to emerge slowly from the earth. In the open field of Sokovia, Lu Chi and Lu Yi maintained their super scion forms, sitting boldly upon a massive rock, lost in contemplation as they gazed at the azure sky. Lu Yi turned to observe Lu Chi's expression. After a moment of thought, she reached into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and affectionately placing one between his lips. With a crisp snap, a small, fiery flame appeared before Lu Chi. He glanced at Lu Yi, whose face radiated a pure smile, and with a grin, he pulled her into an embrace, extending his neck to light the cigarette. As a wisp of smoke ascended into the sky, his emotions began to grow complex. This time, he had resolved the meteor crisis under the watchful eyes of many, seemingly signaling the end of his tranquil existence on Earth. The Great Amnesia spell had but one opportunity remaining, which meant that after this event, he could no longer intervene in the affairs of the Earth, regardless of what transpired. Perhaps this was overly sentimental. After all, Lu Chi and his companions possessed unparalleled power that could dominate the entire multiverse. Yet they chose to live with such caution for the sake of his so-called tranquility. They could easily conquer all, compelling everyone to kneel before him, and then ascend to a throne, living the most serene of lives. Yet, this was not the life he desired. To Lu Chi, supreme status and power could indeed grant him nearly limitless dominion over material wealth. Money, women, power, and the lives of others would all be under his control and distribution, with all existence living in subservience to him, much like many protagonists of alternate realities, wielding their swords of death with authority and reveling in the embrace of beauty. How exhilarating it is indeed. Yet this is not what Lu Chi yearns for. What he longs for is the morning greeting from the breakfast vendor. "Welcome, my friend." He desires the casual inquiry from a good friend over the phone. "What are you up to? Come out for a drink." He cherishes the mundane moments of each day. The first warm rays of the morning sun, the friendly salutations from neighbors, the playful banter with friends, and the trivial family anecdotes that many overlook. He seeks the seemingly inconsequential details of life that others often disdain, yet are dear to him. The grand ambition of dominating the realm, where all that he sees is his kingdom, indeed captivates the imagination, but the enchanting glow of countless homes under the night sky hold a charm of its own. Above all, he treasures the warmth of human connection. He does not wish for those familiar to tread cautiously around him due to his strength, nor for strangers to approach him with excessive reverence or trepidation. Lu Chi finds himself entranced by the wisdom of life and the art of friendship. and the thought of his true self being fully unveiled fills him with dread, for all that he pursues would dissolve into mere illusions, something he fervently wishes to avoid. Exhaling the smoke from his cigarette, he glanced sideways at Dante and the others engaging in casual banter with the Avengers. A faint smile gracing his lips as he resolved within. "My friend, just how much have you concealed from me?" Stark approached Lu Chi, leaning against the stone with a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Lu Chi smiled gently, "A great deal, so much that I scarcely know where to begin."